Chapter 1, The World of Beast Girls. Dragon Country, in front of the gate of Jiangcheng Beast-Taming Academy. Chen Yi, let's break up. Lu Ruyan looked at the man before her, her face full of determination. Why? Did I do something wrong? Chen Yi looked dumbfounded, not understanding why Lu Ruyan suddenly wanted to break up. He was a man who had crossed over from another world, and it had been 2.5 years since he arrived here. When he first came to this world, he knew no one and nothing, and was almost starving to death on the streets. It was Lu Ruyan's 10 yuan that saved his life. To repay that kindness, after Chen Yi had finally gained a foothold in this world, he sent her breakfast every morning, helped her throw away garbage, and even signed her name when she didn't want to attend class. Every little thing he did, Lu Ruyan had seen it all. Plus, Chen Yi's face was handsome and gentle, completely fitting the image of a perfect boyfriend, so she had suggested trying to date him. Yet unexpectedly, she suddenly wanted to end it all. Chen Yi, let me tell you the truth. I've been noticed by a B-class beast tamer, and last night we completed our contract. I'm really thankful for what you've done for me all these years, but please don't contact me again. I'm afraid my beast tamer will misunderstand. After saying that, she turned away without looking back and ran into the arms of a man by the roadside who looked every bit the rich young master. Seeing this, Chen Yi's face turned deathly pale in an instant. Completed a contract that meant Lu Ruyan had already. But didn't Lu Ruyan awaken only an E-class spirit beast bloodline? Why would a B-class beast tamer be interested in her? Isn't that Ruyan's boyfriend? Why does he look so awful? I just passed by and heard Ruyan say she completed a contract with a B-class beast tamer last night. Damn, that's wild. They dated for over a year without contracting, and then some guy took her in one night? Serves him right. I never liked that guy anyway. He's not even a student of our academy, yet he always borrows Ruyan's student card to enter the library and read. What a poser. A group of Beast-Taming Academy students whispered among themselves, pointing and laughing, making no effort to hide their mockery. Chen Yi ignored them, turned silently, and left the academy. He went to the Beast Tamer Association's training room, took a queue number, and sat weakly on a chair, sighing in despair. This was a world overrun by monsters. 5,000 years ago, monsters descended upon the world, throwing humanity into an unprecedented crisis. But luckily, when the monsters came, dimensional rifts opened, and a mysterious power called spiritual energy spread across the world. Because of this power, when women came of age, they awakened spirit beast bloodlines, transforming into spirit beasts to fight the monsters. However, this power would slowly corrode their bodies, turning them eventually into monsters themselves, bringing danger to the world. Men, on the other hand, awakened a power called the Beast-Taming Force. By forming a contract with women, they could prevent them from being corrupted, and also enhance their fighting power. In battles against monsters, beast tamers and spirit beasts fought side by side, grew together, and together guarded the civilization of humankind. But the dimensional rifts never closed, and the threat of monster descents still lingered. To deal with monster attacks that could come at any time, humans had long maintained this form of cooperation, beast tamers and spirit beasts standing shoulder to shoulder, protecting the future of humanity together. But all of this had nothing to do with Chen Yi. Half a year ago, Chen Yi had awakened his own talent E-class, the Art of Health, which could only slightly slow down the aging of his contracted spirit beast. Useless, but better than nothing. Just like bloodline levels, talent levels ranged from F to SSS, 9 ranks in total. Although E-class wasn't the lowest, it was still nearly impossible to achieve anything great with it. Fortunately, Lu Ruyan had also awakened an E-class spirit beast bloodline, so they could at least be considered well-matched in some way. He had thought their lives could go on peacefully like that. Perhaps it was still because Lu Ruyan's beauty and figure were both top-tier. So that's why a B-level beast tamer noticed me, right? At that moment, a voice suddenly echoed in my mind, sounding almost like an AI synthesis. Ding! Spirit Beast Cultivation System has been successfully activated. Activating system panel. What the heck? A system? Chen Yi was stunned for a moment. Could this be the famous benefit of a transmigrator? Why did it arrive 2.5 years late? In the next second, a light blue system panel appeared in front of him. Name, Chen Yi. Talent, E-level talent in life cultivation techniques. Level, first stage, first tier. Physique, 9. Spirit power, 5. Average value for normal adult male, 10. Contracted spirit beast, none. Skills, none. Enhancement points, 0. Holy crap. This is real? Chen Yi pinched his cheek to confirm it wasn't a dream, and instantly felt overjoyed. After waiting for 2.5 years, he finally got his own cheat. Ding! Host has successfully activated this system. A big activation gift package has been awarded. Ding! Congratulations, host has obtained the SSS-level talent infinite contract. Ding. Congratulations, host has obtained the SSS-level talent energy guidance. Ding. Congratulations, host has obtained the SSS-level talent Spirit Beast Awakening. Ding. Congratulations, host has mastered Beast Tamer skill Spirit Beast Insight. Ding. Congratulations, host has obtained experience version item Power Boost Card X3. Infinite contract, the number of spirit beasts that can be contracted has no limit. Energy guidance can help spirit beasts quickly refine treasures that contain spirit power. Spirit Beast Awakening can awaken the hidden bloodline power of spirit beasts with dormant bloodlines. Note, some spirit beasts may fail to activate their true bloodline due to insufficient nutrition, lack of training, low spirit power, etc. These bloodlines are called hidden bloodlines. Is this for real? Chen Yi was completely stunned now. In this world, beast tamers can contract multiple spirit beasts. First stage, contract 1, second stage, contract 2, and so on. But now, with infinite contract, it's different. At first stage, he could probably contract 100 spirit beasts, as long as his kidneys could handle it. This is honestly a bit ridiculous. As for the other two talents, the descriptions were a bit unclear, probably something to experiment with. You're number 66, right? It's your turn. At that moment, a woman came to Chen Yi's side and urged him, I'm number 67. If you're not going to train, can I go first? I want to go home early. Sorry, I was just spaced out. Chen Yi suddenly remembered that he had reserved a training room. The shock brought on by the system was so big, he almost forgot about it. In the training room, one can have simulated battles with AI beasts. Even beast tamers without contracted spirit beasts can design their own AI spirit beast and get familiar with combat processes. Whenever Chen Yi felt down, he liked coming here for a few simulated battles to fulfill his dream of becoming a beast tamer. But when Chen Yi stood up, his gaze landed on the girl in front of him. He was immediately stunned for a while. The girl in front of him wore a simple white dress, her jet black hair cascading down to her waist, slender legs wrapped in pure white stockings, complementing her world-shattering beauty, both pure and alluring. It was undeniable that seeing such a beauty, Chen Yi's heart couldn't help but stir. Of course, none of that was the most important. What mattered the most was the system interface that appeared above her. Name, Lin Mengxue. Contract Master, none. Bloodline, F-level White Lizard. Hidden Bloodline, SSS-level Frost Dragon. Level, first stage, second tier. Physique, 3. Spirit Power, 8. Attribute, Ice. Skills, Ice Wind. Affinity, 0. Bond, not yet cultivated. Evaluation, has suffered from congenital heart disease since childhood, weak physique, lacks exercise, unable to bear the power of the Frost Dragon bloodline, thus completely hidden. If the hidden bloodline is activated, she will be one of the strongest spirit beasts in the world. Ding. Detected SSS-level hidden bloodline spirit beast. The system has successfully recorded the spirit beast's information. If the host successfully contracts her and raises the affinity to over 80 points, the following rewards will be granted. Reward 1 10 enhancement points. Reward 2, Beast Master Skill, Demon Beast Insight. SSS Frost Dragon Bloodline? Holy crap. Holy crap. Holy crap. This is going against the heavens. Chapter 2, Dragon Girl, Campus Beauty. Chen Yi was stunned on the spot. There are only 3 spirit beasts with SSS-level bloodlines in the entire Dragon Kingdom today. And here it was, right in front of him? Moreover, after contracting her, there were so many benefits? Chen Yi's eyes instantly widened, as if he had seen his destined girl. Ding. Lin Mengshue's favorability minus 10 points. Feeling Chen Yi's unabashed gaze, Lin Mengxue couldn't help but feel a surge of disgust. She knew she was beautiful and had been looked at by many men. However, it was the first time a man like Chen Yi openly stared at her like this. What are you staring at? Lin Mengxue coldly replied. Hearing this, Chen Yi also withdrew his gaze and shook the number plate in his hand. Beauty, I see you're alone. I'm alone too. How about we team up and do a simulated battle? Ding. Lin Mengshue's favorability minus 20 points. Upon hearing this, Lin Mengshue's brows tightly furrowed, and her disgust grew stronger. This old-fashioned pickup line, she had heard it so many times, her ears had calluses. Wasn't this exactly the type of person who only thought about looks? No need. You can find someone else. Lin Mengxue bluntly rejected him and turned to sit back down. Her expression darkened, clearly in a bad mood. Isn't that Ruyan's little boyfriend? Why is he trying to hit on Mengxue? Mengxue is the campus beauty of our Beast Master Academy. This guy dares to flirt with her? Isn't he afraid we'll go tell Ruyan? You guys are way behind the news. Just now, Ruyan already dumped Chen Yi at the school gate, and last night, she had already formed a contract with another B-grade talent beast master. Wow, this guy really got cheated on? No wonder he's trying to hit on Mengxue. Mengxue awakened an F-grade bloodline. Does he think with his E-grade talent, he can still win her over? Tisk, go look in the mirror. Even if Mengxue has an F-grade bloodline, with her looks and figure, many people would be willing to form a contract with her. A group of passing students seemed to recognize Chen Yi and Lin Mengxue, pointing and gossiping. Why try to flirt with anyone? Of all people, why go after the campus beauty of the Beast Master Academy? How arrogant! How deluded! However, Chen Yi paid no attention to these comments. He acted as if nothing was wrong, sitting down on the seat next to Lin Mengxue, speaking in a voice only the two of them could hear. F-grade bloodline, white lizard, wasn't I right? Ding! Lin Mengxue's favorability minus 25 points. Lin Mengxue's pupil shrank suddenly, and she shot a fierce glare at Chen Yi. Are you stalking me? Chen Yi smiled and still casually responded, Lin, the campus beauty, you wouldn't want others to know your spirit beast form is a lizard, right? Come with me. After speaking, he stood up and walked into the training room. Having delivered breakfast to Lu Ruyan for more than a year, he naturally knew about Lin Mengxue, just never seen her before. Unexpectedly, the beauty in front of him was actually Lin Mengxue. She was indeed beautiful. Campus beauty of the Beast Master Academy, a sophomore, successfully awakened a month ago, but only had an F-grade bloodline. With that face and figure that were over 9 points, many high-level Beast Masters were still willing to form a contract with her. But she rejected all of them. After awakening her F-grade bloodline, she had hardly attended any classes. After a month, the students in the academy only knew she had an F-grade bloodline, but they didn't know what kind of spirit beast bloodline it was. Considering she had no intention of contracting with anyone, it was probably because she was afraid her bloodline species would be exposed, right? The campus beauty, and her spirit beast form turned out to be a lizard. If others knew about this, they would probably laugh their teeth out. Chen Yi was certain. Lin Mengxue will definitely catch up and seal his mouth. Ding! Lin Mengxue's favorability minus 15 points. Lin Mengxue's gaze was firmly fixed on Chen Yi's back, her fists tightly clenched, her back teeth almost grinding to dust. As the campus beauty, she naturally had a bit of an idle burden. Rather than let others know that she was a lizard, she would rather never make a contract with anyone until she was completely consumed by the power. That way, at least she could be sent to euthanasia with dignity, dying as a human. No matter what, she must seal Chen Yi's mouth. Thinking of this, she suppressed her anger and followed him. When she saw Lin Mengxue closely following behind and entering the same training room as Chen Yi, the students around were also stunned for a moment. She went in? This isn't right, right? I just sent a message, what just happened? I saw Chen Yi seem to say something to Mengxue, and then it was like this. Damn! Could it be that Chen Yi is a pro at picking up girls? Even Lin, the campus beauty, was hooked by him? Inside the training room, Lin Mengxue quietly sat on one side, coldly saying, say it, what are your conditions? Do you want to sleep with me? Chen Yi's lips curled into a slight smile, handing the control switch to Lin Mengxue, and said, beautiful lady, don't be so hostile. First summon a beast to fight, calm down a bit. Lin Mengxue's eyes remained indifferent, no need, just say it, what do I have to do for you to shut up? Well then, since you said it like that, here are my conditions, choose a beast. Upon hearing this, Lin Mengxue was also stunned for a moment. What does this guy mean? Isn't he trying to sleep with her? Or is he trying to record her transformation into a spirit beast in battle, to better blackmail her? With such doubts, Lin Mengxue cautiously took the control switch and began choosing a monster. About half a minute later, her gaze landed on a beast called the Earthworm Monster, setting the difficulty to the first stage of level 1. Earthworm Monster, an Earth attribute beast, was just right to be countered by her Ice attribute skills. For her, this was a very easy beast to handle. Successfully selected challenge target. AI Beast Earthworm Monster, Level 1 Stage 1, will appear in 60 seconds. Please, Beast Master and Spirit Beast, get ready for battle. With the announcement sound, the entire room's environment instantly changed. The holographic projection covered the room, showing a barren wilderness landscape. Lin Mengxue crossed her arms, with an indifferent expression, and asked, alright. What do I do next? Should I enter Spirit Beast form? Chen Yi smiled slightly, walked in front of the vigilant Lin Mengxue, and held her hand. Don't be so nervous, come on, try your new power. Saying that, he directly used his Spirit Beast awakening talent. Instantly, Lin Mengxue felt a warm force flow through her body from Chen Yi's hand. A strand of black hair was dyed white at that moment, as crystal clear as snowflakes. On her head, a pair of silver dragon horns slowly grew. On her hands, white scales began to appear, spreading to her shoulders. On her back, the shadow of wings and a tail slowly emerged, waving cold winds. If one had to describe Lin Mengxue now with a word, it could only be Dragon Maiden. Chapter 3, The feeling of power is really exciting. What's going on? Feeling the surging power inside her, Lin Mengxue was completely stunned. She had thought that Chen Yi wanted to sleep with her. She had thought Chen Yi might have some perverted hobbies. She had thought Chen Yi wanted to use the secret to extort her money. But never did she imagine that Chen Yi could actually give her power? Even her race and bloodline had changed. This. Could she have met a noble benefactor? Ding. Lin Mengxue's favorability plus 40 points. Name, Lin Mengxue, armed form. Contract master, none. Bloodline, SSS-level Frost Dragon, temporary awakening. Level, first stage, second rank. Physique, 7. Spirit power, 12. Attributes, Ice, Dragon. Skills, Breath of Ice. Favorability, minus 30 points. Affinity, not yet cultivated. Chen Yi looked at the dragon girl before him and nodded with satisfaction. He didn't expect the hidden bloodline to awaken so easily, it was so simple. But with Lin Mengxue's first stage, second rank level, it seemed difficult to fully master this power. I wonder if she can fight in the form of a dragon girl. The forms of spirit beasts are divided into 3 types: human form, spirit beast form, and armed form. Like Lin Mengxue now, maintaining a human appearance while having some spirit beast traits, this is called the armed form, which is also the combat form favored by many high-level spirit beasts. But usually, only spirit beasts above the 3rd rank can fully understand this power. In her current state, the most fitting term would be cosplay. Although she had the appearance of a dragon girl, her power was still at the level of human form. Alright, stop being so surprised. The AI monster is about to be summoned, go try out your power. Ding. Lin Mengxue, favorability plus 50 points. Okay. I'll try. Hearing Chen Yi's words, Lin Mengxue could almost be certain that she had encountered a benefactor. Perhaps, her fate was about to change. However, just as she thought of this, an accident happened. As soon as Lin Mengxue took a step, her body suddenly lost balance and she fell heavily to the ground. It hurts. You want to fight in spirit beast form? You're only first stage, second rank, and you're thinking of using armed form? Sorry. Lin Mengxue's small face turned slightly red, but she quickly adjusted her mindset and swiftly switched to spirit beast form. A faint glow appeared around her body, the light and shadow slowly grew bigger, eventually forming a giant shadow about 2.5 meters tall and 5 meters long. From the shape of the shadow, it seemed to resemble a western dragon, wings spread, majestic and imposing. The next second, the light shattered. A completely snow-white flying dragon appeared right in front of her. Name, Lin Mengxue, spirit beast form. Physique, 56. Spirit power, 48. Lin Mengxue's heartbeat quickened as she eagerly approached a nearby water pool, gazing at her own reflection. The majestic dragon horns, strong claws, frost-white wings, and imposing figure, all completely different from her previous lizard-like appearance. Is this really me? This isn't a dream, right? Lin Mengxue muttered to herself, her voice filled with disbelief. Not a lizard, a dragon, a real dragon. Why are you so slow? The monster is summoned, it's behind you. Okay. Lin Mengxue forcefully held back the smile that was about to form on her face, turned around, and faced the earthworm monster that had just been summoned. This earthworm monster had a body as thick as a tree trunk, covered in wet mud, with a huge circular mouth at the front, filled with layers of sharp teeth, emitting a foul odor. From an earthling's perspective, it was definitely an alien creature. She had once thought it was terrifying, always feeling that one wrong move and she would be swallowed whole. But now, with a sharp gaze looking down, it felt like looking at an ordinary little caterpillar, just a step and it would be crushed. She took a deep breath, then blew out forcefully. Breath of ice. Instantly, the entire wilderness was covered by a bone-chilling cold wind. Whether it was dry branches, the ground, or the lake, everything was covered by a silvery white frost. The earthworm monster, under this powerful cold wind, didn't even move, it was frozen into an ice sculpture. Then, with a crisp cracking sound, it fell to the ground, shattering into countless pieces. Congratulations, you have successfully defeated the earthworm monster. Would you like to continue the challenge? Before the broadcast had even finished, Lin Mengxue immediately transformed into human form and rushed in front of Chen Yi. She reached out, grabbed the control switch, and selected the option to continue the challenge. This time, she was going to challenge a level 1, stage 5 magical beast. Chen Yi saw this scene and simply smiled without saying a word, sitting to the side quietly watching. At the same time, he took out his phone and started reading about the precautions regarding contracts. As a 20-year-old virgin, it was his first time, so he had to be well prepared. Pa! accompanied by a crisp sound. A level 1, stage 5, sharp-toothed dog, whose size was a whole circle larger than a Tibetan Mastiff, was crushed under Lin Mengshue's foot. So, level 1, stage 5 magical beasts are this week? Having gained such powerful strength, Lin Mengxue certainly wasn't going to stop here. She now understood why those awakened high-level bloodline spirit beasts were eager to find rich young heirs to marry. They didn't even care about the other person's looks or personality. Having resources meant having power, and the feeling of power was truly amazing. Once, those beasts she couldn't even dare to challenge, now seemed completely useless in her eyes. With just one step, she could easily crush them. No fancy tricks, just pure explosive power. And she could fly. Those wings weren't just for show, they were real wings. With just a light flap, she could easily soar into the sky, feeling the howl of the wind and the breath of freedom. So this is what it feels like to fly through the sky? It's amazing. Soon, an hour passed. The training room's usage time was up. Lin Mengxue released her spirit beast form, her face showing a satisfied smile. Ding! Lin Mengxue, affection plus 30. How was it? Did you enjoy yourself? Chen Yi smiled faintly, pulling out a towel and handing it to Lin Mengxue. It was awesome. I've never felt this good in my life. Lin Mengxue took the towel and wiped the sweat from her forehead. At this moment, she had completely let down her guard against Chen Yi. She never expected that she could possess such powerful strength. Could this be considered fate-changing? The feeling of power was really too thrilling. But in the next second, Lin Mengxue suddenly felt as though the power inside her body was being drawn away, disappearing without a trace. She hurriedly asked, "What's going on? Why has my power disappeared?" Chen Yi chuckled lightly and slowly explained, "Don't worry, the power you just had is still yours. But it needs someone to guide it in order to be activated. I'm not sure if other Beastmasters can do it, but as you saw earlier, I can awaken the hidden power inside you. So, how about it? Do you want to form a contract with me?" When Lin Mengxue heard the word contract, her cheeks instantly turned bright red. She tightly gripped the hem of her dress, her fingers trembling slightly, as though she was still hesitating. However, after just a few seconds of silence, she nodded decisively. "I'm willing. Chen Yi, please let me become your contracted spirit beast. There's no time like the present, it's already late, let's form the contract now." Although she didn't know why a beastmaster with such abilities didn't have a contracted spirit beast, since he had extended the invitation, there was no reason to refuse. Moreover, she still wanted that unstoppable power she felt earlier. Hearing this, Chen Yi finally breathed a sigh of relief. He had been waiting for Lin Mengxue to say those words. An SSS-grade spirit beast, he really didn't want to miss out on that. He reached out his hand and said softly, "Well then, Lin, the campus beauty, from now on, please take good care of me." Before he could finish, Lin Mengxue interrupted him, "Call me Schwer, just Schwer." Chen Yi was momentarily stunned, then a gentle smile appeared on his face, and he repeated his words, "Well then, Schwer, from now on, please take care of me." Lin Mengxue excitedly grabbed it, "Please guide me from now on." Ding! Lin Mengxue, affection plus 15. Chapter 4, She's actually a little rich girl. Looking at Lin Mengxue holding onto Chen Yi's arm like that, walking out of the training room. Her face still showed a sweet expression, which was a stark contrast to the icy cold demeanor she had at the beginning. Some students from the Beast-Master Academy, who were waiting in line, were now dumbfounded, their faces full of confusion. What's going on? Is this Lin Mengxue? Is this the Ice Queen Lin Mengxue who rejected over 100 Beast-Masters at the Beast-Master Academy? Coincidentally, Zhao Xiaomei, Lu Ruyan's roommate, was also here, planning to train with her contract partner to prepare for the final exam in a week. Chen Yi often brought breakfast to Lu Ruyan, so as her roommate, Zhao Xiaomei naturally knew him. When she saw what was happening in front of her, she stood frozen for a while. Zhao Xiaomei, of course, knew that Lu Ruyan had established a contract with that rich second-generation Beastmaster last night. Today, she planned to find Chen Yi and mock him a bit. But who could have imagined that Chen Yi would flip the tables and snag Lin Mengxue, the school beauty of the Beast-Master Academy? Lu Ruyan was also beautiful, but compared to Lin Mengxue, it was like comparing the sky to the earth, there was such a huge difference. The more Zhao Xiaomei thought about it, the more something felt off. She couldn't help but step forward to ask for clarification. "Chen Yi, wait. What are you two doing?" Chen Yi heard this and stopped, turning back to look at Zhao Xiaomei. Name, Zhao Xiaomei. Contract Master, Wang Hao. Bloodline, C-Class Wild Boar Spirit. Everything was still normal until he saw Zhao Xiaomei's bloodline information. Chen Yi almost burst into laughter. He had heard from Lu Ruyan before that Zhao Xiaomei had awakened a C-Class bloodline and was very envious of it. He thought it must be some divine beast, but it turned out to be a wild boar spirit? Looking at her round shape, it wasn't too surprising that she had awakened the wild boar spirit, right? Thinking of this, Chen Yi chuckled and casually said, "What else could we be doing? Picking up girls?" As he spoke, his right hand naturally wrapped around Lin Mengshue's slender waist. When Lin Mengxue felt his movement, her face just blushed even deeper, but she didn't resist at all. This scene made the surrounding students' eyes nearly fall out of their sockets. No way, did he really manage to hook up with Lin Mengxue? Zhao Xiaomei was also a bit dazed. What qualifications does Chen Yi have to get with Lin Mengxue? This doesn't seem right. Does Ruyan know about this? Does it matter whether she knows or not? You actually dared to betray Ruyan? Hearing this, Chen Yi scoffed. Did Zhao Xiaomei really not know, or was she pretending not to know, asking such a question? Alright, stop blocking the way, I've got serious business to handle. Chen Yi said, then bypassed the crowd and left the Beast Master Association with Lin Mengxue. Zhao Xiaomei stood there, stunned for a moment. Stop blocking the way? When did Chen Yi know her bloodline was the wild boar spirit? The more she thought about it, the angrier she became. She immediately took out her phone and called Lu Ruyan. Ruyan, do you know Chen Yi? By the way, Schwer, where do you live? Sky International Community. Damn, I didn't expect you to be a little rich girl. Does your family live with you? No, my family died in the Demon Cave extermination battle 3 years ago. I'm the only one left. Upon hearing this, Chen Yi immediately showed a guilty expression. Sorry, I didn't know about this. Lin Mengxue saw this and slightly raised the corners of her mouth, gently waving her hand, speaking casually, it's okay. I've already stopped caring. After all, parents like that, if they die, it doesn't matter. However, as she spoke, a sense of loneliness involuntarily appeared on her face. Lin Mengshue's family is still a bit complicated. Chen Yi didn't delve too much into it, changing the topic. I'm not a student of Beast Master Academy. I usually live in the slums by East Street Park, you know how the environment is there. As a contract place, it's not ideal, please forgive me. Hearing Chen Yi's words, Lin Mengxue was first stunned, then covered her mouth and laughed a few times. She stretched out her index finger and gently poked Chen Yi's cheek, saying, from now on, my home will be your home. Don't live there anymore. After a beast master and a spiritual beast establish a contract, they usually live together, even closer than married couples on Earth. This helps improve their affinity and unlock their battle potential. As the one with the house and the one who needs Chen Yi, Lin Mengxue naturally has to show a generous attitude. But, on the other hand, why would a beast master with such ability be living in a place like that, like a homeless person? And why did Lu Ruoyan abandon a beast master like Chen Yi to throw herself into the arms of a rich second generation? Isn't this putting the cart before the horse? It's really strange. What's wrong, Schwer? The elevators reached the 29th floor. Sorry, I just spaced out for a moment. Come on, this is my home. She opened the door to apartment 2901, and a faint smell of books and ink flowed out like a clear spring, refreshing the mind. Sky International Community is a famous rich neighborhood in Jiang City, with an average apartment area of over 250 square meters. As soon as they entered, the scent hit them, so it seems Lin Mengxue must spend a lot of time reading in the living room. The lighting in the room was soft and warm, with golden threads slowly hanging down from the ceiling, creating a tranquil and peaceful atmosphere. The layout, with 4 rooms and 2 halls, plus an independent loft and balcony, really exuded luxury. At this moment, Lin Mengxue stood at the door, showing a slight embarrassed expression. Chen Yi, although it might be a bit awkward to say this, but you probably haven't showered in a long time, right? Hearing this, Chen Yi could only give a helpless smile. I'm just a homeless man, when would I have the chance to shower? Lin Mengxue took out a pair of slippers and placed them by Chen Yi's feet. My slippers might be a bit small, just make do with them for now, I'll go buy you a new pair later. Go take a shower first, I'll go cook. Hearing this, Chen Yi didn't say anything more. After changing into the slippers, he walked into the bathroom. He stripped off his clothes, and his gaze inadvertently fell on his little buddy, who had already entered battle mode. He couldn't help but sigh. Really restless, can it wait until later? Don't drain all the energy at this moment, the contract will only take a few minutes. But, upon further thought, if, in such a situation, his little buddy still had no reaction, maybe he really needed to consider seeing a urologist. Leaning on the edge of the bathtub, Chen Yi's gaze swept over the female toiletries on the vanity, and his heart was filled with mixed emotions. He was once just an ordinary, inconspicuous little Pan Jun, living a dull, uneventful life. After his transmigration, he became a homeless man with no place to stay. In such a difficult situation, he was actually able to share a room with the campus goddess. And she's even a little rich girl. It's really incredible how unpredictable life can be. Chapter 5, The Contract. After taking a shower and having dinner, it was already 9 p.m. At this moment, Lin Mengxue had just come out of the bathroom. The water droplets on her body were not dried off, and the sparkling beads of water rolled on her skin, reflecting the light from the ceiling, making her look very fair and clean. Her black hair, still not dry, cascaded down her waist like a waterfall, gently brushing against her face, wrapping around her stunning beauty. Her delicate, white legs trembled slightly, gently rubbing against each other, complementing the blush on her face. A breath that exuded a soul-catching, mesmerizing aura. Her chest surged with intensity, causing the nightgown to gently stretch, forming an alluring curve. In an instant, the entire atmosphere of the living room became charged with a subtle, suggestive tension. Lin Mingxue lowered her head, slowly walking over and sitting next to Chen Yi, whispering, "Chen Yi, my room is over there. Would you like to come for the contract?" Seeing Lin Mingxue's shy expression, the little devil in Chen Yi's heart instantly awakened. Following the curve of her slender waist, he swiftly picked her up, retorting, "Do you think I should come?" Lin Mingxue's face immediately turned a deeper shade of red, her heart racing like a wild deer, pounding uncontrollably. After half a minute of silence, a single word slowly slipped from her lips. "Yes." Seeing this, Chen Yi wasted no more time. He picked Lin Mingxue up and walked straight into her room, casually kicking the door shut behind them. Before long, the sound of a sweet, delicate voice, like a warbler flying out of a valley, echoed through the room. Ding! Lin Mingxue's affection increased by 10 points. Current affection, 70 points. The next day, at noon, 12 o'clock. The midday sun hung high in the sky, but it failed to penetrate the curtains of the room, leaving the darkness untouched. Chen Yi slowly opened his eyes, his consciousness still somewhat hazy. He reached for the phone on the bedside table, intending to check the time, but found that the phone wouldn't respond, no matter how much he tried to unlock it. It wasn't until he brought the phone up to his face that he realized it wasn't his phone. "Oh right, this is Schwer's phone." Chen Yi muttered to himself, his gaze slowly falling upon the delicate body resting on his left arm. The images of last night replayed in his mind like a movie, feeling almost like a dream. Especially when he saw the system interface, where Lin Mingxue's name had appeared under the Contract Beast section, and his own name was proudly displayed under the Contract Masters section. The joy in his heart was beyond words. SSS-level Spirit Beast. And she was the campus goddess of Jiangcheng Beastmaster Academy. I can't believe it actually succeeded. And I even had a good time, it was simply delightful. The only regret is that the affection was stuck at 70 points, just 10 points away from the system reward. I'll try harder tonight, 5 minutes was really too short. Chen Yi slightly suppressed his smile, removing the arm draped around his neck, and gently pushed the delicate body resting on his arm away. He got off the bed, grabbed his phone, quickly changed clothes, slipped into his slippers, and quietly tiptoed to the sofa in the living room. Taking a deep breath, he tried to calm his emotions. He then opened his phone and began browsing through the latest news. Jiangcheng Daily, Jiangcheng Beastmaster Academy's final exam will take place in 6 days. This time, well-known broadcaster Su Taodao will serve as the guest commentator, with Li Kai and Zhao Wanru as panel guests. It's the most luxurious host lineup in the last decade. Longwa News, the major secret realm in the Sichuanshu region, the Sichuanshu Secret Realm, has now been explored over 70%, and it is expected to be fully explored in 3 months, at which point it will be open to all Beastmasters and Spirit Beasts of level 3 and above. International News, the Eagle Country Beastmaster Association has developed a special potion, claiming that it can enhance a Beastmaster's talent. It is currently in the testing phase, and many foreign reporters have requested experimental data, but all have been refused. Lost in thought, the time unknowingly reached 12:30 p.m. Lin Mingxue, at this time, also woke up lazily, her eyes still half-closed as she walked into the living room in slippers. She stretched in a cute manner, yawning, and muttered, "Sorry, Chen Yi, I woke up a bit late. It's probably too late to cook now." Chen Yi comforted her, "It's fine, we can just order takeout. After we finish eating, let's go take the Beastmaster certification exam." MHM. Lin Mingxue obediently nodded. Immediately, he went to the bathroom to start washing up. The two of them arrived at the Beastmaster Association, and it was around 2 o'clock in the afternoon. The line for registering for the Beastmaster exam was long, and it had already reached over 100 people. Chen Yi looked at the bustling crowd in front of him and asked in confusion, "By the way, why are there so many people taking the Beastmaster exam recently? I remember there weren't this many people before, right?" Didn't Lu Ruyan mention it to you when you were dating her?" Lin Mingxue explained. "Now the semester is almost over, right? Every year, there's a final exam, and only teams with a Beastmaster certificate can participate in the exam. You can get a lot of credits and resource rewards. So now many Beastmasters and Spirit Beasts are signing up. Haven't you noticed that every hotel room is fully booked recently? After all, as long as you participate in the exam, for the next year, you'll receive 10 kilograms of first-level magical beast meat and 3 pounds of second-level magical beast meat every month for free. It can save a lot of money." Upon hearing this, Chen Yi thoughtfully nodded. He and Lu Ruyan were both level E, and they had never signed a contract, so this kind of thing naturally didn't concern them. He didn't expect such benefits to exist. By the way, Snow, are you going to take that final exam? Do you want to take it, Chen Yi? I'll follow your lead. But I'm not a student of the Beastmaster Academy, can I participate? Sure. The exam rules state that as long as one side of the team is a student of the school, they can participate, but it's limited to second-level beasts or lower. Hearing this, Chen Yi didn't think too much and immediately nodded in agreement. Then let's participate and earn some credits for you. Great. Then, we still have some time, do you want to do something? Or just wait here? Let's go shopping. Didn't I still need to buy a lot of daily necessities? It's just the right time to buy them. Chen Yi, if you see anything you like, just buy it, don't worry about the price, I'll support you. Then I'll graciously accept the soft rice from the famous Lin School Beauty, Chen Yi will eat it for sure. Don't call me that. The two chatted as they walked toward the nearby shopping street. Time passed unnoticed, and it was soon 5:30 in the afternoon. Chen Yi and Lin Mingxue returned to the Beastmaster Association. However, as soon as they stepped through the doors of the association, they bumped into someone Chen Yi least wanted to see. Name, Lu Ruyan. Contract owner, Qin Shouxing. Bloodline, E-level sandworm. Level, first tier, stage 3. Physique, 4. Spirit power, 5. Attributes, earth. Skill, sand shuffle. Affection, minus 15 points. Affinity, 5. Evaluation, besides the word waste, it is hard to imagine any other word to describe this spirit beast. Chapter 6, Beastmaster Exam. Chen Yi hadn't finished reading Lu Ruyan's system interface yet. Suddenly, a sarcastic voice came from behind him. You're Chen Yi? Chen Yi turned around and found it was the rich second generation who had thrown himself at Lu Ruyan yesterday. Dressed in a gray suit, wearing sunglasses, and holding a cigar in his mouth, he looked arrogant. Yes, it's me. What's the matter? The rich second generation patted Chen Yi's shoulder lightly, grinned, and said, I'm Qin Shouxing. Lu Ruyan is really smooth, I've tried it for you. No need to thank me. Chen Yi froze for a moment and hurriedly asked, What? Did you just say your name is what? I'm Qin Shouxing from the Qin group, what, haven't you heard of me? Chen Yi immediately laughed. What kind of parents must this guy have to give him such a name? What are you laughing at? I remembered something happy. What happy thing? Nothing. Looking at the number plate in your hand, you're number 114, right? It's almost your turn, aren't you going for the test? TCH, sure enough, a poor guy is just a poor guy, can't even speak properly. Qin Shouxing clicked his tongue, then was about to head over to Lu Ruyan. However, the next moment, as his gaze swept over Lin Mingxue, who was hiding behind Chen Yi, the entire person suddenly froze for a moment. This is it, isn't it? The Lin Mingxue he has always wanted to chase after? He had given many gifts to Lin Mingxue before, but never received a response. He never expected that today, when he saw her here, she was with Chen Yi? Could it be, those two are already? At this moment, Lu Ruyan seemed to notice the commotion here and quickly walked over. Shouxing, don't worry about him. It's our turn, hurry up and start the test. After speaking, she shot a fierce glare at Chen Yi and Lin Mingxue. Chen Yi had broken up with her, and immediately moved on to the prettier Lin Mingxue. How did it feel like she was the one being dumped? Qin Shouxing glanced at Lin Mingxue, feeling somewhat angry inside. Chen Yi played with high-class goods, while he was stuck with inferior goods, yet he was proudly boasting. He felt like a clown. But it didn't matter, after all, these were just temporary playthings, they could be thrown away after a while. He was a B-level beast tamer. If it weren't for these girls being pretty, who would bother contracting with these useless creatures? Soon, the assessment officially began. The test method was the same as the training in the training room, evaluating the combat power between the beast tamer and their spirit beast by challenging AI magic beasts. The test had 9 rounds. As long as you passed the first 3 rounds, you would receive a beast tamer certificate. Every subsequent round would offer extra resource rewards as an incentive. The test process would be streamed live, not only to effectively prevent cheating but also to allow beast tamer forces to see if they could find promising talents to cultivate. Qin Shouxing, as a B-level beast tamer, had a rank of 2nd tier 10th stage. The level of the AI magic beast in the first round was the average level of both parties, and each subsequent round would increase the difficulty by 1 level. With Lu Ruyan, who had just broken through to the first tier 3rd stage, Qin Shouxing didn't even need her to make a move. Qin Shouxing tightly gripped an iron spear and charged at the AI magic beast of 2nd tier 1st stage. In an instant, the spear flashed, and the fierce offensive poured down. The AI magic beast had no strength to resist, and within 10 moves, it was killed. Beast tamers could be divided into 3 types according to their awakened talents: support type, combat type, and cultivation type. Support type was the kind of talent Chen Yi had, helping the contracted spirit beast in combat. Combat type could enhance one's own combat abilities through talent, fighting alongside their spirit beast. Cultivation type could accelerate the speed at which spirit beasts absorbed and refined treasures. They usually worked in cultivation centers and rarely participated in battles. It was obvious that Qin Shouxing belonged to the cultivation type, which was why he had contracted a vase spirit beast. So handsome. He actually has a combat type talent. In recent years, it feels like fewer and fewer people are awakening combat type talents. I can hardly find any. Yeah. I also want to awaken a combat type talent to dominate the battlefield, but unfortunately, I only awakened a mere B-level support talent. B-level talent is still considered unlucky? Aren't you a bit too humble? The crowd began to discuss among themselves. At this moment, Lin Mingxue lightly tugged at Chen Yi's sleeve and whispered, "Brother Chen Yi, that Qin Shouxing, he used to pursue me and asked me to be his contracted spirit beast, but I refused. There's nothing between us." Upon hearing this, Chen Yi smiled slightly. "I know, don't worry. With the system interface, what could be hidden from him?" Hearing Chen Yi's reply, Lin Mingxue let out a sigh of relief, feeling greatly relieved. Thankfully, Chen Yi didn't misunderstand her relationship with Qin Shouxing. Before long, Qin Shouxing walked out of the assessment area with Lu Ruyan. The final score settled at the 3rd round. After all, Qin Shouxing came from a prominent family, and what resources couldn't he buy? There was no need to take the risk to challenge higher levels and earn those insignificant rewards. Next, number 115, Chen Yi, Lin Mingxue. When they heard the name Lin Mingxue, many eyes in the waiting area instantly turned toward Chen Yi and Lin Mingxue, who were about to walk into the examination gate. A trace of complicated emotion flashed across their faces. The matter that happened yesterday afternoon in the training room had naturally already spread through Jiangcheng Beast-Taming Academy. No one expected that the useless man kicked away by Lu Ruyan could actually hook up with the school beauty Lin Mingxue. They actually signed up for the exam? Doesn't that mean they have already completed their contracts? Whoa, my goddess. She's actually been ruined by some man from outside the school. Goddess my ass. 1 E-level, 1 F-level, 2 pieces of trash still dare to take the Beast Tamer test? Bro, your face changed fast. Just now you said after the test you'd confess to Mingxue, and now you're cursing her? Amid the crowd of students' chatter, Chen Yi and Lin Mingxue walked slowly into the test chamber, arm in arm. Trash? Then you people are even less than trash. Next, let me show you what the power of SSS-grade bloodline really means. Test start. First round, first stage, second tier, Flame Hound. AI Beast will appear in 30 seconds, please prepare for battle. The broadcast voice rang out, and the whole hall burst into noise. Flame Hound? Damn, they're starting with something this strong? That thing's difficulty is 5 stars in the Beast Index, and it's the first round? Even at first stage second tier it's hard to beat. The AI beasts in the test are all random. Guess they're just unlucky. Everyone watching inside the test zone firmly believed that Chen Yi and Lin Mingxue had no chance to defeat the Flamehound. Maybe other pairs had some hope. But an E-level and an F-level pair? Absolutely impossible. A sinister smile appeared on Qin Shouxing's face. If he couldn't have her, then he would destroy her. Even the heavens were helping him now. A pair of filthy lovers, getting what they deserve. In the live feed. After hearing what monster she would face, Lin Mingxue didn't retreat at all, instead she showed a faint smile at the corner of her lips. Brother Chen Yi, today I want to clear 9 rounds. Go. Tell them well that you are not trash. Lin Mingxue took a deep breath, waved her jade-like hand, and a wave of cold air instantly bloomed, wrapping around her body. She turned into a snow-white flying dragon. The dragon whiskers danced in the air, as if showing her majesty to everyone present. This scene made every spectator present completely dumbfounded. Chapter 7 Instant kill through all stages. What is that? A dragon? It's a dragon? How can an F-level beast bloodline be a dragon? Could it be that Mingxue actually hid her true bloodline rank? Impossible, absolutely impossible. Dragon-type beasts are at least S-grade bloodlines. How could Mingxue have one above S-grade? Qin Shouxing shouted in disbelief. The dragon race, how many beast tamers dream all their lives to contract one? And now you're telling him an E-level beast tamer's contracted beast is a dragon type? He wouldn't believe it even if he were beaten to death. Yet the truth was right before their eyes, leaving them no choice but to believe. The next second, the Flamehound was summoned. Its whole body burned with blazing fire, the air around twisting from the heat. Almost without a pause, as soon as it appeared, it spewed streams of scorching flames straight toward Lin Mingxue. However, facing such an attack, Lin Mingxue only blew out a gentle breath. That icy wind was so cold that even the audience in the test zone shivered uncontrollably. The fire from the flame hound's mouth, along with the flames on its body, froze instantly, its body turning into an ice sculpture. Crack! With a crisp sound, the ice sculpture shattered into pieces. The body of the flame dog also turned into countless ice crystals and scattered into the air. First test completed, congratulations on passing successfully. Second test, Stage 1 Level 3, Grey Wolf. The AI beast will appear in 30 seconds, please get ready for battle. Silence. Dead silence. At this moment, the entire test observation area instantly fell into deadly stillness. If Lin Mingxue was an F-rank spirit beast, then what were they? Z-rank spirit beasts? At the same time. Inside the monitoring room of the Beast-Taming Academy. Holy crap! Holy crap! Holy crap! A dragon, it's actually a dragon. Director Zhao Yi slapped the table hard, shouting a string of the finest national essence. After all, the final exams were approaching, and many newly awakened beast tamers and spirit beasts were forming contracts during this time, with battles everywhere, joining the tamer assessments. Jiangcheng, as a small city, had only one higher academy, the Jiangcheng Beast-Taming Academy, which naturally had the right to set up a live broadcast channel for the assessment to observe students' performances. No one expected that while watching, a dragon would actually appear? The teachers beside him were also quite surprised. Isn't that Lin Mingxue? Didn't she register as F-rank bloodline? How did she turn into a dragon? Could it be she lied back then? That's impossible. Even if she lied, the testing instrument wouldn't make a mistake. It's not like the recorder and she could collude, right? Everyone discussed heatedly, but no one could come up with a reasonable explanation. At the very back of the room sat an old man over 60 years of age. Though old, his posture remained straight, and his eyes shone bright with energy. His gaze, unlike the other teachers, was not fixed on Lin Mingxue, but locked tightly on Chen Yi beside her. SS-rank talent, source of strength, not only allowed him to control the spiritual power of nature in battle, but also to sense places rich in spiritual energy and the direction it flowed. On the screen, the flow of energy was clear, it was rushing from Chen Yi toward Lin Mingxue. That meant Lin Mingxue's ability to turn into a dragon with an F-rank bloodline was likely closely related to Chen Yi. The old man stood up and walked to Zhao Yi's side, asking, "Is this Chen Yi a student of the academy?" "Please wait, Mr. Luo, I'll check right away." "No need to check. That Chen Yi isn't a student of our academy." A female teacher interrupted, "He used to be close with Lu Ruyan from class 3 of year 2. I often saw him signing in for her, and I was too lazy to expose him." Lu Ruyan? The one who took the last test with the E-rank spirit beast? Yes, they'd been together for over a year, I think. Didn't expect them to break up suddenly. Hearing this, the old man's brows furrowed deeply. E-rank spirit beast? Could it be this man possessed some special talent that could enhance low-rank spirit beasts? It seemed necessary to pay attention to this person named Chen Yi. In the live broadcast, the beast tamer assessment continued. The Grey Wolf of the second stage met the same fate as the Flame Dog before it. As soon as it was summoned, Lin Mingxue blew a breath at it, and it turned into an ice sculpture, shattering apart. An instant kill, without question. Next came the third stage, the Stage 1 Level 4 Demon Dog, which also fell powerless under Lin Mingxue's single breath. Then, the fourth, fifth, sixth all the way to the 8th stage, every AI beast vanished into nothingness with Lin Mingxue's gentle breath. The audience in the testing area were completely stunned by what they saw, their eyes nearly popping out and shattering on the ground. S-rank, definitely an S-rank spirit beast. Only an S-rank spirit beast could so easily defeat these AI beasts. Over the years, there had been people who passed all 9 stages, and it wasn't even that rare. Each city averaged about 10 pairs a year. But someone like Lin Mingxue, so calm and effortless, she was absolutely the first in history. Not to mention, Lin Mingxue was only Stage 1 Level 2. She didn't even use any skills, just casually blew a breath and instantly killed the AI monster that was several levels higher than her. Such a scene can probably only be seen in beast-taming novels, right? Several beast-taming student experts in the observation zone, all above level B, were regretting so much they felt like their intestines were turning green. After awakening their talents, they had considered inviting Lin Mingxue to form a contract with her. However, under the earnest persuasion of family, friends, and teachers, they eventually gave up those childish thoughts. After all, in this world, strength is the foundation for survival. Once you have strength, who would worry about not having beautiful women by your side? Beast tamers can form contracts with multiple spirit beasts, but in the early stages, especially when you can only contract one spirit beast at the first level, if you contract a useless face, it would be difficult to advance. One step slow, every step slow, and they might even be eliminated before breaking through the second level. If their awakened talent was something like Qin Shoxing's, which enhanced their combat ability, then they could at least consider it. They could just replace it after getting bored, and the impact on themselves would not be as significant as that of an auxiliary-type beast tamer. But now they are told that Lin Mengxue, the campus belle of the Beast-Taming Academy, is not only beautiful beyond compare but also possesses an unbelievably powerful strength. If they missed out on this, they'd be kicking themselves so hard that their legs would be sore. In the video, the test finally reached the 9th level. The 8th level test is over. Congratulations on successfully clearing the level. 9th level, first stage, 10th rank, Snow Woman. The AI monster will appear in 30 seconds, please prepare for battle. What the hell, it's a Snow Woman. 6-star difficulty, and it's an ice attribute monster, level 9, surely it won't be killed instantly, right? Mengxue really has bad luck. First, it was the flame dog in the first level, and now, in the final level, she gets an ice attribute monster with extremely high resistance? Humph. If you can win this time, I'll do it standing on my head. Qin Shousheng gritted his teeth and said with a venomous expression. He had stayed here to watch Chen Yi and Lin Mengxue make fools of themselves. But who would have thought that what he ended up seeing was the two of them showing off their overwhelming strength? This feels worse than eating 10 pounds of shit. The others, hearing this, rolled their eyes, as if watching a clown. This Qin Shousheng, every time Lin Mengxue killed an enemy, he would mock her coldly. Does he really dislike seeing Lin Mengxue rise up? Inside the test space, the dragon-transformed Lin Mengxue let out a big yawn, revealing a hint of tiredness. On one hand, it was because she didn't sleep well last night, and on the other, these enemies were just too weak to even pique her interest. Yesterday in the training room, she could easily kill enemies of the first stage, 10th rank, so what about these weaklings? If it wasn't for the fact that Chen Yi's training room was a first stage training room, she would have definitely looked for a few second stage monsters to test her strength. Finally, 30 seconds passed. The AI monster, Snow Woman, was summoned. As soon as it appeared, it brought with it a sky full of snowflakes, covering the entire space with white snow. Howl. The Snow Woman let out a howl and quickly condensed a huge ice arrow, shooting it towards Lin Mengxue. Crack! A crisp sound rang out, and the ice arrow shattered. It only left a small white dot on the scales on Lin Mengxue's chest, not even breaking her defense. No way? Is the defense really this strong? This is a bit ridiculous. There's a 9-rank difference, yet the attack still can't break the defense? But the Snow Woman has extremely high resistance to ice attribute attacks. I wonder if Mengxue has other attribute skills. As the crowd debated, Lin Mengxue flapped her huge dragon wings, and a powerful gust of wind swept through, instantly knocking the Snow Woman, who was about to launch a second attack, to the ground. Without a moment of pause, Lin Mengxue swiftly soared into the air and suddenly stomped down hard. Smash! Accompanied by a crisp sound, the flesh and blood Snow Woman was crushed like a balloon by Lin Mengxue's stomp. Her body instantly transformed into countless ice crystals, scattering on the ground, merging with the surrounding snowflakes. The 9th level assessment has ended. Congratulations on successfully passing this Beast Master assessment. Looking at the passing words displayed on the big screen, the spectators in the viewing area were completely stunned. Passing the 9th level was not an unprecedented event. The gaze was filled with various emotions: envy, blessings, jealousy, and even hostility. After all, having captured the school belle, and even establishing a contract, the love rival's heart must be shattered into pieces. When Chen Yi and Lin Mengxue finally freed themselves from the encirclement of the students and received their Beast Master certificates along with extra rewards, it was around 8 o'clock in the evening. Their stomachs had already begun to protest. Brother Chen Yi, what are we having for dinner? Schwer, your cooking is so good, of course, I'll eat whatever you make. He, with Brother Chen Yi saying that, I'm already satisfied. However, just as they finished buying groceries and were about to head home to cook, Lin Mengxue's phone suddenly rang. The screen displayed a no need. Chen Yi decisively said, I will unhesitatingly abandon the civilians and choose to survive with my contract Spirit Beast. Mr. Luo furrowed his brow slightly, took a sip of clear tea, and asked, Oh? Can you explain your reasoning? Chen Yi took a deep breath and slowly said, if I really encounter an enemy that I can't defeat, then even if I stay here, the final result will just be a pointless increase in casualties. My goal is to go farther, not to stage a tragic end for a battle with no chance of winning. If I leave to find reinforcements elsewhere, the civilians might still live. Even if all those civilians sacrifice themselves, the reinforcements that arrive later can defeat that monster. It is definitely better than doing nothing and dying here. It must be said, the thought process was very clear. Many young beast tamers died for that so-called tragic cause, which was indeed extremely foolish. In this world, surviving is everything. Mr. Luo nodded with satisfaction upon hearing this response. Then the second question, if an S-class spirit beast stands in front of you now and expresses a willingness to contract with you, would you be willing to give up your current contract spirit beast for it? Before he finished speaking, Chen Yi directly interrupted, no way. What a joke, Lin Mengxue is so beautiful and an SSS-class Frost Dragon bloodline. Only a fool would give her up to contract with an S-class Spirit Beast. Upon hearing Chen Yi's answer, Lin Mengxue's eyes instantly became moist. Although she did not know how Chen Yi allowed her to gain such powerful strength. From the test data, her bloodline level was only F-class. Chen Yi was actually willing to give up the opportunity to contract with an S-class Spirit Beast for her. Without any hesitation, answering very decisively, very good. Now, the last question. Who do you think will win in the battle between us and the monsters? Hearing this, Chen Yi's brows furrowed tightly. He really could not understand what this old man in front of him was trying to do by asking such a question. Did he think the outcome of this war would change because of his answer? Chen Yi thought to himself. After a moment, he slowly said, I don't know who will win, but I will strive to make our chances a bit higher. Mr. Luo's brow lifted slightly, seemingly pleasantly surprised by this answer. What an interesting answer. I thought you would definitely say that humans would win. However, I like this answer too. As a gift for chatting with this old man, Chen Yi, this item is yours. Saying this, Mr. Luo took out a blue ring from his pocket and placed it on the table, pushing it in front of Chen Yi. Chen Yi picked up the ring and examined it. It appeared to be no different from an ordinary wedding ring. What is this? Beside him, Lin Mengxue gasped in surprise, murmuring, could it be a space ring? Mr. Luo nodded, yes. But this is just a basic one, with only 100 cubic space inside. It isn't very large. Kid, you are quite impressive. Both your character and strength have captured my heart. In 6 days, for the final assessment, if you perform well, I will also give you a big gift. After saying this, he stood up slowly and left the room, leaving behind a shocked Chen Yi and Lin Mengxue. Half a minute later, Lin Mengxue finally came back to her senses. She hurriedly tugged at Chen Yi's sleeve and excitedly said, Chen Yi, this is a space ring. A space ring. A space ring that can hold things. Calm down, Schwer, I know. Chen Yi was also quite taken aback. He naturally knew about space rings in this world, which were extremely rare. Even someone like Qin Shouxin would probably find it very hard to get one. And this old man actually gave it to him so easily. What is his identity? Schwer, do you know that old man? Is he a teacher at the school? I don't know him. Anyway, I have never seen him at school. Forget it. I'm starving to death. Let's figure out how to use this thing when we get back. The story splits into 2 parts. In the underground parking lot of Jiangcheng Beastmaster Academy, Mr. Luo opened the door of a Rolls-Royce and sat in the back seat. The old man in the driver's seat, dressed in a butler uniform, started the Rolls-Royce and slowly drove towards the garage door. While driving, he asked, Master, how was it? Mr. Luo opened the sunroof, lit a cigarette, took a deep breath, and slowly exhaled a cloud of smoke. He is a very good seed. Let's not talk about strength for now. His temperament is excellent. No wonder you look so happy, Master. The butler continued to ask, did you see anything special about him? Is there hope for the young lady's illness? Hearing this, Mr. Luo's expression instantly grew serious. His granddaughter, Luo Shirin, had successfully awakened 3 years ago, but her bloodline level was only F grade. Many high-level countries, after analyzing a lot of genetic data, have basically confirmed one thing: the quality level of offspring generally fluctuates within 2 levels up or down from the average level of the parents, and will not exceed 3 levels at most. His son, Luo Yang, Luo Shirin's father, is an SS-level Beastmaster, and the biological mother is also an SS-level Spirit Beast. In other words, no matter how low Luo Shirin's bloodline level is, it absolutely should not be lower than B grade. Because of this, Luo Yang had a big fight with his wife, suspecting he had been cheated on. Until a paternity test confirmed that Luo Shirin was indeed their biological daughter. Because of this, Mr. Luo began to suspect that Luo Shirin might have some kind of illness, or that her bloodline potential had not yet been awakened, which caused her low bloodline level. So, he thought of letting Luo Shirin take various spiritual herbs, hoping to awaken her true potential. He came to the small city of Jiangcheng because the Beastmaster team of the Jiangcheng Beastmaster Academy accidentally discovered a spiritual herb that could enhance innate talent, and he was here to negotiate the price of this herb. Unexpectedly, he encountered a talent like Chen Yi in this small city of Jiangcheng. It's still unclear for now. By the way, have we investigated the background of Lin Mengxue's parents? We have found out. Her father, Lin Xian, is an S-level Beastmaster, and her biological mother is unknown, but the 6 spirit beasts contracted by Lin Xian are all at least A grade, so her mother should be one of them. At least A grade? Interesting. The old man let out a long sigh, a glimmer of hope flashing in his eyes. Based on the average level of her parents being A grade, Lin Mengxue's bloodline should definitely not be so low as F grade. However, during the assessment test in the afternoon, the strength displayed by Lin Mengxue far exceeded what should be expected from an F grade bloodline. It would not be an exaggeration to say her strength was at least S grade, possibly even SS grade. In other words, Lin Mengshua's situation might be just like Luo Shirin's. Due to some reason, her bloodline is hidden. And Chen Yi seems to have the power to awaken this hidden bloodline. Master, shall we return to the demon city next? No need. Let's stay here for a while. When you have time, go back and bring Shirin over. I think it's necessary for Shirin to meet that kid. Understood. Master. Chapter 10, Cultivation Methods in the Beastmaster World. Something big has happened. Something big has happened. Senior Mengxue has really been contracted by someone. Isn't this news too outdated? Senior Mengxue not only got contracted, but she also cleared the Beastmaster assessment at lightning speed. Faster than the records at Yanjing and the Demon City. I saw Senior Mengxue making waves at the Beastmaster Association in the evening. So strong. Really so strange. When Senior Mengxue was testing her bloodline level, I was right beside her, and the instrument indeed showed an F-level bloodline. This is definitely not mistaken, but why can an F-level bloodline turn into a dragon? Now discussing these things is meaningless. Since Mengxue has been contracted and possesses such strong power, it seems it's time for me to rest easy and look for the next wife. You say it as if Senior Mengxue was your wife before. After just one night's time. The news about Chen Yi carrying Lin Mengxue through the Beast-Tamer assessment quickly spread through the major group chats of the Beast-Tamer Academy. Most male students still held a blessing mentality. After all, they know that it is hard for them to have any special connection with Lin Mengxue in this life. Now seeing their goddess in the future no longer being criticized by everyone and having a bright future must be comforting. However, the criticism towards Chen Yi was naturally not less. How could such a goddess in so many people's hearts be taken away by someone from another school? It's really hard to ease the anger without a few scoldings. But the content in the girls' group chat was different. They were all thinking about whether they should find Chen Yi and see if they could. There is no need to be picky, and soon this will become a thing of the past. After all, when he first arrived here, he had no place to shield himself from the wind and rain, and he was even close to starving. But now, not only did he have a place to live, but he also found a job as a janitor in the shopping mall's underground parking lot. Although the income was meager and it was hard to save any money, it was enough to make a living and not starve on the street. Lin Mengxue listened to Chen Yi's words and nodded deeply in agreement. She vowed that she would stick with Chen Yi for life and would never let him return to such a life again. Chen Yi's luggage wasn't much, mostly consisting of some old clothes. Of course, if it were just that, there would be no need to come back. The most crucial part was some cultivation resources. Chen Yi rummaged through everything, and finally, under a piece of worn-out floorboard, he took out 23 silver-white crystal stones. When Lin Mengxue saw these crystals, she couldn't help but freeze for a moment. Her eyes widened as she asked in surprise, "Chen Yi bro, where did you get these things? Without a Beast Master certificate, you shouldn't be able to buy them, right? Could they be from the black market?" In this world, apart from beast meat, there is another crucial cultivation resource, beast crystals. The cultivation method in this world is quite special. One improves their level and strength by consuming foods rich in spiritual power. Only beast masters and their spirit beasts, who have completed a contract, are qualified to embark on the cultivation path. When a spirit beast consumes beast meat, beast crystals, and other resources rich in spiritual power, the spiritual power will gradually imprint a spiritual mark within the spirit beast's body, gathering energy. After that, the beast master needs to guide and activate these spiritual marks to nourish the spirit beast's body and elevate its level. During this process, some spiritual power will seep out and return to the beast master, allowing them to gain strength and level up together. Beast crystals, to put it simply, are a type of high-quality cultivation resource. A single beast crystal contains spiritual power equivalent to about a pound of beast meat of the same level. Practicing by eating beast meat will eventually lead to a point of fullness, during which one cannot continue to cultivate. However, beast crystals are like little snacks. While they can also fill one up, they provide significantly more energy per unit than beast meat. Because of this, many wealthy youths hope to use these crystals to speed up their cultivation process. To prevent a complete monopoly on beast crystals, the Beast Master Association specially enacted a policy. Only individuals holding a Beast Master certificate are qualified to purchase beast crystals, and the quantity purchased is strictly limited. But where did these 23 beast crystals come from? Chen Yi smiled slightly and explained, "What if I said I found them? Would you believe it?" Lin Mengxue pouted, "I'm already your spirit beast, you should just tell me." "I really found them, although they were from a corpse." Corpse? Alright, I won't ask anymore. I just feel like it's not something good. Good girl, we've got what we need, let's go home. Chapter 11, Saying Goodbye to the Past. As soon as they stepped outside, they found the neighbors had already gathered at Chen Yi's doorstep. Curiosity was written all over their faces, and all eyes were on Lin Mengxue. "Little Chen, who is this girl? Is she your girlfriend? She's too beautiful. Wait a minute, I remember your girlfriend's name was something like Lu, right? Has she changed? Chen Yi smiled and explained, she is my contracted spirit beast, Lin Mengxue. Seeing this, Lin Mengxue also bowed respectfully to the crowd and said softly, I am Lin Mengxue. It is Chen Yi's contract spirit beast, thank you all for taking care of my brother Chen Yi. So polite. I haven't seen such a polite girl in a long time. The clothes she is wearing are really nice, she must be a rich young lady, right? Xiao Chen, you can meet such a girl, make sure you don't take her for granted. Listening to the praises from these simply dressed commoners, Lin Mengxue felt a warm feeling in her heart for some reason. Those boys who usually dressed neatly and looked proper often praised her with ulterior motives, which made her feel quite uncomfortable. Perhaps, this is the difference between ulterior motives and genuine feelings? Chen Yi nodded slightly, that's for sure. Xuer is so beautiful, how could I take her for granted? But this time I came back to say goodbye to everyone, I probably won't come back here again. As soon as these words came out, everyone's faces showed a hint of regret. Although they felt somewhat unwilling, they also understood that for a beast master, the outside world is their true stage. Indeed, it has to be young people who can go out and see the world so quickly. However, it is true that beast masters cannot be confined here. Xiao Chun, I had a fever recently, and you brought me medicine, I cannot express my gratitude for this, you should find this useful, consider it my gift. An elderly man, leaning on a cane and with a broken leg, slowly walked in front of Chen Yi and took out 2 silvery crystal stones to give to him. From the outside, they looked just like beast crystal cores, but the light they emitted was even more dazzling. And in the center of the cores, one could vaguely see a red mark. Could it be 2 second-tier fire attribute Beast King crystal cores? Old Lin, you actually have these? Don't you think about how my leg got broken? Just accept them. Thank you, Old Lin. I really can use these. At this time, everyone saw Old Lin's actions and returned to their homes to come out with big and small bags of things. Xiao Chen, you said you really liked the sunflower seed oil I made, here you go. Xiao Chen, this is a shopping voucher from my recent part-time job, accept it and buy something you like to eat. Xiao Chen, you often help us, you must accept these. Although these small gifts are not expensive, they are considered quite luxurious for these poor people, showing their sincerity. In this world, beast masters are held in high regard. Of course, this refers to D rank and above, those who can fight against magical beasts. Others are at the bottom, doing the most basic jobs and earning barely enough to eat unless they are lucky enough to awaken D rank qualities and bloodlines. It can be said that there are hardly any human rights. But it must be said that because of these people's help, Chen Yi, who had crossed into this world and was lonely, could establish himself here. He gave a deep bow to these neighbors, filled with gratitude in his eyes, and said, thank you all. I, Chen Yi, promise, I will change this world. Well, Xiao Chun, just having this intention is enough. Take care and come back often. Amidst the farewell voices of the neighbors, the figures of Chen Yi and Lin Mengxue gradually walked away. On the way back, Lin Mengxue finally found an opportunity to speak and softly asked, Chen Yi, what you just said about changing the world, is it true? Chen Yi smiled lightly and asked back, do you believe it? I do. Then that's settled. Let's go back and cultivate. As soon as they got home, Chen Yi dumped all the magical beast crystal cores from the spatial ring onto the table. Counting yesterday's reward for passing the 9 levels, there were a total of 53 first-tier magical beast crystal cores. With an additional 36 kilograms of beast meat. 2 second-tier beast king crystal cores were not taken out because they were fire attribute, contrary to Lin Mengxue's attribute. Come on, let's eat. You can start by gnawing on the beast crystal core. Eat? Lin Mengxue trembled as she pointed at the beast crystal core. Eat it directly? Isn't it said that beast crystal cores must be ground into powder and soaked in water? Chen Yi nodded, softly saying, didn't you say you would unconditionally trust everything about me? Why not give it a try? If you really can't accept it, grinding it into powder is also an option. Hearing this, Lin Mengxue couldn't help but swallow hard. She stared at the beast crystal core, secretly mumbling to herself. The crystal core was about the size of a ping-pong ball, and she truly couldn't imagine how to swallow it whole. But still, she was willing to trust Chen Yi completely. Since Chen Yi told her to eat it directly, there must be a profound meaning behind it. Thinking of this, Lin Mengxue no longer hesitated, decisively picked up a beast crystal core, closed her eyes tightly, and without hesitation stuffed it into her mouth. Sure enough, just as she expected. The crystal core was incredibly hard, and she could not bite down at all, let alone swallow it. Just when she felt confused and helpless, Chen Yi's voice rang in her ears, keep it in your mouth, don't move. He extended his right hand, gently placing it beside Lin Mengxue's cheek, activating the SSS-level talent energy guidance. In an instant, that originally hard-as-stone energy crystal core turned soft as cream. With just a gentle bite, it immediately melted away. The pure spiritual energy inside the crystal flowed down with Lin Mengshue's saliva, instantly spreading throughout her body. Lin Mengshue's eyes snapped open, her face filled with disbelief. She stammered and asked, "Brother Chen Yi, what is happening?" Chen Yi smiled and replied, "Didn't I tell you, trusting me is never wrong? You're amazing, Brother Chen Yi. What other powers do you have that I don't know about?" Lin Mengxue looked at Chen Yi in surprise, a hint of infatuation flashing in her beautiful eyes. She had thought she understood Chen Yi well enough. But unexpectedly, he managed to bring her such unexpected surprises every day. So amazing. So outstanding. She really didn't know how to describe Chen Yi's excellence. Chen Yi's strength and brilliance left her incredibly shocked. Thankfully, she made the choice 2 days ago to follow Chen Yi into the training room. Otherwise, where would she have met such a treasure as Chen Yi? She felt completely at ease putting everything in Chen Yi's hands. Ding! Lin Mengshue's favorability reached 80 points. Congratulations to the host for successfully capturing the heart of the Spirit Beast Girl. Congratulations to the host for gaining 10 enhancement points. Congratulations to the host for mastering the beast control skill, Beast Insight. Chapter 12, A Crazy Training Method. Hearing the system's prompt sound, Chen Yi was stunned for a moment. Did the favorability break through just like that? He thought it would take a battle time of more than 20 minutes tonight to break through. He didn't expect it to suddenly break through like this, which was truly unexpected. Looking at the enhancement points displayed on the system interface, Chen Yi unhesitatingly chose to enhance his physique. Because the exercise amount had drastically increased these 2 nights. The physique value successfully increased to 10 points, just about reaching the level of a normal adult male. But this was still far from enough. System, add 10 points to my physique. Ding! Enhancement successful. Current physique value, 20 points. Chen Yi smiled slightly and said, "Alright, don't just be surprised, there are 52 left, let's eat them all at once." Lin Mengxue nodded. With the help of the energy guidance, she quickly swallowed the remaining first-tier beast crystal cores. In an instant, an extremely pure energy slowly surged within her body. As the energy dissipated, a cold atmosphere filled the room. Seeing this, Chen Yi also knew. It's time to take matters into his own hands. He tightly embraced Lin Mengxue, their foreheads gently touching, and once again channeled energy. In an instant, the spiritual energy flow around them seemed to be pulled by an invisible force, starting to orbit them in a rhythmic manner. Every 10 seconds, a strand of spiritual energy would merge into Lin Mengshue's body. And approximately every 30 seconds, a thin strand of spiritual energy would quietly integrate into Chen Yi's body. As the strands of spiritual energy continuously fused with Lin Mengxue, the temperature in the living room rapidly dropped, and a layer of glistening white frost began to form on the furniture. Lin Mengshue's originally pitch-black hair gradually started to turn white from the tips. Above her head, a pair of small dragon horns slowly began to grow. Has she entered her armed form again? No, this is power manifestation. Wow, no wonder she is an SSS-level spirit beast, being able to achieve power manifestation in the first tier? But it seems like she's still lacking a bit of spiritual energy, so she probably won't fully manifest. The so-called power manifestation is a special state that exists between the armed form and the human form. When the power within the spirit beast girl is so abundant that she cannot fully control it, a phenomenon of power overflow occurs. This overflowing power grants the human form a certain degree of power enhancement and appearance change. In simple terms, it means she is turned into a beast girl. Spirit beast girls consume a large amount of spiritual energy to maintain their armed and beast forms. Only the human form can slowly recover energy. A spirit beast girl with power manifestation can still possess a certain level of combat self-defense ability, even in a human form where her power is completely exhausted. High-grade spirit beasts can usually trigger power manifestation, which symbolizes their tremendous strength. However, no one expected that Lin Mengxue successfully triggered this state at just the first tier. Boom! Suddenly, a powerful aura erupted from Lin Mengshue's body. Lin Mengshue's level successfully broke through to the first tier, third segment. However, this was just the beginning. As Chen Yi continuously guided the spiritual energy imprint from Lin Mengshue's body, her level kept climbing. First tier, fourth segment, first tier, fifth segment, first tier, sixth segment, until Lin Mengshue's level finally reached the first tier, eighth segment. All the energy from the 53 magical beast crystal cores she swallowed was completely refined. Name, Lin Mengxue, Power Manifestation. Contract Master, Chen Yi. Bloodline, SSS-level Frost Dragon. Level, first tier, 8th segment. Physique, 28. Spiritual energy, 21. Attributes, Ice, Dragon. Skill, Ice Breath. Affection, plus 80 points. Affinity, 6. At the same time, with the light from Lin Mengxue refining the magical beast crystal cores, Chen Yi also successfully broke through to the first tier, 6th segment. His physique value reached 25 points, and his spiritual energy value finally broke through 10 points. Is this really the first tier, 8th segment? How could it be so fast? Lin Mingxue felt the huge changes in her level and power, filled with astonishment in her heart. The teacher had once released some research data in class. Typically, to break through from the first tier, 1st segment to the first tier, 8th segment, it would require refining around 250 magical beast crystal cores. But she had only used 53 to already surpass this hurdle. Moreover, she felt that she was not far from breaking through to the first tier, 9th segment. Chen Yi looked at Lin Mengshue's surprised expression, smiled slightly, and explained, the teacher should have mentioned that grinding the magical beast crystal cores into powder and brewing them will result in about 80% loss of spiritual energy, right? Lin Mingxue nodded, but that's unavoidable, right? How can we eat it without grinding it? Even if we could swallow it whole, it would take months to fully absorb the spiritual energy from a whole magical beast crystal core, right? Chen Yi gently flicked Lin Mengshue's forehead. So I just made you eat it all, and with my ability, I can ensure not a bit of energy goes to waste. I see, no wonder 53 first stage magical beast cores can allow me to break through directly to the 8th stage of the first level. Lin Mengxue was also greatly amazed. With someone like Chen Yi around, it's like having 5 times the magical beast cores. And that's not all. Although this was Lin Mengshue's first time cultivating, she could clearly feel that during the energy guidance, the energy flow seemed to be as smooth and natural as flowing water, with not a bit wasted. In class, it was mentioned that during energy guidance, depending on the Beastmaster's proficiency, there would be some energy loss, more or less. But now, Chen Yi even managed to not waste that part. All calculated, a magical beast core in Chen Yi's hands could be used like 6 or 7 compared to other Beastmasters. This extraordinary ability is truly unbelievable. Stop being so shocked. I see you haven't eaten enough. How about having a magical beast leg, is that okay? No problem, I love eating magical beast legs. Can we eat it raw? Wow, really? Do we have to eat it raw? Seeing Lin Mengshue's expression, Chen Yi couldn't help but laugh. Just kidding. You can cook it however you want, it really doesn't have that much energy content. Chen Yi stood up and gently poked the dragon horn growing from Lin Mengshue's head. By the way, can I use this as a handrail at night? I feel like it would be pretty interesting. Upon hearing this, Lin Mengshue's face instantly turned red. She pouted and playfully scolded, what handrail? Can't you be more serious? Isn't it okay? Lin Mengxue sighed. She felt it was necessary to tell Chen Yi that this was a dragon horn, sacred and inviolable. How could it be used for such strange purposes? Fine. Chapter 13, Wind and Moon Canyon. The next morning, Chen Yi and Lin Mengxue arrived at the Beastmaster Association together to buy magical beast cores. Qualified first-stage Beastmaster teams can only buy 31st-stage magical beast cores per week, priced at 100 Dragon Kingdom coins each. If they want to buy more, the price doubles, and they can buy at most an additional 50. Although going to the black market is also an option, the price would probably be much more than double. Because of this, some poor Beastmaster teams specialize in this resale business. They sell the magical beast cores bought from the Beastmaster Association at the black market, basically ensuring a monthly income of over 10,000. However, once caught, they will be blacklisted, and cannot buy anymore. Lin Mengxue came from a wealthy family and originally planned to buy more magical beast cores, but she was stopped by Chen Yi. No need, there are still 3 days until the final assessment. We can go hunt some magical beasts outside the city. Money is good, and we'll need it in many places later. Hearing this, Lin Mengxue froze for a moment, hunting magical beasts in the wild? Is it dangerous? Due to the existence of dimensional rifts, countless magical beasts descend into this world almost daily. Cities are protected by defense barriers, making it hard for low-level magical beasts to intrude. But the situation in the wild is completely different. Magical beasts grow stronger by consuming each other. The areas close to human cities have soldiers regularly clearing out beasts, so they typically don't grow too powerful. The first stage magical beast cores sold by the Beastmaster Association come from this. However, unpredictable events may occur. What if they encounter a lucky survivor that has consumed countless magical beasts and already grown to the 2nd or 3rd level? That would be quite dangerous. There is definitely danger. But what does that saying go? The bigger the waves, the more valuable the fish. And besides, you definitely wouldn't want to spend your whole life cooped up in the city, right? In this situation, going out of the city for some training not only allows you to get magic beast crystals, but also sharpens your combat skills. I think it's not a bad idea. Upon hearing Chen Yi's response, Lin Mengshue's hesitation instantly vanished. Alright. Brother Chen Yi, I will listen to you. She also felt a bit speechless about herself. Clearly, she already had such strong power, so why still so timid? What a useless feeling. After deciding to go out of the city to hunt magic beasts, Chen Yi and Lin Mengxue spent 2 hours gathering the essentials for outdoor exploration. I must say, having a space ring made outdoor exploration much easier. All the items could be stored inside. Chen Yi opened the Lack of Virtue map, searching for the best place near Jiang City for a first-level beast master to train. After some selection, he finally settled on the Fengyue Gorge located in the southwest of Jiang City. This place is surrounded by mountains, with only one exit to the north connecting to the supply station on the west side of Jiang City, almost forming an independent isolation zone. Due to regular purgings by the army, high-level magic beasts simply could not be born without external interference. For this reason, many low-level beast masters and spirit beasts gave this place a 5-star rating on the Lack of Virtue map, praising it as very suitable for first and second-level beast masters to train. Although Chen Yi appeared to be relaxed on the surface, in reality, he was still very cautious inside. With the system's support, growth was just a matter of time, and there was no need to risk going to more dangerous areas. That's why he would choose a place like Fengyue Gorge, where there are many people and very low risks for training. At 3 in the afternoon, the sun was shining, and the weather was mild. Chen Yi and Lin Mengxue arrived at the supply station west of Jiang City. From a distance, at least 100 or 200 beast masters and spirit beasts were gathered here, loudly calling out, looking like they were trying to recruit teammates. After all, when compared to hunting magic beasts alone in the wild, teaming up was naturally much safer. According to the system interface, most spirit beasts were around level 1 stage 10 to level 2 stage 5, and the levels of the beast masters should not be much different. To see so many beast masters gathered together in the wild was indeed pretty rare. Brother Chen Yi, I saw in the reviews that after coming to the supply station, we can rent an off-road vehicle from the rental shop to the west, otherwise, it will take at least 4 to 5 hours to walk to Fengyue Gorge. Rent a vehicle? Schwer, let me ask you, do you have a driver's license? Ha? Doesn't Brother Chen Yi have one? I'm just a wanderer, how can I afford the money to learn to drive? Suddenly, the atmosphere became a bit awkward. According to the map, it was about 45 kilometers from the supply station south to the Fengyue Gorge. Although the road was straight and not too rugged. If they went on foot, they probably wouldn't reach their destination before dark. That's why someone set up a rental shop at the supply station to make a profit. But the problem was, without a driver's license, what good would renting a vehicle do? At that moment, Chen Yi's gaze suddenly landed on Lin Mengxue, and a flash of inspiration hit him. The dragon lady can be ridden any time, not just at night. Why not ride her now? Her speed might be much faster than an off-road vehicle. Just as Chen Yi was about to propose this idea, suddenly, a clear female voice came from behind. Ah! It's Mengxue, Jr. Chen Yi and Lin Mengxue turned around at the sound. They saw a girl in the Beastmaster Academy uniform smiling as she walked towards them. With a B-level bloodline, level 2 stage 4, she looked to be a year or two older than Lin Mengxue. However, Lin Mengxue seemed to have no impression of her. A bewildered expression appeared on her face. Hello, may I ask if you are? I am Su Yao, a junior, just a person in the shadows. It's normal that you don't know me. Su Yao changed the subject and continued, Junior Mengxue, your performance in the Beastmaster assessment the day before yesterday was just amazing. Hearing this compliment, Lin Mengxue couldn't help but smile slightly and responded, thank you for the praise. Many people in the academy knew her, but naturally, she couldn't know everyone. So in such a situation, the best way to respond is to treat others politely, perhaps leading to unexpected gains. Facts proved that her thoughts were correct. Su Yao chuckled a few times and said, let's put that aside. Junior Mengxue, since you've come here, you must be heading to Fengyue Canyon, right? Want to hitch a ride with us? Our team just rented a vehicle. Upon hearing this, a flash of surprise went through Lin Mengxue's beautiful eyes. Really? That's great. We were struggling with how to get to Fengyue Canyon. Of course, it's true. Our team is full of academy members, and we can't wait to journey with the latest legend. Then thank you. Chen Yi sighed slightly at this. It seems that to experience riding a flying dragon, he would have to wait until next time. Chapter 14, Monster Attack. Soon, Chen Yi and Lin Mengxue followed Su Yao to their team's gathering spot. Including Su Yao, there were 2 men and 2 women, with the spirit beasts all at level 2, stage 4, and B-grade bloodlines. The situation for the male companions should not be much different. The only downside of the system is that it can only see through the information of spirit beasts and cannot see the information of beast masters. To see only half the picture feels somewhat strange. Nice job, Yao Yao. You said you saw a familiar face, but who would have thought it's Lin the campus flower? Su Yao's beastmaster, Yi Chen, was also surprised when he saw it was Lin Mengxue who had arrived. Not to mention anything else, he definitely had a crush on Lin Mengxue when she entered the school last year. Unfortunately, he awoke his talent too late, and at that time Lin Mengxue had not awakened her talent either. Slowly he forgot her without any interaction. Who would have thought he would see her again now? What? Are you still thinking about hitting on Junior Mingxue? How could that be? Let alone if you agree, does Junior Mingxue agree? Chen Yi rolled his eyes. The key point is, shouldn't it be about whether he agrees? The other Beastmaster pair, Zhang Yuan and Zhou Feifei, after greeting them, were also staring at the hat on Lin Mengshue's head, whispering to each other about something. But in the end, they couldn't help their curiosity and walked up to ask a question. Junior Mingxue, what do you have hidden in your hat? I feel like there's a surge of energy in it. Hearing this, Lin Mingxue smiled. Let's talk once we're in the car, it's not convenient to reveal it now. After getting into the car and seeing the silver-white dragon horns, all four present were stunned. Today, the 31st tier monster cores purchased, Chen Yi also helped Lin Mingxue to refine them. The level rose to stage 9 of the first tier, making the manifestation of power more obvious, and the dragon horns in the area where her hair color changes became longer. She looked even more like a dragon girl. Power manifestation? No way. Junior Mingxue, aren't you just first tier? You manifested it already? I thought the white tips of your hair were dyed, but it turns out to be the result of power manifestation. As expected of Lin the campus flower, you dare to hunt monsters in Fengyue Canyon at first tier. When I broke through to the second tier, I hesitated here for a long time. Junior Mingxue even killed a first tier level 10 snowwoman with a slap. Facing these monsters in Fengyue Canyon, with an average difficulty of 2 to 3 stars, even the second tier should find it easier than us. Listening to the astonished voices of the 4 senior students, Lin Mengshue's heart surged with an indescribable sense of pride. Since awakening her F-level bloodline, she hadn't heard such a voice in a long time. She gently grasped Chen Yi's wrist, her face beaming with a proud smile, and said, all of this is thanks to brother Chen Yi. Without him, there wouldn't be the current me. As soon as her words fell, the eyes of the 4 of them unanimously landed on Chen Yi. The 2 girls' eyes were filled with admiration, while the 2 men's eyes were filled with envy and jealousy. In the past 2 days, discussions about Chen Yi's talent and abilities had been ablaze in various class groups. It was even more intense than discussions about Lin Mengshue's race. But there was one thing that stood out: many B-level and even some A-level Spirit Beast girls seemed to have developed a strong interest in Chen Yi, even contemplating a contract with him. After all, if an F-level bloodline could demonstrate such remarkable power, why would they, as B-level or even A-level Spirit Beasts, be weaker than Lin Mengxue? Chen Yi shrugged, explaining, that's all Mengshue's own strength, I'm just playing a guiding role. However, to others, his words sounded like a kind of humble bragging. What power could an F-level bloodline have? Even those with S-level supportive talents, after contracting with Lin Mengxue, would definitely not be able to make her so powerful. Nevertheless, because of Chen Yi's humble comments, the atmosphere in the car relaxed quite a bit. Zhang Yuan was driving, while the group chatted and laughed, heading towards Wind Moon Valley. The beasts appearing in Wind Moon Valley generally have attributes of wind, earth, and wood, making it suitable for ice and fire attributes to engage in battle. The average level of monsters is typically around first stage 10 segments, with the higher ones only reaching second stage 3 or 4 segments. The average difficulty of the monsters is around 2 or 3 stars, not too hard. According to Wikipedia, over 1 million people have rated this place as a 5-star hunting paradise. On the road, Su Yao enthusiastically introduced the situation in Wind Moon Valley. Of course, this was all basic information that Chen Yi had already known before coming. But I have a little insider information. Su Yao's tone changed as her expression suddenly became serious. I heard from an adventure group that at the southernmost end of Wind Moon Valley, there is a cave that isn't under military extermination, where many spirit herbs containing spiritual energy grow. If we can find that place, it feels like we could become rich overnight. At first, Chen Yi and Lin Mengxue felt a wave of curiosity when they heard the words insider information. They initially thought it might be some kind of top-secret news. However, when they discovered that this so-called insider information was nothing more than something akin to an urban legend, their mouths twitched in disappointment. If such a cave truly existed, considering the average level of monsters here was only first stage, those high-ranking beast masters would have surely acted long ago, swarming to this place to dig up spirit herbs and fruits. How could it possibly be their turn as low-level noobs? If we have time, we might go take a look. You don't sound very convinced. Before Su Yao could finish her sentence, suddenly the whole car began to shake violently to the left. Lin Mengxue reacted quickly, immediately holding onto Chen Yi tightly to prevent him from getting hurt in the impact. It must be said that with the airbags, it certainly was safer. Lin Chen shook his head, looking speechless as he complained, Zhang Yuan, what are you doing? Are you not looking at the road while driving? No, it was an attack from a monster. Sure enough, when everyone turned their eyes to look out the window, they saw a group of monsters resembling dead trees charging swiftly towards them about 100 meters ahead, numbering around 20 to 30. Among them, one particularly large dead tree stood out. Those branch-like hands were gathering a green light ball. From the looks of it, the recent attack must have been caused by it. In Chen Yi's view, every single one of these magical beasts displayed a system interface without exception. Magical Beast, Withered Wood Monster. Difficulty, 2 stars. Level, 1st stage, 10th rank. Attributes, Earth, Wood. Skills, none. Description, a magical beast transformed from withered wood, it prefers to attack lonely individuals in groups. Magical Beast, Demonized Withered Wood. Difficulty, 4 stars. Level, 2nd stage, 3rd rank. Attributes, Earth, Wood. Skills, Energy Ball. Description, the demonized version of the withered wood monster, its roots contain some spiritual power that can be used for making soup. Chapter 15, Envy is a luxurious thing. It's the withered wood monster. Why are there so many suddenly? What happened to the people who passed by before? Stop talking nonsense. Get ready to fight. What terrible luck. The 4 seniors quickly got out of the car and entered a state of readiness. Suyao's spirit beast form was a flame horse, its hooves ignited in fierce flames, exuding a scorching aura. Zhou Feifei's spirit beast form was a giant bear, standing 2 meters tall, robust and imposing, giving a sense of unparalleled oppression. Lin Mingxue glanced at Chen Yi, nodded gently, and transformed into her spirit beast form as well. A massive frost dragon appeared before everyone. A bone-chilling cold emanated from the frost dragon, spreading out instantly. Even in the scorching summer, people couldn't help but shiver. With her level increasing, Lin Mengxue's frost dragon grew even larger, so much so that when it flew in the sky, it blocked out a small area of sunlight. Is this Mengxue's spirit beast form? So large. This ice dragon is way too cool. Oh my god, it's way more impressive than what I saw in the videos. Stop the nonsense. Let's take out the enemies in front of us first. At that moment, the withered wood monsters rushed toward the off-road vehicle, waving their withered branches and clawing at everyone. Yi Chen's beast master talent was also combat-oriented. He mounted Su Yao, who had transformed into the flame horse, then extended his right hand, swiftly summoning a silver-white long-handled knife out of thin air. Riding Su Yao, he charged into the crowd of withered wood monsters. This scene was like an ancient general weaving through enemy ranks, very mighty. Zhang Yuan's talent, on the other hand, was supportive. He placed his hand behind Zhou Feifei and silently chanted a spell. In an instant, the claws in Zhou Feifei's hands manifested a shadow. Every time she swung her claws, the shadow followed closely, dealing a secondary blow, giving the impression of a martial artist with duplicates. Chen Yi then leaped up, landing on Lin Mengxue's back. Lin Mengxue let out a surprised ah, filled with astonishment. Was Chen Yi's legs so powerful? She was flying at least 3 or 4 meters high, and he could jump up? Swear, let's first take down the demonized withered wood. Remember not to hurt its roots. Okay. Lin Mengxue didn't say much, flapping her wings and rushing toward the demonized withered wood in an instant. The demonized withered wood was startled by this sudden giant creature and hurriedly shot the energy ball at Lin Mengxue. However, Lin Mengxue merely waved her palm lightly, and the energy ball was instantly shattered. Only a faint green smoke was left in her palm. Ka. The fierce ghostly expression that once adorned the trunk of the demonized withered wood was now filled with shock. What on earth is this thing? This must have been its current inner thoughts, right? Immediately after, Lin Mengxue delivered a powerful slap downwards, directly cutting the demonized withered wood in half. The body above the roots was completely torn apart. And so, the demonized withered wood was easily defeated. Is that it? That's enough. Then I'll go help the seniors. Lin Mengxue finished speaking and, without hesitation, turned around, her gaze directed at the senior students who were fiercely battling the withered wood demon. Although the 4 of them were all at a higher level than the withered wood demon, they were vastly outnumbered, and it wouldn't take long before they fell into a disadvantage. Lin Mengxue took a deep breath and then forcefully exhaled. Breath of Ice. This was her first time using a skill after breaking through to the 9th stage of the 1st rank. She had no idea how powerful it would be. The icy blue mist spread rapidly like a roaring flood, freezing everything it touched. The horde of withered wood demons was engulfed by this terrifying icy fog, and in an instant, more than half of the enemies were eliminated. Wow, so strong. Holy crap, this is terrifying. I feel like if we get close to that mist, we'll also turn into ice sculptures. Lin Chen and Zhang Yuan witnessed this scene during the battle and couldn't help but exclaim in awe. Even though their levels exceeded that of the withered wood demon, in a one-on-one fight, it would probably take them several moves to defeat it. But Lin Mengxue managed to wipe out more than 10 withered wood demons in one breath? Was the gap in strength really that huge? The remaining 10 or so withered wood demons were tangled up with the seniors. If she used the breath of ice again, she was afraid of accidentally harming her allies. Lin Mengxue decisively changed her strategy. With a crisp kick, she solved all the remaining withered wood demons in less than a minute. Mengxue, you're too strong. Thank goodness you were here, otherwise I truly feel we wouldn't have been able to take care of those things. This isn't my power, it's all thanks to brother Chen Yi. After the battle, the three Spirit Beast girls gathered together, discussing the recent fight like they were having a girls' meeting. Meanwhile, the Beast Tamers Zhang Yuan and Lin Chen looked at Chen Yi with eyes full of awe and admiration. Before, they might have felt a twinge of jealousy and envy. But at this moment, those feelings had vanished completely. Because the gap was just too huge. It was like an ordinary person would never compare themselves to the world's richest man. Why are you still dazed? Hurry up and collect the monster cores. Chen Yi shouted helplessly. Why were these seniors always so surprised? Was it really that shocking? When he awakened his system, he was only stunned for 2.5 minutes. Coming. Brother Chen Yi, you can rest, we will take care of the collection. Soon, the harvest from this battle was tallied. A total of 27 first-rank monster cores, 1 second-rank monster core, and 1 kilogram of mutated withered wood roots. If all of these were sold at a stall, they could probably fetch over 10,000. To put it in perspective, Chen Yi used to earn less than 2,000 a month from his previous job. And this haul was equivalent to his income for half a year. It was simply absurd. Brother Chen Yi, just now Zhang Yuan and I discussed it. Lin Chen walked over. You and Mengxue deserve the most credit for defeating this horde of withered wood demons. So, we'll just take the monster cores equal to our kills. Hearing this, Chen Yi rolled his eyes. Wasn't this stating the obvious? Did they think they could still share equally? Fine, let's do it your way. Wait, brother Chen Yi, what's that on your hand? Space ring, is there a problem? As soon as those words were spoken, the 4 senior students gasped in unison. Space ring? Chen Yi actually had a space ring? What kind of family does he come from? But after the shock, they all felt a bit self-deprecating. As the saying goes, beauties match the rich, especially those with top talents. This truly made one feel that being envious was a luxury. After dividing the spoils, everyone also gathered by the off-road vehicle to check the situation. They soon discovered a frustrating problem. Due to the earlier monster attack, all 3 sets of tires on the off-road vehicle had blown out except for the left rear tire. There is indeed a spare tire, but it's simply not enough. I estimate we can only contact the supply station to have someone from the rental car service come and pick it up. Chapter 16, Do you want to ride me? Zhang Yuan scratched his head while frowning, showing a distressed expression. What a headache, it seems there's no way to continue. Hearing this, Chen Yi responded, then let's part ways here. Thank you so much for bringing me this far. There are still about 20 kilometers to Fengyue Gorge. Do you want to rely on? The 2 words walking Zhang Yuan did not say out loud. Just now, they all witnessed Chen Yi riding on Lin Mengshue's back. Although saying this is a bit impolite for Lin Mengxue, she really is a ready-made transport tool. And she can fly. Then let's follow what brother Chen Yi said. After a brief chat, Lin Mengxue took Chen Yi away, soaring into the sky. The 4 seniors watched the silvery figure vanish into the horizon, feeling a surge of emotions in their hearts. If only they could be as powerful as Chen Yi and Lin Mengxue. Speaking of which, Su Yao. Zhang Yuan said awkwardly that, you see, we don't have any transportation now. Could you? Before he could finish, Lin Chen interrupted directly. Impossible. Are you trying to die? Lin Chen, look, we're on the same team, right? If we walk, how much time will we waste? No. If I say no, then it's no. Lin Chen resolutely refused, showing no room for negotiation. There's no need to think to know what Zhang Yuan is thinking. Su Yao's spirit beast form is a flame horse. Does Zhang Yuan actually wants to ride her contracted spirit beast? How shameless can you get? Su Yao stood there, completely confused, not understanding the encrypted conversation among the boys. Brother Chen Yi, I have a question I want to ask you, and you must answer honestly. What's wrong? Did you think about riding me from the very beginning? Chen Yi's mouth twitched slightly, secretly grumbling in his heart. To be honest, he did touch Lin Mengshue's pair of silver dragon horns last night. That feeling was simply wonderful, perfectly soft and hard. Even the most sensitive parts of dragon spirit beasts could be touched by Chen Yi, and he had even ridden her human form. There's no reason her spirit beast form shouldn't allow for riding, right? With that tone, it seems to carry a hint of teasing. However, based on his experience with Lu Ruoyan over the past year, in this situation, apologizing first is definitely not wrong. Sorry, after all, it's faster this way. Really? Since you want to ride me, why not just say it directly? Just now, Senior Su Yao and Senior Zhou Feifei kept glancing over at you. I feel like their intentions are not pure. Upon hearing this, Chen Yi was stunned for a moment, secretly surprised. What is this answer? What do you mean just say you want to ride? Wait, could it be? Shui Er is jealous. Actually doesn't want me to sit with the senior sisters? Thinking of this, Chen Yi couldn't help but smile slightly. He originally thought Lin Mengxue was going to question him, but unexpectedly discovered such a cute side of her. So what you're saying is, I can't contract other spirit beasts? Chen Yi tentatively asked. No, that's not my meaning. Lin Mengxue explained flustered, I want to stand with brother Chen Yi at the peak of the world, and any beast master who reaches the peak is surrounded by many beautiful bird-like companions. But I feel like those two are not suitable. Oh? Why not? They have already contracted with other beast masters, abandoning their original spirit beasts. I think that's wrong. Once there's a first time, there will definitely be a second time. It's a ticking time bomb. Listening to Lin Mengxue's explanation, Chen Yi immediately laughed out loud. Rest assured, I'm not that kind of person. The contract partner I choose must definitely be as beautiful and kind-hearted as you. Lin Mengxue blushed slightly upon hearing this, pouting playfully, Humph brother Chen Yi, I love what you just said. What she said was indeed true. If it were only because Chen Yi displayed impressive talent, to immediately abandon her original beast master role and turn to other beast masters, such spiritual beasts would naturally be untrustworthy. However, there was still one point that confused Chen Yi. Since he bound the system, it seemed that apart from Lin Mengxue, he had not encountered any other spirit beast girls who could trigger the contract favorability reward. At first, he thought that only spirit beast girls with hidden bloodlines could trigger this reward. But earlier, while shopping, he had also seen 2 spirit beast girls with hidden bloodlines rated S, and still, there was no trigger. Could it be that only hidden bloodlines rated SSS could trigger it? Just as he was thinking this, the system suddenly emitted a prompt sound. To trigger the favorability strategy task reward, the host must meet the following 3 conditions. First, the other party must not have been contracted before. Second, the favorability of the other party at the time of contract must not be below 0 points. Third, the other party must have a hidden bloodline above SS grade, and it has not yet been activated. I see. Chen Yi nodded, not expecting that directly asking the system would yield an answer. He had previously foolishly tried for half a day, truly a waste of effort. However, regarding the first condition, Chen Yi still found it somewhat tricky. Finding a spirit beast girl who has never been contracted before is indeed a tough challenge. High-level beast masters can have contracts with multiple spirit beasts, but the male-to-female ratio in this world is 1-to-1. This means that an F-grade talent beast master might not have any spiritual beasts willing to contract with them. But spiritual beasts with F-grade bloodlines, regardless of how poor the conditions, will still likely have higher-level beast masters willing to accept them. If Chen Yi wants to find a spirit beast girl who has never been contracted before, it seems he can only wait around for those 18-year-old girls who just came of age. As for the second condition, if the other party has no favorability towards you, how can a contract possibly be established? It's not that doing such things will automatically create a contract. In order to establish a contract, both parties must have the willingness to agree to the contract itself. The same goes for having children, both parties must have a desire to have kids for any offspring to be born, with the higher the level, the lower the chances. Really don't understand why the system would add such a limiting condition. Meanwhile, Lin Mengxue flew south for about 5 to 6 minutes, finally reaching the destination, Fengyue Gorge. Along the way, he spotted scattered magical beasts, but they were all taken down with a breath from Lin Mengxue. It felt just like a sweeping mode in some mobile games, easy and simple. However, unlike mobile games, the process of collecting materials was exceptionally troublesome. Every time, he had to jump down from the dragon's back, picking up the materials dropped by magical beasts, going back and forth several times. Despite Chen Yi's physique value currently reaching 25 points, which is 2.5 times that of an average adult male, it was still somewhat hard to withstand such toiling. If only these magical beasts would obediently gather together for Schwer to kill. Chen Yi couldn't help but murmur to himself. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Mengxue immediately reminded him, Brother Chen Yi, there's something unusual up ahead. Let me take a look. Following Lin Mengxue's gaze, he looked ahead. He saw a group of bug-type magical creatures gathering in one direction not far away. Upon rough estimation, there were at least 40 or 50 of them. Magical Beast, Iron-Shelled Centipede. Difficulty, 2 stars. Level, 1st stage, 10th tier. Attribute, Earth. Skill, Iron Armor Defense. Description, possessing a shell as tough as steel. Chapter 17, An Unexpected Incident. Oh my, has my dream come true? What good luck! Schwer, take care of those bugs. Okay. Lin Mengxue flapped her dragon wings and quickly rushed toward the direction of the armored centipedes. As if sensing the biting cold, the armored centipedes all turned back in unison. Hisses. The swarm of armored centipedes let out a fierce insect cry. Not intimidated by the frost dragon's pressure, they instead roared and charged forward. Despite the enormous difference in size, these armored centipedes dared to launch a desperate counterattack. I respect your bravery, Chen Yi thought to himself. However, this made things much simpler. Without needing any instructions, Lin Mingxue already knew what to do. She took a deep breath, and a cold breath was released. An extremely icy chill rapidly rushed toward the swarm of armored centipedes. Whoosh! With just one move, over half of the armored centipedes were frozen into ice sculptures, ultimately shattering into countless ice fragments scattered across the ground. However, the remaining armored centipedes were still not frightened by this terrifying scene and continued to launch their attack. But without exception, they all became the souls under Lin Mingxue's feet. This is my chance. With so many magical beast crystals, it should be enough for you to break through to the second tier. But I'm actually quite full right now, I can't eat anymore. What are you thinking? I'm not saying to eat now. There's still some time before sunset. Let's collect more crystals. Okay. After 3 hours of hunting, the sun finally set completely. Lin Mingxue landed in front of a giant tree hollow. After crushing the 2 magical beasts hidden inside, it became a very natural place to spend the night. Placing the beast corpses outside the tree hollow effectively prevented other beasts from approaching. Chen Yi took out the warning stone and set it outside the tree hollow, then took out all the magical beast crystals. There were 396 first-tier magical beast crystals and 150 second-tier magical beast crystals. Here, let's eat. Start with the first-tier magical beast crystals. If you feel too full, remember to let me know in time. MHM. Lin Mingxue didn't hesitate at all, grabbing a magical beast crystal and stuffing it into her mouth. Meanwhile, Chen Yi's hand remained on Lin Mingxue's face, helping her refine the magical beast crystals. It seemed she was enjoying it a lot. A faint blue light flickered in Lin Mingxue's eyes, and her hand picking up the crystals couldn't stop. She was no longer satisfied with eating one by one, she was now grabbing a handful. Finally, after an hour, she had swallowed a total of 77 magical beast crystals. Truly worthy of a dragon, she could eat a lot. Lin Mingxue held her bulging belly and let out a big satisfied burp. Ah, I'm full. I didn't expect your little mouth could fit so much, you really surprised me. Hearing this, Lin Mingxue's little face instantly turned bright red. She gently hit Chen Yi's chest, playfully expressing her dissatisfaction. Can you not be so dirty? Chen Yi smiled and explained, what do you mean dirty? It's truly not. You're the one thinking wrong. Besides, it was clearly you who asked for it last night. Alright, stop there. Quickly help me refine my power. Chen Yi smiled, then picked up Lin Mingxue and began to guide her energy for refining. Boom. 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 For the next 3 hours, 3 powerful auras shot skyward, and Lin Mingxue successfully broke through to the second-tier second stage. Chen Yi also benefited from Lin Mingxue's breakthrough, successfully reaching the first-tier 9th stage. However, Lin Mingxue did not show any excitement about her breakthrough, instead, she appeared deeply puzzled. How strange, logically, with so many magical beast crystals, I should be able to break through to the second-tier 4th or 5th stage. Why does it feel so difficult just to reach the second-tier second stage? Upon hearing this, Chen Yi immediately asked the system. Then he explained, the stronger the bloodline, the more spiritual power is needed for each breakthrough. In the early stages, it may not be very noticeable, but as the level increases, this gap will become larger and larger. Lin Mingxue, upon hearing this, suddenly understood, so that's how it is. But with Brother Chen Yi's abilities, using more spiritual power is not a problem. So, are you full? Should we do some exercise? Upon hearing this, Lin Mingxue's cheeks flushed again. This isn't wild. But, thinking about it carefully, experiencing this feeling occasionally isn't too bad, right? Have you set up the warning stones? Don't worry, as long as anyone gets close, we will notice right away. However, if you make too much noise, that's another story. I won't. But remember to be gentle when holding the dragon horn, it's so sensitive. The next day, in the morning. After Chen Yi and Lin Mingxue changed their clothes, they continued on today's hunting journey, aiming to collect more magic beast crystal nuclei. Of course, Chen Yi was not doing this to make money. Lin Mingxue herself was a wealthy little lady, at least not having to worry about money in the short term. After breaking through to the second tier, Spirit Beast girls could still gain spiritual power by devouring first-tier magic beast crystal nuclei. Otherwise, they wouldn't limit the purchase amount of first-tier magic beast crystal nuclei. The system had clearly told him that the stronger the bloodline of the Spirit Beast girl, the higher the spiritual power required for breakthroughs. Especially in the later stages, it is feared that the spiritual power needed for each upgrade would be more than 10 times that of ordinary Spirit Beast girls, which is not a small expense. Now, while there is time, it's crucial to collect as many magic beast crystal nuclei as possible. After half a day's time, Chen Yi and Lin Mingxue reaped rich rewards, collecting almost 500 first-tier Magic Beast Crystal Nuclei and over 200 second-tier Magic Beast Crystal Nuclei. Additionally, they also consumed quite a few Magic Beast Crystal Nuclei throughout the day. Lin Mingxue successfully broke through to the second tier, third stage, and Chen Yi also reached the second tier, first stage. In just 5 days since the contract, breaking through to the second tier, who else can do that?
Brother Chen Yi, are we continuing to stay in the tree hole tonight, or are we going home? The final exam is the day after tomorrow. Let's go back and rest for a day.
It feels like all the magic beasts around here have been killed by you. Once the chives are cut, we still have to wait a while before we can cut again.
Okay. But just as Chen Yi was about to ride Lin Mingxue and prepare to leave Fengyue Canyon,
suddenly, there was a strange sound coming from the distant forest. At the same time, the ground began to tremble slightly, feeling a bit like a minor earthquake.
Shuer, if you're hungry, can't you keep it down a bit? Brother Chen Yi, I feel like this is not the time for jokes.
Accompanied by a piercing cold wind, Lin Mingxue soared into the air, flying above the forest. In an instant, the two understood what was happening. Not far away, a stone giant, significantly larger than Lin Mingxue after her dragon transformation, was charging towards them with unstoppable force. Wherever it went, trees fell, and the ground kept shaking.
Surrounding the stone giant were all kinds of magic beasts.
To say it is the king of magic beasts is not an exaggeration.
Magic Beast, Forest Giant. Difficulty, 8 stars, Beast King.
Level, 4th tier, 1st stage.
Attributes, Earth, Wood. Skills, Vine Whip, Trample, Crushing Fist.
Description, a special mutated body formed from the stone man devouring various wood attribute magic beasts, with immense power and astonishing defense.
Chapter 18 The Greatest Threat. Why are there 4th tier magic beasts appearing in Fengyue Canyon? Isn't there a regular extermination every month? Where on earth did this come from?
Stop talking so much, hurry up and run.
Damn it, if I had known, I wouldn't have come here.
Just hold on a bit longer, the supply station has already received the call for help, and soon the Beast Tamers Association will come to rescue us.
In front of the forest giant and the tide of magical beasts,
30 to 40 panic-stricken beast tamers and spirit beasts were desperately fleeing, shouting in despair. The forest giant had been recorded in the encyclopedia. It moved slowly and reacted sluggishly, its only challenge being its thick skin and tough flesh. If it were just a 4th-tier forest giant, there wouldn't be such panic. However, the problem was that it was surrounded by a large group of magical beasts for assistance. They weren't just decorations. That overwhelming tide of magical beasts, the sheer number was astonishing, probably at least over 1,000. Though all were merely 2nd-tier magical beasts, the sheer numerical superiority could still unleash an unimaginable fighting power. Chen Yi widened his eyes, incredulously rubbing them.
Shuer, I'm not seeing things, right? This is the tide of magical beasts, isn't it? Lin Mingxue also chuckled bitterly, responding, Yes, Chen Yi, you are not seeing things, it really is the tide of magical beasts.
Clearly, this was a grinding holy land rated 5 stars by millions of users.
Why, upon their arrival, did they encounter 4th-tier magical beasts and even a tide of magical beasts?
It was hard to tell whether to call it good luck or bad luck.
After the shock, the corners of Chen Yi's mouth involuntarily curled up.
Over 1,000 magical beasts, doesn't that mean over 1,000 magical beast cores?
And many of them were 2nd-tier magical beasts.
His gaze quickly swept through the information on the magical beasts in the tide, and he didn't find any that could attack from a distance or could fly.
For Lin Mingxue, these magical beasts were simply pure targets. Mingxue, you understand what I mean, right?
Of course.
Then let's go.
Try to finish the battle before the sun sets, otherwise, collecting materials will be troublesome once it gets dark.
Without much hesitation, Lin Mingxue flapped her dragon wings and soared into the sky. A bone-chilling cold instantly swept through, enveloping the entire forest. What is that? A dragon? No way, could it be a dragon-type magical beast? Are we surrounded? Are you blind? That's not a magical beast, that's a spirit beast. Didn't it make the news these past 2 days?
That spirit beast that cleared the Beast Tamer exam at lightning speed.
It's Mingxue, Mingxue is here. Mingxue, save us, we're running out of stamina.
Among the fleeing group, there were seemingly 4 seniors they had traveled with for a while. Upon seeing Lin Mingxue, it was like seeing a savior, and they shouted for help. The other adventurers, hearing this, looked at Lin Mingxue with hopeful eyes like drowning people grasping at a life-saving straw, desperately calling for help. Even though there was only one person, it would probably still be hard to survive in this tide of magical beasts. But right now, there was no one else to turn to for help. Surviving was more important than anything else. As long as they could hold out until rescue arrived, that would be enough.
Lin Mingxue glanced at them but did not say much.
After flying to a suitable angle, she took a deep breath, and the breath of ice instantly erupted.
The next second,
a white mist suddenly filled the whole forest, rushing towards the tide of magical beasts with unstoppable force.
In the shocked eyes of everyone,
several dozen magical beasts were frozen into ice sculptures, then shattered into countless ice crystals that scattered in the air. Of course, this was just the beginning.
The breath of ice, as Lin Mengshua's innate skill, was naturally not just a big move.
As long as her spirit power was sufficient, she could continuously use this skill to freeze her enemies one by one.
So, a breathtaking scene unfolded before everyone's eyes. Lin Mengshua constantly searched for angles, exhaling breaths of ice.
Each breath was like a snowstorm sweeping through, freezing at least dozens of magical beasts into ice sculptures, turning into countless ice crystals that scattered. Clearly, it was still midsummer at this time. But all the trees above were covered with white frost. From a distance, it looked like a silver-white carpet, bringing a wave of chill. The forest giant, upon seeing such a strong enemy, immediately launched a counterattack. Its stone fist, comparable to the trunk of a giant tree, swung fiercely, stirring up a whirlwind that carried mud and sand, hurling it towards Lin Mengshue. It must be said, the fourth-tier magical beast was indeed fierce.
Clearly not using any skills, it was still able to cause such terrifying destruction. One can imagine if that terrifying punch were to hit. Even in her spirit beast form, Lin Mengshue would probably end up crushed to pieces, right? However, all of this is based on the premise that it can hit.
Lin Mengshue lightly flapped her dragon wings and soared up, effortlessly dodging the mud and sandstorm. Seeing this, the forest giant quickly changed its attack strategy, using vine attacks to try to knock Lin Mengshue down from the sky. However, these vines were simply too short to reach Lin Mengshue. The magical beast troops were the same, having no ranged attack means, only able to watch helplessly as the breath of ice harvested their lives.
This move is truly brilliant. Schwerer. I know.
Lin Mengshue's figure flashed as she dodged the attack of the forest giant, and in a moment, she dove above the towering tree. She took a deep breath and unleashed a breath of ice downwards.
The more than 200 magical beasts surrounding the tree were instantly frozen into ice sculptures.
The magical beasts that followed behind, unable to break in time, crashed into the ice sculptures one after another, causing a chaotic stampede. At least 20 to 30 magical beasts were stomped to death in the chaos. Seeing such a perfect opportunity, Lin Mengshue naturally would not let it slip away easily. Another breath of ice was unleashed, and over 100 more were forever put to sleep beneath the ice. With this round of action, more than 400 magical beasts were wiped out. By now, only 200 to 300 magical beasts remained in the tide. Although this number was still large compared to the 30 or so beast masters, it was no longer invincible.
Moreover, help should be arriving soon. It worked. Damn, you scared me to death. I almost thought I was going to meet my end here. Everyone, don't let your guard down. The danger hasn't been lifted yet, stay alert and don't stray away.
Those scattered magical beasts will still attack us.
Mengshue went to engage the forest giant.
The corpses of those frozen magical beasts make great shields, let's set up a defense line right there to resist the attacks of those magical beasts. As Lin Chen finished speaking, a defense line using the frozen magical beast corpses was established. In the blink of an eye, spiritual beasts and magical beasts began to fight here. The intelligence of magical beasts was very low, their combat effectiveness was greatly limited in this complex terrain. Various frozen corpses blocked the way, forming passages of various sizes. The magical beasts could not launch an attack from all sides like they would on flat ground. The beast masters adopted a strategy of picking them off one by one, and the situation gradually improved.
Meanwhile, on the other side,
Lin Mengshue had also fought the forest giant for several dozen moves. The forest giant attacked like a storm, but it could never hit Lin Mengshue. Although Lin Mengshue's attacks were fierce, they also failed to inflict substantial damage on the forest giant.
The two sides fell into a stalemate. By the way, brother Chen Yi, do we really have to defeat this thing? Help is coming soon, wouldn't it be better to wait for them to defeat it? I feel like by the time the reinforcements arrive, we wouldn't even be able to kill this thing. It's better to take out more minions and earn some magical beast crystal cores.
Hearing this, Chen Yi smiled faintly and explained, the difference is huge. This is a beast king. The crystal core of a 4th-tier beast king is worth thousands of times more than those 2nd-tier magical beast cores.
4th-tier beast king? No way. That thing is actually a beast king? Lin Mengshue was shocked.
Magical beasts can be divided into 3 categories based on the number of magical beasts they have devoured: ordinary magical beasts, beast kings, and beast emperors. When defeated, they drop corresponding magical beast cores, beast king cores, and beast emperor cores. These 3 types of cores not only have 100 times more difference in spiritual power content between them. More importantly, the Beast King core, after being refined, has a chance to directly learn skills of the corresponding attribute. and the higher the tier, the higher the chance of learning new skills. In comparison, the way spiritual beast girls learn skills is much more complicated. The spiritual beast girls need to wait for their affinity to reach a certain level before they can learn new skills. As for improving affinity, it depends on the performance of the beast master. Most powerful skills must be learned by refining Beast King cores or Beast Emperor cores to acquire them. The value is not something that ordinary Beast Crystal cores can compare to. I didn't expect that the giant in front of me would actually be the Beast King. Yes. That thing is indeed the Beast King. If we kill it now, the 4th tier Beast King Crystal core will be ours. But if we wait for the reinforcements to arrive, and they kill it, that thing will belong to them. Hearing this, Lin Mingxue understood Chen Yi's meaning. But brother Chen Yi, I feel like I can't win against it, its skin is too thick. No worries. Improving your combat power is also my responsibility, just leave it to me. As he spoke, Chen Yi pulled out a red card from who knows where. If you looked closely, you could see the word, up, written on the card. This card was the power amplification card given when activating the system. The system had already introduced its effect to Chen Yi. It could enhance the combat ability of spirit beasts for 3 minutes, but only for spirit beasts below the 5th tier. Later, you could spend 5 enhancement points to purchase it. It was not a rare item. Using it on this Beast King would definitely not be a loss. Name, Lin Mingxue, Spirit Beast Form. Physique, 80. Spiritual Power, 72. Chen Yi glanced at Lin Mingxue's system panel. Without the slightest hesitation, he directly crushed the power amplification card. In the next moment, the shattered card fragments suddenly turned into countless starlights that fell on Lin Mingxue's back, merging with her. Then, Lin Mingxue looked like a game character enhanced by a treasure, suddenly showing waves of deep red power ripples all over her body. The values on her information panel also began to soar wildly. Name, Lin Mingxue, Spirit Beast Form. Physique, 160, up. Spiritual Power, 144, up. Brother Chen Yi, what is this? Feeling the change in her own strength, Lin Mingxue was stunned. She had thought that Chen Yi must have some hidden cards. But she never expected that this hidden card would be so powerful. This kind of power felt like it had surpassed the 4th tier. Chen Yi was also quite surprised. A power amplification card could actually double the base attributes? Wasn't it supposed to only enhance a little? This isn't just a bit. Chapter 20, it seems rescue is no longer needed. Chen Yi quickly said, I'll explain everything to you later, the enhancement time is limited, let's deal with that thing first. Okay. Lin Mingxue nodded and rushed toward the forest giant without hesitation. Feeling the change in Lin Mingxue's power aura, the forest giant immediately launched a counterattack. It let out a sudden roar, then charged towards Lin Mingxue. With every step it took, the ground trembled violently. However, this time Lin Mingxue did not plan to dodge. She directly extended her dragon claw, taking the hit head-on. Boom! A huge shockwave exploded. That massive punch, almost comparable to a battering ram, was actually blocked? Then, Lin Mingxue opened her dragon mouth, gathering a breath of ice to strike straight at the forest giant's head. Where the ice breath passed, the air seemed to freeze, forming a thin layer of frost. The forest giant howled in agony from this strike and staggered back several steps. The stones on its body cracked due to the cold. Clearly, in this round of confrontation, Lin Mingxue had the upper hand. Those beast tamers currently engaged in battle with the monster couldn't help but steal glances at this fight. They were stunned. No way? Is Lin Mingxue really only 1st tier? A 4th tier beast is actually no match for her? So strong. This is the first time I've seen a spirit beast able to inflict damage on a 4th tier monster while being at the 1st tier. Wait, Mingxue's aura absolutely does not seem like a 1st tier, it feels like it can compete with a 4th tier spirit beast. Stop blabbering, this side is about to lose. Come and lend support. Of course, that's what he said. In fact, the battle over here was about to end. The monsters had no intelligence, they fought based solely on instinct. They didn't utilize the terrain at all, and their numerical advantage was completely ineffective, being taken down one by the beast tamers. The remaining ones posed almost no threat at all. Next, all that was needed was to quietly wait here for reinforcements to arrive. No, actually, reinforcements might not even be necessary. Lin Mingxue's power was completely on par with the forest giant, and with her agile movements and flying advantage, it was no problem at all to overpower the forest giant. In fact, it had turned into a one-sided battle. Roar, roar, roar. After the forest giant let out a furious roar, it began to stomp madly on the ground. The ground was stamped with deep footprints, with dust swirling in the air. Stampede. Boom, boom, boom. The earth started to shake violently, as if a magnitude 9 earthquake was coming. However, in the eyes of Chen Yi and Lin Mingxue, this was nothing but a display of useless rage.
Such an attack method was completely ineffective against flying units. Under Lin Mengshue's continued fierce assault, the forest giant finally couldn't hold on any longer, letting out a tragic wail before crashing to the ground. The vines on its body also seemed to lose all vitality, instantly wilting and becoming silent. As if sensing the death of their leader, the remaining 100 or so monsters let out a mournful cry and began to scatter and flee. The 4-star monster, the forest giant, was really defeated by Lin Mengshue single-handedly. The monster tide was thus resolved. At this moment, the beast tamers and their spirit beasts felt no joy of having survived this crisis. All they felt was shock at Lin Mengshue's immense power. A first-tier spirit beast could actually be this powerful? Could this be an SSS-class spirit beast? But even an SSS-class beast at the 3rd tier wouldn't be this strong, right? So powerful. Truly too powerful. Phew, that scared me to death. I made it through. It feels like I can brag about this experience for years to come. Look over there, it seems the rescue team is coming. Everyone turned their gaze in the direction of the sound. They saw several small black dots appearing in the northern sky. It was clear that those were the figures of the rescue team. However, it seemed that rescue might not even be needed anymore. Chen Yi naturally also noticed that the rescue team was about to arrive here. Without a moment's hesitation, he immediately directed Lin Mengshue to land on the forest giant's corpse, dig open the chest piled with rocks, and retrieve the 4th-tier Beast King crystal core. The price of a 4th-tier monster crystal core was about 500 Dragon Kingdom coins. While this price is pretty high compared to an ordinary person's salary, it is not extremely rare. However, if it is a 4th-tier Beast King crystal core, considering its rarity and the large number of elite beast tamers seeking it, it could easily sell for between 100,000 to 200,000. To just leave such a thing sitting on the corpse waiting for the rescue team to collect it could very likely lead to some people hiding it during the final loot distribution. After all, normally, one cannot identify whether a monster is an ordinary one or a beast king by its appearance. If someone takes a 4th-tier monster crystal core and claims it's the crystal core from the forest giant, what can you do about it? So, to avoid any potential troubles later on, taking it early was undoubtedly the wisest choice. By the way, Brother Chen Yi, can I use that power that made me stronger again? Lin Mengshue blinked her big eyes, asking with full expectation. What's wrong? Are you worried that your power isn't enough to secure first place in the final assessment? Not really, it's mainly that the explosive feeling of that power was just super thrilling. Hearing this, Chen Yi shook his head helplessly and tapped Lin Mengshue's head. Lin Mengshue didn't feel much, but he himself felt a sharp pain in his hand. Chen Yi blew on his stinging hand and said, "You, as a girl, shouldn't always think about strength. You need to be reserved, understand?" "I don't understand." "If I have to be reserved, then Chen Yi won't be able to have fun at night, will he? Who is really trying to have fun? I can't tell that you, Lin the great school beauty, have such a dirty mind." Before long, the rescue team arrived. The captain of the guards, Wang Yu, a level 7 beast master, looked dumbfounded after hearing the reports from the beast masters. A combination of a level 1 beast master and a level 1 spirit beast could actually kill more than 2/3 of the monsters by themselves, and even level 4 monsters were no match for them. How is this possible? Is this some kind of international joke? So, where is this beast master? Wang Yu asked with a puzzled expression. Everyone sighed helplessly and then simultaneously pointed towards the pair in the distance who were collecting monster cores. It's those two. Those two? No, this aura is level 2. Captain, those two seem to be the combination we mentioned before who passed the Beast Master exam at lightning speed 4 days ago. That spirit beast is a dragon, and I think it's called Lin Mengshue. Lin Mengshue? Lin Xian's daughter? Isn't she of F-class bloodline? Wang Yu's eyes widened in shock, his face filled with disbelief. He had just returned from out of town yesterday and had heard his comrades mention that a pair of geniuses had passed the Beast Master exam at lightning speed. Who would have thought it was actually Lin Mengshue? Chapter 21, Lin Mengshue targeted. Wang Yu and Lin Mengshue's father, Lin Xian, were alumni of the same university. After graduation, they often teamed up to hunt monsters, becoming close friends. Even though they stopped teaming up later due to differences in levels, they still kept in touch. 3 years ago, after Lin Xian's father passed away, Wang Yu paid special attention to Lin Mengshue. After all, Lin Mengshue was a beauty, and her parents both had S-class talents and bloodlines. As long as Lin Mengshue could awaken a bloodline of A-class or higher in the future, based on his careful nurturing over the past 3 years and his own S-class talent, forming a contract with her should be a piece of cake. However, fate is always full of twists and turns. Who would have guessed that Lin Mengshue would awaken with F-class talent? Wang Yu instantly lost interest. But now he was told that Lin Mengshue's spirit beast form was actually a dragon. A powerful existence capable of annihilating waves of monsters alone. And why had she already broken through to level 2?
Normally, a spirit beast that completed a contract, even with unlimited core supply daily, would find it hard to break through from level 1 to level 2 in just a month.
What on earth is going on? Could it be that her beast master awakened a talent for rapid level ups? Captain, is something wrong? No problem.
Send the order down to start cleaning the battlefield immediately, and make sure to find out the cause of this monster tide.
Yes. The members of the guard team took their orders and left. Wang Yu then approached Chen Yi and Lin Mengxue, smiling as he greeted, "Mengxue, what a coincidence to meet you here." Hearing his voice, Lin Mengxue quickly turned around.
When she saw it was Wang Yu, she was slightly startled.
"Wang Yu, uncle? Didn't you say you were reassigned to the Han City Guard? Why are you back so soon?"
Wang Yu sighed helplessly, explaining, I didn't perform well, so I was sent back."
Is that so? Alright, let's not talk about sad things. Wang Yu changed the subject and asked, "Mengxue, what is going on? Your bloodline, when did it become so strong? And why can you only be level 2 now but still activate your power?"
For his father's friend, and for the benefactor who had been taking care of him in all aspects for the past 3 years. Lin Mengxue naturally had little to hide and honestly said, "About this, I'm not very clear either, but brother Chen Yi said that the power within me is very special, completely no less than an S-class bloodline, so I could achieve power manifestation early. At first, I thought brother Chen Yi was just comforting me, but now it seems to be true. Uncle Wang Yu, thank you so much for your help these 3 years. I will definitely repay your kindness in the future." Hearing this, a hint of displeasure instantly flickered in Wang Yu's eyes.
What the hell?
A little over a month ago, when he heard that Lin Mengxue had tested F-class bloodline, he wanted to distance himself from Lin Mengxue to prevent this useless F-class from clinging to him, so he took the initiative to propose going to another city to serve as a guard team. But since the treatment issue had not been settled, he returned early. Unexpectedly, as soon as he returned, he heard that Lin Mengxue had awakened a powerful bloodline. The cabbage he had nurtured for 3 years had finally exploded with bloodline power, and just like that, it was inexplicably taken away? Moreover, it was a second-tier spirit beast that could manifest power. What in the world is this? Who the hell cares about your little benefits? What he wants is a spirit beast that has both beauty and strength. However, Wang Yu still suppressed the anger within and squeezed out a smile, pretending to be calm as he asked, "So, are you living together with this kid now?" While saying this, he looked at Chen Yi beside him. Although he hid his displeasure well, Chen Yi could still feel a very uneasy feeling. This guy can't be the good uncle that Mengxue spoke of who has been coming around to take care of her after her parents died, right? Why does it feel like this guy's intentions are not so pure? Damn it, this old man, is he trying to play out some sort of island movie plot? However, Lin Mengxue still had an innocent look on her face and did not notice the change in atmosphere. She gently nodded and replied, "Yes. I have contracted with him, so we will definitely live together. Uncle Wang Yu, I will take good care of myself from now on. Thank you for your concern these 3 years. Alright, I understand. Then I congratulate you on getting rid of the F-class pit. I will have someone clean up the battlefield here. You just experienced a great battle, so go back and rest. After the battlefield is cleaned up, I will send someone to give you the monster crystal core tomorrow." Wang Yu said calmly, then turned around to start handling official business. His movements were brisk and clean, looking very generous and official. Seeing this scene, Lin Mengxue was also a bit confused. Why does it feel like Uncle Wang Yu is acting so strangely today? Chen Yi seemed to sense Lin Mengxue's thoughts, let out a gentle sigh, and said, "Let's not worry about that for now. We have over 500 first-tier monster crystal cores on hand. Let's go back and practice well." I understand. On the other side. Watching Lin Mengxue transform into a frost dragon, Chen Yi unhesitatingly rode up and disappeared in the distance. The killing intent in Wang Yu's eyes grew stronger. His first contracted spirit beast, Zhuqingzi, noticed that Wang Yu's emotions were somewhat off and walked over to ask, "Wang Yu, did you take care of that girl all these years just to contract her?" Wang Yu gritted his teeth and nodded, "Yes, but I didn't expect her to awaken that kind of strength and be intercepted by a little kid. What bad luck." Zhuqingzi's gaze slightly sharpened. That girl's bloodline rank is even higher than mine. Hearing this, Wang Yu's pupils shrank violently, and his expression became even uglier. Zhuqingzi's bloodline is S-class blood spider, and her ability to sense breath and danger is extremely strong. Especially after breaking through to the 4th tier, she can even perceive the strength of the opponent's bloodline. Although the specific rank cannot be determined. But she is an S-level bloodline, and the only bloodlines stronger than her are SS-level and SSS-level. This is really infuriating. Are you sure? Is Lin Mengxue an SS-level or SSS-level bloodline? Zhuqingzi slightly nodded, "Yes, when she grows up, I'm afraid our sisters combined won't be able to compete with her." Wang Yu, furious, clicked his tongue and cursed, "Damn.
How could such a powerful bloodline be detected as F-level? Also, didn't you see Mengxue before? Didn't you notice her bloodline is stronger than yours at that time?
Chuqingzi shook her head, seriously explaining, at that time, I really didn't feel this aura. I estimated might be some kind of coincidence that made Lin Mengxue suddenly awaken.
Damn it!
Wang Yu gritted his teeth in anger, clenching his fists. How could a little brat without any hair steal the show? At this moment, Wang Yu's other contracted spirit beast, Lin Feng, came over and lowered her voice, saying, since that ice dragon is so powerful, why not just snatch it? Anyway, husband, you are about to break through to the 8th rank. Leaving the 8th slot for her wouldn't be bad. She really is quite beautiful. Chuqingzi agreed, saying, things can't be rushed, we need to investigate that man's background first. Wang Yu closed his eyes and meditated for a while. After a long time, he finally opened his eyes and said, I already know this, Mengxue's personality, I understand very well, she certainly won't be easily deceived by someone's words, that guy named Chen Yi probably has some background. However, the most crucial thing right now is to maintain good intelligence control. If it gets out that there's a spirit beast that can single-handedly fight against the beast tide, I'm afraid more high-level beast tamers will set their sights on Lin Mengxue.
We must eliminate all risks. Chapter 22, Is there such a good thing?
As night fell, the lights came on.
Chen Yi and Lin Mengxue dragged their tired bodies, finally returning home.
Don't be fooled by their fearless looks during the battle just now, in reality, their stamina was almost at its limit. As soon as they entered the house, they collapsed on the sofa like deflated balls, gasping heavily.
Brother Chen Yi, do you have something to tell me? You looked like you wanted to say something just now.
Yes, but don't get angry when I say it. Even if you call me ugly, I won't be angry, don't worry.
All right.
After a while, Chen Yi finally sat up from the sofa with great difficulty and spoke out his suspicions.
Lin Mengxue blinked after hearing, revealing an expression of disbelief. No way? Uncle Wang has always been very good to me, how could he be that kind of person?
Just because he is particularly good to you, it makes it more likely that he has an ulterior motive. Chen Yi explained seriously, as the saying goes, birds of a feather flock together. You said your parents are complete scum, what kind of good people do you think someone who mingles with scum would meet? Lin Mengxue paused after hearing this, seeming to think of something.
That makes some sense.
I really can't imagine how people like that could make such good friends.
Chen Yi gently patted Lin Mengxue's shoulder and comforted her, but let's not think too much right now. After we rest well, let's start practicing. No matter what kind of person Wang Yu is, it's always good to stay alert.
Lin Mengxue nodded in agreement, saying, I understand.
Finally, 5 hours later.
Lin Mengxue successfully refined 71st stage beast crystal cores and broke through to the 2nd stage, 5th level. Chen Yi also broke through to the 2nd stage, 2nd level, reaching a new level of strength.
As for that 4th stage Earth attribute Beast King crystal core, Chen Yi and Lin Mengxue decided to wait until after the final assessment to refine it.
The Beast King's crystal core contains spiritual power that is about 100 times that of the same level beast crystal cores, while the 4th level beast crystal core contains more than double the spiritual power of the 2nd level. If not handled carefully, it could take several days to refine just one.
Brother Chen Yi, are you coming tonight?
Of course. Besides, I can still rest for a day tomorrow, so let's have a great time tonight.
No touching the dragon horn, okay?
Schwer, let me tell you something, I always had a dream when I was young, which was to be a dragon knight.
Your dream of being a dragon knight is so not serious, right? So, can I realize it tonight? Alas, I really have no way with you. Ding. Lin Mengxue's favorability plus 2 points. Current favorability, 82 points. After a whole night of fermentation.
The events in the Wind and Moon Canyon spread to every corner of Jiang City.
All low-level beastmasters fell into a state of confusion upon hearing this news.
They originally thought that the Wind and Moon Canyon was the best place for novice beastmasters and spirit beasts to train. But now they were told that a terrifying beast tide erupted yesterday, led by a 4th level beast.
Isn't this ridiculous?
However, the report of the entire event had been completely altered. Yesterday, a group of novice beastmasters encountered a beast tide during hunting, and the situation was extremely urgent. Fortunately, the escort team arrived in time and successfully wiped out the beast tide, and there were no casualties in this incident. Regarding the cause and process of this beast tide, the escort team is conducting a thorough investigation, and we hope everyone will trust that our Jiang City escort team will provide a satisfactory explanation. Here, we sincerely thank everyone for their support and trust in the escort team.
Sorry, Mr. Chen Yi, Ms. Lin Mengxue.
You know, our escort team has performance assessments every year.
If we report the true situation, wouldn't that mean our escort team is incompetent? At that time, not only would our salaries be deducted, but the reputation of the Wind and Moon Canyon hunting ground would also suffer greatly, and there probably wouldn't be many newcomers going there to hunt anymore, which would have a huge impact. If possible, please try not to spread yesterday's events, and we will give you some compensation.
A member of the escort team who came to deliver the beast crystal cores explained in detail to Chen Yi and Lin Mingxue the reasons for the fabricated report. No matter from which angle, his words seemed reasonable and well-founded. The escort team resolving the beast tied quickly like this makes for a much more rational report than that a pair of beastmasters solved it. Furthermore, the escort team even promised compensation. Under these circumstances, Chen Yi and Lin Mingxue both believed about 80% of this explanation. After all, attributing personal merit to the group while privately giving rewards equal to the merit is a very common and effective approach. However, regarding Wang Yu being the captain of the escort team, both of them still held a bit of suspicion in their hearts. They always felt that the reason behind this wouldn't be so simple. Chen Yi nodded slightly. "Alright, we will go along with what you say, we don't care much about our reputation." Upon hearing this, the escort team member breathed a sigh of relief, feeling greatly relieved. He knew nothing of Wang Yu's scheme, simply following the rules and handling matters according to protocol. So, he was most afraid of encountering someone extremely concerned about reputation and being troublesome. He pushed out a large suitcase from behind him and said, "Thank you for your support, Mr. Chen Yi. There are a total of 1271 first-level beast crystal cores here, of which 771 are your spoils from yesterday, and the extra 500 are our compensation for your reputation. Then, there are 3 second-level ice attribute Beast King crystal cores inside, which can be considered a reward for saving 36 beast masters and spirit beasts. Miss Lin Mengshue's attribute is ice. This thing should be very helpful for Miss Lin Mengxue." Hearing this, Chen Yi and Lin Mengxue couldn't help but raise their eyebrows, a hint of surprise flashing in their eyes. There really is such a good thing? To be honest, they didn't care much about reputation. Especially Lin Mengxue, as the school beauty of the Beastmaster Academy, no matter where she went or what she did, she became the focus of everyone's attention, with almost no privacy space of her own. Sometimes, this indeed caused her a lot of trouble. Unexpectedly, now not only is there a gift, but it is also a second-level ice attribute Beast King crystal core. How wonderful is this? Thank you very much. These are just small matters, as long as Mr. Chen Yi doesn't speak about this matter outside, it will be fine. Rest assured, we are very tight-lipped. Thank you for your cooperation. Then I will take my leave, just contact team leader Wang Yu if there is anything. After saying that, he quickly left the place. At this moment, the corners of Chen Yi and Lin Mengshue's mouths finally could no longer be suppressed and began to rise. Brother Chen Yi, it's a second-level ice attribute Beast King crystal core. Swear, your mouth is curling up too high. What does it matter? Or do you want to help me suppress it? Anyway, I have nothing to do today. Ahem, I just got up, let me rest for a while. Dragon horn for you. Come on. But before that, let's order takeout, I'm so hungry. Ding. Lin Mengshue's favorability plus 1 point. Current favorability, 83 points. Chapter 23, Undercurrents Rising. That night. In a luxurious restaurant private room in Jiancheng, the lighting was dim and the atmosphere was heavy. Lu Ruyan, do you dare to take responsibility for what you said? Wang Yu stared sternly at the two in front of him, asking in a heavy tone. After a day of effort, Wang Yu had used a lot of connections just to investigate Chen Yi's background. However, the results left him more and more confused, unable to grasp what was happening. This Chen Yi looked like he had no background on the surface, just an orphan from a slum. But as the investigation deepened, some chilling details were uncovered. In this information age, a person's activity trajectory cannot possibly be completely hidden. Yet Chen Yi had no activity records for a full 18 years, as if he had suddenly appeared in this world after becoming an adult. It cannot be said that Chen Yi is a time traveler, right? So, Wang Yu decided to change his approach and investigate from Lu Ruyan, the only person Chen Yi had interacted with, which led to this scene now. But who would have thought, he heard that Chen Yi was almost starving to death, awakened an E-level talent half a year ago, and only contracted with Lin Mengxue 5 days ago. This is absurd, breaking through from first level to second level in 5 days? I swear, everything I said is true. Lu Ruyan said seriously, that Chen Yi is really just an orphan, and he is a disgusting punk. Wang Yu scratched his head, feeling confused. It's really strange, how did he end up getting together with Lin Mengxue? And how did he make Lin Mengxue gain that kind of power? At this time, Xin Xiaoxing interjected, Brother Wang, I have some uncertain information here, if the information is wrong, please don't blame me. It's fine, go ahead. Brother Wang, you know about the Luo family in the Magic City, right? Wang Yu's brows furrowed tightly, the Luo family, the #1 beast master family in the Magic City, how could I not know? Why are you suddenly bringing this up? Xin Xiaoxing took out several photos and explained, after the day of the assessment, I sent someone to investigate Chen Yi, these photos I got through connections, take a look, Brother Wang. Wang Yu took the photos and observed them closely. From the background of the photos, it seemed to be the corridor of the Beastmaster Academy's teacher's office. There was nothing particularly eye-catching. However, when he flipped to the last few photos, his pupils suddenly shrank. The elderly man walking out of the office in the photo was no one else but Luo Qinghe, the head of the Luo family, one of the 7 dragon generals of Longhua. Why would one of the 7 dragon generals appear at the Jiangqing Beast Master Academy? And why did he stay in a room with Chen Yi and Lin Mengxue for 5 whole minutes? When did this happen? 5 days ago, right after their Beast Master assessment ended, on that very night. Damn! If Chen Yi's background really is from the Magic City Luo family, this could be trouble. Wang Yu gritted his teeth and muttered, his face growing darker and darker. Although the school forum had been guessing that it was Chen Yi's talent that allowed Lin Mengxue to gain such incredible power, Wang Yu knew very well about Lin Mengxue's family background. Both of her parents were S-rank beast masters, so it was impossible for their child to have F-rank bloodline. Thus, the most likely possibility was that Lin Mengxue's real bloodline had been hidden for some special reason. It was Chen Yi who, by some lucky chance, activated Lin Mengxue's bloodline. Given Lin Mengxue's personality, she would choose to form a contract with Chen Yi to repay him. As long as he killed Chen Yi, Wang Yu could still claim Lin Mengxue, who now had her bloodline activated. However, the key issue now was: what exactly was the relationship between Chen Yi and the Magic City Luo family? Why would the head of the Luo family, Luo Qinghe, personally meet with him? Qin Shouxing looked at Wang Yu, who was furrowing his brows, and then glanced at the useless Lu Ruyan. A bold plan gradually emerged in his mind. He silently pulled Wang Yu into the bathroom, took out his phone, and quickly typed out 2 sentences. When these 2 sentences appeared in front of Wang Yu, his brows furrowed even deeper. Tomorrow is the Beast Master Academy's final assessment. If you kill Chen Yi during the final assessment and make it look like an accident, Lin Mengxue will be in your hands, Brother Wang. Wang Yu stayed silent for a moment, then took out his phone and replied. Lin Mengxue's strength is very strong. How do you plan to avoid her and kill Chen Yi? Upon seeing this, Qin Shouxing's lips curled into a slight smirk, showing a devilish smile. He quietly pulled out a syringe filled with dark green liquid from his bag. What is this? Have you seen the latest news? The Eagle Country has developed a new spiritual energy enhancement drug. I got one through a friend in Eagle Country. They say that after injecting it into a spiritual beast, it can immediately unleash power beyond 2 or 3 levels. They even sent a demonstration video. It should be real. Wang Yu took the phone, carefully watching it. In the video, the spiritual beast girl, after injecting the drug, instantly became wildly violent, easily defeating dozens of magical beasts that were several times stronger than her. At first, he thought Eagle Country was just doing a marketing gimmick, essentially selling spiritual beast health supplements. But unexpectedly, this time it seemed to be the real deal? Are you planning to inject this into your contracted spiritual beast and have it kill Chen Yi? With such powerful effects, the side effects must be huge, right? Qin Shouxing grinned and continued typing his response. Of course. Anyway, I've played with Lu Ruyan for a week, and I'm starting to get tired of her. After the assessment, I should be able to break through to the 3rd rank, and I should look for a proper spiritual beast contract, change things up a bit. An E-rank bloodline waste, being able to gain such great strength before dying, for her, it's also a kind of consolation. Seeing. If I really kill Chen Yi and take over Lin Mengxue, once the truth is revealed, it would be as easy for the Luo family in Modu to crush him as it would be to squash an ant. But in the end, desire conquered reason. As long as he isn't discovered, everything will be fine, right? Thinking of this, a hint of determination flashed in Wang Yu's eyes. Alright. Let's do it this way. But Zhou Shang, you are helping me so much, you must have your own intentions, right? Hearing this, the smile on Qin Shouxing's face grew wider. He leaned close to Wang Yu's ear and whispered, Brother Wang, don't you have a lot of stock on hand? I remember you got a pair of B-ranked bloodline twins in Hancheng a month ago, right? Our Qin group is a bit tight on funds lately. Upon hearing this, Wang Yu understood Qin Shouxing's meaning. No wonder he was so proactive today. Turns out he wants a taste of it. B-ranked bloodline, plus they are beautiful twin girls, such twin spirit beasts are usually worth around 5 million in the eyes of wealthy people. They are definitely high-end goods. But Lin Mengxue is someone who could defeat a 3rd level beast even when she was at the 1st level. Such a bloodline, combined with the campus beauty's looks, are not something that can be measured by such small money. Using sesame to trade for watermelons is simply a huge profit. Thinking of this, Wang Yu patted Qin Shouxing's shoulder and smiled, these are all small matters. As long as I can get Lin Mengxue, that pair of twins is yours. But you should understand, right? What if the matter is exposed? Qin Shouxing smiled, don't worry, nothing will go wrong. Even if it is exposed, I will absolutely not say anything about Brother Wang. Chapter 24, Luo Shirin. In the private room. Lu Ruyan sat in her seat, her gaze occasionally drifting towards the restroom, a wave of inexplicable unease swelling in her heart. Finally, Qin Shoushang and Wang Yu walked out of the restroom, both wearing forced smiles on their faces. However, for some reason, Lu Ruyan felt a chill sweep over her.
Ruyan.
Qin Shoushang was the first to break the silence. About the final assessment you mentioned earlier, I'll accompany you tomorrow. Lu Ruyan was slightly taken aback and quickly replied, oh, great.
Thank you, Shoushang.
Hearing that Qin Shoushang was willing to waste time accompanying her to the final assessment, Lu Ruyan did not think much of it. After all, contracting an awesome beastmaster is to show off to her sisters.
The final assessment is a very suitable opportunity.
Ruyan, I have some things to discuss with Brother Wang. You should head back to your room to rest.
I will spend time with you tonight.
Really?
Thank you, Shoushang. Alright, hurry back. After all, this is your last night.
The corner of Qin Shoushang's mouth lifted slightly, revealing a barely noticeable smile. Of course, he did not say the last sentence out loud. The energy-strengthening potion from the Eagle Country, if it could truly enhance the strength of spirit beasts by 2 or 3 levels without any side effects, would be a priceless treasure.
People like them would never be able to get their hands on it.
Toys with E-rank bloodlines, able to exert their last flicker of heat at the final moment, are truly putting everything to the best use.
Talking about 2 different things.
That night, after Chen Yi helped Lin Mengxue refine the beast crystals, the time had already reached around 10 o'clock. I have to say, the energy needed to level up is really increasing more and more. 100 first-level beast crystals were consumed, along with Chen Yi's energy guidance skill, yet he still did not level up. This made Chen Yi sigh. The path to leveling up is really becoming more and more difficult. However, time is on their side. With Lin Mengxue's strength, breaking through to above the 10th level in the future won't be a problem. After a week of spending time together, the two were already like an old married couple. Their tacit understanding needed no words. Lin Mengxue grabbed Chen Yi. Using the property advantage brought by her power manifestation, she swiftly undressed Chen Yi and enjoyed a nice hour-long bath. Just when they wanted to return to their room to enhance their closeness.
Ding dong.
The doorbell rang suddenly. Lin Mengxue wore a look of helplessness, secretly muttering in her heart, just when we are about to get serious, someone comes to disturb us so late, really. As she thought this, she reluctantly put on her coat and slowly walked to the door. Chen Yi was also worried that Wang Yu might be playing tricks, closely following behind Lin Mengxue. As a result, when the door opened, both Lin Mengxue and Chen Yi were stunned. At the door stood a beautiful woman in a cyan blue dress. She was tall, had a beautiful face, and a graceful demeanor, especially her youthful appearance and ample curves, which attracted attention.
Lin Mengxue looked confused, secretly wondering.
At night, a beautiful woman dressed so lightly appeared at the door. This scene was simply too strange.
She couldn't help but look at Chen Yi, thinking, Chen Yi already has me, shouldn't he be ordering takeout?
The beautiful woman smiled lightly at this, her smile warm like spring breeze, making people feel fond of her.
Did I disturb you too? However, Chen Yi was completely dazed for a while.
Because on this beautiful woman, a system interface appeared.
Name, Luo Shirin. Contract Master, None. Bloodline, F-level Songbird. Hidden Bloodline, SSS-level Qingyuan. Level, First Stage, 4th Segment. Physique, 9. Spiritual Power, 11. Attribute, Wind. Skill, Cyclone. Favorability, plus 15 points. Affinity, not yet cultivated.
Evaluation. In childhood, due to severe damage to her vocal cords, she was unable to carry the sound power of the Qingyuan, thus being completely hidden. Activating the hidden Qingyuan bloodline can sing the song of destruction.
Ding. Detected SSS-level hidden bloodline Spirit Beast. System has successfully recorded the Spirit Beast information.
If the host successfully contracts her and raises the favorability to over 80 points, the following rewards will be obtained.
Reward 1: 15 enhancement points. Reward 2: combat skill Wind Blade Slash. Reward 3: item 100-year Divine Bee Nectar. Did I actually activate the system task successfully? SSS-level Qingyuan bloodline? Holy crap! In the living room,
Lin Mengxue poured a cup of hot tea for Luo Shirin, then quietly sat down beside Chen Yi. For a moment, the atmosphere became extremely awkward. Late at night, a strange beautiful woman appeared in the house, and she seemed to have no politeness at all.
No matter how you think about it, it was strange, right? To break this awkwardness, Lin Mengxue took the initiative to ask, may I ask who you are?
What brings you here so late?
Luo Shirin smiled and softly said, I'm not here to find you, I'm here to find you, Chen Yi. Looking for Chen Yi? Lin Mengxue immediately became vigilant. This couldn't really be Chen Yi's unsatisfied order for takeout, right? Chen Yi frowned slightly.
If it weren't for her favorability being positive, he might have thought she was an enemy the moment she spoke.
Looking for me? But before explaining your purpose, shouldn't you introduce yourself first?
Luo Shirin coughed lightly 2 times, looking very familiar. Sorry, I got too excited and forgot. My name is Luo Shirin, I'm from the Magic Capital's Luo family, and I'm here to find you mainly because my grandfather asked me to find you.
Maybe you can activate my power. Magic Capital Luo family? Lin Mingxue repeated, her face showing an expression of disbelief. Yes.
Luo Shirin pointed to the space ring on Chen Yi's right hand. That thing was given to you by my grandfather.
Wait. Lin Mingxue interrupted hurriedly, you said your name is Luo Shirin, from the Luo family, do you mean your grandfather is the 7-Dragon General Luo Qinghe? Luo Shirin nodded, yes. Didn't my grandfather introduce himself to you last time?
Upon hearing this, Lin Mingxue suddenly felt her head buzzing, as if her worldview had collapsed in that moment.
For a moment, she didn't know what to say. No wonder the last time the principal was so respectful, it turns out that old man is a 7-Dragon General? Chen Yi's focus was different from Lin Mingxue's. It was Luo Qinghe who sent Luo Shirin to find him. Could it be that the secret of the system was uncovered? After thinking for a moment, Chen Yi asked back, may I ask why your grandfather thinks I can activate your powers? However, Luo Shirin answered the question with something irrelevant. She hooked her arm around Chen Yi's other arm and said with an eager expression, what matters less? I just want to know one thing, Chen Yi, do you think I can become a giant dragon like Xiaomanx? Chapter 25, should we do it together? A stunningly beautiful face that could rival Lin Mingxue, paired with a body even hotter than Lin Mingxue's. I have to say, it's truly a killer weapon. Even though Chen Yi had already entered Sage Mode 4 or 5 times today. Upon seeing this scene, his heart couldn't help but tremble slightly. Isn't this just too much of a lethal attraction? What are you doing? Lin Mingxue rushed forward, forcibly separating Chen Yi and Luo Shirin. Chen Yi is her man, yet Luo Shirin is making such intimate gestures right in front of her. Even if she is truly the young lady of the Luo family, she cannot let her behave so recklessly. Luo Shirin shrugged her shoulders, maintaining that carefree look. Anyway, there will definitely be more thrilling actions later. As the first one, you have to show a generous attitude. She clearly awakened an F-level bloodline but has such a cheerful personality. I really don't know whether to say she has a good character or a bad one. No way. I say no way and that's it. Brother Chen Yi hasn't spoken yet, so you don't need to interrupt. Seeing the direction of the conversation seemed to get out of control, Chen Yi quickly changed the topic. Alright, both of you beautiful ladies, take a break. Luo Shirin, I'll tell you the truth, I can indeed activate your hidden bloodline power. Really? Luo Shirin's eyes instantly lit up, her face filled with surprise. Sure enough, Grandpa's judgment was right, she really wasn't an F-level useless person. She awakened her F-level bloodline at the age of 18, and in that moment, it felt as if the world had collapsed. After 3 years, she had long lost hope and was even prepared to just eat and wait for death until she was sent for euthanasia. Unexpectedly, a turn of events allowed her to meet someone who could activate her powers. Ding! Luo Shirin's favorability plus 25 points. But suddenly, Chen Yi changed his tone and said, without a contract, I can only help you temporarily activate your power. To achieve permanent activation, you must maintain a contract relationship with me. You should understand what I mean, right? No problem. Luo Shirin replied without hesitation, I came here with just that thought. So let's not delay, let's start the contract now. Saying this, she pulled Chen Yi up, preparing to choose a room to begin the contract. No way. Lin Mingxue blocked Luo Shirin angrily, Chen Yi is mine tonight. No one can take him away. Upon hearing this, Luo Shirin also wrapped her arms around Lin Mingxue's slender waist, a mischievous smile on her lips. Then how about, together? As soon as those words came out, Lin Mingxue's face instantly turned bright red. You, shameless. Just kidding. Luo Shirin looked earnestly at Chen Yi. Chen Yi, can I experience my awakened power first? Chen Yi nodded with a smile, sure, but we need to go to the rooftop. To the rooftop? Luo Shirin was taken aback, my spirit beast form is about the same size as a little duck, is that really necessary? Chen Yi smiled, you'll understand when the time comes. Okay. After Luo Shirin finished speaking, she immediately rushed out of the room. She didn't even want to take the elevator, just racing toward the rooftop. Ding! Luo Shirin's favorability plus 10 points. Current favorability, 50 points. Watching Luo Shirin's excited figure, Lin Mingxue couldn't help but let out a long sigh, as if she saw her former self. She had only lived for a month with her F-level bloodline and already developed thoughts of ending her life. In the past 3 years, Luo Shirin has faced immense pressure, likely just as much as she has. That optimistic demeanor she shows is probably just an act, right? After changing her clothes, Lin Mingxue stepped into the elevator and pressed the button for the 40th floor. Lin Mingxue walked over to Chen Yi and quietly asked, Big brother Chen Yi, will you accompany her tonight? Chen Yi gently stroked Lin Mengshua's head and asked in return, "Do you agree?" "If you don't agree, then I won't go." Lin Mengshua shook her head, "How could I not agree? No one understands the feeling of being tested with an F-level bloodline better than I do." Seeing this, Chen Yi couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. This girl is clearly jealous. After spending time together these past few days, Chen Yi could clearly feel that Lin Mengshua has a kind heart and a simple personality, without any bad intentions. As mentioned before, she is actually very willing for Chen Yi to contract more Spirit Beast sisters. But with each additional Spirit Beast sister, the love they receive will be shared. How to treat each contracted Spirit Beast equally is a common problem that all beast tamers in this world face. After all, they are emotional beings, just like humans. "Don't worry, swear, I will never abandon you, not in this lifetime. Even if I only have 10 minutes tonight, I will take 5 minutes for you." Upon hearing this, Lin Mengshua immediately burst into laughter. 5 minutes? I don't want that, at least 6 minutes. Alright, I'll try my best to squeeze out 1 more minute for you. Ding. Lin Mengshua's favorability plus 2 points. Ding. Congratulations, Lin Mengshua's favorability has reached 85 points. Bonus reinforcement points plus 15. Suddenly, a few system prompts rang loudly in Chen Yi's mind, nearly startling him. What the heck? There are rewards too? He originally thought that only the 80 points favorability task mattered and that further increases in favorability had little significance. At most, it just indicated that the Spirit Beast sisters liked him more. He didn't expect there to be rewards? Could it be that every 5 points of favorability above 80 would trigger a reward? Awesome. Really awesome. But this could be a problem. Once there are too many Spirit Beast sisters, I surely won't be able to take care of them all. Maintaining favorability will be difficult, let alone increasing it. This is headache-inducing. It looks like I need to find some time to go online and learn time management skills from those high-level beast tamers. But the most important thing right now is to satisfy Lin Mengshua's 6 minutes. Adding those 15 points into physique should extend my stamina a bit, right? Thinking of this, Chen Yi no longer hesitated and immediately allocated all 15 reinforcement points into his physique. Ding. Reinforcement successful. Current physique value, 48 points. As soon as the system prompt finished, Chen Yi suddenly felt that his waist no longer ached and his legs were no longer sore. It felt like he could battle with Lin Mengshua for another half hour. Not bad, not bad. Looks like I won't disappoint Schwer tonight. Speaking of which, even without a talent bonus, this physique should still allow me to participate as a combat-type beast tamer, right? Next time, if I get the opportunity, I'll give it a try. Ding dong. Accompanied by a crisp sound, the elevator doors slowly opened, arriving at the top floor. At a glance, the moonlight was like water, cascading over Luo Shirin, making her stand out brightly in the night. The aquamarine dress she wore resembled the surface of a lake under moonlight, reflecting a cool glow and exuding an elegant aura, like a fairy. At the height of 11 stories, she ran faster than the elevator, showing just how excited she was. You finally made it. Luo Shirin's silver bell-like voice rang out, "We've been waiting for you for a long time." Chen Yi shrugged his shoulders and said helplessly, "I wasn't going to run away, there's no need to be in such a hurry." Very urgent, extremely urgent. Alright, since you are very urgent, let me give you the strength you want. As he spoke, Chen Yi stepped forward and held Luo Shirin's hand, awakening the Spirit Beast. In an instant, a warm power flowed like a gentle stream from Chen Yi's palm into Luo Shirin's body, rapidly spreading throughout her. Although she was already dressed lightly and the night breeze was very cool, she suddenly felt an intense heat surge through her. Bright blue-green runes slowly emerged on her fair skin, forming feathers of the same color. Her body gradually grew larger in the light of the blue-green runes and slowly rose into the air. Clang, clang. A crisp cry echoed through the sky. As the light faded, a gigantic blue-green bird appeared before them, soaring high into the sky. Its feathers glinted with a jade-like sheen, and its long tail feathers flowed like smoke, trailing a green mist behind, while its wingtips shimmered with sparkling white light under the moonlight, looking extremely pure. Name, Luo Shirin, Spirit Beast Form. Contract Owner, None. Bloodline, SSS Grade Qingyuan, Temporary Awakening. Level, First Stage, 4th Segment. Physique, 34. Spirit Power, 70. Attributes, Wind, Sound. Skills, Wind Blade, Song of Destruction. Favorability, plus 40 points. Affinity, not yet cultivated. Seeing this, Lin Mengshua lightly waved her jade hand and directly created an ice wall to serve as a mirror. After awakening, everyone surely wants to see their appearance change as soon as possible. As someone who had gone through it, she understood this very well. This is my true appearance? Luo Shirin's gaze was locked tightly on her reflection in the ice wall, her face filled with disbelief and a rush of indescribable excitement rose within her. She truly was not useless. but rather, the legendary Qing Luan that could sing the song of destruction and soar in the sky. Her era finally arrived. Alright. You've seen it. It's not good to disturb the other neighbors at this late hour. No, let me look a little longer. Sigh, forget it. Chen Yi also sighed at this. Fortunately, the building where Lin Mengxue lived was the tallest in the community, with no other residents around, so it shouldn't be seen by others. Let her enjoy this rare moment. At this moment, Lin Mengxue gently tugged at Chen Yi's sleeve, her delicate face slightly flushed as she shyly said, Chen Yi brother, actually I think Shireen's sister's suggestion can be tried. Upon hearing this, Chen Yi was first taken aback, then seemed to understand something. Could it be referring to that? The next morning at 7:30. Chen Yi woke up slowly from his dream. The Spirit Beast girls had already risen, and cheerful laughter and the sounds of chopping vegetables filled the kitchen, as they seemed to be preparing breakfast. After all, the final assessment started at 9 o'clock. If they relied on consuming monster crystal cores to satisfy their hunger, they wouldn't have time for spirit power guidance, so they were having a normal breakfast instead. However, it seemed that after a night, their relationship seemed to have improved quite a bit, completely eliminating any barriers. Congrats, congrats! Contract Spirit Beasts, Lin Mengxue, Luo Shireen. Glancing at the system panel, Chen Yi couldn't help but smile foolishly. Both of the girls with SSS-grade bloodlines had signed a contract with him. Moreover, they were both one in a million beauties, simply treasures bestowed by heaven. I must say, it was truly perfect. After changing his clothes, Chen Yi had just stepped out of the room when he bumped into Lin Mengxue and Luo Shireen, who were carrying hot dishes. Steak, eggs, steamed buns, fish soup, and sandwiches made for an extremely sumptuous breakfast, likely prepared well before 7. So thoughtful. Chen Yi brother, you're awake. Chen Yi younger brother, you worked hard last night, make sure to eat well this morning. Hearing this, Chen Yi was immediately speechless. You two know I worked hard, huh? Of course, he said this. If given a choice to experience last night all over again, he would definitely choose to do it again without hesitation. After finishing breakfast, organizing his outfit and various materials needed for the assessment, the time had already reached 8:30. Fortunately, the Sky International community is not far from Jiangcheng Beast Master Academy. He took a cab and arrived at the academy's playground in just 5 minutes. The moment Chen Yi and the others stepped onto the playground, nearly all gazes around them landed on them at once. It's Chen Yi, he really will participate in the final assessment with Meng Shui. Why do I feel he doesn't look very good? Did he cultivate affinity last night too? No need to say much, that's the campus beauty, Linda. If I contracted her, I'd wonder if I need to visit a urologist for my self-restraint. Speaking of which, aren't your focus different? Didn't you notice that Chen Yi has another beauty by his side? Wow, the attention was all on the campus beauty. I nearly missed seeing such a beautiful girl. Who is she? She seems just as stunning as Linda. I don't know, but I have some insider info. It's said that Chen Yi has already broken through to 2nd rank. That girl might be his second contracted spirit beast. Broken through to 2nd rank? How could that be? You tell me, 6 days ago he was at 1st rank, now he's 2nd rank? Are you kidding me? Anyway, ever since Chen Yi was dumped by Lu Ruyan, he's completely taken off. The surrounding students were whispering and discussing. Their words dripped with envy, almost overflowing. They stared at Lin Mengxue and Luo Shireen, who were like two guardians following Chen Yi, their eyes nearly popping out. Of course, no one foolish enough dared to approach or stir trouble. After all, Lin Mengxue was the fierce character who stomped a 1st-ranked 10-dan snow girl to death at 1st-ranked 2-dan. In these past few days, she must have become even stronger. Who would dare provoke Chen Yi at this time? Are you hoping to turn into a human pancake? Seeing this scene, Luo Shireen teasingly said, Chen Yi, your popularity is really high. Lin Mengxue laughed and echoed, Chen Yi is a big celebrity, of course he has high popularity. Chen Yi could only give a helpless wry smile. I feel like they are all discussing you too. Chapter 27, Final Assessment. In the blink of an eye, the time reached 8:50. The playground of the Beast Master Academy was bustling with crowds, vividly lively. The principal, head of education, and high-ranking members of the Beast Master Association all arrived at the scene in luxury cars. In the crowd, Chen Yi's gaze unintentionally met with Luo Qinghe, Luo Shiyin's grandfather. At that moment, time seemed to freeze. Chen Yi quickly shifted his gaze away, his heart secretly mumbling about last night's events. After all, he had already contracted with Luo Shireen, everyone knew what happened. He felt a bit embarrassed. However, besides Luo Qinghe, Chen Yi also saw a familiar figure, Lu Ruyan. He couldn't help but wonder. Qin Shouxing's family is so wealthy, what kind of resources can't be bought? Why would she come along for the assessment? Is it for the credits? When Chen Yi noticed Lu Ruyan, she also noticed him, giving him a fierce glare.
Clearly, he hadn't done anything wrong to her, so why did her favorability drop to -30?
You walk your sunny path, I'll take my narrow bridge, staying out of each other's way, what's there to hate? Is it like the saying goes, because she can't stand seeing her former partner doing so well, jealousy arises? Just then, a pair of soft hands gently covered Chen Yi's eyes from behind. Chen Yi, don't look. Oh, eating vinegar again. That's more like it. Remember to look at me too, Chen Yi. Let's watch together, I'd rather see it a few more times. Chen Yi quickly threw the matter of Lu Ruyan behind him and chatted with the two sisters. Next came a tedious and uninteresting introduction. Principal Yang Yuansheng stood on stage, spitting as he spoke. Yet, he was completely unaware that the students below, participating in the final assessment, were already yawning and dozing off. Now, with that said, the assessment officially begins. Hearing that the assessment was finally starting, the students present instantly perked up, all eager and ready to go. Chen Yi looked at this scene and felt a bit baffled. This final assessment only affected credits, achieving good results merely meant getting a bit more resources, a small reward. Why were these people so excited, like they were hyped up on energy drinks? After saying this, Yang Yuanqing nodded slightly to a young teacher beside him, then began distributing teleport crystals to each student. These teleport crystals emitted a soft white light, containing some spatial power ripples. This assessment is just to test your current strength and won't have a big impact on your future paths. So please act according to your abilities and don't ruin your future for a little reward. If you encounter an unbeatable beast, just crush the teleport crystal, and you will be sent directly to the infirmary. Remember, life is the most important. One more thing, this assessment will have drones filming and broadcasting live. Though the school encourages you to fight each other to hone your combat skills, everything must be done with caution, never treat your classmates' lives lightly. Alright, I won't waste any more time. I'll open the teleportation portal to the trial area, and everyone can enter in an orderly manner. As Principal Yang Yuanqing's voice fell, a woman in her 50s, a spirit beast, slowly walked to the front of the stage. Although time had left some marks on her face, she still exuded an air of elegance. She extended her hand and gently pointed forward, a beam of light shot out from her fingers, landing on the empty ground of the playground. In an instant, light radiated in all directions, forming a huge light column. Seconds later, the light column gradually faded, revealing a teleportation portal before everyone. A spatial-type spirit beast, as the name implies, possesses the special ability to use spatial skills. Having this attribute among spirit beasts is extremely rare and hard to come by. I want one so much, I wonder when I'll meet a spatial attribute spirit beast. Carrying such thoughts, Chen Yi soon entered the teleportation portal with Lin Mengxue and Luo Shirin. However, 10 meters behind Chen Yi, Qin Shoxing was staring at his back with a sinister look, a cunning smile creeping onto his face. Chen Yi, if you have to blame something, blame the fact that you bonded with the wrong person. Be more careful in your next life. Beside him, Lu Ruyan's brows furrowed, her feeling of ominous premonition growing stronger. How did this Chen Yi break through so quickly? Where did he find such a beautiful spirit beast girl to bond with? Damn it, why did things change so much after breaking up with me, when he was just a mediocre guy? But thinking too much about it now was useless. She had already established a bond with Qin Shoxing, and his family background was good. For an E-rank bloodline, such treatment was already quite nice. After this assessment, Qin Shoxing should be able to break through to the 3rd tier. At that time, he would be able to train in the Beast Master Academy in a 1st-tier city. When that happens, she could ignore him and leave Jiang City as soon as possible. Start a new life. She gently patted her cheek, striving to calm her emotions. Then, arm in arm with Qin Shoxing, she stepped into the teleportation array. At the same time, in the Douyin Live broadcast room 10086, a live stream called Greedy Little Peach finally started. In front of the camera, a cute girl with pigtails, dressed in pink, appeared in everyone's view. In less than half a minute, tens of thousands of viewers surged into the live stream, and the number was still increasing. Peach has finally started broadcasting. I've been waiting since 8:30. Peach, my goddess. Peach was 5 minutes late, so she has to add 5 more hours. The barrage on the screen flowed crazily, revealing her high popularity. Su Taotao wore a pair of communication headphones, gently adjusted the volume, showed a sweet smile, and began to greet the viewers in the live stream. Hello, I am Su Taotao. I was a bit delayed because of some things, so I'm late, please forgive me, babies. Today the city I'm in is Jiangcheng, we won't be tasting food, but we'll commentate on a Beast-Taming Academy's final assessment. Besides me, there will also be 2 Tier 5 Beast Tamers acting as guest commentators. Let's witness the battles of young boys and girls in their teenage years together. By the way, it's said that a Beast Tamer duo that finished the Beast Tamer assessment in 57 seconds also participated in this final assessment. There's so much to see. Let's witness up close just how strong such outstanding Beast Tamers can be. Chapter 28, Competition among 3 schools.
As soon as Su Taotao finished speaking, the audience and the livestream instantly erupted.
Is Peach going to switch to commentary? Could it be that after eating mountains of delicacies, her family made her go broke? What are you thinking? Most of what Peach eats is sponsored by advertisers, how could she possibly go broke?
Sigh, I thought I could see Peach eat some quirky food today, but I also like Peach commentating on Beast-Tamer battles. With a smile, Su Taotao explained, everyone, don't worry. This final assessment will last for 3 days, so we will definitely be eating. Imagine, we enjoy the spectacular scenes of beast tamers sweating on the battlefield while savoring special foods from Jiangcheng, isn't that the ultimate enjoyment? Her words received recognition from many viewers. In fact, even without such an explanation, everyone would willingly stay in the livestream. After all, Su Taotao is just too cute. Just by watching Su Taotao, one could eat 3 big bowls of rice. So, without further ado, the final assessment has officially begun. Let's focus the camera on those beast tamers who are expected to become pillars of the world. At the same time, Chen Yi and his 2 companions stepped into the teleportation portal and arrived in a mountain forest environment filled with the breath of nature. Surrounded by mountains and rivers, with endless flower seas and lush green grass, it resembled a paradise. According to previously collected information, this assessment area is located in a valley north of Jiangcheng. Its area is so large that it is fully 2.5 times bigger than Fengyue Valley, estimated to have a diameter of 70 to 80 kilometers. Surrounded by mountains on all sides, it isolates this area from the outside world. Additionally, there are isolation barriers set around the valley, forming an independent realm. This area serves various purposes. Beyond being used for the final assessment, it will also be utilized for practical drills, youth training camps, tourist attractions, and more. It can be said to be a true workhorse area.
Is this the assessment location?
It's so beautiful.
Lin Mingxue and Luo Shirin couldn't help but exclaim.
In their field of vision, besides the beautiful scenery resembling a paradise, there were also temporary iron sheds built.
Neatly arranged.
The barrier around the house rippled slightly under the gentle breeze. Around the resting area, several high-level beast masters and spirit beasts stood alert, acting as sentinels. Lin Mingxue looked around at the students but felt a surge of doubt in her heart.
Why are there so many unfamiliar faces? And there are quite a few more people. Were there this many people in the academy before?
As she observed, the beast masters participating in the assessment had gradually gathered. One of them, a girl with beast ears, a sturdy build, and wild clothing stepped forward. She planted the huge golden-backed machete she held into the ground, looking boldly at everyone.
Welcome everyone to this final assessment.
I am the examiner for this assessment, Wang Kairi.
This year's final assessment is slightly different from previous years.
To stimulate your competitive spirit, it is jointly organized by Jiangcheng Beast Master Academy, Linjiang Beast Master Academy, and Yicheng Beast Master Academy. At the same time, the reward standards have also been significantly increased. The first place Beast Master team will receive a Tier 3 Beast King Crystal Core, the second place will get a Tier 2 Beast King Crystal Core, and the third place will earn a Tier 1 attribute of your choice. From 4th to 10th place, you can get 100 Tier 2 Beast Crystal Cores or 50 Tier 3 Beast Crystal Cores. As long as you enter the top 100, you will receive 30 Tier 2 Beast Crystal Cores, and for the next month, you can double the amount of Beast Crystal Cores you purchase.
So everyone, is your fighting spirit ignited?
As soon as she said this, the crowd erupted in an uproar. This year's rewards are at least 5 times more than last year's, right?
They are even offering Beast King Crystal Cores as rewards?
A Tier 2 Beast Crystal Core costs 200 Dragon Country Coins, and 30 of them would be 6,000 Dragon Country Coins.
Selling them could easily earn 1 or 2,000 without any problem.
Looking around, there seemed to be only about 300 pairs of Beast Master teams from the 3 academies participating in the assessment. Moreover, many of the Beast Master teams are just there to participate, to earn credits and beast meat, and have no intention of competing.
Entering the top 100 seems very easy.
Chen Yi took a glance at Wang Kairi's information and was also quite surprised.
It's actually the contract spirit beast of Luo Qinghe? What the hell is this? Is she here to settle scores? Name, Wang Kairi. Contract master, Luo Qinghe. Bloodline, SS-level Crimson Flame Golden Tiger.
Level, 13th Tier 7 segment.
Physique, 3460. Spirit power, 2880. Attributes, fire, wind, earth, light.
Skills, Flame Fong, Blaze Roar, Death 1 / Flame Tornado, Power of the Earth.
Favorability, plus 25 points. Affinity, 540, excellent.
Evaluation, proficient in 4 systems, physique outstanding, almost all skills learned, describing her as invincible is not an exaggeration. At this moment, the students were also unable to contain their excitement, discussing among themselves. No wonder I wondered why this year's final assessment required a commentary team, it turns out it's for this reason.
They probably invited some big leaders, which is why it's so grand, right? But why didn't they inform us in advance? I could have prepared more. Indeed, if I had known I had to compete with students from other colleges, I would have definitely gathered information early. In fact, the school was also in a difficult position. Because they had only just received the notice of the rule change last night, they couldn't inform the students in time and had to rush. After Luo Shirin and Chen Yi successfully established a contract, awakening the SSS-level Qingyuan bloodline, it proved that she was not useless. When Luo Qinghe learned about this news, he was overjoyed and didn't hesitate to use his authority to arrange for several nearby Beast Master Academies to jointly hold the final assessment. This way, Luo Shirin could showcase her strength in front of everyone. Unfortunately, only 3 colleges responded. The other colleges could only give up for reasons such as conflicting assessment times, lack of space system spirit beasts, or being already on summer break. However, for Luo Shirin, being able to compete on the same stage with spirit beast masters from the other 2 Beast Master Academies was already a rare opportunity. Clap, clap. Wang Kaili clapped her hands, interrupting the discussions among the students. Alright, everyone, I will now distribute the rule manuals. This time, the assessment rules have some changes, please read them carefully to avoid any mistakes. The assessment will officially start after 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Before the assessment begins, you can choose your own rooms first, just swipe your student card on the identification machine to bind the room. Each room is equipped with an isolated barrier, this is your personal private space, you can do whatever you want. However, I must remind everyone, while fostering affinity is very important, you young people also need to pay attention to moderation. Don't overindulge later and end up with no strength left to battle the magical beasts. Alright, dismissed. As soon as Wang Kaili's voice fell, the students immediately scattered, starting to choose their favorite rooms. Chapter 29, Changes in the Rules. 2 big school beauties, where do you want to stay? Chen Yi casually asked. After all, he had lived in even the slums by the roadside, so he naturally had no high demands for living conditions. But Lin Mengxue and Luo Shirin were different. They both came from wealthy families and were very picky about their choices of living environments. Luo Shirin shrugged her shoulders, I don't mind. As long as I can stay with brother Chen Yi. As soon as she said this, the choice naturally fell to Lin Mengxue. Lin Mengxue frowned slightly, looking around and carefully observing each room. In the end, her gaze landed on a standalone room not connected to any others. Let's choose this one. So secluded? Why choose here? Lin Mengshue's little face instantly turned red, she nervously fiddled with the edge of her clothes and stammered, well, the noise from last night was a bit loud, if it bothers others, it won't be good, so I think choosing a standalone is better. Hearing this, a hint of a mischievous smile appeared on Luo Shirin's face. She gently patted Lin Mengshue's shoulder and teased, can't you just keep your voice down? Lin Mengshue's face turned even redder. She looked at Luo Shirin speechlessly and pouted, you always do these sudden things, how could I not scream? Okay, let's stop talking about this and go in to take a look, don't let others occupy it first. Chen Yi hurriedly interrupted. There were other students from Jiangcheng Beast Master Academy nearby. If they heard such words, those boys would probably give them murderous looks. Other students from Jiangcheng Beast Master Academy saw Lin Mengxue had chosen her room and eagerly occupied a few rooms around her. Although they couldn't get Lin Mengxue, it was still good to be near her and take a look. However, among them, 2 students Li Yi and Zhao Feng entered their room, and suddenly the doorbell rang. When they opened the door, they were surprised to see Lu Ruyan and her spirit beast master Qin Shoxing. Beside Lu Ruyan stood a red-haired girl, seemingly indifferent to everything around her. She seemed to be Qin Shoxing's contracted spirit beast. Qin Shoxing got straight to the point, brother, 100,000, give me this room. Li Yi was shocked, what do you mean? You want to buy this room for 100,000? Qin Shoxing nodded, slowly pulling out a bank card from his pocket, yes. But I have conditions. Our room is in the corner on the west side, you don't need to untie your student card, just move straight into my room. During these 3 days. Don't go out, just stay in the room honestly, this 100,000 is yours. Li Yi and Zhao Feng exchanged glances, a wave of confusion rising in their hearts. The 2 of them participated in the final assessment just to make money. The reward for first place, a Tier 3 Beast King Crystal Core, might not even sell for 100,000. Now, all they needed was to stay in a room, do whatever they wanted for 3 days, and focus on raising their affinity, easily getting 100,000. Could this be the arrival of the god of wealth? Good. Brother Qin, feel free to use this room. Take it. Thank you, Brother Qin. Li Yi and Zhao Feng left the room happily with their bank cards. But the smile on Qin Shoxing's face grew more sinister. In 3 days, he would get to play with those top-notch twins. Just thinking about it was thrilling. At this moment, after settling down, Chen Yi and his group began to check the rule manual. This final assessment would take place over 3 days.
The general process was the same as in previous years. The school would capture some low-level magic beasts of different attributes and release them here, embedding special scoreballs within them. Killing the magic beasts, retrieving the scoreballs, and putting them into the scoring device in the room would earn points according to the difficulty star level and rank of the magic beasts. Playing solo or in teams was fine, and even buying scoreballs was allowed. It all depended on the individual. The only difference was that, due to the increased number of participants, some new rules were introduced. First, the hunting time was strictly set from 9 in the morning to 7 in the evening. If not back to the rest area in time, participants would lose their qualification. Second, from 8 to 10 in the evening each day, everyone could wager up to 500 points, under the witness of the proctor, to duel with other beast masters, with the winner taking the points wagered by the loser. Third, there would be a random tier 3 magic beast above level 5 released as a boss challenge each day. The beast master who successfully killed it would receive generous point rewards, and after the assessment ended, an extra 100 tier 3 magic beast crystal cores would be evenly distributed among those who participated in the boss challenge. It must be said that the ways to earn points became more diverse and challenging. Lin Mingxue rolled up her sleeves with excitement. This time, I am definitely going to take first place. Hearing this, Chen Yi smiled. Wasn't it obvious? But before that, Shireen, let's eat. Chen Yi said as he poured out all the magic beast crystal cores from his space ring. Naturally, a situation identical to Lin Mingxue's occurred. Ah? Eat? Luo Shireen exclaimed in surprise, pointing at the magic beast crystal cores. Aren't we supposed to grind them into powder? Lin Mingxue couldn't help but giggle, patiently explaining, don't worry, just eat them directly. Brother Chen Yi has a way to help us refine these crystal cores. Alright. Luo Shireen hesitantly picked up a magic beast crystal core and put it in her mouth. Chen Yi extended his hand to place it on Luo Shireen's face, beginning to channel energy. In an instant, a sweet and delicious flow of energy surged like a clear spring, creamy and rich, intoxicating one within it. Luo Shireen's eyes widened, and she exclaimed in surprise, so sweet. So delicious. This thing can actually be refined like this? Isn't that right? Brother Chen Yi has many amazing skills. Brother Chen Yi, continue? Of course we continue. You are only level 1, stage 4, let's see if there's a way to get you to level 2 before the assessment starts. Level 2? You're joking, right? In just a few hours, I can break through to level 2? How can you know if you don't try? Look at how much you ate this morning, with a bigger appetite than Mingxue, it should be fine. By the way, you should eat the level 2 ones, the level 1 ones might not be enough. So much, and so hard, seems a bit difficult? It's okay, just get used to it for now. In the future, you will definitely eat a lot. Lin Mingxue stood up, taking an apron out from her space ring. You guys take your time to refine it. I'm going to prepare lunch, it's still early, and I coincidentally have a few recipes I want to experiment with. Chapter 30, Mukbang Su Tao Dao. The story splits into 2 parts. At this moment, in the principal's office of Jiangcheng Beast Master Academy. The principal politely served tea and poured water for Luo Qinghe, wearing a flattering smile. Mr. Luo, do you think this arrangement is appropriate? Luo Qinghe slightly nodded. Not bad. You've worked hard. It should be, it should be. The principal felt a bit relieved and then said, however, Mr. Luo, your granddaughter is only at the first rank, 4th stage. The beast masters participating in the assessment are almost all above the 2nd rank, she. However, before the principal could finish speaking, he was directly interrupted by Luo Qinghe. Don't worry, just watch closely. My granddaughter is the best in the world. Hearing this, the principal no longer interjected. After signing a contract with Chen Yi, Lin Mingxue not only transformed into an existence that even an S-level spirit beast could hardly match but also broke through to the 2nd rank in a very short time. Now, Luo Shireen has also signed a contract with Chen Yi. Perhaps she might really be able to replicate Lin Mingxue's legend. By the way, Mr. Luo, some parents and academy leaders from Linjiang and Yicheng also want to come to our observation hall to watch. You don't mind, right? Luo Qinghe frowned, thought for a moment, and said, no problem, they can come if they want. However, my identity must be kept confidential. Okay, I understand. At this moment, in Su Taodao's live streaming room, the scene switched to a room. Li Kai and Zhao Wanru, the 2 commentary guests, also arrived here. They smiled and warmly greeted the audience, briefly introducing some basic knowledge about beast masters. After all, many viewers of Su Taodao's livestream are still underage and may not yet have a deep understanding of many aspects of beast mastery. Having some knowledge before the upcoming final assessment would make it easier to understand. So, this kind of explanation is indeed very necessary. Su Taodao, right now, the beast masters are resting in the room. What do both guests think these beast masters will do during this time? Li Kai, they have about 5 hours of preparation time, so it's a great choice to cultivate affinity. Zhaowanru, if the Beast Master is confident in their skills, they can also assist spirit beasts in refining monster cores, but if they fail to control the energy guidance properly, they might not finish digesting the energy before 2 o'clock, and then they'll fall behind. Su Taotao, I see, thank you both for your answers. So the introduction to basic knowledge about Beast Masters and Spirit Beasts ends here. Let's move on to the interactive live streaming segment. Viewers in front of the screen can send their questions in the bullet comments, and after 1 minute, the 2 guests will answer your questions. Please let your imagination run wild. But don't ask questions about the host's measurements. As soon as this was said, a dense stream of bullet comments instantly covered the entire screen. However, there were still quite a few questions that seemed to stray from the topic. What level is Taotao's awakened bloodline? Has Taotao signed a contract with a beast master? Can Taotao turn into a spirit beast form for us to see? Surely it would be very cute. Looking at the barrage of comments on the screen, Su Taotao couldn't help but twitch her lips, secretly mumbling to herself. Why are all these random questions? Shouldn't they be asking about beast mastery knowledge? I hope I don't draw those questions. In the end, the live streaming room's lottery system drew one particularly quirky question. Taotao can eat so much if there are unlimited monster cores and monster meat supplies and spirit beast trainers to guide the energy. Is it possible to break through to the 3rd or 4th level in just a month? At this moment, the comments exploded again. Indeed. Su Taotao is rare, she can stream for 3 to 4 hours without editing or stopping. Plus, with her forever youthful lowly figure, she quickly became a sensation. So, for her, there are just 3 tags: she can eat a lot, lowly, and cute. In the past, Su Taotao only focused on eating broadcasts, and the audience appreciated her cuteness and various special delicacies. No one considered her abilities in beast taming. But now, they have finally opened a topic about beast taming, so it's hard not to think about whether this ability can be used for leveling up. Su Taotao helplessly twitched her lips but still tried to maintain a smile, explaining, "No, that's impossible. The beast crystal cores and beast meat are not the same as regular food. I've tried before, I get full after just a few bites." Really? What a pity. I thought I could see level 10 Taotao. The viewers in the comments truly had no malice and didn't mean to stir trouble, they just suddenly thought of this question. The live room remained a harmonious and lively scene, with various comments and gifs constantly filling the screen. However, deep inside Su Taotao's heart, she let out a deep sigh. Actually, she didn't want to avoid her fans' questions, it was just that her situation was too special. Don't be fooled by her lowly appearance, in reality, she is already 21 years old, even older than Luo Shirin, given the month. Su Taotao is an orphan, she was kicked out of her home when she was about 5 or 6 years old. As for why she was abandoned, Su Taotao probably understands in her heart it's because she eats too much, always feeling hungry, an ordinary family simply cannot afford her appetite. But thankfully, she has been very cute since she was young. The owner of Qianda Plaza noticed her looks and hired her as a doorman to attract customers, ensuring she had 3 meals a day. Of course, this was just the basic 3 meals, plus maybe some leftovers from the staff canteen. But for Su Taotao, this was still far from enough to fill her belly. As time passed, Su Taotao gradually grew up, her cuteness increasing with each day, becoming even more splendid. She also sensed that whenever she was the doorman, there would always be many unkind eyes secretly watching her. She knew that if she continued to stay there, something bad would happen sooner or later. Thus, she resolutely resigned from her job as a doorman and turned to the booming eating broadcast industry that perfectly suited her situation. With her big appetite and adorable looks, she quickly attracted a large number of fans. Her sole hope was that after reaching adulthood, she would awaken a powerful bloodline and transform into a giant dragon, capable of devouring a beast in one bite. By then, she should be able to feast freely in the wild, right? However, reality dealt her a heavy blow. The bloodline she awakened was an F-grade wonton beast, which looked like a fluffy cotton candy. Aside from being able to eat, it had no fighting ability whatsoever. From this moment on, she fell into complete despair about her future. Now she only wished to earn money diligently, to buy plenty of food to fill her stomach. Hoping to experience the feeling of fullness before being sent for euthanasia. She didn't expect that at this moment, some audience would raise these questions, stirring up these memories. Sigh, if I had known, I wouldn't have come to Jiangcheng. Chapter 31, People are inferior, anger can kill. Time quickly arrived at 1:30 in the afternoon. Ding. Luo Shirin's favorability plus 1 point. Ding. Luo Shirin's favorability plus 1 point. Ding. Luo Shirin's favorability plus 1 point. Luo Shirin didn't seem to be like Lin Mengxue, whose emotions would suddenly erupt. Her emotional changes were gradual, like a gentle stream. Bit by bit, it gathered. As the energy guidance continued, her fondness for Chen Yi gradually climbed, eventually reaching 70 points. Boom! Accompanied by a sudden burst of breath. In the wake of this breath, her hair, like Lin Mengshue's, began to dye its tips with strands of emerald green, while a pair of green ear feathers sprouted beside her ears, gently swaying, making her look especially cute. In just 4 hours, she broke through from the first stage, 4th rank, to the second stage, 1st rank. She even completed the manifestation of power. Let me ask you, are you scared? Chen Yi himself also broke through to the second stage, 3rd rank, with a slight increase in strength. Ha! Chen Yi wiped the sweat from his forehead and sighed in relief. Luckily, I finished before 2 o'clock. The energy guidance from second stage beast cores is really exhausting. The spiritual power content in a second stage beast core is about 1.5 times that of a first stage beast core. However, the sense of fullness brought by them is quite similar. A person who can consume 50 first stage beast cores can basically swallow 20 second stage beast cores. Therefore, if one wants to rapidly increase their strength, consuming higher ranked beast cores is undoubtedly the best choice. However, this approach carries a high risk and requires great skill and energy guidance for beast tamers. With a slight mistake, energy guidance failure could lead to a surge of spiritual power, even causing a regression in rank. For this reason, almost no beast tamers dare to take such risks. Steady progress is the way to last. But Chen Yi did it. Not only did he perfectly refine all the spiritual power from the second stage beast core, he also conducted energy guidance flawlessly, with no waste of energy. Isn't that just absurd? Chen Yi, I have a question for you. Luo Shirin asked seriously, are you cheating? Chen Yi chuckled and said casually, have you read any beast tamers novels? I'm the protagonist with a system, do you believe me? Hearing this, Luo Shirin immediately pouted. Come on, if you don't want to say it, just don't. Such an absurd excuse might only be believed by Xiao Shui. Okay, Sister Shirin, let's talk about this later. Lin Mingxue opened the thermal box, and a wave of steaming and fragrant aroma wafted out. Chen Yi, you must be hungry, come have a meal. Gulp. Chen Yi's stomach timely protested. He rubbed his belly, smiling wryly. I am indeed hungry, but I'm also about to collapse. Guiding the spiritual power of a second stage beast core is really too exhausting. No worries, I'll feed you. Later, I'll give you a shoulder rub. I'll feed you too, ah. You too, don't shove everything into my mouth. How can I eat such a big piece of meat? Lin Mengshue's little face turned slightly red. That's something we should say, right? This is to repay last night's arrow of revenge. Luo Shirin nodded in agreement. Exactly. Chen Yi, sometimes you really need to reflect on your actions. Dong dong dong. At exactly 2 o'clock in the afternoon. With a burst of drumbeats, it officially announced the start of the final assessment. Various aerial drones buzzed through the sky, emitting a faint humming sound. Some spirit beasts that had been waiting at the rest area boundary perked up upon hearing the drumbeats, immediately transforming into their spirit beast forms. Shadow black panthers, unicorns, flying tigers, and flame horses, all rideable spirit beasts, were the first to charge into the depths of the forest, carrying their beast tamers. Their speed was incredibly fast, disappearing into the mountains in the blink of an eye. Many beast tamers watched enviously. I'm so envious. I also want to contract a rideable spirit beast. Are you looking for death? Didn't I ride you enough last night? Speaking of which, the couple riding the Shadow Black Panther seems to be the Ace Beast Tamer duo from Linjiang Academy, right? An S-level Beast Tamer plus an S-level Spirit Beast. Now adding an A-level Shadow Black Panther, it's simply stunning. Indeed, it seems to be called Lin Mo and Fu Shui, right? Also, the man and woman riding on a unicorn, they are the Ace Beast Masters from Yicheng Academy, Lan Yucheng and Fang Xiaoyi. It's a pity that our ace, Kai Xiaokuan, broke through to the 3rd rank a month ago and can't participate in the assessment. Otherwise, his contract spirit beast, Tamer would definitely be way more impressive than theirs. Exactly. With Kai Xiaokuan and Tamer around, the scene could totally be secured. Bro, have you all forgotten about our supernova from Jiangcheng Academy? Isn't Frost Dragon way more impressive than those spirit beasts? As soon as these words were spoken, everyone's gaze from Jiangcheng Academy collectively landed on Chen Yi, who had just walked out of the room. Chen Yi looked somewhat unwell, clearly having just gone through something very exhausting. Instantly, a murmur of surprise spread through the crowd. Damn, looking this exhausted, did he really just raise the bond in such a short time? Is there really such a rush? But soon, this surprise turned into jealousy. With Lin Mengshui beside him, there was also a stunning beauty who was just as captivating as Lin Mengshui. Such a scene would be hard for any man to resist, right? Really, it's so infuriating how much better they look than others. Come on. I haven't seen Meng Shui's spirit beast form up close yet. Frost Dragon, just the name sounds so impressive. Hurry, wifey, get your phone ready to take pictures. However, just as Lin Mengshui was about to transform her spirit beast, Luo Shirin suddenly stopped her. Xiao Shui, take a break. Let me show you my power. Hearing this, Lin Mengshui's mouth slightly curled up, showing an I get you look.
After all, having power means wanting to show it off right away. Okay, then it's up to you. Actually, I also want to experience the feeling of riding on someone. Hee, thanks, Xiao Shui. But I remember, you experienced it last night, right? Just that you were riding on brother Chen Yi. Alright, stop with the nonsense. Hurry and transform. MHM. As soon as the words fell,
a turquoise halo suddenly emerged around Luo Shirin, like a thin mist swirling. In the light, her figure quickly elongated and became ethereal. As her arms stretched out, they transformed into a pair of magnificent, radiant wings. Golden blue splendid feathers instantly covered her entire body, with the tail feathers long and trailing dots of starlight. With a clear cry of a mythical bird echoing through the sky, the Azure Phoenix Spirit Beast, with a wingspan of 10 meters, appeared before everyone's eyes. Chapter 32, So You Wanna Fight a Group Battle? At this moment, the entire place went silent. The Beastmaster team, yet to set off, stared in shock at everything before them, their mouths agape as if ready to fit in an egg. Rumors about Lin Mengshui and Chen Yi had undoubtedly spread to several cities around Jiangcheng. Everyone knew that Lin Mengshui transformed into an ice dragon, but they were unaware of its specific bloodline rank and species name. But the enormous blue bird before them didn't look like any spirit beast related to dragons at all, did it? Wasn't it said that Lin Mengshui's spirit beast form is a dragon? How does this look anything like a dragon? Bro, you got the wrong person. The beauty with horns and slightly white tips in her hair is Lin Mengshui. What the heck? What is this? How could she not be Lin Mengshui? This Chen Yi is really interesting. Wang Kaili rested her chin on one hand and quietly praised, he actually managed to give the young lady a new lease on life and even break through to the second rank? Quite impressive. Luo Cheng he certainly could not just watch Luo Shiyin's stunning grace on the big screen. So he sent his contracted spirit beast, Wang Kaili, to act as the supervisor. On one hand, it was to observe Luo Shiyin's battle up close, and on the other hand, to protect Luo Shiyin. In case of danger, Wang Kaili could provide assistance in time. However, at this moment, it seems completely unnecessary. With her strength, she wouldn't encounter any danger in this assessment area at all. Miss, go for it. Go reclaim everything that belongs to you. Amid the discussions of the crowd, Lin Mengshui held Chen Yi's hand and leaped onto Luo Shirin's back. Clang clang. A clear, crisp long cry pierced the sky. Luo Shirin spread her blue wings and swung them hard, the powerful airflow instantly blew away all the surrounding students. The crowd only saw a streak of blue light soar into the sky, rushing towards the distance at an amazing speed. That speed was so fast that even aerial drones couldn't keep up. Until Chen Yi and the others disappeared into the distant horizon, everyone seemed to wake up from a dream. Wow! So fast. What kind of spirit beast is that? I feel like I haven't seen it in the illustrated book. This is too ridiculous, Chen Yi. Could it be that his awakened beast control talent can let spirit beasts change their appearance? Contracting Mengshui isn't enough. I don't even know where he found such a powerful beauty spirit beast. Truly, beauties are for others, I'm just destined to be a bystander and complain. It wasn't just the students participating in the assessment who were shocked. There were also all the viewers in Su Taodao's live broadcast room, and the prestigious parents in the viewing hall. Is that your granddaughter? She looks really strong. A middle-aged man with a big belly and a smiling face said. This person was Lin Yang, the father of Lin Mo, the ace of Linjiang Academy. Sitting opposite him was Luo Qinghe, one of the 7 dragon generals. However, here he was appearing as Luo Shirin's grandfather, and the others didn't know his identity at all. Hearing this praise, Luo Qinghe, like an old child, couldn't help but smile. Isn't that right? Just look at whose granddaughter it is. The first place in the assessment, my granddaughter has it secured. Not necessarily. A middle-aged man with slick back hair, chewing on a cigar, exhaled a smoke ring and said arrogantly, it's just a bigger bird, what's so special about it? The first place must be my daughter's. This person was Fang Zhengkai, the father of Fang Xiaoye, the ace spirit beast of Yicheng Academy. He was one of the high-level officials of the Yicheng Beastmaster Association, powerful and influential, thus developing a dismissive personality, making him unpopular in the circle. Hearing someone belittle his granddaughter, Luo Qinghe's eyes flashed with displeasure. So, you're quite confident in your daughter's strength? Of course. Fang Zhengkai still looked arrogant, my daughter and her Beastmaster are both S-level, what reason do they have to lose? Lin Yang simply smiled and said nothing. He secretly shook his head, it seemed Fang Zhengkai still hadn't changed, speaking without thinking. Doesn't he check the identity of others before talking about them? Chen Yi and Lin Mengshui are absolute prodigies who passed the 9-level Beastmaster assessment record at record speed. They even broke through to the second rank within a week. Such talent and strength are beyond Fang Zhengkai's imagination.
And the spirit beasts capable of contracting with Chen Yi, how could they be ordinary? But upon hearing this, Luo Qinghe directly got angry. We shall see. When the results come out, you will know just how strong my granddaughter and her beastmaster are. Just wait and see. My daughter is invincible. It feels like there are too few magical beasts released. Why can't I see the area where the magical beasts are gathered? Luo Shirin, hovering high in the sky, felt full of dissatisfaction and kept mumbling. Having gained such powerful strength, she naturally was not satisfied with killing only those lone magical beasts. She wanted to kill swarms of magical beasts. To show her grandfather her strength, she even deliberately slowed down her speed so that the aerial drone could keep up with her pace. However, reality left her deeply disappointed. Along the way, she encountered only scattered magical beasts, which really didn't spark her interest. So you wanted to find magical beasts for a brawl? Chen Yi said with some sarcasm, I thought you hadn't found any magical beasts at all. That's not it. Luo Shirin quickly retorted, since it's my debut, I think I must eliminate a large wave of magical beasts to showcase my power. Lin Mengxue also nodded in agreement, Sister Shirin, I understand your feelings. Chen Yi chuckled and said with a touch of helplessness, Shirin, why didn't you just say so? Look, there's a beetle-like magical beast over there on that small hillside, did you see it? Magical beast, gray-winged beetle. Difficulty, 2 stars. Level, Tier 2, Stage 3. Attributes, Earth, Wind. Skills, Insect Chirp, Bite. Introduction, very timid, will immediately spread its wings to escape when in danger. In cold weather, it emits insect chirps to call companions to huddle together for warmth. Luo Shirin naturally saw the beetle and, feeling puzzled, asked, that thing is a gray-winged beetle, right? What's the problem? Lin Mengxue interjected, the gray-winged beetle has a habit, you haven't forgotten, have you, Sister Shirin? Habit? Luo Shirin paused for a moment and thought, is it the habit of huddling together for warmth when winter comes? But isn't it still summer now? Halfway through, Luo Shirin suddenly realized something and shut her mouth. She suddenly felt a bit silly. Cold weather doesn't have to mean it's winter, right? Lin Mengxue is skilled in ice attribute attacks, isn't she? Unexpectedly, after gaining power, her brain seemed to have also become dull. Chapter 33, Initiating a Monster Encounter. Luo Shirin quickly shouted, Xiaoxue, I am counting on you. Leave it to me. As soon as Lin Mengxue spoke, she swiftly switched to her armed form, with dragon wings and tail fully manifesting behind her. In the past 2 days, Lin Mengxue had been secretly practicing her armed form. After all, the power manifestation had already appeared, so logically, she should have mastered her armed form as well. However, the result was that she could use it, but her strength was still not as powerful as in her spirit beast form. But given the current situation, using her armed form was undoubtedly the best choice. Lin Mengxue extended her right hand, forming a V shape in front of her red lips, and gently blew. The breath of ice instantly blossomed, freezing the surrounding air from 100 meters away, forming a bone-chilling cold wave that swept toward the gray-winged beetle on the small hillside. The beetle, under the impact of the cold wave, had no strength to fight back and was instantly frozen into an ice sculpture. Even the scoreball buried inside its body shattered into several pieces under this powerful force. The atmosphere suddenly became somewhat awkward. Luo Shirin couldn't help but ask, Xiaoxue, let me at least ask you, in cold weather, it shouldn't directly freeze a beetle into an ice sculpture, right? Lin Mengxue twitched her lips, released her armed form, and explained, I didn't expect it to be so weak. A gentle blow was enough. Sigh, you. Be careful, really. I'm sorry, but I remember there were quite a few of these when we came, they shouldn't be rare. Look, there's one over there in the bushes. This time, you must not fail again. Otherwise, I won't take you with us during the training session with Chen Yi tonight. Chen Yi's face instantly darkened upon hearing this. Again? Just based on last night's situation, he felt like his waist was going to break. However, these thoughts were kept only in his heart, he would never say them out loud. After all, sometimes pain and joy together could also be a unique kind of enjoyment. Lin Mengshue's lips curled into a confident smile, don't worry, I'll control the strength well. This time, Lin Mengxue chose to unleash the breath of ice with the same strength as before. However, the targeted aim was not the great-winged beetle, but rather the surrounding bushes. A freezing cold wave erupted, sweeping through the bushes at an astonishing speed. Wherever the cold wave passed, everything was frozen, and the once vibrant bushes were instantly covered in a thick layer of white frost. The surrounding temperature suddenly dropped from over 30 degrees to below -10 degrees, as if they had instantly entered the cold winter season. The great-winged beetle trembled, trying to escape this icy area. But it was too late. Its wings had become stiff with the cold, and its ability to fly was completely stripped away at that moment. SSS's series of intense bug cries immediately rang out. A few seconds later, the same sounds emerged from the surrounding forest and bushes. SSSSS, the sounds rose and fell, intertwining, deafening to hear. Then, a terrifying scene unfolded before their eyes. Within a radius of 1 to 2 kilometers in the forest, hundreds of gray-winged beetles kept emerging. They flapped their wings, soaring into the sky, blotting out the sun, all racing towards Chen Yi and his group. Seeing this scene, Luo Shirin instantly became excited. They're coming, they're coming! Finally, they're here. My wave of magical beasts. Grandpa, you better watch closely. This is the current me. I haven't embarrassed the Luo family, I'm not useless. But rather. Ching Tuan. The aerial drones following behind Luo Shirin also captured this crazy scene. The people in the viewing room and the audience in Su Taodao's live broadcast room were all dumbfounded upon seeing this. What are they trying to do? Could it be that they are deliberately using the gray-winged beetle's nature to attract a large number of them to huddle together for warmth? Crazy. They must be crazy. There are at least hundreds of these gray-winged beetles, and the magical beasts caught this time are all at least here too. This is looking for death. Finish the job. That was easy. I feel like taking down 2 more is not a problem, fighting magical beasts isn't a big deal, right? In the forest, the ace beast-taming team of Yicheng Beast-Taming Academy had just eliminated 5 incoming Tier 2 magical beasts. One word to describe it is slightly dirty clothes. With an S-rank Beast Tamer, along with an S-rank Spirit Beast and an A-rank Spirit Beast, all at Tier 2 10 segments. If they couldn't easily win against these small fry magical beasts, that would really be laughable. As sheltered flowers, the magical beast meat and magical beast cores they needed to level up were all obtained through various channels, without needing to hunt outside the city. Exercising combat abilities was only done in the training rooms of the Beast Tamers Association. This is also the growth path for most children from wealthy families in this world, enjoying a zero-risk growing environment, and even after they mature, they rarely participate in various battles with magical beasts. This time participating in the final assessment was also a strong request from 3 parents. After all, there are rare opportunities for practical experience in a low-risk situation that must be seized. They had thought hunting magical beasts in the wild would be so difficult. But is this it? Let's go, it seems there are only these 5 magical beasts nearby, let's try to find more. Lan Yuqing brushed off the dust from his clothes and was about to suggest looking for other magical beasts but suddenly heard a piercing insect cry. Soon after, dozens of great-winged beetles flew out of the forest, marching majestically towards the same direction. What happened? What's going on? Those are gray-winged beetles, a 2-star magical beast. But the guidebook says that as long as one of them is hit by the cold, they would gather in large numbers, huddling together for warmth. Obviously, this was due to some fool using ice abilities to attack the gray-winged beetles, but not killing them directly, leading to this situation. Damn, what kind of idiot plays around like this? What do we do now? What else can we do? We run. Lan Yucheng quickly shouted, if there are only a few of them, we can handle it. But if we kill these things and attract all the other gray-winged beetles from different areas, we will be completely trapped. Lan bro, Fong sis, hurry up and get on. I feel like we've become the target now. Wang Yingying had transformed into a unicorn, signaling for the ace duo to hop on and leave quickly. TCH, if I find out which fool did this dumb thing, I'll slap him a few times just to make it fair. Lan Yucheng cursed, then he and Fang Xiaoyi hopped on the unicorn and ran in the opposite direction, fearing they'd provoke the massive wave of bugs. Chapter 34, a mere bug wave, totally manageable. Old man, is your granddaughter crazy? If your granddaughter wants to die, don't drag my daughter down with her. If anything happens to her, I won't let you off. Upon seeing the aerial drone footage, Fang Zhenkai's face turned pale, and he charged towards Luo Changhe, cursing out loud. Luckily, Lan Yucheng and the others were far from the source of the bug noises and had not been affected by the swarm. Otherwise, the outcome could have been disastrous. However, Luo Changhe remained exceptionally calm, even displaying a faint smile that was hard to notice. Didn't you just say your daughter is very strong? A mere bug wave, with no gray-winged bug king, can scare her into running away. I fail to see her strength anywhere. You, forget it, I won't waste my breath on you. Fang Zhengkai was momentarily speechless. If your granddaughter doesn't run later, I'll take your surname. Luo Changhe continued to sneer and countered, take my surname? I think that flatters you. You old man, don't tell me you were a loudmouth in your youth. I'm just speaking the truth. Watching the scene of Luo Changhe and Fang Zhengkai arguing, and the faint smile on Luo Changhe's face, the leaders of Zhangcheng Academy could only give bitter smiles. They truly couldn't understand how Luo Changhe, one of the 7 dragon generals, could show such a childish side. No wonder he said he wanted to hide his identity. Was it just to argue with others? It even seemed like he was enjoying it. After all, if he revealed his identity, everyone here would treat him with utmost respect, eager to flatter him, and this scene would never happen. Sitting there with his arms crossed in front of him, Fang Zhangkai said with defiance, "Humph. Stinky old man, I'm too lazy to argue with you. I want to see how your proud granddaughter deals with this bug wave." Luo Chengyi took out his phone and opened the screen recording mode. "Just watch closely, what a real strong person is." After saying this, he stopped talking nonsense. He focused intently on the aerial footage of Luo Shirin, afraid of missing any detail. Of course, despite his confident words, he still felt a bit uneasy inside. With hundreds of bugs and the strong teamwork of the gray-winged beetles, this was not an easy situation to handle. "Sister Shirin, do you need my help?" Lin Mengshui asked. However, Luo Shirin resolutely replied, "No need, just watch me shine." As soon as her voice fell, she soared into the sky. Facing the vast wave of bugs that rushed in from all directions, like a net tightening quickly, Luo Shirin decisively gathered her spiritual energy in her wings. A stream of blue silk formed. As the tide of insects drew closer, the blue silk stream grew thicker, like a blue mist, enveloping Luo Shirin's wings. When the tide of insects was 200 meters away from Chen Yi and his group, the blue silk stream already covered the wings, forming a blue shadow like an afterimage. As the tide of insects grew nearer, only 100 meters from Chen Yi and his group, the blue silk stream seemed to be given life, rapidly growing to twice the wingspan, ready to unleash its power. When the tide of insects was 50 meters away from Chen Yi and his group, the hearts of the people in the viewing hall and the live broadcast room were in their throats. Some timid individuals even closed their eyes, unable to imagine what scene would unfold next. Are they not going to escape? Is it possible these guys have really lost their minds? That Lin Mingxue seems to have no intention of participating in the fight. What are they trying to do? Could it be they plan to rely on that blue bird to fight alone? I can't look anymore, it's too terrifying. At that moment when the audience was in a heated discussion, the tide of insects had already reached within 20 meters of Chen Yi and his group, almost within reach. And in that critical moment, Luo Shirin moved. She sharply turned her body, and with a strong flap of her wings, the blue silk stream instantly condensed into shape, forming two enormous wind blades like razor edges, rapidly spreading forth in all directions. The howling wind roared, many trees, ravaged by this strong gust, made cracking sounds and were uprooted. Large amounts of dust and sand were whipped up, like a yellow whirlwind, blocking out the sky. Wherever the wind blades passed, the flying gray-winged beetles were cut in half, green liquid splattering everywhere. The monster cores and score orbs within fell amidst a sea of green blood mist. In just one move, more than two-thirds of the gray-winged beetles were wiped out. The only damage received was merely that the blue feathers on her body had become a bit dirty from the dust. What the hell? What just happened? Am I seeing things? What just occurred? She killed 70 or 80 gray-winged beetles in one move? This can't be true, right? I'm sure I'm not watching some Beast Tamer movie? Could a beast of 3 ranks or above have sneaked in? Whether it was the crowd in the viewing hall or the audience in Su Taodao's live broadcast room, everyone was left dumbfounded at this moment. Such a terrifying attack range and lethality, perhaps many 3 or 4 rank beasts couldn't achieve this, right? And yet Luo Shirin started with such a move. Is it really necessary to be this terrifying? Fang Zhengkai, seeing this scene, sprayed out all the tea he had just drunk. He looked at Luo Qinghe, bewildered, and stuttered, "Old man, can I dare to ask what level of bloodline your granddaughter has?" Of course, Luo Qinghe would not respond. Because even he himself was still in extreme confusion. After Luo Shirin's bloodline awakened last night, she had told him she could feel she possessed boundless power, and the strength within her was almost bursting out. He initially thought that Luo Shirin made a misjudgment because she didn't understand the difference in power between herself and truly strong bloodlines after her bloodline awakening. But now it seemed that he had indeed misjudged, just that it was a misjudgment towards the low end. At least from his perspective, with such power, a beast with an S-level bloodline wouldn't even be worthy to carry Luo Shirin's shoes. With one move, she determined the situation. With one thought, she could move mountains and seas. That is the power of a beast with an SSS-level bloodline. It's absolutely ridiculous. It's incredibly against the odds. But soon, Luo Qinghe regained his composure, and his mouth couldn't help but curl into a broad smile. He glanced at Fang Zhangkai with a proud smile. "Humph. Didn't I tell you? My granddaughter is the best in the world. A mere wave of bugs is nothing at all." Chapter 35, Time to learn some flight skills. Upon hearing this, Fang Zhangkai also showed a completely unwilling attitude to lose. He straightened his body and said stubbornly, "Humph. I admit your granddaughter has some skills. But she's already used her big move. What do we do about the dozens of gray-winged beetles left? If you say to let the other spirit beasts wipe out the remaining wave of bugs, that's still not enough. A spirit beast that can't fight after using a big move is completely a burden on the battlefield." What Fang Zhangkai said was indeed the truth. In actual combat, every attack must be considered carefully. If a killing blow cannot be delivered, recklessly using a high-cost big move could instantly turn the advantageous situation into a disadvantage. It could even lead to excessive energy consumption, completely losing the ability to act. This would force other friendly spirit beasts or beast controllers to divert their attention to rescue, thus weakening overall combat effectiveness again. Therefore, in actual combat, the most powerful moves are not necessarily the wide-ranging killing techniques. Instead, it's those low-cost moves that can steadily defeat enemies while ensuring one's own state. Luo Shirin's fighting method is simply trying to push herself into a desperate situation. However, is it possible that these wind blade attacks are the smallest moves for Luo Shirin? Just at that moment, as Fang Zhenkai's voice fell, Luo Shirin suddenly soared into the air, once again condensing a stream of blue silk. But this time, the blue silk stream's shadow seemed to be only 1/3 the size of a wing. Whoosh! With a gentle flap of her wings, a powerful gust of wind roared out, blowing away the dust that blocked the view. The wind blades followed the flapping of her wings, slicing the 2 gray-winged beetles in front of her in half. The 2 gray-winged beetles didn't even have time to let out a scream before being cut in two by the wind blades. Many gray-winged beetles, upon seeing their companions die before them, instantly felt a desire to retreat and began to scatter and escape. But how could Luo Shirin give them a chance to escape? This time, she compressed the wind blades again, transforming them into blue silks only half a meter long. Compared to before, the length and size of the blue silk stream shrank by half. But this also brought the ultimate attack efficiency and the lowest energy consumption. Almost every 2 seconds, a wind blade would roar out, splitting 2 gray-winged beetles in half. In less than a minute, those originally panicked gray-winged beetles fell one by one, like wheat being harvested. The buzzing of insects in the entire forest stopped at that moment. All that was left were the bodies scattered on the ground. Seeing this scene, all the spectators were dumbfounded. Especially Fang Zhenkai, his eyes were wide open, almost popping out. Is it that all along, the wind blade is just a small skill? How can it be so strong? Lin Yang couldn't help but feel very surprised, too. As the head of the Linjiang Beast Control Association, he had taught at Yinjing Beast Control University for a time, witnessing countless S-level bloodline spirit beasts, and their numbers even exceeded the students of Linjiang Beast Control Academy. However, none of these S-level bloodline spirit beasts had such extraordinary strength. Could they be bloodlines of SS or SSS level? And Luo Qingha burst into triumphant laughter. Ha ha. Kid, what you just said does make some sense. But now my granddaughter has shown you through action what to do after using that kind of big move, right? What else do you have to say? Don't say it's just a mere swarm of gray-winged bugs. Even if the gray-winged bug king comes, in my granddaughter's eyes, it's just a piece of cake. As soon as this was said, everyone in the viewing hall cast envious glances at Luo Qingha. With such strength in her granddaughter, her future is truly bright. It must be said, Luo Qingha really let out a heavy sigh of relief this time. Luo Shirin is not only not useless, but she also possesses the bloodline of a spirit beast that can take on 100. Perhaps, after some time, she can return to the family. But it can't be rushed now. In the astonished gaze of the crowd, Luo Shirin steadily landed in the forest, transforming into human form. And Chen Yi and Lin Mengxue, who were originally on her back, now had faces full of embarrassment. As soon as they hit the ground, both almost stumbled and fell over. Schwer, I think I better ride you in the future. I think so too, I won't ride Sister Shirin anymore. At first, when Luo Shirin transformed into a Qingluan, the fluffy sensation on her back felt very comfortable. It was fine when not in battle, the flight was very steady. However, once they entered combat mode, the two immediately experienced what fighter pilots go through. It felt like their brains were being stirred. Sorry, I didn't consider your feelings. Luo Shirin hurriedly pretended to be careless. But it cannot be denied that this battle was incredibly thrilling. It felt like being in a beast-taming game world, crazily cutting down foes. That exhilarating feeling was truly intoxicating. However, in the game, the dropped materials and points would directly fall into your backpack. But in reality, it requires a lot of time and effort to collect them. Go collect the points orb. After this wave, we should be able to rank first, right? After Chen Yi caught his breath, he immediately suggested, if we don't, it would be bad if someone comes over and takes our loot. Okay. Quickly, the three scattered, collecting the monster cores and points orbs. From triggering the gray-winged bug's chirp with ice attribute attacks to finally splitting the last gray-winged bug in half, the entire process took about 2.5 minutes. However, it took Chen Yi and his group a full half an hour to collect the spoils from these gray-winged bugs. Collecting the loot actually took more time and effort than the battle itself. This situation was truly rare. Brother Chen Yi, what do you think? Shall we continue? Chen Yi looked at the time, it wasn't even 4 in the afternoon. At this speed, they should still be able to eliminate 6 more waves of bug swarms. Let's continue. Getting the 3rd tier Beast King core for first place is still really good. Alright. Luo Shirin nodded, then transformed back into a Qinghuan. However, this time, Chen Yi didn't jump onto the Qinghuan's back like before, but instead jumped onto Lin Mengxue, who had already transformed into an ice dragon. Seeing this scene, Luo Shirin couldn't help but let out a long sigh. It seems I need to learn a bit about flying technique. Chapter 36, Transforming into a Monster. Meanwhile, deep in the mountains, in a secluded cave. Shang, Ningyan, did I do something wrong? What's in that syringe? Shang, don't mess around. Ningyan, please, let me go. At this moment, Lu Ruyan was being restrained by Ningyan, her movements tightly limited. And Qin Shang took out a syringe filled with green solution, slowly approaching Lu Ruyan. Such a scene would terrify anyone who saw it, right? Let alone the main character, Lu Ruyan. However, Qin Shang had already made up his mind that no matter what, he could not stop. Now all the preparations were ready, the arrow was on the string and had to be released. Like smoke, didn't you always feel unworthy of me? This syringe contains a strengthening potion. After you inject it, you'll gain power comparable to S-class bloodlines. If you cooperate well, we wouldn't need to do this. Looking at the green-blue liquid dripping from the needle, Lu Ruyan felt increasingly desperate inside. This thing might really give her power, but what would be the consequences? She couldn't dare to think. A miraculous drug that grants power with no side effects. If such a thing truly existed, why would it be her turn to use it? But with her first tier, 4th segment status and E-class physical quality, how could she possibly compete with Ning Yan, who had an A-class bloodline and was at 2nd tier, 10th segment? She couldn't resist, nor had the strength to resist. She could only watch helplessly as the needle, carrying the green liquid, moved closer to her body. No, please. Shou Shang, don't. Don't worry, just think of it as taking a nap. When you wake up, you will gain unmatched power. Chen Yi, save me. At this moment of despair, Lu Ruyan seemed to remember the man who once obeyed her every wish. However, in this secluded cave, her cry sounded so powerless. As the green liquid was injected into Lu Ruyan's body, her heart suddenly trembled as a terrifying aura erupted instantly. The uniform of the Beast Master Academy burst open at that moment. Strange green patterns twisted and appeared all over her body, emitting a chilling green light. Ah ha dash! A heart-wrenching scream echoed inside the cave. Spiritual energy continuously surged into the green patterns, rapidly spreading throughout her body. At this moment, Ning Yan also released Lu Ruyan, kneeling on the ground, continuously howling. Her face twisted in extreme pain, eyes wide open, tears and sweat mixed together, sliding down her cheeks. Is this how it works? Why does it feel different from what was shown in the video? Ning Yan was one of the products under Wang Yu's command, and her relationship with Qin Shoushang was merely a temporary contractual one. The reason she appeared here was to ensure the smooth progress of the plan and to guarantee that Lu Ruyan would be completely subdued, preventing her from escaping and exposing Qin Shoushang and Wang Yu's plan. As long as the plan succeeded, Wang Yu promised to set her free, so she also knew the full scope of their plan. But now, it seemed that the situation was somewhat beyond her expectations. Qin Shoushang also nodded and echoed, "It shouldn't be like this? Although this is my friend's channel, I completely trust him. He shouldn't sell me fake goods." Ning Yan felt the change in aura around Lu Ruyan, her brows furrowing slightly. Something is wrong. This aura, it seems like she is transforming. Transforming? Our contract relationship is still intact, right? How could she transform? Ning Yan calmly analyzed, before being captured by Wang Yu, I was responsible for injecting euthanasia drugs at the hospital. Those women who were about to transform emitted the same aura. Upon hearing this, Qin Shoushang gasped in shock. If this were true, didn't it mean that Lu Ruyan was about to become a monster? Roar! The once piercing scream suddenly turned into a growl at that moment. Lu Ruyan uncontrollably transformed into a spirit beast form. No, the creature before her was not a spirit beast, but a monster. It had the outline of a massive black tiger, but its body was hairless, covered in a shell of black chitin resembling sandworm segments. Finishing its thick limbs were clawed feet capable of digging into the ground, and on its tiger-shaped head were a pair of compound eyes, with only a mouth filled with inwardly spiraling ring-shaped teeth, silently opening and closing in the dark. Roar! That pair of compound eyes, radiating a scarlet color. In an instant, it locked onto the two in front of it. It emitted a murderous intent that nearly suffocated those nearby. Although it could not speak now. From its eyes, it was clear that it still retained memories of its human form, filled with hatred, vowing to rip apart the two that had turned it into this monstrous shape. Ruyun, you! Roar! Before the words could finish, it was abruptly interrupted by Lu Ruyun, who had already transformed into a beast. Its body twisted as it quickly approached Qin Shoushang. Opening its ringed fangs, it seemed ready to tear him apart completely. Damn! Qin Shoushang cursed inwardly, summoning a silver spear from the void.
With all his strength, he jammed the spear's tip firmly into Lu Ruyun's maw. Beside him, Ning Yan saw this and immediately transformed into a spirit beast form, a fire lion, quickly circling to Lu Ruyun's side, biting down with its fiery teeth directly onto Lu Ruyun's shell.
Clang! A crisp sound rang out.
Ning Yan's pupils suddenly constricted, seeming entirely unprepared for the fact that their attack had no effect at all.
Ning Yan! What are you doing?
Hurry and get this thing off me, I can barely hold on.
I'm thinking of a way.
Ning Yan gritted his teeth, continuously gathering fire within his claws, launching another attack. However, beyond leaving a few scorch marks on Lu Ruyun's shell, it produced no further effect.
Ruyun, calm down, I.
Qin Shouxing's words were not finished. Suddenly, with a crisp snap, the silver spear shattered into two under Lu Ruyun's overwhelming power. Without a weapon to support him, Qin Shouxing was naturally bitten in half by Lu Ruyun and swallowed whole. Crimson mist instantly filled the air, and he didn't even have time to scream. To describe the scene in one word, it was crunchy. After swallowing Qin Shouxing, Lu Ruyun slowly turned around, its blood-soaked maw fixed directly on Ning Yan. Those compound eyes gazed at him as if he were its prey, filled with the aura of slaughter.
Damn, why is this happening? This is so annoying.
Ning Yan looked at this scene in horror, suddenly unleashing a torrent of raging flames, then without hesitation turned and fled, disappearing into the depths of the cave in an instant.
However, how could Lu Ruyun let its enemy escape so easily? Roar! It emitted an angry roar and chased after Ning Yan. Boom, boom, boom.
With Lu Ruyun's pursuit, a violent rumble echoed through the cave. However, this rumbling lasted only for about 10 seconds before coming to an abrupt stop. The cave was silent once again, no sound remaining.
Chapter 37, Certainty that it's not targeting me? Hiss, hiss, hiss. Watching Chen Yi attract a massive wave of insects again and quickly eliminate them in a few moves. Everyone watching was once again dumbfounded.
Damn it, while others face a few second-tier monsters, they have to tread carefully and cautiously. But you, on the other hand, seem to be restocking, continuously luring in swarms of insects, killing them to collect scoreballs and monster crystals.
Is it really this outrageous? Wait a minute, did you notice that this Chen Yi seems to have a spatial ring too? I noticed long ago.
Otherwise, where would all those scoreballs and monster crystals go after just wiping out an entire insect swarm?
It seems this Chen Yi is not simple either. To have obtained a spatial ring, his background must be extraordinary.
At this moment, after finishing his business, Wang Yu finally arrived at the academy. But as soon as he heard the report from his subordinates, he felt as if he had been struck by lightning, becoming dazed.
What did you say? Chen Yi even contracted with Luoqing, his granddaughter? And instantly wiped out the insect swarm? Yes. Now Luoqing is in the observation room, it's really terrifying. Damn it, ah. Wang Yu's face instantly turned extremely grim.
Tightly clenching his fists, he secretly cursed in his heart. Originally, he had let Ning Yan partner with Qin Shouxing to increase Qin Shouxing's chances of winning. After all, Lin Mengshui had previously defeated even a 4th-tier forest giant, and just with the enhanced Lu Ruyan, it would be hard to win against her. So, to be cautious, Wang Yu specially added a backup plan. While Lu Ruyan held Lin Mengshui back, Ning Yan would go to assassinate Chen Yi. But who could have expected that this Chen Yi, the rascal, had even contracted a spirit beast? Moreover, it was a spirit beast able to single-handedly crush the insect tide. Now, it seemed unlikely to make a move against Chen Yi. Of course, Ning Yan had one very important task: to kill Qin Shouxing after the mission succeeded. Otherwise, if investigated afterward, it would be easy to track back to him. Everything unstable must be eliminated. But now it appeared that the power gap was too great. If Qin Shouxing acted rashly and alerted the snake, and if Luo Changyi saw it, he would undoubtedly die. You need to notify Ning Yan immediately, let her deal with Qin Shouxing and Lu Ruyan together.
Move quickly. Yes. I will arrange it right away. Watching his subordinate leave, Wang Yu's unease grew stronger. He clenched his teeth and secretly cursed, damn it.
If I had known, I shouldn't have got involved with this hot potato.
I caught no chicken and lost rice. What is this Chen Yi's identity? How could even Luo Changyi be willing to betroth his granddaughter to him?
At this moment, his contracted spirit beast, Chu Qingzai, leaned over and whispered, leave Jiang City. Even if Qin Shouxing and the others die, as long as the Luo family has that intention, it's only a matter of time before they lock onto us. Now that it's clear Chen Yi is connected to the Luo family, it's best to stay out of this matter in the future.
Wang Yu nodded, I know this well. I will go back to arrange it now. You must transfer all the goods in Jiang City to Han City, there must be no slip-ups. Yes. Can we make this Chen Yi quit the assessment? Yeah. So what if he is in first place? The rewards are from us. If he keeps this up, sooner or later someone will die because of them.
In the viewing hall, a group of parents pleaded with the principal of Jiang City Beastmaster Academy. The principal helplessly looked at the parents before him, bitterly chuckling several times in his heart.
There's no other reason.
Chen Yi completely did not follow the usual path, catching great-winged beetles which triggered an insect tide every time. Sometimes, due to the insect tide, some magical beasts would get startled and smash crazily towards the outer areas, causing a small-scale magical beast tide. As of now, already 10 pairs of beast masters had used teleportation crystals to leave the assessment. Among them, 8 pairs were discouraged because of the insect tide and magical beast tide caused by Chen Yi.
And this was just the first day. If this continues for another 2 days, who knows what bizarre actions Chen Yi might take again.
Hearing this, the principal also bitterly laughed several times.
This is hard to handle. What's so hard about it? If it's difficult, then don't let Chen Yi keep playing like that.
Hearing this, the principal glanced at Luo Changhe. And Luo Changhe silently nodded, understanding that Chen Yi's actions could indeed lead to unnecessary trouble. Now that they had successfully recorded the wonderful performance of Luo Shirin, that was completely enough.
Alright, I will send out a notice later. Hurry up, don't let this Chen Yi keep messing around.
Time flew by and it was already 7 in the evening.
Chen Yi and his group had successfully returned to their resting place just before the time deadline.
The only regret was that they did not encounter the so-called third-tier boss challenge monster.
It should have been hunted down by beast masters in other areas, right?
Along the way, they saw many beast masters and their spirit beasts, but most were covered in wounds. Blue in patches and purple in patches, it looks like they encountered a lot of difficulties during the operation.
Darn it, how can I be so unlucky?
I can't believe there's even a small-scale beast tide here, sigh.
Did you encounter it too?
I also ran into it on the Yellow Earth slope to the east, so unfortunate.
Is it really that bad? But since the school hasn't intervened, it's probably intentional, simulating the situation of a normal beast tide, right? So scary.
Yeah. Luckily the number isn't too many, and I have several teams of beast masters around me. Otherwise, I would definitely have to use a teleportation crystal to escape. Listening to the students' discussions on the road, Chen Yi and the 3 were also stunned for a while.
There's actually a beast tide in the assessment area? But why didn't they encounter it?
Every time they finished a nest using ice breath and exterminated a wave of grey-winged armored insects, they had to fly several kilometers to continue fighting nests. It was extremely troublesome. If there was a beast tide, they could completely skip the step of fighting nests. Thinking of this, Chen Yi also planned to go ask where the beast tide happened. However, just then, the broadcast in the rest area suddenly rang out. Attention everyone, attention everyone. In the next 2 days of assessment, a new rule will be temporarily added. No one is allowed to gather beasts by any means. Violators will be disqualified from the assessment and the rewards. As compensation, the top 100 Beast Master teams will each receive an additional 10 second-tier Beast Crystal Cores. We hope for everyone's support. Hearing this, Chen Yi almost spit out a mouthful of old blood. Not allowing the gathering of beasts, how can I play this game? Am I supposed to kill them one by one? Isn't this targeting me? Chapter 38, Dual Message. Hearing this broadcast, Lin Mingxue and Luo Shirin exchanged glances, seeming to think of something. Could it be that the beast tide the students were discussing was caused by them? If that's the case, it's reasonable for the school to implement this rule to ensure the safety of the students. Thinking of this, the 2 quickly stepped forward, tightly linking their arms with Chen Yi's. Let's talk about the beast tide tomorrow. It's so late now, let's go back and put the scoreballs in first, and see how many points we have. I also need to prepare your dinner with Shirin right away. True, I am really hungry. Soon, the 3 of them returned to their room. They took out the scoreballs from the space ring, one by one, and placed them into the score counter for counting. Instantly, everyone's ranks on the top 10 list in the rest area dropped by 1. The 10th place even disappeared from the spot. Score ranking. First, Chen Yi, Lin Mingxue, Luo Shirin score, 12,800 points. Second, Lan Yuqing, Fang Xiuye, Wang Yingying score, 2,440 points. Third, Lin Mo, Fu Xueme, Su Ting score, 2,200 points. 10th, Yang Tao, Zhang Langan, Zhu Meng score, 1140 points. This sudden change in ranking shocked all the students in the rest area. Especially the students from the other 2 schools, they naturally heard rumors about Chen Yi. But this score seems even more outrageous than the rumors about Chen Yi, right? It's actually more than 5 times the second place? Killing second-tier beasts of level 1 to level 3 grants 10 points. Killing second-tier beasts of level 4 to level 7 grants 15 points. Killing second-tier beasts of level 8 to level 10 grants 20 points. Even if every one of them counts as 20 points for Chen Yi, he would still need to kill at least 640 of them.
If the beasts were lined up to be killed by Chen Yi, even killing 640 would probably tire him to the point of spitting blood, right? How did he get so many points? Could it be that he killed the third-tier challenge boss to get such a high score? It's possible. I just asked a lot of people, and none of them saw what this challenge boss looked like. Unbelievable, is the score for this thing really that high? If I had known, I would have gone to look for the challenge boss too. My wives and I had defeated a 3-level 5-stage 4-star difficulty monster in the training room before, and if we really encounter a challenge boss, I believe I can beat it too. It seems that tomorrow's main goal is to find the challenge boss. This score is way too high, right? Lin Mo stared intently at the score on the leaderboard, sighed helplessly. He recalled the scene from this afternoon, where the gray-winged beetle always flew to one side. Combining this phenomenon, he roughly figured out the answer and understood how these high scores were achieved. Honey, this time we lost, oh. Fu Xueme walked over with a faint smile on her face, teasing softly. Lin Mo shrugged his shoulders and said honestly, that's normal. We're just at the S rank, while that Chen Yi might have the SSS-level talent, there's really no way to compare. After all, it's just training, we should take our time. That's true. Meanwhile, on the other side, Lan Yuqing, as one of the victims of the insectide incident, naturally understood Chen Yi's score farming methods. He instantly became furious. However, he did not dare to confront Chen Yi. After all, if Chen Yi could defeat the insectide, wouldn't it be like bullying a child to deal with him? At this moment, Fang Xiaoye, who was next to him, offered a different opinion. Lan brother, how about we challenge him during the duel time after 8 o'clock? Challenge him? Are you sure? Just gamble a bit of points to make it fun and see how strong he really is. Being good at group battles doesn't mean he's good at one-on-one, right? Plus, we're just here to train, losing a few points isn't a big deal, but if we win. As Fang Xiaoye spoke, he rubbed his thumb and index finger together, revealing a sly smile. Seeing the scene, Lan Yuqing instantly understood Fang Xiaoye's intention. It's not embarrassing to lose to Chen Yi, but if they could defeat Chen Yi, who is currently in the spotlight, their spending money would surely increase. For rich kids like them, if they don't show some real results, their allowance will definitely be cut down to almost nothing. This was also one of their troubles. Alright. I'll go along with you. Let's give it a try. If we really win against him, I will definitely slap Chen Yi hard. After finishing dinner, the time had just reached 8 o'clock at night. Lin Mingxue and Luo Shirin only had some dessert to fill their stomachs, as they still needed to eat the monster crystal core to level up. If they ate too much, they wouldn't be able to train later. As it was already time for the duel, the outside was particularly lively. Hey, number 1, you finally dare to come out. Wang Kairuwei looked at Chen Yi and his two companions with a wicked smile. I thought you all would come out exhausted again. Chen Yi was also taken aback. Instructor Kairuwei? Why are you squatting at my door instead of hosting the duel? Wang Kairuwei smiled and said, of course, I'm here to host the duel. Here, this is your duel letter, will you accept it? Chen Yi and his companions exchanged glances, feeling somewhat confused. He had already achieved first place with such a crushing posture, yet someone still came to challenge him? Chen Yi took the duel letter and asked, who initiated this duel? Wang Kairuwei pointed with his chin at Lan Yuqing and Fang Xiaoye, who were warming up not far away. It's those two, the second place on the leaderboard. Following Wang Kairuwei's gaze, Chen Yi's eyes instantly locked onto a girl with colorful wings on her back, holding two colorful daggers, looking like a butterfly fairy. Suddenly, a system interface appeared on her body. Name, Fang Xiaoye, armed form. Contract master, Lan Yuqing. Bloodline, S-rank colorful phoenix butterfly. Hidden bloodline, SS-rank multicolored phoenix butterfly. Level, 2 level 10 stage. Physique, 50. Spirit power, 77. Attributes, wind, poison, dark. Skills, gale slash, poison fang. Favorability, plus 25 points. Affinity, 196, can learn new skills. Evaluation, a spirit beast with very comprehensive abilities. If it can learn the shadow skill, its strength will improve significantly. Ding. The target has already established a contract with another beast master, and the affinity task activation failed. Please don't act like Chow Chow, host. Hearing the system's alert, Chen Yi rolled his eyes. Who on earth wants to be Chow Chow? Chapter 39, a great training object. Wow, this affinity is quite high. It seems her beast master has trained her well. But why does this girl have an affinity for me too? Although she has a hidden SS-ranked bloodline, I don't share that kind of interest. Besides, there's no system task. Chen Yi glanced at Lin Mengxue and Luo Shirin's system interfaces, letting out a slight sigh. Lin Mengxue's affinity is only 28 points, while Luo Shirin has a pitiful 6 points. Compared to most spirit beast girls, that's really too low, not even enough to meet the prerequisites for learning new skills.
But there's nothing to be done, after all, he hasn't contracted with either of them for long. It seems I need to push a little harder tonight and help them both learn new skills earlier.
Chen Yi responded, Instructor Kelly, I accept this duel. I knew you would accept. Come with me.
With Wang Kairi leading the way, Chen Yi and the group arrived at the center of the resting area. The already lively scene became even more intense at this moment. The first place in the leaderboard was going to duel the second place. This is going to draw a full crowd.
Li Yi, Wang Feng, what are you guys doing? Menxue might duel soon, aren't you coming to watch? Strange, why hasn't that guy moved all day? Is something wrong? What could happen to him? Isn't he just cultivating affinity in his room? He probably just entered the serious part and is pretending no one is around.
Forget it, let's not wait for him, the duel is about to start. Outside Li Yi and Wang Feng's room, several students shook their heads helplessly. Clearly, they had a great room, and they previously said they wanted to witness Lin Mengshue's battle firsthand.
But now they aren't coming, it's just ridiculous. You are Chen Yi?
Lan Yuqing showed an unhappy expression. Your luck with women is really good, both contracted spirit beasts are so beautiful.
Chen Yi rolled his eyes, you aren't even sure if it's me and you're challenging me?
Lan Yuqing snorted coldly and continued, enough of that.
Since you are here, it means you accept my challenge, right? 500 points, a 2v2 between beast masters and spirit beasts, are you playing? Whatever you want. Chen Yi turned to Lin Mengxue, Shuer, didn't you say you wanted to find an opportunity to practice your armed form? Now is a great opportunity. Lin Mengxue nodded slightly, sure. Thank you, brother Chen Yi. Great. The duel is established.
Wang Kairi announced, everyone else quickly disperse, the duel will start in 15 seconds.
As Wang Kairi's voice fell, the atmosphere on site instantly became tense.
Lin Mengxue directly switched to her armed form, dragon wings, dragon tail, and dragon scales all appeared. Her momentum rose several notches, and even the temperature around seemed to drop a few degrees.
Seeing this scene, the other students instantly went wild. Wow!
It's the Dragon Lady, the Dragon Lady! Those white stockings, those legs, I could play for 10 years.
Damn, so jealous. Lin Mengshue's armed form is so beautiful. Whoa, my school bell Lin, why did you contract with someone from another school? Whoa.
In the midst of the frenzy of the students, Lan Yuqing took a bowing stance, gathering spirit power, quickly forming a long bow shimmering with blue light.
6 blue energy arrows floated around him like floating artillery. I have to admit, this scene was indeed a bit cool. A battle-type beast master? No wonder he proposed a 2v2 duel. But it's not a big deal, I can just try my current strength. Shuer, remember to go easy.
Before the voice faded, Wang Kaili directly announced the start of the duel. At the moment she heard this, Lin Mengxue shot towards Feng Xiaoye like an arrow released from a bow. She left only a blurred shadow in place.
Damn, so fast?
Lan Yuqing was shocked in his heart and hurriedly took down a spirit arrow, preparing to launch a cover attack.
However, his move completely backfired. Lin Mengshue's attack on Feng Xiaoye was just a feint.
Her real target was Lan Yuqing.
With a dragon claw outstretched, Lin Mengxue fiercely swung towards Feng Xiaoye's neck, seemingly aiming to kill with one blow. Facing such a fierce attack, Feng Xiaoye naturally dared not be negligent, quickly raising her dagger to block.
But at that moment, Lin Mengxue suddenly retracted her dragon claw, her figure flashing as she bypassed Feng Xiaoye and charged towards Lan Yuqing. In this kind of one-against-many battle, it is absolutely the wisest strategy to defeat the weaker enemy first, thereby reducing the opponent's numerical advantage.
Damn it, beauty, you don't abide by martial ethics.
Lan Yuqing had just drawn his longbow and hadn't even had time to shoot an arrow when Lin Mengxue was already charging in front of him.
Thank you for the compliment. Lin Mengshue's lips slightly curled up, revealing a sweet smile like a goddess from a dream. However, her attack was merciless, landing solidly on Lan Yuqing. With just one palm, Lan Yuqing was sent flying. His body rolled through the air several times, ultimately crashing heavily to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. It looked like he was knocked out. Brother Lan. Damn, you are too unscrupulous. You want a 2-on-1, isn't that unscrupulous? From now on, without anyone else interrupting, it's just our battle. Damn it, really crafty. Feng Xiaoye gritted her teeth, staring intently at Lin Mengshue's every move.
And hearing Lin Mengshue's words, Chen Yi rolled his eyes on the spot.
Damn it, he was also a person. He could also fight. Why was he inexplicably excluded?
Just as Chen Yi silently cursed in his heart, the two women had already started their duel. In terms of bloodline rank, Lin Mengxue was stronger, but in class, Feng Xiaoye was slightly higher, and it was clear that she was more skilled in wielding her weapon and had richer experience in one-on-one fights. So after several rounds, neither side relented, and neither could do anything to the other. However, in the moment of the next exchange, Fang Xiaoye suddenly took several steps back, and a colorful ripple suddenly formed around her colorful dagger. Whoosh! With a sharp sound piercing through the air, it transformed into a colorful flash of light, fiercely stabbing toward Lin Mengshue's abdomen. This strike was so fast, like a sudden storm, catching people off guard. The spectators were all shocked at this scene. Such a fierce attack, combined with Fang Xiaoye using a weapon, if one couldn't dodge, it would likely be a fatal blow. However, in the face of such a fierce attack, Lin Mengxue had no intention of dodging. Instead, she charged straight at it. Clang! With a crisp sound ringing out. Everyone saw Fang Xiaoye, dagger and all, being blasted away and crashing to the ground, unable to get up again. And as the party taking the attack, Lin Mengshue's dragon scales on her wrist showed not a single trace of injury. Was this defense really that strong? Chapter 40, New Skill. Duel over. Chen Yi, Lin Mengxue wins. Seeing this scene, Wang Keili immediately announced the result of the duel. The surrounding students displayed looks of disbelief on their faces. They naturally knew Lin Mengxue was strong, but they had never imagined her strength was so terrifying. Fang Xiaoye is a well-known champion of singles at the Yuqing Beast-Taming Academy, famous for her high attack and high speed. However, in front of Lin Mengxue, she couldn't even withstand a few moves. The higher your score, the more skills you have, the higher your damage, and since you can fly, it's easier to find magical beasts. But who would have thought that you would be so strong in singles? You even managed to easily defeat opponents who are several ranks higher than you. Many A-level beast tamers, upon witnessing Fang Xiaoye's recent attack, believe they absolutely could not withstand such a fierce assault. However, Lin Mengxue easily blocked Fang Xiaoye's attack and struck her down in one hit. Is it really necessary to be this perfect? Incredible, Xiao Xue. Luo Shirin walked forward with a smile. At first, I thought you had to be injured a little to win. Lin Mengxue curled her lips and said softly, I just got lucky. Hearing this, everyone turned their gaze to Lan Yuqing and Fang Xiaoye, who were lying on the ground, completely unconscious and foaming at the mouth. At this moment, the only thought in their minds was, you're lying. No one expected Lin Mengxue, who usually looks delicate and fragile and often has to request leave from physical education classes, would be so ruthless in her moves. Wang Kairi walked in front of Lan Yuqing and Fang Xiaoye, observing their injuries. A satisfied smile appeared on her face, and she nodded gently. Not bad, not bad. With one strike, you defeated your enemy, but the injuries aren't too serious. After resting for just one night, they will recover. Your control of power is really good. Wang Kairi turned to a few students and said, you all, and you too, come help carry them to the infirmary. Got it. At this time, Lin Mengxue and Luo Shirin walked over to Chen Yi's side together. Lin Mengshue's face was flushed with shyness as she softly asked, Brother Chen Yi, how did I do? Chen Yi nodded, very good, it's worth the power I gave you. Hearing Chen Yi's praise, Lin Mengshue's cheeks turned even redder. She lowered her head, her voice getting smaller and smaller, then can we enhance our affinity tonight? Normally, this kind of thing between beast tamers and spiritual beasts is very common. Any beast tamer and spiritual beast must go through this process to enhance their contracted spiritual beast strength and learn new skills. However, when these words came out of Lin Mengshue's mouth, the situation became a bit subtle. She was the school beauty of the Jiangcheng Beast-Taming Academy, the goddess in the hearts of countless boys. If looks could kill, Chen Yi would have probably been cut into 1,000 pieces. Damn it! I also want a contracted dragon girl. Wake up! The dragon clan definitely has S-level or higher bloodlines. How can you, with your C-level talent, think about contracting a dragon? Dream on! Although it hurts, seeing Mengxue become so strong now, I'm also satisfied. At this time, after tending to the injured, Wang Kairi clapped her hands, interrupting everyone's discussions. Alright. Everyone disperse. Those who want to duel, continue to duel. If not, go back and enhance your affinity well to boost your combat power. Instead of wasting time here envying others, it's better to hone your own skills to become stronger quickly. Once your strength increases, you'll be able to pick from the pretty girls with strong bloodlines. Hearing this, everyone seemed to awaken from a dream and turned to leave. They sought out beast-tamer combinations they felt they could defeat and initiated duels. As for Chen Yi, he naturally could not receive any more duel requests. Even the Academy's ace lost to him in a devastating manner. These small fry seeking a duel would only be giving away points and getting beaten for nothing. However, it seemed getting beaten by Lin Mengxue could also be a unique experience. Ha ha ha. Your daughter is no good, ha ha. She can't even defeat my granddaughter's sister. Watching Fang Xiaoye being easily defeated, Luo Qinghao laughed so hard he doubled over. His hearty laughter echoed in the room, making one wonder if this person in front of them could really be one of the 7 strongest beast masters of the Dragon Kingdom? Fang Zhengkai still felt a bit unconvinced. He exhaled a puff of smoke, curled his lips, and said, "It's not like I lost to your granddaughter, what's so funny about that? Anyway, the result is that your daughter was instantaneously defeated by that girl Mingxue. Is there a problem? I don't care. I'm not accepting that my daughter couldn't beat your granddaughter. What's the use of not accepting? So many people saw your granddaughter's miserable defeat. Damn it." At this time, Chen Yi also returned to the room with the sisters. After all, the purpose of coming out at night was to see what this duel was all about. Now it seems that it's not that impressive. It would be better to spend more time improving affinity. However, before that, I should first help Lin Mengxue and Luo Shirin fill their stomachs. As for the cultivation of affinity, that naturally cannot be unequal. Both sisters' affinities must be improved simultaneously. Ding! Lin Mengxue's affection level plus 2 points. Current affection level, 87 points. Ding! Luo Shirin's affection level plus 5 points. Current affection level, 75 points. The morning sunlight covered the earth, officially announcing the start of the second day's assessment. However, Chen Yi's assessment had not ended yet. "Brother Chen Yi, anyway, we have so many points, there's no need to rush out to hunt magical beasts today." Yeah. I feel it too, I'm about to learn a new skill, just need to work a bit harder." Hearing the sweet whispers from Lin Mengxue and Luo Shirin, Chen Yi helplessly sighed. He really regretted it deeply. All of this started from a careless remark in the middle of the night last night. Last night, after Lin Mengxue's affinity reached 30 points, a new option appeared in the affinity section, an option to learn a new skill. Out of curiosity, Chen Yi tentatively clicked on the option above. As a result, a system prompt sound was heard. Ding! Lin Mengxue's affinity has reached 30 points, meeting the requirement for the second tier. Congratulations! Contracted Spirit Beast Lin Mengxue has successfully learned a new skill, Dragon's Breath. In an instant, Lin Mengxue's beautiful eyes lit up. From their perspective, this was the appearance of mastering a new skill after improving affinity. And it was a truly amazing skill. However, unlike Chen Yi, they couldn't see the specific value of affinity as the system could. They only knew one thing. For ordinary beast masters and spirit beasts, it was almost impossible to raise affinity to a level sufficient to learn new skills in just a few months. But now, it was great. Lin Mengxue had only followed Chen Yi for a week, and without focusing on improving affinity every day, she managed to learn a new skill. The strength of a spirit beast depends on many aspects, and the number of skills is one of them. Lin Mengxue and Luo Shirin had just upgraded from F-grade bloodlines, they were naturally eager to grow stronger. And it was just so addictively comfortable. Now, the chance to get stronger was right in front of them. They naturally wanted to seize it, to cultivate as much as possible. "Hey, do you two know a saying?" Chen Yi said with a face full of speechlessness, "There are only overworked oxen, not depleted fields. I already worked hard last night, 1 hour is already my limit as a young man." As he spoke, he rubbed his sore arms and lower back, secretly groaning inside. Shouldn't the young be more vigorous? Exactly. Doesn't Brother Chen Yi want us to get stronger? Besides, you've rested an entire night. The voices of Lin Mengxue and Luo Shirin were like a magical sound that continuously attacked Chen Yi's psychological defenses. In the end, Chen Yi still couldn't withstand the test, gritted his teeth and added another hour of work. Looks like I still need to grind some more to strengthen my physical fitness. I'm probably going to die soon. Chen Yi, who was sore all over, looked at the ceiling and muttered in his heart. After Chen Yi finished his meal and helped the two girls guide the magical beast crystal core's spiritual power, it was already 1 p.m. Lin Mengxue's level hadn't changed at all, but both Luo Shirin and Chen Yi's levels had increased by a bit. Chen Yi looked at the remaining magical beast crystal cores in his spatial ring and couldn't help but sigh in his heart. 100 second-tier magical beast crystal cores, plus 50 first-tier ones. If these were used on regular spirit beasts, they could probably break through 5 or 6 stages. But for them, this small increase was all that happened. As expected, the path of cultivation is so difficult, full of heavy responsibilities and a long way to go. Looking at Chen Yi, who was walking out of the room again with a face full of fatigue, some of the male colleagues in the break area truly had their eyes red. Damn it, this life is too comfortable, isn't it? Then, looking at the rankings again. Lan Yucheng's points had not changed at all. After deducting the 500 points from last night's bet, and adding the hunting time this morning, his ranking was pushed down to 10th. The originally third-ranked Lin Mo had now moved up to second place, with exactly 3,000 points, still far from Chen Yi's points. It really feels like the first place is secured. However, even if first place is secure, it doesn't mean Chen Yi can rest now. Luo Shirin once said that after the assessment, she could get some magical beast crystal cores from her grandfather. This was supposed to be a very ordinary thing, as big families have rich resource channels, able to acquire a lot of magical beast crystal cores, and distribute them to the beast masters and spirit beasts in the clan to aid in their cultivation.
However, the situation for Chen Yi and the others was rather special. Ordinary beast masters usually grind the magical beast crystal cores into powder for cultivation.
Consuming 10 or so magical beast crystal cores a day is already considered difficult, with 20 at most, and the rest is supplemented with beast meat for cultivation.
But for the three of them?
At the normal pace, they needed to consume about 1 or 200 magical beast crystal cores daily to meet their cultivation needs, which made Luo Shirin feel too embarrassed to speak. Because of this, cultivation resources probably still have to rely on themselves.
They cannot afford to slack off.
Because the school had issued an official order prohibiting the gathering of monsters yesterday, today they could only go hunting the magical beasts one by one.
But unexpectedly, it didn't seem to be slow.
Chen Yi rode on Lin Mengshua's back, directing her to launch attacks. Thanks to the system's observation ability, even magical beasts hiding in the shrubbery or buried in the soil could not escape the system's positioning, nowhere to hide. Therefore, in aerial reconnaissance, Chen Yi naturally became Lin Mengshua's telescope. Luo Shirin had enjoyed the thrill of killing yesterday, so today she restrained some of her shine, playing a secondary role in helping gather materials from the magical beasts Lin Mengxue killed. After several hours, they managed to kill 300 to 400 magical beasts, and the rewards were quite substantial. At that moment, Chen Yi's group keenly noticed a few beast masters and spirit beasts fleeing frantically through the forest ahead, as if they had encountered some kind of crisis. Luo Shirin, seeing this, immediately transformed into human form and approached them to inquire about the situation.
What happened to you guys? Why are you in such a sorry state? You're Chen Yi's contracted spirit beast? The tall beauty. Yes, I am. So, what happened to you all?
There's hope. Big beauty, there's a third-tier ghost face spider ahead. It should be the challenge boss mentioned in the rules, it's terrifying.
Really? Upon hearing this, Luo Shirin instantly became overjoyed.
She hadn't found the challenge boss all of yesterday, and it was already almost 7 o'clock today without encountering it.
She had originally given up hope,
thinking they were going to miss each other again.
However, fate is always full of surprises. Unexpectedly, they met again.
She flashed her figure, instantly transforming into a spirit beast form, spread her wings, and flew high to report the situation to Chen Yi.
Challenge the boss? Let's go, let's take a look. What if it's the Beast King? That would be a big win.
Just as his words fell, the ghost-faced spider mentioned by the students chased after them.
Monster, ghost-faced spider. Difficulty, 7 stars. Level, 3rd stage, 9th rank. Attributes, Earth, Poison. Skills, Poison Fangs, Night Gaze.
Description: a spider monster with a ghostly face. If stared into its eyes, it's likely to cause mental confusion. While it has the strongest weapon, it is also its greatest weakness. 3 meters tall and 5 meters long, 8 huge pillar-like appendages support its massive body. Each step creates a slight tremor in the ground, like a truck. Its head is no longer the familiar compound eye structure but is instead covered with dozens of eerie green single eyes. Its sharp fangs can split trees as easily as cutting paper with scissors. However, despite this terrifying giant spider monster, Chen Yi felt something was oddly off when he looked at it. It moved quickly, but it didn't seem to be chasing prey. Rather, it seemed to be fleeing in panic, as if it had been scared by something.
Chen Yi puzzled over it in his heart. Strange, could there be a stronger monster in this testing area? Or is it being chased by other beast tamers?
However, he didn't think too much about it and immediately commanded the 2 girls to attack the ghost-faced spider's eyes.
Boom boom boom.
Under the powerful firepower of the 2 girls, the ghost-faced spider quickly met its demise, falling to the ground.
Chapter 42, how about working a little overtime? What? A 3rd stage 10th rank monster just died like this? Is this the power of the spirit beast contracted by Chen Yi? That's too strong, right? TSK, no wonder he's the record holder for the fastest completion of the Beast-Tamer assessment. He's indeed amazing.
Phew, that was really scary. I'm glad it's been dealt with, otherwise, I felt like we would definitely get caught up. That's why I said from the start not to get close to that cave. If it weren't for Chen Yi, we would all have to use the teleportation crystal. I mainly felt there must be something in that cave. I didn't expect it to be this thing.
Are you still talking back? If you keep talking back, I won't serve you tonight. At this moment, Chen Yi and his group also took out the scoreballs and monster crystal cores, arriving by the students' side. As soon as they approached, they heard their discussion. Cave? What do you mean? Did this thing run out of the cave? Yes. If you go east from here for 3 or 4 kilometers, you should be able to see that cave, under a willow tree. It's quite hidden. A bespectacled beast tamer explained. I thought that cave was hidden so well, I wondered if it was a treasure spot arranged by the school, but unexpectedly. There's no need to say much about what happened next. They went in to search for treasure and ended up being chased by the ghost-faced spider for several kilometers. Chen Yi and his group exchanged glances, with the corners of their mouths slightly curling up.
It seems that everyone shared the same thought. With a treasure cave, they definitely had to investigate it. However, the hunting time for today was coming to an end, so they could only wait until tomorrow. It was already evening, so naturally, it was time to do what they needed to do at night. Before long, Chen Yi and his group returned to the rest area. After putting all the scoreballs inside, their score soared significantly again. Score ranking. First place, Chen Yi, Lin Mingxue, Luo Shirin, score, 21,600 points. Second place, Lin Mo, Fu Xueme, Su Ting, score, 6,100 points. Even having wasted more than half a day's time, the gap in scores with the second place was still significantly increasing. Continuing this momentum tomorrow, they would surely secure the first place reward. After guiding the energy of the monster crystal cores for the girls, it was already midnight. Luo Shirin seemed to have agreed with Lin Mingxue in advance. This time, the attack was not launched at the same time. Brother Chen Yi, I also want to learn skills. Beside, Lin Mingxue took the opportunity to support with a smile, gently patting Luo Shirin's perky bottom, revealing a wicked grin. Brother Chen Yi, doesn't this voice sound nice? Listening to it a few more times before bed should be quite enjoyable, right? Seeing this, Chen Yi coughed twice and said, when did you two start collaborating like this? Luo Shirin leaned close to Chen Yi's ear and blew softly, doesn't Brother Chen Yi like it? The breath was fragrant and lured with a hint of delicate charm. But Chen Yi was completely unmoved. As the beast master of these two little fairies, he felt it was necessary to teach them what true lady values are. Don't spend all day thinking irrelevant thoughts and not doing proper work. Like the third day of the final assessment. As dawn broke, Chen Yi surprisingly got up early for once, sitting at the dining table enjoying breakfast by 7:30. Of course, the main reason was that last night he only had to deal with one spirit beast girl. Compared to the night before, it was much easier. This morning, Lin Mingxue and Luo Shirin did not choose Spirit Beast Crystal cores for training as usual, but opted for normal food instead. On one hand, eating too many Spirit Beast Crystal cores can easily become monotonous. On the other hand, even Chen Yi's skills take 3 to 4 hours to refine a beast crystal, which was simply too time-consuming. The cave information he received from other students yesterday evening was now time to explore. Just as Chen Yi was about to get up, Luo Shirin suddenly displayed a shy expression. She gently tugged at Chen Yi's hand and asked softly, Brother Chen Yi, didn't you say I could learn new skills soon? How about putting in a little extra effort now? Hearing this, Chen Yi sighed. The system interface showed that Luo Shirin's current affinity was 14 points, and she could learn new skills at 15 points. Unfortunately, he was simply too exhausted last night, else, he wouldn't have pushed it to this morning. Trouble comes from the mouth. Alright, let's consider this a post-meal workout. Thank you, Brother Chen Yi Mua. Lin Mingxue couldn't help but laugh at this scene, her smile turning into an anti-like grin. At first, she worried that Luo Shirin, coming from a big family, would be proud and hard to connect with Chen Yi. It seems she was overthinking it. That Chen Yi could get along so well with Luo Shirin was undoubtedly the best outcome. Soon, after 15 minutes, a system notification sounded. Ding! Luo Shirin's affinity has reached 15 points, meeting the second tier requirement. Congratulations to the contract Spirit Beast Luo Shirin for successfully learning a new skill, Sound Explosion. Feeling her newfound power, Luo Shirin was so excited that she hugged Chen Yi and began to show off. Thank you, Chen Yi. I never expected I could reach this day. Chen Yi gently stroked Luo Shirin's head, a faint smile on his lips. What are you thinking? Do you think learning a small skill is the end? I promise you, you will definitely stand at the top of the world in the future. Really? Do I look like someone who would lie to you? Whoa, thank you, Brother Chen Yi. You are my life's benefactor. Luo Shirin was moved to tears, directly leaping into Chen Yi's arms and releasing her emotions freely. Ding! Luo Shirin's favorability plus 5 points. Ding! Luo Shirin's favorability has reached 80 points. Congratulations to the host for successfully capturing the Spirit Beast girl's heart. Congratulations to the host for gaining 15 enhancement points. Congratulations to the host for mastering the combat skill Wine Blade Slash. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the item Centennial Divine Bee Nectar. What? Did the favorability break 80 points just like that? Chen Yi was secretly amazed. Before crossing over, he always felt that those beautiful women were unattainable. Making them take the initiative is simply extremely difficult, or perhaps they don't even have the option to take the initiative. Now it seems that it's not that the beautiful school flower doesn't take the initiative. It's that you aren't worthy of her taking the initiative. 15 enhancement points, let's save them for now. With my 50 points in physique, it should be enough to handle both of them. At that moment, Lin Mingxue chimed in, Brother Chen Yi, what about me? Chen Yi smiled slightly, wrapping his arm around Lin Mingxue's slender waist and gently pulling her into his embrace.
I should apologize a little, it should be, we will definitely stand at the top of the world. Humph, now that's more like it. Chapter 43, Lin Mo's Request. After finishing, Chen Yi and the others comfortably took a shower and changed clothes. When they stepped out, it was already 9:30, which was half an hour past the hunting time. However, surprisingly, many students in the rest area had not yet set out. Look, Chen Yi finally decided to get up. Today, Chen Yi looks surprisingly good. It seems he didn't cause any trouble for our Mingxue last night, being able to hold back. I respect you as a man. Indeed. If it were me, once I confirmed I'd be first, I would want to stay in my room every day to build my affinity. Ha! Do you have that ability? It ended in 3 minutes last night, and if I gave you a whole day, you'd just repay me in 3 minutes? Hearing the students' discussions, Chen Yi couldn't help but feel quite speechless. He wondered why every time he left his room, a large crowd would gather to watch. It was already 9:30. Don't they want to go hunt beasts? Why stay all day blocking someone else's door to watch the fun, just like village gossipers? At this moment, Lin Mo suddenly stepped forward and said, "Brother Chen Yi, can I have a word?" Upon hearing this, Chen Yi glanced at the two contracted spirit beasts beside Lin Mo. Their favorability towards him was positive, so it seemed she didn't want to set him up. But Fu Xueme, there's something off about you. Even though she already had a beast master, her favorability had risen to 50 points, which was equivalent to that of an ordinary couple. Damn it, could it be that Lin Mo's purpose of asking for a word is to get him to contract Fu Xueme? My kidneys can't take it. Alright, come with me. However, the fact proved that Chen Yi was overthinking. After hearing Lin Mo's words, Chen Yi frowned and reconfirmed. You mean to say, you want to take first place? Yes. The reward for first place is yours, and I'll collect all the scoreballs on the way, and the beast cores belong to you. Chen Yi looked up at the aerial drone above his head and said helplessly, what's the point of that? The whole process is being live-streamed. Even if you collect the scoreballs, others wouldn't recognize you as the first place, right? Fu Xueme sighed beside him and added, this guy is about to break through the third tier. He wants to contract a more powerful spirit beast, so he wants to get a first place score to boost his competitiveness. I was tricked into it like this back then. Upon hearing this, Lin Mo hurriedly explained, how can that be called tricking? Xueme, haven't I treated you well? Fu Xueme rolled her eyes and bluntly commented, very well. But that's the fact, right? My hometown is in Linjiang. If I hadn't seen that fake report card of yours from who knows where. Listening to their bickering, Chen Yi roughly understood Lin Mo's reasoning for acting this way. Being an S-rank beast master is certainly exceptional, he could probably just call out, and spirit beast girls wanting to contract with him would line up. However, in this world, beast masters can contract multiple spirit beasts, but spirit beasts can only have one beast master. This means that for a beast master to contract a spirit beast that is on a higher level than themselves is almost as difficult as climbing to the sky, while spirit beasts can easily seek compatibility upwards. The S-level spirit beast girls are rare as phoenix feathers and unicorn horns, completely having the opportunity to choose an SS-level beast master. If an S-level beast master wants to establish a contract with an S-level spirit beast girl, they must rely on various outstanding achievements to prove that they are at the upper level among S-levels, to gain more contracting rights. Otherwise, they can only settle for choosing an A-level spirit beast girl. Being first in the final assessment across 3 schools is undoubtedly a perfect opportunity to prove one's strength, although this achievement is only valid in other cities. Alright. Chen Yi immediately agreed, so what can I gain? You can't just let me give up first place for nothing, right? After all, the rewards for both first and second place belong to him, and he can also receive an extra payment. You don't turn down good fortune when it comes your way. Upon hearing Chen Yi's agreement, Lin Mo felt a great relief and sighed heavily. Thank you, brother Chen Yi, for your help. Is there anything you want? How about an ice attribute or wind attribute Beast King Crystal Core of at least second tier? A Beast King Crystal Core. Lin Mo and Fang Xiaoye exchanged glances, their expressions showing difficulty. With the background of their two families, they naturally had some stock of such treasures. However, these crystal cores were prepared for the future contracts with spirit beast girls skilled in ice or wind attributes. They spent a considerable amount to acquire these things. Would handing them over to Chen Yi be a waste? After hesitating for half a minute, Lin Mo finally sighed. Fine. If you want it, you can have it. Deal. Follow me, I have a place I want to go. Su Ting, transformed into a shadow battle leopard, is a land-moving unit, and its speed in this forest cannot compare to Lin Mingxue and Luo Shirin. As for letting them ride it, that was absolutely impossible. All the way, it must not only assist Su Ting in hunting magical beasts but also collect scoreballs, with a heavy workload. When they finally arrived at the cave the students spoke of yesterday, it was already close to 12 noon. In the observation hall, Luo Qinghe furrowed his brows tightly upon seeing the cave. He did not know why, even through the screen, he could feel a heart-pounding sensation. Is there a cave in the assessment area? The principal quickly explained, yes, this cave was left by the previous exploration team while investigating the mine, and there's nothing special about it. Luo Qinghe nodded slightly at the principal's words, but his doubts were not dispelled. Is it my illusion? At this moment, Fang Zhengkai sneered from the side, old man, isn't your granddaughter and that Lin Mingxue very strong? They can kill a 3-tier, 9-stage challenge boss in one hit, why do you look so terrified? However, this time Luo Qinghe did not respond to Fang Zhengkai as usual. He silently stood up and turned to walk towards the adjacent empty office. As soon as he entered the office, he snapped his fingers, and a barrier instantly sealed the entire room. In the next second, the shadow behind him began to shake violently, and a middle-aged woman slowly emerged from the shadow. Honey, what do you want? Shaowen, do you remember this Demon Abyss Cult organization? Demon Abyss Cult? The middle-aged woman frowned, I remember, what's wrong? Luo Qing had changed from his previously playful demeanor, showing a cold expression. You need to immediately call up Qinglian, Fenghua, and Ziyuan, and get the complete background of all students participating in the final assessment. It would be best to collect their recent activity records and interpersonal relationships, and do it quickly. I feel that some of them may be related to the Demon Abyss cult. Upon hearing this, the middle-aged woman nodded and once again disappeared into the shadow. Chapter 44, The Black Giant Worm. Luo Qinghe's gaze was firmly fixed outside the window. His lips moved slightly, murmuring softly, I hope this is just a trace left by someone who accidentally possesses black power. In the live broadcast, the black power lines belonging to the Abyss sect faintly drifted out from the cave. Although it was very faint, it still existed. Either someone from the Abyss sect had been here, or there were some items closely related to the Abyss sect buried here. In any case, this likely proved that there had been an entity connected to the Abyss sect that came here. That crazy organization that venerates magical beasts. On the way to the cave, Chen Yi also inquired about the use of the century-old divine bee honey from the system. Essentially, it is a type of ingredient that contains a large amount of spiritual power. Eating the entire jar roughly equates to the total spiritual power of 300 4th-level magical beast cores. However, it is important to note that this type of heaven and earth spiritual treasure, when activated with enhancement points, can exhibit different effects based on the amount of contained spiritual power and its attributes. Century-old divine bee honey is a low-tier spiritual treasure of the wood attribute, and when activated with 5 enhancement points, it can create a shield that can block all attacks below 6th level. Of course, this amount is only enough to withstand 2 times and cannot block infinitely. System, do you mean that as long as I activate this thing, all beast masters, spirit beasts, and magical beasts below 6th level will definitely be unable to harm me, right? Not exactly. If a 5th level magical beast unleashes an attack power exceeding 6th level, it still cannot be blocked. Alright, I understand. Chen Yi somewhat understood the system's meaning. In any case, it can resist around 2 attacks of 6th level. It seemed that Lin Mingxue and Luo Shirin would not need their strength, so we might as well let them have it as a side dish to relieve the heaviness. Otherwise, eating magical beast cores for cultivation every day without tasting good food would be quite pitiful. At this time, Lin Mo looked at the dark cave in front of him, filled with confusion. Are there magical beasts inside? I don't know, but exploring a cave doesn't take much time, so let's just take a look. Sigh, alright. But is there enough time? Right now, after calculating the scores, it's just over 11,000 points, right? We only have 7 hours left. Can we catch up to your score? Don't worry, we have enough time. 10 minutes later, they entered the depths of the cave. I told you there was definitely nothing here. Lin Mo sighed, the challenging boss you killed yesterday probably stumbled here by accident and was then discovered by other students, which is why they were chasing them. Ah! Before he finished speaking, Su Ting suddenly screamed. What happened? Lin Mo and Chen Yi asked simultaneously. Su Ting was shaking all over, pointing at a wall and floor stained red with blood. This is human blood. And it's still very fresh, it must have appeared in the last couple of days. Su Ting's spirit beast lineage is an A-rank shadow battle leopard, and although its sense of smell is not as good as that of canine spirit beasts, distinguishing the smell of blood is definitely not a problem. She is used to smelling the blood of magical beasts and has long been accustomed to it. But human blood, especially so much at once, is something she never sees. Lin Mengshue's gaze sharpened as she spotted a bloody white bracelet in the corner. That is, no way? What's wrong, Schwer? Chen Yi asked, did you find something? That bracelet seems to be a gift that Qin Shoshing gave me before, but I felt he had bad intentions, so I returned it. How could it be here? Qin Shoshing's gift? Wait a minute, could it be? In the past couple of days, Chen Yi had felt as if something important was missing in his heart. Only now did he finally remember he hadn't seen Qin Shoshing and Lu Ruyan.
Qin Shouxing's combat ability is not weak, and Lu Ruyan has a personality that enjoys showing off extremely. According to common sense, since the two of them had successfully made a contract, Lu Ruyan would definitely show off Qin Shouxing everywhere to satisfy her vanity. However, these past 2 days had been unusually calm, with not a single person in sight. And now, here appeared a blood-stained bracelet. Could it be that something had actually happened to them? Boom! At that moment, the earth suddenly let out a deafening rumble. A strong shaking sensation surged, almost like an earthquake. What's going on? Hurry and leave here. If it's an earthquake, we will be buried alive in this cave. Chen Yi's words were instantly agreed upon by everyone, and they quickly ran toward the cave entrance. The fact that there was a large amount of fresh human blood inside the cave also had to be reported to the school immediately. However, just after they had left the cave for a short while, Chen Yi saw a chilling scene. A gigantic insect-type magical beast was leading a group of fierce magical beasts, chasing a large group of students. The tall trees, in front of this insect-type magical beast, were like fragile grass, easily knocked down. Its speed was incredibly fast, and in the blink of an eye, it caught up with the students desperately running away. What exactly is this? Why would something like this appear during a final exam? Help me, wife, save me. A second-tier, 4-segment beast master let out a heartbreaking cry for help. However, before he could finish, the massive black insect bit him in half, leaving only his upper half lying in a pool of blood. No! Husband, you! The beast master's contracted spirit beast let out a mournful cry, seemingly trying to save him. But the insect-type magical beast was merciless, and with another bite, it swallowed both her and her beast master into its stomach. Seeing this unbearable scene, the other students who were running for their lives were instantly dumbfounded. This was the first time they had witnessed a beast master and spirit beast die right in front of them, and in such a cruel way. Run, quickly run! Why is this happening? Stop talking, just run. Do you want to die? Damn it! Didn't we have aerial drones? Why hasn't the school sent anyone to assist? A group of students screamed in agony. Among these students, there was even a group of familiar faces: Lan Yuqing, Feng Xiaoya, and Wang Yingying. Chen Yi was also stunned when he saw this scene. Of course, what stunned him was not witnessing someone die before his eyes. It was the system interface of this black giant insect. Name: Lu Ruyan, demonized. Contract master: none. Bloodline: demon-eating bug demon. Level: 5th stage, 5th segment. Physique: 366. Spiritual power: 260. Attributes: earth, darkness. Skills: sand manipulation, devouring, dark space. Favorability: plus 40 points. Affinity: none. Evaluation: after injecting the spinal fluid of the 7-star beast's demon-eating bug demon, Lu Ruyan entered a demonized state, temporarily gaining the power of the demon-eating bug demon, and can quickly increase her strength by devouring humans and magical beasts. Chapter 45, 5th Stage Magical Beast. What the hell? This thing is actually Lu Ruyan? The contract master section is empty. Does that mean Qin Shouxing was eaten by her? But what exactly happened to Lu Ruyan? She became like this, yet my favorability towards her is now positive? And it's even 40 points, that high? Chen Yi couldn't help but inwardly marvel. Although his feelings for Lu Ruyan had long since dissipated, seeing her become like this still made him feel some sympathy. The demonization process of spirit beasts is extremely brutal and indescribable torture. Because of this, various countries, out of humanitarian reasons, offer those spirit beast girls who are about to demonize and have no hope of recovery a choice of euthanasia. However, what was unexpected was this kind of rarely seen spirit beast demonization phenomenon would actually happen here? From Lu Ruyan's evaluation bar, it seems she has been forcibly demonized. What in this world can force a spirit beast to demonize? Moreover, due to the existence of the dark space, the communication of the aerial drones has been greatly interfered with, and the outside world may know nothing about the situation here. In addition, this move can block all space-related skills, making it impossible to escape with teleportation crystals. Is this skill a coincidence, or was it planned from the beginning? Luo Shirin asked with a worried face. Chen Yi, what should we do now? This bug seems to be at least level 5, we are definitely no match for it. Chen Yi decisively instructed, we are definitely not its match. Shirin, you immediately fly back to the rest area to find Wang Kaili. This monster has no ranged attack skills, Lin Mengshui and I can hold it off for a while. Okay. I understand. Luo Shirin showed no hesitation and immediately spread her wings, rushing toward the rest area. Chen Yi pulled out a power enhancement card from his pocket and used it to strengthen Lin Mengshui. This is the boundary area of the assessment zone, about 30 kilometers from the resting area. Luo Shirin flying at full speed should be able to make a round trip in 20 minutes.
For this time, holding this thing off just a little longer is worth it. Lin Mo, take this chance to escape quickly. Once the teleportation crystal can be used, get out of here immediately and inform the outside about the situation here. I know. Didn't you see me trying to escape? Although Lin Mo longed to be first, in this life and death moment, he could still distinguish priorities. If he stayed here any longer, he might be swallowed by that thing without realizing it. Schwer, go. That thing has no ranged attack skills, save those students first. Okay. Help. Help. Damn it. Just as a pair of beast tamers was about to be caught by Lu Ruyan. Suddenly, an ice breath fell from the sky, hitting Lu Ruyan's back directly. Although this blow did not cause any substantial damage, it still bought precious escape time for the two students in front. Lu Ruyan turned around sharply, and when she saw Chen Yi's figure, she was momentarily stunned. At that moment, Lin Mengshui seized the chance to launch a dragon breath. The pure white breath exploded above Lu Ruyan, directly leveling the mountains and forests within dozens of meters around her. However, even with attribute doubling, Lin Mengshui still could not do much harm to Lu Ruyan. The gap in rank was simply too large. Even with Lin Mengshui's strength and the power enhancement card's assistance, it was still difficult to make an impact. Roar! Lu Ruyan let out an angry roar. Her body began to squirm violently, like a giant snake, launching a surprise attack at an astonishing speed. In the blink of an eye, she had actually jumped dozens of meters high. Fortunately, Lin Mengshui reacted quickly, fiercely waving her dragon wings, rising 10 meters into the air, narrowly avoiding Lu Ruyan's attack. What the hell is this bug? It can fly too? Schwerer, be careful. I know. On the other side, the students who saw Chen Yi appear finally let out a heavy sigh of relief. But this relaxed atmosphere did not last long. It's Chen Yi. I'm so scared. I thought we were going to be done for here. Mengshui is amazing. That bug seems to be at least level 4 or 5, and she can still cause it harm. Everyone, don't think you can relax now, there's still a beast tide triggered by that bug. Lan Yucheng quickly shouted. However, before everyone could take a breath, the overwhelming beast tide rushed in like a tidal wave. Although the students had already organized a defensive line. In the face of such overwhelming numbers, their efforts seemed insignificant. The defense line was instantly broken through. In the blink of an eye, several students suffered unfortunate fates. Watching the monsters cruelly tearing apart the students' bodies, their insides a blur, blood splattering everywhere. The remaining students' faces instantly turned pale, their legs went soft, and some even wet their pants from sheer terror. This was far more brutal than just being knocked out earlier. Did you see that gorge on the left? Chen Yi shouted from the sky, run over there, establish a defense line at that location, and maybe we can hold out until reinforcements arrive. Upon hearing his shout, everyone turned to look in the direction Chen Yi indicated. Both sides of the gorge were blocked by towering rock walls, and behind it was the large tree that Lu Ruyan had just pushed down, forming a temporary defensive wall. If they stayed inside, apart from flying monsters that could attack from behind, they only had to deal with attacks from the front, greatly reducing the pressure of defense. The support from the academy should arrive quickly. Holding on for a few minutes was definitely possible. In the face of crisis, the group of students didn't have time to think much and quickly stepped into the gorge. Soon, the more than 30 surviving students all hid in the gorge. They lined up closely together, taking turns standing at the front, fending off the surging tide of monsters. Although the pressure of defense was still enormous, it was much better than being attacked from all sides. Especially Fang Xiaoye, due to her incredible agility, could swiftly reduce the number of monsters while other spirit beasts blocked their tide. Meanwhile, Lan Yucheng's archery displayed enormous destructive power from the back. Almost every arrow took down an enemy, truly embodying the strength of the academy's ace. So strong. Just the night before last, I saw those two get killed in one hit by Meng Shui, thinking they were weaklings, but I didn't expect them to be this strong? That's because Meng Shui is too strong. Just because others were taken out by Meng Shui doesn't mean he's weak. Can you all stop chatting and hurry up to help me? Sorry, Lan bro, we're coming right now. Everyone snapped back to reality and rushed to join the battle. Chapter 46, Lu Ruyan's Grievance. On another side, Lin Mengshui was fiercely grappling with Lu Ruyan. For some reason, Chen Yi always felt that Lu Ruyan seemed to retain some reason, not completely lost in a magical state. After all, judging by Lu Ruyan's attacking methods, they did not resemble those without intelligence but were closer to human behavior patterns. Lin Mengshui clearly had the same thought. Chen Yi bro, what exactly is this thing? Why do I feel like its attack pattern is similar to a human? Chen Yi decided to temporarily conceal the truth and comforted her, saying, I'm not sure either, but you must be careful, this thing has great hostility towards you. Just hold on for a few more minutes, reinforcements should arrive soon. Okay, I understand. What exactly happened? Why did the signal from the aerial drone cut off? There seems to be something unusual near Zone A13 and A14. The signal from the drone has vanished as soon as it entered this area. There doesn't seem to be any extreme weather, right? Why is this happening?
In the observation hall, a group of parents and academy staff members stared intently at the images from several aerial drones that had lost signal, their brows tightly furrowed. This situation had occurred a few times before and was not very rare. After all, it was early July, in the middle of summer. The equipment at the relay station in the mountains could easily overheat, causing signal disruptions, which resulted in the drone footage cutting off.
So initially, everyone didn't pay much attention.
However, this situation had continued for about 10 minutes. Especially in zones A13 and A14, there were many students. Looking at the pitch-black live broadcast screen, the unease in everyone's hearts grew stronger. At this moment, news came from the medical room that someone had been teleported out. Considering that the students using the teleportation crystal were mostly fleeing due to being unable to resist the attack of magical beasts, the academy set the teleportation point in the medical room, right next to the observation room. Upon hearing this news, everyone hurried over, wanting to understand the situation. When they saw that the student team teleported out was actually Lin Mo and his two companions, they couldn't help but feel surprised.
Lin Yang quickly stepped forward and asked, Mo, what's going on? Why did you come out early?
Lin Mo took a few breaths and hurriedly explained, a 5th-tier magical beast appeared in the assessment area, and some students have already died. That thing has a skill that restricts space teleportation. You can't use the teleportation crystal within a few kilometers of it. I managed to escape the area of space confinement under Chen Yi's cover. You guys hurry to assist. I'm afraid if we wait too long, Chen Yi won't be able to hold on. At this statement, everyone present collectively gasped.
A 5th-tier magical beast appeared in the assessment area? How is that possible? There are protective barriers around the assessment area. How could a 5th-tier magical beast have slipped in? Could it be that the assessment team misestimated the level during deployment and mixed in a 5th-tier beast?
Thinking of this, everyone's eyes simultaneously fell on the various leaders of Jiangcheng Academy.
What exactly is your plan for organizing the assessment? This was the only thought in everyone's hearts.
However, at this moment, everyone understood that it was not the time to assign blame. Saving people was the priority.
Where did the 5th-tier magical beast appear?
Principal Yang Yuansheng quickly took out a map of the area distribution, unfolded it in front of Lin Mo, and asked him to point it out. When everyone saw that Lin Mo pointed to the location, which was precisely in zones A13 and A14, they instantly felt like sitting on pins and needles.
Indeed, there's a problem here. Stop talking, hurry and save people.
Medical team, follow along, the situation may be worse than we imagine. The principal's contract Spirit Beast showed no hesitation and immediately opened a teleportation portal, sending everyone into the resting area of the assessment zone.
Luo Qinghe did not move. However, Luo Qinghe did not follow everyone into the portal.
Just now, he received a message from Wang Kairi sent through the special communicator. She had already set out ahead of time to rescue, and a beast master going in would not have much effect. Other than praying that Chen Yi and Lin Mengxue were safe, all he could do was deal with everything related to the demon abyss cult.
Roar!
Lu Ruyan let out a roar, her body shook violently, and her tail struck the ground hard, raising a cloud of dust. Taking advantage of the dust for cover, she quickly circled to Lin Mengshue's blind spot, preparing to launch a deadly sneak attack. This time, the destructive power and attack speed of the ambush far exceeded the previous one. Lu Ruyan was clearly using all her strength, wanting to eliminate Lin Mengxue in one fell swoop. However, everything she did was like a mantis trying to stop a chariot in front of Chen Yi, who possessed system power.
Schwer, to the left.
Okay. Lin Mengxue trusted Chen Yi's judgment without hesitation. Using the wind to aid her movement, she skillfully dodged this sneak attack. She even seized the moment Lu Ruyan paused in midair and hit her head directly with Dragon's Breath.
Of course, this strike still didn't deal much real damage to Lu Ruyan.
Lu Ruyan watched helplessly as her attack was once again easily dodged by Chen Yi, her compound eyes widened, shock and disbelief clearly visible. She naturally knew that her time was short. Even if no one from the school side came, she would still find it hard to escape the fate of death.
After this incident, Lu Ruyan finally realized.
It turns out that only Chen Yi truly liked her, while she had wasted this genuine affection. She and Chen Yi had often quarreled, but each time, they quickly made up, and their feelings remained deep.
Although establishing a contract with Qin Shoshing was indeed more excessive than her previous actions.
But with Chen Yi's feelings for her, as long as she explained a little, said a few nice words, and took the initiative to establish a contract with Chen Yi, everything could return to how it was before.
However, all of this changed completely because of Lin Mengshue's appearance. Because of Lin Mengshue's seduction, Chen Yi left her and no longer wanted to reconcile.
It should have been her who transformed into a dragon, not Lin Mengxue.
It should have been her who ruled with Chen Yi, not Lin Mengxue. It should have been Lin Mengxue who became this ugly shape, not her.
Lin Mengxue was like a thief, stealing everything that belonged to her, including her future. Lin Mengxue, along with Qin Shaoxing and Ning Yan, were the main culprits who pushed her into the abyss. Now in her current state, Chen Yi definitely would not recognize her. But that's alright. Even if Chen Yi finds out she is missing later, he will think she met with an accident after she had just devoured a few students. At least this way, she wouldn't have to bear the blame, but would die as a tragic girl. So her only goal now is one. She must kill Lin Mengxue, who took everything away from her. Chapter 47, The Power of Hanging Bees. Roar. Lu Ruyan let out another roar, and a thick aura of darkness suddenly burst forth. This black space skill not only can restrict space-type skills. If she uses all her spiritual power to perform this move, she can even completely seal off the space around her opponent and imprison their actions. Lu Ruyan had already noticed that the invigilator Wang Kairi was approaching her at an incredible speed. This was the final move. Lin Mengxue, die for me. Lu Ruyan roared in her heart. But the sound that came out was an ear-splitting roar. In an instant, Lin Mengxue was enveloped by a suffocating black aura, trapping her tightly inside. No matter how desperately Lin Mengxue flapped her dragon wings, she couldn't break free from this binding. Brother Chen Yi, this black aura is strange, I can't move. Damn, this is awesome. Chen Yi secretly marveled, it seems it's time to use the power of Hanging Bee. He suddenly pulled out a jar-like object, resembling a honey jar, from who knows where, took out half a jar of honey, and tossed it forward without hesitation. System, I want to activate the defensive effect of the 100-year-old Divine Bee Cream. Ding. Consumed 5 enhancement points, activation successful. As the system's prompt sounded, the 100-year-old Divine Bee Cream that had been thrown out did not fall as expected. Instead, it instantly expanded and solidified in midair, forming a huge, translucent barrier with a gel-like texture, radiating a warm honey-colored glow and exuding a faint sweet scent. At this moment, Lu Ruyan was finally ready to unleash her power and suddenly launched an ambush. The ring-like teeth exuded a bloody smell and also glimmered with dark light, twisting and deforming, extending the ring-shaped teeth by more than 3 times. Perhaps Lin Mengxue's dragon scales would be instantly torn apart before these sharp teeth? However, when Lu Ruyan crashed into this barrier, it was as if she had fallen into a sticky syrup trap. The originally fierce force was bizarrely cushioned and delayed, and no matter how she struggled, she could not move forward at all. Her pupils once again contracted sharply, clearly not expecting that Chen Yi actually had such a trump card. Brother Chen Yi, thank you. What's there to thank? Hurry up and break free while you can. Good. Taking advantage of the moment when Lu Ruyan was trapped by the honey shield, Lin Mengxue took a deep breath, gathering at least half of her power within her mouth and unleashing the dragon's breath, starting to disperse the surrounding black aura. Although Lin Mengxue was still at an absolute disadvantage compared to Lu Ruyan's power, but it did buy her a precious second to escape. At that moment, Chen Yi suddenly said something inexplicable. Ruyan, I will bring you your favorite mousse cake. Then he broke free from the binding of the black space, completely distancing himself from Lu Ruyan. At that moment, Lu Ruyan was completely stunned. She blankly stared in the direction Chen Yi was leaving, her heart filled with confusion and pain. I have changed so much, can Chen Yi still recognize me? In that moment, Lu Ruyan's heart completely shattered. Xin Shang chose her for her appearance and made a contract, but in the end, pushed her into an endless abyss. And now, she was unrecognizable, yet Chen Yi could still identify her. She couldn't help but recall bits and pieces of the past, as those beautiful memories surged in her heart like a tide. If only she could go back to that day, even if Chen Yi didn't have such great power, she surely would not let go again. Unfortunately, time cannot flow backwards, and everything is beyond recovery. They can never return to the past. Chen Yi, I'm sorry. Unfortunately, Chen Yi could no longer hear those words. Meanwhile, transformed into a crimson flame golden tiger, Wang Kaili was racing towards the direction of Chen Yi with amazing speed, leaving only a fiery red afterimage in the air. Suddenly, a powerful aura fluctuation made her heart race uncontrollably. This is the power of the 6th rank? Could it be that someone else arrived first? Or, is there someone else besides that beast? Damn it! Chen Yi, Lin Mengxue, you two must not be in danger. Wang Kaili silently blamed herself in her heart. With such a big incident happening, she had actually been leisurely lying on a beach chair soaking in the sun, which was truly irresponsible. Behind her, Luo Shirin watched Wang Kaili's figure disappear, feeling a surge of emotions. Clearly she was a flying-type spirit beast, yet in front of Wang Kaili, she couldn't even see her shadow. This was simply outrageous. That is Chen Yi and Meng Shui. Fortunately, it looks like they are okay. No. This power, 4th rank? How can a 2nd rank release 4th rank power? Seeing the scene in the sky, Wang Kaili also let out a sigh of relief. However, she quickly regained her focus.
Her gaze shifted, quickly locking onto Lu Ruyan, who was stuck in the honey shield. That's the one, right? It really is a 5th rank beast. That heavy stench of blood indicates it has killed a lot of people, truly a dereliction of duty. With a trace of guilt, Wang Kaili leaped up like an arrow released from a bow. Without using any flashy skills, she simply swiped out a claw with no fanfare. Her flaming claws seemed capable of tearing through space itself. Like cutting through paper, Lu Ruyan's body was effortlessly split in two. The terrifying flames quickly spread along her flesh. In the blink of an eye, the body that was split in two was completely reduced to ashes, leaving not even a trace of smoke behind. Wow, is this the power of a 13th rank spirit beast? So strong. Stop marveling, brother Chen Yi, do those waves of beasts need us to intervene? Of course. Just a single breath, and there are hundreds of beast cores. Alright. In the instant Wang Kaili had not yet landed, Lin Mengshui dove towards the student's defense line. She opened her mouth, and dragon's breath poured out. Where that pure white light passed, hundreds of beasts didn't even have time to let out a cry before being turned to ashes in an instant. Only a scorched earth and a pungent burnt smell were left. This terrifying scene left the students in the ravine dumbfounded. What the hell? Is this the true power of Lin Mengshui? This is outrageous. So strong. I feel like even a 4th-tier magical beast can't withstand this blow. No matter what, does this mean we survived? Fang Xiaoye and Lan Yuqing couldn't help but twitch their mouths when they saw the scene. So it turns out that during the duel the night before last, Lin Mengshui didn't even use 1/10 of her strength against them? Looking at it now, they really should thank Lin Mengshui for not killing them in that duel. Everyone, look over there, it's our teacher from the Linjiang Beast-Taming Academy. They finally arrived. Woo woo woo, I was so scared. But it seems like it's already over, right? The teleport crystal seems to be usable now, honey, I don't want to stay here for even a second longer. Chapter 48, A Dream That Cannot Be Realized. On the mountain summit outside the assessment area's barrier, a spirit beast woman slowly put down the telescope in her hand. The effect feels pretty good. At first, I estimated it was only around 3 tier 10 segments, but after devouring 2 3 tier 10 segment magical beasts, over 50 2nd tier magical beasts, and a dozen 2nd tier spirit beasts, it surprisingly broke through to above 5 tier height. This should count as perfectly replicating the characteristics of the magical beasts, right? The man beside her, leisurely puffing on a cigar, heard the woman's words and slowly exhaled a ring of smoke. If Qin Shouxing were still alive, he would definitely recognize this person as the friend he entrusted to buy source energy potions in Eagle Country. Since it's a friend, there must be a big gift to give. A potion that is countless times more powerful than the source energy potion, the demonization potion. Is that so? That indeed sounds good. I thought it would be a defective product, but now it seems the experimental data indeed far exceeds expectations. The only pity is that we couldn't collect death data. It's unclear how long the natural lifespan of the spirit beasts injected with the spinal fluid will be. The spirit beast woman shook her head. We are still in the preliminary testing phase, we need to ensure combat power first before considering how long they can live. And from the looks of it now, it seems they still have their original memories, which is a ticking time bomb. The man chuckled, isn't that simple? Just erase the memories. You really are optimistic. The spirit beast woman sighed, then changed the topic. So, what do you think about that Chen Yi? Who is he really? Hearing this, the expression on the man's face instantly froze, showing an extremely serious look. I estimate that his talent should be quite comparable to Her Majesty the Queen's ability, it's just that he is dealing with the bloodline of spirit beasts, while Her Majesty is dealing with the bloodline of magical beasts. Is that so? Should we capture him? It feels like with his ability, our sect can definitely expand rapidly. The man glanced at the assessment area and shook his head. Using the word capture feels a bit inappropriate. With such a good seedling, he will definitely recognize our sect's philosophy. At that time, we must treat him well and invite him over. But we can't rush it now, Luo Qinghe has already detected our presence. If we act rashly during this time, it will be easy for him to find our flaws. In this very special period, it's better not to easily provoke such a person. Hearing this, the woman slightly nodded, expressing her agreement. That's indeed the reasoning. The man extinguished his cigar with a nearby branch, then gently twisted it. The whole cigar instantly disintegrated into nothingness. Alright, the experimental data has been collected, it's time to leave here. The man took out a letter and handed it to the spirit beast girl. You send this letter to Chen Yi's house, I think he and the Luo family will definitely be interested. The woman took the envelope and nodded, I understand. After saying that, the figures of the two gradually became blurry, eventually turning into a wisp of blue smoke, slowly dissipating at the original spot. Only a small piece of tree bark, scorched by a cigar, remained, proving that they once existed. With the arrival of the high-level beast masters and spiritual beasts, the 5-level beast attack incident was officially declared over. However, the assessment had to be forcibly halted. In the area designated solely for students below the 3rd level, a 5-level beast actually appeared. It even caused the disappearance and casualties of 17 students, directly pushing the academy into the spotlight. Moreover, since this final assessment was live-streamed with commentary by designated personnel, this matter instantly spread across the internet. However, opinions on this incident were not all harsh criticisms. After all, by common logic, no matter how careless, it shouldn't be this impossible to tell the difference between a 2-level beast and a 5-level beast. But this way, the origin of that 5-level beast became a mystery, and discussions erupted online. At this moment, in Su Taotao's live streaming room, Su Taotao gently sighed, her face filled with regret. It's really unfortunate to encounter such a thing. Taotao, don't cry. These are all accidents, there's no need to be sad about it. But on another note, that guy named Chen Yi really has something, he managed to hold off that 5-level beast for so long. Yeah, if it weren't for him, there would have been even more casualties. Such a person will definitely become a pillar in the future. Let me break a big news to you. Did you know that Chen Yi's talent level measured by the Beast Master Association is only E level? That Lin Mingxue too only has an F level bloodline. F level? How is that possible? Even if I hadn't seen Chen Yi holding off the 5-level beast, I watched the footage of him killing the beast the other day. It felt way easier than a 3rd-level Spirit Beast. It really is F level. I'm a student at Jiangcheng Beast Master Academy, and Lin Mingxue is our school's belle. When she awakened her F-level bloodline, it caused quite a stir. No way. Is this for real? That kind of combat power is F level? Does that mean my girlfriend awakened a false B-level talent? Is there a possibility that Chen Yi's awakened E-level talent specially targets F-level spirit beasts, allowing them to gain S-level bloodline strength? What are you thinking? Such a talent would at least be an S-level talent. E-level talents are usually those unrelated to combat. I think the testing results must be wrong. Let them retest now. The barrage of comments was lively, and the topic seemed to have strayed a bit. But that's fine. After all, if the atmosphere in the entire live streaming room remained so heavy, it would definitely feel a bit strange. Su Taotao looked at the continuously scrolling comments on the screen, and a faint smile unconsciously appeared at the corner of her mouth. Occasionally fantasizing about a dashing prince on a white horse, arriving like a hero in her moment of crisis, gently taking her hand, telling her she's not a useless person. Then taking her to explore the world together, to enjoy the magnificent views standing at the pinnacle of the world, seemed quite nice too, right? But Su Taotao knew very well in her heart that this was just a forever unattainable beautiful dream. She helplessly shook her head, pulling her thoughts back to reality. Alright. Everyone has strayed a bit too far. Since the final assessment of Jiangcheng Beast Master Academy has successfully concluded, I should return to my old line of work. I haven't eaten anything for a whole day, I feel like I'm about to starve. So let's now enjoy the must-eat delicacy when visiting Jiangcheng East Lake vinegar fish. No way. Taotao is amazing, she dares to eat this. Food? I can only say, those who dare to eat this thing are tough people. That day, I took a bite of this thing, and I felt unwell the entire day. You guys aren't old fans. Taotao used to eat spicy seafood sashimi cake, so why would she be afraid of eating a small Donghu vinegar fish? Chapter 49, Unusual Situation. That night at 9 o'clock. At Jiangcheng Century Hotel, in a four-corner hotpot private room. Lin Mingxue and Luo Shirin sat closely beside Chen Yi, while Luo Qinghe and Wang Kairi sat across from them. The soft light fell on the table, and the 9-corner hot pot was steaming, with the red oil pot bubbling loudly, and the rich aroma of spices filled the air. Looking at this scene, anyone would probably start drooling, right? Kid, how do you feel about Shirin? Luo Qinghe broke the silence first and asked. Chen Yi's heart shook, and the drink he had almost sprayed out. What the heck, is this something a grandfather should be asking? But soon, Chen Yi came back to his senses and said, Shirin's talent is really impressive. Wang Kairi saw this and suddenly burst into laughter. Ha ha. This is the young generation, where the first thing they think of is that. Okay, let's get back to the point. Luo Qinghe cleared his throat twice, interrupting Wang Kairi's laughter. Kid, do you think Shirin can break through to above 10 stages in the future? Hearing this, Chen Yi immediately straightened his back and said seriously, absolutely no problem. Don't say 10 stages, even for the 15 stages that no one has reached before, I'm confident. Oh? So confident? Yes. So Lord Luo Qinghe, please rest assured. Chen Yi stood up. I told Shirin and Mingxue before that I will definitely take them to the pinnacle of the world. Good. Very ambitious. I believe in you. Luo Qinghe nodded very satisfied, a smile of appreciation appearing on his face. Then, he took out an ice blue crystal and a jade green crystal and placed them on the table. Chen Yi took the crystals, his face full of confusion, and asked, what is this? Luo Shirin smiled and explained,
this is the Ice Soul Stone and the Wind Fairy Stone. Soaking them in the water made from grinding monster beast crystal cores can cause the spiritual power attributes contained within to change slightly. Take the Wind Fairy Stone for example, it can make the spiritual power attributes of the soaked monster beast crystal powder slightly lean towards wind elements. As a wind attribute spirit beast, if I can absorb and refine it, the spiritual power boost will be slightly higher than that of an attribute-less one. Although the enhancement is not significant, the accumulated increase over time is also considerable. After hearing this, Chen Yi nodded thoughtfully, roughly understanding the purpose of this thing. It's like adding a few goji berries when drinking water, a kind of trendy health method. The only difference is that this goji can be used infinitely. However, it seems this cultivation method might not need this thing at all. Thank you, Luo Qinghe. Before Chen Yi could finish, he was directly interrupted by Luo Qinghe. What should you call me now? Chen Yi immediately realized his mistake and quickly corrected, Grandpa Luo. That's more like it. Luo Qinghe nodded in satisfaction, then picked up a big slice of beef tripe and placed it in Lin Mengshue's bowl. Menshue, I've also learned about your family situation. If you don't mind, you can call me Grandpa too. Lin Mengxue was slightly surprised and could not believe her ears. Really? Of course. I'm thrilled to have such a beautiful granddaughter. Then, Grandpa Luo. Don't be so formal, relax a bit. Grandpa. Good. Remember, we are all family from now on, no need to be so restrained. Luo Qinghe happily picked up several chopsticks of beef and placed them into Chen Yi and Lin Mengshue's bowls. Come. Eat the vegetables. Thank you, Grandpa. Chen Yi and Lin Mengxue said in unison. However, Luo Shirin pouted and complained, Grandpa, what about mine? You get it yourself. You're old enough, and you still want me to serve you vegetables? Partiality. Grandpa, you are being partial. After 3 rounds of drinks and 5 flavors of food, Lin Mengxue and Luo Shirin were both drunkenly red-faced. They kept saying silly things with their cherry-red lips, swaying as if they would fall at any moment. Luo Qinghe looked at their appearance and shook his head helplessly. He then asked Wang Kairi to take care of them and brought Chen Yi to the balcony outside the corridor for a private talk. Chen Yi, I won't ask much about your secret. I also asked you about your ambitions in the office before. This time I called you over just to ask you one thing. When you were in that cave in the assessment area, did you notice anything unusual? Seeing Luo Qinghe's serious expression, Chen Yi knew he must know something. After thinking for a moment, Chen Yi decided to share the situation about Lu Ruoyan. There was no unusual phenomenon in the cave, but I could feel that the 5th-level magical beast might be my ex-girlfriend, Lu Ruoyan. Luo Qinghe frowned slightly. Your ex-girlfriend? Is that true? Chen Yi nodded. To be honest, I can't be 100% sure, but I'm over 80% confident. The system information panel definitely wouldn't be wrong, but I couldn't make a definitive statement. Leaving a little room to maneuver is the best way to talk. Upon hearing this, Luo Qinghe rested his chin on his hand, lost in thought. The blood in the cave had already been verified, confirming it was Qin Shoxing's blood. And there was a pool of unidentified blood, which could only be confirmed to come from an A-level bloodline spirit beast, likely the other spirit beast of Qin Shoxing. However, no blood from Lu Ruoyan was found, which was quite peculiar. Unexpectedly, she had turned into a magical beast? Could it be because Qin Shoxing died, and with no beast master to restrain her corrosion power, she became a magical beast? But how could a spirit beast that hadn't even broken through to the 2nd level turn into a 5th level after being demonized? Moreover, Lu Ruoyan wasn't even 20 yet. Just as Luo Qinghe was lost in thought, the door to the adjoining private room slowly opened. A little girl, all dressed up in pink, walked out. She was just over 1 meter 50 tall, sporting twin ponytails, looking very lively and cute. However, even though it was still the middle of summer, she was wearing a set of Lolita attire. Wasn't it hot? In stark contrast to her petite figure was a suitcase next to her that was around 1 meter tall. The suitcase looked somewhat worn, clearly having gone through quite a bit of travel. Moreover, a camera was hanging on the side of the suitcase, suggesting she might be some kind of blogger. Of course, these surface details were not the most crucial. The most critical thing was that this little girl actually possessed an SSS-level hidden bloodline? Chapter 50, Chen Yi's Fan. Name, Su Taodao. Contract Master, None. Bloodline, F-level Wanton Beast. Hidden Bloodline, SSS-level Tao Tai. Level, 1st Stage, 2nd Segment. Physique, 3. Spirit Power, 7. Attribute, Earth. Skill, Devour. Favorability, plus 15 points. Affinity, not yet started cultivating. Evaluation, due to a lack of energy intake from an early age and severe malnutrition, the blood of the Taotai could not be activated, hence the bloodline remains hidden. The ancient fierce beast Taotai devours heaven and earth, consuming the sun and moon, and is the most domineering spirit beast. Ding!
Detected an SSS-level hidden bloodline spirit beast, the system has successfully recorded the spirit beast's information.
If the host successfully contracts her and raises her favorability to above 80 points, the following rewards can be obtained.
Reward 125 enhancement points. Reward 2, Beast Master Skill Identification Technique. Reward 3, Item, Spirit Beast Immortal Fruit.
Seeing this system information, Chen Yi was stunned for a moment.
An SSS-level hidden bloodline that normally wouldn't be encountered in half a day. Today, I just casually had a meal and encountered something? And the system task was activated. Damn, this is definitely something not to be missed. But then again, I've never met her, so why would she have a favorable impression of me? Could it be that she is also a student from the Beast Masters Academy and has seen my combat footage in the livestream, which made her develop some fondness for me?
No, wait, Su Taotao looks so cute, those lowly loving boys at the Beast Masters Academy would definitely worship her, she couldn't possibly be unnoticed at school. Chen Yi shook his head, deciding not to get tangled up in these unimportant matters. Since there is a spirit beast girl who activated the system task, it's naturally something not to be missed. However, Luo Qinghe was standing beside him, and Chen Yi felt somewhat troubled inside. It seems inappropriate to flirt with another girl so openly while she's right there, doesn't it? By timeline, contracting with Luo Shirin was just 4 days ago. In less than 4 days, to flirt with another girl in front of her grandfather, it just feels a bit strange, doesn't it? Just then, as Chen Yi was thinking, Su Taotao suddenly turned around, seemingly preparing to take some photos with her camera to upload to her blog. As a result, their gazes unexpectedly met. A favorability level of 15, in the system's words, indicates that after meeting once, someone finds some decent qualities in Chen Yi and feels it's okay to chat a little. Though this favorability is not very high. But at least there is a favorability level, which means they must have some connection. Su Taotao was slightly startled and instinctively covered her mouth, exclaiming, "It's you. The Chen Yi from Jiangcheng Beast Masters Academy." Hearing this, Chen Yi secretly felt pleased.
This is Su Taotao initiating a conversation, he couldn't be labeled as a heartthrob, right? Yet, he pretended not to know her and slightly nodded in response, "It's me? What's wrong?"
Su Taotao's little face instantly turned a shade of red as she hurriedly said, "I'm sorry, I got a bit flustered seeing a celebrity."
"That Chen Yi, I'm your fan, are you free right now? I'd like a signature."
Beside them, Luo Qinghe also patted Chen Yi's shoulder, teasing, "I didn't expect you to have fans."
"I won't disturb you, just remember not to overdo it." After saying that, he turned and went back to the private room, leaving just Chen Yi and Su Taotao. To be honest, this is truly a great assist. Chen Yi scratched his head, mumbling to himself, "I actually have a fan now? And she's an SSS-level hidden bloodline, this is quite a coincidence. With an infinite contract, I can probably contract a third spirit beast girl even if I'm only at the 2nd level, but I need to stabilize things first." Thinking of this, Chen Yi took a deep breath, wondering if he could first try to get closer to Su Taotao. He had some knowledge of the campus belle Lin Mengxue from the Beast Master's lineage, which is why he dared to use the F-level bloodline secret to coerce her into the training room, and then look for an opportunity for her to gain strength. While Luo Shirin came to him actively, she already knew about Chen Yi's ability, so contracting with her was relatively smooth. However, Su Taotao's situation was completely different. Before tonight, Chen Yi didn't even know this person. "Hey, do you want power? Contract with me." If he said this directly, it would definitely be seen as a rogue. He must find a more tactful way. Thinking of this, Chen Yi nodded and said, "Sure, I'm free right now." "Thank you, just give me a moment." Su Taotao quickly began rummaging through her suitcase, looking for the signature board. And Chen Yi leaned against the nearby wall, casually asking, "By the way, how did you know about me? I shouldn't have been on TV, right?" Su Taotao had no ill intentions and explained honestly, "I'm a food live streamer, broadcasting on Douyin. I was invited to Jiangcheng 3 days ago. In the live broadcast of the final assessment at Jiangcheng Beastmaster Academy, I saw you with 2 commentary guests. Although what happened on the last day was a bit regrettable, your performance was truly amazing, so I became your fan along with your contracted spirit beast. So cool. I can't believe I was just discussing you in the live stream in the afternoon, and after the broadcast ended in the evening, I discovered you. Maybe this is fate." After saying this, she skipped joyfully to Chen Yi, holding a signature board and a marker, her eyes filled with anticipation. Chen Yi took the signature board and signed his very immature name on it. I must say, it looked a bit ugly. I might need to find some time in the future to practice my writing. It really is fate. I never imagined I could have fans, especially a well-known blogger. Su Taotao happily took the signature board. "By the way, where are your 2 contracted spirit beast sisters? Aren't they with you? I also want their signatures." Chen Yi pointed with his chin at a nearby private room, smiling helplessly. One is proudly collapsed on the sofa, while the other has chosen the floor as a strategic location.
It seems the task of cleaning the battlefield will fall on me later.
Ah, that's really tough.
However, she had only spoken halfway. Suddenly, Su Taotao's expression changed. She bent down, holding her chest and gasping for breath, showing a painful expression on her face. The spiritual power in the surrounding air seemed to become restless, as if something terrible had happened. Seeing this, Chen Yi hurriedly went forward to support Su Taotao and asked, "What's wrong with you?"
I don't have money to be extorted. Su Taotao did not respond to Chen Yi.
Instead, she looked at the floor with a reluctant face, her body trembling continuously, whispering, "How can this be?
It's only been 3 years?
Why is this starting?"
Chapter 51, Demonization. At this moment, Chen Yi also noticed. Su Taotao's information panel displayed an additional line, Demonization Countdown, 360 hours 44 minutes 37 seconds.
And the numbers were continuously jumping, as if announcing Su Taotao's fate.
This is demonization. How can this girl demonize so quickly? Su Taotao looked like a little lowly.
If it weren't for the existence of the system interface, Chen Yi would even think she was only 14 or 15 years old. In addition to her cute appearance, she hadn't established a contract with anyone, naturally making people think she had just awakened not long ago. Who would have thought she had actually awakened for nearly 4 years? She was even on the verge of being eroded and demonized by her own powers.
However, soon Su Taotao returned to normal.
She took a few deep breaths, her complexion improving slightly.
Sorry, I have a bit of anemia. Thank you for supporting me.
Her voice trembled, and her eyes were slightly moist. Even without the system's help, any normal person could sense that she was hiding something. Once a spirit beast girl begins to demonize, it means her body has already been assimilated by the eroding power, which is an irreversible process. Even if she establishes a contract with a beast master now, it cannot stop the steps of demonization. At most, it can only delay the process of demonization for a short time. It's like if an arm has been severed, if treated in time, it might still be reattached. But if the severed arm has already been cooked and sizzling, wanting to reattach it is simply a pipe dream. Of course, there are methods to save her, but they are not completely without cost. Modern human technology has made huge strides, allowing special medications to delay the demonization process.
Sedatives are one of the representatives.
Just one injection can temporarily free the spirit beast girl from the troubles of demonization for 3 months. But the price is 500,000 per injection, and the side effects are also very strong. Just like cancer patients undergoing chemotherapy, it leads to hair loss, physical weakness, difficulty in movement, skin ulcers, and so on, making it basically very hard to return to the previous state. Chen Yi had also heard of several heavenly treasures that could seemingly help spirit beasts that were beginning to be corrupted return to normal. But these things are basically rare to find, and even if you have money, you might not be able to obtain them.
So for spirit beasts, beginning the corruption is almost equivalent to announcing a death sentence. What Su Taotao couldn't understand was,
in this world, even humans who awaken the spirit beast bloodline just after turning 18 usually manage to hold on until around 35 before they begin to corrupt. But why did she start to corrupt before turning 22? Why was this world treating her so unfairly? Originally, she was thinking, after becoming famous, would a rich person notice her, allowing her to live a life where she eats her fill every day?
However, unexpectedly, the day of reckoning had come so quickly.
Suppressing her tears, Su Taotao turned around, deeply bowing to Chen Yi, her voice trembling slightly as she said, "Thank you for the autograph, I have something to do, see you next time." After saying that, she turned and without looking back, picked up her suitcase and ran into the elevator. At the moment the elevator doors closed, it was already obvious that tears were flowing down her cheeks.
Chen Yi watched Su Taotao's disappearing figure and shook his head helplessly. He naturally knew the rules of spirit beast corruption in this world. For spirit beasts that have already begun to corrupt, the best ending is probably euthanasia, there isn't much chance for rescue. Sigh, do I count as lucky or not? It was hard to find a girl with an SSS-level bloodline of spirit beasts, and yet, I missed it just like that. If I'd met her a day earlier, before the corruption, establishing a contract would have saved her, what a pity. Back in the private room,
Luo Qinghe had already left at some unknown time, leaving only Wang Kayli taking care of the 2 drunk spirit beast girls.
Wang Kayli seemed to have heard from Luo Qinghe about Chen Yi encountering a fan. When she saw Chen Yi walking in with a somewhat gloomy expression, she curiously asked, "Why does your expression look so strange? Did you encounter a hater?"
Chen Yi shook his head, "Not really, I just feel that girl is quite pitiful."
Upon hearing this, Wang Kayli did not ask more.
She carried the drunk Luo Shirin and Lin Mengxue on her shoulders and comforted, "There are many pitiful people, so you must work hard to become strong enough to have the power to change the world. Right now, you do not have the qualification to sympathize with others' plight."
Chen Yi nodded, "I naturally know this. It must be said that the Luo family truly possesses extraordinary generosity."
Even though it was only a short 3 kilometers from Lin Mengxue's home, they still arranged for a luxury car to pick them up. The luxurious appearance and spacious interior of the vehicle made one can't help but marvel at how impressive it was. Back home, after placing the two of them on the bed, he sat on the sofa and slightly checked Su Taotao's information. As a result, he indeed found her live streaming room on Douyin. However, just 5 minutes ago, she had posted an update saying she needed to take a break for a while. In just 5 minutes, there were tens of thousands of comments and thousands of shares. It seemed she was quite a big internet celebrity. It seems she has realized her body's condition? What a pity, such a beautiful girl is corrupted like this, sigh. Forget it, let's leave it at that. It's rare to get to sleep early tonight, let's rest well for a day. However, when Chen Yi stood up, preparing to take a shower, his gaze was suddenly drawn to a letter behind the door's mailbox. He did not know when, but there was unexpectedly an extra white envelope there. Chen Yi couldn't help but feel a hint of doubt. An envelope? Why didn't I notice it before? Is it Snow's letter? Filled with curiosity, he opened the envelope. Inside the envelope was an invitation to a black market dinner, prominently featuring the words in artistic font, high-class bloodline Spirit Beast auction. Seeing the bold letters on the invitation, Chen Yi's brows furrowed slightly. In this world, trafficking spirit beasts is an absolutely illegal act, punished with the highest level of sentencing, akin to murder. But now, an auction flyer for spirit beasts had so brazenly made its way to his home, which was truly outrageous. Moreover, the location of this invitation was not in Jiang City, but in Han City. This made it even more absurd. Could an invitation from Han City be mailed to Jiang City? However, none of this mattered to Chen Yi. His current strength was not enough to care about such matters. But after thinking for a few seconds, he picked up his phone and sent the matter to Luo Xinghe, curious about his thoughts. After doing all this, Chen Yi went to the bathroom, took a shower, and slept soundly. Suddenly, with two companions missing, he felt a strange sense of loss at times. Chapter 52, Luo Xinghe's visit. Meanwhile, in the presidential suite of the Century Hotel in Jiang City. What is the result? Have you found clues about the Abyss cult? Luo Xinghe looked at the three middle-aged women in front of him and asked. According to the communication records, we discovered that Qin Shouxing had contact with suspicious individuals. This is the surveillance footage from 4 nights ago at Jiang City Grand Hotel, showing Qin Shouxing having contact with the captain of the Jiang City Guard team, Wang Yu, but what they discussed is temporarily unknown. Moreover, Wang Yu himself left Jiang City 2 afternoons ago, and no one knows his whereabouts. This is the balance statement from his bound bank card, showing a large portion of unexplained income. We followed this lead and found that he has close ties with the underground black market group in Han City. Upon hearing this, Luo Xinghe's brows furrowed tightly. Combined with the information provided by Chen Yi, it seemed highly likely that Qin Shouxing was involved in something suspicious. However, he never expected that even the captain of the Jiang City Guard team, Wang Yu, was entangled in this matter. 2 days ago, was that the first day of the assessment? Did he escape as soon as he found out I was at the Jiang City Beast-Taming Academy? Or did some unexpected event occur that required him to leave Jiang City immediately? The more Luo Xinghe thought, the more confused he became. This clumsy method was indeed hard to imagine as the work of the Abyss cult, but it seemed more like the actions of an amateur. Yet, he had personally surveyed that cave in the afternoon and confirmed that the residual dark power belonged to the Abyss cult. What exactly went wrong? Is there a problem with the Qin group behind Qin Shouxing? No, at least from the data on paper, we have not found any problems. According to the cash flow, no unexplained income or expenditure has been found. I had our financial staff analyze it, and they also did not find anything wrong. It's just a normal company. Then this is strange. Could it be that I missed some detail? Instantly, the room fell into silence. At that moment, a crisp notification sound broke the silence in the room. Luo Xinghe glanced at his phone and asked, "Is the underground black market related to one you called Black Ghost Market?" Yes. This organization primarily engages in selling spirit beasts and operates underground spirit beast arenas, notorious and well-known in the Han City area. Hearing this, Luo Xinghe's brows furrowed slightly again as he fell into contemplation. Why did Chen Yi receive this flyer at this moment? It felt a bit suspicious. Alright, you all go back to rest first. As for the next matter, let the investigation team handle it. Master, don't you plan to return to the family? For now, I have no such plan. If I go back, I will take Shireen with me. Okay, we understand. As the words fell, the three middle-aged women instantly disappeared without a trace. Luo Xinghe picked up the photo sent by Chen Yi, carefully pondering it, and then made a decision. Since there are no other clues now, let's go take a look here first. The next morning, Chen Yi, in a daze, felt that his hands were a bit numb. He tried to move his arms but found them pressed down tightly. It wasn't until several minutes later that his eyes finally defeated sleepiness and slowly opened. Chen Yi then realized that his hands were being used as pillows by Luo Shirin and Lin Mengxue. Both of them pursed their lips, looking at him with gloomy faces.
Brother Chen Yi. How dare you sleep alone and leave us behind last night? Little brother Chen Yi. Do you know that time is money? You wasted an entire night's time, what do you say to that? Chen Yi hurriedly defended, you two were both drunk, can you blame me? Aren't you a man? Exactly. We were both drunk, shouldn't you take advantage of the situation?
Hearing this, Chen Yi rolled his eyes on the spot.
Are these two girls a bit too much? Do they want to improve their bond or just want to do that kind of thing? Okay, I will work overtime tonight, is that alright? Not acceptable. What was lost last night must be made up for now. Right, consider it a bit of morning exercise. What kind of morning exercise is this?
2 hours later, Chen Yi finally had breakfast. After helping Lin Mengxue and Luo Shirin guide the energy of the monster crystal core, it was already 3 in the afternoon. One must say, a beast tamer's day really goes by fast. It felt like nothing was done, and the better part of the day was gone, which was quite frustrating. No wonder high-level beast tamers are hardly ever seen. When the contracted spirit beast sisters gradually increase in number, one might need to spend 20 hours a day training them, leaving no free time to go shopping. Of course, the reason Chen Yi felt this way was mostly because the spirit beast sisters had devoured too many monster crystal cores, and naturally, they needed a lot of energy to refine. Under normal circumstances, beast tamers use grinding methods for cultivation, usually spending about half an hour to guide all of the spiritual energy. However, Chen Yi asked them to directly swallow the monster crystal cores, which almost caused no waste of spiritual energy. Moreover, since they consumed a larger quantity at once, the accumulated spiritual energy was at least dozens of times more than other spirit beasts. With the help of SSS-level talent, being able to complete the spiritual energy guidance in 1/10 of the time of an ordinary beast tamer was already very efficient. Of course, the result of doing this was that compared to ordinary spirit beasts, they had an accumulation speed of spiritual energy dozens of times higher. Even if the requirements for upgrading increased substantially due to their powerful bloodlines, they could maintain an upgrade speed of more than 10 times. One can only say that there are pros and cons. After Chen Yi, Lin Mengxue, and Luo Shirin took a shower and changed their clothes, they found Luo Qinghe sitting on the sofa at some unknown time. Seeing this scene, he couldn't help but clear his throat twice, his face displaying an expression of, "Don't look at this."
Young people should know moderation. Cultivating affinity is indeed important, but is it really necessary to do this even while showering?
Hearing this, Lin Mengxue and Luo Shirin's faces instantly turned red, and they hurriedly released Chen Yi's arm.
Lin Mengxue rushed back to the kitchen to brew tea.
While Luo Shirin, like a startled deer, quickly sat across from Luo Qinghe, picking up a green feather from who knows where. Start counting the number of forks above carefully.
It's clear everyone is feeling guilty.
Chen Yi helplessly sighed, then walked over and sat down next to Luo Qinghe.
Master Luo, good afternoon. What kind of address is that?
Forget it, just this afternoon.
Luo Qinghe got straight to the point and said, I'm not here for anything else, I just want to ask if you're free in a week. Chapter 53, The Use of the Reinforcement Point.
Hearing this, Chen Yi instinctively took out his phone and started checking the calendar. After a second, he came to his senses, he shouldn't need to go back to work at the mall anymore. He used to rush to buy various ingredients and daily necessities during promotion times every day, but now it's no longer necessary.
Time really flies.
In just a week, such a huge change has happened.
Chen Yi sighed inwardly and replied, we shouldn't have anything urgent during this time, we should be free.
Luo Qinghe slightly nodded, his gaze fell on the invitation letter on the coffee table. Alright, next week you should go to Hancheng.
Just go to this black market banquet. Are we going? Chen Yi was somewhat surprised. Such a banquet, it certainly doesn't seem like one a law-abiding citizen would attend, right? Can I ask the reason? Luo Qinghe did not hide anything, directly laying out the intelligence he gathered last night.
After listening, Lin Mengxue was completely stunned. As expected, Chen Yi's guess was correct, this Wang Yu indeed has a significant problem. So, Wang Yu took care of me for 3 years after my parents died, just to wait for me to awaken my advanced bloodline and then sell me as a product? There is such a possibility, but I am more inclined to think he wanted to form a contract with you. However, after seeing you awaken an F-level bloodline, he gave up on that idea.
This I see.
Lin Mengxue's forehead broke out in a fine sweat, feeling a sense of panic.
Truly, you can know a person's face but not their heart.
Fortunately, her awakening was an F-level bloodline, and the true bloodline level was hidden. Otherwise, she couldn't bear to imagine what fate would await her now. Luo Shirin calmly summarized the information and said, so, Grandpa, you suspect this black market has connections to that demon abyss cult, which is why you want us to use this invitation to investigate. Luo Qinghe took out 3 white crystals from his space ring and placed them on the table, speaking in a low voice, yes. Though it may be a trap,
I still don't want to miss this lead. The Demon Abyss cult must be eradicated, or who can predict whether the tragedy of 20 years ago will happen again? These 3 crystals are communication stones. You only need to infuse them with spiritual power, and I will immediately know your current situation and provide timely support. So, how about it? Want to take a gamble? This experience may serve as a good tempering for you. As soon as this was said, Chen Yi and the other 3 exchanged glances. There was no need for further discussion. Such a rare opportunity for training must not be missed. Moreover, the other party had already sent the envelope to their home, which clearly indicated they had investigated Chen Yi and his companions. They must first eliminate this unstable factor. At this moment, Luo Shirin interjected, "But Grandpa, since it's a black market, shouldn't you offer something too?" Luo Qinghe smiled slightly, pulled out a bank card from his pocket and said, "There's 1 million in it, my personal savings, consider it as activity funds for you. If you encounter any desired treasures during the investigation, just buy them directly." Luo Shirin quickly took the bank card and smiled sweetly, "This is much better." Then, Luo Qinghe took out a dozen 2nd and 3rd grade Beast King crystal cores from his space ring and placed them on the table. Among them, there are 2 2nd grade Ice attribute Beast King crystal cores. It was Lin Mo's father and Feng Xiaoye's father who gave this to you, to thank you for saving their lives. These 2 3rd level Wind attribute Beast King crystals are given to you by the Academy as a reward for protecting the students. The rest is what I got from my family's resources. Now that Yu Qing is in power, it's quite troublesome to get some resources out. Hearing the name Yu Qing, a trace of anger flashed in Luo Shirin's beautiful eyes, but it quickly disappeared. Although the big family holds a respected position, the competition within is fierce. Especially for someone like Luo Shirin, who comes from the main bloodline but has awakened an F-level bloodline, she could be abandoned by the family in an instant. When the side bloodline people hold power, they naturally do not give the main bloodline any special treatment, making it very difficult to obtain high-quality resources. I understand, this is already enough. Well, that's good. During this time, you all need to practice well. I will arrange transportation for you in a week. Chen Yi and Lin Mingxue felt a shock in their hearts upon hearing these words. Is this the power of a big family? Even under oppression, they can still easily get dozens of Beast King crystals. And that 1 million bank card, it feels like just saying $100, it's too outrageous. How many magical beast crystals could that buy? After Luo Qinghe left, the 3 of them looked at the Beast King crystals on the table, their lips curling into a slight smile. Since there is a week's time, they naturally have to refine these Beast King crystals with all their might. Brother Chen Yi, have you ever guided the energy of a Beast King crystal before? Lin Mingxue asked curiously. No, but don't worry. I definitely won't make any mistakes. Of course, Chen Yi was a man with SSS-level talent in energy guidance. How could he possibly make any mistakes in spirit power guidance? Listening to this, Lin Mingxue and Luo Shirin exchanged glances and nodded. Brother Chen Yi, I believe you. There's no time to waste, let's start refining now. Okay, let's show off. Or just eat it directly. Alright. Without hesitation, Lin Mingxue picked up 1 2nd level Ice attribute Beast King crystal and stuffed it into her mouth. At that moment, Chen Yi also performed energy guidance, quickly refining the Beast King crystal. Just then, a system prompt sounded in his mind. Ding! Detected that the host is assisting Lin Mingxue in refining a 2nd level Ice element Beast King crystal. The skill contained in this Beast King crystal is Ice Arrow. Probability of successfully learning this skill, 2.8%. The host can consume 5 enhancement points to guarantee that Lin Mingxue learns this skill. Does the host wish to consume? Wow! This is possible? Truly worthy of being a system. Chen Yi's eyes widened, mumbling in disbelief. Why does it feel like if I have enhancement points, I can accomplish anything? Wait, system, let me ask, can enhancement points relieve a spirit beast from its demonic state? Yes. The host consumes 25 enhancement points to activate a heavenly treasure containing light attribute spirit power, which can help the spirit beast relieve all abnormal states, including demonic state. But the host, please note, using this method to relieve the demonic state does not mean it won't demonize again in the future. If in the future, a beastmaster cannot be found to establish a contract, it will still continue to enter the demonic state. Chapter 54 Refining the Beast King Crystal. Hearing this, Chen Yi rolled his eyes on the spot. So it really is possible. Just don't know where to find a heavenly treasure containing light attribute spirit power. Spirit beast girls that can activate the system's affection task are already rare, and Su Taotao not only has SSS-level hidden bloodline, but she also looks incredibly cute. She definitely cannot be missed. However, the most urgent matter was to help Lin Mingxue refine the Beast King crystal first. Ice Arrow is in the skill catalog. It's just a basic ice attribute skill.
Although having more skills is always good, Lin Mengxue already has a higher level alternative skill, Ice Breath, so there's no need to waste enhancement points learning this relatively weak skill.
No consumption.
As Chen Yi's voice fell, the ice element Beast King crystal core in Lin Mengshue's mouth seemed to instantly melt. Like ice cream, it cooled her throat as it flowed down into her stomach. In an instant, an extreme cold air surged in like a roaring tide. The entire living room seemed to be shrouded in an invisible chill, making one involuntarily shiver. Under the impact of this extreme cold air, a faint blue rune quietly gathered at Lin Mengshue's brow. As time passed, the rune became clearer and eventually stabilized on her brow.
So fast, has it been refined already? Luo Shirin couldn't help but exclaim. Coming from a prominent family, she was well informed.
The spiritual power contained in a Beast King crystal core is 100 times that of a crystal core from a magical beast of the same level, so its refinement difficulty is imaginable. It usually requires a lot of time and effort.
However, Chen Yi completed the refinement so easily. What else can this man do? Ding! Luo Shirin's favorability plus 2 points. Current favorability, 82 points.
Not yet, right now, it's just refining the spiritual power from the Beast King crystal core. Next, we still need to guide the energy. Chen Yi explained and then began to guide the energy. Shirin, I can't free myself right now, I want to ask you for a favor.
Brother Chen Yi, just say it. As long as I can do it, I will help you. Help me find someone.
Her name is Su Taotao, and she's a streamer on Douyin. She might be having some mental issues recently, so if possible, please keep an eye on her.
Su Taotao? I remember she seems to be an eating broadcaster, right?
Okay, I got it. Although Luo Shirin felt a bit puzzled about why Chen Yi suddenly wanted to find a female eating broadcaster, she fully supported his choice and didn't ask more, immediately starting to take action.
As for jealousy, that naturally wouldn't happen. Because of the influence of the Luo family's beast master mindset, she even felt that the more contracted spirit beasts there were around Chen Yi, the more excited she became. After all, in this world, the value of a male beast master is measured not only by his talent level but also by the spirit beast girls surrounding him. The more spirit beast girls he has contracted, the stronger the bloodline level, the higher the rank, and the prettier they are. It shows that this beast master is doing well and has a strong foundation. As one of the contracted spirit beasts, if Chen Yi does well, her reputation would also rise. The only regret is that when there are more contracted spirit beasts, the attention she enjoys will also decrease. But compared to the peak that Chen Yi can reach in the future, that doesn't matter, right? So, why be jealous? Soon, she used her connections to start searching for everything related to Su Taotao. After all, she was just a female streamer without any background. With the Luo family's methods, it was naturally not difficult to find information. In less than an hour, she found all the information about her, including all her activity tracks, laid out before her. Miss, she is currently in room 2025 of the Century Hotel. But I feel like this girl might be a bit off. It seems like she has signs of wanting to end her life. Wanting to end her life? What exactly is going on?
We seem to have sensed a hint of demonic aura. It's estimated she shouldn't be far from her death. Hearing this, Luo Shirin was also stunned for a moment.
Could it be that she has started to become a demonic spirit beast? Isn't that hopeless?
But since Chen Yi said so, he must have his reasons.
Make sure to keep an eye on her, even if she turns evil, don't let her take her own life.
Yes. Before long, all the information about Su Taotao was sent to Luo Shirin's phone. One could say that the hearers were heartbroken, shedding tears for Su Taotao's plight. It was hard not to feel pain and regret for her experiences.
It was truly tragic. However, what puzzled many was that Su Taotao's father was an S-level beast master, and her mother was an A-level spirit beast. Such a family background was considered top tier in any city.
How could they not afford to raise a foodie child?
Or was it some other reason that made them abandon Su Taotao? Of course, the most concerning issue was Su Taotao's awakened spirit beast bloodline. Another F-level bloodline.
It seems she must be just like me and Shui'er, a little sister whose real bloodline was hidden for some reason. No wonder she asked me to collect her information. Shui'er was the same. It seems Chen Yi could tell with just one glance whether her bloodline was hidden.
What kind of beast mastery talent is this?
It really makes one curious. Time flew by like a fleeting arrow, and soon half a day had passed.
Boom!
With an explosion of ice attribute energy, all the energy within the Beast King's crystal nucleus poured into Lin Mengshue's body at that moment. Finally, she successfully broke through to the second tier, 7th segment.
Who? Is this the spiritual power contained in the Beast King's crystal nucleus?
So refreshing. Feeling the warm energy from the ice attribute Beast King's crystal, Lin Mengxue was very satisfied and stretched out a big lazy yawn. Her hair had already been dyed snow white by the power of the ice element. The silver dragon horns proudly stood atop her head, radiating an unparalleled majesty. Even without entering armed form, one could see a snow-white tail extending from behind her, gently swaying, full of teasing intent. Paired with her sweat-soaked white stockings and that mesmerizing beauty, every smile and frown seemed like a fairy descending to the mortal world, making one intoxicated.
Being the beauty of the nation might really not be an exaggeration. Have I completely manifested my power? Lin Mengxue joyfully jumped into Chen Yi's arms, saying, Chen Yi good, thank you. A faint fragrance wafted from her lips, lingering at the tip of Chen Yi's nose. At the same time, the icy sensation coming from Lin Mengxue also conveyed through her clothes to Chen Yi. This icy feeling didn't make one feel cold, instead, it had a unique comfort, as if it could dispel the summer heat. Chapter 55, Favorability suddenly increases. Chen Yi naturally wrapped his arms around Lin Mengxue's waist, softly saying, Congratulations, my little dragon girl. Lin Mengxue's cheeks flushed slightly, like a ripe apple. She shyly said in a low voice, hee, then let Chen Yi go experience the service of the dragon girl tonight. Oh really? That's what you said. Naturally, you can touch my dragon horns as you like. Ahem. Suddenly, a light cough broke the atmosphere that was about to turn romantic. Then, they saw Luo Shirin with her arms crossed, pouting and displaying a spoiled expression. You two, are you trying to leave me out? Or is it that I came at a bad time? Seeing this, Chen Yi gently pulled Luo Shirin into his arms as well, saying tenderly, how could that be? Shirin, you came at just the right time. It's already quite late, let's enjoy the little dragon girl together. Lin Mengxue pouted and complained, what do you mean enjoy the little dragon girl? I'm not here to provide enjoyment for you guys. The next day at noon. Chen Yi woke up leisurely, still reminiscing about last night's events in his mind. Frost Dragon Night and Changluan Night, the events of last night should deserve this title, right? After getting out of bed, his first action was to check the intelligence collected by Luo Shirin. It's truly tragic. No wonder she is almost 22 years old, yet looks like a little girl. The bloodline of the Tao Tai within her needs a vast amount of energy to activate. Everything she eats is transformed into energy to activate the Tao Tai bloodline, so how could there be enough nutrition to grow her body? Yet even so, it still cannot meet even 1/10,000th of the energy demand of the Tao Tai bloodline. As one of the ancient fierce beasts, the full power of the Tao Tai bloodline is probably stronger than that of Luo Shirin and Lin Mengxue. Such immense power, even if not activated, would bring backlashes that are immeasurable, which is why she began to show signs of demonic transformation at 22. If Luo Shirin had met Chen Yi a bit later, she might have followed in Su Taodao's footsteps. Chen Yi, are you sure? As long as there is a heavenly treasure containing light property spiritual energy, you can save the spirit beast about to be demonized? Luo Shirin asked in disbelief. Being from the Luo family, she naturally knows how rare such heavenly treasures that can lift the demonization of spirit beasts and give them a new life are. Even the Luo family would have to pay a hefty price to obtain such treasures. Heavenly treasures containing various attribute spiritual energies are indeed rare as well. But compared to this kind of treasure, they are simply insignificant. Brother Chen Yi actually possesses such incredible abilities? Every time she sees Chen Yi, it feels like opening a blind box, never knowing what the next surprise will be. It feels like every time she sees Chen Yi, it's just the tip of the iceberg. That's just too cool. Ding. Luo Shirin's favorability plus 3 points. Ding. Congratulations. Luo Shirin's favorability has reached 85 points. Reward, strengthening points plus 20 points. Current strengthening points, 30 points. Wow. Chen Yi was momentarily stunned. To be honest, he had been thinking about how to increase Lin Mengxue and Luo Shirin's favorability to gain more strengthening points. Last night, he had struggled for 2.5 hours to boost their favorability. However, there was no increase in favorability for Luo Shirin and Lin Mengxue at all. It seems that it would only become harder to boost favorability in this way in the future. At first, he thought about preparing a surprise gift like in the TV series to see if he could boost some favorability. Didn't expect the favorability to rise so suddenly? Women's hearts are truly like a needle in the ocean. But that's fine, this way, he has enough to accumulate 20 strengthening points. Now, he just needs a heavenly treasure containing light property. Unfortunately, the current ruler of the Luo family, Luo Yuqing, is in opposition to Luo Shirin. It would be as difficult as ascending to the sky to use the power of the Luo family to collect this thing. Luo Qingha also indicated that he would use his connections to try to reach out. For now, they can only take it one step at a time. There are still half a month until complete demonization, they should still have time. Chen Yi gazed at the Luo Shirin staring at him affectionately, gently caressing her ear feathers, and smiled, of course, when have you ever seen me deceive you? Brother Chen Yi, you are really amazing. Alright, save that line for later tonight. Chen Yi picked up a third-tier wind attribute Beast King Crystal Core. Come on, let's show off this third-tier Beast King Crystal Core. Okay. Ding. Detecting that the host is assisting Luo Shirin in refining the third-tier wind element Beast King Crystal Core. The skill contained in this Beast King Crystal Core is Wind Breathing Technique. Success rate of learning the skill, 4.2%. The host can spend 10 strengthening points to guarantee that Luo Shireen learns the skill. Does the host wish to spend? System, can I check the skill introduction for wind breathing technique? As soon as he finished speaking, a skill information panel emitting a faint glow appeared clearly before him. Wind breathing technique, 2 stars. Passive skill, slightly enhances recovery effects in windy weather. 2-star skill? Chen Yi glanced at the skills that Luo Shireen had already learned. Wind blade, 3 stars. Song of destruction, 7 stars. Feather nest, 5 stars. Even the most basic wind blade skill has a higher star rating than wind breathing technique. It seems this skill is indeed not very good. It doesn't consume any energy. However, as soon as Chen Yi finished speaking, Luo Shireen's eyes suddenly brightened. With an excited expression, she said, Chen Yi brother, the moment that energy flowed into my body, I feel like I comprehended a new skill. Eh? You learned it? Wow, am I that lucky? Chen Yi was quite surprised, never expecting that Luo Shireen could comprehend a new skill just like that. If he had to spend 10 enhancement points to learn this useless skill, he would definitely refuse without hesitation. But if he could learn a new skill just by luck, then that would be more than welcome. Luo Shireen closed her eyes, quietly feeling the power of the new skill. After a while, she let out a small sigh, opened her eyes, and said, but I feel like the skill I just learned is so useless, it seems to be just a passive skill. As long as it has no negative effects. Come on, let's proceed with spiritual energy guidance. Lin Mengxue saw this and did not intend to interrupt. After eating, she sat on the sofa, browsing the internet to find out how to serve their beast master better. Otherwise, Chen Yi would complain about back pain after 1 or 2 hours every day. It was really not enjoyable. Chapter 56, Heading to Han City. In the blink of an eye, 6 days had passed. During these 6 days, Chen Yi silently bought a moose cake and visited the grave of Lu Ruoyan. After all, she was his first love in this world, and she just died inexplicably. She was even deprived of her dignity as a human. It truly was a bit pitiful. But there was no way, people had to look ahead. This could be considered a final farewell. Aside from visiting the grave, Chen Yi spent the rest of his time at home, wholeheartedly helping Lin Mengxue and Luo Shireen refine the magic beast crystal core's spiritual energy, as well as cultivating their affinity, trying to boost their strength. After 6 days of hard work, Chen Yi's efforts finally paid off. Lin Mengxue successfully broke through to the 3rd tier, first segment, with a significant increase in power. Luo Shireen also smoothly reached the 2nd tier, 10th segment, only 1 step away from the 3rd tier. Chen Yi himself picked up the surplus spiritual energy during their refining process and also successfully broke through to the 2nd tier, 10th segment, with his overall strength having a remarkable leap compared to when he participated in the final assessment. During this process, Chen Yi also discovered an interesting phenomenon. It seemed that the Beast King crystal core did not merely increase the probability of learning new skills with higher tiers. Instead, the higher the tier, the stronger the skills obtained. It appeared that low-tier Beast King crystal cores could be used as higher-level energy crystals, and there was no need to worry about whether one could learn new skills. However, at that moment, a member monitoring Su Taotao suddenly sent a report. Miss, the target Su Taotao has left the hotel. We have investigated based on her identity information, and the target has purchased a ticket for the 7th flight to Han City. She is currently checking out. A taxi has been booked outside the hotel. I suspect she is headed to the Skyship docking station. Her birthplace is Han City. I estimate she likely realized she is about to be demonized, so she chose to return home to handle the following euthanasia procedures. We have also prepared a car to follow her and will continue to notify you of any other developments. Seeing this news, Luo Shireen's heart tightened. She originally thought Su Taotao would remain withdrawn until a day or two before demonization. Only then will there be action. I never expected that action would come suddenly now. Beside him, Chen Yi saw this news and made a quick decision to head to Han City. After all, they originally planned to go to Han City tomorrow to attend the underground black market banquet, so leaving a day early wouldn't have a big impact. The 7th flight? Let me see. Chen Yi quickly opened his phone and browsed the flight information from Jiang City. In this world, there are large numbers of magical beasts descending from dimensional rifts every day, making the transportation situation here vastly different from the previous life, as there are no common transportation facilities like airports, high-speed trains, and highways. Each city in this world relies on guardian barriers to fend off the invasion of magical beasts. However, these guardian barriers cannot cover outdoor areas, so public facilities built in the wild are often destroyed beyond recognition by magical beasts within just a few days after their completion, resulting in severe property losses. If beast tamers were dispatched to guard, it would waste a lot of human resources, making it simply not worth the cost. Therefore, transportation between different cities primarily relies on a type of vehicle called an airship.
Airships are usually equipped with hot weapons and several high-level beast tamers to ensure safe passage in the event of an ordinary magical beast attack. In the past decade, there have been no airship accidents in the Dragon Kingdom, so safety can still be ensured. The departure time for the 7th flight is 4:30 p.m., with an expected travel time of about 4 hours, but it is already fully booked. However, for the Luo family, this is not a problem at all. I will handle the ticket situation. Chen Yi, you tell Grandpa we're heading to Han City a day early. Okay, I got it. Meanwhile, Lin Mengxue, who was already used to living independently, had already started preparing her luggage in an orderly manner. With the space ring, traveling has become incredibly convenient. Luo Qinghe also made no objections. After all, as long as they crushed the communication stone, they could arrive instantly. In terms of safety, there shouldn't be any major issues. At 3:30 p.m., the sun was just right, and a gentle breeze was blowing. The three of them arrived at the Jiang City airship docking station. Along the way, it seemed that many people recognized Chen Yi and his group, pulling out their phones to take pictures of them. It appears that the scenes from the previous final assessment have spread. If they registered a live streaming account now, along with Lin Mengxue and Luo Shirin's stunning top-tier looks, it wouldn't be long before they would have 1 million followers. Of course, Chen Yi didn't have that much free time. Being a streamer is no match for hunting magical beasts to earn money quickly. As for Su Taotao, because Luo Shirin had sent someone to track her down in advance, they quickly found her location. At this moment, Su Taotao was wearing a duckbill cap, with a mask covering most of her face, exposing only her watery big eyes. She wore a simple white shirt and a wine-red plaid skirt, with white thigh-high socks extending to her thighs, and on her feet were a pair of little red shoes, swaying back and forth as if she were a child waiting for her parents. In fact, many people approached to chat, all thinking she had lost her parents. Of course, there were also some shady individuals who approached her, but Su Taotao easily brushed them off. On the surface, everything seemed normal. However, only Chen Yi knew that her life countdown had only 1 week left. Considering that euthanasia needs to be conducted in advance to prevent her from turning into a magical beast and harming the city. It is estimated that in 3 days, there will be no more existence of Su Taotao in this world. Her mental state seems to be okay, right? She even has time to apply some light makeup, there shouldn't be any problems in the short term. Luo Shirin and Lin Mengxue observed Su Taotao from a distance, making their analysis. Chen Yi nodded, feeling a bit relieved in his heart. As long as she hasn't had a mental breakdown, we shouldn't disturb her for now. Luo Shirin, through a series of means, successfully obtained tickets for the 7th flight airship, and the seats were at the same booth as Su Taotao. There would be plenty of opportunities to strike up a conversation then. However, Chen Yi did not know this. At this moment, Su Taotao had already discovered Chen Yi's presence. Or rather, she had noticed from the moment Chen Yi and his 2 companions entered the station. Are Chen Yi and the others also going to Han City? I didn't expect my last journey could be on the same flight as Chen Yi and his group, it feels quite lucky. I just wonder if our seats will be next to each other. Chapter 57, Airship. Time quickly reached 4 o'clock in the afternoon. Chen Yi and the 2 others followed the process, successfully completing the entry, ticket checking, and security check. Arriving at the waiting hall, everything is indistinguishable from a high-speed train station in a previous life. On the tarmac, an airship wrapped in silver-white steel hovered in the air, with a massive spindle-shaped hull covered in a layer of black-gold metal armor at the front. Above the hull, several huge gas bags like swollen silver-gray lungs provided lift. The tail of the ship was equipped with propeller thrusters, responsible for forward propulsion. The bridge section rose with multiple rotating turrets on both sides, thick gun barrels extended, providing heavy firepower protection. However, the rust and dust on top showed that it seemed to have not been used for a very long time, enough to prove that heavy weapons were unnecessary for regular flights. Overall, rather than a civil aviation airship, it would more accurately be described as an armed warship used specifically for battling magical beasts. On the other side of the parked airship, 10 beast masters and more than 30 spirit beast women were fully equipped and ready to go. They seemed to be the squad responsible for guarding this airship. However, their average rank was not very high. The highest ranked spirit beast woman was only at level 4, stage 8, while the lowest was even just level 2, stage 8. The beast masters bonded to these spirit beasts likely weren't that powerful either. They didn't seem like a regular army, more like a hastily assembled guard squad. But that was quite normal. Essentially, just like hiring retired old men for neighborhood security, it was a cost-saving measure, just for looks. Flying magical beasts were already few, plus there had not been any air disasters in recent years. Beast masters were very precious human resources. To save on costs, it was entirely reasonable to hire a team of amateur beast masters for protection. Chen Yi didn't pay much attention to this and walked straight into the cabin. Su Taotao probably also knew this was her last journey, so she generously booked the highest-class luxury cabin, wanting to enjoy it to the fullest. Thanks to her, Chen Yi's group also successfully enjoyed the benefits of the luxury cabin. Entering the luxury cabin, the heavy soundproof door closed silently behind them, blocking out the noise from the outside. The light inside the cabin was just right, with several beams of warm yellow focused light shining on the central obsidian bar, reflecting the dazzling array of crystal liquor bottles above. 6 deep-colored velvet sofa booths surrounded in a half-circle, 3 on each side, soft to the touch like clouds. The air was filled with a fragrant aroma that gave a slightly intoxicating sensation. A handsome bartender was positioned at the right side of the bar, responsible for providing alcoholic beverages, while a sweet-looking waitress was at the left side snack cabinet, responsible for providing snacks. The walls of the cabin were also made of high-end soundproofing material. It's probably the kind that costs a 6-digit amount for a single square meter. Simply put, it has interpreted the word luxury to the extreme. Seeing the scene, with a curious face, I leaned close to Luo Shirin's ear and quietly asked, "Can I ask how much it costs to sit in this luxurious box just once?" Luo Shirin smiled slightly and playfully held up 3 fingers. 3,000? What are you thinking? 30,000 per person. Wow, is this the world of rich people? Incredible. Chen Yi couldn't help but exclaim a beautiful piece of classic language. 30,000 for 4 hours on an airship, this was something he wouldn't have dared to imagine in the past. Beside them, Lin Mengxue covered her mouth and giggled, "Brother Chen Yi, in the future, these things will definitely be your standard way of travel, there's no need to be so surprised." Chen Yi could only smile bitterly and shake his head, sighing helplessly, "It's still early. I haven't even raised both of you beautiful ladies, how can I have spare money to spend on this?" Then Brother Chen Yi needs to work hard. Exactly. Especially don't keep complaining about back pain, girls don't want to hear that. With you two playing like that, how could my back not hurt? As they chatted and laughed, the 3 of them reached their seats. The sofa booth was evenly divided into 4 positions, with the innermost empty seat for Su Taotao. At this moment, the soundproof door slowly opened again, and 4 young people in their 20s walked in. 3 men and 1 woman, all dressed very stylishly. From the aura they exuded, it was clear that all of them were above level 3. Chen Yi's gaze unconsciously fell on the only woman. Tall and beautiful, a black long dress made her elegance stand out even more. But for some reason, her Beast Master slot was empty. A level 3 5-stage Spirit Beast, yet she has no contracted Beast Master? Is this the luxurious box? Indeed, it's luxurious enough. As expected of brotherly, indeed financially powerful. I originally reserved 7 seats, wanting to let Tingting and the others come in and enjoy, but unexpectedly just received a notification saying it was a ticketing system error, and I only got 4 seats. The man with slick back hair helplessly complained, "I'm really speechless, how can such an error happen? I had to pull strings to get 3 general tickets for Tingting in them." "It's okay. Your Tingting and my several little girls get along well, no need to crowd in here." "Yeah. The last spot is good for Lily too." The slick-haired man nodded, then looked at the only woman and flatteringly asked, "Lily, how's the environment?" The girl called Lily smiled and nodded, "Not bad, I like it very much." That's good, that's good. Come, our seats are over here." The slick-haired man eagerly beckoned, wrapping his arm around Lily's slender waist and walking toward the booth on the right. Seeing the slick-haired man's flattering demeanor, Chen Yi roughly understood their relationships. The 3 men should be friends, and their contracted spirit beasts must be in the regular box outside. And the only woman likely just terminated her contract with her previous Beast Master, so it showed no Beast Master. The slick-haired man seemed very interested in this woman, probably wanting to contract her, but unfortunately, due to a full quota, he could only flatter her for now. He must come from a well-off family. As a level 3 Beast Master, he originally set up a luxurious box for his 3 contracted spirit beasts, only to be snatched away by Luo Shirin using illegal means. Thus, this situation arose. For this, Chen Yi could only apologize to them in his heart. After all, to tackle Su Taotao, it was necessary to have more conversations, right? Encounter battle. Time passes second by second. The luxurious compartment has more and more people. It wasn't until 5 minutes before takeoff that Su Taotao finally walked in, struggling with her suitcase. Her gaze quickly scanned the room, and after finding her seat, she went straight to it. Sorry, please let me through." However, halfway through her sentence, she suddenly spotted a familiar face. "Chen Yi? How come you're here?" Chen Yi, hearing this, looked in the direction of the voice, his face showing a hint of confusion. "Who are you?" Seeing this, Su Taotao quickly took off her mask, revealing a cute and innocent face. "I'm Su Taotao, we met at Jiangcheng Hotel a week ago, and you even gave me an autograph." "Oh, it's you." Chen Yi suddenly realized, a slight smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. "I didn't expect to meet you here by such a coincidence." "Yeah. What a coincidence." Su Taotao felt delighted inside. She knew that Chen Yi would be on this airship, but she didn't expect to be seated in the same booth, and even next to him. Could this really be a fated connection? Ding! Su Taotao's favorability points +5.
Current favorability points, 20.
After Su Taotao sat down, she excitedly took out the signboard with Chen Yi's name from her suitcase, directing her gaze toward Lin Mengxue and Luo Shirin sitting nearby.
Sister Lin Mengxue, Sister Luo Shirin, I'm a big fan of your group. Last time you were both drunk, and I couldn't get an autograph, can you give me one this time?
Hearing this, Lin Mengxue and Luo Shirin exchanged glances, their fondness for the little girl increasing greatly.
Despite being close to death, she still lived so optimistically and was so polite. It's truly endearing. No problem. Our signatures might not be very nice, so please forgive us. How could that be?
Su Taotao quickly waved her hand, such beautiful signatures, how could they be ugly?
Even if I go into a coffin, I will take this signed board with me. If an ordinary person heard this, they might just think she was joking and laugh it off.
But those in the know, including Chen Yi, truly believed she would do that. Because she truly knew her deadline, she really knew she was about to die.
Chen Yi then interjected, what are you thinking? You could live for decades, this thing would have long decayed. Hearing this, Su Taotao smiled, ha, that's true. Ding. This flight is about to take off, please hold on to the handrails to avoid any unnecessary accidents.
A broadcast rang out, breaking the brief silence.
A few seconds later, a sensation like that of an old elevator rising and falling was felt.
Lin Mengxue and Luo Shirin's bodies gently swayed, subconsciously gripping Chen Yi's hands, feeling waves of warmth.
Booming.
The roar of the engine suddenly erupted, and the airship slowly began to float upward. The view outside the window was like a flowing painting, constantly changing.
The once massive Jiangcheng gradually vanished into the fog, disappearing from sight. Only after the scenery outside broke through the clouds did the bumpiness finally disappear. In its place was a smooth floating sensation. By the way, Brother Chen Yi, Sister Mengxue, Sister Shirin, I have some homemade snacks here, would you like to try them if you don't mind? Su Taotao took out a box of macarons from her suitcase and placed it on the table. Did you make these, Taotao? I definitely want to try. Hee hee, that's great. Su Taotao took out another box of macarons from her suitcase and placed it on the table, here, eat. Chen Yi took a macaron and placed it in his mouth.
The delicate texture and sweet but not overwhelming flavor instantly spread on his tongue.
Delicious. I really want to hire you as my personal pastry chef. Hiring me is quite expensive. It's fine, Chen, will definitely make big money in the future. A small pastry chef's salary is nothing. The future, huh?
Su Taotao paused, a hint of loneliness flashing in her eyes.
She needs to have a future too.
It could even be said that he said this on purpose, wanting to see Su Taotao's reaction.
It seems like she really wants to live.
But I don't know where to find the Earth Spirit treasure with light attributes. The four of them sat around the table, tasting pastries and chatting leisurely.
In the blink of an eye, an hour had passed.
Lin Mengxue and Luo Shirin seemed to have already taken Su Taotao as their sister, sharing various embarrassing stories without any reservations.
This made Su Taotao smile continuously.
Thanks to that, her favorability towards Chen Yi increased quite a lot, reaching a height of 30 points. Such a favorability level can already be considered a fairly good relationship with a friend of the opposite sex.
Maybe she really likes the light-hearted atmosphere of Chen Yi and his friends? Look quickly, it's Huangshan.
Suddenly pointing excitedly at the scenery outside the window, she exclaimed.
Didn't you see it when you came?
I sat in a standard seat when I came, without a sightseeing window. I never expected seeing Huangshan from above would be so spectacular.
But it was just a monster's habitat. Of course, Chen Yi only dared to think this in his heart, saying it out loud would ruin the mood. Brother Chen Yi, Sister Mengxue, Sister Shirin, do you need some drinks?
I'll go get some from the bar.
I want lemon tea. Me too. I also want lemon tea. Okay, I'll bring it to you right away.
However, just as Su Taotao got up, ready to head to the bar for drinks, the originally stable flying boat suddenly shook violently without warning. This unexpected jolt caused Su Taotao to lose her balance completely, falling straight into Chen Yi's arms.
Sorry, I couldn't keep my balance. It's okay, but what's happening? Did we hit a bird? No, Brother Chen Yi, look over there quickly. Following the direction Luo Shirin pointed, Chen Yi and his friends were stunned by the scene before them.
On the summit of Huangshan, about a dozen salamanders were constantly spitting fireballs at the flying boat, crashing straight toward it. At the same time, many flying-type monsters were also attacking the flying boat, intertwining with the salamanders' fireballs, forming a dense net of firepower surrounding the flying boat. Above the flying boat, numerous attacks were continuously shooting toward the summit. Faintly, one could still see the flashes of explosions illuminating the mountain. Various monster corpses fell from the sky like dumplings, making the scene exceptionally brutal.
However, since the luxury box was soundproof, the group's view only showed a cross-section, so they didn't realize. Had this encounter battle already started? Chapter 59, If I say I will save you, I will save you. What's going on? What happened? You all look over there, there are monsters attacking our flying boat. Monsters attacking? How is that possible? Didn't they say it hasn't happened for over a decade? Not just Chen Yi and his group, but others in the luxury box also sensed something unusual. The feeling of fear instantly swept across the entire luxury box. The two bar attendants seemed to have received orders, starting to calm the emotions of the noble guests in the luxury box. However, the monster attack was happening right before their eyes. How could they possibly calm down? Brother Chen Yi, this shouldn't be a coincidence, right? Luo Shirin said worriedly, her gaze falling on Su Tao Tao. The already demonized spirit beasts emitted a special aura, which had a strong attraction for other monsters. Ordinary people do not know about this, and various countries do not have restrictions on such matters. But families like the Luo family, which have large beast tamers, naturally have their own intelligence networks, and over thousands of years, they have certainly heard about incidents like this. But this was hundreds or even over a kilometer away, and Su Taotao could attract monsters from the heavens and the earth to attack. Is it really this outrageous? Of course, Chen Yi had also learned about these matters from Luo Shirin. But he did not expect that this aura could attract other monsters to launch attacks even through the private box. Let's go see the situation at the ordinary box first. If things get bad, let's ask Grandpa Luo for help. Okay. Lin Mingxue and Luo Shirin also had no objections, immediately standing up from the booth and freeing up space. Chen Yi reached out and pulled Su Taotao's hand, who was still in shock, and said, "Come with us, we will protect you." Hearing this, Su Taotao finally came back to her senses and hurriedly replied, okay. There were also oily-haired men who shared the same thoughts as Chen Yi's group. When they saw that the three girls Chen Yi brought along were all outstanding young beauties, they couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. This kid is really lucky. But now is not the time to think about that. If they're not careful, they might get caught here today. The ordinary box had no soundproof walls blocking it. Therefore, as soon as they opened the soundproof door, they could hear the extremely noisy sounds from outside. Why am I so unlucky? Daddy, Mommy, I don't want to die, boo-hoo. Damn it. I just told Sister Xiang yesterday that after I finish this business trip and return to Han City, I would establish a contract. Why would I encounter such a thing? Isn't there a security team? Can't they handle the attacking monsters? I saw those security teams when we got on the bus. They didn't look like regular troops at all. Now it seems they are just a bunch of useless fools. The sounds of sorrow, lament, noise, and complaints intertwined, making it impossible to clearly hear what they were talking about. At the same time, the sounds of fighting outside became more intense, with the clang of metal, the roars of monsters, and the blasts of skills rising and falling like a doomsday celebration. On the deck above, hurried footsteps occasionally echoed, and it seemed that monsters had landed on the deck and were fighting with the beast tamers. One could only say, it was truly terrifying. The oily-haired men met up with their contracted spirit beasts, and serious expressions appeared on their faces. He forced himself to be calm, trying to squeeze out a smile, and said softly to the girl beside him, "Lily, don't worry. I will definitely protect you. Once I break through to the 4th level, we will establish a contract." However, Lily's expression was a bit stiff. Her lips trembled slightly, as if she wanted to say something, but could only produce indistinct sounds of ah and mem. After all, most beast tamers have not really been on the battlefield. Especially those wealthy young masters, the levels of beast tamers and spirit beasts are merely a capital to show off. They grew up in a comfortable environment, lacking practical experience, and facing such a critical situation, it is only natural to feel panic. It feels a bit unwell. Should we let Grandpa and the others come over? Although they were not yet in Han City, this situation clearly belonged to the category of emergencies. Letting Luo Qinghe send someone for support was indeed the best solution at the moment. I think the same. However, as soon as Chen Yi took out the communication crystal, boom! A huge explosion suddenly erupted, accompanied by a strong sense of vibration. At the tail of the cabin, a massive fireball suddenly exploded. The acrid smell of gunpowder quickly spread, and the tempered glass of the ordinary box shattered under the tremendous impact, turning into countless shards that flew in all directions. The cabin of the ship tilted severely, and began to fall rapidly. A strong sense of weightlessness suddenly seized everyone. The powerful flow difference ruthlessly swept away several people close to the window. No! I don't want to die. Brother Chen Yi. In the midst of chaos, Su Taotao was knocked over, her body lost its balance. Her figure was already small, and under the powerful pressure difference, she was instantly swept up and floated towards the window. Damn! My gluttonous little sister. Chen Yi saw this and almost wet himself in fear. With a quick step forward, he rushed towards Su Taotao, stretching out his hand to tightly grasp her hand that had already fallen out of the window. However, the force of the pressure was still too strong.
Even though Chen Yi's physical strength was as high as 50 points, equivalent to 5 times that of an ordinary adult male. But in front of this power, he still looked so small, almost both of them were about to be thrown out. Seeing that Chen Yi was about to give up, Su Taotao quickly shouted, "Brother Chen Yi, let go, at this rate, you will fall out too." Chen Yi hurriedly said, "You are my fan, Chen, will definitely save you. But I was meant to die anyway, you don't need to do this for me. Stop talking nonsense, if I say I will save you, I will save you." Ding! Su Taotao's favorability plus 20 points. At this moment, Su Taotao instantly broke down in tears. She never imagined that at this life and death moment, Chen Yi would risk his life to save her without hesitation. They had only met twice, why was he trying so hard? Brother Chen Yi. Younger brother Chen Yi. Fortunately, at this moment, Lin Mengshuet and Luo Shirin finally maneuvered through the crowd, grabbing Chen Yi and Su Taotao, who were about to be thrown outside. The power of the spirit beast erupted instantly, pulling them back from the window. At the same time, Lin Mengshuet blew out a breath, freezing all the windows to prevent anyone from being thrown out again. However, the situation was still very critical. Starting from the point of impact, the internal cabin structure began to collapse wildly. A huge wave of gray-yellow mixed with soil, grass clippings, and metal fragments suddenly spread violently all around. Several magical beasts that were resting here were instantly killed by this shockwave. Fortunately, the airship did not explode, at least avoiding the outcome of total destruction. But the situation is still very severe. This is a habitat for wild magical beasts, and others may emerge at any time. Moreover, due to the impact of the fall, most people are likely to be incapacitated. Cough cough, Schwer, Shirin, are you okay? We're fine. Brother Chen Yi, you should be alright, right? Just a few scratches, it shouldn't be a big issue. With 50 points in physical strength, bearing the impact of the airship's fall is still manageable. Moreover, it seems the pilot managed to brake hard just before touching the ground, reducing most of the impact. Although Su Taotao on my arms has passed out, she doesn't seem to have any serious injuries, nor do I see any obvious external wounds. Overall, this counts as a stroke of luck amidst misfortune. At this moment, several crew members from the airship immediately entered the cabin, loudly asking, "Is there anyone among the passengers who was a beast master of level 3 or above? We need help." As soon as these words came out, many of those still somewhat clear-headed felt a jolt in their hearts. In this situation, the crew did not first inquire about the casualties but directly sought passengers to act as reinforcements. This clearly indicates how bad things truly are. The crew member, seeing no one respond, unconsciously raised his voice, "Passengers, the current situation is not optimistic. The area where the airship fell is located on the plain west of Huangshan, with no cover around, and it is also a major area for level 3 or above magical beasts. Although the shockwave from the fall killed many surrounding magical beasts, immediately other magical beasts sensed something unusual and rushed here, now forming a siege. We contacted headquarters for support before descending, but the fastest response will take about 10 minutes. We must rely on ourselves to hold on during this time, or we will all die here." As soon as this was said, many beast masters took a sharp breath. Doesn't this mean that we are in a critical moment of life and death? They were originally thinking that other beast masters might be willing to step up, and if they held back, they might last until help arrived. Who would have thought that if they didn't help, they could die at any moment? I am a level 3, stage 10 beast master. The greasy-haired man pried open a piece of metal and stepped forward. "I am willing to join the guard team." At the same time, the greasy-haired man's 2 other lackeys also stepped forward, choosing to join the battle. After all, in such a situation, not helping means being picked off by magical beasts one by one, and the consequences are unimaginable. At this moment, a middle-aged woman's voice suddenly echoed in Chen Yi's mind. "Chen Yi, I am Shui Haiyao, one of Luo Qinghe's wives. I am now in your shadow, I will guarantee your safety. I just slightly surveyed the surroundings and did not find any troublesome magical beasts or enemy traces. You can practice freely, and I will act if there is danger." Hearing this, Chen Yi was slightly taken aback. Wow, support actually comes so quickly? And hidden in the shadow, this feels kind of cool. Wang Keili is already a level 13 spirit beast, so Shui Haiyao's strength must not be much less. With a level dozen spirit beast bodyguard present, there is indeed no need to be overly cautious. I will also join. Chen Yi carried Su Taotao and stepped forward. "Although I am only a second-tier beast master, I can still contribute." The greasy-haired man glanced at Chen Yi when he heard this, revealing a look of appreciation on his face. Clearly looking very young, the contracted spirit beasts were all young and beautiful females. He originally thought he was some rich second-generation kid, definitely someone who was afraid of death. Who would have expected he could have this kind of spirit? The crew member hesitated for a moment. After all, the magical beasts active in this area were all third-tier beasts. Could a second-tier beast master handle it? But having any assistance at this point is better than having none. There's no need to be picky. A second-tier beast master? Come on, your strength is truly needed in this situation. Seeing that even a second-tier Beastmaster dared to participate, several third-tier Beastmasters hesitated for a moment before they all stood up.
I will come. I will also join.
Although I have just broken through to the third tier, I believe my two spirit beasts and I will not hold back.
Since the young people are joining the fight, how can we retreat? Chapter 61, Why do I feel like it's still underestimated? Everyone, thank you very much.
The crew members sighed in relief and didn't waste any more time, immediately leading those willing to join the fight outside the cabin. Looking at the tragic scene before them, all the Beastmasters and spirit beasts present, even having experienced countless storms, couldn't help but tremble at this moment. The spirit beasts that were fighting the magical beasts were nearly drenched in blood. A bloody battle would not be an exaggeration. On the ground near the cabin, Beastmasters and spirit beasts lay scattered, covered in wounds, life force barely hanging on. Originally, with heavy weapons covering them, the situation was not too bad.
However, with the airship crash landing, those heavy weapons were mostly rendered useless.
Adding to that, the number of magical beasts attacking had drastically increased. The situation could simply be described as desperate.
No wonder they sought help from the passengers. Have they finally arrived?
The captain of the guard team, Chen Yi, a 4th-tier 7-section Beastmaster, saw the reinforcements arriving and immediately issued commands. Everyone listen.
Now everyone retreat to the inside of the cabin, using the hallway as a defense line against these magical beasts.
Before his voice fell, those spirit beast girls still in fierce battle on the prairie hurriedly retreated without hesitation. They carried their own Beastmasters and rushed back toward the cabin.
Although the airship had crashed, its basic framework remained intact. It would be foolish not to use it as cover against the external magical beasts.
Based on the current situation, the entire cabin defense line could be divided into 5 areas: left deck, right deck, cabin entrance, cabin rupture, and the cockpit at the front of the ship. As long as they set up defenses in these 5 areas to resist the magical beasts, they could basically hold out until reinforcements arrived. Chen Yi carried the unconscious Su Taodao, along with Lin Mingxue and Luo Shirin, and the greasy-haired man's team, as well as 7 pairs of third-tier Beastmasters, assigned to the front area for defense along with Chen Yi. After all, this area was the most spacious, requiring the most manpower. Soon, the spirit beast girls switched to their armed forms and began to participate in the battle. For Beastmasters above the 3rd tier, the armed form was undoubtedly the most mainstream way to fight. In an instant, shouts, roars, and the clashing sounds of weapons echoed through the air, turning the entire front area into a bloody battlefield.
The greasy-haired man glanced at Chen Yi, a bit curious about what kind of spirit beast this rich second-generation kid had contracted.
Chen Yi immediately said, "Mingxue, Shirin, I'm counting on you both."
Roar. Clang.
As Chen Yi's words fell, a loud dragon roar and a clear bird call suddenly resounded,
echoing through the sky.
The cold chill intertwined with the azure storm, directly forming a massive ice storm, sweeping forward with unparalleled power. In the blink of an eye, dozens of magical beasts ahead were torn into tiny ice crystals, scattering everywhere. This astonishing scene left all the beast tamers present dumbfounded.
Wasn't it said that he was a second-tier beast tamer?
These incoming magical beasts, although only at the initial level of 3rd tier, still had an essential difference from 2nd tier.
How could one strike instantly kill over a dozen magical beasts? Could he be falsely reporting his rank? However, this was just the beginning.
Lin Mingxue and Luo Shirin, as flying spirit beasts, directly charged out to hunt the magical beasts. Those magical beasts that had been attacking the airship in the sky felt an overwhelming threat, rapidly diving down to launch a surprise attack on everyone.
Seeing the situation, Lin Mingxue took a deep breath and suddenly blew out a breath of ice.
The sky, which was gradually being shrouded by the night, was instantly flooded with a white, boundless snowstorm. Under the ravaging of this snowstorm, those 3rd-tier flying magical beasts quickly lost temperature, and in just 3 seconds, they were frozen into ice sculptures, plummeting from the sky and crashing to the ground, instantly turning into countless fragments. With just this one move, Lin Mingxue wiped out nearly all of the attacking flying magical beasts. Meanwhile, Luo Shirin, after using wind blades to slay some magical beasts that bore hostility towards her, landed on Lin Mingxue's back, taking human form. Then, without any warning, an ethereal, distant song, yet filled with boundless sense of desolation, flowed from her lips. The invisible sound waves around her transformed into visible light blue ripples, slowly spreading out from her center like water waves.
The song of destruction.
Wherever the ripples passed, the air seemed to be purified. The blue ripples quietly spread, and the magical beasts touched by the blue ripples suddenly halted, their strong muscles like weathered rocks, quietly shedding in the presence of the song, producing crisp sounds. Hard scales, sharp claws, and lush fur, under the baptism of this song, quickly lost their luster, becoming dull and lifeless. Then, like destroyed statues, they turned into fine gray dust, fluttering down and scattering. In just a few breaths, the wilderness plain at the bow of the ship had completely reverted to tranquility. Not only had the roars of the magical beasts disappeared, Even the beast tamers were completely stunned, their expressions dazed, as if unable to believe what had just happened before their eyes.
Is this a second-tier spirit beast? Is this a second-tier beast tamer? If this is also a second-tier beast tamer, then what are they? Are they negative third-tier beast tamers?
At this moment, beside the oily-haired man, Lily, who did not participate in the battle, covered her mouth with one hand and pointed at Chen Yi in shock, saying, "Wait.
Ice Dragon and Azure Giant Bird, could you be the Chen Yi that has been in the news reports from Jian City lately?"
As soon as these words came out, all beast tamers and spirit beasts present were stunned for a moment. Recently, the incident of 5th-tier magical beasts appearing during the final assessment at Jiang City Beast-Taming Academy had stirred up quite a commotion in several nearby cities. People not only criticized and scolded the Jiang City Beast-Taming Academy, but were also curious about Chen Yi, who single-handedly defended against 5th-tier magical beasts and a tide of beasts in the assessment area, saving dozens of students' lives.
In the beast tamer circles of Jiang City, Chen Yi's deeds were even regarded as legendary.
However, out of respect for the privacy of the person involved, Chen Yi's appearance had not been made public. Only those who specifically looked for Chen Yi knew. Through searching some live stream clips, they barely recognized Chen Yi.
Of course, ordinary people wouldn't be so bored. The only thing they knew was that Chen Yi's contracted spirit beasts were an ice dragon and a giant green bird, wasn't it him?
They thought the Beastmaster circle was a bit exaggerated. A second-tier spirit beast could hold back a 5th tier, why not fly to the sky?
Now it seems, doesn't it feel like the rumors might actually underestimate Chen Yi's strength? Chapter 62, Awakening of the Gluttonous Beast. Chen Yi slightly nodded, with an unruffled expression, acknowledging, "It's me."
Lily's face showed joy. "Great. I never expected it to be the big shot from the rumors." Wang Qingyu, the captain of the Beastmaster team, quickly regained his composure and immediately commanded, "Do not get distracted.
Until reinforcements arrive, our situation remains unchanged." Upon hearing this, everyone snapped back to reality from their earlier shock. They repositioned for battle, preparing to engage, but wait, did they even need to fight now?
Lin Mengshua's Frostbreath and Luo Shirin's Windblade, against these 3rd-tier monsters, it was basically like bullying weaklings. Almost all of them were killed in an instant.
It felt like having them or not didn't make a huge difference. However, for some reason, Wang Qingyu always felt something was strange. Logically, Lin Mengxue and Luo Shirin had already displayed such immense destruction capability. Though the monsters lacked intelligence, they should understand fear and retreat.
Yet these monsters continued rushing towards them without hesitation, and their numbers kept increasing.
There were no signs of a Beast King or high-tier monsters triggering a monster tide. What was really going on? What was this all about?
Time passed, 1 minute after another. 10 minutes later, reinforcements still had not arrived, and the situation became increasingly dire. With more and more attacking monsters, Lin Mengxue and Luo Shirin gradually revealed signs of fatigue. Unlike their previous battle in the assessment area, where they had at least some time to rest, now, they had almost no breathing space. Maintaining high-intensity combat the entire time, even bullying weaklings would make one feel utterly exhausted. Because of this, despite several 4th-tier Beastmasters being present, they were also overwhelmed by the sheer number of monsters, ultimately leading to the airship being shot down. The Bao defense area was relatively safer due to the presence of Lin Mengxue and Luo Shirin, but the situation in the other 4 areas was terrible. More and more monsters surged in, making it impossible to withstand. I can't go on anymore, my spiritual power is all used up.
Me too, when is this battle going to end? Wasn't it said that reinforcements would arrive in 10 minutes? Where are they? Isn't Yunqing not too far from here? Everyone, hang on a little longer.
Once any one of our defenses falls, it will trigger a chain reaction, and everyone will die here. I'll go to the cabin and call for more reinforcements. I'll bring all the 2nd-tier Beastmasters. Following the continuous deterioration of the situation, feelings of anxiety and despair spread like a plague.
In this tense atmosphere, a faint whimper came from behind Chen Yi. Su Taotao slowly opened her eyes.
However, the impact injuries from the airship's crash surged through her body at once, bringing waves of intense pain.
Ouch, 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 where am I?
Chen Yi looked at her and said lightly, "The Huangshan Plain, your favorite spot, do you love it?"
Huangshan Plain?
Su Taotao paused for a moment, trying hard to recall her previous experiences. Finally, she remembered that the airship had indeed fallen. It was Chen Yi who used his body as a shield to protect her. Otherwise, with her physical condition, under such a violent impact, I fear she has long perished in the Yellow Springs. Thinking of this, her cheeks couldn't help but blush shyly as she softly said, "Thank you, brother Chen Yi."
Ding! Su Taotao's favorability plus 10 points. It's nothing, these are all small matters.
As he spoke halfway, Chen Yi suddenly remembered something important. Perhaps, the situation at this moment is a perfect opportunity. An opportunity for Su Taotao to recognize her own strength.
Thinking of this, Chen Yi put Su Taotao down, tightly grasped her shoulders with both hands, squatted down, looked seriously into her eyes, and asked, Taotao, I want to ask you one thing, do you want power? Su Taotao was stunned for a moment upon hearing this. What does it mean to want to gain power? Could it really be as stated in the previous livestream comments that Chen Yi's beast-taming talent can really enhance F-ranked bloodline spirit beasts? Although she didn't fully understand the meaning of Chen Yi's words, nor did she know why he suddenly said this. But deep in her heart, there was an uncontrollable desire, and she instinctively nodded, yes. I want power. Then alright, accept this power. Chen Yi showed no hesitation and immediately used Spirit Beast Awakening on Su Taotao. In an instant, a warm force poured continuously from Chen Yi's hands into Su Taotao's body. Chen Yi's palm suddenly burst forth with a fiery light, which flowed into Su Taotao's body along their skin contact, directly hitting her cloud-swallowing beast bloodline. A light curtain suddenly appeared, tightly enveloping Su Taotao within. When the light curtain dissipated, a cute yet fierce little girl pet appeared before them. The petite and delicate girl had dark blue hair sprinkled with dark golden starlight, with adorable curved little goat ears on her head, a pair of clear yet dangerous dark golden vertical pupils, and mysterious cloud patterns on her cheeks. A fluffy, soft tail, transforming from cloud white to dark blue, was her mood barometer. The core symbol of power was the pair of energy vortexes on the inner sides of her arms, which appeared like tattoos in normal times, but transformed into black holes during battle. Seemingly harmless, even carrying a lazy cuteness, she possessed an extremely terrifying power of devouring. As if she could consume all life force around her at any moment. Roar. A roar filled with endless hunger, resonating deeply in everyone's soul, suddenly erupted. Everyone involuntarily shuddered, their legs trembling uncontrollably. All the magical beasts within a kilometer radius felt fear emanating from the depths of their bloodlines at that moment, and their bodies instinctively crawled to the ground. The ancient fierce beast, Taotai, finally awakened successfully at this moment. Name, Su Taotao, armed form. This target does not have enough energy to temporarily enter spirit beast form. Demonization countdown, 184 hours 24 minutes 55 seconds. Contract master, none. Bloodline, SSS-level Taotai. Level, first stage, second tier. Physique, 35. Spirit power, 60. Attributes, earth, dark, light. Skills, devour, life drain. Favorability, plus 60 points. Affinity, not yet started cultivation. Evaluation, ancient fierce beast Taotai, can devour all life essence, nourishing itself. Surprisingly, Su Taotao's strength was only at the first stage, second tier, but her attributes in armed form were exceptionally impressive. Could this situation be to balance the pain of being unable to enter spirit beast form? Chapter 63, Life Devour. At this moment, the entire place was in complete silence. A group of beast tamers and spirit beasts gaped in disbelief at Su Taotao. The aura emanating from her was undoubtedly that of a first-stage spirit beast. But that sense of fear emanating from the depths of her bloodline lingered like a shadow, refusing to dissipate. Everyone exchanged glances, filled with confusion and fear. So strong it defied the heavens. What bloodline is this? I don't know, I've never seen this before. Clearly looking so cute. But why do I feel fear? I feel it too. That inexplicable roar almost scared me to death. This shouldn't be demonic, right? Everyone is discussing, full of curiosity and fear for Su Taotao's bloodline. Feeling the surging power within her body, Su Taotao herself feels a bit lost and bewildered. Is this really my power? How can it be so strong? Brother Chen Yi, what is this? Your power, how do you like it? My power? But I'm an F. Before Su Taotao could finish her sentence, Chen Yi reached out and pressed his hand against her mouth, stopping her from saying more. Gently patting her shoulder, he encouraged, did you see that mountain-digging monster over there? Try your power on it. Use it on that? But that's a tier 3 magical beast. Don't worry, I believe you can win, you definitely can. Hearing this, Su Taotao also swallowed, seeming a bit scared. But soon her eyes became firm. After all, this life was given to her by Chen Yi, why fear a tier 3 magical beast? Alright, I'll give it a try. Su Taotao took a deep breath and stepped towards the mountain-digging monster. Roar. The mountain-digging monster sensed the source of that demonic aura and let out a deafening roar. It opened its huge mouth, revealing sharp fangs, and pounced at Su Taotao fiercely. Its giant claws, carrying the power to split mountains, came down hard, creating a fierce wind as if to smash Su Taotao into a meat pie. However, Su Taotao stood firm in place, not moving an inch. In her golden vertical pupils, there was no hint of panic, instead, a flicker of curiosity? Because in her memory, a tier 3 magical beast against a first-tier little girl like her. That would be like a cat playing with a mouse, sure to be one-sided. But now, this mountain-digging monster appeared unusually slow. In fact, it looked more like moving food.
Just as she thought this, a strong sense of hunger surged in her heart. She couldn't help but lick her lips, and a bold idea rushed into her mind.
This mountain-digging monster should be edible, right?
At that moment, the mountain-digging monster was already in front of her, swiping its claw. However, Su Taotao was calm and collected, her figure flashing to easily evade the monster's attack. The giant claw crashed down where she had just stood, instantly shattering the ground and creating a huge deep pit, dust flying everywhere. Taking the opportunity, Su Taotao quickly reached out her small hand, a dark golden light flashing at her fingertips, and the black hole vortex under her armpit suddenly appeared, enveloping it.
Life absorption. A terrifying suction force, like an invisible giant hand, tightly locked the mountain-digging monster, rendering it unable to move.
The surging earth attribute's spiritual power within it, the life source that made up its strong defenses, all began to be forcibly drawn out uncontrollably at that moment. The thick rock armor on its body started to lose its luster at a visible speed, becoming pale and fragile. The surging earth attribute's spiritual power and the life source that formed its strong defenses seemed to lose control, being drawn out endlessly. The heavy rock scales on its body began to lose their shine at an astonishing speed, becoming dull and weak.
Ow, ow, ow.
The mountain-digging monster let out a cry of pain and horror, its body staggering backward helplessly. At that moment, Su Taotao's aura pressure also began to rise at an astonishing speed. From Chen Yi's perspective, her attribute panel instantly soared to an astonishing height.
Name, Su Taotao, armed form. Physique, 66, up. Spiritual power, 104, up.
It is known that many second-tier 10-dan spiritual beasts do not have such high physique and spiritual power attributes.
However, at this moment, Su Taotao, merely a first-tier 2-dan, possessed such astonishing attributes. It was truly a bit outrageous.
Su Taotao seemed to also realize the huge power gap between herself and the enemy. In an instant, she was filled with confidence.
How strong is this my power? No wonder Brother Chen Yi said I could defeat this thing.
At this moment, the ground beast felt its strength fading at an astonishing speed, and its anger was thoroughly ignited. It lowered its head, using its spiked skull, like a battering ram, to charge forward aggressively. However, this time, Su Taotao did not choose to dodge. Her small fist was now wrapped in a deep, dark golden energy, as she faced the massive rocky skull and launched a fierce punch.
Bang! A dull, heavy sound echoed.
Along with the crisp sound of the rock shattering, the ground beast's momentum came to an abrupt halt. Its once prideful spiked skull shattered, with cracks spreading like spider webs around Su Taotao's fist, as it staggered backward several steps. Taking advantage of the moment, Su Taotao launched another life-devouring attack. This time, her goal was no longer to steal the enemy's power, but to take the ground beast's life directly. The power of devouring swept over the ground beast's body in an instant. Its hard rocky flesh, under the influence of this devouring force, crumbled like marble rapidly weathered 1,000,000 times, turning into piles of grey rubble and powder in an instant. When the wild wind blew, the rubble and powder scattered into the air. A Tier 3 magical beast was thus effortlessly killed. This scene left the other beast tamers and spirit beasts dumbfounded.
No, it can't be. Am I seeing things before I die? A Tier 1 spirit beast actually defeated a Tier 3 magical beast? And won so easily? So powerful. Absolutely so powerful. This Chen Yi, with a contract of a Tier 2 spirit beast, can take on a whole bunch of Tier 3 magical beasts, and now his Tier 1 spirit beast can defeat a Tier 3 magical beast too? How outrageous. Even Shui Haiyao, who had always hidden in the shadows, ready to strike and had seen countless grand scenes, couldn't help but be shocked. She had been puzzled by Chen Yi's decision to have a Tier 1 Tier 2 child face a Tier 3 magical beast, even finding it somewhat absurd. But now, it was clear that Chen Yi must have known Su Taotao's strength all along, which is why he made such an arrangement. What kind of bloodline spirit beast is this, with such strange abilities? At that moment, it seemed someone sensed something was off. Wait a minute? Didn't that Chen Yi say he was a Tier 2 beast tamer? How can he contract 3 spirit beasts? Chapter 64, The Flustered Appearance. As soon as this was said, the atmosphere on the battlefield instantly froze for a moment. Everyone exchanged glances, showing expressions of disbelief. It is common knowledge that a Tier 2 beast tamer can usually only contract 2 spirit beasts, yet Chen Yi had contracted 3. Either Chen Yi was actually a Tier 3 beast tamer who used some treasure to hide his aura. Or one of the spirit beasts doesn't even belong to Chen Yi. If that's the case. While everyone was lost in thought, Wang Qingyu suddenly shouted, "Forget about others for now, let's focus on defeating these magical beasts first." Hearing this, everyone snapped back to their senses and continued to face the enemies. At this moment, Su Taotao withdrew her arm, and the energy vortex on her arm slowly calmed down, transforming back into a tattoo. She tilted her little head, her fluffy tail swaying leisurely, the dark blue tips of her hair dancing in the wind.
Looking at the pile of ashes quickly scattered by the wind on the ground, her corners of her mouth raised slightly, revealing a satisfied smile. At this moment, she had only one thought in her mind: what a delicious treat. Unlike those ordinary foods that only offer a brief pleasure on the tongue. This was an experience that penetrated deep into her bones, making every cell in her body cheer with joy. It was as if she was filled with a mysterious joy that received a divine power. It made her feel incredibly exhilarated. I have to say, this feeling is truly addictive. However, the only thing that worried her was that the devouring magical beast seemed to also form a spiritual mark within her body. When that time comes, she might need to seek help from others to guide her. Otherwise, this powerful spiritual energy would erode her physical body. Su Taodao's petite tongue gently licked her sharp tiger fangs, looking at the magical beast still battling other spirit beasts, a hint of lingering desire flashing in her dark golden vertical pupils. However, before that, she must first report her success to Chen Yi. She hopped over to Chen Yi, her face full of excitement as she shouted, "Brother Chen Yi, I did it." Chen Yi smiled and reached out his hand, gently patting Su Taodao's little head, softly saying, "Well done. Go on, continue to find those magical beasts you like to eat." Upon hearing Chen Yi's words, Su Taodao couldn't help but be taken aback. Could it be that the reason Chen Yi asked her to challenge the mountain monster was that he thought the mountain monster would be very tasty for her? He actually thought of this point. How warm is that? Ding! Su Taodao's favorability plus 5 points. Current favorability, 65 points. Thank you, Brother Chen Yi, then I'm off. Watching Su Taodao's figure in battle, a satisfied smile appeared on Chen Yi's face. Su Taodao's greatest strength lies in her ability to devour the opponent's vitality to enhance her own power. In this process of mutual consumption, she could almost defeat opponents 2 or 3 levels higher than her. At the same time, the devoured spiritual energy could also provide her with a continuous source of spiritual energy, just like refining the magical beast crystal core. As long as Chen Yi helps her complete the spiritual energy guidance later, she would be able to upgrade smoothly. In this way, she could save quite a bit on purchasing magical beast crystal cores. Of course, such a powerful move also has its drawbacks. That is, she cannot attack groups like Lin Mengxue and Luo Shirin, only single targets. In other words, she is a single-target boss killer, but it might be difficult to handle a tide of magical beasts. But that is still very strong. If she could devour the life force of magical beasts on a large scale, the spiritual energy might directly burst her physical body. As Su Taodao joined the battlefield, the situation changed again. It wasn't that Su Taodao killed enemies particularly quickly. Rather, her presence seemed to be like a gatekeeper, causing those magical beasts to not dare to act recklessly. At the same time, due to the power of the glutton, it continuously devoured all the surrounding energy. This caused Su Taodao's demonic energy aura to also be significantly devoured, greatly reducing its influence range. After the surrounding magical beasts were wiped out, it was visibly noticeable that the number of magical beasts approaching gradually decreased. The number of magical beasts is getting less and less. Wang Qingyu saw this and immediately ordered, "Everyone, put in more effort. After we clear out these magical beasts, we should be able to rest." Hearing this, everyone exerted themselves and began to wipe out the leftover enemies. 100, 50, 20, 10, until the last magical beast was completely devoured by Su Taodao, officially announcing the victory of the airship defense battle. Looking around, there were no living magical beasts in sight. Meanwhile, in the distance, several airships and flying spirit beasts could be seen rushing towards them. The reason for their delay was mainly due to the shock caused by the first wave of magical beast attacks, which directly caused the positioning and navigation system to have some faults, reporting incorrect coordinates. This led to the rescue team arriving at the destination about 10 kilometers away from the crash point. Although this distance could be covered in minutes by high-level flying spirit beasts, they could only conduct a carpet search since they were unclear on the direction, which wasted quite a bit of time. However, from their actions of exterminating magical beasts along the way, I'm afraid the number of attacking monsters suddenly decreased, and they played a very key role. In any case, we should count this as a rescue. Looking at this scene, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. We succeeded. I can't believe I survived, it's so terrifying. It's still Chen Yi. I didn't expect his contracted spirit beasts to be stronger than one another, it's incredible. Chen Yi, on behalf of our escort team, I thank you for your help. Without your assistance, we would have really suffered. Wang Qingyu came to Chen Yi and sincerely expressed his gratitude. Hearing this, Chen Yi could only smile bitterly. It's nothing, this is what I should do. Moreover, if it weren't for Captain Qingyu's desperate resistance on the airship from the very beginning, I would have perished in the flames when the airship crashed. So, we should really thank you for saving our lives. While saying this, Chen Yi also respectfully bowed. He dared not mention that the fundamental reason for this monster attack was actually caused by Su Taodao. Mainly because Luo Shirin had also said that the aura produced during demonization, while attractive to monsters, definitely wouldn't have such a large range. Otherwise, how could they have been allowed to board the airship? It was precisely because of this that when the airship was falling, Chen Yi did not let Lin Mengxue, who was a flying-type spirit beast, and Luo Shirin carry them away from the crashing airship. Otherwise, after escaping with Su Taotao, those monsters would immediately change their target to attack. Anyone normal could understand that there was something wrong with Chen Yi's group. At that time, it would definitely lead to many troubles. Considering Su Taotao's performance today, it was indeed a bit excessively powerful. In any case, this airship's misfortune was definitely mainly Su Taotao's responsibility. And Su Taotao is his established contracted spirit beast, naturally making him a bit guilty. If Su Taotao were caught and imprisoned, wouldn't that be terrible? But ultimately, it was because no one had ever mentioned these matters, right? Ordinary people do not know that demonized aura attracts monsters? Chapter 65, Taking a Gamble. Alright, let's not talk about that now. Beside him, the scarred contracted spirit beast, Kai Xiaoping, hurriedly complained, "Xingyu, hurry and heal me, I'm almost dying from the pain." Sorry, I'm coming right now. Wang Qingyu quickly apologized to Chen Yi a few times. Then he rushed to the cabin with his 4 contracted spirit beasts. Even though with Chen Yi's help, they successfully resisted this wave of monster attacks, most contracted spirit beasts were still injured and needed urgent treatment. Just as they left, Lin Mengxue, Luo Shirin, and Su Taotao all gathered around. "Big brother Chen Yi, how did I perform? Little brother Chen Yi, how was the song of destruction I released just now? Big brother Chen Yi, are you hurt?" Very strong, very strong." Chen Yi praised, then gently pinched Su Taotao's cheek. "Taotao, what are you thinking? I didn't have to fight, how could I possibly be hurt?" Hearing this, Su Taotao also let out a deep sigh of relief. "Oh, that's good, as long as you're not hurt, big brother Chen Yi. Little brother Chen Yi, do you have a new love now, so you've forgotten your old love?" No, I like you the most, Shirin." "What about me?" "Big brother Chen Yi, I was clearly the first one here." "I like you too, Schwer, the most." "That's more like it." Looking at the playful banter among Chen Yi and the three, the nearby beastmasters couldn't help but smile bitterly. It felt like, no matter whether there was a contract or not, it seemed very hard to get involved. This state lasted about 1 or 2 minutes. Until the arrival of the rescue team broke this warm scene. The members of the rescue team quickly began their search and rescue work. Thanks to the presence of contracted spirit beasts, they did not need tools to assist. It would be easy to pry open those metal parts and dig out the trapped people from the wreckage. Fortunately, this disaster did not cause any deaths. Although many people were seriously injured and unconscious, this is already a blessing in the midst of misfortune. Under the dual disasters of the airship crash and the beast attack, to think that no one got hurt? One might have to look for a miracle for that. Now, all those who could still move normally were transferred to another airship, continuing towards Han City. Those who were completely unconscious were sent nearby for treatment, ensuring their safety. Of course, unlike the previous airship, Chen Yi this time was in a regular cabin. The luxury cabin was converted into a temporary hospital for those with minor injuries, which was the only solution available. As soon as he took his seat, the original passengers of the airship swarmed over, surrounding him. After all, the scene of Chen Yi and his group showcasing their skills in this defense battle had spread like wildfire, and it had been embellished quite a bit. Some wanted contact information, some promoted their products, some expressed gratitude for saving their lives, and there were even those introducing their daughters. All kinds of people and voices flowed in endlessly. After dealing with these people, an hour had already passed. "I'm so tired." Chen Yi slumped in his chair, looking completely disheartened. Dealing with these people was even more exhausting than fighting the beasts. How ridiculous. Brother Chen Yi is going to be famous now, he's probably going to face this kind of thing every day, right? Lin Mengxue joked, "You really have to think about how to handle these situations." "Sigh, if it's this tiring, I really don't want to be famous." Chen Yi stretched a great yawn, then looked at Su Taotao beside him, who seemed excited yet a bit lonely. As for the reason, Chen Yi could guess it. With such strong power, she could definitely have a bright future. But even so, she still could not stop the process of demonization, about to die very soon. This was like giving a cup of water to someone dying of thirst in a desert but still unable to guide them out of the desert. How could she not show such an expression? After thinking for a moment, Chen Yi decided to take a gamble. He stood up, patted Su Taotao on the shoulder, and smiled. "Taotao, how about we talk for a moment?" "Okay, but where to?" "The restroom, is that alright?" "Okay." Su Taotao nodded at this without any hesitation. Lin Mengxue and Luo Shirin exchanged a smile seeing this. It seemed like a new sister would soon be joining. But these were not problems. Su Taotao had a great personality and no bad intentions, much better than those green tea girls who throw themselves at others.
However, finding the third contracted spirit beast in less than a month, was that a bit too flirtatious?
After closing the restroom door, Lin Mengxue and Luo Shirin stood guard outside like door gods, not allowing others to enter. And hidden in the shadows, Shui Haiyao quietly slipped out at this moment. Lin Mengxue was startled by this sudden scene. But when she saw it was someone Luo Shirin knew, she breathed a sigh of relief. Shui Haiyao slightly bowed and greeted, "Miss, I hope you are well."
"Oh? Is that you, Aunt Shui? I was wondering why help hadn't come for so long."
"After all, I am the only one capable of long-distance teleportation. Just now, when you told the old master the situation was urgent, I thought it was something huge. I didn't expect it to be just this little matter."
"Do you know how expensive communication crystals are? The airship was about to crash, was that not an emergency? But since you, Aunt Shui, are here, let's go to Han City together."
Hearing this, Shui Haiyao also let out a long sigh. Logically speaking, everything is safe now, there is no need for her as a bodyguard to follow anymore, right? She was about to break through to the 12th level, and was suddenly called here.
But forget it, Chen Yi is actually quite an interesting person. Playing with him for a few days might let me see different scenery. Alright, consider it a trip.
You must say good things about me in front of the old master.
Don't worry, I'll definitely help with that. That's good.
After saying this, Shui Haiyao's figure slipped back into Luo Shirin's shadow, as if she had never existed. Lin Meng stared blankly at all this, and after a while finally came back to her senses, curiously asking, "Shirin's sister, is she also your grandfather's contracted spirit beast?"
Luo Shirin slightly nodded and replied, "Yes.
She is my grandfather's 12th contracted spirit beast, the last one contracted, so her level is the lowest, only 11 stages 10 segments.
Only 11 stages. Lin Mengxue felt a bit speechless.
It seems there are only a little over 100 beast masters in Dragon Country who have broken through to above the 10th level, and there are around 300 spirit beasts. Yet Luo Shirin described the 11 stages 10 segments Shui Haiyao with the word only.
Is this the Luo family? Is this the 7 dragon generals? Truly amazing. Chapter 66, Are you willing to form a contract with me? On the other side. Chen Yi took Su Taotao to the bathroom and locked the door.
A man and a woman alone in such a small space, the atmosphere suddenly became somewhat delicate. Su Taotao's heart involuntarily sped up, and her throat unconsciously gulped.
The next thing shouldn't turn into the scenes from a little yellow book.
Chen Yi looked at the somewhat scared Su Taotao, the corners of his mouth slightly rising, revealing a faint smile.
He gently tapped her forehead and teased, "What nonsense are you thinking about? I'm not interested in that."
Su Taotao was stunned for a moment, blinking her eyes, her face showing a puzzled expression. "Eh?
Then why did you call me here, Chen Yi Gu?"
Chen Yi tidied up his collar a bit, then walked up to Su Taotao, bent down, and gently took her hand. "Taotao, let me say this first, what I'm about to say is not a joke, I hope you can think about it carefully. You are not a useless F-level bloodline, but rather an ancient fierce beast with an SSS-level bloodline of Taotai, destined to reach the peak existence in the future. The power you displayed before was not given to you by me, it is actually your own power, the power of Taotai. You must have felt hungry all your life, living in a state of hunger every day, right? Actually, that's not a problem with your body, Taotai is an existence that devours everything, needing a vast amount of energy that ordinary food can't satisfy. The reason you awakened an F-level bloodline is also due to insufficient energy that caused the Taotai bloodline to remain dormant." Every word from Chen Yi made Su Taotao's heart tremble.
SSS-level bloodline? This is extremely rare even in Dragon Country, and there are not many spirit beasts globally that possess such an outrageous bloodline. How could an ordinary girl like her have such powerful strength? Chen Yi Gu, you wouldn't be joking, would you? In truth, Su Taotao completely believed Chen Yi's words. But the problem is, this possibility is simply too low, infinitely approaching zero. It's hard to imagine such a thing happening to her. Chen Yi looked sincerely into Su Taotao's eyes, "Do you believe me?" Without any hesitation, Su Taotao immediately replied, "I do." "Then that's great." Chen Yi smiled lightly, "As I said before, because you couldn't provide the energy that Taotai needs, that's why you ultimately awakened an F-level bloodline. My power can awaken your bloodline, just like the power you used when fighting magical beasts before. So, are you interested in forming a contract with me? Shall we climb to the peak together?" As he spoke, Chen Yi extended his right hand, inviting Su Taotao. Seeing Chen Yi's outstretched hand, Su Taotao's beautiful eyes suddenly sparkled. Isn't this the scene she had longed for? A prince on a white horse, taking her hand in her time of peril, telling her she wasn't worthless, and promising to reach the top of the world together. Chen Yi, isn't he her prince? Just as she thought of this, her hand unconsciously lifted slightly. However, just as she was about to touch Chen Yi's hand, it immediately retracted. "I'm sorry, Chen Yi, I can't make a contract with you. Please forgive me." Yet before her words fell, Chen Yi directly grabbed Su Taotao's hand that had just pulled back, speaking gently, "You must be worried that you're about to die from demonization, right?" Hearing this, Su Taotao's pupils suddenly shrank, and she looked up at Chen Yi in shock. How did Chen Yi know about her? Chen Yi, how did you know? I know a lot more. Chen Yi gently stroked Su Taotao's long hair, softly saying, "You don't need to worry about those things, you just need to follow your heart. Everything else, I will handle for you. If you don't want to die, I will definitely save you. If you don't want to live an ordinary life, I will help you. If you want to stand at the peak, I will promise to take you there. Come on, say your true feelings." Hearing Chen Yi's heartfelt words, Su Taotao's tears instantly flowed. She could no longer suppress the fear in her heart and directly threw herself into Chen Yi's arms, crying loudly. "Chen Yi, I don't want to die." "Then that's settled. As I said, I will save you. Demonization is nothing to me." "Woohoo!" Su Taotao cried for half an hour. Blinking her big, watery eyes, she looked at Chen Yi through misty tears and choked out, "Chen Yi, do I really have a way to survive? Can I really keep up with you all and stand at the top?" Chen Yi gently wiped the tears at the corner of Su Taotao's eyes, smiling tenderly, "Of course. Trust me, as long as you are willing, I will definitely take you to the peak of the world." Hearing Chen Yi's affirming response, Su Taotao's eyes gradually brightened. She stood up hastily and rushed to the sink to wash her face. Although the light makeup on her face was washed away, the face revealed was still cute enough to touch one's heart. In fact, it was even cuter than before makeup. She really didn't understand why she had to wear makeup. She came back to Chen Yi, tightly grasping his hand, as if fearing he would suddenly disappear. "Chen Yi, I am willing to make a contract with you. No, please let me be your contracted spirit beast. I want to survive, I want to reach the peak of the world with you." Ding! Su Taotao's affection plus 15 points. Current affection, 80 points. Seeing the change in affection, Chen Yi secretly breathed a sigh of relief. If Su Taotao didn't agree, he really wouldn't know what to say. After all, having a virgin from half a month ago say these words was a bit difficult. What he didn't expect was that this would directly break through to 80 points of affection. Once the contract was completed, he would get the affection task reward. Is that so? Then let's look forward to it. MHM. A hint of shyness suddenly appeared on Su Taotao's face, but Chen Yi, it's not really necessary to make a contract in the bathroom, right? Chen Yi flicked Su Taotao's forehead, laughing, "What are you thinking? Didn't I say I didn't have that kind of interest?" Su Taotao sighed in relief, "Oh. I see." Chen Yi took Su Taotao's hand and walked out. "Let's talk about it after we find a hotel in Seoul. Get a bit closer to your dream sister, Meng Shui, and sister Shireen." Yeah. Chapter 67, The Performance Evaluation of Rich Second Generation. Chen Yi and his group returned to their seats. It was obvious that Su Taotao had become much more cheerful, completely shedding her previous stiffness. She could chat about anything, even topics of a slightly risque nature. It made people sigh, perhaps this was her truest character. "Brother Chen Yi, my figure may not be good, so even if you and I make a contract, it's okay if you don't want to build affection with me. But I would like to experience your care just once a month, even if it's just that." Su Taotao blushed, struggling to get those words out. She may look very cute, ranking right up there with Lin Meng Shui and Luo Shireen in terms of appearance. But the problem was, with a height just over 1.5 meters and a flat figure, it really did take away a lot of points. Seeing Su Taotao's cute and shy look, Chen Yi couldn't help but laugh. He gently flicked her forehead and said with a smile, "What are you thinking? Taotao, you're just perfect like this. I won't treat anyone differently." Really? Of course it's true. Upon hearing this, Su Taotao's face also lit up with joy, and her previously self-doubting expression gradually faded away. The main reason she hadn't planned to establish a contract with anyone was that she ate too much, a typical family couldn't really afford it. And the other reason was that she felt too insecure about her figure. Those female streamers on Douyin all had great figures. But her figure was the kind that even a photo edit couldn't save, really heart-wrenching. However, just as she was about to respond to her excitement, suddenly a jarring voice interjected. "Brother Chen Yi, do you have a moment? Can we chat a bit?" Chen Yi and his group turned around to see it was the slick-haired guy from their luxurious private room. Was it Li Gu? "What's the matter?" "I'm Li Yang, here's my business card. I'd like to discuss a potential business cooperation with you, not sure if you're interested?" As Li Yang spoke, he handed over his business card. Chen Yi squinted his eyes. He wasn't a store owner, what business cooperation was there to talk about? But thinking this, he still took the business card and took a quick glance at the information on it. "You are the head of the business department of the Han City Beast Master Association?" The slick-haired guy smiled a little awkwardly, scratching his head. He explained, "To be accurate, it's my father, but soon I'll inherit it smoothly."
This business cooperation is crucial for whether I can inherit, so I wanted to talk to you. Seeing this, Chen Yi gently pulled Su Taodao onto his lap. Sit here, is it okay to have others around? No problem. Li Yang sat down, cleared his throat, and got straight to the point. I'll keep it short. You should know about the Beast Master competition, right? Upon hearing this, Chen Yi and his group exchanged glances, somewhat confused. The Beast Master competition is a national-level event held every year in the Dragon Nation. It's grand and highly anticipated, usually held around mid-October. And now it's only early July. Suddenly mentioning this was truly perplexing. Li Yang seemed to notice the confusion in Chen Yi's group and continued to explain, you might not know, but all of us who work in the Beast Master Association have performance evaluations. Of course, this evaluation isn't about sales or anything like that, but rather about the nurturing of the new generation. If you've watched the Beast Master competition, you should have noticed that some Beast Masters wear the emblem of a city, right? Those Beast Masters are the elites selected by various city Beast Master associations, acting as representatives. Our staff in the Beast Master associations. So, we are selecting a new generation Beast Master as a spokesperson, and using his achievements in the Beast Master contest for performance assessment. Hearing this, Chen Yi and his companions finally understood Li Yang's intention. He wants Chen Yi to be his spokesperson, representing him in the Beast Master contest, thus boosting his performance to help inherit his father's position in the future, right? They had heard about such matters before. But since it had little to do with them, they didn't think of it right away. Chen Yi fell into deep thought. After a while, he raised his head and asked, others only start selecting spokespersons after the Beast Master contest ends, but you are only 3 months away from the contest and just now starting to pick someone. May I ask why? The reason, can I not say? Alright, since you're not saying, I'll change the question. What benefits can I get? Hearing Chen Yi's hint of negotiating terms, Li Yang couldn't help but feel a bit happy inside. He extended his right hand, forming the shape of the number 7, and flatteringly said, a 30% discount. Brother Chen Yi, when you buy resources like Beast Crystal Nucleus from our Beast Master Association, I will give you a 30% discount. Upon hearing this, Chen Yi and his companions instantly rolled their eyes. Initially, they were looking forward to some groundbreaking offer, but unexpectedly it was just a discount on purchasing Beast Crystal Nuclei. Buying Beast Crystal Nuclei was already limited. Even with a 30% discount, the savings were quite limited and restricted to Han City. It would be better to get some good treasures instead. Seeing that Chen Yi seemed a bit disappointed, Li Yang also got anxious and hurriedly changed his words. Alright, 40% off. However, Chen Yi merely shook his head and said calmly, no need. We don't lack that little money, but if you can do me a favor, I might consider it. Li Yang quickly asked, what favor? As long as it's not illegal, I will help. Chen Yi's strength was almost comparable to a Tier 4 Beast Master. If he could gain his help, the Beast Master contest would definitely achieve a good result. He must secure this deal. Chen Yi said lightly, a heavenly spiritual treasure containing light attribute elements. As the son of the trading firm manager, you should be able to get it, right? Of course, I will pay regularly. Upon hearing this, Li Yang's brows furrowed tightly. Heavenly spiritual treasures are divided into 7 attributes: light, dark, ice, fire, wind, earth, and water, among which those containing light and dark attribute energy are particularly rare. Not to mention him, even his father would find it hard to obtain one. Compared to ordinary Beast Crystal Nuclei, these attribute-containing treasures, while having a slightly higher efficacy in energy conversion, did not compare in terms of cost-effectiveness at all. Even without considering the skill learning factor, they were still less cost-effective than Beast King Crystal Nuclei. He really could not understand what Chen Yi wanted to collect this for. Previously, he hadn't seen any of Chen Yi's spirit beast companions being of the light attribute, right? But doubts aside, this opportunity could not be missed. There are still 3 months until the Beast Master contest, and given Chen Yi's talent, he might continue to grow stronger during this time. If he could help him find a heavenly spiritual treasure with light attribute elements within 3 months, his performance would definitely be secured. Chapter 68, The Lucky Star Who Saves Money. 3 days? Chen Yi's words scared Li Yang quite a bit. After all, this is not something very commonly found. Where can he find it in 3 days? However, looking at Chen Yi's serious expression, Li Yang understood that saying more would just be unnecessary. He gritted his teeth and reluctantly said, alright, I will try to get it for you within 3 days. Then I will trouble you. Chen Yi actually didn't have much hope, treating it as adding another bargaining chip. After all, Luo Qinghe is a 7-dragon general. Connections and status are truly extraordinary. Yet, despite this, a week has passed without finding any clues about the light attribute celestial treasure. As a second-generation businessman from a small city, there was no real hope. Of course, even if he couldn't find it in these few days, Chen Yi had a way to protect Su Taodao. The system had said that anything related to raising spirit beasts could be done with enhancement points. Spending 5 achievement points can reset the demonic countdown of the Spirit Beast, which means he could delay Su Taotao's transformation time by about half a month. If he really couldn't find it, he could use enhancement points to buy time until he found it. Otherwise, Chen Yi wouldn't dare to promise such things. The journey ahead was uneventful, with calm winds all around. Due to previous battles, Chen Yi's group felt extremely exhausted, and fatigue washed over them. They leaned on each other and quickly fell into a dream. Around 11 at night, the broadcast finally rang out, breaking the peace of the night. Dear passengers, the airship has arrived at the station, Han City. Please take your belongings and disembark in an orderly manner, no pushing. Thank you for riding the Harmony airship, we look forward to serving you again, goodbye. After getting off the airship, Li Yang generously booked a luxurious suite in a 5-star hotel for Chen Yi's group, costing 10,000 a night. One must say, the sincerity was indeed overwhelming. Especially when he entered the room and saw the incredibly warm decorations, Chen Yi's first impression of Li Yang improved a lot. Chen Yi, brother, Xiao Shui and I can take the second bed. The round bed is for you guys, enjoy it tonight. Oh right, with Taotao's figure, Chen Yi, you must remember not to go too far. After taking a shower, Luo Shirin directly grabbed Lin Mengshua's hand and ran into the next room, leaving Chen Yi and Su Taotao in the living room. Chen Yi's face turned slightly awkward, not knowing how to respond to Luo Shirin's words. Su Taotao also shyly looked down. After a moment of silence, she took the initiative to speak. Chen Yi, you don't have to worry about my feelings, just do as you like. Since the girl said it this way, how could Chen Yi back down? He picked up Su Taotao and directly ran into the room with the round bed. Taotao, you are so cute. Chen Yi, you are so naughty to say that at this time. Why? Is it not okay to speak the truth? Okay. Tonight, I am yours, Chen Yi, enjoy as you wish. Ding. Su Taotao's favorability plus 2 points. Current favorability, 82 points. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully forming a contract with the Spirit Beast Su Taotao. The target's favorability has exceeded 80 points, congratulations to the host for successfully capturing the heart of the Spirit Beast girl. Congratulations to the host for receiving 25 enhancement points. Congratulations to the host for mastering the beast control skill identification technique. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the item, Spirit Beast Fairy Fruit. The next morning, it was around 10 o'clock. Su Taotao was already awake, quietly watching Chen Yi's sleeping face, her eyes filled with tenderness and deep affection. When she saw Chen Yi wake up, Su Taotao also revealed a sweet smile. Chen Yi, you're awake? How did you feel last night? Completely barefaced, with her hair all down, Su Taotao was extremely cute. With a little less allure, but more of a lively and adorable aura, making one unable to resist wanting to get closer to her. Chen Yi smiled faintly and teased, thanks to you, I slept very well last night. This was indeed true. Su Taotao was very accommodating, completely avoiding any messy business, the experience was truly exceptional. Unlike Lin Mengxue and Luo Shirin, who wouldn't stop until they nearly broke his waist. That's good. I was afraid that you wouldn't be satisfied with me, Chen Yi. How could I be unsatisfied? I even feel like my XP might turn into a lowly complex. But I'm not a lowly. Amid laughter, the two of them got up together, and after changing their clothes, they came to the living room. Lin Mengxue and Luo Shirin had long been awake, and at this moment, they were sitting on the sofa, reviewing the details about tonight's banquet. When they saw Chen Yi and Su Taotao walking out of the room, a smile akin to that of an ant appeared on their faces. Brother Chen Yi, looking at your complexion, you must have rested well last night? Could it be that you are a lowly lover? Chen Yi shrugged his shoulders and helplessly said, isn't it possible that dealing with you two is just too exhausting? Su Taotao was the first to step forward to the coffee table and bow to both of them. Sister Mengxue, Sister Shirin, thank you both for letting Brother Chen Yi come with me last night. We're all sisters, no need to say such unnecessary things. Tonight, it should be impossible, but I will take you to have some thrilling fun tomorrow night. Okay. Then I will wait and see. Seeing this, Chen Yi couldn't help but let out a long sigh. It seems he has to think of a way to improve his stamina. Otherwise, he will probably face a real trial tomorrow night. After finishing breakfast, Chen Yi began to help Su Taotao guide the spiritual energy from the devoured demon beast. This is, no way? At the moment he initiated the energy guidance, Chen Yi was suddenly shocked. He never expected that the spiritual energy imprint formed after the Taotai devoured the demon beast would be so special. It was not like the ordinary demon beast crystal cores, where the spiritual energy imprint could only act on oneself. On the contrary, these spiritual energy imprints could be passed on to other spirit beast sisters through a contract, helping them level up. To put it simply, when Su Taotao devours a demon beast, not only can she save money on purchasing demon beast crystal cores for herself, but she can also help other spirit beast sisters save money together. This is truly unbelievable.
How can she be this lucky? What's wrong? Su Taotao tilted her head, looking puzzled as she asked. It's nothing, I suddenly think you are so cute, Taotao. Really, you don't know how many times you said this last night, but I like to hear it. She was not surprised at Chen Yi's guiding skills. After all, Chen Yi could even revive a spirit beast with an F-grade bloodline. So it was only natural that he excelled in spiritual energy guiding techniques. Chapter 69, Clue to the Spirit Light Skeleton. What truly surprised Su Taotao was that her leveling up speed was really fast. And after breaking through her level, the increase in strength was very obvious. It felt like she was hacking the game. Especially her ears, which were slowly turning into beast ears, making her look even cuter. The Taotai bloodline, huh? Seems like I don't have horns? I wonder if Brother Chen Yi will dislike me for not having handrails. At 3 in the afternoon, the spiritual energy guidance ended. Su Taotao successfully broke through to the first tier level 10, and Chen Yi, thanks to her, also broke through to the third tier level 1. In just over half a month, going from the first tier to the third tier, who else can do it? Ding dong. At that moment, the hotel doorbell suddenly rang. When he opened the door, it turned out to be Li Yang. And he looked very excited. Chen Yi frowned and asked, "What's wrong? You look so excited?" "Brother Chen Yi, great news." Li Yang excitedly took out a flyer for the auction. "Have you heard about this black market auction in Han City? This is the auction list just released by the black market, and among the items, there is a spirit light skeleton. You should need this kind of thing, right?" Chen Yi took the flyer and looked at it carefully. Except for a dozen spirit beasts for the highlight auction, all other items were displayed. The spirit light skeleton that Li Yang mentioned was among them. There really is one? I didn't expect it to be this coincidental. So, does this count as me helping you find it? I just came to Han City to attend the black market auction. However, as I said, I must get that thing to agree to cooperate. Li Yang smiled wickedly. Since Brother Chen Yi is here to attend the Black Ghost Market banquet, it will be much easier. I still have some money in my small vault. If Brother Chen Yi doesn't have enough on him, I can still help out. As long as Brother Chen Yi is willing to be my spokesperson, I guarantee you can get that thing. Chen Yi nodded slightly. If needed, then I will trouble you at that time. After Li Yang left, everyone in Chen Yi's group began to clap in celebration. Taotao, as long as we get that thing, Brother Chen Yi will find a way to stop your transformation. Your transformation will be saved. You don't have to be afraid anymore. Really? Is it that simple? Of course. Just look at who Brother Chen Yi is. Chen Yi hugged Su Taotao and said with a teasing smile, "Taotao, whatever the bidding price is, you must pay me back." However, the next second, Su Taotao pulled out her phone and showed her bank card balance. That string of numbers was jaw-dropping, 3 million. Wow, can being a female streamer really make that much money? I think I can afford it myself. Damn, she's a little rich lady, then I definitely can't let you get away. I won't run away. I will always be Brother Chen Yi's person. At the same time, in a lavishly decorated room in the Black Ghost Market, Wang Yu had just finished cultivating the affinity with his contracted spirit beast and was tiredly pulling up his pants. He casually lit a cigarette, took a deep breath, and slowly exhaled a puff of smoke. In the swirling smoke, he finally had a moment of leisure and began to listen to the intelligence brought by his subordinates. However, as the intelligence unfolded, Wang Yu's brow gradually tightened. Chen Yi. How did this guy come to Han City? He wants to attend the Black Ghost Market? Did he discover something? Unclear. Because of the Luo family's presence, we dare not investigate too deeply, for fear of exposing ourselves. Damn, what is going on? Wang Yu crushed the cigarette but fiercely, feeling increasingly uneasy in his heart. He had acted too hurriedly, leaving many traces he hadn't had time to erase. Finding out that he had come to Han City was not difficult at all. However, his backing was the Black Ghost Market. If the Jiangcheng Beastmaster Association investigated this, it shouldn't escalate to a no-holds-barred level. It would be regarded as if he had disappeared, and they wouldn't bother with him anymore. These were all minor issues. But the problem was, he was unclear whether Qin Shousheng and Ning Yan had revealed his intent to kill Chen Yi before their deaths. Chen Yi now had such a close relationship with the Luo family. If it was really exposed that he was implicated in the murder of Chen Yi, that crime would be the same as implicating the Luo family. By that time, he was afraid he would really fall into an irrecoverable situation, with no place to bury him. Clearly, he no longer had any other thoughts about Chen Yi and Lin Mengxue. Why still look for him? No way. If that's the case, the Luo family would have already sent people to raid the entire Black Ghost Market. It wouldn't still be calm a week later. Lin Mengxue's father, Lin Xian, was also one of the high-ranking members of the Black Ghost Market. Could it be that his old supporters discovered Lin Mengxue's transformation and specifically sent her an invitation to let her come and see?
Wang Yu frowned, pondering deeply, feeling that this possibility was very high. After all, with the Luo family's style and methods, once they learned of this matter, they wouldn't need any evidence. He was afraid he would have long been dead and buried, absolutely no chance of surviving to this day. However, this was merely his speculation, the specific situation still needed further investigation. After thinking for a moment, Wang Yu asked, "Is Chen Yi already at the Black Ghost Market?" "Not yet." Suddenly, one of the subordinates received a notification. "No, they just left the hotel and got into a taxi. It looks like they might be coming our way." Wang Yu nodded. "Okay, immediately inform the doorman, tonight it's a must." According to the address on the invitation, Chen Yi and the other three took a taxi to the mall located in the northernmost part of Han City. No, what lay before them could not even be called a mall. The night wind swept through the broken windows, making a whimpering sound, as if crying. The massive glass facade was covered with spiderweb-like cracks, and several twisted metal doors hung open at awkward angles, while the broken ceiling let through a few rays of dim moonlight, illuminating the dust suspended in the air. A heavy smell of dust, mildew, and a faint hint of rot filled the cold air, making people feel a wave of suffocation. If this could be called a mall, then it must be set in a post-apocalyptic world, right? The girls all shivered. It really didn't look like a place for hosting a banquet, did it? Su Taotao pointed at the address on the invitation. "It says it's on the B2 floor, but it doesn't seem like it's here?" Chen Yi smiled wryly and shook his head. "I think, with the place looking like this, the lower levels probably aren't much better, right?" Chapter 70, Wang Yu's Test. At that moment, several luxury cars roared onto the street and parked by the roadside, and Li Yang and his group stepped down from them. "Yo, brother Chen Yi, you're here." "Li Yang? Since you've come here, does that mean this black market is really here?" "Isn't that the case?" "But when I first came, it was pretty similar too. I thought I was in the wrong place." As the elevator slowly descended, they arrived at the B2 floor. The moment the elevator door opened, the sight before them took their breath away. Deafening sounds and dazzling lights instantly swallowed them whole. Crystal ball lights poured down brilliant beams, illuminating the gilded decorations, crimson velvet drapes, and marble floor, radiating a luxurious and enchanting aura. The air was filled with the rich aroma of fine cigars, the fragrance of expensive perfumes, and the spiciness of strong liquor, weaving together a unique and slightly intoxicating scent. If one word could describe this place, it would be money and pleasure intoxication. It felt like a bustling illusion built with money and desire. No wonder the mall above was so quiet, all the excitement was concentrated underground. Li Yang led Chen Yi and the group to a bar counter and presented the invitation. The doorman, dressed in a suit, took the invitation, checked it carefully, and didn't say much. Handing Li Yang a numbered tag with 65-foot written on it, he gestured for him to head towards the beaded curtain door behind him. Li Yang's two underlings each received tags 288 and 289, the range of numbers was indeed a bit large. However, when the doorman saw Chen Yi take out the invitation, his expression suddenly changed. A hint of shock flashed across his eyes, and then, with a tone laced with respect, he asked, "Are you Mr. Chen Yi?" "Yes, is there a problem?" Confirming Chen Yi's identity, the doorman produced a tag with 7 written on it and respectfully handed it to Chen Yi. "This is a VIP seat arranged specifically for you by Mr. Wang Yu, as an apology for you and Miss Lin Mengxue. Let me know if you need it." Upon hearing this, both Chen Yi and Lin Mengxue were slightly surprised. What exactly was Wang Yu playing at? They thought Wang Yu would definitely hide his identity, but unexpectedly, he revealed it so easily? He turned to look at Luo Shirin. Through their exchanged glances, confirming that Xue Haya was still hiding in the shadows, he finally relaxed slightly and nodded, accepting the tag. "Do you know we are looking for Wang Yu?" "Not really, but..." "Mr. Wang Yu said so, I am just following his instructions." "All right." Chen Yi secretly muttered in his heart. Under normal circumstances, he would definitely not take risks. But now, with Xue Haya guarding beside him, plus Luo Qinghe had brought them here to investigate the situation of the black market. Since there was now a chance to contact the upper echelons of the black market, it was naturally not to be missed. He took the number plate and walked through the beaded curtain. Li Yang spotted the number plate in Chen Yi's hand at a glance and couldn't help but show a surprised expression. "Chen Yi, you wouldn't have a big background too, would you?" "Background? What do you mean?" "The number plate. The number plate for the black market banquet is divided into single digits, double digits, and triple digits. The fewer the digits, the better the environment of the private room, which means that the person's identity is more noble. A single-digit number plate can have a private room, and you can bring as many people as you like. A double-digit number plate can only bring your contract spirit beast. A triple-digit number plate allows only you to enter." Li Yang explained in detail, "You can get the number 7 plate, so your status must be from some big beast master family." Chen Yi looked down at the number plate in his hand, more confused in his heart. What exactly does Wang Yu want to do? If it really is a banquet of intrigue, then the scale is indeed overly extravagant.
I see, I didn't expect to get this number plate. The luxurious box number 7 is on the 3rd floor.
I'm on the 2nd floor, so if you run out of money, just contact me directly.
I will definitely help you secure whatever you need. Alright, then I'll thank you in advance, brotherly Yang.
The banquet hall was enormous, divided into 3 levels. The triple-digit area on the 1st level was arranged like a cinema, with densely packed seats and almost no private space at all. The double-digit area on the 2nd level created an atmosphere like a bar booth, where beast masters could sit close to their contract companions and enjoy a certain level of privacy. While the 3rd level adopted an independent box structure, equipped with one-way glass and separate elevator doors, maximizing privacy so that ordinary people could not know who was inside. From this layout, it certainly matched the feeling of the black market very well. I didn't expect so many people would come to bid for spirit beasts. The dark side of this world is indeed deep.
Chen Yi couldn't help but sigh, then stepped into box number 7. To his surprise, Wang Yu was actually sitting inside.
However, there was only him in the box, and he did not see his contract spirit beast, nor did he sense any killing intent.
Lin Mengxue was also directly hiding behind Chen Yi, not daring to meet Wang Yu's gaze at all. Wang Yu did not say much about it. Sit down.
I have no other malicious intentions, I just want to chat a bit before the auction starts. Seeing this, Chen Yi decisively pulled the girls to sit down opposite Wang Yu.
He looked seriously at Wang Yu and asked, "What do you want?"
Wang Yu slowly picked up his coffee, took a few sips, and then sighed deeply. He paused for a moment, seemingly pondering his wording. Then he stood up, deeply bowing to Lin Mengxue. "Mengxue, there's something I want to apologize to you in advance. The reason I have been taking care of you for these 3 years is indeed for some of my own thoughts. But I just want to contract you, and I have no other ulterior motives. You could come here, which means you must already know my identity, so I don't want to hide anything from you."
Listening to Wang Yu's opening speech,
Lin Mengxue was also stunned for a while.
She originally thought Wang Yu would absolutely not admit this matter, but unexpectedly he confessed so easily. Do you want to contract me, and not treat me as a commodity to be auctioned off? How could that be?" Wang Yu quickly waved his hand to explain, "Mengxue, don't misunderstand. Even if I had that intent, I still couldn't do it."
Lin Mengxue frowned slightly and continued to ask, "Your status here should be quite high, right?
How could you not do it?" Hearing Lin Mengshue's words, Wang Yu helplessly sighed again. He picked up the coffee cup, tilted his head back, and drank it all, slowly saying, "Mengxue, since you can find this place, how could you not find out that the black market was actually created by your father?" Chapter 71, Justification. Lin Mengxue was taken aback. The black market was, my father created it?
Wang Yu slightly nodded, yes, but to be precise, he was just one of the creators. Although your father has passed away, there are still many of his followers in the black market.
Do you think if I took you to the auction, I could still keep my life? Your father's remaining followers would let me go?
This. Lin Mengxue was momentarily speechless. Her understanding of her father was limited to the fact that he was a scoundrel, his hands stained with blood, and he almost never came home. He never cared for her at all. However, she never expected that even a place like the black market was actually her father's masterpiece. "Alright, Mengxue, this matter is indeed my fault, and I apologize to you. Although I have my own motives, I haven't mistreated you over the past 3 years, right? I haven't done anything disrespectful to you, have I? Now you have gained such powerful strength and established a contract with other beast tamers. Even though I am indeed a little unwilling, seeing the daughter of my old friend have a bright future makes me feel at ease." As Wang Yu spoke, he showed a look of regret. He seemed to genuinely feel a little unwilling, but in the end, he could only let go. Lin Mengxue, who had a kind heart, also believed Wang Yu's words. After all, over the past 3 years, Wang Yu had indeed treated her very well, and that was undeniable, even though he was a scoundrel. However, Chen Yi always felt that something was off. Ever since he arrived here, it felt like he had been led by Wang Yu by the nose. Luo Shirin also sensed something unusual. She had always been action-oriented, having no patience for Wang Yu's lengthy speech. She threw out 2 photos and questioned, "Stop rambling. I just want to ask you one thing, what did you and Qin Shoxing talk about in the hotel private room the day before the final assessment?" Seeing the photos Luo Shirin threw out, Wang Yu broke out in a cold sweat. As expected, the Luo family had investigated this place, but he didn't know what the content of their conversation was. However, this also confirmed that Qin Shoxing probably didn't reveal any intelligence. Otherwise, he wouldn't be directly questioned about this matter. So now, it was time to make use of this. Wang Yu took a deep breath, took out his phone, and pulled up a recent trending news article. "This news, you should be aware of, right?" Chen Yi squinted slightly. "What are you trying to say?" Wang Yu placed his phone on the table and began his lengthy explanation again. "That night, he invited me to the private room and showed me a potion, saying he had obtained it through illegal means from the Eagle country.
It's likely the same thing mentioned in this news. I don't know what conflict arose between you and Chen Yi, but it seems he had been investigating you during that time. Once he confirmed that you didn't have much of a background, he thought about having your ex-girlfriend inject this stuff to kill you and have me tamper with the surveillance at the guard's monitoring side, ensuring there would be no trace. I certainly refused this kind of thing. Not to mention whether Chen Yi could provide the reward I wanted. If this matter is discovered, it will definitely result in the most severe punishment, and the benefit and risk simply do not match, so I really don't need to take this risk. Although the deal didn't go through, Chen Yi still took out evidence of my collusion with the Haigi city to blackmail me, so I didn't say anything until the end. The next day, when I heard that you had the power to eliminate the insect tide, I confirmed that Chen Yi was definitely not your opponent. This matter would surely lead to me, and by that I might lose all my black assets. So I slipped away early, but I didn't expect you would actually find me in Hansheng. I have to say, Wang Yu's words are half true and half false, with almost no loopholes. Especially Chen Yi, from Lu Ruyan's system interface at that time, it can be seen that she was injected with something called beast soul spinal fluid. Could it possibly be the psychic medicine mentioned in the news? This does vaguely align with Wang Yu's statement. However, considering Wang Yu's way of doing things, it is still uncertain who really wants to kill Chen Yi. Of course, Chen Yi reason for wanting to kill Chen Yi is also not without basis. After all, she once pursued Lin Mengxue, and now seeing Lin Mengxue with such strong power, it is not impossible for her to want to kill Chen Yi and take her place. In short, they are definitely not good people. After thinking for a moment, Chen Yi said, "So, you are waiting here just to clarify this matter? The most crucial thing now is to capture the Spirit Light Corpse. Before that, it is best to clear away all uncertain factors as much as possible." Although Wang Yu has too many doubts. Wang Yu nodded and took out a pendant from his bosom. "Mengxue, this is the relic of your biological mother. The reason I'm giving it to you now is that I originally thought of handing it to you after contracting with you, but it seems there's no chance for that now." My biological mother? Yes. That's all I have to say. Now you all enjoy the Haigi city banquet. After saying that, Wang Yu left generously. There was no sense of murderous intent, and he didn't say much more. It made Chen Yi wonder if he had misjudged him. He glanced at the gem on Lin Mengxue's pendant, and the identification skill instantly activated. Icefall Stone, 9 stars. Can absorb ice element energy from the air. After being made into accessories, it can enhance the wearer's ice attribute attack power. From the system interface, no suspicious traces were found. Chen Yi slightly frowned, pondering in his heart, what exactly does this one you want to do? Chen Yi bro, this pendant. You wear it, after all, it's the relic of your mother, it's beneficial to you, so there's no reason not to use it. Okay, I understand. Although Lin Mengxue still had doubts about Wang Yu's words. But since Chen Yi said this pendant is fine, it should be fine, right? Seeing the atmosphere in the room gradually grow tense, Chen Yi reached out to take the calling machine on the table, gently shook it a few times, and smiled. The luxurious private room here seems to have drinks available, let's see if there's anything to drink. I'll tell Grandpa about this information first to see what he thinks. Luo Shirin said as she opened her phone. She conveyed what happened here in Wang Yu's words to Luo Qingha as detailed as possible. Chapter 72 Haigi City Banquet. On the other side. After Wang Yu returned to his room, he also let out a heavy sigh of relief. Fortunately, he was well prepared. Before Chen Yi and the others arrived, he had roughly estimated various questions that Chen Yi might raise and made preparations in advance. Otherwise, if any careless words or doubts arose, the Luo family probably wouldn't need any evidence. It would directly turn him into ashes. Now, such an answer neither completely clears his connection nor reveals his helplessness, making the truth and falsehood much more credible. Even if the Luo family really investigates later, the clues they obtain would basically match his words. If he were to be held accountable by the Luo family for not informing them of this matter in advance, there would be nothing he could do. However, from the current situation, this possibility seems unlikely. Yet, what confuses Wang Yu is, from Lin Mengxue's expression and behavior, it is impossible to see that it was her father's old faction that brought her to Hegue City. So, why did Chen Yi come here for no reason at all? Where did he get the invitation letter from? This is truly unbelievable. I shouldn't have gotten involved in such matters. If I had known that Lin Mengxue would awaken her F-grade bloodline, I should have signed a contract with her first, and then kicked her aside when her useless bloodline was revealed later. The more Wang Yu thought, the angrier he became, and he slammed his fist hard against the wall, his face filled with resentment. If it were an ordinary beast master family, he wouldn't be so worried. But this time it was the Luo family he had gotten into trouble with. Talk about bad luck. Honey, calm down. Yes, the matter has passed. It's useless to think too much. Once we sell off this batch of goods, let's go hide in Eagle Country. There's no need to keep suffering in Dragon Country. Wang Yu's contracted spirit beasts gathered around him, offering comfort. With Wang Yu's S-level talent and the 7th tier, 10th-stage rank, wherever he went, he would surely become a sought-after figure, highly favored by many. He had no need to stay in Dragon Country, living in fear day by day. Hearing the girl's words, the tense expression on Wang Yu's face slowly relaxed, gradually returning to normal. Indeed, he couldn't say that the Luo family would relentlessly pursue him, even to another country, right? Anyway, once this batch of goods was cleared, his savings would exceed 200 million, he could find a place abroad to enjoy retirement. Well, that makes sense. Wang Yu smiled slightly. Let others handle the auction of those products, let's carry on. Upon hearing this, the girls' faces turned a shade of shy pink at the same time. After all, they had just trained for a full 6 hours, and now they still had so much energy. One must say, Wang Yu was impressive. But just as Wang Yu leaned back on the leather sofa, embraced by them, laughter intertwined with soft background music, the atmosphere was cozy and gradually turning suggestive. Suddenly, with a bang, the sound echoed. All the lights in the room went out instantly, plunging it into darkness, and the background music stopped abruptly. Only 3 seconds later. Bang! With a crisp sound, the lights suddenly turned back on. However, shockingly, Wang Yu, who was supposed to be sitting on the sofa, had vanished. The 7 contracted spirit beasts under him also disappeared without a trace. The wine glass was still in place, red wine leaving clear marks on the glass wall, the cigar smoke had not even fully dissipated, and the air still held the mixed scent of perfume and cigar, proving that just a moment ago, this place was alive with color and scent. But at this moment, the room was left in dead silence, with only the emptiness of the furnishings illuminated by the light. If one were to observe closely, they would find an extremely discordant shadow quietly appearing behind the sofa. This shadow twisted and moved before a middle-aged woman slowly stepped out from it. It was Shui Haiyao, the contracted spirit beast of Luo Qinghe. With just this one move, she could instantly kill everyone. Truly terrifying. However, the order to kill Wang Yu did not come from Chen Yi and his group. It was an order given remotely by Luo Qinghe after receiving a report from Luo Shirin, far away thousands of miles away. Luo Qinghe had judged through the collected intelligence that Wang Yu and Qin Shouxing still had too many doubts. However, both Qin Shouxing and Lu Ruyan were already dead, so the only option left was to see if they could use Wang Yu as a breakthrough to investigate information about the Demon Abyss sect. Shadow Devour, the exclusive ability of the S-rank bloodline awakened by Shui Haiyao, Shadow Claw Wolf. When she successfully killed and devoured her opponent, she could obtain their memories, which was undoubtedly an excellent trick for interrogating information. However, this ability was not without its flaws. Its only defect was that digesting these memories required a certain amount of time, and during the digestion process, her strength would greatly decrease. Sigh, digesting the memories of this scum makes me feel completely unwell. Shui Haiyao sighed helplessly, a surge of indescribable disgust rising in her heart. Then, without hesitation, she summoned several shadow clones and began to clean the scene. She needed to disguise herself as Wang Yu, fleeing in a panic, to avoid unnecessary trouble. Fortunately, it seemed that Wang Yu originally had this idea, making the process much easier. Soon, it was 9 o'clock at night. The first part of the Black Demon City banquet, the auction, officially began amidst everyone's anticipation. Click! With a crisp sound, the lights in the entire venue suddenly dimmed. Bright spotlights shone on the stage. A man in a black tailcoat, wearing a butterfly mask, slowly walked onto the platform with a very revealing spirit beast woman. They slightly bowed to everyone. Welcome, guests, to our Black Demon City banquet. Thank you all for giving us Black Demon City a face and coming to this feast. After a long opening speech, the auction finally officially began. A woman dressed in a sexy bunny outfit walked onto the stage, holding a delicate wooden box, placing it on the display stand. At the same time, a huge display screen behind her clearly showed the detailed introduction of this item. Inside the wooden box lay a deep red gem. Ladies and gentlemen, the first auction item today is one of the highlights of this banquet, a fiery red gem. If this gem is made into a pendant and worn, it will give the wearer powerful fire attributes, greatly enhancing the attack power of fire attribute skills, making it a rare equipment type treasure. Without further ado, the starting price is 1 million. The bidding starts now. This fiery red gem was indeed quite rare, and just having money might not be enough to obtain it. But starting the bidding at 1 million, wasn't that a bit excessive? However, what was even more astonishing was that many wealthy people followed the bid. 1,500,000. 2 million. 2,200,000. Bidding voices rose and fell, incessant. Although the auction rules did not explicitly state a minimum follow-up price, these wealthy individuals did not seem to hold back, with each increase at least in units of 100,000, the price soaring like a rocket. After all, who among those present didn't have a net worth of hundreds of millions or even billions? For them, this rare treasure was undoubtedly an extremely attractive investment. Once a wealthy person in need of this item appeared in the future, its purchasing price would undoubtedly rise dramatically. It could be said that this was simply a guaranteed profitable deal. Who would be against money? Before long, this fiery red gem was sold for 5 million to a female tycoon in box number 6. Chen Yi sighed, praying that the Lingguang corpse wouldn't attract anyone to bid. If it truly went above 5 million. Whether it's worth it is one aspect. Chen Yi probably doesn't have that much money at all. Ladies and gentlemen, the next item for auction is the King Beast Crystal Core of the 7-level Earth element. This is an extremely rare treasure, and I suppose I don't need to elaborate on its preciousness, right? Without further ado, the starting price is 1 million. The auction starts now.
In general, most wild magical beasts are below the 6th level. Occasionally, a beast at the 6th level or slightly higher may wreak havoc, but soon the Beast-Tamer Association will send people to eliminate it. As for beasts above the 6th level, the vast majority are found in the dimensional rifts at the origins located in the African continent and Antarctica. Moreover, their level distribution is extremely uneven. You might just have slain a 6th level beast, and the next one could be a powerful 7th or 8th level. It's even possible to encounter terrifying beasts at the king level, significantly increasing the danger. Thus, beast tamers capable of exploring such perilous areas are truly rare, with very few in the entire world. The magical beast crystal cores and king beast crystal cores that come from this are certainly invaluable. Soon, after a fierce bidding war of over a dozen rounds, this king beast crystal core was finally snatched up by a wealthy second-generation beast tamer for a staggering 15 million. Chen Yi couldn't help but sigh inwardly. It was poverty that limited his imagination. Getting him to spend more than 10 million on a king beast crystal core was something he wouldn't agree to even if you killed him. Ladies and gentlemen, the next item is a signed photo from the famous beast tamer Kai Kunken. Starting price is 100,000, and the bidding starts now. As soon as the auctioneer's words fell, Chen Yi almost sprayed all his milk tea out. The first two items were incredibly rare treasures, and now suddenly there's a signed photo of a trendy beast tamer? Is this a joke? However, this also made Chen Yi relax a bit. It seems not everything starts at 1 million, huh? He hopes the starting price of the Spirit Light remains can be a bit lower. The auction process moved quickly, and soon over 30 items had been successfully auctioned off. Finally, it was time for the Spirit Light remains to make its appearance. The main purpose of Chen Yi attending this banquet was precisely for it. Ladies and gentlemen, this item is the Spirit Light Remains, a kind of treasure of the earth and heavens, containing spiritual power equivalent to the storage capacity of 103rd level magical beast crystal cores. If consumed for training by a light attribute spiritual beast, the effect of spiritual power enhancement will be even better. So, without further ado, the starting price for the Spirit Light Remains is 200,000. The auction begins now. Hearing that the starting price for the Spirit Light Remains was only 100,000, the stone in Chen Yi's heart fell a bit. If the starting price were also 1 million, he wouldn't be able to afford it even if he sold himself. However, he knew he shouldn't get too happy too soon. After all, it wasn't confirmed yet that he would win it. Although the Spirit Light Remains sounded impressive, in fact, it was just an upgraded version of a magical beast crystal core. Even if consumed and trained by a light attribute spiritual beast, the power enhancement wouldn't exceed that of a 4th level king beast crystal core. And a 4th level magical beast crystal core only costs 500, even if sold at 1500 on the black market, 100 would only be 150,000. It's like bird's nest in eggs. Although bird's nest is expensive, the nutritional value isn't much different from that of eggs. The high price is mostly due to hype and its so-called high-end image, with no extra value. For others, they don't have a system or special abilities, so these treasures of the earth and heavens won't provide extra effects. Thus, any beast tamer with a bit of rationality wouldn't bid on such things. However, most of the people here are wealthy. They were bidding on the Spirit's Remains not out of actual need, but simply for collection. In the blink of an eye, the price was raised to 1 million. Chen Yi's heart was bleeding. But there was nothing he could do, he could only brace himself and go for it. 110,000. 1,500,000. As soon as Chen Yi's voice fell, a voice from the luxury box 6 immediately placed a follow-up bid. Damn, no way. Who would spend millions on this thing? 160,000. 2 million. 210,000. It seemed that Chen Yi had annoyed the bidders next door. This time, the buyer from next door directly threw out a fortune. 5 million. Wow. The entire place erupted in shock. All the guests on the first and second floors turned curiously to look at box 6. The Spirit's Remains, though rare, was not considered high-level among heavenly treasures. For collection, spending a few 100,000 to 1 million should be enough, right? But you spent 5 million to bid? Chen Yi almost spat out a mouthful of old blood. Is this crazy? Spending 5 million on this thing, is it meant to target me? At this moment, Li Yang sent a message. Brother Chen Yi, do you have enough money?
I have 3 million here. Seeing Li Yang's message, Chen Yi's eyes lit up. Need it? If you don't have anything you want to bid on, lend me all 3 million. He replied quickly. After getting a positive reply, Chen Yi took a deep breath, steadied himself, and continued to bid, 6 million. This time, the entire place erupted into chaos again. Could this be some kind of hype? The black market's own goods were being bid by its own people, potentially inflating the prices of certain rare items. Rich people coming here could not have missed this marketing strategy. But the problem is, the spirits remains, no matter how much you hype it up, its effectiveness is what it is, and the price cannot go much higher. What more tricks could you pull? Is it crazy? Spending this much money on this thing? Does this thing hide some unknown secret? Those are the top 10 VIPs, their vision and background are much higher than you can imagine. I suspect these two big shots might have some grudge against each other, and accidentally discovering each other's identities, thus deliberately setting each other up? There is indeed such a possibility. For those big families, a few million is just pocket money. Chapter 74, let's give way to the next door first. Meanwhile, inside box 6. Hearing the bidders from box 7 continue to place bids. A lady who looked like a rich family heiress suddenly flicked her folding fan and asked sharply, "Who is the person in box 7? Can we find out?" She sat elegantly on a leather sofa, crossing her legs, the light blue mink coat revealing skin as white as sheep fat jade. Her black hair was neatly styled in a bun, exposing her beautifully shaped neck and a pair of small pearl earrings. There was an innate sense of aloofness about her, making her hard to approach. That air of nobility and control belonging to a top financial group air quietly spread with the soft sound of her fan opening and closing. One word to describe her is the common image of a wealthy family's young lady in film and television dramas. In fact, she indeed came from a wealthy family. A nearby attendant leaned in and whispered, "Sorry, the black market keeps the information of the top 10 VIPs completely confidential. It's hard to find out in a short time, but it should not be a problem to take some time." Is that so? Then treat him as an informed party, continue bidding, no matter what, we must secure this thing. Yes. 7 million. At this moment, Luo Shireen hurriedly picked up her phone to have her maid send money over. The bloodline she awakened was only F rank. In a big family like the Luo family, she was considered a waste. It's impossible to get too much pocket money. But in this case, whatever amount it is, it is. 7,500,000. 10 million. As the bids kept rising, the crowd erupted into chaos once again. Who would have thought that something worth only hundreds of thousands in the market could be sold at such an astonishing price? Is there some hidden secret behind this? Brother Chen Yi, why don't we just give up? Su Taotao said dejectedly, "My life isn't worth so much money." Chen Yi gently pinched her delicate cheek and comforted her, "You are a priceless treasure, no matter how much it costs, I will save you." Ding! Su Taotao's favorability plus 2 points. Current favorability, 84 points. Brother Chen Yi, but if all this money could be spent on Sister Meng Shui and Sister Shireen. Before Su Taotao could finish her sentence, Chen Yi interrupted her with a kiss. Not to mention that Su Taotao is a spirit beast girl with an SSS-level bloodline. With her ability, devouring magical beasts not only gains a large amount of spiritual power, but she can also share this spiritual power with others. Just based on this ability alone, they could save billions in the future. Moreover, she is such a beautiful spirit beast girl. How could Chen Yi just stand by and do nothing? However, at this moment, Chen Yi indeed had no chips left to continue bidding. Just then, Shui Haiyao finally finished cleaning Wang Yu's room. As soon as she returned, she saw Chen Yi and his group spending millions on a broken toy. Is it really necessary? She quickly slipped and appeared in the shadows of box number 6. Unexpectedly, the people in this box were familiar faces? She then returned to the box and said, "Chen Yi, let this go to the people in box number 6. As long as we know where this thing goes, we still have a chance to get it after the banquet ends." Won't that be inappropriate? The people who can come to a luxury box should have a high social status, right? Don't worry. I just checked, the person in box number 6 is the young lady from the Yin family in Huacheng, Yan Zhou. For hundreds of years, the Yin family has been one of our Luo family's subordinates until recently, in the last 20 years, when they became independent. Shui Haiyao proudly puffed out her chest, "As long as my husband steps in, it will definitely be resolved easily." Is that so? Chen Yi let out a slight sigh of relief. Since there was this guarantee, then it would be okay to let the next door have it for a while. 10 million once. 10 million twice. 10 million 3 times. Congratulations to the guests of box number 6 for successfully bidding. The spirit light remains at the price of 10 million. The auctioneer's speech noticeably accelerated, as if afraid the bidder would back out. After all, they can earn a commission from this, so why not make the money? Seeing the staff from the Dark Ghost Market deliver the spirit light remains to her hands, Yan Zhou's lips also slightly curled up. It seems she was overthinking it. She thought the people in box number 7 were informed. They probably were some second-generation rich kids, trying to please a light attribute spirit beast. That's why they were willing to spend so much money, right? If they really knew the true purpose of this thing, they would definitely not stop bidding. Being invited to the third-floor boxes of the Dark Ghost Market means that at least they are top families in every city. For them, 100 million is not a big deal, they can easily come up with it. Unexpectedly, preparing 300 million to bid for this thing ended up only needing 10 million. What good luck! Miss, congratulations! Miss, congratulations! Miss, congratulations! The surrounding attendants all echoed, wearing flattering smiles, constantly saying flattering words. Yan Jiu was almost annoyed by their chatter and impatiently waved her hand, saying, "Okay. Don't say anything. Since we've saved a lot of money on the spirit light bones, from now on, if there are any fire-related materials, buy them all for me." Yes. Deal. Congratulations to guest 111 for successfully bidding on the Mingxin herb at a price of 750,000. That concludes all the auction items provided by our Black Ghost Market for this evening. Now, let's move on to the main event. This finale auction consists of 18 items, each carefully selected top-tier spirit beasts. And we at the Black Ghost Market guarantee that these spirit beasts still have their first time, absolutely not leftovers that others have discarded. Whether for entertainment or training them as battle spirit beasts, they are all very useful. I believe all guests have come for these finale items, right? So I won't talk too much, let's get straight to the point. As the auctioneer's voice fell, the atmosphere in the venue became even more heated. The earlier 100 items were merely a display of wealth for these tycoons. What people really looked forward to was the Spirit Beast auction. At the same time, all the lights in the venue turned on. Several Spirit Beast girls carried a cage covered with high-quality silk, slowly walking to the front of the stage. Swish! The silk was suddenly yanked away. What came into view was a young woman locked in a cage, wearing only a thin shirt, hugging her knees, her hair messy, and her eyes vacant. The auctioneer raised the microphone and introduced, "The first auction item today is Fu Xiaodai from Lin City. 19 years old this year, an A-class bloodline hunting butterfly, a flight-type unit, has been trained to be very obedient, and can be used immediately after being bought. Please check the VCR for other attributes. In 1 minute, the bidding for Fu Xiaodai will begin. Starting bid is 3 million. Chapter 75, Spirit Beast Auction. As the auctioneer's words concluded, the big screen behind began to play all of Fu Xiaodai's profile information. Everyone in the crowd began to murmur. This girl looks pretty good, and she's an A-class bloodline in flight. Her data is so impressive, her combat ability shouldn't be bad. My son is about to come of age, I don't know what kind of bloodline he will awaken. But with this girl, no matter how I use her, I won't lose out. Are there really so many people wanting to bid? Sigh, I feel like I won't be able to get her. Listening to the wealthy people's discussions. Chen Yi and his group sighed, silently choosing to activate the soundproofing mode. Especially Lin Mingxue, her eyes filled with disbelief. She couldn't believe that her father had created such a despicable organization. Sensing the unusual atmosphere, Shui Haiyao gently clapped her hands. Everyone, please stay calm. Your current strength is still too weak, and you have no ability to deal with these things. If you want to stop all this from happening, you must become stronger. Otherwise, everything is just in vain, and do not overestimate yourselves by doing foolish things. Chen Yi took a deep breath and said calmly, I understand. Whatever I do, I will prioritize their safety above all else, and I will never take risks. As he spoke, he reached out his arms to tightly embrace Lin Mengxue, Luo Shirin, and Su Taodao. Seeing this scene, Shui Haiyao slightly nodded, expressing satisfaction. Well, that's good. As long as you have this heart, it's already enough. The speed of the Spirit Beast auction was much slower compared to before. Not only because of the numerous bidders but also because each Spirit Beast's attributes needed to be carefully evaluated. In the end, Fu Xiaodai was sold for 11 million to a second-generation rich kid on the second floor. From his sinister and terrifying smile, it was easy to imagine what kind of fate awaited Fu Xiaodai in the future. Ladies and gentlemen. The next item up for auction is from Yanjing, Li Xiaoling, who possesses an S-class bloodline spirit beast. As the host introduced, another spirit beast girl was brought to the front. Chen Yi and his group treated it as if they couldn't see it. Shui Haiyao had also said before that this sort of thing was something the Luo family could not stop. The interests of the powerful noble families involved are so intertwined that even the Beast-Tamer Association finds it hard to intervene. If you think that by killing a few people like Wang Yu you can stop all of this, that can only be described as wishful thinking. In the black market, a common underground organization has developed to such a scale, showing that the backers are definitely some of the top families. No matter how many people are killed or compensated, it makes no difference at all. Unless you can drag out all the families behind them and make an example of one to scare the others. Otherwise, everything is just a waste. After a long 2 hours, it finally came to the last item up for auction. Ladies and gentlemen, the next item is the final one. This item is quite special. It is a pair of twins, with B-class bloodlines, coming from Hancheng. However, they seem to have some illness, unable to enter the spirit beast form or armed form. They should be of the non-fighting type. But as playthings, their looks and figures are top-notch. They will definitely bring you an extraordinary experience. As his words fell, the silk covering of the cage on stage was instantly lifted. The cold spotlight cruelly shone on the auction stage, illuminating the twin sisters bound by chains. They wore simple dresses, their faces as pale as paper, yet it did not hide their exquisite beauty and curvy figures. The crowd below erupted at this sight, instantly boiling with excitement. Wow! Are they really twin spirit beasts? With looks like that, I feel they can score above 9. But they can't fight. This B-class bloodline is completely wasted. No problem. Since they are B-class bloodlines, the children they produce in the future should not be that much worse, just based on their looks and figures. It's a buy one get one free. Will take them for 5 million. This pair of sisters, I fear 5 million won't be enough. A group of wealthy people recklessly eyed the twins on stage and discussed among themselves. The older sister bit her colorless lower lip tightly, her long eyelashes trembled violently, fiercely holding back tears from falling. The younger sister bowed her head deeply, almost burying her face in her sister's slender shoulder. The whole scene was heart-wrenching and despairing to watch. The auctioneer approached the cage holding the twins and continued to introduce them. This pair of twins, the older sister's name is Huayuatong, the one on the left with the tear mole, the younger sister is called Washington, a name that still sounds very nice. Because they can't enter the spirit beast in armed forms, the testing instruments gave garbled results, so we are unsure of their race and attributes. However, we've had beast tamers with detection talents check them, and these illnesses are neither hereditary nor contagious, they are merely special spiritual symptoms acquired later. So, without further ado, the starting bid is 2 million, let the bidding begin. 250,000. 3 million. 4 million. The price skyrocketed, and in the blink of an eye, the auction price exceeded 8 million. The twin sisters, when appearing together at the same time, will create an additive charm effect. It's far greater than bringing out a single person. Moreover, these two sisters, regardless of which, are top beauties standing out among the best. In the eyes of many, the top 17 spirit beast girls could not even compare with either of them. However, perhaps due to recent malnutrition, their bodies look slightly weak. But just a few days of rest would suffice, and they basically can almost return to its original state. Because of this, the auction site was lively, with people continuously participating in the auction. However, considering that these two sisters could not engage in battle, they were merely good-looking but useless decorations. Although the B-grade bloodline was quite high, it still paled in comparison to those S-grade bloodline spirit beasts. If one merely wanted to use them to improve the bloodline level of the next generation, spending 10 million on those second-hand S-grade bloodline spirit beasts for surrogacy might be more cost-effective. Therefore, once the auction price exceeded 10 million, it was evident that the number of participants decreased significantly. Spending a few million to try something new was fine, but spending 10 or 20 million was indeed a bit wasteful. Originally, Chen Yi was too lazy to watch and just sat in his seat chatting with the girls. However, just as he glanced casually, he was directly stunned. Because these twins surprisingly both possessed an SSS-level hidden bloodline. Chapter 76, Huayutong and Washington. Name, Huayutong. This target cannot enter spirit beast form or armed form. Contract master, none. Bloodline, B grade. Hidden bloodline, SSS level White Knight Fairy. Level, 2nd stage, 10th tier. Physique, 19. Spiritual power, 22. Attribute, light. Skill, none. Favorability, 0. Affinity, not yet cultivated. Evaluation, has realized the existence of an extraordinary hidden bloodline but used the wrong method to forcefully activate it, resulting in an incomplete manifestation of the bloodline, only showing B-grade bloodline, and also leaving a lingering effect that prevents spirit beast transformation. White Knight Fairy, masters the power of light, capable of providing powerful battle enhancements to allied units. Ding. Detected SSS-level hidden bloodline spirit beast, system has successfully recorded the information of the spirit beast. If the host successfully contracts her and raises the favorability to over 80 points, the following rewards will be granted. Reward 135 enhancement points. Reward 2, Beast Master Skill, Strong and Sturdy. When the host possesses this skill, the physique value increases by an additional 20%, and stamina recovery speed doubles. Name, Washington. This target cannot enter spirit beast form or armed form. Contract master, none. Bloodline, B grade. Hidden bloodline, SSS level Dark Knight Fairy. Level, 2nd stage, 10th tier. Physique, 20. Spiritual power, 20. Attribute, dark. Skill, none. Favorability, 0. Affinity, not yet cultivated.
Evaluation has realized the existence of an extraordinary hidden bloodline but used the wrong method to forcefully activate it, resulting in an incomplete manifestation of the bloodline, only showing B-grade bloodline, and also leaving a lingering effect that prevents Spirit Beast transformation. Dark Knight Fairy masters the power of darkness, capable of providing strong suppression to opposing units.
Ding. Detected SSS-level hidden bloodline Spirit Beast system has successfully recorded the information of the Spirit Beast. If the host successfully contracts her and raises the favorability to over 80 points, the following rewards will be granted. Reward 1, 35 enhancement points. Reward 2, Beast Master Skill, Spiritual Power Surge. When the host possesses this skill, the spiritual power value increases by an additional 20%, and both the recovery and guidance speed of spiritual power doubles. Wow! Is it so easy to see an SSS-level bloodline? It hasn't been long since the last one, and here we are again.
Chen Yi showed a difficult expression, feeling secretly distressed in his heart. These two girls had already successfully bound the system task, and naturally, Chen Yi hoped to contract with them. But now the auction price had already reached 12 million, which was quite a strain on his wallet.
Chen Yi brother, what's wrong? Why do you have such a strange expression? Luo Shirin noticed Chen Yi's abnormality and asked curiously.
Chen Yi shook his head lightly, smiling bitterly as he said, "It's nothing, just saw some very good seedlings."
Very good seedlings?
The girls were all taken aback, their gazes unconsciously turning towards the twins in the viewing platform.
Could it be that these twins, like them, were Spirit Beast girls whose bloodlines had been completely buried for some special reason? And two of them appeared at once?
Luo Shirin furrowed her brows.
Brother Chen Yi, are you sure? Can those twins really become strong with your talent support?
Chen Yi nodded, affirming, "I can't be sure how strong they'll be, but they indeed have a hidden SSS-level bloodline, just like you all."
I see.
The girls sighed slightly. They deeply understood the pain of once being trapped in a mire, that yearning for someone to reach out was etched in their bones. But now, two breaths were about to come at them, the pressure of competition was unimaginable. And the price of over 10 million was something they couldn't possibly come up with now. Su Taotao had already invested all her savings. Lin Mengxue, though from a wealthy family and a true little rich woman, had most of her assets tied up, with only 6 figures in liquid funds. And Luo Shirin, despite coming from a prominent family, had awakened an F-level bloodline before, so her family hadn't given her much financial support. When combined with Li Yang's funds, they only barely exceeded 10 million.
That amount of money didn't even qualify them to bid. 15 million.
Just as Chen Yi and his group were tangled in their thoughts, the bidding for the Flower Sisters had already reached 15 million. Aside from that S-class bloodline Spirit Beast sister being auctioned off at 50 million, this pair of Flower Sisters held the current highest bid. It was evident just how strong the attraction of these sisters was. Shui Haiyao had been listening quietly in the shadows, and couldn't help but let out a deep sigh. She silently picked up her phone and dialed Luo Qinghe's number. Since these sisters made good spirit beasts, and Chen Yi had the ability to awaken their power, why not just acquire them?
Saving one is better than none. Really? Did Chen Yi really say that? SSS-level bloodline? Luo Qinghe murmured in disbelief. Could it be that there were many spirit beasts with SSS-level bloodlines?
But most were hidden due to various restrictions.
In just under a month, encountering 5 SSS-level bloodline spirit beasts.
Yes, he said it in person.
After a moment's thought, Luo Qinghe spoke, "You go bring my card to Chen Yi."
Huh?
That card? Didn't you say the money in that card was for Shirin to go back to the family?
Yes.
Isn't it time to use it now?
If Chen Yi can contract more SSS-level bloodline spirit beasts, Shirin's status will rise, surely helping in her return to the family in the future. And it won't take much, I have something to attend to, come back to get it.
Okay, I got it. Shui Haiyao asked no more questions, her figure flickering as she arrived at Luo Qinghe's estate.
However, unlike usual, today the estate seemed particularly lively. Even the attendants and sisters in Luo Qinghe's residence were not present.
Could it be that some big shot had come? Shui Haiyao couldn't help but feel a flicker of curiosity.
But soon, she shook her head, casting those chaotic thoughts aside. Getting the money for bidding was the most important thing.
In just 10 seconds, Shui Haiyao returned to the private room and handed the bank card to Chen Yi. Chen Yi looked at Shui Haiyao in confusion, asking, "What's this?"
Shui Haiyao smiled slightly, "Since you believe those twins have potential, then use the money in this card to bid. Don't worry about how much you spend."
Hearing this, Chen Yi was taken aback. Could it be that Shui Haiyao stole a black card from somewhere?
After all, with her ability to teleport, it wouldn't seem too strange for her to take something.
19 million twice. The auctioneer's voice echoed once more throughout the banquet hall. Chen Yi didn't have time to think much, he had to use the black card. 20 million. Okay. Guest from box number 7 bids 20 million. Is there any other guest who wants to raise the bid? 20 million once. 20 million twice.
The price of 20 million had already exceeded many people's expectations.
Having money is one thing, being willing to spend so much is another.
Even the rich second-generation young man who had just shouted 192 million breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing Chen Yi willing to raise the bid.
Fortunately, someone was backing him up.
Otherwise, spending so much money on 2 vases would be a huge loss upon reflection. If it weren't for just having a moment of impulse, he would never have considered bidding on these twins.
20 million 3 times. Congratulations to box number 7.
Before the auctioneer's voice fell, someone from box number 6 suddenly interrupted.
Wait. I bid 25 million. This sudden bid caused an uproar in the entire hall. Having spent 10 million on the Lingguang corpse before, now spending so much on twins too? Could it be that there really is a conflict with the person in box number 7?
Hearing that it was again the chaotic Yanjiam who from box number 6, Chen Yi almost spat out blood.
What the hell is wrong with you? Aren't you the young lady of the Yin family, a spirit beast? What are you doing bidding on spirit beasts? Could it be that you are a lily flower?
But there was no choice, the bidding still had to go on.
26 million. However, Yanjiam who seemed to have no intention of backing down. 30 million. 35 million.
Before Chen Yi finished speaking, Yanjiam who continued to raise the bid without hesitation.
40 million. These sisters are mine, no one can fight me for them. Chen Yi's eyes darkened.
This guy clearly did not bid before.
Why did they start raising the bid as soon as he did? Could it be that she is really targeting him? In fact, it indeed was the case.
Before Chen Yi started bidding, Yanjiam who had no interest in bidding on spirit beasts at all. After all, she herself was a spirit beast, not a lily flower. The Yin family had no other outstanding beast masters, so bidding on spirit beasts was simply a waste of money. The reason for following the bid ultimately was that just a few minutes ago, Yanjiam whose attendant finally found out the owner information of box number 7. Upon learning that it was none other than the recently trending Chen Yi, she immediately became interested. After all, there was a hot rumor about Chen Yi online. That is, Lin Mengxue, who contracted with Chen Yi, was once rumored to be an F-grade spirit beast. This news created a huge stir in the beast master community, and people speculated about the reasons behind it.
After further investigation, Lin Mengshua's father, as one of the founders of Dark Ghost City, is an S-grade beast master named Lin Xian.
Her mother is the daughter of the secretive boss of Dark Ghost City, Lung Ningxuan, who is also an S-grade spirit beast.
This situation is simply identical to her.
Clearly, her father is an S-grade beast master, and her mother is an S-grade spirit beast, yet she ended up as a waste with F-grade. Fortunately, her sister Yin Xiaoying married into the Gongsun family, which has an ancestor who is a beast master and has the talent to see the defects of other spirit beasts.
With one glance, he determined that Yen Jiuh's current bloodline was incomplete.
However, what exactly caused it and how to awaken the true bloodline, he was unclear. But with this shot of adrenaline, Yen Jiuh at least avoided the fate of being abandoned by her family. The Yen family was also trying every means to find various ways for Yen Jiuh, hoping to activate her true bloodline. It has been proven that while these methods had some effect, they were not significant. In 5 years, Yen Jiuh's strength had only increased from F-grade to C-grade, which still was unremarkable compared to the Yen family.
And it just so happened that at this time, her parents heard that in the country of Tianzhu.
The spiritual beasts also experienced the same situation. Later, that spiritual beast successfully activated its bloodline through the 5-element secret realm at the border of the 2 countries.
Now, that spiritual beast has become an SS-grade spiritual beast.
To activate the 5 elements array within the 5-element secret realm, 5 types of media are needed: the skeleton of spiritual light, the skeleton of storm, the skeleton of rain, the skeleton of fire, and the skeleton of earth. At present, the Yin family has successfully collected 4 of the key items, which is why they are prepared to spend 300 million to secure the skeleton of spiritual light.
However, the situation has changed now.
Since Chen Yi can help the F-grade Lin Mengxue awaken her dragon transformation, perhaps he can help her too. Maybe there's no need to go through the troublesome 5 elements array to activate it after all. For this reason, she chose to bid on the twins that Chen Yi had his eye on, to use them later as bargaining chips. No matter what the cost, she must rid herself of the identity of being useless. On the other side, when the bidding for the 6th box reached 40 million, Chen Yi shook his head helplessly and gently put down the bidding tool. According to Shui Haiyao, there are 1 billion in cash in the account. All of this is from Luo Qing his years of savings. If he continued to bid, Chen Yi still had a large chance of winning. But he felt it was unnecessary to keep going.
After all, he still had to negotiate about the skeleton of spiritual light with the people next door. There was no need for internal conflict right now. 40 million, 3 times. Congratulations to the guest in Box 6 for successfully bidding on Hua Yutong and Hua Xingtong. The first stage of the auction at tonight's banquet has concluded successfully. On behalf of Black Ghost City, I thank all the guests for their support. Next, we will proceed to the second stage of the banquet. Chen Yi did not plan to attend the next part of the banquet. After all, he had 2 main purposes for attending the Black Ghost City banquet. One was to bid for the skeleton of spiritual light, and the other was to investigate information about Wang Yu. Now that Shui Haiyao had consumed Wang Yu, it wouldn't be long before she could grasp the behind-the-scenes situation of Black Ghost City. And the old man Luo Qinghe had also sent someone to investigate the Demon Abyss sect in Eagle Country following the clues of the spiritual energy potion. At present, both of these matters could be put on hold for now. The skeleton of spiritual light and the twins had already fallen into the hands of Yin Jiu-H. Now, Chen Yi just needed to wait for the Luo family to contact him and then negotiate with Yin Jiu-H. After all, she is a woman, there's no way she would just sell that pair of twin sisters tonight, right? Just then, Chen Yi's phone suddenly received a text message. Lord Chen Yi, I am from the 6th box, Yin Jiu-H of the Yin family. I just snatched the spiritual beast you were interested in. To be honest, I used this method because I have important matters to discuss, please forgive me. If our negotiation goes smoothly, as compensation, I can give you the twin sisters I bought for 40 million, for free. Location, room 3001, Hanchang International Hotel. Chapter 78, Conditions for Exchange. Chen Yi and his group looked at this message, completely stunned. Even the usually calm Shui Haiyao couldn't help but show a bit of astonishment at this moment. The old man hasn't even visited the Yin family, so why has the young lady of the Yin family come knocking? And why does her thinking seem so strange? Let's not mention the previously auctioned skeleton of spiritual light. If it's a negotiation or a trade, does it need to be this complicated? Since they have already investigated Chen Yi's information in Box 7 and even got his phone number. Wouldn't it be better to contact him after he takes the twins? Why go through such a rigmarole? But after thinking about it, Chen Yi and his group decided to keep the appointment. With Shui Haiyao around, why be afraid of her playing tricks? If they could get the twin sisters for free, that wouldn't be a bad deal. However, what happened at the auction must be made right with her. Before long, Chen Yi and his group arrived at the designated place. As soon as the door was opened, the cold moonlight poured through the floor-to-ceiling windows, gently enveloping the shadow by the window. Yan Zhou leaned elegantly against the window frame. She was sideways to the door, her beautifully curved neck slightly raised, and the moonlight flowed over her smooth skin, as if coated with a layer of hazy silver. Her silver-white long hair fell casually, with a few strands being stirred by the night wind, brushing across her jade-like face. A fluffy, soft foxtail naturally fell from behind her, the cloud-white tip clearly visible in the moonlight, swaying rhythmically with her long breaths. She sat quietly by the window, as if blending into the moonlight. Although Chen Yi did not have a very good first impression of Yen Zhu. But he had to admit, this girl was indeed beautiful. Name, Yen Zhu, Power Manifestation. Contract Master, None. Bloodline, Sea-level Flame Ear Fox. Hidden Bloodline, SSS-level 9-tailed Demon Fox. Level, Stage 3, Tier 10. Physique, 23. Spiritual Power, 28. Attribute, Fire. Skills, Spark, Enchanting Eyes. Favorability, plus 15 points. Affinity, not yet started to cultivate. Evaluation, through consuming various treasures that enhance talents and attributes, forcibly broke through to sea level but has reached the limit. The ancient fierce beast 9-tailed demon fox, enchants all beings, eternal youth, demon fox fire can burn everything in the universe. Ding. Detected SSS-level hidden bloodline spirit beast, the system has successfully recorded the spirit. Let me tell you this first. This is my condition for exchange, as long as you can tell me the method to awaken the power within me, they will be yours. Hearing this, Chen Yi's mouth slightly lifted, revealing a barely noticeable smile. It seems this young lady from the Yen family really cares about activating her bloodline. Originally, if not for what happened at the auction, Chen Yi would have given her a free trial of awakening powers. But now, things are different. Want to awaken your power? Fine, let's see your sincerity first. Thinking this, Chen Yi spoke, no problem, but I need a medium to activate your bloodline. Medium? What is that? Remember the spirit light corpse that you spent 10 million to buy? That thing is the medium. Upon hearing this, Yen Jiao was stunned. She never thought Chen Yi would make such a ridiculous request. The spirit light corpse was something she had found with great difficulty, she didn't expect Chen Yi would need it. Could it be that Chen Yi wanted to buy the spirit light corpse just to facilitate Lin Mengshue's power awakening? Do you want to use this, or? Of course I want to use it. Why else would I say these things? Chen Yi looked speechless. Anyway, you want to awaken the power of your bloodline, I can help you, just give me the medium. Whether you want to awaken your inner power is entirely up to you. Upon hearing this, Yanzhou's heart sank into intense struggle. Earthly treasures of light are very rare. The spirit light corpse was something the Yan family took a whole year to find. Should she really give it to Chen Yi for a chance to witness her own power awakening? However, after hesitating for just 1 minute, Yanzhou made her decision. Okay, I agree. But I must insist, I want to see my complete bloodline power. Chapter 79, The Nine-Tailed Fox. Yanzhou is about to turn 25 years old. It has been nearly 6 years since that day when she was determined to have an F-level bloodline. In these 6 years, she has deeply experienced the pain of having only a low-level bloodline, feeling as if abandoned by the world. Because she was unsure of her own strength, the Yan family dared not hastily let her find a beast master to establish a contract. If she awakens to an S-level bloodline, it would truly be a waste for her, with her conditions, to form a contract with those S-level beast masters. And those above SS-level beast masters? There are plenty of S-level spirit beast girls who wish to form contracts with them. In uncertain conditions about her bloodline rank, how could anyone rashly accept her? Her third stage, 10th tier rank was all achieved through her father and other beast masters spending their time guiding energy, wasting a lot of others' time. How she longs to see the day her powers fully awaken. Yanzhou took out the spirit light corpse and placed it on the table. Here you go. I hope you don't mess with me. Seeing this scene, Chen Yi grinned. Another free treasure for him. This Yan family is quite strange. The Luo family completely disregards the F-level bloodline of Luo Shirin. But this Yan family is willing to offer strong support. I wonder if he can get more treasures. Chen Yi accepted the spirit light corpse and then suggested, follow me, this place might not be suitable for awakening. Yanzhou looked a bit confused. Where to? Where else? Out of the city. Don't you want to see your powers? There are no magical beasts in the city, where else will you see? Like this. Schwer, come with us. Shirin, Taodao, can you two help take care of those twins? Okay. The sisters nodded and immediately went along with Chen Yi's arrangements. And Yanzhou, full of excitement, followed closely behind Chen Yi. At this moment, she had completely shed her initial lofty young lady demeanor. She looked more like a little girl who had just done well on a test, eagerly awaiting her parents' praise. In the city streets, transforming into a spirit beast was not allowed, so they had to drive to the city gate. Then Lin Mingxue transformed into a frost dragon, carrying Chen Yi and Yanzhou to an area in the wild where third-grade magical beasts roamed the ancient forest. After clearing the surrounding magical beasts with a few breaths of ice, Chen Yi looked at Yanzhou and asked, "Are you ready?" Yanzhou's gaze was still fixed on the powerful strength Lin Mingxue had just shown, unable to come back to her senses for a long time. Is this the power gained after awakening an F-level bloodline? So strong. It wasn't until she heard Chen Yi's voice that she snapped back to reality, as if awakening from a dream. Oh, yes. I'm ready. Yanzhou took a deep breath, trying hard to calm herself down. Alright then, receive your power. Chen Yi raised his right hand, placing his palm on Yanzhou's back, and a warm, overflowing power surged into her. In that instant, Yanzhou's body trembled violently. Her silver-white long hair flew up like a waterfall, dancing without wind. A dazzling light of silver and fire red erupted around her, and the powerful spiritual energy swept out, forcing the ancient tree's branches and leaves to sway wildly, rustling and dropping leaves everywhere. Behind her, a phantom of a nine-tailed fox made entirely of white flame suddenly appeared, letting out a silent roar to the sky. The surrounding magical beasts instantly fell silent, trembling in fear, scared stiff by this overwhelming pressure. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. With 9 successive light sounds, 9 enormous tails burning with silver fox fire suddenly spread out behind her. The tails danced wildly in the air, producing sharp whistling sounds wherever they passed. Where the tails swept past, the air twisted, and the ground was left with scar marks. Boom! In the next second, the flames gradually receded, the phantom merged into her body, and Yanzhou's figure gradually became clearer. The 9 fox tails behind her swayed slowly like a peacock spreading its feathers, the tips burning with unquenchable silver flames, illuminating the night of the ancient forest as if it were daytime. A pressure unique to ancient ferocious beasts heavily enveloped the entire forest. Yanzhou had successfully awakened. Name, Yanzhou, Spirit Beast Form. Level, 3rd grade, Tier 10. Physique, 155. Spirit Power, 180. She stood stunned, unable to believe her massive body and the 9 tails swaying gently behind her. Her body trembled slightly, and she could clearly feel the terrifying power within her capable of tearing mountains apart. Her light purple eyes were filled with shock and a hint of confusion. This is my power? Is it really this strong? What kind of bloodline level is this? This Chen Yi really has such abilities? Ding! Yanzhou's favorability plus 15 points. Current favorability, 30 points. Chen Yi casually dusted off non-existent dust from his sleeve and said calmly, not bad, an SSS level 9-tailed fox does look quite impressive. Chen Yi, is this my power after fully awakening? Of course, what else could it be? But, this. Roar roar roar. Yanzhou's words were not finished yet. Suddenly, several ferocious magical beast roars tore apart the silence of the forest. Several third-grade magical beasts, drawn by Yanzhou's powerful spirit energy, pounced out from the shadows in different directions. Lin Mengxue was startled and instinctively stood in front of Chen Yi, but saw that Chen Yi didn't even bother to lift his eyelids. Swear, let her handle it, she's just awakened her power and needs some chances to showcase it. I know. I'm just being cautious. Seeing the incoming magical beasts, a surge of battle intent instantly rose within Yanzhou. She wouldn't have dared face third-grade magical beasts before, but now it was different. These magical beasts were the perfect opportunity to prove her power. She took a deep breath, gathering the power within her to the silver-white fox tails behind her. Swish! 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 Her movements were indistinguishable, only the silver-white fox tails behind Yanzhou could be seen. With astonishing speed and power, it swept through the air. Phew! Bang! The three jungle demon wolves that rushed to the front burst into a cloud of blood mist under the attack of the fox tail. Another mountain-digging monster was swept by the tip of the fox tail, its rock-like body shattered like broken porcelain. The last soaring hawk was engulfed by the scorching airwave created by the fox tail's swing, turning to ashes before it could even let out a cry. The entire process occurred in the blink of an eye. The forest was filled with a faint smell of blood and charred flesh, but was soon blown away by the night wind, as if nothing had happened. With this one move, several beast attackers were instantly killed. Chapter 80, without a contract, it is like this. Yanzhou's jaw almost dropped in shock. What? How could a third-tier beast be so easy to defeat? Is she too strong, or are these third-tier beasts too weak? Chen Yi looked at her slowly, a smile that was neither here nor there tugging at the corners of his mouth. Impressive, just awakened and already have this strength. Once you completely adapt, that will be truly remarkable. Yanzhou was still immersed in the shock of instantly killing the third-tier beasts, a surge of indescribable joy rising in her heart. Upon hearing Chen Yi's words, a flicker of pride flashed in her light purple eyes. But this was quickly interrupted by a strange feeling coming from behind her. The 9 silver-white fox tails behind her suddenly lost control and started waving wildly. Wait, don't move around. As soon as her thought arose, one tail uncontrollably slapped against a nearby ancient tree. The trunk responded instantly, letting out a sour, creaking sound before crashing down, raising a cloud of dust. Another tail seemed to take a strong interest in the remains of the mountain-digging monster on the ground, the tip curiously poking it. With a crack, the remains were crushed into even finer powder. Another tail, perhaps finding the earlier scene of the hawk turning to ash quite amusing, unconsciously flicked, and a wave of scorching air suddenly swept towards the nearby bushes, instantly igniting them. Ah! My tail! Yanzhou exclaimed, flailing her arms in a panic, trying to control the unruly tails. However, under her flustered thoughts, the 9 tails only swung more violently. The surrounding trees also suffered, their branches and leaves scattered, and the ground was left with scorched marks, creating a scene of utter chaos. Phew! Lin Mengxue, watching Yanzhou's awkward yet earnest attempt to control her tails, couldn't help but let out a light laugh. What is this? Can't even control her own tails? Chen Yi also scratched his head, puzzled. If Yanzhou wasn't pretending, this was the first time he had seen someone unable to control their body after awakening. System, what's going on? The target once used a special method to unleash some bloodline power, and this part of the power cannot be tamed by the Spirit Beast's awakening talents, leading to a situation where the tails and individual consciousness become independent. However, the host need not worry. The independent consciousness will not harm the target's body. This state will naturally disappear when the target reaches level 5 or higher. The host can also consume 30 enhancement points to immediately remove this state for the target. Upon hearing there was no major issue, Chen Yi let out a sigh of relief. As long as it's fine. But 30 enhancement points, forget it. If Lin Mengxue, Luo Shirin, or Su Taotao encountered this situation, that would be one thing. But you, a vixen, expect him to spend 30 enhancement points? Unless you can show your belly and admit your mistake, otherwise it's off the table. Thinking of this, Chen Yi also stood with one hand behind his back and spoke mysteriously, for the first time harnessing this power. It's already pretty great to be able to take down a third-level beast. As for mastering the power of the 9 tails, it probably needs some time to adapt and get used to it. Is that so? Yanzhou opened her eyes wide, looking at the 9 tails, filled with helplessness in her heart. After finally gaining such strong power, not being able to control it is just too frustrating. But it's okay, knowing that her bloodline power is so strong, she felt relieved.
She really isn't useless, she is the nine-tailed fox, the ancient fierce beast, the nine-tailed fox. She should go back and show off well. But just then, the 9 fox tails dancing behind her suddenly lost all their light and substance. Like bubbles of illusions popped, under the moonlight they silently melted away, turning into tiny silver sparks, quickly disappearing into the air. That huge body formed from the overflowing bloodline power also shrank back to her original slender human form like a deflated balloon. The endless feeling of power within her began to vanish quickly at this moment. Just a moment ago, that world-destroying power, that high and mighty attitude overlooking everything, those wildly dancing 9 tails. It seemed like just a too real dream. Everything disappeared in an instant without a trace. Yanjiu suddenly raised her head, her light purple eyes wide open, filled with shock and confusion. Huh? What's going on? Chen Yi, is it gone just like that? That power that could allow her to instantly kill a third-level beast, that 9-tailed form symbolizing an ancient fierce beast, just disappeared like that? The huge psychological gap left her completely stunned in place. Chen Yi nodded, calmly saying, "It's like this when there's no contract." What? Yanjiu widened her eyes, almost fainting, her voice instinctively rising by 8 degrees. Are you saying that a spiritual body can only let me be strong for 3 minutes? Chen Yi shrugged, explaining with an indifferent tone, "You didn't ask me how long you could awaken, did you? You should go back and think about it, then contract with me, and then find some similar spiritual treasures with attribute powers. I could help you maintain the power for about a month." Upon hearing this, Yanjiu really felt like she was going to pass out. This is a spiritual body. This is the treasure she had been searching for an entire year, and it turns out to be just a 3-minute power experience card. Moreover, after enjoying that strong power, she knew she could never return to days without power. But soon she caught the key point and hurriedly grabbed Chen Yi's hand. "Contract. I am willing to contract with you. I have many similar spiritual treasures at home, I can give them to you." Chen Yi gently waved his hand, saying, "You should go back and think it over, give me a reply after some time. After all, tonight's time should be reserved for Su Taodao." Seeing this, Yanjiu didn't say anything more. Actually, her earlier words were also a test. After all, a contract relates to her whole life, and she must think carefully. Chen Yi had a precedent of auctioning spiritual beast girls. She had reason to doubt whether Chen Yi had used some treasure to deliberately give her such powerful strength and then used it as a chip to lure her into a contract. In fact, this might only be a one-time opportunity, just like those scumbags renting luxury cars to deceive girls. If Chen Yi had immediately agreed and taken her to a hotel to establish a contract, she would definitely suspect his motives were not pure. But it seems now that Chen Yi's performance is quite normal, she should have worried too much. But one thing, why does she always feel Chen Yi's tone is a bit harsh? Is it an illusion? Ding! Yanjiu's favorability plus 10 points. Current favorability, 40 points. Chapter 81, Breaking the Demonization. Although Yanjiu's heart was eager to gain complete power now. But everything still needs to be considered carefully. I understand. I will go back and think about it seriously. Chen Yi slightly nodded, then turned to look at Lin Mengxue behind him. "Shuer, let's go back." Lin Mengxue obediently nodded and transformed back into a frost dragon. "Okay, brother Chen Yi." Before long, the three returned to the city. After parting, Lin Mengxue quickly leaned close to Chen Yi, covering her mouth as she giggled. "Brother Chen Yi, you're so naughty. Is it really okay to trick her like this?" Chen Yi helplessly spread his hands and explained, "The priority tonight is to help Taodao break the curse. And that fox spirit put so much pressure on me at the auction, I have to get my revenge. I can't tell, brother Chen Yi, you hold grudges?" "This isn't holding a grudge, it's a necessary strategy. What I said was just to ensure I can get the spirit-like remains without a doubt." Chen Yi's words were not empty talk. Before understanding Yanjiu's personality, using this method to obtain the spirit-like remains was undoubtedly the simplest way. After all, the system interface clearly showed that she had improved her bloodline level through various means. It's very possible that after realizing the power of her complete awakening, she would still choose to believe in herself and want to achieve a complete breakthrough with her own strength. By then, obtaining the spirit-light remains would become quite tricky. Therefore, using the spirit-light remains as a chip for awakening, from Yanjiu's willingness to spend 40 million just to see Chen Yi, it was nearly certain she would accept this proposal. Of course, more reasons came from the fact that this girl made things difficult for him at the auction. It's hard not to wonder what exactly this girl was thinking. Lin Mengxue still covered her mouth giggling, playfully scolding. All right, no matter what, I still like you, brother Chen Yi." Chen Yi took hold of Lin Mengshue's hand, a mischievous smile spreading across his face. "Just for your words, tonight I will definitely spoil you well." "Really? Thank you, brother Chen Yi, moi." "You little girl, how bold are you? You dare to kiss me?" "No way, I must kiss you back." "Mum." Ding. Lin Mengshue's favorability plus 3 points.
Current favorability, 88 points. By the time Chen Yi and Lin Mingxue returned to the hotel room, it was already 2:30 in the morning. Hua Yuetong and Hua Xingtong lay in bed, drooling down their cheeks, occasionally mumbling some incoherent phrases. From the looks of it, they probably hadn't slept well in the black ghost market, right? How pitiful. Clearly, even without awakening an SSS-level bloodline, with their current B-level bloodline, along with their top-notch looks and figure, they could easily thrive in this world. But to think they were caught and auctioned off in the black ghost market, ending up in this state. But it's fine, those matters are all in the past. Chen Yi cannot save everyone, and being able to save the two of them is already a joyful thing. Let them have a good rest tonight. He sat on the edge of the bed and patted the empty space beside him. Tao, come. I've got the spirit light remains, let's first help you break the curse. Okay. Su Taodao heard Chen Yi's voice and immediately jumped in front of him, directly sitting on his lap. She looked very happy in this position. Chen Yi didn't say much and yelled at the system. System, consume 25 enhancement points to activate the power of the spirit light remains and break Su Taodao's cursed state. Ding. Consume 25 enhancement points, activation successful. With the system's prompt sound, the spirit light remains in Chen Yi's palm instantly disintegrated, transforming into a soft yet indescribably purifying pure white light cluster. Inside the light cluster, countless small runes seem to flow and fluctuate, emitting a warm aura capable of dispelling all gloom. In the next second, that pure white light seemed to sense something unusual within Su Taodao's body, instantly transforming into a purifying stream of light, continuously pouring into Su Taodao. Su Taodao's body suddenly stiffened, letting out a groan mixed with pain. Her originally fair skin was now crawling with dark purple magic patterns like living creatures, strands of black mist escaping from her body. As time passed, these dark purple magic patterns began to twist violently. Seeing this scene, Lin Mengxue and Luo Shirin couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. This shouldn't be a problem, right? Why does it look so strange? Taodao, are you okay? I'm fine, just a little pain, I will hold on. Just hang in there for a bit, it will be alright soon. Chen Yi was 100% confident in the system's abilities. Since the system said it could lift the magic state, then it surely could, and there would be no unexpected incidents. As expected. About half a minute later, the wriggling speed of those dark purple patterns noticeably slowed down. The thick black mist, as if being scorched by fierce flames, crackled and madly released from those dark purple patterns. At that moment, that pure white stream of light burst forth from Su Taodao's body, replacing those black breaths. Wherever the white light passed, the magic patterns disintegrated like torn paper. The black mist rolled, trying to escape the illumination of the white light, but was firmly bound in place, swiftly evaporating. This process lasted only about 10 seconds. As the last wisp of black mist was completely obliterated by the white light at Su Taodao's heart, all the magic patterns on her body vanished without a trace. On Su Taodao's information interface, the ever-ticking countdown of magic transformation also completely disappeared at this moment. The magic transformation was successfully lifted. At this time, Su Taodao's tense body suddenly relaxed, and she collapsed softly onto the bed, gasping for breath. Her forehead, nose, and lips were covered with fine beads of sweat, clearly having endured for a long time. But soon, her originally pale face quickly regained its color, filled with the excitement of having survived and the weakness after the lifting of the magic transformation. The cold, eerie air that once filled the atmosphere disappeared without a trace. In its place was the warm afterglow of the spirit light, along with Su Taodao's gradually steadying breathing sound. Did it succeed? The magic state is lifted just like that? Lin Mingxue and Luo Shirin murmured in disbelief. They initially thought that lifting Su Taodao's magic state would definitely require setting up a formation, performing blessings, choosing an auspicious day, along with a series of complicated rituals, possibly taking several days to complete. Who would have thought it was healed just like this? It felt like the spirit light was a miracle cure to lift the magic symptoms, too unbelievable. Chapter 82, The Distraught Parents of the Yin Family. Su Taodao cried with joy, Brother Chen Yi, I can feel it, the magic aura really has disappeared. I really don't have to die. Chen Yi pinched Su Taodao's tender face, teasing, What are you saying? I told you, as long as you follow me, you will definitely be saved. Brother Chen Yi, woo woo woo. Ding. Su Taodao's affection points +3. Current affection points, 90. Reward strength points +25. Current strength points, 50. Stop crying, or I'm going to taste salty tonight. Really, is this the time to say such things? What? Are you saying you don't want it tonight? I want it. Brother Chen Yi, you just said you would pamper me. Little brother Chen Yi, you can't be fickle. Let's go together today, I'm in a good mood, let's have a good battle. Okay. Meanwhile, while Chen Yi was sweet-talking with the girls, Yan Jiao had already returned home. Just reported everything that happened to her parents. Are you sure? Are you sure you weren't tricked?
Yan Zhu's father, Yan Kongyu, frowned deeply, his face full of suspicion.
He always felt that something was not right.
This situation felt like their daughter was infatuated with some blonde guy outside, and came back to praise him endlessly, leaving the parents feeling uncomfortable.
How can a bloodline awakening return to normal just a few minutes later? Yet Yan Zhu was becoming more and more convinced.
That overwhelming power she felt was growing clearer in her mind as time passed.
It was an indescribable shock, undeniably real. It's real. That power absolutely cannot be fake.
If Chen Yi was truly that kind of scoundrel, when I mentioned making a contract, he would have immediately taken me to a hotel, with no refusals at all. These several third-tier magical beast nuclei are the best proof of my recent kill.
And didn't you just send a TIE to check the place where we fought? Didn't he confirm the battle traces? Dad. Don't you want me to have a good future? Hearing this, Yan Kongyu sighed deeply. Of course he wanted Yan Zhu to have a good future.
But precisely because he wanted that, he was advising her so earnestly.
If Chen Yi said that Yan Zhu's bloodline awakening was an S-class magical beast, he would be willing to believe Chen Yi. But now, look at you, Chen Yi, always talking about an SSS-class bloodline.
You should know that, currently, only 3 girls in Dragon Country are confirmed to have SSS-class bloodlines. How could Yan Kongyu believe that his daughter would be the 4th one?
No father would think this wasn't just some scoundrel's lies.
Listen to me, that Chen Yi. Before Yan Kongyu could finish, someone he sent to investigate Chen Yi rushed in, shock written all over his face. Sir, this Chen Yi seems to have a background with the Luo family.
Luo? Luo family? Yan Kongyu was immediately taken aback.
He knew Chen Yi's background might be extraordinary, but never expected it to be the Luo family.
Yes. One of the girls next to Chen Yi is Luo Qinghe's granddaughter, Luo Shirin, the one we mentioned before, the least favored one of the Luo family. But after joining Chen Yi, she's completely taken off, easily dealing with insect swarms of the same level.
According to battle footage analysis, her bloodline level absolutely cannot be lower than S-class.
Hearing this, a proud smile appeared on Yan Zhu's face. She tossed her hair lightly and pouted playfully, saying, "Did you see? The Luo family's young lady is with Chen Yi. What reason do I have not to follow? Are you going to say that the Luo family's young lady is also a fool, deceived by Chen Yi?"
Yan Kongyu was momentarily speechless, opening his mouth but not knowing how to retort.
Indeed, the Luo family was not stupid. Especially Luo Qinghe, he certainly wouldn't easily give his granddaughter away.
Unless he was truly confident in Chen Yi's capabilities, he wouldn't do such a thing.
Maybe, this Chen Yi could really be the destined noble for Yan Zhu. Who knows?
After a few seconds of silence, Yan Kongyu sighed heavily and helplessly said, "All right. Since Her has said so, I won't oppose anymore. If Chen Yi really has that kind of ability, you must treat him well, you understand? Your stubborn temper needs to change. You should know your bloodline situation. If you miss this village, you might not know where to cry. Also, that silly thing you did at the auction, you better go apologize properly to Chen Yi later.
Who wants to find someone to help anyway? Stealing other people's bids."
Yan Zhu pouted and explained, "I wasn't thinking too much at that time.
I just felt that, and isn't this what you said, Dad? When doing business, you need to have something the other party wants."
Beside Yan Zhu, her biological mother, Hu Qian, had been scrolling through her phone, indifferent to what was happening here. She had given birth to an F-level bloodline for the Yan family, causing her status to plummet, and Yan Kongyu hadn't treated her well at all. This situation made her not want to bother with this father and daughter pair anymore. But now, her mood was completely different.
Her own daughter might have an SSS-level bloodline. Once it fully awakens, wouldn't she rise to power through her child? She needed to give her daughter a good talk. This Chen Yi is indeed a remarkable person. Kongyu makes sense. You must serve him well. Our family has money.
We can get the treasures of heaven and earth that Chen Yi mentioned, so you don't need to worry about the cost.
Whatever he wants, just tell the family. Don't think about saving money. And if Chen Yi wants children in the future, you must suggest to him to have kids right away. A talent like Chen Yi will definitely create a big family in the future.
If you can give him a son, your status will surely be secured. Not just Hu Qian, but the other contracted spirit beasts of Yan Kongyu also got word of this matter. They all stopped worrying about beauty sleep, jumping out of bed like they had been injected with adrenaline and rushed to Yan Zhu, chattering and giving her all sorts of advice. After all, in this world, the children under the contract beast master's care, even if not biological, have feelings that are just as deep as their own. Yan Zhu had been very annoyed by all the chattering opinions, feeling like her ears were about to develop calluses. But today was completely different. Not only did she not feel annoyed, but she also listened with great interest and even took out a notebook, carefully writing down each piece of advice. For some reason, every time the mothers spoke of possible future events, Yan Zhou felt a surge of indescribable happiness in her heart. It was as if those beautiful dreams had already come true, making her incredibly excited. Unexpectedly, her future would change because of a black market banquet. It really felt like a dream. Ding! Yan Zhou's favorability plus 10 points. Current favorability, 50 points. Chapter 83, The Hua Sisters. Chen Yi had finally managed to deal with the three girls, and it was already 7 in the morning. The morning light outside was beginning to brighten. Chen Yi felt like his eyelids were weighed down, almost unable to open them. Just as he was about to lie down and rest. Suddenly, the prompt of Yan Zhou's favorability rising echoed in his mind, instantly invigorating him. Favorability increased? Why so suddenly? Could it be that her decision to form a contract with me caused the favorability to rise? Not bad, not bad, this black market visit was indeed worth it. Originally, Chen Yi came to Han City just to complete a task assigned by Luo Qinghe. He never expected not only to resolve Su Taodao's curse but also to unexpectedly find 3 girls with SSS-level bloodlines. And all for free. This luck was unmatched. However, just as Chen Yi was immersed in joy, several system prompts sounded in his mind again. Ding! Huayuatong favorability minus 25 points. Current favorability, minus 25 points. Ding! Huaxingtong favorability minus 20 points. Current favorability, minus 20 points. He was slightly taken aback and turned to look at the other bed, only to see the twin sisters already awake. At this moment, they were glaring at him with an expression of disdain and disgust. At this time, Chen Yi realized his situation had become a bit awkward. He was naked, and beside him, a girl was sleeping. This scene, no matter how you looked at it, resembled that of a scummy man after a storm of chaos, and indeed, it was exactly that kind of situation. However, the two of them seemed to have long accepted their fates, knowing what they would encounter and having some mental preparation for what could happen. So, even though they felt disdain towards Chen Yi's actions, their goodwill did not drop too much. Seeing this situation, Chen Yi did not dare to delay. He hurriedly put on his clothes and walked to the pair of twins, trying to ease the atmosphere. What are your names? Humph. Tisk. The sisters both turned their heads away, clearly not wanting to have too much interaction with Chen Yi, but they did not take any extreme actions. Since the Black Ghost Market dared to engage in Spirit Beast auctions, they naturally had corresponding after-sales service. Within a year after a buyer has purchased a Spirit Beast girl, if the auction Spirit Beast escapes, the Black Ghost Market will deploy all its forces to search for it, and can choose to refund based on the situation. And if caught this time, the consequences would be brutal, worse than death. These auction Spirit Beasts had almost all seen videos of the execution of fugitives before. Unless truly powerful experts provided protection, or they felt that being taken away was worse than death, or if they found a secluded place otherwise, they would never take the risk to escape. Chen Yi thought for a moment and decided to first work on getting their goodwill back. Otherwise, with negative goodwill, no words would make a difference. If he took them out to the wild later and helped them awaken some power, it was highly likely their goodwill would bounce back. For now, he just needed to keep them stable. He took a deep breath and tried to make his voice sound gentler. Are you hungry? Please feel free to order what you like. Saying this, he took out the hotel menu and handed it to the sisters. The two girls exchanged glances, then took the menu and began to order. There was no hint of politeness whatsoever. Seeing this, Chen Yi said nothing more. Maintaining the current situation was enough. He quietly sat down, opened his phone, and began searching for detailed information about the Yin family in Han City. The Yin family was not a Beastmaster family, but a business family, with a total market value exceeding 50 billion. The head of the Yin family, Yin Konyu, was an S-ranked Beastmaster, with a level reaching 6 tiers and 10 segments. However, 20 years ago, he suffered severe injuries during a monster attack. Not only did he lose his ability to reproduce, but his upgrade speed also significantly slowed. Now, he only had 2 daughters under his command, one of whom had married into a Beastmaster family. Because of this, the remaining only child, Yan Zhu, drew much attention and was showered with affection. She did not suffer exclusion within her family like Luo Shirin, who even faced cold treatment from her own parents. Only her grandfather, Luo Qinghe, treated her with exceptional care. At 25, still no signs of demonic transformation. Could it be because her bloodline level has risen to C grade, thus alleviating some pressure? Forget it, no need to think so much, having this maternal family is actually quite nice. Seeing that Chen Yi did not make a move against her, Huayuatong and Huaxingtong exchanged glances, a bit baffled. Could it be that he entered a sage mode? No, the tent was all bulging, how could it possibly be sage mode? Sister, this man seems a bit strange? Hard to say, you can't judge a person by their appearance. Best not to hold too high expectations. Here, we can eat and drink for free, let's focus on getting our strength back first. I understand.
And so, half an hour later, the hotel breakfast was delivered in 2 batches. The atmosphere is a bit awkward, having breakfast together feels somewhat strange. Hua Yuetong and Hua Xingtong were very surprised by Chen Yi's arrangement. Is he really this considerate? Last night, when they were taken away, they were actually nervous to the extreme. When they learned that the other party was also a spirit beast girl, their mood calmed down a little. But last night, while eating late-night snacks at the big stall, they were told they might be transferred to someone else, stirring their emotions once again. Now, they suddenly discover that this man doesn't seem as aggressive as the spoiled rich kid they had in mind. This internal roller coaster is truly filled with ups and downs. Yuetong, Xingtong, can I call you that? After finishing the meal and not resting for a bit, Chen Yi suddenly struck up a conversation. What do you want? Don't be so nervous, I won't force you two to do things you don't like, so you can rest easy. Then can you let us go? I can, but Yen Zhou spent 40 million to buy you, so just letting you go seems a bit too much loss, doesn't it? Why are you speaking so grandly? Hua Yuetong and Hua Xingtong exchanged glances but didn't say much more. Although they didn't like Chen Yi, after all, those who could go to the black market generally weren't good people. But they still understood basic logic. 40 million is not a small amount, since someone spent that much money to buy them, how could they let them go so easily? Unless they covered that 40 million hole, that's more like it. Otherwise, allowing them to be bought and then setting them free isn't how a philanthropist operates. Chapter 84, Contract with the Nine-Tailed Fox. Here, your clothes are so dirty, pick some clothes you like to wear, and take a nice bath later. Chen Yi said as he handed his phone to the sisters. So you don't want to do anything with us, you think we're dirty? Is it that you're only interested if we wear cosplay outfits? Hua Yuetong and Hua Xingtong were still ungrateful, saying fiercely. Chen Yi rolled his eyes. These two sisters are quite hard to deal with. If the first impression is poor, trying to recover their goodwill later through various means is indeed quite difficult. But it's fine, there's plenty of time ahead. If their tempers are really stubborn, then simply forget it, it can be that simple. After all, with his talent, spirit beast girls wanting to contract with him would have to line up. He doesn't need them. Alright, stop chatting, I will take you out of the city soon. What are you wearing like this? You need the phone too, right? Look for what kind of phone you want. Although Hua Yuetong and Hua Xingtong were verbally unyielding, their bodies were very honest. Wanting to look beautiful is a girl's nature, they didn't want to go out in tattered clothes. The sisters picked out clothes on their phones, choosing, and finally after half an hour, they were done. Picked. Saving you some money. Chen Yi glanced at the bill. Wow, these two sisters could buy clothes online worth hundreds of thousands? And all of them were designer custom-made, each costing several tens of thousands, showing that they still had some spirit inside. But Chen Yi didn't care at all. After all, the spiritual aura and these twins were free to him, this money was just normal spending. About 2 hours later, the custom designer clothes were all delivered. Hua Yuetong and Hua Xingtong eagerly finished their baths, put on their new clothes, and then carefully styled themselves in front of the mirror. It must be said, after the makeover, they both became even more beautiful. Indeed, girls need to dress up more to be pretty. Ding! Hua Yuetong's goodwill plus 5 points. Current goodwill, minus 20 points. Ding! Hua Xingtong's goodwill plus 10 points. Current goodwill, minus 10 points. Feeling better, their gazes towards Chen Yi became a bit more pleasant. A negative 10 favorability feels just like when you accidentally bump into someone on the road and they feel about you the same way. Aside from quietly grumbling a bit, there's not much real malice. Indeed, the gift offensive is really necessary. But it's still not enough now. Chen Yi took out his phone and quickly sent a message to Li Yang. I have successfully gotten the spirit light bone, and about what you mentioned before, I will agree for now. Last night, Chen Yi had a phone call with Luo Qinghe. He said that if time allowed, he could attend and try out the Beast Master competition to broaden his horizons. As for things like being a spokesperson, it doesn't really matter if there is one or not. But if he can be the spokesperson for some wealthy second-generation kids, many things can be handled by the people behind them. So if he wants to participate, he can find a spokesperson, which can save a lot of trouble. Li Yang's reply was very quick. Really? Thank you so much, Brother Chen Yi, I must treat you to dinner tonight. No need. I'm here to ask if you can get a large number of monster crystal cores? Or do you know where to buy a lot of monster crystal cores? A large amount? How much do you need? Around 2 million Dragon Country coins worth. How powerful I become before the Beast Master competition all depends on you. Okay. Count on me. Looking at the message from Li Yang, Chen Yi couldn't help but sigh. Isn't the monster crystal core supposed to be in limited supply? In the end, it's still limited to ordinary people. The reality is that as long as you have money, you can get as much as you want. Just after closing the chat with Liang, the chat message from Yanju appeared. Chen Yi, are you free now? Chen Yi casually replied, what's up? Have you thought it over? I can contract right now, and I have already prepared those materials you mentioned yesterday. Where are you now? I'm in room 2501 at the Golden Hotel. Wait for me, I will come right over. Not long later, Yanju arrived at the room. She also brought rare materials in a spatial ring. Is this considered a dowry? Here, there are a total of 31 treasures of heaven and earth containing attributes, but there are no light or dark attributes. If one can be used for a month, it should be enough for me for 2.5 years, right? That's totally enough. Chen Yi secretly felt delight in his heart but restrained his smile on his face. Last night he just mentioned it casually, and he didn't expect that this girl really brought the materials. According to the system's detailed introduction, different attribute treasures of heaven and earth will produce various effects when activated by enhancement points. The wood attribute treasure can create a protective shield for defense when activated. The wind attribute treasure can instantly move to any location when activated. The fire attribute treasure can launch an undefendable attack without attributes when activated. The water attribute treasure can heal any injuries and restore physical strength and spiritual power when activated. The ice attribute treasure can completely imprison the enemy, depriving them of their ability to act when activated. The light attribute treasure can remove all abnormal states including demonization when activated. The dark attribute treasure can greatly weaken the opponent's abilities and enhance oneself or the contracted spirit beast with the stolen power when activated. The specific strength of these effects is closely related to the various attribute spiritual powers contained in the treasures of heaven and earth. The more spiritual power contained, the stronger the effect, and the higher the level of effectiveness. It's just like a cheat. Although there are no light and dark attributes in the materials brought by Yanju, it's a small regret. But being able to unlock 5 cheat abilities is already very satisfying. Suddenly, Yanju's gaze unintentionally fell on the girls who were sleeping soundly on the bed. A very troubling thought suddenly surged into my mind. Wait, Chen Yi, you are a Tier 3 Beast Master, right? Your contract slot. Chen Yi smiled slightly and comforted, you don't need to worry about that. Do you want to come? Yanju swallowed hard and nodded. She was indeed a bit scared that Chen Yi would suddenly not want her anymore. Come. Right now. Yutong, Xingtong, if you two want to play on your phones, go play on the sofa. I have serious business to attend to. After getting the twin sisters to the sofa, Chen Yi began the contract with Yanju. Chen Yi, take it slow. Ding. Yanju's favorability plus 10 points. Current favorability, 60 points. Chapter 85, Awakening Failure. Watching the scene of Chen Yi and Yanju deeply exchanging ideas. Hua Yutong and Hua Xingtong looked at each other in surprise, filled with disdain and shock. They had been captured by the Black Ghost City over a month ago, so they knew nothing of the rumors about Chen Yi and the events in Zhang City. In their eyes, Chen Yi was just a spoiled young master, always lost in nightlife. How could someone who goes to the Black Ghost City to auction spirit beasts be any good? Yet, the scene before them left them utterly confused. The person who had spent 40 million to buy them yesterday, Yanju, was now actively requesting to contract with Chen Yi? This seems a bit off, right? Lin Mengshui and the others woke up and became dazed upon hearing that Yanju had also formed a contract with Chen Yi. Did they just gain another competitor while they were sleeping? Can Chen Yi handle it? But oh well. As long as it helps Chen Yi and won't betray him, they would accept any spirit beast girl. After breakfast, Chen Yi took the girls to Falling Star Valley, located in the north of Han City. Most of the magical beasts here were of high tier 2 strength, and occasionally, there were low tier 3 magical beasts appearing. For the twin sisters, Hua Yutong and Hua Xingtong, this was undoubtedly an excellent place for training. After clearing the surrounding magical beasts, Chen Yi's gaze fell on the twin sisters as he asked, if I remember correctly, you two can't fight in your spirit beast in armed forms, right? Hua Yutong snorted lightly, suddenly turning her head away, clearly unwilling to talk more. Hua Xingtong's attitude was slightly gentler as she nodded and replied, that's true, so what do you want to do? We can't fight. If you don't try, how do you know it won't work? Chen Yi smiled slightly, then directly used a spirit beast awakening on Hua Xingtong. Here you go. This is your power. The awakening power floating in his palm poured endlessly into Hua Xingtong's body like a gentle stream. Hey! What are you doing? Helping you awaken your power, just watch. At first, everything was going quite smoothly. Under Chen Yi's power infusion, a layer of vibrant green aura gradually enveloped Hua Xingtong. Behind her, a giant flower shadow made purely of energy slowly emerged, poised to bloom. The petals shimmered with dark, shining points like stars in the night, dreamy and beautiful. This scene completely stunned Hua Yutong. Why, what did you do?
However, Chen Yi's brow furrowed, completely ignoring Hua Yutong. This spirit beast awakening felt oddly different. Sure enough, Chen Yi's premonition was correct. Just as the flower bud was about to fully bloom and the power of the night fairy was about to erupt, something unexpected happened. The night fairy power inside Hua Xingtong suddenly boiled violently like a powder keg, exploding without warning. Buzz. The energy flower bud behind her shook violently, the green aura shattered instantly, and the once gentle life force became sharp. Her face was as pale as a ghost, veins visible on her forehead. Chen Yi's expression changed dramatically. He made a quick decision, abruptly pulling back the radiant energy from his palm, forcibly severing the connection to the awakened spirit beast's power. Bang! The massive energy bud flickered violently several times before shattering inch by inch, turning into a chaotic storm of green light points, vanishing into the air. Hua Xingtong's body went limp, falling forward, only to be caught by Chen Yi in time. She weakly leaned against Chen Yi's arm, gasping for breath, sweat pouring down her forehead like a spring, soaking her clothes. It seemed she had already fainted. Ding! Hua Yutong's affection points -30. Current affection points, -50. Step aside. Damn it, what have you done to my sister? Hua Yutong suddenly snatched Hua Xingtong from Chen Yi's hands, repeatedly calling out, Xingtong, wake up, what's wrong with you? Yanjiu saw the scene and her brows furrowed tightly. She hurried forward, her tone anxious as she asked, Chen Yi, what on earth is going on? How could this happen? A hint of fear surged in her heart. Could it be that awakening the bloodline power could fail? She had just established a contract with Chen Yi, and now she was being told that his power was unstable. Is it really necessary to be so cruel? Chen Yi was also a little bewildered. How could this awakening fail this time? System, what the heck is going on? Ding! The target used the wrong method to forcibly activate the bloodline, leaving behind a side effect known as spirit power dissipation. Spirit power dissipation will obstruct the flow of spirit power inside the body, thus preventing all operations related to spirit power. The target cannot transform into a spirit beast or an armed form for this reason. However, because the host retracted power in time, it did not cause secondary harm to the target, and she is expected to awaken within 3 hours. Hearing the system's prompt, Chen Yi breathed a sigh of relief. It's good that Hua Xingtong is fine. But soon, countless doubts surged to his mind. What on earth is spirit power dissipation? Is there really such a symptom? It can even make the spirit beast awakening talent fail? System, is there a solution to this? Ding! 3 feasible solutions have been detected for the host. Method 1, use enhancement points to activate a light attribute spiritual treasure, which can resolve all abnormal states. Method 2, utilize the power of the 5 elements formation to forcibly repair the symptoms of spirit power dissipation. Method 3, once the spirit beast breaks through to the 6th stage or higher, the spirit power circuits within will automatically restore. Chen Yi rubbed his head, a troubled expression on his face. This is not good. There are indeed very few light attribute spiritual treasures, and he didn't know if he could get a second one. And to break through to the 6th stage, even with his training speed, it would probably take a few months. Moreover, after experiencing such an incident, whether Hua Xingtong would still be willing to let him guide her spirit power was still unknown. So, the method most likely left is the last one, using the power of the 5 elements formation to lift the seal. But before that, he needed to clear up the misunderstanding first. System, tell me all the information related to spirit power dissipation. Ding! Loading all information on this symptom requires 5 enhancement points. Does the host wish to consume? Consume. Ding! Loading all information into the host's mind. As the system's prompt sounded, a vast amount of information surged into Chen Yi's mind like a tide. At this moment, Hua Yutong, holding the unconscious Hua Xingtong, glared fiercely at Chen Yi, wishing she could swallow him alive. What did you do to her? Chen Yi did not immediately defend himself. The bewilderment on his face quickly faded, replaced by a calm that seemed to see through everything. He ignored Hua Yutong's fury, slowly took a step forward, crouched down, and focused his gaze on the inside of Hua Xingtong's wrist. Due to the violent clash of power earlier, the pale golden cracks seemed to emerge faintly, barely noticeable unless one looked closely. Chapter 86, The Great Deceiver. Yutong, calm down for a moment, take a look here. Chen Yi pointed at the golden patterns, his expression calm as he spoke. You 2 sisters must have set up a spirit gathering array long ago, trying to activate the hidden bloodline power within you, right? But later you must have been interrupted forcefully, resulting in your inability to transform into spirit beasts? This symptom is known as spiritual power dissipation. I never expected you would suffer from such an extremely rare condition. Hua Yutong was taken aback, instinctively lowering her gaze to her sister's wrist. Spiritual power dissipation? The anger in Hua Yutong's eyes was instantly replaced by shock and doubt, her voice unconsciously lowering. She had never heard of such a symptom, but everything they had experienced was exactly as Chen Yi described.
They indeed tried to activate their bloodline by setting up the spirit gathering array.
However, at that time, both of them were too low in level and completely unable to bear that powerful force, thus they had to hurriedly stop the activation.
As a result, they remained at the B-grade bloodline, while also losing the power to transform into spirit beasts in armed forms.
Taking advantage of the moment, Chen Yi turned his gaze to the equally perplexed Yanju. You awakened your bloodline last night, you should feel the clearest, right?
When I awakened your bloodline, there should have been no obstruction, right?
Yanju immediately recalled how she felt at that time.
Though initially she had difficulty controlling it, the power itself was surging and smooth, completely unblocked.
She nodded vigorously, yes. Although the awakened power was very fierce, it flowed freely, everything came naturally, and then my bloodline was completely awakened. Chen Yi continued to look at Lin Mengxue, Luo Shirin, and Su Taotao, asking the same question. Their answers were quite similar, the power was strong, but they felt no abnormal resistance whatsoever. Chen Yi nodded slightly and continued, your sister's spiritual power dissipation has caused a blockage in her internal spiritual power circuits, which is why my power cannot be injected, resulting in this situation. However, it's not a big problem, she will wake up soon, and there won't be any other side effects. But you and Xingtong's spiritual power dissipation issue must be resolved quickly. Your current situation is like forcibly opening the floodgates in a river filled with hidden reefs and landslides. No matter what you do, it's all in vain, and the power cannot irrigate it all.
Halfway through, Chen Yi paused.
He looked at the expression on Hua Yuetong's face as her anger faded, replaced by shock and worry.
After contemplating for a moment, he continued, if I'm not mistaken, your spiritual power dissipation is so severe because after the failure of the spirit gathering array, you must have taken a lot of spirit-enhancing treasures, right?
And you must have sought help from other beast tamers to guide your spiritual power, but the results were all failures. Fortunately, I stopped in time, otherwise, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Hearing Chen Yi's explanation, Hua Yuetong's hands holding her sister also trembled slightly. With Yanju and the other three sisters' first-hand experiences as support, combined with Chen Yi's seemingly omniscient analysis, and the eerie cracks on Hua Xingtong's wrist alongside the real sense of blockage in her body, all signs pointed toward a terrifying fact she had been completely unaware of before. Her and her sister's bodies had probably been in trouble for a long time. At this moment, an immense sense of guilt surged in her heart.
Ding! Hua Yuetong's favorability plus 40 points. Current favorability, minus 10 points.
Her eyes were filled with tears.
He whispered, I'm sorry, I thought it was you who wanted to talk to us. It's okay, you all are not clear about the source, which is normal.
Chen Yi's tone softened a bit, the condition of spirit power dissipation is almost unknown, has little effect on daily life, and is hard to detect. Only when a large amount of spirit power is needed will corresponding symptoms appear. But your situation must be treated. Because of the spirit power dissipation, the spirit power circuits cannot form, and you won't even be able to make a contract with other beast masters. The bloodline power within you is very strong, and without the suppression of beast masters, it won't be long before you'll be demonized. Hua Yuetong abruptly looked up, a hint of panic flashing in her beautiful eyes upon hearing this. Her voice trembled a bit as she urgently asked, Is there a way to solve it? On the way here, Su Taotao had talked a lot with the two of them. Among the topics was how she had started to become demonized at only 22 years old.
The stronger the bloodline inside her, the earlier the demonization would occur.
Originally, they had hoped to find a rich second-generation heir to form a contract based on their B-rank bloodline and beauty, then lead a quiet life in the city like ordinary women. However, fate played a cruel joke on them. Upon arriving in Han City, they were tricked and imprisoned by people from the Black Ghost Market.
But this didn't seem to be entirely bad.
After all, those who could pay a high price for them must be rich, saving them the trouble of searching. Although the treatment might be a bit poor, and they might encounter some strange people with peculiar hobbies. But at least they should still be able to enjoy their old age, it wouldn't be a big problem. Now, being told that they can't form a contract with a beast master, all that awaits them is the fate of demonization. How could they accept this? Chen Yi looked at the pleading gaze of Hua Yuetong and couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Actually, this mistake was entirely on him. Without understanding their situation beforehand, he rashly activated the Spirit Beast Awakening, causing Hua Xingtong to fall unconscious. Under such circumstances, reconnecting with the sisters was indeed quite challenging and very troublesome to explain. Fortunately, with the system in place, combining the information about spirit power dissipation successfully tricked Hua Yuetong into believing. Of course, it was trickery, but everything Chen Yi said was true. With symptoms of spirit power dissipation, they indeed could not form a contract with beast masters.
Demonization was just a matter of time.
Thinking of this, Chen Yi nodded and said softly, there is a way, but it might be a bit troublesome.
You should have heard of the 5 elements secret realm at the border between the Tianzhu Kingdom and our Dragon Kingdom, right?
In this secret realm, there is a special area called the 5-element array, where you just need to activate the 5-element array. Using the awakening and refining power of the 5-element array, you can restore the spirit power circuits in your bodies and cure the spirit power dissipation. By then, you too will be saved. Chapter 87 Hua Yuetong's Apology. 5-element array? Hua Yuetong's lips parted slightly, and a hint of shock flashed in her eyes. She naturally knew about the existence of the 5-element secret realm. But she never expected that the only chance of survival for herself and her sister, Washington, existed here? Ding! Hua Yuetong's favorability plus 10 points. Current favorability, 0 points. Yanjiu also had her pupils shrink and her red lips slightly parted. She was clearly shaken by the words 5-element secret realm that Chen Yi had mentioned. Chen Yi nodded and continued to persuade, yes. If it were just simple awakening, I could do it easily, just like this. Before he finished speaking, he naturally reached out and grabbed Yanjiu's wrist. Buzz. A tremendous force suddenly erupted. The violent torrent of spirit power swept through, distorting the air. The nine-tailed fox, carrying the ancient pressure of a phantom, once again proudly manifested, merging with Yanjiu's delicate body with an unmatched momentum. Awakening. The nine-tailed fox, once again, reigned supreme. Ah! Yanjiu couldn't help but let out a cry, and was soon completely submerged by the powerful and familiar force within her. The joy of regaining what was lost surged into her heart, instantly breaking down all the doubts she had about Chen Yi before. Power. Her own power has returned. She instinctively wanted to control the fluffy, soft tails behind her, but found that they were still stubbornly swaying around. But this small flaw could not dilute the ultimate excitement of this moment. Ding! Yanjiu's favorability plus 5 points. Current favorability, 65 points. Roar! Almost at the moment Yanjiu's power erupted, several fierce roars came from deep within the canyon. A few third-tier magical beasts, attracted by the strong bloodline aura, came rushing in like sharks smelling blood. Humph! Seeking death. A cold light flashed in Yanjiu's eyes, worried about where to unleash the power she had regained. With a graceful lift of her jade hand, pure white fox fire instantly swept out. Those magical beasts charging forward didn't even have time to scream, as they were instantly burnt to a crisp by the white flames, releasing a stinging burnt smell. Gulp! Su Taotao looked at the roast meat, unable to resist swallowing hard. She tugged at Chen Yi's sleeve and softly said, "Brother Chen Yi, I'm hungry, I want to eat." Chen Yi chuckled lightly, affectionately ruffled her little head, "If you're hungry, go eat. With me, you don't have to hold back." "Thank you, Brother Chen Yi." Su Taotao cheered, joyfully jumping to the pile of roast meat, instantly transforming into her armed form. The black hole vortex under her armpit silently opened, and a powerful suction enveloped the roasted magical beast corpses. Pure energy was instantly devoured, leaving only a bit of ash to scatter in the wind. Su Taotao smacked her lips in satisfaction, a happy blush on her little face. Lin Mingxue and Luo Shirin exchanged glances, seeing the helpless smiles in each other's eyes. It seems there was no chance for them to step in. At this moment, Hua Yutong stood frozen. Just as Chen Yi held Yanjiu's wrist, drawing on that awakening power in an instant. She clearly caught that familiar aura, exactly the same as the power that had previously caused her bloodline to stir in the spirit-gathering array. There was no doubt that this was indeed true awakening power. So it turns out, awakening a bloodline could be so simple? Those complicated rituals, that painful torment, and the faint hopes in the face of Chen Yi's light grasp, were simply a huge joke. The reason Chen Yi bought them at the auction, perhaps it was because he valued the hidden bloodlines within them, wanting to use his power to assist their awakening. This also explained why Chen Yi didn't make things difficult for them right away, preparing everything they needed to eat and wear. He treated them as partners, not as toys bought at an auction. Coming to this place where only third-tier magical beasts resided, he was merely waiting to verify his power as soon as they awakened. It just happened that due to the collapse of the spiritual energy, such an accident occurred. But what about her? Without knowing anything at all, she rushed at him to roar, question, and oppose. What were their identities? They were toys marked with a price tag at the auction, bound by a contract to sell themselves. As their master, Chen Yi, even if he were to kill them on the spot, it would be quite normal. However, he didn't. In the face of her anger and misunderstanding, he not only did not get angry but patiently explained the reasons. At the moment when his sister was in danger, he not only didn't stand by, but instead immediately provided the only way out. If he were truly a scumbag, then what were they? Thinking of this, a mix of overwhelming shame, fear, and gratitude surged into Hua Yuetong's heart. Tears immediately filled her eyes, blurring her vision. Ding! Hua Yuetong's favorability plus 20 points. Current favorability, 20 points. I'm sorry. Chen Yi, I'm sorry. I thought you wanted. Chen Yi smiled and asked,
what did you think I wanted? No, that's not it, it's my problem. Hua Yuatan said earnestly, Chen Yi, since you can suggest this method, it means you should know how to do it, right? Chen Yi knelt down, gently flicked her forehead with his finger, and smiled lightly, silly girl, why are you crying? You and your sister are the ones specifically filmed and handed over to me by Ju. Since I mentioned the 5 elements secret realm, I naturally have the means to save you. Now it all depends on whether you are willing to trust me this time. I trust. I believe. Hua Yuatan almost shouted, as long as we can be saved. I, Hua Yuatan, swear to the heavens, in this life I am willing to be your servant, to fulfill any request you have, never to betray. My sister and I are both pure, even if we were captured by those horrible people, we have never done anything against ethics. I beg you. Save us. Save my sister and me. Chen Yi looked at the teary-eyed girl in front of him, and a sense of dark amusement filled his heart. He restrained his smile and said seriously, my request? Only one. From now on, forget about being auctioned or being someone's slave. Here with me, you will be partners, I won't force you to do anything against your will, and you won't need to feel inferior. It's that simple, how about it? Partners? Hua Yuatan was utterly stunned. She had imagined countless harsh conditions and was even prepared to give up everything. But she never expected such a near-gift request. Is this the true demeanor of a peerless genius? She gazed into Chen Yi's gentle eyes, and in that moment, her defenses completely crumbled. Ding! Hua Yuatan's favorability plus 15 points. Current favorability, 35 points. Thank you, Chen Yi, really, thank you. Hua Yuatan cried uncontrollably, repeating her thanks over and over. Alright, let's save the thanks for later. Chen Yi stood up, Xingtong needs to rest. Let's head back to the hotel so she can recuperate. As for the 5 elements secret realm, I have my own plans, don't worry. Of course, while saying this, Chen Yi internally scolded himself several times. Even though in this world, it was common for powerful beast masters to live with several spirit beast girls. But why does it feel like this scumbag label is becoming more firmly attached? The Dragon Slayer ultimately becomes the dragon? This feeling doesn't seem too bad? Chapter 88, Misunderstanding Resolved. In the evening hours. The glow of the sunset streamed through the hotel floor-to-ceiling windows, covering the room with a warm orange hue. On the hotel bed, Hua Xingtong's long eyelashes fluttered a few times before slowly opening her eyes. A hint of confusion from just waking up lingered in her gaze. Xingtong. You're awake. That's wonderful. A beautiful face filled with the joy of recovery instantly filled her vision. Hua Yuatan could no longer hold back and suddenly jumped up to hug her sister tightly. Sis? Hua Xingtong looked a bit stunned. What happened? I feel so tired. Hua Yuatan quickly released her and wiped her tears, then gently brushed away the moisture from her sister's face with her fingertip. She took a deep breath and, in the calmest tone she could manage, told her sister everything that had happened before. She emphasized how Chen Yi had timely stopped the awakening to avoid more severe consequences and his proposed solution. Hua Xingtong listened quietly, her originally confused little face gradually replaced with surprise, then realization, and finally turned into a hint of bitter self-mockery. She instinctively raised her hand, her fingertips gently rubbing the soft, smooth skin on the inside of her wrist. There, the faint golden crack had long since disappeared. But a powerful surge of spiritual energy was clearly imprinted in her perception, completely unable to merge into her limbs and bones. So it was. The problem that troubled her, the bloodline power that she could never successfully transform the root, was actually here. Her gaze, filled with complex emotions, crossed over her sister's shoulder and fell on Chen Yi not far away. Recalling the hatred in her heart towards Chen Yi's failed guidance before she fainted, and thinking of her sister's fierce accusation of Chen Yi in a moment of panic. Comparing that to this man before her, who not only held no grudges but also accurately pointed out their terminal illness and provided a solution. A wave of guilt instantly drowned her. I'm sorry, Mr. Chen Yi. Hua Xingtong struggled to sit up, but was carefully supported by Hua Yuatan. She looked at Chen Yi, her beautiful eyes filled with tears. Thank you for saving me, and for still being willing to think of a way for us before we misunderstood you. My sister was just too worried about me. Hearing this, Chen Yi nodded slightly. No need to apologize. You just escaped danger, your energy is severely depleted, and now the most important thing is to rest and recover. You don't need to worry too much about the 5 elements secret realm, I have my own arrangements. Okay. We will listen to you. Rest well. Ding. Hua Xingtong's favorability plus 40 points. Current favorability, 30 points. Seeing the misunderstanding cleared, apart from being a bit weak, Hua Xingtong was not seriously hurt. A weight was lifted from Chen Yi's heart, and he let out a deep sigh of relief. A secret realm, as the name suggests, is an isolated place apart from the real world. It is the otherworldly space that came to this world along with the dimensional rift when the magical beasts descended. Like the dimensional rift, large numbers of magical beasts are born every day. Unlike the low-level magical beasts in the wild that are mostly weak at first and need to devour each other to grow slowly, the magical beasts born inside the secret realm may start at levels 3 or 4. Or even higher. More deadly is the fact that in the secret realm, all modern communication methods will completely fail, turning into scrap metal. This means that once deeper in, one is truly cut off from the outside world. Unless there are special communication treasures, don't expect to contact the outside. And according to the information Chen Yi found on the Beastmaster forum, the 5 elements secret realm is not a good place, its internal environment is extreme, and the energy of the 5 elements is extremely violent and chaotic, with various extreme weather conditions everywhere. It can be said to be a hodgepodge of various disasters. Although intelligence shows that the average level of magical beasts born in the 5 elements secret realm is around 3 to 4. With Lin Mingxue and the others' current strength, they can completely cope. But the most terrifying part of the secret realm is there is no regular cleansing. The power of the Long Kingdom's army is mainly deployed in the dimensional rifts and the outdoor beginner practice areas. Magical beasts in the secret realm cannot leave the secret realm, so these beasts rely more on adventurers exploring on their own. No one knows what kind of magical beasts will be born in the secret realm. Even more dangerously, regarding its geographical location, the 5 elements secret realm happens to be located at the border between the southwest of the Long Kingdom and the Tianzhu Kingdom. Not only must one face the violent natural environment and ferocious magical beasts, but also beware of humans. In the wilds of the Long Kingdom, events of murder and treasure snatching, black eating black happen all the time, let alone inside the secret realm. Tianzhu Kingdom is notoriously known in the Beastmaster circle as a disaster area for insult against spirit beasts. The attitude of Beastmasters in their country towards spirit beasts is simply appalling. In their eyes, spirit beasts are essentially nothing but toys, slaves, or even worse existences. Every day, thousands of malicious events targeting spirit beasts occur, which has long become infamous. What's even more terrifying is that some Tianzhu Beastmasters' preferences even extend to purely animal-shaped magical beasts. In the International Anonymous Forum for Beastmasters, in the voting for the most hated and least wanted Beastmaster nationality, in the country of Tianzhu, beast tamers always hold the top position, their reputation speaks for itself. Of course, Chen Yi didn't venture into the dangerous 5 elements secret realm just to save the Hua sisters. When the system uploaded information about spiritual power dissipating into Chen Yi's mind, he stumbled upon something. The 5 elements array can heal the reason for the spiritual power dissipation, fundamentally by using powerful force to forcefully break through the obstacles in the spiritual power circuit, while also using the repair power to fix the spiritual power circuit within the body. If that's the case, let's reverse engineer it a bit. Those like them, who don't have spiritual power dissipation, could completely use the power of the 5 elements array to impact their meridians, achieving the body refining effects often seen in martial arts novels. Anyway, once the 5 elements array is activated, it doesn't mean only one person can use it. Everyone can strengthen themselves together, who knows, it might lead to a big improvement. But before heading to the 5 elements secret realm, he still needed to raise his own strength first. These, are you sure they can be swallowed directly? Don't they all need to be ground into powder to mix with water? Brother Chen Yi, what are you doing? Yan Zhu and Su Taotao looked completely confused. Who swallows beast cores directly like this? What shocked Yan Zhu even more was Chen Yi's request everyone do it simultaneously. An absurd thought flashed through her mind in an instant. Multiple guiding, S-level talent, only those beast tamers who awaken this talent can guide multiple spiritual beasts to absorb spiritual power at the same time. But Chen Yi's talent, what was shown before wasn't bloodline awakening and multiple contracts. Could it be he has a third talent? And it's also S-level multiple guiding? What kind of monster-level talent combination is this? But she thought this, they still followed his instructions. As a result, they were naturally shocked by Chen Yi's methods. 100% refining. Multiple targets perfectly guided. Is it really this outrageous? Ding. Yan Zhu's favorability plus 5 points. Current favorability, 65 points. Ding. Su Taotao's favorability plus 1 point. Current favorability, 89 points. Chapter 89, Heading to the Border. Watching from the side, the sisters Hua Yuetong and Hua Xingtong were completely stunned. Although they didn't personally experience the violent energy surging into their bodies, they could clearly sense the skyrocketing aura from Lin Mingxue and the other 3, as if they were on a rocket. This completely overturned their understanding of Beast Tamer's training system. Hua Yuetong had only heard her sister recount Chen Yi's wonders. Now witnessing this miraculous scene, the last shred of doubt in her heart vanished completely. What replaced it was indescribable excitement and relief. Perhaps the sisters had truly encountered a benefactor. A peerless genius that cannot be measured by common logic. Ding! Hua Yuetong's favorability plus 5 points. Current favorability, 35 points. Ding! Hua Xingtong's favorability plus 10 points. Current favorability, 40 points. Ding! Lin Mengshua's intimacy has reached 75 points, meeting the requirements for the second tier in 10 segments. Congratulations on the contracted spiritual beast. Lin Mengxue successfully learning a new skill, Dragon's Rage. Gathering spiritual power to unleash a roar, greatly weakening the opponent's fighting spirit and defense, while also adding dragon pressure. Ding! Luo Shirin's intimacy has reached 50 points, meeting the requirements for the second tier in 10 segments. Congratulations on the contracted spiritual beast. Luo Shirin successfully learning a new skill, Song of Wind. Playing the Song of Wind, increasing the action speed of friendly units. Ding! Su Taodao's intimacy has reached 30 points, meeting the requirements for the first tier in 10 segments. Congratulations on the contracted spiritual beast. Su Taodao successfully learning a new skill, Power Bestowal. Temporarily extracting a portion of one's own power, infusing it into a designated friendly target, granting them explosive enhancement for a short time. Ding! Yan Zhua's intimacy has reached 20 points, meeting the requirements for the second tier in 10 segments. Congratulations on the contracted spiritual beast. Yan Zhua's spark skill successfully upgrading to high-level skill, Enigmatic Foxfire. Concentrating spiritual power at the tail, launching a cold flame that can obliterate the enemy's soul. In a blink, half a month had flown by. Under Chen Yi's tireless efforts day and night, the affinity of the 4 contracted spirit beast girls finally lived up to expectations, reaching the critical point for unlocking new skills. It truly proves the saying hard work pays off for those who are dedicated. Chen Yi rubbed his sore lower back, filled with countless feelings inside. The high-intensity training during this half-month was even more exhausting than going out to hunt magical beasts. The only downside was that aside from the system notification of skill unlocking, the girl's affection for him remained unmoved, as if welded shut. Could it be that affinity and affection are 2 independent tracks? Or perhaps, his way of nurturing them wasn't enjoyable enough for them? Li Yang, Yanzhou's family, and Luo Qinghe sent many magical beast crystal cores every day. Thanks to this, Chen Yi and his group could train steadily. During this time, Chen Yi personally broke through to level 3, stage 6. Lin Mengxue and Luo Shirin reached level 3, stage 5. Su Taodao made it to level 3, stage 1. Yan Zhuo's level remained unchanged. After all, her level was already as high as level 3, stage 10. Although Chen Yi could channel spirit power to multiple spirit beast girls at once, the physical exhaustion was still real. Before successfully conquering Hua Yutong and obtaining that robust strength skill, Chen Yi had to strategically allocate resources, prioritizing Su Taodao's quick growth due to her lower level. For this, the 25-year-old mature lady Yan Zhuo showed exceptional understanding, even exuding a hint of pampering towards the younger generation. Little Tao Tao is at the age of growth. I, as the older sister, am not in a hurry. Of course, the premise is that the daily affinity training remains steadfast in her position. This is a matter of principle. As for the sister duo Hua Yutong and Hua Xingtong, under the special methods Chen Yi provided, their physical condition visibly improved. Pale cheeks finally bloomed with color, and their languid breaths became strong. Most importantly, when they attempted to channel the dormant power within, a long-lost thrill clearly transmitted. Although there was still a long way to go before truly entering spirit beast form, this was undoubtedly fantastic news. At least it proved that Chen Yi's diagnosis and early treatment direction were entirely correct. Of course, wanting to undergo a complete transformation still relies on the 5 elements array. One day, fully prepared, Chen Yi and his group boarded the flight to the southwestern border of the Dragon Kingdom. They encountered no magical beast attacks along the way. After a day and night of travel, they finally arrived at the nearest human city to the 5 elements secret realm Tianhai City. Of course, while it was labeled as the nearest, the entrance to the secret realm was still 70 or 80 kilometers away in a desolate border area. Chen Yi's old acquaintance Li Yan also came along. However, he had no intention of entering the secret realm with Chen Yi. He purely worried that the hard-to-find potential stock would suffer inside, willingly taking on the role of logistics support captain. Brother Chen Yi, how about I fly everyone over? Lin Mengxue volunteered, 70 or 80 kilometers away, I can fly there in just half an hour. Chen Yi shook his head, let's skip that. What dirty tricks can those guys from the Tianzhu kingdom pull? Low-altitude flying is too noticeable, making us easy targets. For safety's sake, driving in is better. Shirin and Jiao can both drive, it's more discreet and saves effort. Upon hearing this, Li Yang immediately acted as the logistics minister, making calls to rally people. Moments later, he rubbed his hands together, approaching Chen Yi with a mix of flattery and helplessness. Brother Chen Yi, the car is not an issue, but we need to add a special protective shield to resist the secret realm's elemental erosion. All modified cars available have been rented out, and for new car modifications, the fastest we can pick it up is tomorrow morning. Otherwise shall we rest for the night? Chen Yi sighed, alright, then. Safety first. Tonight, everyone should have a good rest. This sentence was directed not only at the crowd but also to his weary self. Tonight, he must recover well. However, ideals are abundant, while reality is harsh. When the words good rest left Chen Yi's lips, Lin Mengxue, Luo Shirin, Su Taotao, and Yan Zhua's eyes instantly turned subtle. They had just mastered new skills and needed deep practice to strengthen and improve. As their beast master, how could Chen Yi miss such an important training session? Thus, under the relentless questioning from the 4 Spirit Beast sisters, Chen Yi's planned arrest that night was thoroughly dashed. Until the sky outside began to lighten and the clock's hands struggled to point to 3 in the morning. The sisters finally fell into a deep sleep. Phew! Chen Yi lay on the bed, feeling as if his body had been emptied. The strategy for Huai Tong, obtaining the skill of being strong, cannot wait. If this goes on, I might not even get to the secret realm, I might leave my life here. With an endless desire for core skills and a sense of exhaustion, Chen Yi almost fell asleep in seconds. Chapter 90, The 5 Elements Secret Realm. The next morning, outside Tianhai City, a modified off-road vehicle with a special matte coating and a very high chassis drove away from the hotel, heading towards the border area. Inside the car, the sisters Huai Tong and Huashingtong sat closely together in the back seat. Their gaze passed through the reinforced car windows, staring at the increasingly desolate and primitive scenery. In their eyes intertwined apprehension for the unknown secret realm, a strong desire to heal themselves, and a hint of indescribable pressure. They surely believed in Chen Yi 100% now. Half a month of interaction had made them certain that Chen Yi was a very caring beast master who possessed extremely powerful abilities. The other sisters had all been rescued by Chen Yi in moments of despair, given a new life. For these 2 flawed sisters, encountering Chen Yi was likely a blessing earned from saving the galaxy in a past life. But precisely because of this, they felt even more anxious. The 5 Elements secret realm was very dangerous, and Chen Yi and his companions had to delve into such perilous territory for them. If any misfortune befell them because of the sisters, they would truly feel irredeemable. It was really overwhelming. Lin Mengxue, sitting in the passenger seat with her legs on Chen Yi's lap, seemed to sense the sisters' low spirits. She turned her head, wearing a calm expression, and said, "Don't worry. You haven't seen all of Chen Yi's methods yet. If he says it will work, it will definitely work. We'll return safely. But what if we encounter a very terrifying enemy? There's no what if. Little Xingtong, just rest assured. Don't forget, Chen Yi has prepared plenty of secret weapons with the treasures brought back by Night Sister. You'll definitely be amazed." Is that so? What exactly is Chen Yi's gifted ability? How come he has so many skills? I'm not sure either, but I feel that as long as it's related to us, he can do anything. The sisters chuckled a couple of times and said nothing more. Isn't that a heavy filter? Why not say Chen Yi is like those web novel characters with a system? However, Chen Yi truly deserves such a filter. He really is too outstanding. However, Yan Zhe vaguely sensed something was off. Wait a minute, the treasures I brought, weren't they meant to activate the bloodline? As soon as this was said, the atmosphere inside the off-road vehicle, which had been relatively relaxed, instantly froze. Chen Yi twitched his mouth, almost forgetting about this. If he had known he should have been honest while deeply discussing last night, when Yan Zhu was calling out "I want more," he should have taken the chance to clarify. At that time, she was most susceptible, a few sweet words would surely have smoothed things over. Zhu, about this matter. Chen Yi cleared his throat, trying to explain. I'm sorry, Sister Zhou H. However, Su Taotao directly interrupted, it's all my fault. I wanted to cure the demonization quickly, so I begged Brother Chen Yi to say it like that. Actually, Brother Chen Yi doesn't need things like the spirit light remains to awaken his bloodline ability. He said that at the time just to quickly get the spirit light remains from you to use for me. If you want to blame someone, blame me, and don't get angry at Brother Chen Yi. Hearing this, Yan Zhou H was slightly taken aback, and then she chuckled softly. Taotao, how could I blame you? That thing was just sitting there. If you can use it, it's good to make use of it. I'm happy about it. Oh, I see, thank you, Sister Zhou H. But... Yan Zhou H changed her tone, her enchanting peach blossom eyes instantly locking onto Chen Yi, with 7 parts anger and 3 parts grievance. Chen Yi, we have signed a contract, my whole self belongs to you, why did you hide such a small matter from me? Do you think I don't trust you? Or, That prolonged ending made Chen Yi's scalp tingle. He nervously avoided her burning gaze and casually made up an excuse, Sister Zhou H, you are just, too beautiful. Every night, I get dizzy looking at you, my mind gets all fuzzy, so... I just forgot. Excuse. I won't listen. Yan Jiu proudly tossed her long hair, pouting her red lips, unless for the next affinity training, you accompany me alone. No bringing them along. Chen Yi instantly rolled his eyes. Sure enough. I knew it would be like this. This vixen's little plans are almost written on her face. Alright, sigh. Hee, that's more like it. Okay, stop messing around. Lo Shireen, who had been quietly driving, timely spoke up, we've arrived. Everyone perked up, looking forward. In an expansive desolate wilderness stood an arch-shaped light gate about 5 meters high and 6 meters wide. A bustling crowd was moving around in front. It looked just like a busy commercial street at night, lively as ever. Anyone exploring the Wind Realm? We need one more, a combination of Beastmasters above 3rd level, 5th segment. Looking for a team to hunt fire attribute magical beasts, need a 3rd level, 8th segment Beastmaster, with 2 water attribute contract spirit beasts. Anyone, just a Beastmaster from Tianzhu, above 3rd level is fine, no Dragon Country people. Selling maps. 5 elements array map, 10,000 Dragon Country coins or 1 million rupees, anyone needs it? Various voices filled the air, making it feel completely unlike a wilderness, but rather more like a supply station. No wonder the journey was smooth, not encountering a single magical beast. Did all the beasts get cleared out by the Beastmasters here? Chen Yi scanned the crowd. As expected, as the intel indicated, 3rd level Beastmasters are the mainstream, occasionally sensing a few stronger 4th level auras, but they are extremely rare. This scene inexplicably gave him a sense of being in a large online game, waiting at the dungeon entrance to form a team. So many people. So many people from Tianzhu. I can't believe so many people want to explore the 5 elements secret realm, it's a bit odd. Isn't it said to be very dangerous? The bigger the storm, the more precious the fish. The more dangerous the place, the more rare the heavenly treasures that might be born. The girls were discussing lively. At that moment. Hey, brother! A dark-skinned man with a strong Tianzhu accent leaned by Chen Yi's car window, waving a scroll of parchment in his hand, need a map? Latest survey version, updated just half a month ago, 10,000 Dragon Country coins, definitely worth it. Chen Yi noticed that this guy originally intended to flirt with the driver, Lo Shireen. However, after seeing it was a woman driving, his eyes flashed a hint of blatant disdain, and he immediately circled around to Chen Yi's side. Clearly, he didn't regard spirit beasts as people. The character of the Tianzhu people truly lives up to its reputation. Looking at it this way, it was indeed wise to be cautious of Tianzhu's Beastmasters in advance. After sighing, Chen Yi didn't pay too much attention to these. After all, they really needed the map right now. Can I see the map first? Of course. The map seller readily handed the map through the car window. Chapter 91, Entering the Secret Realm. Chen Yi unfolded the map, his eyes quickly scanning it. The entire 5 elements secret realm was clearly divided into 5 huge regular pentagonal areas: light, wind, water, fire, earth. Each area was marked with different symbols indicating environmental features, known dangerous magical beast species, and even some relatively safe paths. A rough estimate showed that each area's side length exceeded 500 kilometers, an astonishingly large area. The core of the secret realm, the location of the entrance and exit, was precisely the central junction point of the 5 areas where the 5 elements array was located. The map specially noted activating the array requires 1 piece of each of the 5 elements clock spirit stones, along with corresponding attribute heavenly and earthly spiritual treasures as catalysts. Clock spirit stones can be found within the 5 areas or purchased from other beast tamers, but the prices and difficulties, a big question mark was drawn on the map. Additionally, many areas were marked with striking skull icons, labeled with terms like high risk, high-level magical beasts, etc. I have to say, it was quite detailed, with all sorts of annotations, even records of the approximate magical beasts that had appeared, clear at a glance. Not bad, very detailed, I'll take it. Thank you for your business. Seeing the transfer go through, the map seller's face broke into a smile. Looking around, he said, "Hey, friend from Dragon Country. As a favor for your straightforwardness, let me give you a tip. Did you see that bald, muscular man in the black vest over there? A tough character at the first stage of level 5, and the 2 people next to him are his lackeys, local bullies in this area. You have too many beauties in your car. If he sets his sights on you, haha." He didn't finish, but the look of schadenfreude mixed with a bit of sympathy explained everything. I understand. Chen Yi calmly nodded, closing the car window. A level 5 beast tamer? What's there to be afraid of? 1 shot of a power amplification card for Yanjiu H and level 6 battle power would be instantly in hand. I'd smash his head. If that doesn't work, I still have 1 communication crystal left. If it really comes down to it, I can call for help and let him see what a spirit beast above level 10 is. So, Chen Yi, should I drive in directly now? Yeah, just drive right in. On another side. Watching Chen Yi's modified off-road vehicle completely enter the secret realm's light gate, disappearing into the distorted glow. The map seller, who had just been all smiles, suddenly changed his face, bent over, and tiptoed over to Gallahan and his group. "Boss Gallahan. A fat sheep. Top-notch goods." He quickly removed a nondescript metal pendant from around his neck, pulled out a tiny SD card from the back. "I filmed everything, take a look." As the SD card was inserted into a nearby tablet, a clear image jumped onto the screen. It was the scene inside Chen Yi's vehicle. 6 stunningly beautiful faces, each unique but equally captivating, instantly caught the attention of Gallahan and his 2 subordinates. Hiss. Accompanied by several gasps. 3 sets of eyes instantly became feverish, filled with undisguised lust and possessiveness. Damn, all top-notch. Each one more stunning than the last. Gallahan's breathing grew heavier, a cruel and greedy smile spreading across his face. "I've been stuck in this godforsaken place for nearly a week, and finally, I can strike. And 6 of them at once. Once I'm tired of them, I could sell them for 10 billion rupees." The map seller moved closer, flattering. "Boss, that pretty boy at most is level 3, maybe 3 and 4 segments, and none of those girls is over level 4. They don't even have a decent bodyguard, probably just a bunch of naive kids trying their luck in the secret realm. A pure team of noobs, taking them down is a piece of cake." "Well done." Gallahan grunted with satisfaction, casually pulled out a card from his pocket, tossing it over as if to shoo away a beggar. 20 million rupees for you. Get lost." "Thanks, boss." "Thank you, boss." The map dealer grabbed the bank card and nodded with servility. But a quick flash of barely perceptible pity passed through his eyes, quickly drowned by deeper greed. He then continued his work selling maps. He had reminded them beforehand, it shouldn't be his fault if Greyhound captured them in the end, right? For wealth, people die, for food, birds perish. These low-level workers can only earn money like this. Greyhound stared at the light door entrance, his grin becoming increasingly sinister. "Remember, those girls, not a single one can get hurt on their faces. I want complete goods." "Yes. Boss." 5 Elements Secret Realm, the meeting point of 5 elemental regions. After a strong sense of spatial tearing and blinding white light, the off-road vehicle landed heavily. When they saw the scene in front of them, even though they were somewhat prepared, they couldn't help but gasp sharply. The sky was not a single color, but looked like a spilled palette, with bright red, deep blue, earthy yellow, vibrant green, and fiery white light bands twisting like living creatures, occasionally bursting into dazzling flashes. The ground beneath their feet was equally strange. A step away might lead to cracked, scorched lava land, but within a step could be a slippery, muddy swamp. Further away, floating icebergs and howling sandstorms could be seen. The energy clashing at the intersection of the 5 regions created visible energy turbulence. The air was thick and heavy, each breath carrying a strong sense of discomfort. Contact with this air felt as if one was falling into a quagmire, extremely unpleasant. It could be said that any ordinary person with just a first-level strength coming here would probably die directly within a minute. It was downright terrifying. "Is everyone okay?" Chen Yi quickly scanned everyone, asking. I feel like I'm not affected." "Me too. Just a bit uncomfortable, wanting to take a shower. My whole body feels sticky, and I haven't even sweated." "I'm okay, feels like there won't be any major effects." The 4 girls had relatively high resilience and could still hold on. But Huayuatong and Huashington were obviously in worse shape. Their faces were pale, sweat beading on their foreheads, and their breathing was slightly rapid. "How do you feel?" Chen Yi looked at the sisters, asking. "I can only say, it's okay. We can probably hold on for only 1 or 2 hours. The energy at the center point is too chaotic. How about we first check out a single element area? Maybe it will feel better." "Makes sense. Then let's go see the elemental region first." Chen Yi looked at Yanju. "Ju, you said you wanted to come here. Any suggestions? Which area should we go to first?" Yanju tilted her head, her fluffy foxtail moving, then pointed in one direction. "Wind. I feel like it's relatively, calmer over there." "You're not just pointing on a whim, right? You actually didn't make any plans?" "Hey. I'm serious, okay? Do you dare to swear? If I'm talking nonsense, you take care of me at night. If I'm right, you train me at night. Are you kidding me? Is there a difference?" Chapter 92, Strengthening Spiritual Energy Value. In the end, the off-road vehicle still drove toward the wind area. Just as Yanju sensed, as they got closer to the wind area's boundary, the sense of chaotic energy erosion from the center indeed weakened. But instead, it replaced with a pure, crushing wind pressure as if it wanted to tear everything apart. Until they truly drove into the entrance of the wind area, the sight before them made everyone fully understand this so-called calm was a freaking another type of hell mode. There was no road in front of them at all.
Instead, there were countless broken rock fragments of various sizes and bizarre shapes, densely floating in midair, slowly moving along with the flow of the storm, forming the only passage. The wind here had long surpassed the concept of airflow and had transformed into tangible blades. The sharp howling was the only background sound in this realm, never ceasing. Even more terrifying was that countless fragments of rocks were swept up from the canyon bottom by the raging wind. A storm of stone rained down, blocking out the sun. Fist-sized stones, propelled by the terrifying force of the wind, screamed through the air, indiscriminately smashing into everything. The sky had no clouds, only the torn remnants of light and the bone-chilling cold brought by the high-speed airflow. Of course, this was nothing for beast masters above the third rank and their spirit beasts. Unfortunately, from here on, the off-road vehicle would no longer be useful. At the same time, due to the presence of abundant violent winds in the air. This harsh environment had nearly rendered Lin Mengxue and Luo Shirin's flying abilities useless. If they forced themselves to take off, their massive bodies would only become targets for the winds and stone rain. However, according to the notes on the map, these winds were similar to tornadoes, with lethality only on the outer regions. As long as they passed through this deadly outer wind band and entered the relatively stable core area deep within the crack, the situation would improve. Before long, Chen Yi and his group successfully passed through the energy barrier at the entrance of the wind area and arrived at the deadly wind belt. The scene in front of them changed dramatically, a bottomless chasm stretching before them, with no sight of the opposite shore. It seemed the only way to cross was to rely on countless floating giant rocks forming a temporary path in the violent airflow. Chen Yi quickly scanned the area, swiftly locking onto a relatively stable floating path. He turned and looked at Huayuatong and Huashingtong. "Can you both hold on?" "No problem, as long as we don't get hit head-on by the winds," Huayuatong said as she took out a rope and expertly tied herself and her sister tightly together at the waist. Huashingtong, a bit reckless by nature, hoped this would reduce danger as much as possible. "Sister, I'm fine." Huashingtong protested shyly, but a fierce glare from Huayuatong silenced her. "Shut up, hold on tight." "Ah, got it." Watching the interaction between the sisters, the other girls couldn't help but smile. Having a twin sister or brother seemed to have its perks. "Let's go. Watch your feet and the wind direction." Chen Yi took the lead, jumping to the first target giant rock. The landing point was stable enough, preventing a fall. Yes. Soon, the girls followed one after another. Luo Shirin entered combat mode, spreading her wings and walking at the back, acting as a safety guard. After all, the gaps between those giant rocks were quite large, and any carelessness could lead to falling. Safety was the priority. Before long, an hour passed quietly. Everyone moved step by step along the path formed by the floating giant rocks towards the other side of the chasm. The initial caution relaxed slightly due to the smooth journey. After all, the warnings on the map about lurking monsters in the rocks hadn't shown anything after an hour of walking. However, just as Chen Yi's toe landed on the surface of a giant rock, covered in honeycomb-like holes, seemingly normal. Screech! A sharp, ear-piercing howl erupted from every hole in the rock. Immediately following, the rock's surface exploded. Dozens of bluish-gray shadows shrieked through the air, lunging towards the newly landed Chen Yi. The tips of their claws shimmered with sharp blue light, revealing compressed blades of wind. Monster, Winged Falcon. Difficulty, 4 stars. Level, 3rd rank, 2nd stage. Attribute, Wind. Skill, Shrink, Wind Claw. Introduction: cunning pack predators, good at hiding in wind-eroded rock holes to launch deadly ambushes, with limited individual strength, but swift group assaults. Damn! There truly was an ambush? Chen Yi was shocked, cursing the map for not misleading him. He had been too careless. However, in the blink of an eye, the sisters, who had already formed a combat tacit understanding, reacted with extreme speed. Fortunately, their earlier caution had not entirely faded. As soon as they sensed danger approaching, He reacted. "Brother Chen Yi, be careful!" Lin Mengxue shouted, gently blowing, and an ice wall instantly rose, firmly protecting Chen Yi's stance, preventing him from falling into the abyss due to the surprise attack. Luo Shirin waved her delicate hand, and several strands of condensed blue silk intertwined to form a dense net, enveloping Chen Yi and the Hua twins, blocking the attack of the wind hawks. Su Taotao directly reached out, grabbing a wind hawk. A terrifying suction erupted from the whirlpool under her armpit, and within seconds it was decomposed and devoured, turning into a stream of pure energy that she absorbed. Yan Zhou immediately entered armed form, 9 silvery tails unfurled behind her, 6 fox tails precisely struck the approaching windhawks, while the other 3 tails were responsible for keeping watch and swatting away distant flying wind blades. At this moment, Chen Yi finally had the chance to test his strength. Previously, the girls were too strong. He was just a spectator, bored, playing with pebbles. Now he had to see how strong he truly was. He raised his right hand, thumb clasped over his middle finger, making a very standard snapping gesture. Wind blade slash. Whoosh! A light azure wind blade, about 2 inches long, tore through the air, accurately shooting towards a windhawk in the outer area.
Put. The wind blade accurately hit the target.
However, the effect was not very good. The windhawk was merely knocked back by the impact, a bloody mark cut into its wing, losing a few feathers. Then there was nothing more.
Chen Yi's mouth twitched. Is the damage so amazing? Could it be that my spiritual power is too low?
I feel like I can strengthen my spiritual power and see. Chen Yi's current physique value was 60 points, but his spiritual power value was only 24 points, and besides leveling up, it hadn't been increased. Converted into spiritual beasts, it was roughly equivalent to an A-level or B-level spiritual beast at the first stage of the 10th level.
It was indeed a bit too low.
Now he still had 60 strengthening points, using some to strengthen himself shouldn't be a problem.
Keep 30 points in reserve for emergencies, the rest let's go all in.
System, give me 30 points of spiritual power.
Ding. Strengthening successful. Current spiritual power, 54 points. Chapter 93, The Danger That Follows.
As the system prompt fell.
Boom. A wave of refreshing energy instantaneously surged into his mind.
It was as if a river that had been blocked for years was suddenly unblocked. The world before his eyes suddenly became extraordinarily clear, the trajectory of the wind, the flow of energy, all reflected in his perception like slow motion. His thoughts had never been this clear, and he could control every trace of spiritual power flowing within him.
Whoa! So this is what it feels like to have high spiritual power? Chen Yi was both shocked and delighted. Physical enhancement strengthens the body, while spiritual power enhances mental perception and control? This is a big win.
His gaze once again locked onto the injured windhawk that had escaped several dozen meters and was still flapping about.
Let's try this again.
The same snapping gesture, 54 points of spiritual power surged and erupted, coalescing at his fingertips.
Whoosh.
This time, the sound of cutting through the air was sharp and piercing, like a ship's whistle blaring. A wind blade, a full 4 inches long, condensed to near substance, with edges shimmering with sharp azure light, tore through the sky with several times the speed and power of before.
The windhawk seemed to sense the deadly crisis. Terrified, it tried to dodge. But it was too late. Put.
The azure light flashed and disappeared. The windhawk's body suddenly stiffened in the air, and then, a deep red line of blood appeared in the middle of its body. In the next second, its body was sliced cleanly in half as if cut by the sharpest knife through soft tofu. Blood mixed with bits of internal organs was instantly swept away by the violent gust. A change in quantity caused a change in quality.
The enhancement of 30 points of spiritual power made the skill's power utterly different?
That's a bit absurd.
TSK, not bad at all. Chen Yi flicked his fingers,
feeling the surging spiritual power within him. Looking at the cleanly cut remains of the wind falcon in the distance, I felt a secret pleasure in my heart.
So it seems, my current combat power should have no problem taking on an ordinary Tier 3 A-class spirit beast alone. Next time I get the chance, I need to strengthen my spiritual power more. This thing boosts skill power almost immediately. The next battle was without suspense.
The remaining dozens of wind falcons, in front of the girls, didn't even last a minute before being completely wiped out.
Only a few monster crystal cores were collected.
These little things are really cunning. If it weren't for the map reminder suddenly popping out from the stones to launch a sneak attack, we might really have been bitten by them.
Yeah.
Luckily we were prepared. But what I'm more concerned about is the skill that Chen Yi just used, that seemed like wind blade, right?
Can beast tamers use our skills too?
As soon as the words were spoken, all the girls' gazes focused on Chen Yi. Although they had long been accustomed to Chen Yi's endless array of amazing tricks. But witnessing the beast tamer himself using the spirit beast's combat skills, which were quite powerful, it still brought a huge shock to their hearts. Chen Yi's mouth curled into a proud smile, enjoying the surprised and slightly admiring looks from the girls, and was about to show off. I told you, I have many trump cards. Before he could finish his sentence.
Bang bang bang.
Above, a sudden eruption of rock-breaking sounds that sent chills through our spines. A violent updraft suddenly surged from the bottom of the ravine, lifting countless fragments of stone. These fragments, under the frenzied acceleration of the violent wind, turned into a rain of stones that blocked out the sky, smashing down heavily on the floating rock area where Chen Yi and his group were located.
Damn it! Is this never ending? Chen Yi's show-off declaration was forcibly choked back, and he couldn't help but let out a beautiful swear. To the left. Quickly! There's a dip beneath that giant rock. Go! Bang bang bang! Boom boom boom! Bang bang bang!
The dense stones crashed down on the surrounding rocks like cannonballs. The hard rock was instantly carved into countless deep pits, with debris flying everywhere. Although with the body quality of a Tier 3 spirit beast, physically enduring this rain of stones shouldn't be a problem.
But, none of us are masochists, why seek trouble for no reason? Finally, after 5 minutes,
the stone rain finally stopped.
Finally it stopped. This 5-element secret realm is simply not a place for humans to stay.
No wonder it said online that this place is resource rich but has a low recommendation index. It's completely about making money with your life on the line. It's indeed too dangerous. These tamers who come here to make money must not be ordinary folks.
Chen Yi surveyed the environment and the group's condition, decisively issuing an order: let's rest here for a while.
Replenish water, adjust our spiritual power. Looking at this, it seems we'll have to walk for several more hours to reach the internal area.
Okay. Meanwhile, another story unfolds. Just as Chen Yi and his group were resting,
Galaham, along with his 2 subordinates, followed the path taken by Chen Yi's group, heading towards the wind region. Behind them, 12 female contracted spirit beasts, expressionless and with varying degrees of injuries, followed like the walking dead, showing no response to the harsh environment around them.
It looked like they had suffered plenty of torment and abuse in their daily lives. Damn it! Galaham kicked aside a troublesome rock. Are these Dragon Country people out of their minds? Why not walk the sunny path in the light region and insist on crawling into this godforsaken wind abyss?
If a few of them die on my watch, just wait until I skin that kid alive. Of course, he wasn't concerned about Chen Yi's life or death, but whether those 6 exceptional goods were intact. The contracted spirit beasts behind him paid no attention to their master's roar, their eyes reflecting a deep, deadened darkness.
Capturing new sisters?
To them, it was just a repetition of their hellish existence.
Brother Rahan. Quick, look over there.
A sharp-eyed little brother pointed to a huge rock ahead, its edge smashed and pitted. It's them.
Seems like they are resting.
Galahad turned to follow the sound, a hint of a cruel smile finally appearing on his tense face. Ha!
Good. Just as well they haven't fallen to their deaths. Saves me a lot of trouble. Let's go. Go greet them. However, just as he was about to charge forward, another rebellious little brother suddenly grabbed him. Wait, Brother Rahan, we can't. Look at that rock, it's as full of holes as a sieve. If we start fighting, that broken stone absolutely can't hold. If those people fall down, it's all over. Galahad focused his eyes.
Indeed, the giant rock they were using for cover was very fragile, covered with cracks.
His face instantly darkened. Damn. This is really unlucky. Boss, don't rush. Since they can get this far, they definitely have the ability to reach the inner circle.
Although the inner circle of the storm is dangerous, the terrain is much more open, and the space is stable.
Why don't we go around first and wait on the only way to the inner circle?
Then we can catch them off guard, and after we succeed, retreat directly to the fire zone where it's easier to escape, unnoticed. After weighing the pros and cons, Galahad finally snorted heavily. All right.
Just do it your way. Let's go.
He waved his hand, leading his subordinates and the numb spirit beasts, bypassing the giant rock where Chen Yi and his companions were, and continued moving towards the inner circle of the storm.
Chapter 94, Deathwind Eagle. Although Galahad and his group moved stealthily, the greedy gazes that shot over in an instant were still captured by Chen Yi. That person seems to be Galahad, right? How did they end up here? Is it a coincidence, or are they coming for us?
The deliberate actions of avoiding them slightly eased Chen Yi's vigilance. But he still kept his guard up. Clearly, he had driven into the secret realm in a one-way glass car to prevent the beast masters from Tianzhu Kingdom from seeing what the contracted girls looked like, and he hadn't seen anyone else on the way. Logically, he shouldn't be noticed by anyone, except that map-selling merchant. Yet somehow, Galahad still appeared here.
This causal relationship is truly intriguing. What's wrong, Brother Chen Yi? Why does your face suddenly look so bad? Su Taotao noticed a change in Chen Yi's aura and worriedly came closer, gently tugging at the corner of his clothes. Lin Mengxue also cast a cool but concerned look. Are you hurt? Or is your spiritual power exhausted?
Chen Yi instantly withdrew his killing intent, a relaxed and carefree smile reappearing on his face, as he reached out to rub Su Taotao's head, teasingly saying, What are you thinking about?
I'm perfectly fine. I was just thinking, when we set up camp tonight, this spooky place is full of cracks in the rocks. Which good feng shui spot should I choose to properly train the two of you?
Upon hearing this, both girls' faces turned a shade of red. It's still broad daylight, and talking about such things.
Yinju, who had just prepared to come closer, couldn't help but laugh out loud upon hearing this statement. Her foxtail lightly swished against Chen Yi's calf. Oh, Brother Chen Yi, it's not even night yet, and you're already thinking about it? Chen Yi chuckled. You all look so beautiful. If I don't think about it, am I still a man?
Upon hearing this, Yinju also gently licked her lips. Since Brother Chen Yi is already thinking about us, why not just take care of it right here? There's just the right cover. After resting for about 2 hours, Chen Yi and his group set out again, steadily advancing toward the inner circle of the storm. With the earlier lesson from being ambushed by the Wind Eagle, Lin Mengxue, who also had flying ability, proactively stepped up to scout ahead to ensure everything was foolproof. The arrangement proved to be extremely wise. On the next leg of the journey, they encountered 3 more waves of Wind Eagles attacking. These magical beasts always suddenly burst out from the cracks in the rocks, trying to catch everyone off guard. However, in front of the well-prepared Chen Yi and his group, these sneak attacks were simply like delivering vegetables. 3 battles were fought cleanly and neatly, not only without any damage but also resulting in hundreds of magical beast crystal cores. Su Tao Tao also had a hearty meal. It felt just like food delivery. Strange. While Chen Yi stored the crystal cores in his storage space, he frowned and thought, that group of Gala had clearly walked ahead of us, so how come none of the Windhawk's ambushes were triggered along this way? Do they have some special means to avoid it? Screech. Just as this question arose in his mind, a piercing eagle cry, powerful enough to split clouds and shake rocks, suddenly descended from the sky. The terrifying sound wave made the surrounding floating boulders tremble slightly. Everyone looked in the direction of the sound and saw a giant eagle with a wingspan of over 10 meters, composed entirely of wind elements, circling high above. Its body, formed entirely of wind elements, appeared semi-transparent and bluish-white, with the edges of its wings glimmering white light, creating small tornadoes with each flap. A huge shadow passed overhead, and the moonwhite eagle eyes were fixed intently on Chen Yi and his group. It seemed to have already identified them as prey. Magical Beast, Death Wind Eagle. Difficulty, 8 stars, Beast King. Level, 4th Order, 2nd Stage. Attributes, Wind, Light. Skills, Fierce Cyclone, Rapid Dive, Flash. Description, formed by pure wind elements and light energy, it has no physical body, moves extremely quickly, and excels at aerial surprise attacks, making it a nightmare for countless explorers. 4th Order Beast King. Chen Yi's eyes lit up, and instead of being afraid, he became excited. Finally, something good has arrived. Everyone, pay attention, don't let it escape. This thing is a Beast King. Understood. The women replied in unison, instantly entering battle mode. The Deathwind Eagle clearly sensed that the prey below was challenging and did not charge recklessly. Instead, it continually circled high above, and with each flap of its wings, fierce cyclones gathered and whistled towards everyone. Even more insidiously, it would occasionally use the flash skill, blinding white light severely disrupting vision. Boom! 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 The fierce cyclones crashed into the boulders where everyone was dodging, creating deafening explosive sounds. This thing is really troublesome. It's hiding so high, my foxfire can't reach it. It's too fast and too far away, it's hard to hit. Damn it, maybe I should just transform and go kill it. It's too arrogant, this magical beast. No. Chen Yi hurriedly stopped Lin Mengxue, who wanted to transform. What if flying rocks scratch your face? But what should we do? It's too far away to hit. No worries, leave it to me. Just as the Deathwind Eagle dove down to test again, Chen Yi pointed his fingers like a sword and suddenly slashed at the sky. Wind Blade Slash. A wind blade flashing with piercing azure light shot out. This was an upgraded version of Wind Blade Slash he created by combining the spiritual power control techniques the girls taught him during previous battles. All of his spiritual power was compressed into a single line, greatly increasing speed, precision, and penetration. Screech. The Deathwind Eagle let out a terrified cry, instinctively sensing a mortal threat. It flapped its wings madly, suddenly pulling up its altitude at a critical moment. The wind blade skimmed past its semi-transparent wingtip, and the wind pressure even tore a small part of its wing apart. This blow completely scared the Deathwind Eagle away. It no longer dared to lower its altitude and circled at a maximum distance, occasionally dropping a few tornadoes as harassment. TSK, it dodges really fast. Chen Yi shook his finger in regret, but swear, I have an idea. What plan? You use ice breath and lay down an ice path from below. Then we can go up to kill it. Lin Mengshua's beautiful eyes lit up, right. How did I not think of that? She took a deep breath and blew out fiercely. An ice wall quickly extended from beneath her feet into the sky, and in the blink of an eye, it formed an ice path leading to the Deathwind Eagle. Go! Lin Mengxue and Luo Shirin exchanged a glance, without hesitation stepping onto the icy path, rushing towards the sky. In their armed form, they moved as easily as walking on flat ground, their speed quick as lightning. The Deathwind Eagle clearly did not expect its prey to counterattack like this, flapping its wings in panic as it retreated. But seeing that Chen Yi seemed to make no move, only these 2 young girls came. It felt confident. Screech. It flapped its wings, letting out a sharp cry, diving down again while releasing a small tornado. The 2 girls skillfully dodged, rapidly approaching the Deathwind Eagle. It wasn't long before they entered its attack range, raising their hands to unleash an icy breath and wind blade slash. Chapter 95 Entering the Inner Region. The Deathwind Eagle sidestepped, the 2 strikes brushing directly past its body. However, at that moment, Chen Yi seized the opportunity, once again unleashing the wind blade slash. The Death Wind Eagle had just completed an extreme evasion and hadn't had time to stabilize its form. Put! The wind blade slash accurately struck one of its side wings, tearing apart its body made of wind elements, causing it to lose control and tilt. Now's the time. Lin Mingxue grabbed the chance, stepping forward fiercely, the azure dragon claw tearing apart a large portion of the Death Wind Eagle's body and pinning it against a giant rock. Luo Shirin then began to sing the Song of Doom, a terrifying melody instantly spreading out, enveloping the Death Wind Eagle's consciousness and extinguishing its flesh. Boom! In its final struggle, a terrifying gust of wind erupted around the Death Wind Eagle, trying to push the two girls back. However, all was in vain. Under the perfect coordination of Lin Mengxue and Luo Shirin, this fourth-tier Beast King quickly met its end. Its body shattered inch by inch, transforming into scattered points of light across the sky. A green crystal core, fist-sized and seemingly revolving with storms inside, fell down, caught steadily by Lin Mengxue. Su Taotao had long been unable to wait. In full armed form, the black hole vortex under her armpit spun wildly, swallowing all the pure wind element energy released when the Death Wind Eagle vanished. After all, it was a fourth-tier Beast King, this body cannot be wasted. I must say, it is really many times more delicious than an ordinary magical beast's body. It was truly too tasty. The more I eat, the hungrier I feel. Job's done. A fourth-tier Beast King, not that impressive, right? It has to be Brother Chen Yi. If it weren't for his support just now, it felt like that thing would have run away. Hua Yuetong and Huashingtong witnessed the entire battle, their hearts filled with immense shock. A third-tier spirit beast slaying a fourth-tier Beast King. And it was done while the opponent held absolute terrain advantage. Even scarier was that the strongest person in the team, Yanjiu, and Su Taotao, who had weakening abilities, hadn't even made a move, and they won so easily. Is it really this absurd? Is this the power after the bloodline awakening? Is this Chen Yi's squad? Hua Yuetong murmured to herself, unconsciously clenching the corner of her clothes, her beautiful eyes shining with an unprecedented desire. Hua Yuetong was equally overwhelmed, but her gaze lingered more on Chen Yi. This man's command, that astonishing wind blade, and his precise grip on the battle situation, is this what can be called an extraordinary beast master? So strong. In an instant, an unprecedented sense of security surged in her heart. She firmly believed, following this man, her sisters would certainly be reborn. Perhaps because they had killed the Death Wind Eagle and were infused with the aura of the Beast King, Chen Yi's group found the next leg of their journey surprisingly smooth. The magic beasts that had originally lurked in the shadows seemed to sense danger and retreated in fear. They no longer dared to come and deliver packages. After a long day of trekking, Chen Yi's group finally passed through the most dangerous storm belt, stepping onto a relatively flat wasteland. Looking far ahead, the gray-brown barren land stretched endlessly, sporadically dotted with a few tenacious thorns. There were no violent winds, no deadly stone rains, and even the traces of magical beasts were few and far between. Desolate, silent, ethereal, yet it carried a kind of peace after survival. Finally out. We've been walking for half a day, haven't we? We should be there. Thinking back, it's quite exciting. In any case, it should be safe from here on, right? Chen Yi looked around, his gaze focusing on a huge weathered rock depression. It's getting late, let's camp there. The map says the secret realm changes day and night in sync with the outside world. Now that night has fallen, let's rest for a while. Saying this, he took out tents, cooking utensils, and various fresh ingredients from his spatial ring, while also setting up a few warning stones around the campsite. After that, he took out various ingredients and cooking tools from his spatial ring, setting the warning stones around the giant rocks. The girls then stepped forward to work together, quickly putting up the tent and starting the campfire. Of course, only Chen Yi, Hua Yuetong, and her sister Huashingtong needed to eat. The others relied on magical beast crystals to fill their energy needs. Hua Yuetong carefully checked the small wounds caused by sharp stones on her sister and herself, rinsing them with clean water and applying ointment. It hurts, sister, be gentler. What's the fuss about a little scratch? Hua Yuetong had a serious face, but her hands moved a little more gently. When we can transform into spirit beasts in the future, this little pain will be nothing. But it's not the same. Chen Yi walked over, taking out some candies. Here, replenish some sugar, look at your little faces, they're so pale. Huashingtong took a small bite, the sweetness slightly relaxing her taut nerves, revealing a faint smile. Thank you. Chen Yi waved his hand, turning back to Su Taotao, who was busy by the campfire. This girl had just absorbed a lot of the Wind Falcon and Death Wind Eagle's spirit power, needing help to guide it. As the spirit power guidance continued, Chen Yi suddenly noticed something unusual. The guiding speed was much faster than before. Previously, when the spirit power increased slowly, he hadn't paid much attention, but this time after a single enhancement of 30 points, the effect was so obvious. Su Taotao also felt the change, her eyes widening in surprise. Brother Chen Yi, the guidance today is so fast. Made a few small improvements. Boom.
Suddenly, a powerful breath erupted from Su Taotao's body, successfully breaking through to the third tier, second stage. The little girl jumped up excitedly, and before Chen Yi could react, she quickly pecked him on the lips. Thank you, brother Chen Yi. Half a month ago, I wouldn't have dared to imagine reaching the third tier. Chen Yi was stunned for a moment, then chuckled lightly, reaching out to pinch her soft cheek. You've gotten brave, huh? Bold enough to sneak attack me? You won't be sleeping tonight. If it's brother Chen Yi. Su Taotao's ears turned completely red, her voice getting smaller. Not sleeping is also fine. TSK, you little girl, have you learned to flirt? After a whole night of squeezing, the time finally reached the next day. Chen Yi's team set off again, full of spirit. The environment within the wind region was much more comfortable than outside, filled with fresh grass and trees, a gentle breeze brushing against their faces, refreshing and pleasant. They walked deeper for about 2 to 3 hours. Suddenly, a commotion in the distance caught Chen Yi and his group's attention. In the mountain gorge, 2 groups of people were currently confronting each other. On the left was the animal trainers team from the Tianzhu kingdom led by Galahan, 3 male trainers and 12 female contract spirit beasts with blank expressions. On the right were 5 trainers from the Dragon Kingdom and their contract spirit beasts, all wearing the same uniform, presumably a squad from some family or organization. Although the overall number was advantageous, their overall strength was obviously inferior, mostly around the 4th tier, first stage. Had they discovered some treasure, causing the standoff? Chapter 96, The Struggle for the Wind Spirit Stone. In the center of the standoff, a swirling blue vortex quietly floated in the air. About the size of a fist, dense runes could be faintly seen swirling inside, exuding a pure wind aura. Chen Yi glanced at it and activated his identification skill. A system interface appeared before his eyes. Wind Spirit Stone, 8 stars. Activates the wind attribute formation base of the 5 elements formation, needs to be used with other wind attribute treasures from heaven and earth. Is that the Spirit Stone? Chen Yi was a bit shocked. He originally thought it would be some kind of ore, but didn't expect it to be this form of energy. If it weren't for the system identification, he might not even recognize it if he passed by. Chen Yi, should we intervene? Let's wait and see. Chen Yi shook his head and said, if we go out now, we might be targeted by both sides. The bushes over there can provide cover. Let's go. The group quietly slipped into the bushes, perfectly hidden. At this time, both sides in the standoff had entered a heated phase. Tianzhu people, do you know the rules of the wild? First come, first served. In the Dragon Country team, a young beast master around 25 glared angrily. This wind spirit stone was discovered by our team first. According to the rules, it should belong to us. Chen Yi narrowed his eyes. Although this young man was only at the 4th level, he showed no signs of retreating in front of the 5th level beast master Galahan. He had some backbone. Or perhaps, he had a reason he couldn't yield? In fact, Chen Yi's guess was not wrong. 2 months ago, a wealthy man from Tianshui City issued 5 bounty tasks all at once. Each bounty offered 5 million, aiming to acquire the 5 elements spirit stones. And the young man's team was precisely tasked with the bounty for the wind spirit stone. However, their luck seemed to be quite bad. Nearly 2 months had passed, they had consumed almost all their stored food, yet still hadn't found any trace of the spirit stones. Just when they were feeling desperate, they finally found a clue to the spirit stone in this location. But at that critical moment, the 5th level beast master Galahan from Tianzhu country also arrived here. And he was clearly eyeing the wind spirit stone covetously. 5 million, if divided equally, that would be 1 million for everyone. How could the young man easily give up the spirit stone? Ha ha ha. Galahan laughed wildly, his entire face shaking. I'm here, I'm the rule. The one with the biggest fist gets the goods. A bunch of trash thinking about touching the spirit stone? Wise ones should roll away. Otherwise, you will all die here. As soon as the words were spoken, the atmosphere instantly became tense. The reason Galahan did not guard the central entrance waiting for prey, nor did he trigger the ambush of Chen Yi's wind falcons or the sneak attack of the death wind eagles, was because the spirit-seeking compass hanging at his waist suddenly shook yesterday, pointing directly to this ravine. This compass was a trophy they had taken from a wealthy second-generation heir of Dragon Country 3 years ago in this 5-element secret realm, using all methods and paying a hefty price. It could be considered a treasure-hunting artifact. Depending on the energy level of the user, it could sense the energy fluctuations of rare treasures within a 10-mile radius, and the needle would accurately point to the target's location. It was truly an essential item for treasure hunting. Of course, this kind of treasure also had strict limitations. It could only be activated in environments filled with spiritual energy, and outside, it was just a piece of scrap metal. Unexpectedly, following the direction of the needle, he found the wind spirit stone. This thing was a hard currency in the black market, with the price being up and down.
Those wealthy individuals eager to use the 5 elements formation to break through bottlenecks sometimes offered tens of millions of Dragon Country coins but still couldn't buy one. Even better, there were several Dragon Country Beast Masters and their contracted Spirit Beasts on site. Although their overall quality was far inferior to the top-grade beasts in Chen Yi's possession. Among them, the 3 women had top-notch looks and figures. After playing with them for a while, selling them for tens of millions of Dragon Kingdom coins would be a piece of cake. After settling things here, I'll return to kill Chen Yi and take those beauties. Killing 2 birds with 1 stone, double happiness arrives. It seemed like Gallahan could already see mountains of gold and silver waving at him, including the annoying Dragon Kingdom Beastmasters who were now slightly more pleasing to the eye, though they were merely fat sheep awaiting slaughtering goods soon to be in hand. Dogs of Tenju. Do you still have any shame? Shame? Gallahan let out a loud laugh as if he had heard the biggest joke in the world. People die for wealth, birds die for food. This is your Dragon Kingdom's saying. Stop pretending to be high-minded in front of me. I don't believe that you Dragon Kingdom people wouldn't fight over such treasures. Last 10 counts. If you don't roll, you'll die. 1, 2, 3. The word 4 had yet to leave his mouth. One hot-tempered beastmaster from the Dragon Kingdom squad shouted angrily, "What's the use of talking reason with this pack of beasts? Brothers, kill them. Kill, kill, kill. Damn it. Cutting off my wealth, go die. Roar, roar, roar." In the blink of an eye, dozens of contract spirit beasts simultaneously entered armed forms, pouncing towards Gallahan's team from all directions. In an instant, fireballs, ice spikes, wind blades, various skills lights intertwined, spiritual energy surged in the valley. The short-term suppression brought by the advantage in numbers. Tenzu's side was caught off guard, forced to retreat step by step under this reckless fighting style, and their formation became slightly disordered. However, in just a few breaths, the situation was turned around. The gap in class was still a hard injury. Gallahan and his 2 Beastmasters awakened talents that were meant for individual combat, boasting extraordinary personal fighting power. Because of this, they could suppress these abducted spirit beast women. Otherwise, they would have long since run away when no one was watching. Especially Gallahan, whose awakened talent was an A-class talent, Blood of Rage. After being injured, his power would significantly increase based on the extent of the injury, becoming stronger as he fought. Focus fire on that red-haired hedgehog. Take one out first. The captain of the Beastmaster team, Wu Ming, saw the situation leaning against them and immediately issued the order. He realized that among the 3 Beastmasters on the other side, aside from the 5th-tier Gallahan, that red-haired punk looked the weakest. Most of Tenzu's contract spirit beasts were abducted, which meant they had little loyalty to their Beastmasters. Basically, as long as their Beastmaster was killed, they would most likely choose to give up resistance. As soon as the order was given, the Dragon Kingdom squad coordinated effortlessly, and most of the attacks instantly turned towards the punk on the right. Several sharp energy attacks and the pounces of a few spirit beasts covered down like a storm. However, facing this sudden focus fire, neither the punk himself nor Gallahan showed any panic. Instead, they revealed mocking smiles. The punk even stuck out his tongue to lick his lips, his eyes bursting with a bloodthirsty light. "With you garbage, you think you can focus fire me?" The punk sneered, "Let you see what true power is. Frenzy, activate." Chapter 97, The Prey Delivered to the Door. Boom. A surge of violent energy erupted from the punk's body. His muscles crazily inflated like a blown balloon, ripping his clothes apart, and the veins on his skin twisted and squirmed like living creatures, his eyes instantly filled with scarlet bloodshot. His nails expanded into black, sharp hooks, and viscous saliva uncontrollably dripped from the corners of his mouth. B-class Beastmaster talent, Blood of the Berserker. At the cost of burning his own sanity, he exchanged for explosive power amplification for a short time. At this moment, his aura even vaguely overshadowed Gallahan beside him. Roar. In the completely irrational roar, the frenzied punk did not retreat but advanced. With a speed far surpassing before, it actively crashed into the incoming wave of attacks. Puff. Crack. The painful sound of tearing and the crack of bones almost rang out simultaneously. Charging at the forefront, the 4th-ranked flaming leopard girl, in front of the claw of the prickly man, was as fragile as paper, and was pierced through the heart without any obstacles. Ugh. The girl could only let out a short mournful cry, and the light in her eyes extinguished in an instant. Her armed form was released, turning back into her human form, and she softly fell to the ground, a blood hole the size of a bowl gushing fresh blood, dyeing the rocks beneath her. Instant kill. Absolute crushing. Xiao Yun. Her Beastmaster let out a heart-wrenching scream, eyes red with fury. Watching a companion they had lived with day and night being so easily tortured to death before their eyes, a bone-chilling cold instantly surged into everyone's hearts. They had seen Beastmasters die before their eyes. But to die so quickly, this was the first time they had witnessed. Now. Kill them all.
Galahad seized this fleeting opportunity and immediately gave the order to attack. The spirit beasts from the Tianju side instantly launched a surprise attack. Puff! Ah! No! Screams rose and fell. In just a few breaths, 3 more spirit beast girls fell in pools of blood. One had her throat cut by wind blades, one was blown apart by a fireball, and one was pierced through the abdomen by claws. The smell of blood instantly became so strong it made one nauseous. Retreat! Quickly retreat! Scatter and run! Wu Ming looked at the fallen teammates and spirit beasts, shouting loudly. He knew the defeat was certain. If they didn't run now, everyone would die here. Want to run? It's too late. Galahad stepped out and instantly appeared in Wu Ming's retreat path, wearing a cruel smile like a cat catching a mouse. These ruthless men, who lived by selling spirit beasts, were the best at completely exterminating their enemies. They left no survivors, left no traces. This was their ironclad rule for living freely. Leaving survivors was kindness, but that would be cruel to oneself. You Tianju beasts! You won't have a good death. I won't let you go even as a ghost. A beast master with his abdomen pierced cursed with his last ounce of strength. Ghost? Galahad crushed his throat with a foot, sneering, I've killed more people than you've ever seen. How come I've never encountered a ghost? Go to hell to complain. In the end, Galahad's gaze locked onto the vice captain Zhao Ming, who was trying to lead the remaining team members to breakthrough. It's your turn, team leader. He grinned cruelly, unleashing the full power of his 5th rank with a single punch. Zhao Ming could only cross his arms to block, but it was completely useless. That punch, comparable to a train collision, slammed into him and sent him flying. He fell heavily to the ground, his chest caved in, and his eyes unfocused, soon falling silent. With the 2 leaders, Wu Ming and Zhao Ming, falling, it officially announced the complete collapse of the Dragon Country Beast Master team. From then on, it was merely a matter of hunting time. No, no way. Husband, why is this happening? Damn it. Seeing their companions die miserably, and their leader perish, the remaining spirit beast girls, in terror, immediately abandoned their companions and fled. However, the contracted spirit beasts of Galahad's group were not for show, and they immediately pursued. These spirit beasts were carefully selected and trained, with talents almost all pointing towards speed and tracking, specifically used as tools to hunt down escapees. Puff! Crack! Ugh! Claws cutting throats, the sounds of bones breaking, and dying screams echoed in the ravine. Although these spirit beast girls might have unique strengths in other areas, perhaps deeper affection with their beast masters, perhaps more powerful bloodline levels, perhaps greater strength in battles against monsters. But in pure killing efficiency, they were simply no match for Galahad's hunting dogs. In just a few minutes, the battle was utterly concluded. Only 3 of the most outstanding spirit beast girls remained. In despair, he disarmed and collapsed to the ground, tears streaming down his face as he desperately begged for mercy. Humph, if you had known earlier, why bother to seek death? Galahad spat disdainfully, signaling his subordinates to guard these 3 spoils. Then he walked toward the floating breeze soul clock spirit stone, extending his finger to touch it. The black storm swirling around the surface of the stone instantly dissipated, revealing its true form at the core, a piece of fully emerald jade, as if a storm were swirling inside. This was the stable state of the soul clock stone. Boss! Today's luck is through the roof. Ha ha ha. We dealt with those Dragon Kingdom wastes, got the soul clock stone, and then we'll capture those 6 exquisite girls. We won't have to worry for the rest of our lives. Humph. But since that guy could bring 6 girls to explore the secret realm, he must be from some big family. After getting rid of him, we'll definitely need to hide for a while. Before he finished speaking, Galahad was suddenly startled. He turned sharply, a fierce gaze shooting toward the bushes where Chen Yi and others were hiding, and shouted angrily, "Who's there? Get out!" Almost at the same time he spoke, 5 contract spirit beasts under him immediately pounced toward that patch of bushes. Their movements were swift and ruthless, showing no mercy. However, an unexpected event happened. Bang! 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 5 muffled sounds exploded almost simultaneously. The 5 figures that had lunged out were sent flying back at a speed faster than when they had charged, crashing heavily against the surrounding rock walls. The sound of bones cracking was clearly audible, and amidst the rising dust, only a few painful grunts and twitches were heard. Galahad and his group's pupils constricted in shock. What happened? Then they saw a huge silver figure slowly stepping out from the bushes. The 9-tailed fox. 9 fluffy silver tails swayed gently in the wind, each hair flowing with a moonlight-like luster. Those deep blue fox eyes, with a condescending indifference, swept across the gathered people. The atmosphere had dropped to an extreme oppression. A monster? No, this aura is the aura of a spirit beast. What is this thing? 9-tailed fox? Does such a bloodline exist in the Spirit Beast Handbook?
Just when Galaham and his group were stunned by the sudden appearance of the nine-tailed fox, Chen Yi calmly stepped out from behind the nine-tailed fox, accompanied by his Spirit Beast sisters. When Galaham saw Chen Yi and the stunning beauties beside him, his pupils instantly shrank to the size of a pinhead.
The memory of the video image instantly overlapped with reality. Unexpectedly, the prey came to his doorstep? Chapter 98, Strange Foxfire. It's you guys!
Galaham shouted in disbelief, his voice filled with incredulity and a hint of furious humiliation at being toyed with by prey. Upon hearing this, Chen Yi also instantly concluded that this person's target for coming here was indeed them.
But it didn't matter.
Since the Breeze Soul Clock Stone was here, a battle was inevitable, and the reasons didn't matter.
Chen Yi raised an eyebrow, a playful smile on his face, and deliberately asked, "Oh? You, a man from Tianzhu, know us?"
"Humph.
Heaven has a way and you don't walk it, hell has no door and you come in."
Galaham suppressed his shock. Replaced by intense greed and murderous intent, the prey came to my doorstep, saving me the trouble of searching.
Today is truly a double joy. Attack. Kill the men. Capture the women alive.
Not a single scratch on their faces.
A mere third-tier beast master, who gave you the courage to come here?
In his eyes, Chen Yi was already a dead man. And those beautiful women were about to be his priceless treasures worth billions of rupees. The two subordinates beside him and all the contract spirit beasts, after hearing this, burst forth with greedy light in their eyes and violently pounced towards Chen Yi. In their view, a mere third-tier beast master was like fish on a chopping board.
Perhaps only that nine-tailed fox was a bit strong. But two fists cannot defeat four legs. After sending a few people to hold back the nine-tailed fox, wouldn't it be easy to deal with Chen Yi? However, they were completely wrong.
At the moment Galaham gave the order, Yan Zhu, who had transformed into the nine-tailed fox, suddenly erupted with an overwhelming killing intent. If before, she only felt disgusted by the atrocities of these Indian people, and remained indifferent as they killed and plundered treasures. Then at this moment, when she heard the order to kill Chen Yi, a rage from the depths of her soul surged up instantly.
Chen Yi, the man who gave her a new life, who made her regain her strength and dignity. He is her beast tamer, and even more, he is her recognized master.
Touching Chen Yi is like touching her reverse scales.
Roar.
A roar containing overwhelming killing intent erupted from Yan Zhu's mouth.
A faint purple wave of energy instantly swept forward. Boom.
Just a roar, and it directly sent all the incoming people flying out. Their whole bodies suffered burns of different degrees.
How is this possible?
She clearly only has the aura of a third-tier 10th stage. This power definitely reached the 5th tier.
It's impossible. It's a secret treasure. She must have used some temporary enhancement treasure with a huge cost. This kind of power can't last. And only she is enhanced. Galaham quickly recovered from his shock and shouted loudly, "Mina! Seema! Ravi! You three, hold that nine-tailed fox. Don't fight head-on, just hold her off. Wear her out. Everyone else, come with me and kill that kid as fast as you can."
As soon as these words were spoken, 3 contracted spirit beasts appeared and once again charged at the massive nine-tailed fox. To be fair, Galaham truly deserved to have survived so long as a ruthless robber, still living freely and unscathed. In just a moment, he was able to roughly analyze Chen Yi's situation. Chen Yi indeed used his final power enhancement card on Yan Zhu to gain such power.
However, the latter part of his assumption was wrong.
The reason he didn't continue to use 5 enhancement points to give the other girls a boost is because Yan Zhu alone was enough. Facing these 3 menacing spirit beasts, Yan Zhu didn't even bother using her skills. She simply yawned lazily.
Whoosh! 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 3 silver lightning bolts tore through the air.
Yan Zhu's 3 foxtails, moving at a speed invisible to the naked eye, struck the 3 charging spirit beasts.
Boom! Boom! Ah!
There was no earth-shattering explosion, just 3 muffled and terrifying sounds of bodies exploding. The 3 spirit beasts in armed form didn't even have time to react before they were shot backward at a speed faster than bullets, violently slamming into massive rocks dozens of meters away.
Boom! The hard rocks shattered like tofu. Dust and debris flew everywhere.
When the dust slightly settled, all that remained at the impact points were 3 blurry, flesh and blood stains embedded deep in the rocks.
Not even a complete corpse could be found. 1 tail for each. The entire valley instantly fell into a deathly silence. Galaham and his group hadn't even attacked Chen Yi yet, and they were already frozen in place. The previously mocking expressions instantly made a 180-degree turn. The remaining arrogance instantly froze on their faces, replaced by rigid terror. What's happening? What happened? This 9-tailed fox can't possibly have the strength of the 6th tier, right? 6th tier? Impossible. What a joke! Gallahan himself didn't even realize that his calves were trembling uncontrollably. In the world above the 5th tier, the gap between each level is like an insurmountable chasm. Challenging a higher level? That's absolutely impossible. If this 9-tailed fox really has the strength of the 6th tier, then all of them together wouldn't even be enough to be a toothpick for her. No. Boss. That fox should just be incredibly fast. Her strength definitely isn't at the 6th level. At most, it's the peak of the 5th level. The stubborn man seemed to grasp the last lifeline, desperately trying to convince himself and his companions. Though Gallahan didn't believe it himself, he had to cling to some kind of hope at this moment. Did you hear that? Don't be scared by that fox. She's just bluffing. What's the use of speed? Stick to the plan, hold her off. The rest of you, come with me, let's kill that pretty boy as quickly as possible. Hey! A cold female voice instantly froze Gallahan's roar. The 9-tailed fox, transformed by Yenju, slowly raised one of its front paws. You want to kill my Chen Yi, have you asked for my opinion? Before the words even finished. Boom! A power far beyond what came before suddenly erupted. 9 tails, the tip of each tail, ignited with an eerie pale purple flame. That flame didn't have the burning high temperature, instead, it emitted a chilling coldness that could freeze souls and annihilate life. The air seemed to freeze and twist under the influence of this flame. Die! Whoosh, 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 whoosh. 9 pale purple streams of light tore through the frozen air, letting out sharp, ear-piercing screams. The monstrous fox fire. The deadly purple light rapidly expanded in Gallahan's shrinking pupils. All his calculations, all his ferocity, at this moment were replaced by the most primal fear. His mind went blank, leaving only the instinct to survive driving his body, as he brutally pulled the nearest female contracted spirit beast to the front. The spirit beast's eyes flashed with a brief moment of astonishment and disbelief, before being pushed into the deadly purple flame. Sizzle. There was no earth-shattering explosion, no horrific scenes of flesh flying. Just a chilling annihilation. The beast master and spirit beast struck by the monstrous foxfire, all lives were equal. They didn't even have time to scream, their bodies like snowmen thrown into a furnace, silently disintegrating in the pale purple light, leaving behind only wisps of green smoke drifting away. And a few fleeting, illusion-like purple fire sparks. At this moment, in the mountain stream, there was only the deathly silence. Chapter 99, Can't you be more eco-friendly? At this moment, only Gallahan remained, slumped in his own pool of blood and urine, barely alive after using his body as a shield to block the deadly blow. All the others had completely vanished. Not even a trace of their existence remained. These Tibetan spirit beasts might be pitiful, but the people who died at their hands, are they not pitiful too? Moreover, they still had intentions to kill Chen Yi. If they were left alive, there would probably be some troublesome matters in the future. So they had to be killed. Just now, Chen Yi didn't let them help, letting those beast master teams perish, that was also the reason. If they had saved them, but they weren't grateful and still tried to fight over the spirit stones, what then? Trouble would definitely pile up one after another. Since they were here to find treasure, they had to take responsibility for their own lives. Monster! Gallahan slumped on the ground, his body trembling violently like sifted flour. He looked up at the silver giant beast approaching, his eyes vacant, leaving only boundless fear and collapse. Yenju walked in front of Gallahan, slowly retracting her 9 huge tails, the purple flames at their tips quietly extinguishing. Slap! The answer to him was a casual paw swiped by Yenju. No skills were used, just pure strength. Gallahan's body from the waist down, like rotten tomatoes hit by a heavy hammer, instantly turned to dust. Blood, flesh, bones, internal organs, everything exploded open. Aha! The painful wail echoed across the wilderness, but unfortunately, his legs were already gone, and he couldn't escape. A 5th-level beast master, even if half of his body was gone, should still be able to survive for a while. But just like that, he died. It's really too cheap for him. Chen Yi walked in front of Gallahan at this moment, coldly saying, I'll give you a chance. Tell me how you knew about me. Based on your answer, I might consider letting you go. The pain and fear of death instantly crushed the last bit of luck in Gallahan's heart. Like grabbing a lifesaver, he shouted in a flustered and incoherent manner, I'll say. It was the map seller. He has a pendant on his chest that is, a mini-camera, he recorded the people in your car, notified me, let me go. This answer made Chen Yi raise an eyebrow slightly. It really was that map seller who kindly reminded him to be careful of Gallahan at the entrance of the secret realm? Who knew he was a two-faced turtle? However, in such a place, trust was a luxury. To fully trust others, that was the real problem. Alright, I understand. Chen Yi stood up, his fingertips gathering spiritual energy as a condensed azure wind blade silently emerged and instantly swept across Galahan's neck. The mournful scream abruptly stopped, and the head filled with fear rolled aside. The mountain gorge returned to complete silence, leaving only a rich smell of blood drifting in the wind. Letting Galahan go was naturally impossible. Although if left here without care, he should die soon anyway. But others had already put a knife to his neck, and to let the other party go, that couldn't even be described as a saint's act. Rather, a fool. Yanzhou's large body quickly shrank down in a soft light, transforming back into that enchanting fox girl. She glanced disdainfully at the mess on the ground. Tisk, so disgusting, if I knew earlier, I would have burned it all with fox fire to spare my eyes. Of course, she said that, but she truly did enjoy it. Crushing a group of 4th and 5th tier spirit beasts and beast masters with her 3rd tier 10-stage power felt like she could have material for her dreams tonight. All of this had to be credited to Chen Yi. Ding! Yanzhou's favorability plus 5 points. Current favorability, 70 points. Chen Yi smiled and reached out, habitually rubbing her fluffy fox ears. Joe, well done. But, next time when dealing with trash, could you be a little more environmentally friendly? As he spoke, he looked at the blood on the rubble nearby. If possible, he still hoped Yanzhou could directly burn all of Galahan's people to ashes. Hearing this, Yanzhou gently wrapped her fluffy tail around Chen Yi's arm, lowly cooing with a mischievous look. Oh, are you complaining about my bloody violence now? Who was it just last night refusing to let go of my tail, asking Sister Jiu to be gentle? Well, that should probably not be me, right? Cough cough cough. Lin Mingxue cleared her throat twice, a slight blush passing over her delicate face. That. Brother Chen Yi. Are we still taking the breath wind spirit stone? Also, how are we handling those captives? She pointed at the 3 terrified girls from the dragon country not far away, whose faces had already turned pale with fear. Upon hearing this, Chen Yi finally withdrew his hand entwined by the fox tail and walked towards the suspended breathwind spirit stone, putting it into his bag. Although the process was a bit strange, he managed to get the spirit stone. Then he turned and walked toward the 3 captives who were still in shock. Are you okay? Thank you for saving us. One of the cat-eared girls mustered her courage and said, trembling, but we are all injured, can you take us? Before she could finish, Chen Yi directly interrupted, follow the path we came from and go back by yourselves. He had no intention or time to act as a bodyguard for anyone. The breathwind spirit stone was a stroke of luck he had picked up, who knew when he would find another spirit stone in the other areas. Upon hearing this, the 3 exchanged glances, hesitating to speak. In the end, they still bowed deeply in immense gratitude towards Chen Yi and the others, supporting each other as they wobbled back in the direction they came from. Quickly disappeared behind the rugged mountain rocks. Chen Yi, are you just letting them go like this? Su Taotao blinked her big eyes, a bit confused. We killed someone, if they tell about what happened here, won't we? Of course, Su Taotao surely had no bad intentions. She was just a little worried that if Chen Yi got involved in a murder case, it would definitely bring trouble. It's fine. I was acting in self-defense and protecting the public, who knows, there might even be a reward. Chen Yi said lightly, besides, I estimate they probably won't talk about it. Su Taotao still looked a bit dazed. They won't talk? Why? Luo Shirin walked over and patiently explained, because they also participated in the treasure hunt. Although such things often happen in the wild, it is still quite disgraceful, and the laws of the dragon country clearly prohibit such occurrences. The bloodline levels of those 3 are not high, and being able to break through to the 4th level is likely due to their good looks. But now they have lost their beast masters, and the urgent task is to find new contracts to avoid being demonized. Once they spill the beans about what happened here, confirming their participation in the treasure hunt will greatly hinder their search for new partners. Moreover, you also saw the battle just now, right? Those 3 girls didn't hesitate at all when they heard the order to kill and seize treasures. I estimate, they must have also encountered other treasure hunts before, they were just on the winning side. If an investigation begins, it won't be clear who really has the problem. Hearing this, Su Taotao suddenly understood. So the situation is this complicated. Chapter 100, Treasure Hunting Compass. Chen Yi Gu. Lin Mengxue grabbed Chen Yi's arm, puffing up her cheeks. You promised to give us a chance to show off. You're not keeping your word. Yeah. Luo Shirin almost simultaneously hooked Chen Yi's right arm, playfully complaining, Chen Yi, you're biased. That red card Shui'er has already been used twice, and Ninth Sister already had her moment. I didn't even get to use mine once. Caught between 2 stunning beauties, Chen Yi could only smile wryly in helplessness. The main reason was that he never expected that Galahan and those people would be so weak. Enhanced Yanzhou H was wiped out with just a few moves. Next time for sure. I still have a few strength amplification cards, next time, I'll let you both enjoy it. Humph. That's more like it. Lin Mengshue's lips curved slightly upwards, loosening her grip.
Luo Shirin also smiled with satisfaction, her eyes sparkling as she gently pecked Chen Yi on the cheek.
Sure enough, girls who can be spoiled get the lollipops. Chen Yi. Come and see over here. Looks like there's a really nice treasure.
At this moment, the Huayutong sisters, responsible for cleaning the battlefield and sorting usable spoils, excitedly waved. Because they couldn't fight, they felt a bit like a burden along the way. So they took the initiative to volunteer for the task of cleaning up the battlefield after the battle. Right now, they were crouching by a pile of broken equipment, holding a bronze-colored ancient compass covered with a bit of dust. The compass had a unique shape, with a surface engraved with complex astrological runes, and the central needle emitted a faint spiritual light, obviously extraordinary.
Let me take a look. Chen Yi walked over, took a glance, and was immediately shocked. Treasure hunting compass, 12 stars.
Can sense the location of rare treasures. The sensing range is related to the user's spiritual power, and is limited to secret realms.
Hiss. Treasure hunting compass?
Chen Yi gasped, his eyes bursting with disbelief. This thing is practically a tailor-made cheat for secret realms.
With it, the efficiency in searching for 5 elements clock spirit stones and other treasures will increase exponentially.
That Galahan, possessing such a divine artifact, could easily get rich, yet still went to do those bloody and dangerous deeds.
What the hell, is this person's brain soaked in magma? Is this a good treasure? Huayutong nervously looked at Chen Yi and asked.
Beside her, Huashingtong tightly held onto her sister's clothes, her little face slightly pale with tension and anticipation. They followed along the way, watching their sisters display their prowess while they could only do some supportive work, and deep inside, the weight of feeling like a burden always lingered. So, they desperately hoped that what they found could genuinely help Chen Yi.
Good treasure?
Chen Yi affectionately rubbed the heads of the two sisters. This is not an ordinary good treasure. This is a magical tool that can let us walk through the secret realm with ease.
You two have done a great job this time. Well done. Really? Of course it's true. When have I ever lied to you?
The sisters' eyes instantly brightened, the heavy stone in their hearts finally fell, a surge of indescribable relief and joy washed over them. They were truly afraid of being seen as burdens. As long as they could help Chen Yi, that was enough.
Ding. Huayutong's favorability plus 10 points. Current favorability, 45 points. Ding. Huashingtong's favorability plus 10 points. Current favorability, 55 points.
Chen Yi took the treasure hunting compass from Huayutong and tried to inject a bit of spiritual power.
Buzz.
The needle in the center of the compass spun wildly for a few circles and then, steadily pointed to the inconspicuous silver-gray spatial ring on his left index finger. No matter how he moved his index finger or shook the compass, that needle firmly locked onto the direction of the ring, not budging an inch.
The excitement on Chen Yi's face froze for a moment, a bit of disbelief and laughter mixed. Why, how do I use this thing? Why does it keep pointing to my own spatial ring? I can't just throw the ring away, right? Treasure hunting compass? This really is a good treasure.
Yan Jiao and Luo Shirin gathered around at this point, their faces full of astonishment.
As daughters of wealthy families, they naturally had heard about such good treasures before. However, the wealthy family Yan Jiao came from likely needed to bleed a lot of money to buy one.
Moreover, since she was a spirit beast, buying one wouldn't be useful for her, not to mention it would be cheaper for her future contract beast master, so she never bought one. Luo Shirin had received one before awakening her bloodline, but later, due to an F-level bloodline incident, it was taken by her family and given to Luo Yuqing. She never expected to encounter one here.
Is this luck a bit too outrageous? Chen Yi was a bit curious. Do you two know about this thing?
Of course.
This is a good thing.
With this, any treasure in the secret realm can be obtained.
Chen Yi brother, if I'm not mistaken, are you currently thinking about how to avoid the interference of the spatial ring?
Yes. Chen Yi nodded, letting out a long sigh. The needle keeps pointing at the spatial ring, how can I use it? Luo Shi covered her mouth and chuckled, a tiny bit of pride flashing in her eyes. I never thought in my lifetime I would see Chen Yi brother unable to use something.
Leave it to me.
Luo Shirin took the compass from Chen Yi's hand, closed her eyes, and slowly infused spiritual power into it.
Click. A sound like gears meshing rang out. Then, a miraculous thing happened.
The needle on the compass that was originally locked onto the spatial ring began to spin again. A few seconds later, it steadily pointed towards Yanjiao next to them. No, more accurately, it pointed to the pendant worn on Yanjiao's chest.
That fiery red gemstone purchased at the auction. Is this good? Chen Yi looked completely confused.
Yes. Luo Shirin's eyes beamed, and a hint of satisfaction flashed in her smile. Its principle is actually an energy mark shielding. When you inject spiritual power to activate the compass while thinking of the objects you don't want to draw attention to, the compass will automatically ignore the energy fluctuations of the items you wish to avoid.
How about that? Sister, I still have some use, right? Chen Yi took the compass and tried once according to Luo Shirin's method. Sure enough, this thing no longer pointed at Yanjua's pendant. Instead, it pointed to Lin Mengshuo, who was nearby helping Su Taotao braid her hair. It seems the target is Lin Mengshuo's pendant on her neck. I did it. Shirin, you are amazing. Luo Shirin chuckled softly. I thought Chen Yi brother was omnipotent. I never expected there are things you don't know, so it seems the knowledge I learned before might come in handy. Ding. Luo Shirin's favorability plus 2 points. Ding. Congratulations. Luo Shirin's favorability reached 90 points. Reward, strengthening points plus 30 points. Current strengthening points, 60 points. Chapter 101, Fire Region. Hearing the system's prompt tone, Chen Yi was momentarily stunned. This favorability increase is a bit interesting, huh? Previously, when showcasing that level of combat power, Luo Shirin's favorability remained unchanged. But now, just because of something I didn't understand, it increased? This was unexpected. It seems that being strong is indeed important. But in front of these naturally extraordinary girls, occasionally showing a little imperfection gives them a chance to shine and rather brings us closer. The heart of a woman is like a needle in the ocean. Chen Yi came back to his senses, looking at Luo Shirin's small proud and bright smile. He laughed. I'm not an all-knowing immortal, how could I possibly understand everything? Each has their specialty. If I encounter such a knowledge gap again in the future, I'll have to rely on you, Miss Shirin. That's a given. Leave it to me. Luo Shirin nodded excitedly. Brother Chen Yi, I'm here too. I'm very good at fighting. I can help a lot. Yanju immediately linked her other arm with Chen Yi, her fluffy fox tail softly brushing against his calf, with a hint of seeking credit. Chen Yi, I can help too. I can clean the battlefield and identify treasures. Sister, don't leave me out, I will also do my best. The two sisters had also joined in the fun. Hey, what are you all doing? If we're not careful, brother Chen Yi will be divided among you. Lin Mengshuo teased, but also hugged Chen Yi from behind. Brother Chen Yi, we will always support you. Su Taotao stood aside, her smile as bright as flowers. She wanted to join in but didn't know how, feeling a bit clumsy. Chen Yi looked around at this group of girls with distinct personalities, all surrounding him with trust. A warm current surged from his heart, instantly dispelling the coldness and fatigue of battle. Thank you, you are all my treasures. In the future, if there's anything I don't understand or if I'm lacking in ability, I will be relying on you. Chen Yi and the others did not linger too long in this bloodstained area. After ignoring all the treasures that could be recognized by the treasure hunting compass, they left this bloody gorge. Chen Yi originally had high spirits, planning to check for any missing treasures along the way. However, after channeling spiritual power, the compass needle spun diligently for several circles, and in the end, it drooped down dejectedly, without any response. In a radius of over 30 kilometers, apart from the previously obtained wind-resonating bell spirit stone, there was not a single rare treasure that caught the compass's eye. Do we really need to be searched so clean? But it doesn't really matter. Chen Yi's goal was never these treasures. It's just that if it's close by, with no wind interference, Lin Mengshuo and Luo Shirin could reach it in no time. Is it too much to grab a treasure along the way? Moreover, with the treasure hunting compass, if searching thoroughly, getting it would be quite simple. But there's no need for that. The top priority is still to help Huayuetong and Huashingtong heal their spiritual power collapse. According to the map, on the left side of the wind region is the light region, and on the right side is the fire region. The light region seems to be a better choice. However, between the wind region and the light region, the map is densely packed with small print warnings, such as spatial turbulence, unknown high-level beast layers, and frequent energy storms, all sounding very dangerous. This made Chen Yi decisively abandon the thought. Safety first, let's take a detour through the fire region instead. Roar! A thunderous dragon roar echoed through the sky. Lin Mengshuo transformed into a dragon and soared into the air, carrying everyone towards the fire region. Along the way, everyone noticed the surroundings were unusually quiet, with no signs of beast tamers or spirit beasts. Perhaps the powerful winds on the outer layer of the wind region scared many people away. During the flight, they occasionally saw some flying monsters. But compared to Lin Mengshuo, they were all beings that could be easily defeated in one breath, and there was no trace of any beast kings. The treasure hunting compass in Chen Yi's hand showed no response along the way, which was indeed a bit disappointing. Just like that, after a full half-day's flight, they finally reached the boundary line between the fire region and the wind region. Here, unlike the wind region, there was no boundary of storming winds. Instead, they were met by an extremely hot wave sweeping towards them. The sky was no longer blue, in its place was a sea of red and dark gold, the burning sky shrouded by thick volcanic ash clouds, presenting a suffocating dark red color.
On the ground, the winding river of lava flowed like a wound on the earth, emitting a blinding golden red light, moving slowly and lethally, illuminating the rolling black smoke. The bare rocks were scorched black by the high temperatures, and from the cracked earth, deep red flames occasionally spouted. Anyone with a discerning eye could see that this was absolutely no place for humans. Hiss, this hellish place is really hot.
Chen Yi was instantly drenched in sweat. I'm dying of heat. Chen Yi, I'm going to melt.
Su Taotao's little face was flushed, sticking out her little tongue and panting, completely losing the charming little girl appearance she had before. Luo Shirin tried to summon a gust of wind, but what blew onto her face was an even hotter airflow. This is impossible, the more I blow, the hotter it gets. The faces of the sisters Hua Yuetong and Hua Xingtong were red, breathing quickly, clearly also tortured by the extreme environment.
Everyone, need some cooling? Lin Mengxue asked casually.
Being an ice-type spirit beast, although her weakness was fire-based attacks, that was only compared to fire's assault.
In this high-temperature environment, ice attributes could actually block most of the heat, almost unaffected.
Likewise, as a fire-type spirit beast, Yanzhuo naturally wouldn't be affected by the high temperatures. In fact, it felt very comfortable.
Yes. Chen Yi hurriedly said, give me a few big ice blocks, or your beast tamer will be cooked to death.
Alright, here you go. Lin Mingxue gently blew, and rich ice-type spiritual power quickly gathered, forming a huge piece of black ice about half a person tall in the blink of an eye. It truly looked out of place in the surrounding scorching environment.
Seeing this, Luo Shirin hastily transformed into spirit beast form, bringing up the ice block.
Chen Yi and the girls rushed forward, tightly hugging the huge ice block as if they found their savior. The cool touch instantly dispelled the heat, making them feel as if they had been pulled back from the edge of hell.
I'm alive, this hellish place is really not livable. We need to quickly find the clock spirit stone and then get out of here.
I think the same. Has the treasure hunting compass reacted?
Not yet. If it does, I will inform you at once.
Buzz. Before the words fell, the treasure hunting compass in Chen Yi's hand suddenly vibrated violently. The pointer emitted a rapid buzzing sound.
The compass kept spinning, finally locking onto the southeast direction. Got it, there's a response in the southeast. And it's strong. Okay, I understand. Everyone hold on tight.
Lin Mengxue shouted. The dragon wing suddenly flapped fiercely, breaking through the rolling heat waves, rushing towards the direction indicated by the compass.
Chapter 102, The Heart of the Secret Realm. After flying for about 10 minutes, a volcano that looked ready to erupt at any moment appeared at the end of the field of vision.
The compass needle trembled more violently at this moment, accurately pointing to a cave entrance at the bottom of the volcano that was illuminated red by lava. The interior of the cave was extremely spacious, the rock walls burned by the earth's fire for years, displaying a dark red, almost black, glassy luster. However, it seemed that quite a lot of beast tamers and spirit beasts had already gathered here, roughly estimated to be at least 70 or 80 people, both of Dragon Country and Tianzhu. One could also see many corpses of fire attribute magical beasts, which were likely cleared out by them. They were divided into 5 or 6 distinct small groups, keeping a vigilant distance from each other. They neither communicated with each other nor seemed to be digging or searching for anything.
What were they all doing here? So many people? What are they doing here? Holding a bonfire party?
Lighting a fire in a place like this would probably roast themselves.
Su Taotao hid behind Chen Yi, peeking out her small head, whispering curiously.
Chen Yi frowned tightly, his heart filled with doubts. The treasure hunting compass clearly pointed here, and it was shaking so violently, indicating that there must be great treasures here.
Could the treasure be hidden on someone? Or perhaps, underground? At this moment, everyone also noticed the arrival of Chen Yi and his group. Upon seeing that 6 women were following behind Chen Yi, they were all taken aback. Could they be 6th grade beast tamers?
However, feeling only a 3rd grade aura from Chen Yi, they all let out a sigh of relief.
Either 3 of the spirit beasts were someone else's contracted spirit beasts, or he had S-level talent, multiple contracts. In any case, no matter what, another team of 5 had arrived.
Thinking of this, several unfriendly gazes were immediately cast over.
Admiration, lewdness, jealousy, possessiveness, all sorts of emotions were present. TCH, another group of food thieves.
A scar-faced Tianzhu man spat, muttering curses in a low voice.
Look at those girls, TSK, simply the best of the best. I wonder what kind of sounds they would make. Another short Tianzhu man licked his cracked lips, a hint of lewdness flashing in his eyes. Idiot. Shut up.
A tall Tianzhu beast tamer next to him scolded sharply, daring to bring so many beauties into such a dangerous place. Either he's a rich idiot who fears nothing or he's terrifyingly strong.
Do you think he looks like the first type? Don't get us into trouble. We'll talk when the door opens.
After this was said, it received unanimous approval from the other 2 companions, who shrank their necks in resentment.
Having the life to earn money but no life to spend it, avoiding provoking those from big families is the way to survive. The glances from other small groups were also filled with scrutiny and caution, and they ultimately chose to remain silent and observant. Clearly, no one wanted to stir up trouble at this critical moment. Chen Yi scratched his head. The location pointed by the treasure hunting compass was the central area of the cave. But there were quite a few people gathered there. Could the treasure really be on someone? Rumble, rumble, rumble. Just as Chen Yi was puzzled, suddenly, a dull roar came from deep underground, and the entire volcano cave shook violently. Red stones fell with a thud, hitting the ground with a heavy sound, dust swirling, giving a feeling that the cave was about to collapse. However, the beast tamers and spirit beasts gathered here not only showed no fear, but instead, they were instantly replaced by an almost fanatical excitement and greed. It has opened, it has finally opened. It really is true. Damn, waited almost 3 days. If it didn't open, I would be roasted like a dried corpse. Everyone pay attention. Proceed in the original order. Full combat form. Prepare to enter. Hurry, move fast. The portal is only open for a limited time, go. Whether it's meat or soup depends on this exploration. Under the frenzied gaze of everyone, the rocky ground in the center of the cave suddenly cracked open without warning. Countless huge cracks spread out in a web-like pattern, crazily extending in all directions at an astonishing speed. Scorching hot air gushed out from the cracks like a real substance, carrying a strong smell of sulfur and devastating high temperatures. The cracks grew wider, the red light intensified, as if a heart deep within the earth was beating violently. Clang! Finally, with a loud sound, the rocky ground in the center completely collapsed, revealing a deep red pit over 10 meters in diameter. It was a lake of bubbling magma, emitting a golden glow. But this was not the most shocking part. What was originally a very terrifying scene turned extraordinary. The beast masters and spirit beasts all jumped in one after another, being swallowed by the magma lake, brave and unafraid of death. Then, a strange scene unfolded. The moment their bodies touched the magma, they were not burned to ashes. Rather, it was as if they were pebbles thrown into water, creating only a faint ripple before vanishing instantly. As if this magma lake was a teleportation array of some sort. Luo Shirin raised an eyebrow and murmured, could it be that this magma lake is actually the heart of the secret realm? Upon hearing this, Chen Yi and the girls widened their eyes in disbelief. The so-called heart of the secret realm is a special area similar to the core of the secret realm. If the secret realm is likened to a human body, then the heart of the secret realm is the heart of that body, the gathering place of all the secret realm's spiritual power. Every secret realm has a heart of the secret realm located in a specific corner, its position never changes. However, the opening times of the heart of the secret realm are completely irregular. Sometimes they are open after a week, sometimes it even takes a month, completely random. What's more troubling is that the opening time lasts only a few brief minutes, fleeting like a whisper. Under normal circumstances, one can hardly detect any signs of it. Without extraordinary luck, one could spend a lifetime immersed in the secret realm and still never discover the heart of the secret realm. Among the 365 secret realms recorded in today's world, countless beast master predecessors have explored this. However, after long years, only 4 hearts of secret realms have been discovered, showing just how difficult it is. Of course, something is not necessarily pursued by people just because it is rare. The heart of the secret realm contains an independent space, almost like a secret within the secret. Since it is the core area of the secret realm's spiritual power, it naturally nurtures all kinds of earthly treasures, while also producing various powerful magical beasts. Anyone lucky enough to discover some extremely rare earthly treasures would probably never have to worry about making a living again. It can be said to be a supreme opportunity that is encountered but cannot be sought. No wonder so many people are unafraid of the heat and willing to endure here for days. In the end, is it because this is the entrance to the heart of the secret realm? Chapter 103, The Secret Within the Secret. In just 2 minutes, all the beast masters and spirit beasts in the cave jumped into the magma lake. Only Chen Yi and his group remained at this spot. So, how about it? Are we going in? Yanjiu took the lead to ask. She is a fire attribute spirit beast, and the aura emanating from the magma lake is, for her, an instinctive craving. Chen Yi smiled and asked, I'm fine, how about you? Look at you all, do you want to explore? Although it's unclear what treasures are here, and what dangers might be encountered. But since the heart of the secret realm is open right in front of us, and he has an ace up his sleeve, it definitely can't be missed. Of course we have to, the treasure is right in front of us, how could we miss it? Exactly, brother Chen Yi, you have so many hidden cards, why be afraid of these amateurs? It seems there are no high-level beast masters, looks like the news hasn't spread, probably many treasures haven't been discovered. Inside, there must be unimaginable treasures. Alright, it's settled. Chen Yi took a deep breath and brought the girls to the side of the lava lake. As expected, there wasn't a trace of heat at all, instead, a cool feeling came over them. This lava lake is just an illusion. No wonder those people dared to jump in without any hesitation. If it were a scalding lava lake, even knowing it was the entrance to the secret realm, it would take a lot of effort to jump in. Everyone remember to stay alert, this is not a picnic. Ju. Here. You have the strongest power, and your attributes match this place best, so you'll lead the way. Activate your armed form to guard against possible ambushes at the entrance. Okay, I understand. Yenju responded, and 9 fluffy silver-white fox tails suddenly unfurled, wrapping around her body tightly for protection. Without hesitation, she leaped towards the swirling lava lake, aiming for the center of the lake. Her figure, upon touching the lava, merely created a ripple before vanishing without a trace. Mengxue, Shireen, Taodao, let's go in too. Stay alert, confirm our position and threats as soon as we enter. Okay. The 3 girls responded and activated their armed forms, following Yenju as she jumped into the lava portal. Yu Tong. Xing Tong. Chen Yi looked at the last 2 sisters from the Hua family. You two have no combat power, so wait 10 seconds before going in. Don't panic once inside, come to us right away. Understand? Understood. The sisters nodded seriously, tightly holding each other's hands, and began counting down, 10, 9, 8. Seeing this, Chen Yi didn't hesitate, and leaped directly into the lava lake. 10 seconds later, Hua Yutong and Hua Xingtong exchanged glances and jumped toward the swirling golden-red lava together. At the moment their figures disappeared from the lava surface. Buzz. The swirling lava lake, the massive pit, the web-like cracks, all of those phenomena vanished in an instant as if wiped away by an invisible eraser. The huge lava cave fell back into a dead silence once again. No one noticed that anything had ever happened here. A wave of spatial distortion, similar to entering the 5 elements secret realm, swept over them. Everyone's gaze was swallowed by a burst of white light. When Chen Yi's vision refocused, what came into view was not the imagined hell of boiling lava, but a very strange sight. This was a forest. But the things that made up the forest were not green trees, but blazing flames in various shapes. The entire forest was silently burning, filled with an unreal dreamlike quality. However, the most unusual thing was that within this flame forest, one could feel no heat at all. Instead, there was an energy wrapping around the body, carrying a coolness that dispelled the heat from the fire zone. Touching those flames did not bring any harm. Is this flame forest actually an illusion? Chen Yi quickly looked around. The various beast master groups that had rushed in earlier were now scattered in different directions, keeping a vigilant distance from each other, showing no signs of attack for the moment. Yenju, Lin Mengxue, Luo Shirin, Su Taodao, Hua Yutong, Hua Xingtong, none were missing, they all safely arrived. They were not standing on flat ground, but rather on a strangely structured circular mountain. The whole mountain was like a gigantic layered cake, divided into 5 huge circular platforms based on 5 different attributes. If one looked at this mountain from a distance, it would appear like a colorful popsicle. At the foot of the mountain, the area shrouded in colorful auras faintly revealed treasures of heaven and earth radiating astonishing waves of energy. Just sensing it from afar made people's hearts burn with excitement. But there seemed to be only one road to the foot of the mountain along the spiraling circular path that wound down the mountain. The height difference between each platform was estimated to exceed 300 meters. Even more strangely, this space was filled with a powerful force of prohibition, making it impossible to fly. Even a 5th-level spirit beast, if it jumped from such a height, would probably end up with broken bones. From this perspective, it seemed that the only way to reach the treasures at the foot of the mountain was to go down step by step. In fact, 2 beast masters groups had already started to advance. Hurry! Keep up! Don't let those Dragon Country guys take the lead. Damn it, these guys run really fast. Stop talking. Let's hurry up, if we're too slow, we might end up with nothing. Boss! Look over there. What is that? A person from India suddenly pointed at a relatively open area not far away, shouting loudly. Everyone turned their gazes in the direction of his voice. There, on the blazing fiery grassland, several bright red flowers were actually growing. The petals were made up of flickering gold-red flames, and the leaves supporting the petals displayed a warm, heavy dark golden color, standing out prominently against the fiery illusion background. That could it be the starfire flower? Starfire flower? Are you kidding? Doesn't that thing only grow in magma? How could it possibly grow in the soil? Don't forget, these fiery forests are all illusions. For all we know, these starfire flowers might also be illusions. It shouldn't be an illusion. The fire attribute's spiritual power emitted from the petals is definitely not fake. The chatter exploded among the crowd. Greedy and doubtful eyes focused like material on those few starfire flowers. Chen Yi frowned slightly. Thanks to the system interface, he could tell at a glance that these were not illusions, but genuine starfire flowers. Starfire flower, 8 stars. A divine flower imbued with a large amount of spiritual power.
After being consumed by a fire attribute spirit beast, it will significantly increase the effect when cultivating affinity.
Chapter 104, Trial. Chen Yi, brother. Yan Zhou gently tugged at Chen Yi's sleeve, acting coyly. I want that flower, is that okay? She could clearly feel the power contained in those fiery petals. If she could refine it, she would definitely learn a new skill quickly in the future. Chen Yi smiled faintly and said softly, don't be anxious, Zhou. Since it's a good treasure, you need to have the life to take it. Let them explore the path for us first.
Indeed, just as Chen Yi finished speaking, other beast masters began to react and rushed forward to fight for the starfire flower.
Get lost. This flower was seen first by our team. Who dares to steal it?
A burly Indian beast master roared, charging toward the starfire flower like a wild bull.
Who said that? I saw it long ago, I just didn't say it.
Another member of a dragon country team sneered and quickly approached the starfire flower from the other side. The two figures reached within 5 meters of the starfire flower almost simultaneously. However, at that very moment, an unexpected change occurred.
Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh.
Just as their fingertips were about to touch the petals, the ground shook violently beneath their feet. Numerous spiny vines, as thick as a thumb and burning with dark red flames, broke through the ground in a flash. With a piercing scream that tore through the air, it directly pierced the hearts of 2 beast masters from behind.
Ugh! Lin! Lin, save me!
Seeing this scene, their contracted spirit beasts were suddenly alarmed.
They immediately rushed forward, wanting to cut the vines to rescue them. However, it was already too late. Boom!
Horrific flames erupted from the bodies of the 2 beast masters. In just 2 to 3 seconds, they were consumed by the flames from the inside out, turning into 2 blazing fireballs, which then vanished.
Only some charred remains were left behind. How could this happen? Damn it! There was indeed an ambush.
I knew it wouldn't be that easy to obtain the starfire flower.
But, since there are guardian mechanisms, doesn't that mean the starfire flowers aren't illusions? Just as everyone was warily staring at those fiery vines. Roar, roar, roar.
Accompanied by a teeth-grating grinding sound and low growls, the entire forest of flames suddenly came alive.
The flames of nearby trees' illusions suddenly transformed into reality.
Thick roots violently pulled out from the ground, becoming sturdy legs to support their bodies. Twisted, rough trunks revealed grotesque faces, and hollow tree holes emitted screams like that of evil spirits.
It was a magical beast? And there were as many as 70 or 80 of them. Magical beast, Crimson Flame Demon Tree. Difficulty, 4 stars.
Level, 4th order, 5th stage.
Attributes, fire, wood, earth. Skills, flame thorns, fireball, camouflage.
Description, skilled in pretending to be harmless plants to launch deadly sneak attacks, likes to fight in groups, extremely troublesome.
It's a magical beast, a camouflage-type magical beast. Damn, I knew it wouldn't be that simple.
Everyone, prepare for battle, back to back, be careful of those vines. Be careful, this type of magical beast is unlike anything we've seen, we have no idea how it will attack.
Don't panic. I see its aura isn't above 5th order, hold the formation.
I must say, this Beastmaster team really deserves to survive in the fire area for several days. Even though the horrific scene of their comrade's death was still fresh in their minds, their battle experience quickly helped them stabilize and organize the fight. The Spirit Beast girls instantly switched to combat forms, colorful lights burst forth, forming a defensive circle. The male Beastmasters activated their own talents, either strengthening their spirit beasts, or gathering shields, or preparing ranged attacks. The hostility between different teams was temporarily set aside, as they faced the wave of monsters together.
The battle exploded instantly. Sounds of energy explosions, roars of magical beasts, and people's shouts filled the air. Fortunately, the battle power of these Crimson Flame Demon trees wasn't strong.
The only difficulty might be their camouflage and sneak attacks. If the first 2 Beastmasters hadn't focused entirely on the starfire flowers, they wouldn't have ended up dead in a place that didn't even feel like a foreign land.
Wah, my husband, you died so tragically. What are we supposed to do now that you're gone? Damn it! Why did this happen?
After the Beastmaster from the Dragon Kingdom sacrificed himself.
His 3 contracted spirit beasts surrounded the remaining half of the blue gem pendant, crying heart-wrenchingly, in utter despair.
Other Beastmasters from the same team came forward to comfort them softly. Saying things like, the dead cannot be revived, take care of yourself, surviving brings hope, getting the starfire flower can fetch a good price, and similar phrases. On the other side, after the death of that Beastmaster from the Tianju, his few contracted spirit beasts simply cast a cold glance at his disappearance, and a fleeting hint of relief and pleasure crossed their faces.
Even the Beastmasters didn't say anything. Felt a bit ironic? After the battle, the remains of the magical trees and thorns were cleared away one by one. Wait, has anyone noticed? The number of these crimson flame demon trees seems to be exactly the same as our number? Could it be that this is some sort of mechanism? One of the beast tamers responsible for collecting monster crystal cores murmured in disbelief. After just now fighting side by side, the atmosphere among the various groups had eased quite a bit. They were no longer as hostile as they had been at the beginning. But still, as the saying goes, people die for money, and birds die for food. When it comes to matters of interest, they would still not give way. So, each group assigned one beast tamer to collect the spoils, supervise each other, and discuss how to distribute them later. Unexpectedly, after some counting, they found that the number of monster crystal cores, along with the 2 deceased individuals, matched exactly. Hearing this, the beast tamers around also gathered around curiously. It really is exactly the same. Could it be a coincidence? It should be, right? Everyone unanimously agreed that this might just be a coincidence. How could it be so coincidental that the number of monsters appeared exactly matched the number of people here? However, Chen Yi did not think so. With his system perspective, he had already realized where things were amiss. These flame trees and thorns, before launching their attacks, he had seen no interface at all. In other words, they transformed into monsters only after the 2 sacrificed beast tamers got close to the starfire flowers. Combining this with the precise count that matched. A word flashed in his mind: trial. Like some bizarre bosses in online games, monsters may be summoned according to the number of players. Perhaps this is a rule set within the heart of the secret realm. Only by defeating the guardians corresponding to their own quotas can they obtain the corresponding treasures. Chapter 105, Watching the Show. Chen Yi, what's wrong? Why is your expression so serious? Luo Shirin noticed Chen Yi's changed expression and asked with concern. Those starfire flowers, shouldn't we go get them? Yan Zhu couldn't help but tug at Chen Yi's sleeve. If we don't go, they'll really be snatched up. Chen Yi was brought back from his thoughts and said calmly, I'm fine, let them have that thing for now. Ha? Just let them have it? But I really want it. It's okay, if I'm not mistaken, those treasures will eventually be ours. Let's just let them keep them for a while. Is that so? Though Yan Zhu was itching with eagerness, since Chen Yi said so, it meant he must have some confidence. Believe him, he surely won't be wrong. Meanwhile, after some debate and compromise, the remaining 5 teams finally reached a distribution agreement. There were a total of 7 starfire flowers. The 2 teams that lost beast tamers, recognized as discoverers and victims, each received 2 starfire flowers as compensation and consolation, while the remaining 3 teams received 1 each. The monster crystal cores were distributed evenly based on the number of team members. As for Chen Yi and his party, who had been watching from the sidelines, they were naturally ignored by everyone. You didn't contribute in the recent battle, and you're just 1 beast tamer, why should you share the spoils? Because you brought beautiful women with you? About this, Chen Yi was completely indifferent, with a slight smile revealing his interest in the unfolding drama. These treasures, how long will you be able to warm them up, remains an unknown. The distribution of the spoils was quickly completed. Everyone collected their emotions and continued along the circular mountain path downward, heading towards the next level Cyan platform, radiating rich wind attribute energy. The illusion of flames gradually replaced by flowing azure light, filling the air with a gentle breath of wind. After walking for a while, the beast tamer leading the way suddenly exclaimed. Everyone, look! What kind of tree is that? They saw a uniquely shaped ancient tree growing at the edge of the steep cliff by the Cyan platform. The trunk was robust and twisted, presenting a jade-like color. And hanging from its branches were peculiar fruits, the size of a fist, resembling starfruits, glowing with a dual-colored halo of green and yellow. The rich wind system's spiritual power spreads from the fruit as if it were substantial, forming tiny visible whirlwinds. It doesn't look like an ordinary thing. What is that fruit? Does anyone know? I've never seen it, but this spiritual power fluctuation, it is definitely a top-grade heavenly material. Wait. Why do I feel that thing looks like a wind soul fruit? I remember that the slices of the wind soul fruit are also star-shaped. Wind soul fruit? Impossible, absolutely impossible. A wind soul tree only bears 1 fruit, and there are at least 40 to 50 here. How could it be wind soul fruit? Don't forget, the previous starfire flower grew in the ground. In the heart of the secret realm, anything is possible. No matter if it's a wind soul fruit or not, since it's a heavenly spiritual treasure, collecting it is definitely a good idea. According to the rules, each team sends 1 person to form an exploration team. Approach with caution. Soon, 5 selected beast masters formed a temporary team. They appeared tense, taking careful steps to approach the strange wind soul fruit tree. 50 meters, 20 meters, 10 meters, 5 meters, just as they stepped into a certain area in an instant. Screech! A piercing eagle cry suddenly echoed through the high sky.
Accompanied by violent air currents, dozens of giant eagles, each with a wingspan of over 5 meters and covered in dark green feathers, suddenly appeared in the sky, diving down towards them. The number was neither too much nor too little, perfectly matching the number of people present on the platform. Monster, Explosive Wind Eagle. Difficulty, 4 stars. Level, 4th stage, 5th rank. Attribute, Wind. Skill, Explosive Dive, Wind Blade. Description: an aerial hunter that controls the power of storms, possessing extreme speed and aerial dominance. When attacking in groups, the threat multiplies. Sure enough, there are also guardian monsters here, be careful of the sky. Look, their numbers really match ours. It seems this is an existence similar to the Guardians of Treasures. Everyone, prepare for battle. Stop talking. Maintain formation, they are flying monsters, be careful of their ranged attacks. The battle erupted in an instant. The explosive wind eagles dominated the airspace, darting through the skies at high speed, each dive accompanied by a powerful wind blade storm. Watch out on the left. Hold on. This is really a tough fight. Not long after, the Beastmasters on the ground and their spirit beasts fell into a hard fight. Unable to fly made them live targets, they could only passively defend and counterattack with ranged skills, lacking efficiency. Though new deaths hadn't appeared yet, many were injured by wind blades or shaken by explosive shockwaves, their combat power continuously declining. If this continued, defeat would be just a matter of time. However, surprisingly, this situation mirrored the previous attack from the Scarlet Flame Tree. These monsters showed no intent to attack Chen Yi and his team, their targets seemed to specifically lock onto those Beastmaster groups. Moreover, more specifically, 2 Spirit Beast girls also remained unscathed. Watching this scene, Chen Yi finally believed in his heart that this was the trial intentionally set by the heart of the secret realm. Only those who successfully passed the trial would qualify to obtain the heavenly spiritual treasures guarded by the monsters. Not only that, but this trial seemed to have a level restriction. All the Beastmasters who came here to explore were at least 4th stage strong. Those 2 Spirit Beast girls were only 3rd stage 10th rank, yet to break through the 4th stage bottleneck and probably escape the attack because of it. Additionally, there was another striking detail: once these explosive wind eagles locked onto a target, they absolutely would not switch targets again. Even if there were spirit beasts with their backs turned, completely unprepared, they showed no signs of stealthily attacking. They really do care for lower level players. What made the struggling Beastmasters feel even more frustrated was Chen Yi and his group still stood casually at the edge of the battlefield. Damn it, they were all fighting for their lives. Chen Yi was just watching the show over there. Isn't it funny? Damn. Is this thing so difficult to deal with? If I could fly, I definitely wouldn't be so tired fighting. What's the point of saying this now? Stop whining over there. Hey! You over there watching the show. Are you all dead? Come help. In the previously defeated Dragon Country team, a Tier 4, 6-segment Beastmaster was furious and yelled, "There are 7 of these for you. If it weren't for you, could I be fighting so hard? Why aren't you coming to help? What a foolish second-generation rich kid. In this situation, if they lost, you guys would also die here. Don't you understand this basic common sense?" Chapter 106, Request for Support. Hearing this logically twisted accusation, Chen Yi almost laughed out loud. Just now, when the Scarlet Flame Demon Tree was so weak, why didn't you think of it? Now that you can't defeat the explosive wind eagles, you start moral kidnapping? But thinking this way doesn't help, people still needed saving. Otherwise, these people would be blown off the mountain by the explosive wind eagles, and they might not even get the Starfire Flower. You have a point. There should indeed be 7 of these for us. Then I'll help take care of those 7. As soon as these words were spoken, the girls who had long understood instantly sprang into action. Breath of Ice. Lin Mingxua slightly parted her red lips, and an extremely cold frosty white breath swept out, freezing the air in its path. The actions of 3 explosive wind eagles suddenly froze, turning into ice sculptures and crashing to the ground in pieces. Wind Blade. Luo Shireen raised her jade hand slightly, and countless azure wind blades formed out of thin air, weaving into a net of death. Instantly, it entangled 2 wind eagles that were trying to gain altitude, turning them into blood mist. Demonic Fox Fire. Yanju bent her finger and flicked, 2 points of dark purple sparks shot out, precisely hitting 2 explosive wind eagles. No explosion, no screams, those 2 sparks, like black holes, instantly erased the existence of the 2 explosive wind eagles. Life Devouring. Su Taotao was even simpler and more brutal. A black hole vortex appeared, directly pulling 1 explosive wind eagle over. The azure body slowly crumbled under the influence of Life Devouring, turning into pure energy absorbed by her. The entire process took less than 10 seconds, and 10 explosive wind eagles were annihilated. Chen Yi said he would take care of 7, and he even casually killed 3 more. The entire battlefield seemed to have been paused.
All the beast masters, spirit beasts, and even the fierce explosive wind eagles, who were struggling against them, had their movements freeze for a moment. What just happened? Am I seeing things? A single move wiped out a whole bunch? That little girl, she devoured that beast? My god, could she really be a tier 6 beast master? Too strong. The burly man who had been cursing just moments ago dropped his jaw in shock, almost hitting the ground. Recalling his earlier mockery and disdain toward Chen Yi, he wished he could find a crack in the ground to hide in. Apparently, Chen Yi wasn't holding back because he didn't understand the current situation, but because he had absolute confidence in his own strength, believing there was no need to step in. After all, with such strength, he could wait until they all died and then step in to enjoy all the treasures himself. What an unbelievable situation. However, even though Chen Yi's group had instantly killed 10 explosive wind eagles, the disadvantaged situation of those beast masters hadn't changed. The advantage of the explosive wind eagles in the sky was simply too great. Those on the ground could only be treated as live targets. Seeing this scene, Chen Yi finally understood why he hardly saw any beast masters in the wind area. They really struggled to deal with flying spirit beasts. The previously leaderless Dragon Country team was now in the most difficult situation, with the remaining members and spirit beasts in danger under the siege of several wind eagles. Captain Wang Ruocheng shouted hoarsely towards Chen Yi's direction, "Brother! Help us! Help us deal with these few that are bothering us. The 2 starfire flowers our team received earlier are yours. Although the starfire flower is valuable. But compared to dying here immediately, he can only choose to sever his arm to survive. A starfire flower is worth around 1 million Dragon Country coins. But in this heart of the secret realm, all kinds of treasures are everywhere. This time, they just happen to encounter flying magical beasts that they're not good at dealing with, which is why they fought so poorly. Later, if they encounter other treasures, would they still be worried about losing this money? If their lives are spared, would they still be worried about not making money? Moreover, it seems Chen Yi doesn't want the wind soul fruit. Although one can only sell for around 20 to 30,000, the quantity adds up. If he gets more later, it might even earn more than 2 starfire flowers. Chen Yi glanced at Yan Zhou's suddenly bright eyes, the corner of his mouth curling into a premeditated arc. Starfire flowers? That thing isn't very useful to me. Chen Yi said with a calm tone, but since you mentioned it, I will reluctantly accept those 2 starfire flowers. Deal. Here you go. He almost shouted, quickly took out 2 special jade boxes from his backpack and threw them towards Chen Yi. So straightforward. Chen Yi raised his hand to catch the jade boxes and directly tossed them to the eager Yan Zhou. At the same time, he gave a glance, and the girls responded accordingly. In no time, they solved the magical beasts surrounding them. The crisis was thus lifted. The remaining members of the Beastmaster team slumped on the ground, gasping for breath, their gazes at Chen Yi filled with gratitude and awe after surviving the ordeal. Other teams still battling seemed to have noticed the clue after seeing this scene. It seemed that as long as they dealt with the magical beasts attacking them, everything would be over. Damn! That Dragon Country guy, come help us. The 2 starfire flowers we have also belong to you. The team of Beastmasters from India, who had lost 1 member, now looked urgent and sent a plea for help to Chen Yi. Damn it! If it continues, they would definitely die. They could only sever their arm to survive. Chen Yi's mouth slightly lifted, revealing a faint smile, no problem. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The girls once again effortlessly handled a few moves. The surrounding explosive wind sculptures of those from India were all completely slaughtered. Among the 3 remaining Beastmaster teams, under tremendous pressure, 2 teams finally couldn't hold on. Similarly, they also offered starfire flowers as a bargaining chip to seek help from Chen Yi. The last team of Beastmasters from India gritted their teeth and chose to hold on until the end. In the end, at the cost of 7 Spirit Beast girls being slightly injured and 2 Spirit Beast girls seriously injured, they successfully defeated the enemy. At this moment, no one immediately chose to fight over the loot, but instead looked at Chen Yi's group with complex expressions. An hour ago, they were secretly mocking Chen Yi, thinking he was just a young master taking girls for a joyride. However, reality gave them a resounding slap in the face. The strength of these girls was beyond imagination, absolutely remarkable among 3rd-tier spirit beasts. They feared that even their small team, even if 2 teams combined, they might not be a match for just Chen Yi alone. The Beastmasters from India also looked at Chen Yi with a ghost-like expression. They could never have imagined that such a powerful figure would appear in Dragon Country, it was simply too outrageous. Brother, thank you for your help. The previous team of Beastmasters from India now walked up to Chen Yi with 2 starfire flowers, looking grateful and said, "This is the promised reward." Chen Yi received the starfire flowers. "Thank you, my little beauty at home is quite fond of this thing." Other squads saw this and quickly sent representatives to deliver their items. The heart of the secret realm is such a tiny place, and Chen Yi's power is so strong. If someone were to default on a deal, they probably wouldn't even know how they died. Chapter 107, Mysterious Creatures. Here you go, Joh, the starfire flower you wanted. Chen Yi handed all the starfire flowers to Yan Joh. You should be satisfied now, right? At the moment she saw the starfire flowers, Yan Joh's beautiful eyes lit up, and she smiled widely. Thank you, brother Chen Yi. Moa. By the way, brother Chen Yi. Lin Mingxue stared at the tree not far away, her face full of confusion as she asked, those fruits that people are fighting over look pretty tempting, why don't we take some? Chen Yi did not answer immediately. He silently turned his gaze towards the beast tamers competing for the fruits, a trace of understanding flashing in his calm eyes. He turned to Luo Shireen and said, Shireen, can you explain to everyone what the windscorch fruit is? Windscorch fruit? Upon hearing this, Luo Shireen's body trembled, her pupils contracted slightly. Chen Yi, are you saying those fruits are windscorch fruits? Yes. Chen Yi nodded slightly, his gaze sweeping over the beast tamers whose eyes were glued to the fruit tree. They have just been distorted by the unique environment of the heart of the secret realm, disguised as the much-desired wind spirit fruits. Luo Shireen gasped, a chill running from her feet to the top of her head. In an instant, she understood why Chen Yi had been indifferent earlier. She quickly turned around, lowered her voice, and explained, Sisters, you all know about wind poison, right? Its main ingredient is this kind of windscorch fruit. Hiss. Hearing this, the girls collectively gasped in shock. The name wind poison was an urban legend in the beast tamer world, known by all. Even an 8th-tier spirit beast would instantly die after accidentally consuming wind poison. For them, who were still 4th tier or below, even a slight touch could mean immediate death. It could be said to be the most poisonous of all. Who would have thought that the terrifying core of such a deadly poison was this fruit that looked like a dragon fruit? Fortunately, Chen Yi had an eye for this and recognized it. Otherwise, the consequences would have been unimaginable. The brief pause did not quell the greed in people's hearts. Several beast tamer teams, after cautious glances and brief discussions, ultimately could not resist the temptation of what might be wind spirit fruits, and they anxiously began to divide the fruits. It was still the old rule, each team sent one person to pick, while the other team members supervised each other to prevent anyone from taking more. A tall, dark-skinned beast tamer from India named Morid was chosen by his companions. He licked his cracked lips, took a deep breath, and almost without any preparation, stepped forward to pick the biggest-looking fruit. But the moment his fingertip touched the smooth fruit skin, an unexpected change occurred. Ah! A heart-wrenching scream filled the air. He jerked his hand back as if shocked, but it was already too late. A strange, thick dark green substance spread from his fingertip, visible to the naked eye. Wherever the dark green went, his skin instantly lost its luster, becoming like rotten leather. In just a second, the dark green consumed his entire arm and rapidly spread towards his shoulder, chest, and even his whole body. Morid! What's wrong with you? His companions were horrified, instinctively wanting to approach, but were pushed back by the intense ominous aura. Not good. Look at his skin, it's turning green. This fruit is poisonous. The green spreads so fast, it's wind poison. That thing is the windscorch fruit. Get away from him. Stay away from that tree. A knowledgeable beast tamer from the Dragon Kingdom's face changed drastically, shouting hoarsely as he rolled away in retreat. The crowd exploded like a boiling pot, frightened to retreat, creating a large vacuum space. Even Morid's own contracted spirit beast. In an instant, he retreated to a distance of 100 meters. In just a few seconds, Morid's skin turned as if it had soaked in venom, showing a viscous dark green color. He fell to the ground, his body uncontrollably rolling and convulsing, his wails echoing through the sky. Every convulsion was accompanied by dark green slime seeping from beneath his skin. Finally, after a few more seconds, the cries completely ceased. He was dead. A 4th-stage beast master from India, renowned for his poison resistance, died just like that after touching the fire desire fruit? The gruesome sight made every witness shiver, their backs cold with terror, a chill running from their feet to the crown of their heads. How is this possible? The poison is truly terrifying? Just one touch, and he's gone? At this moment, everyone gasped in disbelief. The air was thick with intense fear and the relief of having survived a disaster. Everyone's greed was doused by a bucket of cold water, leaving only a chilling sense of dread. However, it was not over yet. Just a few breaths after Morid's last gasp, the body, still curled up in a painful position, suddenly trembled violently. Under the terrified gazes of everyone, the body began to rise from the ground in a grotesque posture that completely defied anatomical structure. A wide area was engulfed by a green shadow. Wherever the shadow passed, everything looked like it had been soaked in sulfuric acid, emitting a hissing sound of corrosion. That thing stood within the shadow, exuding a grim green glow like rotting moss, its skin oozing pus constantly. Its form twisted and hunched, limbs as thin as dead branches, yet there was an uncanny sense of inhumanity. It slowly raised its head, revealing a pair of cloudy, pale eyes.
There were no pupils, no focus, only a thick layer of waxy white obscuring its sight, fixating on every living being present. Seeing this, all present felt a chill. What is that thing? Morid, what happened to you? Hey, can you hear me? Don't call him. That thing seems to be corrupted by something. Get away. Everyone, quickly stay away from that thing. An unprecedented wave of panic instantly spread in everyone's hearts. The zombie monster's eyes turned emotionlessly, quickly locking onto the nearest beast master from India. In the next second, it moved. With a foul, shadowy wind, it lunged towards the beast master's throat at an unimaginable speed. Clang. A crisp sound echoed out. In a split second, the beast master's contracted spirit beast, a saber-toothed tiger, lunged from the side, its metallic claws blocking the zombie's claw. The immense force made her stagger, but she still managed to block the fatal strike and, using the force of the rebound, wrapped her tail around her beast master and leaped back several meters. However, when that spirit beast looked down at its claws, which had touched the zombie monster, it was dumbfounded. They rapidly turned gray to the naked eye, and then, as if eroded by the passage of time, began to wither and peel away. Just one touch had caused such a terrifying backlash? What on earth was that thing? Chapter 108, Curse of the Evil Corpse. Everyone, get ready for battle. If we don't get rid of this thing, we might as well forget about treasure hunting. No close combat, focus all ranged attacks. Hurry. No, it's too fast, we can't hit it. Be careful. It's charging over. The group of beast masters immediately took defensive stances, preparing to fend off the zombie monster's assault. However, the zombie monster moved through the crowd like a tiger among sheep, its terrifying speed and lethal venom unleashing chaos. The formation of the beast masters instantly collapsed, retreating in disarray. All ranged attacks missed as it moved unpredictably at a high speed. No one dares to approach in close combat. At this moment, Chen Yi squinted his eyes. A system interface appeared in front of him. But it wasn't the system interface for spirit beasts or magical beasts, it was the system interface for items. Cursed Evil Corpse, 1 star. A product under the rules of the Heart of the Mystic Realm, anyone who dies from wind poison will turn into this entity. The Guardian's class is the same as the deceased's living status, with a level strength approximately that of an S-class spirit beast bloodline. Notes, this target possesses a large amount of wind attribute spiritual power. After defeating a wind attribute spirit beast, one can refine that power to nurture themselves. So it's a guardian of the mystic realm? That means the two people who just got pierced through the chest by thorns and turned to ashes, it wasn't actually the skill of the Crimson Flame magic tree. Instead, it was because they died from fire attribute attacks, and they died in that manner. Am I wrong? Correct. This is a unique mechanism of the Heart of the Mystic Realm and the 5 Elements Mystic Realm. Those killed by the 5 attributes will encounter different curses. Is that so? The 5 Elements Mystic Realm is indeed quite interesting. Different attributes have different effects, even being attacked and killed by a certain attribute results in different death effects. It feels less like a mystic realm and more like a natural training ground for martial arts. Swish. A terrifying green claw shadow swept past. Ugh-ah-ah. A chilling scream echoed. A spirit beast girl, unable to dodge, was pierced through the shoulder by the cursed evil corpse's sharp claws. Toxic and corrosive power instantly invaded. Her beast tamer's eyes bulged with fury, roaring to rush in for rescue, but being held back fiercely by her companion. Don't go. It's dangerous. Then, the next second, a scene appeared that could crush all will to resist. That heavily wounded spirit beast girl, the moment she was thrown off, began to jerk violently and unnaturally. The dark green at her wound spread rapidly, her skin visibly shriveling and changing color. In just 10 seconds. Under the terrified gazes of everyone, she stopped struggling, her body twisted in the same airy manner, slowly crawling up from the ground. She also exuded a ghastly green light, her murky white eyes staring intensely at everyone present. She had transformed into the second cursed evil corpse. How is this possible? Being killed by it also transforms you into that kind of monster? Now there are 2. We can't even handle one, and now there are 2? It's over, completely over. We're all going to die here. We'll all become these monsters. Panic had completely turned into desperate wails. Faced with 2 agile, deathly touch cursed evil corpses, the remaining beast tamer's fighting spirit collapsed entirely. Some collapsed on the ground, some fled in panic, and the scene was utterly out of control. Chen Yi brother, should we take action? Luo Shirin looked at the 2 rampaging cursed evil corpses in fear, trembling as she asked, if this continues, the more people die, the more corpses there will be, forming a tide of undead, we're afraid we. She didn't finish her sentence, but her meaning was clear. Hearing this, Chen Yi pondered for a moment. The reason he hadn't let the girls take action was partly due to worrying they might accidentally become poisoned and turn into that zombie form. Partly because Chen Yi wanted these people to recognize the difficulty and leave the heart of the mystic realm honestly. He had no intention of being a savior. But the situation had already spiraled out of control. If he allowed these two evil corpses to continue killing and transforming, the number would grow exponentially, leading to enormous trouble. The girls were eager to try, so there was no need to douse their enthusiasm. Chen Yi nodded, let's take action. From the looks of it, they shouldn't have any long-range skills but Tao Tao, you don't need to act, I don't like lowly zombies. Hearing this, Su Tao Tao pouted, muttering, I told you I'm not a lowly. Alright, now is not the time for this. Protect Yutong and Xingtong, retreat far away, absolutely do not get close to the battlefield. After all, Chen Yi didn't know. Su Tao Tao used the power of Tao Tai to devour the power of the curse and evil corpse, unsure if she would also be eroded by the deadly poison. Okay, I understand. Su Tao Tao nodded and immediately grabbed the hands of Hua Yutong and Hua Xingtong, quickly retreating to a relatively safe rock behind the battlefield, vigilantly observing everything around her. Roar! The two cursed evil corpses rampaged wildly, and with their untouchable characteristic. The formation of spirit beasts was torn apart in an instant, and no one dared to approach them. The faces of the beast tamers gradually showed expressions of despair. They had barely survived the attack of the exploding wind eagle, and now a stronger one had appeared. Were they really going to die here? At this moment, Lin Mengxue, Luo Shirin, and Yan Zhu joined the battle. Because the cursed evil corpse only attacks beings above the 4th rank, they almost only needed to provide long-range firepower like attacking a wooden stake. But the result was a bit unexpected. Frost breath froze an area, but only left frost on the ground where the evil corpse passed. Wind blade grazed the evil corpse's afterimage, smashing a rock. The eerie foxfire scorched the air, but only singed the stench left by the evil corpse, failing to hit anything. Damn it! Too fast. Slippery like a loach. Why can't it be like in the game, where hitting an ally doesn't cause damage? The evil corpse's dodging ability exceeded expectations, with its movements entirely unpredictable. And with teammates around, large-scale attacks couldn't be launched. Hitting the target twice or 3 times out of 10 attacks was considered good, and the damage dealt was like scratching the surface. Chen Yi frowned slightly when he saw this. Is it really this fast? This could be tough. While thinking, Chen Yi suddenly made a very extravagant decision. He took out an ice jade fruit from his spatial ring, facing forward. This item was one of Yan Zhua's dowries, and the time to use it had come. Su Tao Tao, who had retreated to a safe corner, looked at this scene in confusion and asked, What's wrong, brother Chen Yi? It's not time to eat, is it? Chen Yi smiled and said, How could it be? Tao Tao, I'm about to use my big move. You better watch closely. Big move? Su Tao Tao was stunned for a moment. What big move would need to use the ice jade fruit? But since Chen Yi had said so, she naturally didn't question it. Chapter 109, Unleashing the Power of Ice Element. After taking a deep breath, Chen Yi softly said, System, I want to activate the binding effect of the ice jade fruit. Ding! Consuming 5 enhancement points, activation successful. As the system's voice fell, a sudden change occurred. The ice jade fruit in Chen Yi's palm suddenly erupted with a dazzling dark blue light. The light did not spread outward but rapidly collapsed inward and condensed. In just a moment, it transformed into 2 cold ice runes made of the purest ice laws. The runes floated in Chen Yi's palm, slowly rotating. The surrounding air occasionally made crack sounds, and the ground was covered with a thick layer of white frost, spreading outward from Chen Yi's center. Oh. So that's how. Madly spreading outward, it instantly covered the limbs, torso, and head of the cursed evil corpse. A terrifying chill erupted, even forming tiny ice crystals in the air. In an instant. Just a second ago, 2 cursed evil corpses were clawing and roaring among the crowd, all their movements were forcibly paused. They froze in a fierce pouncing posture, completely encased in a thick layer of crystal clear ice, several inches deep. They turned into 2 ice sculptures radiating a chilling aura. Even the bloodthirsty expressions on their faces and the slime dripping from their claws were clearly frozen within. The entire battlefield seemed to have pressed the pause button. All the shouts, screams, and clashing weapons came to a sudden stop at this moment. Everyone was like they had been hit with a freeze spell, frozen in action, their gaze fixed tightly on those 2 ice sculptures. Dead silence. A silence like death. Only the wisps of white cold air emitted by the ice sculptures silently rose in the scorching battlefield, bringing an eerie and cold contrast. In the next second, all the beast tamers suddenly erupted with unbelievable cries. Ice, is it frozen? My gosh. Who did this? Which big shot intervened? Is it that girl with dragon horns? Does her ice attribute skill have such power? No, it's not her, it seems like it was her beast tamer who did it. Upon hearing this, countless astonished gazes all focused on Chen Yi not far away.
Seeing this, Chen Yi merely smiled faintly. He ignored the beast tamer's reactions that were like a tsunami. With a light glance at the two ice sculptures, he looked at the girls and softly said, "That thing is restrained, it's not dead yet. You guys can deal with it." At his words, the girls finally came to their senses from the shock. No way, this is too outrageous, right? Especially Lin Mengxue, who was completely stunned. She possesses the bloodline of the Frost Dragon. Yet even she found it difficult to hit that cursed evil corpse, let alone completely freeze it. But the result? Chen Yi succeeded with just one move? Who exactly possesses the SSS-level bloodline spirit beast? Ding! Lin Mengxue's favorability plus 2 points. Ding! Congratulations, Lin Mengxue's favorability has reached 90 points. Reward strengthening points plus 30 points. Not only Lin Mengxue's favorability increased. The favorability changes of the other girls also followed closely. Ding! Luo Shirin's favorability plus 1 point. Current favorability, 91 points. Ding! Su Taodao's favorability plus 1 point. Current favorability, 92 points. Ding! Hua Yuetong's favorability plus 10 points. Current favorability, 65 points. Ding! Hua Xingtong's favorability plus 10 points. Current favorability, 70 points. Of course, the most unexpected was Yan Zhou. Chen Yi, you're so powerful? How many abilities does he have that I don't know about? Ding! Yan Zhou's favorability plus 10 points. Current favorability, 80 points. Ding! Yan Zhou's favorability reached 80 points. Congratulations to the host for successfully capturing the Spirit Beast girl's heart. Congratulations to the host for receiving 30 strengthening points. Congratulations to the host for receiving the item Intermediate Power Amplification Card X3. Congratulations to the host for receiving the item Beast Handling Whip. Wow! 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 Chen Yi silently exclaimed in shock. He almost couldn't maintain his cool facade, spouting a series of beautiful traditional expressions. He was stunned on the spot. In fact, at the beginning, Chen Yi had never thought about increasing the girl's favorability. He purely wanted to confirm what effects each attribute's heavenly spirit treasure would produce after being activated. After all, Chen Yi had already thought it through beforehand. He felt that regarding favorability, it was best to go with the flow. Between men and women, feelings sometimes become entangled the more one calculates. Who would have thought there would be such an unexpected surprise? The girl's favorability actually rose sharply all at once. After this wave of operations, the strengthening points skyrocketed to 115 points. So satisfying. At this moment, the girls also regained their senses. Attacking the cursed evil corpses frozen in ice began. Chen Yi's freezing was slightly different from Lin Mengxue's icy breath. Lin Mengxue's icy breath could only freeze the opponent after successfully killing them. It served as a finishing touch. But Chen Yi's freezing could only restrain the opponent's movements and wouldn't cause substantial damage, yet there was something very special. That is, in the frozen state, even if attacked, the freeze state would not be lifted. Moreover, the freezing would not lessen the damage dealt to the opponent. If we were to describe it more accurately, it is time stop. The intricacies of it are truly hard to fathom. With the girl's strength, defeating these two cursed evil corpses, which were like wooden stakes, was naturally an easy task. With just a few moves, they easily dealt with these two cursed evil corpses. Watching those two cursed evil corpses turn to ashes in an instant, the whole place fell into a deathly silence once again. Everyone stared in dumb disbelief at the scene before them, their mouths agape as if they could fit in an egg, their faces filled with incredulity. A being that could not be defeated even by the combined strength of dozens present. Yet it was so casually dealt with in an instant? This doesn't quite add up, does it? Chapter 110, Exiting Halfway. Anyone who witnessed that scene just now knew a chilling fact deep down. If it were not for Chen Yi's strange freezing technique that froze the cursed evil corpses, it was uncertain who would lose or win in the end. Silence. A deathly silence. At this moment, everyone wore expressions of incredulous shock. Previously, everyone naturally thought it was because Chen Yi's contracted spirit beast girls were inherently powerful, or under his talent enhancement, that they displayed such astonishing combat power. Otherwise, it really couldn't explain why those spirit beast girls were so strong. But now? With his seemingly casual blow, Chen Yi shattered everyone's preconceived notions. His own strength was probably far more terrifying than that of his spirit beast girls. The icy power that instantaneously froze the powerful evil corpses was truly overwhelming. This was far beyond what an ordinary beast master could possess. This was clearly SS-level talent? No. It might even be a legendary SSS-level talent that could explain such immense power. When did Beastmasters themselves become so unfathomably powerful? This completely overturned everyone's understanding of the Beastmaster system. Dragon Country, when did such a peerless freak come into being? A Beastmaster from Tianzhu Country muttered in a daze. Of course, his question was destined to go unanswered. At the same time, standing not far from Chen Yi, Luo Shirin shuddered. She clearly felt a pure wind attribute spiritual power flowing into her body like a gentle stream, rapidly nourishing her physical form, and even subtly enhancing her comprehension of wind power. It felt as if she had refined a wind attribute Beast King crystal core. She suddenly raised her head, her beautiful eyes filled with shock, instinctively looking in Chen Yi's direction. Chen Yi was also looking at her, giving a slight nod as if he already understood everything. Is it meant for me to accept this spiritual power? Brother Chen Yi, you are truly amazing. Next time there's free time, I'll pamper you well. Ding. Luo Shirin's favorability plus 1 point. Current favorability, 92 points. Beside her, Lin Mengxue, Yanjiu, Su Taodao, and the Hua sisters all cast puzzled glances. But despite their shock, they had no intention of probing further. With so many people around, discussing it in detail could be even more troublesome. If there are any questions, wait until the night is deep and quiet, and whisper softly in bed. Still afraid of being unable to extract it? Several beautiful women simultaneously flashed a similar thought in their hearts, and their gazes towards Chen Yi became increasingly meaningful. It was easy to predict that Chen Yi's troubles were far from over. After the shocking aftermath, it was time for post-battle statistics. After the earlier skirmish with the cursed corpse, the small team, except for Chen Yi, suffered heavy losses. Among them, 2 teams of Beastmasters from the Dragon Country and 1 team of Beastmasters from the land of Tianzhu almost unhesitatingly chose to withdraw from the exploration. Their teams didn't lose any members, but every one of them had suffered significant injuries. In this world, the bloodline of spirit beasts with healing abilities is extremely rare, comparable to an S-level bloodline in rarity. Once identified, they are essentially monopolized and cultivated by the country, making it impossible for ordinary Beastmasters to access. Healing-type treasures are priced far beyond what ordinary Beastmasters can afford as regular healing medicines. They love wealth, but that doesn't mean they want to throw away their lives. In the end, only 2 teams of Beastmasters from Tianzhu and 1 team from the Dragon Country remained, all consisting of 4 members each. The Beastmasters and Spirit Beasts that had sacrificed before came from the 2 teams. Because they paid the price, returning empty-handed felt even more foolish. The enormous sunk cost forced them to keep moving forward, hoping to find treasures large enough to make up for their losses. Chen Yi watched the fear and greed intertwined in their eyes and sighed silently. It seemed unrealistic to think that danger could scare everyone away. Well then, Chen Yi thought to himself, it's better to have someone willing to tread through danger than to stumble around like a headless fly, as long as I keep a close watch and prevent them from causing major trouble. After a short rest, everyone continued deeper into the heart of the secret realm. However, the atmosphere was now completely different from when they first arrived. The attitudes of the 2 teams from Tianzhu and Wang Ruochen's team from the Dragon Country toward Chen Yi had undergone a monumental change. Perhaps there had been disdain or contempt before. After all, fellow travelers are often rivals, especially when they are all competitors in treasure hunting. But now, only almost fawning flattery remained, their postures extremely humble. Especially those spirit beast girls, their gazes towards Chen Yi were filled with deep affection. There was even a hint of humble plea, wishing to establish a contract with Chen Yi. However, facing these passionate gazes, Chen Yi pretended not to see them. He wasn't pretending to be aloof, he simply felt powerless. Although the system's capabilities theoretically granted him unlimited contract slots, his energy, especially the energy of his kidney brother, was quite limited. The contract relationship between Beastmasters and Spirit Beasts appears, on the surface, to be mostly driven by Spirit Beasts in battle, while the Beastmaster watches from the sidelines, making them far safer than Spirit Beasts. But only by deeply understanding the responsibilities of a Beastmaster can one realize just how tiring it really is. One person must bear the burden of energy guidance and affinity cultivation for multiple spirit beasts, and since their physical condition isn't as good as that of the spirit beasts, it's easy to collapse in such an environment. There isn't much free time at all. In contrast, spirit beast girls can go on with their own business after completing energy guidance and affinity cultivation, which does not affect their progress at all. Therefore, Chen Yi would only choose those spirit beast girls who could activate the system's favorability tasks, have top-notch bloodline qualifications, compatible personalities, and preferably good looks to cultivate. Of course, those with high ambitions and a bad attitude would be directly passed over. With the system in place, finding contract spirit beasts is not a walk in the park. Why seek trouble and surround yourself with a bunch of ancestors to serve? However, on the other hand, Chen Yi discovered something. The remaining team of Beastmasters from the Dragon Country had spirit beast girls whose looks were generally above average. But the bloodline level is generally low. Why does it feel a bit like some young master from a prestigious family showing off with a girl? Forget it, I won't think about that. I should focus on how to gather all the treasures in the heart of the secret realm first. Just as Chen Yi was pondering whether to continue exploring below or return to the top layer's flame forest to collect treasures. Bro. Hold on. A figure approached quickly, wearing a huge fabricated smile. How about we get to know each other? I'm Wang Ruocheng, the second son of the Hanbei Wang family. I'm not sure if you've heard of our Hanbei Wang family? Hanbei Wang family?
Chen Yi stopped and turned to evaluate this man claiming to be from the Hanbei Wang family. Damn it, just when I thought whether this Dragon Country team was some young master showing off with a girl.
And now he revealed his identity? Is it really this outrageous?
His gaze swept over Wang Ruocheng. The other party's aura fluctuated in the mid-fourth tier, not weak, but absolutely not commensurate with the aura of a privileged family he was trying to create.
After thinking for a moment, Chen Yi still calmly replied and asked, "What is your relationship with General Wang Shihao, one of the 7 dragon generals?" Upon hearing Chen Yi clearly knew of the Wang family's name, especially when he directly mentioned his grandfather Wang Shihao's name.
Wang Ruocheng's pride almost overflowed from his face, his back straighter. Brother, you have great knowledge.
General Wang Shihao is my grandfather.
At the end of his sentence, he deliberately emphasized the word grandfather, as if this was the source of his confidence. Hearing this, a trace of barely visible surprise flashed in Chen Yi's eyes, quickly replaced by his usual calmness. He once again looked up and down at this seemingly inflated young man, secretly shaking his head.
One of the 7 dragon generals, and the grandson of a big shot who interacts with Luo Qinghe as an equal? With this level? Either it's a complete fabrication, or this so-called grandson is just inflated, perhaps even a discarded pawn?
Oh. Chen Yi's tone remained casual. So you are from the Wang family. Sorry, I really didn't recognize it at first. His words were plain, revealing not a hint of excitement or shock. There was no respect or fear usually seen from beast masters upon hearing the name of the 7 dragon generals, nor any enthusiasm for forming connections.
It was as if he was merely stating an inconsequential fact. Seeing this, Wang Ruocheng's smile instantly froze. This Chen Yi's reaction, why is it a bit off?
In the past, as long as he mentioned his grandfather's name, every beast master would immediately adopt a respectful or even flattering demeanor.
Why is this person so calm? So calm that it even made him feel somewhat looked down upon.
He quickly suppressed that bit of displeasure, forcing a fuller smile, adopting a more humble stance. No need for such flattery.
Just call me Ruocheng. May I ask your respected surname, brother? Which family do you come from? That eye-sealing skill you just displayed was truly stunning. I, a younger brother, am immensely impressed. Standing behind Chen Yi, Luo Shirin's beautiful eyes flickered with understanding before turning playful. The Wang Shihao of the Hanbei Wang family? Isn't he a colleague of my grandfather?
She secretly glanced at Wang Ruocheng, then at the 3 exhausted members behind him, along with their several weak spirit beasts. In her heart, she shook her head silently. If she were a beast master, with this level of strength, she would rather quietly die nameless than choose a half-hearted contract partner like this.
As someone from a prominent family, you either need to make a name for yourself across the land. Either quietly disappear.
This Wang Ruocheng actually plays like this. It seems there is much to this. Thinking of this, Luo Shirin's lips curled into a significant arc. However, she did not interrupt, just elegantly tucked a strand of hair behind her ear, quietly standing beside Chen Yi. Chen Yi seemed to be oblivious to Wang Ruocheng's enthusiastic flattery, simply stating his name, Chen Yi. 2 words, simple and clear, without any suffix, without any title. Brother Chen Yi. Good name. Overbearing. Just by hearing it, one knows you are a true dragon among men. Wang Ruocheng seemed unaffected by the indifference, still passionately flattering. Brother Chen, look at this secret realm's heart, full of danger. That zombie you saw earlier was frightening. Who knows what else is lurking? How about let's team up? More people means more strength. We can look out for each other. Besides, our Wang family has some unique insights in secret realm exploration. Once we get out, I will definitely reward you handsomely. My grandfather admires young talents like Brother Chen. He extended an olive branch, subtly hinting at the resources of the Wang family, trying to increase his leverage. The teammates behind Wang Ruocheng and another group of Tenju Beast Tamers perked up, anxiously watching Chen Yi. If they could explore with this big shot, their chances of survival would undoubtedly increase greatly. The few Spirit Beast girls stared eagerly at Chen Yi, their eyes filled with hope. However, Chen Yi had yet to speak. A lazy yet sarcastic female voice interrupted. It was Yan Jiu. She crossed her arms, 9 fox-tails swaying behind her, her beautiful eyes slanting towards Wang Ruocheng. Oh, many hands make light work? When facing those 2 zombies earlier, where was your many hands? If it weren't for my brother Chen Yi's timely intervention, some people might have turned into those zombies, dancing around in this forest. If I'm not mistaken, your so-called many hands refers to dividing resources later, so you can grab more resources, right? Put. Su Taotao couldn't help but laugh. Lin Mengxue also pursed her lips, seemingly trying hard to suppress laughter. It was obvious to anyone with eyes that Wang Ruocheng was making such a serious claim. Was he really so foolish he couldn't understand, or did he think everyone else was a fool? Upon hearing this, Wang Ruocheng's smile immediately turned extremely awkward and stiff, almost speechless. His teammates turned red, shamefully lowering their heads, too embarrassed to refute. After all, what Yan Zhou said was indeed the truth. If they really had strength, they would have struck out on their own instead of seeking cooperation. Chen Yi reached out and patted Yan Zhou's shoulder, stopping her sarcasm. He looked at Wang Ruocheng, whose face changed colors, his gaze calm and steady, directly giving his final response: "Let's skip teaming up, we don't like to work with others. However, out of respect for General Wang's service to the country, I will give you a word of warning. From now on, if you encounter danger during exploration, I will not lend a hand. Whether to continue deep into the forest or to retreat now, you decide for yourselves." After speaking, Chen Yi no longer cared about Wang Ruocheng and the others' suddenly grim faces, turning to the girls beside him and saying, "Let's go, and may you take care of yourselves." Lin Mengxue, Luo Shirin, Yan Zhou, Su Taotao, and the Hua sisters immediately followed suit, their movements crisp and neat, without any hesitation. They even couldn't be bothered to glance back at Wang Ruocheng's group, following Chen Yi up the mountain. Only Wang Ruocheng and the Tenju Beast Tamers stood frozen in place, their faces pale. The atmosphere was suffocatingly tense. The entire place fell into silence. Chapter 112, No Need to Give You Face. "Captain, what should we do now?" A team member looked at the departing figures of Chen Yi and the others, his voice trembling slightly as he asked. Wang Ruocheng tightly clenched his fists, his nails almost digging into his flesh. Damn! 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 How dare they be so ungrateful, damn it! He finally couldn't hold back any longer and smashed his fist into a giant tree beside him. The team members behind him fell silent, not even daring to breathe. "Brother Wang, calm down." A contracted spirit beast bravely interjected, "Those kinds of people don't know their place, they'll eventually fall. Let's think about what to do next." What to do? Wang Ruocheng suddenly turned his head. What else can we do? Without that Chen, with just us, we're doomed in this ghost place. Didn't you see how fierce those girls around him were? And he himself is a monster. Everyone fell into silence, completely at a loss for words. Indeed, given their current situation, if they encounter that zombie again, they would undoubtedly die. But, after finally reaching the heart of the secret realm, are they really just going to give up? They might regret it for a lifetime. A fierce light flashed in Wang Ruocheng's eyes as he whispered, "Damn it, if it weren't for that old fossil." He knew better than anyone how inflated the reputation of Wang Shijun's grandson was, but he wasn't lying. His mother was indeed General Wang Shijun's daughter, but she was the greatest disgrace of General Wang's life. Back then, General Wang carefully selected a promising beastmaster to contract, hoping his daughter could become an asset. In the end, his good mother, during the contract period, couldn't stand the loneliness and was deceived by a slick-tongued scoundrel, giving birth to him, Wang Ruocheng. Upon learning of this, General Wang was furious and viewed it as a great humiliation. He publicly announced severing their father-daughter relationship, never to associate again. His mother was also released from her contract with the Beastmaster, cast out, and ultimately, unable to bear the shame, died dejectedly. And he, Wang Ruocheng, living off the name of Wang Shijun's grandson, used tricks and flattery to curry favor with some second and third-rate powers, obtaining resources. He managed to live a somewhat respectable life. However, good times didn't last long. Not long ago, his biggest financial backer learned through some channel that he was just a completely abandoned illegitimate child of the Wang family. The other party was furious, feeling deceived and played for a fool. They not only kicked him out immediately, cutting off all resource supplies, but also used their influence to completely blacklist him. Whenever they discovered him trying to find a new ally, they would immediately expose his little mess. Overnight, he fell from the clouds into the mud. Once friends turned their backs on him, while enemies who coveted his resources kicked him further into the pit. In desperation, he risked everything, bringing his last bit of savings and manpower to this five-element secret realm for a chance at luck, hoping to find something valuable to turn his fortunes around. He unexpectedly stumbled upon the heart of the secret realm with others, and after waiting a few days, it finally opened. He thought fortune had finally arrived, but then this happened. He finally encountered a beastmaster who didn't know his situation, was strong, young, and seemed quite naive, thinking he could use his status to keep them in check and share the spoils. But damn, who would have thought this guy was so arrogant, not even giving them a second glance? This is truly frustrating. Are the young people today looking down on the Seven Dragon General? Damn it, who is this person? Husband.
Wang Ruocheng's contracted spirit beast, Wang Zihan, leaned over. Don't let yourself get hurt over that kind of person, it's not worth it. Wang Ruocheng irritably shook off her hand. Not worth it? Then tell me, what should I do? Did you just watch that guy named Chen take all the resources? Wang Zihan's eyes flashed with a cold light, moving closer and speaking in a low voice. Honey, did you just see that? Wang Ruocheng answered irritably. See what? The space ring. Wang Zihan said with a serious expression. That guy named Chen, and that vixen next to him, both have space rings on their hands. Although I don't know the exact capacity, it must be much more than what we can carry in our big bags. And look at how picky they were at the mountaintop earlier, they wouldn't take ordinary goods. I bet this Chen Yi seems to have very comprehensive knowledge of various treasures. Wang Ruocheng's pupils shrank sharply. A space ring. One is already bad enough, but even his contracted spirit beast has one? What kind of background does this dog have? But then, stronger greed quickly overwhelmed the doubt. Wang Zihan continued to tempt him. Honey, just think. Once that brat has raided all the treasures of the secret realm's heart, we can use that to get the upper hand. As long as we succeed, those 2 space rings and all the treasures inside will be ours. That's enough for us to live happily for the rest of our lives. Even enough for you to rise again and make those who look down on us pay the price. Hearing this, a trace of hesitation flickered in Wang Ruocheng's eyes. But that's my only trump card. If I use that thing and enemies come to my door, what should I do? Besides, that thing. Before he could finish, another contracted spirit beast, Lin Xiaoyu, came over. If you don't risk it, you won't catch a wolf. She smiled coldly with her charming face, her gaze landing on the 2 teams of people. As for that thing, aren't there already spirit beasts available? We just need to get on good terms with them. Under the double pressure from Lin Xiaoyu and Wang Zihan, Wang Ruocheng's hesitation finally disappeared completely. This is a big gamble. As long as it succeeds, the second half of our lives will be worry-free. And the chance of success is very high. Okay. Wang Ruocheng let out a heavy word, his face showing a twisted and fierce smile. Let's do this. Chen Yi, since you won't give me face, then I don't need to give you any. Meanwhile, unlike Wang Ruocheng and the others' pretense, Chen Yi's group, after breaking away from those burdens, had a clear goal and astonishing efficiency, heading straight back to the core area of the flame forest. Brother Chen Yi, where do we start? Su Taodao curiously surveyed the surroundings, her little face full of excitement. She had an almost blind trust in Chen Yi, as if with Chen Yi around, this extremely dangerous flame forest was just like her own backyard, requiring no worry about any troubles. Wait a moment, let me see. Just as Chen Yi was about to take out the treasure-seeking compass from the space ring, suddenly, a system prompt echoed in his mind. Ding! Detected that the host possesses a treasure-seeking item, treasure-seeking compass. The number of treasures in this area is numerous, which can easily cause misjudgment of the compass, thus creating trouble for the host. This system recommends that the host consume 50 enhancement points to completely refine the treasure-seeking compass and learn the skill, treasure-seeking eye. This skill can reveal the locations of various hidden treasures and identify all traps. Does the host wish to learn? Upon hearing this, Chen Yi was slightly taken aback. Can this really be done? Although 50 enhancement points is a lot, it's worth it compared to the safety of the girls. If it can see through all the traps, even 500 enhancement points would be worth it. Spend it. Ding. Refining the treasure-seeking compass. Refining completed. Congratulations to the host for mastering the skill, treasure-seeking eye. As the system's voice fell, the treasure-seeking compass in the space ring instantly melted like an ice block encountering hot water. Ablation completely gone. Transformed into a mass of formless energy flow, surging into Chen Yi's third eye. He slightly closed his eyes, his consciousness sinking into the system interface in his mind, activating the treasure-seeking eye. A semi-transparent light curtain unfolded, visible only to him, clearly marking all the objects containing high energy within sight, distinguished by different colors indicating their rank and danger level. 15 meters to the left front, gap at the root of the lava ancient tree, red flame crystal, 3 stars, no danger. 100 meters to the right front, rocky wall depression, fire melt or, 7 stars, erupts a high temperature lava flow when approached, coverage range 10 meters. 50 meters northeast, center of the red flame thicket, fire soul fruit, 5 stars, guarded by thorns containing paralysis toxin, being hit may lead to respiratory failure and death. 500 meters directly south, on top of a burning giant rock, ground fire essence gold, 8 stars, the surrounding ground may erupt with lava at any time, approaching will activate all nearby flaming giant rocks into monsters. The treasure-seeking ice system interface function like a radar and assessment master, presenting the locations of natural treasures and trap situations in this area clearly before Chen Yi's eyes. What is worth taking, what are traps, all is clear at a glance. This is simply incredibly convenient. Chen Yi's lips curled slightly upward. With this skill, how could I ever worry about not finding treasure? Follow me. Be careful of those thorns, they're poisonous. Joe H., use your fox fire, carefully burn a path, don't touch that thing. Understood. Yen Joe H. chuckled lightly, stepping forward. Her jade hand waved, several clusters of pale purple foxfire accurately fell on the crucial nodes of the thorn thicket. The foxfire, which contained devouring power, rapidly spread, quickly incinerating those thorns. In just a few seconds, a safe passage leading to the center of the thorn thicket was cleared, revealing a tree full of bright red fruits. Go and take it, that tree has all fire soul fruits, great stuff. The girls nodded one after another, carefully navigating around the thorn thicket to pick the fruit. In no time, the entire tree was stripped bare. They were completely unharmed. Chen Yi, how did you know there were fruits here and that the thorns were toxic? Yen Zhou H retracted her foxfire, her beautiful eyes shimmering, curiously looking at Chen Yi. The other girls also cast probing glances, seemingly wanting a reliable answer. Chen Yi smiled mysteriously, calmly saying, that naturally comes from experience. Let's go to the next point. Upon hearing this, the girls did not ask any further questions. After all, as the saying goes, a few sweet whispers at night, they believed they could get it out of him. Next, under Chen Yi's guidance, the group moved through the fiery forest as if they had unlocked full map transparency, easily navigating the danger-laden terrain. Stop! Chen Yi suddenly raised his hand, stopping Lin Mengxue, who was about to approach a rock. The ground around that rock is a triggering lava trap. Stepping on it will turn a 10-meter radius into a lava pool, very dangerous. Really? Like this? Luo Shirin gasped in surprise, quickly stepping back, looking apprehensively at the seemingly ordinary rock. Then she unfolded her blue wings, flying above the giant rock without touching the ground, retrieving the ground fire essence gold. Seeing this, Chen Yi continued to instruct the other spirit beast girls to work. Swear, that burning tree to the right hides a piece of fireheart wood marrow inside its trunk. It's a good thing, but there is a blazing fire ant residing in the tree. It's very aggressive and will self-destruct if provoked. Use your cold air to instantly freeze the inside of the trunk, then take the treasure. Tao Tao, at the bottom of the magma pool ahead, there is a piece of azure fire jade, very valuable. Use your devouring power to create a vortex and move those magma aside. Shireen, you can then use wind blades to retrieve the jade from afar. Sister Joe H, you're not afraid of high temperatures, right? The fiery bush ahead is not an illusion, it's actual flames, with several flame four-leaf flowers growing among the shrubs. They are all treasures. Could you please take care of this? Flower Moon Eye and Flower Star Eye followed behind, completely dumbfounded. In this crisis-ridden flame forest, how could it be so casual? They hadn't run into a trace of danger at all. This is not exploring a secret realm, it is clearly taking inventory. He seems to really know everything. Flower Star Eye tugged at Flower Moon Eye's sleeve, her voice filled with incredible admiration. Flower Moon Eye looked at Chen Yi's confident and upright back, a hint of affection flashed in her beautiful eyes. Indeed, only someone like this can truly be called a beast master. Strategizing within the tent, winning from thousands of miles away, so cool. Before long, Chen Yi and his group had searched the valuable items in the top layer of the fire area clean. Although the space ring is indeed very convenient and can store a lot of treasures, its storage space is ultimately limited. And considering the current situation, it won't be long before news of this heart of the secret realm spreads, and then be monopolized by high-ranking beast masters from major forces. Those ordinary resources, of course, are not worth his attention. He must gather all rare resources as quickly as possible. When Chen Yi and his group arrived at the second layer of the wind area, they found the Wang Ruoqing team, who had been here before, along with two other teams of Tianzhu beast masters, had completely vanished. They were previously in the upper fire property area, and if they were to leave, they should have been visible. Chen Yi slightly furrowed his brows, feeling quite astonished. Did these three teams ally to continue exploring downward? What trick is Wang Ruoqing playing? Chen Yi thought to himself. Just now, when he had refused Wang Ruoqing's request, he felt that the favorability of Wang Ruoqing's contracted spirit beasts toward him had suddenly dropped a lot, almost to negative. Especially that B-class bloodline girl named Wang Zihan. He didn't know where he had offended her, but her favorability dropped to negative 70 points, almost to the point of hatred. It felt like with such a favorability, even killing someone would be understandable. Originally, Chen Yi thought they would secretly engage in some small tricks, like ambushing. However, he did not expect them to so decisively go to the next layer. Could it be that he misunderstood them? Chen Yi shook his head, thinking it was better to resolve the resource situation first. After all, from the moment he entered the Five Elements secret realm, he had kept a high level of vigilance against anyone other than his sister. He definitely had to keep an eye on Wang Ruoqing's group. Chapter 114, Arriving at the Foot of the Mountain. Time passed quickly, 3 hours flew by in an instant. In the fire area at the mountaintop, any treasure priced over 1,000 had been dug up by Chen Yi and his group. According to Luo Shirin and Yen Zhou's estimates, these treasures roughly add up to at least over 80 million dragon country coins. Considering emergency factors or collectible value,
taking some time to tidy things up and sell for over $1 billion is completely not a problem. This is not Zimbabwean dollars, nor virtual happy beans, but real Dragon country coins. For an ordinary family of 4, it would probably take a lifetime, even 10 generations combined wouldn't be able to save this much money.
Isn't that ridiculous? Chen Yi couldn't help but exclaim, Beast Masters really make money.
It's a pity those low-level resources can only be let go, otherwise, it would feel like easily making over $1 billion. Of course, if other Beast Masters heard his words, they would probably be so angry they'd spit blood.
First of all, not everyone has a system. Just the traps in the fire area.
It's quite common for beast tamers to die hundreds of times. They all come here risking their lives to make money. On an expedition, a team of 5 beast tamers can loot items worth over 10 million in total, and they can already go back to pop champagne and confess their love to a goddess.
But you, on the other hand, are still not satisfied with how much you've earned? Do you hear yourself?
Returning to the second layer, the wind area. It's still the same as before fully entering, a chilling breeze from the wind rushes at you.
Chen Yi takes a deep breath and uses the system's power to check the situation here again. Sure enough, most of this place is traps, and a slight misstep could lead to disaster.
After much effort, a few treasures worth noticing are found, but they are all tightly wrapped in various poisons, and without exception, they are all deadly.
Although as long as one is careful, there shouldn't be any major issues.
But there's always a chance, right? What if, accidentally, I turn into a zombie?
Chen Yi certainly does not have the habit of sleeping as a zombie. He doesn't have any light attribute spiritual treasures, he can't even use any cheats. After much thought,
Chen Yi and his group decide to skip the wind attribute area and head directly to the third layer of the light layer.
This place, as its name suggests, is the mountain region of the light attribute, completely engulfed in dazzling light.
It's so bright that one can hardly open their eyes. Fortunately, the power of the treasure-seeking eye is completely unaffected by this strong light. Wherever there are treasures, wherever there are traps, and wherever the traps are easier to handle, everything is laid bare.
This feeling is really just like picking up money.
As for those spiritual treasures guarded by magical beasts, given the strength of the spiritual beast girls, it's simply effortless, completely not a problem.
However, the only downside is that the spiritual treasures in the light area surprisingly are not of the light attribute.
Wind, fire, water, ice, earth attributes, everything is there, except for light and darkness. It's just so frustrating. I thought I could collect a few light attribute treasures for use.
With that, half a day quietly passes. The treasures of the light layer, water layer, and earth layer are easily gathered by Chen Yi.
The total value of resources directly exceeds 300 million. If everything is sold off, one could say they're completely stepping into wealthy territory. Of course, Chen Yi definitely wouldn't do that. The training of the girls still requires these items. At this moment, all the girls are gazing at Chen Yi with eyes full of admiration.
Not because Chen Yi made a lot of money.
The main reason is that Chen Yi is truly incredible, seemingly possessing an all-powerful strength. Any trap, any magical beast, any hidden mechanism in his eyes, it's all child's play, completely useless. What's even more amazing is that Chen Yi's personal combat power is strong to a heavenly level. This is just too strong, right?
Chen Yi brother. Su Taodao blinks her big eyes, filled with curiosity, and asks, what is your talent ability?
It feels just like a cheat device, with effects for everything?
Have you read any novels? I am a man with a system.
Chen Yi's mouth slightly curls up, revealing a faint smile, as he gently rubs Su Taodao's small head, joking, as long as I train you well, I can get enhancement rewards. With this thing, I am invincible. As soon as the words are spoken, the girls' faces all turn a trace of imperceptible blush. They lower their heads, a hint of shyness flashing in their eyes.
Although they know Chen Yi is definitely joking.
But those words make a warm current surge in their hearts.
Isn't this just saying in disguise that he will definitely take good care of them? Seriously, can't he be a bit more straightforward?
Seeing the adorable expressions of the girls, Chen Yi couldn't help but let out a long sigh. It seems that even if this tall tale were the truth, no one would easily believe it.
Even Chen Yi himself, if he heard the girls say they had a system, would probably not believe it, right?
Really, big brother Chen Yi, we are all your contract spirit beasts now, how come you are unwilling to reveal anything? Su Taodao stretched out her index finger, gently poking Chen Yi's chest and murmured, but, since you said we need to train well to get enhancement points, can't we just work a few more hours every night?
To earn those enhancement points?
As soon as this was said, the other girls chimed in eagerly.
Yeah. Only 2 or 3 hours a day and you're already complaining about being tired. Men shouldn't say they can't do it.
This kind of thing requires more practice. When Xingtong and Yutong's conditions are cured, just this little time won't be enough.
Brother Chen Yi, I think at least one person should get an hour, otherwise, how can we increase our affinity?
Exactly, since training is needed to gain enhancement points, we need to train more. The girls were chattering excitedly.
Chen Yi couldn't help but feel a tightness in his waist. He secretly muttered to himself, "Damn it, I'm really digging a pit for myself." Originally, he just wanted to brush them off a bit, but he completely forgot about the picky nature of this group of girls. Cough cough. The first few minutes were deemed insufficient, then it was extended to half an hour, and they still felt unsatisfied. Now, after 2 or 3 hours, they still thought it was not enough. Chen Yi shook his head helplessly, silently apologizing to his waist. "I'm sorry, brother waist, I will definitely strengthen my physique more in the future." After a round of laughter, Chen Yi led the girls further down the mountain. They did not find any signs of battle along the way, nor did they see any bodies of beast tamers. It seems that Wang Ruocheng and the others likely bypassed all the resource points on the way and went straight down the mountain. That being said, as long as they didn't gather the spiritual treasures from the mountains, they wouldn't trigger the protective mechanism of the secret realm heart. From the top of the mountain, there seemed to be many colorful crystals at the foot of the mountain. However, when they reached the entrance at the foot of the mountain, they found no trace of any treasures. From the looks of it, it seemed like they had all been looted. No one knows what exactly these crystals are. Chapter 115, Prism Crystal. The environment here is completely different from the distinct colors of the mountain range. There are no scorching flames, no blinding lights, no insidious toxins, no deep water areas, and no quicksand deserts that you could fall into at any moment. Instead, it is a relatively open and flat valley. The ground of the valley is a gray-white color, showing the marks of time, surrounded by low hills covered with dull-colored vegetation. The light in the entire space is a constant and soft dusk tone, neither glaring nor dim, giving a feeling of time standing still. If this were not in a secret realm space, but in the outside world, it would likely be developed into a resort for beast tamers and spirit beast girls, right? A paradise-like resort. Just then, Yan Jiao seemed to have discovered something and looked towards an open space not far away, calling out in surprise, "Brother Chen Yi, sisters, look over there, what is that?" Following her gaze, everyone's eyes instantly lit up. In a nearby clearing, a large number of colorful ores were piled up, almost forming a towering mountain. If you observe more closely, you can also see the members of those 3 small teams collecting colorful ores to transport to that color mountain. Sure enough, as initially guessed, these people had completely given up on the treasure hunt in the 5-color region on the mountain and turned to collect resources at the foot of the mountain. Moreover, from the current situation, it seems that collecting these colorful ores will not trigger any guardian mechanisms. Crystal of Rainbow, 5 stars. Contains the harmonic energy of all elements. Spirit beasts, except for those with chaotic attributes, can swallow and refine it to imprint spiritual power circuits in their bodies, with effects equivalent to a 5-tier beast crystal core, and slightly restore stamina. Special rules of the heart of the secret realm: after collecting a certain amount of this item, the final trial can be initiated. This is a trial item? Wow, this heart of the secret realm is something. Chen Yi was secretly surprised within. Clearly, the secret realm is a naturally formed spatial area. Who would have thought there would be such a special rule? Collecting 7 dragon balls to summon the dragon, right? That's quite interesting. However, Chen Yi's heart was also filled with confusion. These people shouldn't have a system, right? How do they know that collecting these colorful ores will initiate the final trial? Or are they just collecting these colorful ores for convenience and dividing the loot later? Various thoughts flashed through Chen Yi's mind in an instant. When he came back to his senses and looked up, he saw the girls looking at him with eager eyes. It seemed they were all asking, "What treasure is this colorful crystal?" Chen Yi smiled and explained, "That thing can also be considered a type of cultivation material. You can think of it as a 5-tier beast crystal core that can restore some stamina, and it's universal across all attributes." Is that so? Then do we need to go collect these treasures? Those people are collecting in the left area, so shall we go collect in the right area? Let's do that. Chen Yi nodded slightly and immediately agreed, but let's first gather together, collect a few, and see if anything will trigger before we proceed. Xing Tong and Yu Tong, stay close to me, don't run around. His treasure-seeking eyes did not find anything unusual. Yet the mention of the final trial in the Crystal of Rainbow system still drew Chen Yi's attention. This sounded a bit ominous, right? It's better to be careful. Okay. The girls responded in unison. Quickly, Chen Yi led the girls towards the right area. The quantity of the Crystal of Rainbow here was quite considerable. From what he could see, there were at least several pieces scattered all over. Some were embedded in the ground, others clung to the rock walls, and even the tree trunks showed traces of these colorful crystals. They displayed a dazzling array of colors. Fiery red like fire, bright orange like the sun, emerald green like jade, deep blue like the sea, indigo purple like a phantom. From different angles, they presented different colors, truly magical. These crystals were not in regular geometric shapes, more like the ore dug out from a mining site. The surface was not particularly smooth, but it reflected the constant twilight light, emitting small twinkling glows.
Yan Jiao and Luo Shirin exchanged glances, nodding in tacit agreement, and then cautiously approached a colorful crystal growing on a large rock. Su Taodao and Lin Mingxue stood guard on either side, fully focused, ready to confront any potential crisis. However, it turned out that everyone's worries were unnecessary. Collecting these colorful crystals faced no obstacles from any mechanisms. Except for needing to exert some effort to extract them from the stones, the entire process posed no significant difficulty. Got it. Phew, my heart was about to jump out. Yan Jiao and Luo Shirin sighed in relief, and their faces soon revealed excited expressions. They felt that the energy inside the crystal of rainbow was very gentle, and if they could eat it in the future, it would surely taste great. Su Taodao gently tugged at Chen Yi's hand, asking curiously, "So, are we going to collect these crystal stones next? Let's collect a few more and see." Okay. A few minutes later, the rainbow crystals within 100 meters were completely raided by the girls. It seemed that there were still some fragments of the rainbow crystal at the corner of Su Taodao's mouth, looking as if she had secretly eaten one because she was hungry. What a little greedy cat. How about now? Should we split up to collect? Go ahead, but remember to be careful. Chen Yi reminded, "You two form a group to collect, try not to leave my sight. If anyone gets injured, come find me immediately, understood?" According to the system's hint, after activating the water attribute spiritual treasure, it could heal all injuries. In simple terms, as long as you aren't instantly killed and still have a breath in you, you can recover to your best state in an instant. That's why Chen Yi could rest assured to let the girls split up to collect the rainbow crystals. Pairing up was also to prevent any dangerous situation where they could be instantly deprived of their ability to act. Otherwise, even if Chen Yi collected fewer rainbow crystals, he absolutely wouldn't take the risk lightly. Okay. The girls all agreed and immediately scattered to collect rainbow crystals. In the valley, the dusk-like light was eternally stable, illuminating the glowing rainbow crystals all around. Chen Yi and his group were extremely efficient. In just half an hour, they had dug out over 100 rainbow crystals. Adding to the treasures collected earlier, the spatial ring was already piled high. However, just as Chen Yi stored the 120th rainbow crystal into the spatial ring, an unexpected change occurred. Chapter 116, The Final Trial. Boom! A terrifying energy wave suddenly erupted from Chen Yi without warning. No, to be more accurate, a preset rule had finally been completely activated. This energy did not come from him but erupted violently from the rainbow crystals within the spatial ring. A huge pillar of light composed of colorful rays shot up into the sky from beneath Chen Yi's feet without any forewarning. Ah! What is this? Hua Yuetong and Hua Xingtong, who were closest, exclaimed in shock as they were pushed back repeatedly by this sudden force. Brother Chen Yi! Little brother Chen Yi! Su Taodao, Lin Mingxue, Luo Shirin, and Yan Jiao all changed their expressions, instinctively wanting to rush over. Don't come over. Everyone stay steady, we might be teleported to another place next. Chen Yi could feel that the power contained in this pillar of light seemed to be the same as the power he experienced when entering the spatial portal during the final assessment at Jiangqing Beastmaster Academy. In other words, this pillar of light should also be a form of teleportation skill. If he guessed correctly, it should be because they had collected enough rainbow crystals to trigger the so-called final trial. As soon as his voice fell, it was as if a chain reaction was triggered. Whoosh! 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 One after another, slightly smaller but equally dazzling pillars of 5 colors ascended precisely from beneath the girls' feet. At the same time, in the distant left area, dozens of the same light pillars could be seen. In an instant, the entire valley was enveloped by countless pillars of colorful light shooting up into the sky. Each pillar emitted a powerful binding force, firmly locking everyone in place, unable to move. What's happening? What is this power? Help! I can't move. Is this the work of that Chen? Exclamations, screams, and curses instantly filled the entire valley. Wang Ruocheng and everyone from Tianju Squad were instantly dumbfounded. They struggled desperately, unleashing spiritual power, trying to break free from the binding of the light pillars. But the power contained in the pillars far exceeded their imagination, remaining completely still. Thanks to Chen Yi's reminder, the girls remained relatively calm and didn't panic too much. Just as the chaos and despair reached their peak, an ancient voice resonated directly in everyone's minds. You have successfully collected 999 rainbow crystals, the final trial starts. Complete the final trial to obtain the legacy of the 7-colored phoenix and gain its assistance. At that moment, the colorful light pillar enveloping everyone suddenly burst forth with a more dazzling brilliance. An irresistible force of spatial transmission instantly wrapped around everyone. When the light faded and the dizziness subsided, everyone found themselves forcefully transported to a completely unfamiliar area. It was a circular canyon. Surrounded by dark red cliffs towering hundreds of meters high, the battlefield was tightly enclosed, with only a gray, oppressive sky above. The ground at the bottom of the canyon was hard dark red rock, covered with signs of weathering. The most chilling sight was a ring-shaped energy barrier radiating a faint golden light, like an upside-down giant bowl, enclosing the entire circular canyon. The barrier shimmered with flowing lights, exuding a powerful atmosphere of confinement, clearly telling everyone no one is allowed to leave.
What's going on? Where is this?
This is a spatial skill. It seems we triggered some mechanism and were transported here. Just now, I wasn't sure if I misheard, but I seemed to hear something about a final trial.
You didn't mishear, I heard it too. What the hell is going on?
Everyone looked around in panic, their faces filled with confusion and fear. Chen Yi quickly scanned the surroundings, confirming that Lin Mengxue, Luo Shirin, Su Taodao, Yanjiu, Huai Wutong, and Washington were all beside him, looking mostly unharmed, before he let out a slight sigh of relief.
Brother Chen Yi, are you okay?
Lin Mengxue rushed to Chen Yi's side, her beautiful face filled with worry.
I'm fine.
Chen Yi shook his head, his gaze solemnly sweeping over the canyon.
He naturally knew about these matters long ago.
But he didn't expect to trigger it so inexplicably. He thought it would at least require some ceremony to initiate the final trial. And he only collected 120 crystals to trigger this so-called final trial. It looks like it should be the total number of rainbow crystals collected by everyone in the heart of the secret realm, which activates at 999.
Look, what is that?
Just as Chen Yi was pondering, suddenly a gasp erupted from the Beast Master team. Everyone's gaze was instantly drawn over. In the center of the canyon sky, the space rippled violently like water waves. A hazy figure was silently descending from the center of that distorted space. It was a woman with rainbow-colored hair, slender and graceful, dressed in a flowing rainbow gown that shimmered with dreamlike brilliance, fluttering without wind. However, when everyone tried to see her face clearly, they only felt a wave of dizziness and heart palpitations. For there were no features on her face. Just a blank expanse like white jade, resembling a faceless creature from urban legends. She stood barefoot, quietly floating several dozen meters above the ground. There was no strong spiritual pressure radiating outwards, but her very presence emitted an extremely dangerous aura. A sense of absolute oppression, originating from the level of life, instantaneously overwhelmed everyone in the canyon. Upon seeing this woman's system information, Chen Yi's pupils suddenly constricted, his gaze fixated on the floating faceless figure. She, like the cursed undead he encountered earlier, revealed a system interface that was neither a monster nor a spirit beast,
but an item. Spirit Beast Essence, 7-colored Phoenix 15 stars.
A woman without an awakened Spirit Beast bloodline can consume and refine it to immediately awaken the SSS-level 7-colored Phoenix bloodline. A Spirit Beast that has awakened a bloodline can consume and refine it, then, with the guidance of a Beast Master, can awaken the SSS-level 7-colored Phoenix bloodline. Warning: failure in energy guidance may lead to bloodline collapse.
15 stars. SSS-level colorful Phoenix bloodline. Even Chen Yi, at this moment, couldn't help but take a sharp breath. What kind of guardian monster is this?
This is clearly an unparalleled divine object that could drive the entire Blue Star into madness, sparking a world war. Its value far surpasses all the treasures he had previously acquired combined.
If he guessed correctly, this so-called final trial is probably about defeating this thing, right?
And the price for the final trial is likely this SSS-level bloodline, the Spirit Beast essence of the colorful Phoenix.
Chapter 117, Phoenix Puppet.
I have to say, this time Chen Yi was indeed stunned.
To be able to grant an SSS-level bloodline to a Spirit Beast girl, this is truly an invaluable treasure.
You must know that in today's rapidly changing international situation, over 95% of countries have never actually seen an SSS-level Spirit Beast.
Of course, this doesn't mean they don't exist. Most likely due to various factors, the bloodlines of these Spirit Beasts cannot be fully activated, thus they are deeply hidden.
Now, even in the Dragon Country, there are only 3 confirmed individuals with SSS-level bloodlines.
Of course, this does not include Lin Mengxue and her group.
It shows just how rare SSS-level bloodline Spirit Beasts really are.
More importantly, this is a supreme divine object that can grant others an SSS-level bloodline. Which young lady from the noble families doesn't long to awaken an SSS-level bloodline? Which one doesn't want to use the power of an SSS-level bloodline to expand their family's influence? Which one doesn't wish to rely on their SSS-level bloodline to make a name for themselves and be remembered in history?
For the Spirit Beast girls, being able to contract with an SSS-level Beast Master is undoubtedly something to brag about. But if given a choice, they naturally hope to awaken their own SSS-level bloodline, rather than just flaunting the title of having contracted with an SSS-level Beast Master. If others discover its true purpose, saying it could spark a world war would be an understatement. It shows just how incredible this object is. The power and value it contains cannot be described in words.
Then, what is that? Human? Or monster? This is wrong. That woman has no aura of spiritual power. I remember hearing something about a colorful phoenix in my mind just now. Could it be this thing? Could it be that the so-called final trial is to defeat that faceless woman?
At this moment, the entire scene fell into silence. Only the occasional sulfurous smell drifting from the dark red rock crevices, and the faint golden light of the energy barrier swirling above, proved that this place was not completely still. Everyone, whether it was Chen Yi's group or Wang Ruocheng and the Tianzhu Beast Masters, were all staring intently at that colorful figure suspended high in the air, Phoenix Puppet. Just as this suffocating silence reached its peak, the suspended Phoenix Puppet moved. There was no warning, no buildup of power. She just slowly raised her right hand, reaching out to the void, gently grasping. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A heart-pounding wave of energy instantly condensed. Brilliant white light, azure wind, deep blue water, fiery red fire, and dark yellow earth symbolizing 5 elemental energy threads emerged from thin air, gathering towards her outstretched palm. The light twisted, crazily entwined, and was compressed to its limit. Finally, after several seconds, it coalesced into a radiant 5-colored spear, over 10 feet long. The moment this spear appeared, shadows of death instantly spilled out. Everyone gasped sharply. At this moment, there was no need for further words about the situation. To pass this final trial, or rather, to survive, it was absolutely impossible without defeating this Phoenix Puppet. The ominous wind howled in the steep canyon, swirling up fallen leaves all around. The air became stagnant, filled with the smell of earth and charred matter. Silence, heavy and suffocating. In the next moment, a powerful pressure of spiritual power, around the 6th level, suddenly erupted from the Phoenix Puppet. On the faceless face, cold points of light like 2 stars locked onto the chaos below. A sense of killing intent erupted in an instant. She is going to make a move. Is she starting with her big move? Defense. Quickly set up a defense formation. Wang Ruocheng shouted hoarsely. As his words fell, ice shields, vine walls, and fire barriers were hurriedly stacked, fragile and chaotic. The 2 teams of Beastmasters from Tianzhu followed suit, planning to block the first wave of attacks first. On Chen Yi's side, the response was equally swift. Schwerer. I understand. Lin Mengxue had long been ready, letting out a fierce shout. She slammed her palms onto the ground. Boom! 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 3 enormous ice walls, each over half a meter thick, crystal clear and radiating extreme cold, stacked in front of everyone. Just as everyone's defense was just taking shape. The 2 cold beams from the Phoenix Puppet's face seemed to gaze at the chaotic defensive formation below. She waved her 5-colored spear, making a fierce slash towards everyone below. Swish! A massive azure wind blade silently formed out of thin air. Without making any sound of breaking the air, its speed was faster than visual perception, like the scythe of death, instantaneously cutting down. Puff! 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 The sound of slicing echoed like tearing cloth. That seemingly solid ice shield, vine wall, and fire barrier were effortlessly sliced apart like a hot knife through butter by this wind blade. The light of the defensive barrier shattered and disappeared in an instant. Then came the physical bodies. The 3 Beastmaster girls standing in the front row had their upper bodies sliding down along a smooth slant. At the cut, dark, ink-like liquid surged out wildly, covering the wound. Then, something even more terrifying happened. The 3 spirit beasts' sliding upper bodies twisted strangely, their skin oozing pus, nails crazily growing, and they suddenly transformed into the cursed undead corpses that had died from poisoning. Little Ling? A Tianzhu Beastmaster looked at his contract spirit beast that had instantly turned into a zombie, instantly dumbfounded. No. How could this happen? What the hell, how can this also turn into a zombie? Could it be that being killed by that wind blade also turns you into a zombie? Damn it! Why is this happening? If I had known it would be like this, I would have left with them earlier. The Beastmasters and spirit beasts wailed everywhere. Quick! Quickly kill that zombie, don't come over here! Wang Ruocheng shouted fiercely. He witnessed a relatively beautiful spirit beast girl in his team instantly turn into a zombie monster, filled with shock and anger. Panic spread instantly, the just-built fragile defense crumbled in an instant. Meanwhile, the Phoenix Puppet's gaze coldly locked onto Wang Ruocheng in the crowd. Zihan, quickly use the Vine Guard. I know. In her armed form, Wang Zihan shouted, Vine Guard. Instantly, the vines from her armor suddenly expanded and hardened, forming a vine shield reflecting dark green light in front of her and Wang Ruocheng. At the same time, Wang Ruocheng frantically searched in his pocket, planning to take out his last trump card, the Secret Realm Teleportation Talisman. The reason he dared to take such a risk to venture deeper into the heart of the Secret Realm, despite having suffered personnel losses and believing that their combat power was insufficient. Ultimately, it was because of the existence of this trump card. Chapter 118, The Desperate Battlefield. This Secret Realm Teleportation Talisman was a treasure crafted with great effort by a spirit beast of over the 10th level of space type.
Its magic lies in the ability, once used, to directly escape any secret realm space, teleporting the user outside the portal. Otherwise, having witnessed the tragic situations he encountered before, how could he have the courage to continue exploring at the foot of the mountain? Is he tired of living? Wang Shiho is after all his dear grandfather. When he learned that he was going to explore the Five Elements secret realm, he entrusted someone to bring this life-saving trump card to him. Originally, he had planned to sell it after the exploration for some money to spend. However, it seems that all of this has become a bubble. At this critical moment of life and death, staying alive is the most important. But this time, he miscalculated. Before his eyes, the five-colored spear in the hands of the phoenix puppet slightly turned, and the crimson light suddenly erupted. The spear tip pointed toward Wang Ruocheng and Wang Zihan, gently nudging. Whoosh! A condensed scarlet flame ray shot out from the spear tip. Wherever the ray passed, the air was burned, twisting and deforming, emitting a piercing shriek. Boom! The flame ray penetrated through Wang Zihan's vine shield built with all her strength without any obstruction. How is this possible? Wang Zihan's pupils instantly dilated, filled with horror. Sizzle! The flame ray, breaking through the vine shield, did not lose its momentum and instantly pierced through Wang Zihan's chest. A terrifying hole, the size of a bowl, with smooth edges and a molten appearance, suddenly appeared on her towering chest. Flesh, bones, and organs were completely vaporized in a thousandth of a second by the extreme high temperature. The shock on Wang Zihan's face froze. She blankly looked down at the hole in her chest that was open from front to back, its edges still emitting wisps of smoke and molten sparks. She opened her mouth but could not make any sound. Next, her body started to burn rapidly from that molten hole as if she were a piece of paper set on fire, turning into a cloud of drifting black ash. With a gust of wind, she completely vanished into the air, as if she had never existed. And that scorching wave and explosive shockwave thundered outward. Coincidentally, it brutally blew away the secret realm teleportation talisman that Wang Ruocheng had just pulled out from his bosom. And in the air, it was swept by the raging fire energy residual wave, instantly igniting and turning into a small handful of ashes scattered by the wind. No! My teleportation talisman! Puff! Wang Ruocheng, filled with anger and despair, spat out a mouthful of blood. The last chance for survival was cut off just like that? In his moment of despair, his other contracted spirit beast, Lin Xiaoyu, suddenly pounced on him, knocking him to the ground, avoiding the sweeping residual wave of the flame ray. At that moment, other people looked at the figure that turned to dust and could not help but gasp in disbelief. Turn to ash? No way? Does being hit by that flame mean turning into ash? No, I estimate that in the heart of this secret realm, being killed by different attribute attacks would have different effects. Just like those zombies earlier, they turned like that because they were killed by wind attribute attacks? So you mean that other attribute attacks have different effects? Just as one beast master from Tianzhu finished speaking. The five-colored spear in the hands of the phoenix puppet turned again, with the spear tip shining with dazzling pearly white light. This time, the target was locked onto a C-grade bloodline spirit beast retreating in terror, just wanting to hide in the corner and wait for the battle to end, a humanoid gopher girl. Whoosh! A pinpoint of extremely refined holy light, like a sniper bullet, directly pierced through her head. The gopher girl did not make a sound and just fell down like that. However, the shocking thing was yet to come. In just a few seconds, her body began to swell violently like an inflated balloon. Her back exploded open with a bang, accompanied by the sound of shattering bones, as two pairs of wings made purely of piercing white light forcibly tore through her flesh and extended out. Her face twisted in pain, and ultimately, she transformed into a faceless monster just like the phoenix puppet. A being exuding an eerie aura. The terrifying four-winged angel of light descended upon the battlefield. What happened? What's going on? Hey, Leinard, what's with your girl? Samita? Don't scare me. Leinard stared at his transformed contract spirit beast, screaming in terror, what happened to you? Hey! Wake up! The four-winged angel's empty eyes, made of pure white light, slowly turned toward Leinard. Although he felt no killing intent, it sent a bone-chilling cold through Leinard. Samita, you. The angel didn't give him a chance to speak, raising its right hand and gripping the air toward Leinard's direction. A claw-like phantom, covered in holy light, suddenly appeared at Leinard's chest, piercing him deeply and pulling out forcefully. A heart, still pulsing and drenched in blood, was tightly gripped in the angel's hand. How could this? The terror on Leinard's face froze. In disbelief, he lowered his head to look at his hollow chest, then at the heart in the angel's claw. In the next moment, holy light erupted. His heart was instantly obliterated, turning into a wisp of green smoke. Without a heart, Leinard's body fell limp to the ground. Countless pure white dots of light fell from the sky, covering his body. Under the horrified gazes of everyone, the corpse began to twist and expand, and behind it tore open two pairs of light wings, transforming into a second frightening four-winged angel. At that moment, everyone was left dumbfounded. Is this for real? Killed by a wind attribute attack, you become a zombie. Killed by a fire attribute attack, you turn to ashes. Killed by a light attribute attack, you'd become an angel. If this were a game boss, the game's creators would surely be scolded relentlessly by players. How on earth are we supposed to fight this? And the symphony of slaughter had just begun. A stable beast master from Tianzhu, suppressing his fear, shielded two severely injured, slow-moving companions, preparing to retreat from the battlefield. The fiery marionette stepped forward, its figure vanishing from the spot, reappearing instantly before the shielded beast master. The tip of the five-colored spear suddenly glowed with a deep blue light. Sizzle. A deep blue waterline, like a long snake, eerily bypassed the solid shield, directly entering the body of a wounded person crawling behind. That person's body stiffened suddenly, blue light wildly coursing beneath the skin. He looked as if he was rapidly inflating, swelling up at a visible speed. His skin stretched so thin it became transparent, revealing the turbulent blue energy inside. It looked like he was about to burst from the force of the water. Chapter 119, The Deadly Situation. Boom! A deafening explosion sounded. After that wounded person died, he instantly transformed into countless high-speed shooting deep blue water arrows, flying in a fan shape. Puff 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 puff. The water arrows hit the heavy shield, instantly covering it with cracks, breaking apart. The beast master with the shield was quickly pierced through the chest and abdomen by several water arrows, blood spraying and collapsing to the ground. But then, the terrifying chain reaction occurred. The beastmaster, pierced and lying on the ground, began to uncontrollably swell, blue light coursing beneath his skin. Boom boom boom. Another series of violent explosions. Countless deep blue water arrows sprayed out wildly in all directions. Several spirit beast girls, still struggling against the cursed dead and the four-winged angel, were caught off guard, instantly shot to pieces, screaming as they fell. And those spirit beast girls, turned to shreds by the arrows, quickly transformed into water arrow explosions, scattering everywhere. Fortunately, the others were far enough away, sustaining only minor injuries at most, and were not in major danger. Even so, due to the deaths of their teammates, the chaos suddenly escalated. Despair like icy water drowned the survivors. The smell of blood, the stench of corpses, the scent of burning, demonic energy, and the breath of holy light, all sorts of nauseating odors mixed together, filling the closed circular canyon. In just 1 minute, more than half of the 40 remaining members of the three Beast Master teams had already perished. The air of despair completely drowned all the survivors. At this moment, the circular canyon had turned into a living hell. Only the position of Chen Yi and his group still maintained a relatively complete formation. It is unclear whether the Phoenix puppet believed that Chen Yi and his group had the strongest strength or if it was because Chen Yi's group was too small, thus lacking the desire to attack them at all. Chen Yi. Damn it, are you just watching the show again? Wang Ruocheng turned around and shouted toward Chen Yi's direction. He was completely furious this time. Damn it, what a foolish thing. Why does he always act like a spectator whenever trouble arises? Does he really think this Phoenix puppet is as easy to fight as those beasts before? Still thinking he can face it one-on-one, huh? As if it heard something interesting, the Phoenix puppet flapped its wings and descended from the sky, its ice blue gaze sweeping over everyone present, finally landing on Chen Yi and his group not far away. Then, without the slightest hesitation, it brandished a five-colored spear and charged towards Chen Yi. Chen Yi's gaze focused, and he immediately chose to purchase a power enhancement card from the system. System, buy me 4 power enhancement cards and strengthen them for me. Ding. Consumed 20 enhancement points, exchange successful. Chen Yi. At this moment, 4 seductive voices almost echoed simultaneously, instantly moving to shield Chen Yi behind them. On the left, Lin Mengshua's beautiful face was frosted, her snow-white hair moving without wind, radiating a bone-chilling aura. Breath of ice. An ice-blue cold wave surged outward from her center, causing the ground to crackle and directly charging at the Phoenix puppet, the temperature in the canyon plummeting to freezing point. On the right, Luo Shirin's hair flew, and a faint shadow of a blue phoenix appeared behind her. Her crimson lips parted slightly, and the song of wind enveloped everyone around while her jade hand lifted, transforming into a tangible blade that slashed away. Sonic Wind Blade. The invisible sound waves and wind blades struck first, fiercely slicing towards the Phoenix puppet's head. Right in front, Yanjiu stepped forward, and 9 fox tails burning with faint purple foxfire erupted behind her. Eerie fox fire. With a soft shout, those fox flames instantly flared dramatically, bringing endless meaning as they attacked the Phoenix puppet from 9 tricky angles. And slightly behind Yanjiu, Su Taodao's figure appeared somewhat blurred. She gently raised her small hand, and 2 swirling vortices suddenly appeared, a chilling devouring power quietly spreading out. Life Devour. Her target was not a direct attack on the Phoenix puppet, but rather the flowing elemental energy around the Phoenix puppet, constantly absorbing it. It was evident that the Phoenix puppet's aura was rapidly declining.
The four spiritual beast sisters coordinated seamlessly, their might overwhelming, instantly drowning the phoenix puppet in a sea of skill light. However, faced with this overwhelming offensive capable of turning everything to ashes, the two cold lights in the phoenix puppet's eyes showed no sign of fluctuation. It stood quietly in place, even showing no signs of moving. Simply crossing the five-colored spear in front of it, it drew a circle. A barrier of energy formed instantly, perfectly merging with five colors: blue, red, white, blue, and yellow. Boom! Crack! Sizzle! Accompanied by several earth-shattering sounds. The combined attack of the four spiritual beast sisters couldn't even leave a ripple on the shield. At that moment, the phoenix puppet finally made a move. It gently shook the five-colored spear in hand, and the barrier instantly dispersed. And at the moment the barrier vanished, the tip of the spear radiated a sudden brilliant glow in three colors: blue, red, and white. Entangled with each other, they transformed into a three-colored spiral light cone, shooting towards Su Taotao. The speed of this light cone was astonishing, almost surpassing the limits of human perception. There was simply no way to defend. At this critical moment, the effects of four power amplification cards were successfully applied to the girls. In an instant, they felt as if they had been reborn, almost instantly boosting their strength to the mid-level of the 5th tier. At that moment, the three-colored light cone also screamed through the void, instantly shooting forth. Su Taotao's pupils suddenly contracted, and without hesitation, she positioned the devouring black hole in front of her. The three-colored light cone viciously plunged into the black hole with a tremendous force, and a horrific annihilation power erupted instantly. This powerful force was quickly completely devoured, even refined into Su Taotao's own strength. "Taotao, are you okay?" Lin Mingxue exclaimed, and an ice wall was instantly erected in front of Su Taotao. "I'm fine, thanks to the power amplification card given by brother Chen Yi." Su Taotao took a deep breath, steadied her breath, and immediately divided her power among the other three. Luo Shirin felt the effect of the power amplification card and the strength gifted by Su Taotao. A surge of ecstasy instantly welled up in her heart. Is this the feeling experienced by Yan Jiao and Lin Mingxue? It's amazing. It feels like my strength is almost reaching the 6th tier. At this moment, Huang Kuei did not continue to pursue Su Taotao. The spear in her hand whirled again, the blue and yellow light shining brightly at the spear tip, pointing towards Yanjiao. Boom! The ground beneath Yanjiao's feet suddenly exploded without warning, rocks flying everywhere, dust billowing, hundreds of deep blue water arrows containing terrifying power wildly scattering upwards. At the same time, a dull roar came from the dark sky above. A meteor the size of a small car suddenly appeared in the air, tearing through the clouds with a destructive momentum, smashing down towards Yanjiao's head. Caught in a pincer attack, it was almost a guaranteed kill. Chapter 120, Stage 2. Sister Jiao. Don't worry, I was a bit cautious before, but now with brother Chen Yi's enhancement, am I still afraid of these things? Yanjiao remained calm, her nine tails dancing wildly, the foxfire of the demon forming a massive fire lotus surrounding her. Puff puff puff. The water arrows struck the fire lotus, instantly bursting into large clouds of water mist, but could not penetrate the defense of the fire lotus at all. The meteor above was crashing down like a mountain suppressing an egg, carrying a world-destroying force. Yanjiao gritted her silver teeth, and the nine-tailed flame soared into the sky, transforming into a giant fiery fox claw, grasping fiercely at the meteor with endless power. Boom! With a loud noise, the fiery fox claw collided violently with the meteor. The violent shockwave swept out like surging waves, rocks shattered, and dust swirled. But Yanjiao was not harmed at all, successfully blocking it. Huang Kuei did not give them any chance to catch their breath. The five-colored spear was raised high again, and 5 colors of light gathered frantically at the spear tip, forming a huge 5-colored ball of light. A destructive aura powerful enough to turn the entire valley into dust erupted. Whoosh! The light ball shot out, directly locking onto Chen Yi and the others. As if wanting to completely erase them along with this area. At this critical moment, Su Taotao's life devouring was charged up again. The black hole suddenly expanded, in an instant becoming even larger than the 5-colored light ball. A terrifying suction power like a black hole instantly swallowed the 5-colored light ball. The black hole vortex trembled violently at this moment, giving an unbearable wail, but soon calmed down. Refined energy surged throughout Su Taotao's body like a torrent. However, this power seemed a bit too overwhelming, even for the devouring bloodline. It cannot be completely devoured. After thinking for a moment, Su Taotao took a deep breath and gathered the energy she had just absorbed in her mouth, then suddenly spat it out. There were no flashy moves, and no skills were used, just a simple explosion of power. This scene came into view, and it was clear that Huang Kuei's ice blue eyes suddenly narrowed. It seemed she had not anticipated this to happen at all. She wanted to evade, but at this moment, it was already too late. Boom! A loud noise erupted, like the sky collapsing and the earth shattering, as a powerful shockwave exploded. Huang Kuei's frail body was immediately sent flying.
Along with it, the nearby cursed evil corpse was shattered into pieces by this overwhelming force. Bones and flesh splattered everywhere, falling to the ground, creating a bloody and terrifying scene. At this moment, the entire place fell into silence. The four-winged angels and cursed evil corpses turned and rushed towards Huang Kuei. It looked as if they had been summoned. Meanwhile, the Beastmaster and their spiritual beasts, who were originally entangled with them, stood dumbfounded, staring blankly at everything happening before them. They even forgot that there were several wounds on their bodies that were bleeding. What is this? That Huang Kuei actually got heavily injured? No. No way? That Chen Yi is actually this strong? This strength, it should be at the 5th level, right? Could it be that this dog boy is actually a 5th level Beastmaster? Just using some secret treasure to forcefully suppress his aura? Wang Ruocheng murmured in confusion, his mind blank, completely unable to understand what was happening before his eyes. Of course, no one could respond to this remark. Everyone was stunned by this sudden change. At this moment, Chen Yi's group was also staring intently at the scene ahead, filled with dust, not daring to be distracted for even a moment. Especially Chen Yi, because of the system interface, he was certain that Huang Kuei was still alive and that the system interface still existed. If he looked away now, he would be ambushed and it would be over. Before long, the dust gradually dissipated. The scene that came into view made everyone present gasp in shock. The humanoid Huang Kuei, originally dressed in a colorful dress like a little girl on an outing. However, at this moment, everything underwent a stunning transformation. Her tattered rainbow dress peeled off and vanished like burning hues. Replaced by a suit of armor that covered her entire body, exuding a cold and sacred aura, a silver-white full-body armor, with only a cold light shining from the silver helmet. The originally colorful 5-colored spear changed to silver, flashing with a cold light. She looked like a Valkyrie charging into battle, mighty and imposing. Silver armor on her body, holy spear in hand. The transformed Huang Kuei floated in the air like a war goddess descended from the heavens. With a terrifying pressure combining the sacred and the destructive, she was over twice as powerful as before. Second stage. The complete form of Huang Kuei had arrived. She radiated an incredibly strong life force all over her body. And the cursed evil corpses and four-winged angels had disappeared without a trace. It seemed that Huang Kuei had devoured them all to restore her strength and absorb their energy. Everyone felt the surging life force in shock, with countless questions rising in their hearts. This life force, could it be the Phoenix attribute? Phoenix attribute? Everyone gasped in disbelief, their faces filled with astonishment. In this world, spiritual beasts and magical beasts have clear attributes. Among them, light, darkness, wind, earth, water, fire, and ice are the 7 basic attributes, and any magical beast or spiritual beast will at least possess one of these elemental attributes. In addition, there are extra attributes like wood, poison, sound, magic, holy, and thunder, which appear as auxiliary attributes. To enable the Spirit Beast Girl to learn more types of skills and display a more diverse range of abilities. And the most important of all is the high-level attributes. Only Spirit Beasts of S rank or above can comprehend this special attribute after meeting requirements such as species, affinity, and level. Currently, there are only 5 known high-level attributes: time, space, chaos, dragon attribute, and phoenix attribute. Spirit beasts with time and space attributes can master powerful skills related to time and space. Generally, only spirit beasts or magical beasts above level 8 have the chance to obtain this attribute. Spirit beasts with chaos attributes can use all skills except for the high-level ones, and will not be restrained by any skills that include high-level attributes. Spirit beasts with dragon attributes, as time passes, will grow in strength at a rate far surpassing other spirit beasts of the same rank and level, becoming a true powerhouse in the later stages. And the ones with the Phoenix attribute will see a significant increase in both vitality and recovery ability. It's like possessing an immortal body. Even if severely injured, as long as there is still a breath left, they can quickly recover like a phoenix reborn. They can be called the unkillable cockroach. Chapter 121, Taming Beast Whip. If it were a usual situation, encountering a magical beast with the Phoenix attribute would truly be a stroke of luck. One could easily capture it and sell it to the National Research Institution for study, which would be like a windfall. However, at this moment, they were told that the Phoenix puppet they had worked so hard to defeat actually has the Phoenix attribute? How could this be possible? Everyone glanced at each other, their eyes filled with disbelief. But such a rich life force was evident, anyone could tell this was undoubtedly the Phoenix attribute, no doubt about it. And a strong enemy with the Phoenix attribute was truly the most terrifying existence. It was like encountering a boss in a game that heals super fast, has strong power, and might even have a second or third life. If you don't level up, you can hardly defeat it at the same level. Even if your skills are top-notch, you can't outlast the opponent. Is this really a sign that heaven wants to doom them? At this moment, Chen Yi also narrowed his eyes.
In fact, he had long seen through the essence of this phoenix puppet, so he was not too shocked by the possibility of it having the phoenix attribute. However, this made the situation seem a bit tricky. The recovery capability of a phoenix attribute puppet would certainly be beyond imagination, making Chen Yi involuntarily feel a sense of helplessness in winning. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration struck Chen Yi's mind as he recalled something. When Yanzhou's favorability reached the requirement before, didn't the system reward a divine artifact? It seemed to be the Taming Beast Whip, right? Thinking of this, he quickly opened the spatial ring to check the information of the treasures he had obtained before. Taming Beast Whip, 15 star. After infusing spiritual power, it can temporarily enhance the strength of the contracted spirit beast, and the increase is related to the beast tamer's spiritual power. When strengthened, the contracted spirit beast can gather power for this artifact during battle to unleash powerful attacks. This whip has an ancient and peculiar design, neither made of metal, wood, nor leather. It presents a warm dark golden hue, as if it is merely a vessel for gathering spiritual power. As Chen Yi looked at the description of this whip, he felt it was a bit subtle. Especially the method of using spiritual power infusion made his mouth twitch uncontrollably. Using a whip, could it possibly be? That seems a bit strange, damn it. But after thinking it over, Chen Yi still felt it was better to try it out first. After all, there were other trump cards to rely on. With this thought, he took a deep breath and stepped forward towards the four girls. He found that a long whip had appeared in his hand without him noticing. The four girls saw Chen Yi standing in front of them, their faces showing a hint of surprise. They originally thought Chen Yi would have some new strategy, but they didn't expect him to pull out a whip. What is he trying to do? Just as the girls looked on in confusion, Chen Yi hesitated for 2.5 seconds, and finally spoke. Schwer, let me be clear, I'm not interested in that. This is my reinforcement secret technique, don't misunderstand. Ah? What does that mean? Lin Mengxue was even more confused, completely not understanding the meaning of Chen Yi's words. Chen Yi didn't explain much. Tightly gripping the whip, he struck it behind Lin Mengxue with as little force as possible. Crack! A crisp sound rang out. The girls were instantly stunned by this sudden scene. Mum. Lin Mengshua's delicate body trembled slightly, unable to help but let out a strange, trembling cry. And at the moment the whip tip made contact, an indescribable strange feeling exploded from behind her, sweeping through her entire body. This feeling was neither pain nor itch, but an indescribable, unusual sense of comfort. It was as if a warm power penetrated her skin, deep into her bones, completely shattering the shackles hidden within her for so long. Her ice-blue pupils instantly contracted, and an overwhelming torrent of cold rushed through her body, the power soaring wildly. Accompanied by the surge of cold, the temperature in the entire gorge plummeted, a bone-chilling coldness spreading out. In the blink of an eye, a thick layer of white frost had formed on the stone walls of the gorge. Brother Chen Yi, this is... Lin Mengxue looked utterly incredulous. She originally thought that Chen Yi was punishing her because she had done something wrong. After all, she had really let Chen Yi down, unable to even defeat the phoenix puppet. Punishment was to be expected. But she never imagined that this was actually a way to grant power. But, why is this way of granting power so strange? Chen Yi's lips curled into a slight smile and he gently explained, this is a divine artifact I accidentally obtained. The way of strengthening may indeed be a bit unusual, but it can improve your power. Why don't you try out your strength now? Not far away, Huayuetong and Huashingtong, upon hearing this, felt their tense emotions instantly ease and let out a huge sigh of relief. They muttered to themselves, so it turned out that was a way of granting power. They thought Chen Yi might have some special preference. But hey? Why does it look pretty comfortable? Boom. At this moment, the phoenix puppet suddenly took a step forward, instantly leaving a gigantic spiderweb pattern on the ground. Its speed was several times faster than before, like lightning rushing towards Chen Yi and the others. It seemed the second stage of the phoenix puppet focused its main power on close combat. Lin Mengshue's eyes sharpened, the cold air on her body erupted like a volcano, and in the blink of an eye, she condensed an ice blade. Her figure flashed like a ghost, moving at an unimaginable speed to appear before the phoenix puppet. Clang! The ice blade clashed violently with the silver-white spear, emitting a clear and piercing long sound. Immediately afterward, everyone saw. The phoenix puppet was sent flying backwards at a speed more furious than before, crashing heavily into the rock wall of the gorge, directly smashing a pit over several dozen meters wide. Phew! The phoenix puppet suddenly spewed out a mouthful of golden blood. Its silver-white armor also developed some cracks under the tremendous impact. At that moment, the entire scene fell into a deathly silence. Everyone stared in shock at this scene, as if time had frozen in that instant. The phoenix puppet had entered the second stage, and anyone with eyes could see that its combat power had significantly increased. That little ice dragon girl just now. Adding the other three girls, it seemed impossible to suppress it. But now, just one person actually managed to crush it without any ability to fight back. What exactly happened before and after? The girls also looked confused, completely unable to understand what had just happened.
Brother Chen Yi. Su Taotao struggled to swallow, gathering her courage to ask, that whip, can it hit me too?
Chen Yi smiled slightly, reaching out to rub Su Taotao's small head, chuckling, I didn't expect you little girl actually have this kind of interest.
That's not it.
Su Taotao pouted and acted cute, saying, Sister Schwer suddenly became so powerful, it must be because of this whip, right?
Chapter 122, Pressing the Phoenix Puppet Down.
Upon hearing this, Chen Yi also gently rubbed Su Taotao's small head, his face full of affection. In fact, the increase from the beast-taming whip was not as astonishing as they imagined. It only increased physical and spiritual values by more than 50 points.
Of course, this was also because Chen Yi's own spiritual value was still at a relatively low level, so it could only enhance these attribute points.
The reason for such a huge change in strength ultimately lay in the fact that these enhanced attributes could also be boosted by the power amplification card, directly increasing over 100 points in two-dimensional attributes. It's important to know that attribute enhancement is not a simple addition, it brings a comprehensive improvement. When the physical value breaks through a certain critical point, a qualitative leap will occur. It's like when you walk and suddenly see a luxury sports car speed by, the momentary speed difference is jaw-dropping. But when you are on a high-speed train and see that luxury sports car outside, you might think its speed is nothing special, far from what you imagined. Speed and strength are both relative. As long as you reach a critical point, crushing the enemy becomes child's play. And it was just this extra 100 points that instantly broke the original stalemate.
Taotao, are you sure you want this? Su Taotao's eyes were firm, replying without hesitation, yes.
Alright then, catch it. With the sound of a clear voice ringing out.
Ah.
Su Taotao's body trembled slightly, and a hint of blush appeared on her cheeks like the evening glow. At that moment, the spiritual power contained in the beast-taming whip continuously surged into Su Taotao's body. It unexpectedly unlocked the shackles of the devouring power within her. The two originally calm black hole whirlpools, like awakened beasts, suddenly trembled, and the devouring power surged explosively. It directly formed a terrifying gravitational field, actively pulling the flowing life energy around the phoenix puppet. The dense life force originating from the phoenix puppet quickly diminished at a visible speed. Moreover, the aura surrounding the phoenix puppet also became abnormally weak, like a candle in the wind, ready to extinguish at any moment. On the other side, Lin Mingxue took advantage of the phoenix puppet's weakness, wielding her dragon claws, mercilessly attacking. Each strike was like a violent storm, not giving the phoenix puppet a moment to catch its breath. Under Lin Mengshue's fierce assault, the phoenix puppet could only evade awkwardly, completely suppressed by her attacks. If it weren't for the phoenix puppet having the phoenix attribute, with an exceedingly strong vitality, constantly healing itself in battle, it would have probably died countless times by now.
Seeing this scene, Luo Shirin and Yanjiu couldn't sit still any longer. They widened their eyes, staring in disbelief at Lin Mengxue, secretly exclaiming in their hearts, this is too fierce, right? Brother Chen Yi, I want a whip too. Me too. Me too. Brother Chen Yi, you can't treat us differently. No problem, this time let's make it a blast for you.
With two clear voices ringing out. Luo Shirin's eyes focused, her body suddenly arched. The power of wind and sound surrounding her felt ignited as if on fire. Crazy increase at a geometric speed formed a powerful energy vortex.
Ah!
Yanjiu also whispered in shock. 9 gigantic foxtails instantly spread like lightning, emitting a dazzling bright white light. At the tips of the foxtails, the flames that were originally burning fiercely became even more intense at this moment. No longer just simple burning, but carried a terrifying aura of burning everything to ashes. The already incredibly strong power within surged forth suddenly, like a volcano that had been suppressed for too long, erupting violently. It formed a shockwave visible to the naked eye, sweeping out in all directions. A surge of ecstasy welled up in their hearts. This power is way too strong, right? Without saying much, they exchanged a glance and immediately rushed towards Lin Mengxue, ready to support her. As for thanking her, expressing surprise, and other words, those could wait until evening to talk slowly. Meanwhile, Su Taotao stayed back, unleashing her devouring power to absorb the power of the phoenix puppet. Originally, the phoenix puppet was already at a disadvantage against Lin Mengxue alone. Now, with Luo Shirin and Yanjiu's addition, the phoenix puppet was completely overwhelmed and unable to fight back. What kind of monster is this? Why does a third-level spirit beast possess such immense power? Wang Ruoqing exclaimed in shock, stuttering in his words. Of course, other beast masters and spirit beasts also felt the same confusion and fear in their hearts. They knew you, Chen Yi, were amazing, but never thought you would be this amazing. As treasure hunters, they had gone through many years, yet had never witnessed such a bizarre scene before their eyes. Everything was too absurd, to the point they even began to doubt whether they were dreaming. It was really unbelievable.
The two teams of Tianju Beast Masters were now sweating profusely, as if they had fallen into an ice cave. To be honest, they had initially thought of attacking Chen Yi and his group, but later gave up. After all, there were plenty of people from Dragon Country. If they truly attacked Chen Yi, it could spark a camp war between Dragon Country and Tianju Country, and the outcome was unpredictable. Now it seemed they could only secretly rejoice that they had not taken any action. Otherwise, they truly wouldn't know how they would have died. Wang Ruocheng's second contracted spirit beast, Lin Xiaoyu, quietly leaned close to Wang Ruocheng's ear and whispered, "Could they also have injected that thing?" Wang Ruocheng shook his head upon hearing this, responding firmly, "Impossible. After injecting that thing, it's almost impossible to maintain a human form, and consciousness would become unclear. In my view, the power they are showing is likely just their own strength." Lin Xiaoyu swallowed hard, "But this is too strong, right? That phoenix puppet, I feel it might have around 6th level power, yet it's being suppressed like this. Don't panic, let's take it one step at a time." A sly smile appeared on Wang Ruocheng's face. "The harder they hit now, the easier it will be for us later. By the way, have you found the target? I didn't expect Zihan to have died, she was supposed to be responsible for this kind of thing." "Naturally." Lin Xiaoyu nodded, then her gaze fell on a female spirit beast master in the Tianju Beast Master team. On the surface, she seemed obedient and lacked opinions, but from previous battles, it was clear she fought fiercer than anyone. She was obviously the type that had built up grievances for a long time and needed a channel to vent her frustrations. You could say she was the perfect target. Chapter 123, Cannot be killed at all. However, as time passed, the unease in everyone's hearts gradually spread. Including Chen Yi and the girls, everyone began to sense that something was off. Why can't this phoenix puppet be killed at all? No matter how many injuries it suffers, it can recover as before, it simply cannot be killed. Originally, beings with the phoenix attribute could quickly recover after being injured, but there is a limit to that recovery. Every recovery consumes the power inside, just like using blue to change blood in a game. However, this phoenix puppet is able to continuously revive after suffering such severe damage, which is truly astonishing. Wang Ruocheng's little sidekick, a tall and thin beast master from the Dragon Kingdom, muttered in shock, "Could it be that this monster is the embodiment of the heart of the secret realm? The power it possesses may be equivalent to all the energy contained in the heart of the secret realm?" Once this was said, it instantly caused an uproar. Everyone's expression suddenly became serious. If this is true, then even though Chen Yi's contracted spirit beasts can currently suppress the attacks of the phoenix puppet, over time, those spirit beasts' energy and stamina will eventually be depleted. By then, the phoenix puppet will be able to turn the tide and launch a fierce counterattack, turning defeat into victory. After all, no matter how powerful a spirit beast is, it is still just an individual existence. How can it possibly compete with the vast power of the entire heart of the secret realm? At that moment, they would probably still be unable to escape death. It simply can't be killed. How can we win? How can this be? Does that mean we are doomed? Damn it, if I had known earlier, I should have left ahead of time. This kind of money is simply not something we can earn. The spirit beast girl chosen by Lin Xiaoyu suddenly had a cold look in her eyes, flashing to Wang Ruocheng's side, and grabbing his collar with one hand. With a strong pull, she brought him in front of her, her face full of anger as she questioned, "It's all your fault, you Dragon Kingdom person. You said to collect the colorful crystals, and now look where we are, caught in this mess. What do you have to say for yourself?" Wang Ruocheng's contracted spirit beast was startled by the scene and rushed forward without hesitation to rescue him. However, as soon as it took a step forward, a stern voice stopped it. "Don't move, I don't plan to kill him. If you dare to come any closer, I'll just crush this little thing's neck. You mother ******. Wang Ruocheng shouted furiously, "I just suggested we explore down the mountain together, not that I forced you. What the hell? You're afraid to say anything to your beast master, so you come to yell at me instead? You." The Tianju spirit beast trembled in anger upon hearing this, nearly exploding. This Dragon Kingdom person actually said that her beast master was her keeper? This is just outright humiliation. What do you mean you? Am I wrong? Clearly powerful yet too timid to resist, it's truly disgusting. Enough. The Tianju beast master hurriedly intervened, "This is not the time for internal conflicts. We should first think about how to deal with that final trial. If Chen Yi loses, we will all die." Once those words were out, the spirit beast girl also released Wang Ruocheng's collar. She snorted coldly, the anger in her eyes still burning, but she retreated behind her beast master. The atmosphere suddenly fell silent once again. That level of battle was simply beyond their ability to intervene. Suddenly, a spirit beast girl suggested, "How about we defeat her with one strike? Surely she can't recover from being turned to dust?" As soon as she spoke, the others collectively rolled their eyes. "Seriously, did you have to say something so obvious?
Chen Yi's contracted spirit beasts were probably using all their strength in battle but still couldn't achieve a quick kill. Moreover, the phoenix puppet is not a wooden stake, she can also dodge.
Talking without using your brain. Chen Yi, standing nearby, also heard this suggestion.
He cradled his chin in one hand, furrowing his brow, lost in thought.
Indeed.
If it really was as initially suspected. The spiritual power of the phoenix puppet was equal to the entire heart of the secret realm's spiritual power, which meant that defeat was inevitable. Although there were still plenty of resources at hand, there was simply not enough time to help the girls complete energy guidance and elevate their ranks. Relying on those people to hold back the phoenix puppet while he practiced was nothing but a dream.
Moreover, even if some extra time for cultivation could be delayed, the improvement would be minimal.
As for enhancement points, while they could directly help the girls level up, the cost effectiveness was far too low. Starting from the 4th level, every 10 enhancement points consumed only raised the rank a little. It felt like losing out tremendously. As for safety, there was nothing to worry about. With the wind attribute Treasure of Heaven and Earth activated with enhancement points, he could teleport to any place he had been before. So there was no need to worry too much about safety. It was just that colorful Phoenix's spirit beast essence, he really wanted it. What should he do? Just then, Chen Yi felt the beast-taming whip tightly held in his hand suddenly vibrate slightly. He looked down to see that the originally ancient dark golden whip was now emitting a gentle blue-white light. The glow undulated like breathing, getting brighter and brighter. Inside the whip, it seemed as if countless stars were swirling and crashing. A violent energy was raging wildly inside the whip. It felt like he was not holding a beast-taming whip, but rather the reins of an ancient ferocious beast that was desperately trying to break free. What's happening? Wait, could it be? Chen Yi suddenly remembered that this beast-taming whip had another effect. The spiritual beast girls enhanced by it could continuously accumulate energy while fighting enemies. And as the beast master, Chen Yi could use this energy. At first, Chen Yi had treated it solely as a strengthening tool and almost forgot about this detail. That's it. Just now, the 4 girls' battle with the phoenix puppet, especially when Su Taodao devoured and counterattacked, gathered unimaginable powerful energy for the beast-taming whip. Now this energy had reached saturation, almost exceeding the whip's own limits. It had to be released. Let's give it a try. Chen Yi thought for a moment and decided to go for it. After all, he didn't know how powerful this whip had become with all that energy. If this still couldn't kill the phoenix puppet, then he could just give up. He could teleport away using the wind attribute Treasure of Heaven and Earth. But one thing was certain, the phoenix puppet was not a wooden stake. Chen Yi also didn't know what form this attack would take. In case it was dodged, it would be a huge loss. It would be better to directly imprison it with the ice attribute Treasure of Heaven and Earth and hit a stationary target. Chapter 124, Destructive Strike. Thinking this, Chen Yi directly took out an ice jade fruit from his space ring. System, activate the imprisonment effect of the ice jade fruit. Ding. Consumed 5 enhancement points, activation successful. An ice jade fruit exuding extreme coldness flashed briefly in Chen Yi's palm. The next second, a condensed extreme blue icy light appeared right in front of the phoenix puppet, ignoring the distance. The icy blue eyes of the phoenix puppet shrank violently, clearly recognizing the powerful imprisonment force contained in this icy light. She tried to evade, but that icy light seemed to have a homing property, accurately marking her body. Crack, crack, crack. An ear-piercing freezing sound rang out. From that little point of blue, terrifying cold air erupted instantaneously. Solid ice rapidly spread over her entire body, along with the silver-glowing spear in her hand, instantly freezing her into a lifelike ice sculpture. Maintaining the majestic posture of wielding her spear to stab, she froze in midair. This is Brother Chen Yi's ability. Focus fire and aim to take this thing down in one go. Wait, look quickly, it seems like Chen Yi's brother is about to unleash something powerful? Lin Mengxue, Luo Shirin, and Yan Zhu turned to look back. They discovered that the oppressive aura from Chen Yi had nearly increased to an unimaginable level. You all stand back, let me take a shot. Upon hearing this, the girls hesitated not at all and quickly distanced themselves from the phoenix puppet. Chen Yi then stepped forward, and the hard dark red rock beneath his feet shattered with a loud boom. His entire being shot up like an arrow released from a bow, soaring into the sky. The beast-taming whip in his hand was no longer merely a handle, it seemed to merge with his arm, becoming an extension of his body. He held the whip with both hands and, using his body as a pivot, gathered all the terrifying energy within the whip, about to explode, to the tip. That tip shone with a brilliance that words could hardly describe. It was as if a star had been compressed to the size of a needlepoint, simply terrifying. The intensity of the light instantly overshadowed all sources of illumination in the canyon. Wind blade slash. Chen Yi gathered all the energy from the beast-taming whip at his fingertips, striking downward like a sword at the frozen silver-armored ice sculpture in the sky. The tip of the beast-taming whip traced a path in the empty air. A gigantic crescent-shaped blade of light, dyeing the entire sky a frost white, tore through the barriers of time and space with fierce slashing. At the moment this blade of light appeared, the hard, dark red cliffs on both sides of the circular canyon, towering hundreds of meters high, seemed to be sliced by an invisible divine blade. The rock layers a dozen meters thick at the top were smoothly and silently cut down like butter with a hot knife. Before the rubble could even fall, it was crushed to powder by the terrifying aura that the blade of light emitted. In that instant, time lost all meaning. The frozen phoenix puppet, her silver armor-wrapped body, was as fragile as a child's soap bubble against this blade of pure annihilation. The blade of light didn't even directly touch her. It merely swept past, and the faint wave of annihilating aura gently brushed against the frozen sculpture. The phoenix puppet's body, along with the dark blue ice covering her, along with her holy silver armor, along with the silver glistening spear in her hand, everything was wiped away as if erased from a canvas by an eraser. There was no explosion, no sound, no fragments. It just quietly vanished, returning to nothingness. Even the two cold stars in her eyes completely extinguished, as if they had never existed. And that frost-white blade of light, after obliterating the phoenix puppet, maintained its momentum, like a divine punishment splitting open the world, fiercely striking the dark red rock layer at the bottom of the canyon. Boom! The earth was easily torn apart like tofu. A gash hundreds of meters deep, over 10 meters wide, with edges as smooth as a mirror, down to the molten dark red magma at the bottom, instantly sliced through the entire canyon floor. A scorching wave mixed with sulfurous gas surged into the sky. Silence. A dead silence enveloped the canyon that had just experienced the storm of destruction. The remaining beastmasters and spirit beasts stood frozen like stone sculptures, dumbfoundedly staring at the terrifying gash that split the earth, gazing blankly at where the phoenix puppet had vanished, and staring wide-eyed at the young figure slowly descending from the sky. The cataclysmic slash just now had utterly exceeded their understanding. How could a beastmaster possess such an unfathomable power? What kind of talent level are you at? Not only was the ability to cultivate spirit beasts unbelievably strong, but your personal combat power is also so high? Are you trying to ascend into the heavens? Ding! Lin Mengshue's favorability plus 2 points. Current favorability, 92 points. Ding! Luo Shirin's favorability plus 2 points. Current favorability, 93 points. Ding! Su Taodao's favorability plus 2 points. Current favorability, 94 points. Ding! Yan Zhua's favorability plus 5 points. Current favorability, 85 points. Ding! Congratulations, Yan Zhua's favorability reached 85 points. Reward enhancement point plus 40 points. Current enhancement points, 130 points. Not only were the girls stunned, even Chen Yi himself was confused. Damn it, that last move truly amazed him. He had imagined the power of that move would be strong. But he never expected it to be this astonishing. With one sword strike, it was as if he was defying the heavens. Of course, the reason the beast-taming whip could unleash such terrifying power was entirely due to the special environment inside the heart of the secret realm. The spiritual energy here was exceptionally abundant, as if it was an endless treasure trove of energy, constantly supplying power to the beast-taming whip. If this were the outside world, where spiritual energy was relatively scarce, even if the girls battled with magical beasts for hours, they would not reach even 1/5 of the current fullness. At that moment, Hua Yuetong and Hua Xingtong finally came back to their senses from the shock. They completely forgot about fixing their hairstyles, as their once neat hair had become a tangled mess. Hua Xingtong couldn't help but pinch Hua Yuetong's cheek, her shock still evident, murmuring, "Sister, am I dreaming? A beast master this powerful actually came to the Five Elements secret realm for people like us, and plans to sign a contract with us in the future? No, Xingtong, this is reality." Hua Yuetong shook her head, her smile unable to be contained. "Remember, we belong to Chen Yi. We must do whatever he tells us, understand?" Hua Xingtong pouted, "I always understood, and I feel like I have already fallen in love with him." Ding! Hua Yuetong's favorability plus 10 points. Current favorability, 75 points. Ding! Hua Xingtong's favorability plus 10 points. Current favorability, 80 points. Chapter 125, Spirit Beast Essence. After landing, Chen Yi's body swayed slightly, feeling somewhat unstable. That previous strike had nearly drained all of his spiritual energy and mental power, and now it felt as if a backlash was coming, making his whole body ache. But he had to admit, it was indeed quite powerful. Lin Mengxue, Luo Shirin, Su Taodao, and Yanjiu were all staring at him intently. Their gazes could no longer be described simply as shock. Inside them were feelings of exhilaration from surviving a disaster, a profound respect for absolute power, but more than that was unreserved admiration, adoration, and fanaticism. Their man had actually become this strong? Whether it was the training methods he used or his unfathomable power, it all felt like a myth. Any words seemed pale and powerless at this moment. So awesome. Perhaps, during the next break, they could let Chen Yi enjoy himself a little. On the other side, seeing the phoenix puppet being killed just like that, the remaining beast masters and spirit beasts took a while to regain their senses from the shock. After the shock, a feeling of intense relief spread throughout their bodies. Did we win? It seems so. The barrier around us has disappeared. Oh my god, we survived. Damn, that was terrifying. So ridiculous, it's just absurd. Why can a beast master be this powerful? With the fall of the phoenix puppet, everyone's emotions felt like a roller coaster, intertwining various feelings. Excitement, shock, exhilaration, and reflection surged in everyone's hearts. They almost cried right there. Now they really survived. No more fear of being killed by the phoenix puppet. Wait a minute. Wang Ruken suddenly seemed to recall something. I remember there was a voice at the beginning that said if we passed the final trial, we could receive a reward, but where is it? As soon as his voice fell, the ancient voice echoed again in all the survivors' minds. Congratulations, you have successfully passed the final trial. This item is the Spirit Beast Essence, containing the primal power of the ancient divine beasts. After the Spirit Beast devoured and refined it, one could obtain the bloodline power of the colorful phoenix. As that ancient voice fell, the place where the phoenix puppet had just been annihilated began to shake violently. As if an invisible force was stirring everything around, causing the entire space to become unstable. A dazzling rainbow light, bright to the point of being hard to behold, slowly condensed, expanded, and emerged. Eventually, a colorful crystal, fist-sized and perfectly round, appeared from the void. It quietly floated in the air, emitting an unimaginably powerful life aura and pure creative force. Just a trace of the emanating aura instantaneously purified the lingering smell of blood and char in the canyon. As if it had been washed by a clear spring. The injured felt a strange itch at their wounds, a sign that their injuries were healing. The depleted spiritual power also slowly revived under this aura's nourishment. Like parched land welcoming a refreshing rain. Anyone who saw this object would definitely think it was a divine treasure. At this moment, the entire place fell into a deathly silence. If they were not deaf, they could surely hear the voice that had just announced the passing of the final trial. The term Spirit Beast Essence was completely unfamiliar to them. But after the introduction by that ancient voice, they all understood that this thing, after being devoured and refined, could awaken the bloodline of the colorful phoenix. Colorful phoenix, anyone who heard this term would think of colorful wings, specifically the wings that emerged behind the phoenix puppet. For those who have played games, generally, the drops from RPG bosses are closely related to the boss itself. Fire dragons drop fire attribute equipment, ice dragons drop ice attribute equipment, poison dragons drop poison attribute equipment, and so on. Then the so-called colorful phoenix would most likely exhibit the powers just displayed by the phoenix puppet. 5 elemental attributes can be easily wielded, and possessing extremely strong vitality, with both melee and ranged combat abilities strong enough to be invincible. Such power could definitely be classified as S-level or higher, right? It might even reach SS-level, or possibly SSS-level. And that shining crystal radiating rainbow light, without much thought, one could tell, this was precisely what the ancient voice referred to the Spirit Beast Essence containing the bloodline power of the colorful phoenix. Brother Chen Yi, this is the Spirit Beast Essence, isn't it? Lin Mingxue dashed forward, instantly arriving in front of the Spirit Beast Essence, and presented it to Chen Yi. Chen Yi nodded slightly, his eyes flashing with a hint of unnoticeable surprise. Yes. I didn't expect the final reward to be this. It seems using my trump card was indeed not in vain. However, at this moment, a thought arose in his heart. This is simply too toxic. He originally thought only he knew what this thing was. Others would think it's just a very rare treasure, probably worth a good price. But in the face of absolute strength, no one would dare to harbor any thoughts of greed. After all, there were so many rainbow crystals around, there was no need to fight over a big treasure with people they couldn't defeat. But now, the ancient voice had revealed that this thing could awaken the colorful phoenix bloodline. Even if those people couldn't get it, once they went out and talked about it, wouldn't they be unfortunate? With the system in place, Chen Yi's future was guaranteed to soar. But right now, his strength was still very weak. Let alone those big shots above the 10th rank, even a random 6th or 7th rank beast master could easily rub him into the ground. If this thing was ever revealed, it would surely attract countless powerful forces to fight over it. He is a 3rd-tier beast master, and he might not be able to protect this thing. A mere person is innocent, but possessing a treasure is a crime. Everyone understands this principle. I'm really speechless. Luo Shirin pouted and complained, Chen Yi, little brother, you have such a trump card and didn't say it in advance, making us anxious. How will you compensate us? Yanjiu also agreed, saying, exactly. Keeping things hidden can lead to punishment. You need to make us work 2 extra hours during the next break, no escaping. Chen Yi bitterly laughed a few times, protesting, you're making it hard for me, Chen.
Su Taoda blushed, muttering softly, Chen Yi, you're so strong, why can't you last 2 or 3 hours at night? It's really strange. Lin Mingxue covered her mouth and laughed quietly. When we return to the city, make sure to buy some 7-flavor earth yellow pills. Chen Yi needs a good supplement. Chapter 126, Demon Potion. The scene of Chen Yi and the girls playfully teasing each other was observed by Wang Ruocheng and the surviving beast masters from India. Of course, they weren't jealous of this scene, their focus was entirely on the spirit beast essence that Chen Yi had obtained. Previously, to survive, they had handed the starfire flower to Chen Yi, which was undoubtedly a desperate measure, akin to cutting off an arm to survive. However, the current situation was completely different. The spirit beast essence of the multicolored phoenix was unimaginably precious, absolutely enough to cause a stir throughout the world. It was basically a priceless treasure. Especially for those spirit beast girls, their hearts were secretly calculating. If they could devour and refine this spirit beast essence, then the bloodline of the multicolored phoenix and the incredible combat power displayed by that phoenix puppet would belong to them. With such powerful strength, they could absolutely rise to the top and completely escape from this life of fear. And the thoughts of those beast masters were no different. If they could use this essence with their trusted spirit beasts, it would surely lead them to soar high and be free from their predicaments. The rarity of this essence far exceeded that of the ordinary treasures sold for profit. Thinking about this, everyone's gaze instantly turned incredibly greedy. Even though Chen Yi and the girls had just shown a frightening amount of strength, they couldn't suppress this greed. Whether or not they could realize their dreams of soaring depended entirely on this moment. After sorting out her thoughts, Lin Xiaoyu quickly leaned into Wang Ruocheng's ear and whispered, Hubby, I think it's time to use that thing. As long as I can obtain the bloodline of the multicolored phoenix, how could I not take you back to the family? Hearing this, Wang Ruocheng's face instantly darkened. He naturally understood Lin Xiaoyu's thoughts and had previously even discussed with Wang Zihan about what to do. Yet the situation had changed a little. Although they could use that thing's power to restrain or even kill the spirit beast girls around Chen Yi. But Chen Yi's earlier strike was truly terrifying. Even a monster like the phoenix puppet could be instantly killed, it even cut a 100-meter deep ravine in the ground. Even if they used the 4th tier 10th level spirit beast girls as a medium, it would be hard to create an existence that could withstand such a blow. There was only one chance, and life or death depended on this fight. If they couldn't successfully kill Chen Yi, he would surely die. At this moment, his other 2 surviving contract spirit beast girls, Yang Ningzi and Song Yanyan, walked over slowly. Their breaths seemed obviously weak, but their gazes had never left Chen Yi. To be precise, their eyes had never left the space ring where Chen Yi just stored the spirit beast essence. They secretly thought, if they could obtain the bloodline of the multicolored phoenix, the future will surely be bright. Even though they know this action carries great risk, for the chance to soar high in the future, they are willing to take the risk. Husband, I feel that such a powerful move must not be a secret technique that can be used continuously. Xiaozi is right, and I suspect that this secret technique may require a considerable cost to use, otherwise, why wait until his contract spirit beast has no chance of winning before acting? It is obvious that he is worried about the cost and the consequences, which is why he didn't use that big move right away. 2 sisters nearby chimed in, and Lin Xiaoyu continued, Husband, even if we don't act, Chen Yi will definitely come after us. This gamble is not just for the spirit essence of the beast, but also for our survival. Wang Ruocheng raised an eyebrow and asked in response, What do you mean by that? Lin Xiaoyu sighed softly and explained further, the spirit essence of the colorful phoenix is by no means an ordinary treasure. Once others know about it, it will inevitably lead to conflicts over killing and treasure snatching. We are the informants. If we leave just like this and leak the information to those high-level beast tamers or spirit beasts outside, do you think they wouldn't be tempted? Do you think Chen Yi and his group wouldn't think of this? Would they be that naive? To prevent information leakage, the simplest method is to kill and silence. Only the dead will not leak any secrets. As soon as these words were spoken, Wang Ruocheng's body shook violently, and he took a sharp breath. He widened his eyes, as if realizing something important. Indeed, the value of the spirit essence of the beast is immeasurable. Let alone strangers, even brothers may turn against each other because of it. Chen Yi, who obtained such a treasure, would definitely not leave any unstable factors. Of course, Chen Yi also understood this well. He looked at the spirit beast sisters surrounding Wang Ruocheng, and their favorability ratings had all dropped below -50. He could basically guess what they were thinking. Originally, Chen Yi was still hesitating whether to eradicate the roots and avoid any unstable factors. Seeing such a favorability rating also decisively made up his mind. After hesitating for just 2 seconds, Wang Ruocheng gritted his teeth tightly, and a hint of determination flashed in his eyes. Good. Let's do it this way, Xiaoyu, you just follow what you said before? Okay, I know, everything is ready. Lin Xiaoyu's gaze instantly became fierce, and she took out a syringe containing a green solution from her bag. It's quite strange.
The day after Wang Shihao announced the dissolution of the relationship with Wang Ruochen, two men in black came to his door. They claimed that using this item could help Wang Ruochen return to his family, and might even allow him to seize the position of family head. They handed Wang Ruochen two identical vials of solution. Wang Ruochen naturally would not fully trust these strange people. So they casually injected the first vial into a randomly captured first-tier spirit beast. In just 1 minute, the spirit beast went into a frenzy, approaching the strength of a 6th-tier beast, emitting overwhelming resentment. Fortunately, Wang Ruochen and the others evacuated in time, or they would have been harmed. However, this beast seemed to lose its reason, constantly devouring nearby beast tamers and spirit beasts to strengthen itself. It directly threw the entire Hanbei city into chaos, eventually seeming to evolve to about an 8th-tier level. Fortunately, Wang Shihao was in Hanbei city at that time, and upon realizing that something was wrong, he immediately struck with lightning speed to kill it. Since this incident occurred, Wang Ruochen has regarded this last remaining vial of solution as his secret weapon. Unless absolutely necessary, it will never be used lightly. But at this moment, it has come to the point where it must be used. Let's go, and find those people from India. Chapter 127, The Hellish Beast. Seeing Wang Ruochen walk towards the Indian people, the joyous expressions on Chen Yi and his group's faces instantly vanished, replaced by a grave look. Just now, Chen Yi also expressed his views and received unanimous agreement from the girls. From the murderous intent and greed radiating from these people, there was no need to think twice to know what was on their minds. Everyone, if you don't want to get your hands dirty, let me handle it, Chen Yi proposed. However, the girls all rejected him. It's fine, we've killed before. Exactly. Anyone who dares to plot against brother Chen Yi must be killed. I'm the oldest among you, so let me handle this killing. Yan Jiao licked her red lips and said with an evil charm. When fighting the Phoenix puppet just now, she didn't exert much effort, now she must perform well while the power amplification card effect is still on. At that moment, the binding barrier of the circular canyon shattered like broken glass, and a dizzying feeling of spatial transfer hit again. Under everyone's feet, a halo appeared. Just like when they were teleported in, the halo rose up, instantly transporting everyone present away. When their vision cleared, Chen Yi and his group found themselves back at the foot of the mountain they had been at before. The surrounding land was still growing many rainbow crystals, as if everything that had just happened was a dream. Has it returned? It seems so. That Wang Ruochen should have returned here too, right? We need to hurry and deal with Wang Ruochen, otherwise who knows what he might do. Chen Yi turned to Lin Mengxue and Luo Shirin, saying urgently, Schwer. Shirin. Go find Wang Ruochen immediately. We must get rid of him quickly. Upon hearing this, Lin Mengxue and Luo Shirin did not hesitate at all and immediately transformed into ice dragons and kingluans, rushing with Chen Yi and the others towards the left area. This area was only about 10 kilometers away on either side, and they could reach it in no time. However, as they approached the left area, the sight before Chen Yi and his group made their pupils suddenly contract, stunned by the scene unfolding before them. In that plain area, they had thought there would be internal strife between Wang Ruochen and the Indians over survival opportunities or unequal shares. However, the reality was shocking. It was a one-sided massacre, like stepping on ants. The executor of the massacre was a giant beast about 4 to 5 meters tall, its overall shape resembling Godzilla from the movies, covered in a thick layer of black scales, with dark red light faintly glowing through the cracks in its scales, like molten lava. Its massive tail, resembling a battering ram, dragged behind it, sweeping through a grove of trees like a windshield wiper. What was most frightening were its eyes. There were no pupils, only two frenzied burning masses of dark red flames. The aura of rage, hatred, and death emanated from it like a tangible shockwave, continually radiating from its body. It was indeed a demon beast, and even more so, a magic-infused spirit beast. Name, Shamira Sharma, demonized. Contract Master, Raji Sharma. Bloodline, Hellish Beast. Level, 8th stage, 1st segment. Physique, 840. Spirit power, 780. Attributes, Earth, Dark, Fire, Thunder. Skills, Trample, Collapse Fist, Black Flame Bullet, Breath of Despair, Dark Space, Collapse Howl. Favorability, plus 35 points. Affinity, 188 points, can learn new skills. Evaluation, entered demonized state after injecting spinal fluid refined from the 10-star Beast King Hellish Beast, temporarily gaining the power of the Hellish Beast. By absorbing the aura of despair, one can enhance their own strength. Under the feet of this mighty ghost beast, Wang Ruochen and the members of the team of beast tamers from the Hindus are suffering from a merciless massacre. It can simply be described as destroying with overwhelming force. Roar. The ghost beast lets out a deafening roar, sound waves transforming into visible shockwaves, instantly shaking 3 Hindu beast tamers who tried to escape, causing their eyes to bleed and crashing into the rock wall, turning them into mush. No! Shamira! Stop!
It's me.
Her contracted master Rajis lets out a desperate scream, his face full of fear and disbelief.
Clearly, Shamira's bloodline is only a B-rank Blackrock giant beast. Normally so submissive, how could she turn into this? And this aura, why does it feel so much like a demonic presence? But if it's demonic, why would she transform knowing she's contracted to me?
The ghost beast seems to recognize Rajis, its huge head suddenly turning towards him, the dark red pupils bursting with more fierce light. It raises a giant foot and violently tramples down in Rajis' direction. Without any resistance, Rajis' body is instantly crushed into a bloody mess, beyond recognition. At this moment, it feels as if time has frozen. All the beast tamers present stare wide-eyed, their mouths open enough to fit an egg.
Why is this happening? Could it be that the final trial isn't over?
I just saw, at the moment of teleportation, that woman from the Dragon Kingdom inserted a syringe into Shamira, and she changed like this.
What did you say? A syringe? Are you saying that Shamira turned into this because of that Dragon Kingdom woman? Yes, it's that woman.
A Hindu beast pointed fiercely at Lin Xiaoyu, who had just been sent flying by the shockwave not far away. At that moment, all the Hindu beast tamers' anger was ignited.
Their faces turned red, veins bulging on their foreheads, and mouths constantly cursing. Damn it, just a moment ago trying to get friendly, saying we could make money together. Kill Chen Yi, and share all his resources. But less than a minute later, they flipped the script and backstabbed us? Truly treacherous.
The ghost beast seems to have caught the key information, its dark red eyes suddenly turning, locking onto Lin Xiaoyu, who had just been thrown not far away.
Roar. It roars fiercely, raising a hand and striking with a powerful punch aimed directly at Lin Xiaoyu's location. Giant Spirit Barrier.
Seeing the incoming giant fist, Lin Xiaoyu also uses all her spiritual energy, desperately summoning a huge rocky arm, trying to block this deadly blow.
Wind Wall. Water Shield.
Yang Ningzi and Song Yanyan also cast their secret techniques at the same time, trying to help Lin Xiaoyu block this attack. However, Wang Ruocheng, upon seeing this scene, turned and ran without looking back, completely disregarding the safety of the beast girls. While running, he kept muttering, "Why is this happening? Why did it turn demonic so quickly? And last time, it took a full minute to demonic transform."
Chapter 128 All Forces Annihilated.
Initially, Wang Ruocheng thought, taking advantage of this 1 minute of demonic transformation, he could quickly lead the beast girls to a relatively hidden place to hide. Allow the transformed Shamira to rampage in place, to kill Chen Yi and the others. The person who gave him the 2 potions once said that a demonic transformed beast's lifespan would usually be less than half a day. Once Shamira dies, they could come out and search Chen Yi's corpse, seizing the spatial ring. By then, not only would all the resources Chen Yi obtained on Rainbow Mountain belong to him, but also the essence of the 7-colored phoenix would fall into his grasp. He might even eliminate all the informed parties in one fell swoop. 1 arrow, 3 eagles. However, what he didn't expect was that just seconds after Lin Xiaoyu injected the potion, Shamira had already completed her transformation into a monster. This speed was simply too fast, giving him no chance to escape. What on earth is going on? Of course, the reason behind this is the same as the charging of the beast-taming whip. The process of injecting spinal fluid to transform spiritual beasts into monsters is itself a process of absorbing a large amount of spiritual energy, which causes mutation into a beast made entirely of spiritual power. And in places like the heart of the secret realm, where spiritual energy gathers in abundance, the concentration is extremely high, so the speed of transformation will naturally exceed expectations. Thus, the current situation arose. Boom. Accompanied by a huge roar, Shamira's fist, as massive as a mountain, came crashing down, instantly shattering her rocky arm. Lin Xiaoyu, Yang Ningzi, and Song Yanyan, along with the ground beneath them, were smashed deep into the earth like fragile paper. Dust and debris intertwining with flesh and blood soared into the sky. All that remained was a giant pit several meters in diameter, with a chaotic, bloody mess at the bottom, making it impossible to discern any corpse among the remains. Wang Ruocheng's contracted spiritual beasts, along with their final struggles, were completely destroyed before this terrifying power, reduced to powder. Not even a single complete fragment was left. Moreover, under the powerful shockwave and the tremors it caused, Wang Ruocheng, who was desperately trying to escape, was not spared, tumbling clumsily into a nearby ditch. Worse still, one of his feet got stuck directly in a crevice, and no matter how hard he struggled, he couldn't break free. Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! Move for me, come on! Wang Ruocheng's face was filled with terror, veins bulging on his forehead. He struggled desperately, trying to pull his foot out of the ground. However, no matter how hard he tried, that foot seemed firmly nailed down, unmoving. And Shamira, transformed into a monster, certainly would not let the beast tamer responsible for her state escape. She opened her bloody maw, a ball of black flame rapidly coalesced in her mouth, shooting out with ferocity. No! Don't! I don't want to die. Wang Ruocheng let out a desperate scream.
However, it was all in vain. The black flame bomb engulfed his flesh at an astonishing speed, turning everything within a radius of hundreds of meters into ruins. Only a charred red earth remained, recounting the horrifying disaster that had just occurred. Monster, monster. Run, run away. Damn it. Clearly we came to explore the heart of the secret realm. Why are we encountering such things one after another? The surviving beast tamers and spiritual beasts were terrified by the scene before them, screaming and turning to flee. However, how could Chimera easily let these people go? She was originally a spiritual beast captured for sale, living a life worse than death under the torment of those beast tamers from the east, suffering daily from beatings and being forced to satisfy their perverted desires. Yet others turned a blind eye to this, cold and heartless. Now, since she had no hope of survival, she must make all those who had once insulted her, as well as the indifferent spiritual beasts and everything related to the east, pay the price. Thinking of this, her massive head tilted back slightly, a sinister dark red glow lighting up from deep within her throat. Not good. In the sky, Chen Yi's heart tightened, and he quickly took out a top-tier Earth Element Spiritual Treasure System, activate the defense effect of the Earth Soul Crystal. Ding! Consumed 5 enhancement points, activation successful. As the system's prompt sounded, a brownish-yellow barrier appeared like a city wall, enclosing Chen Yi and his companions tightly within. The next second. Roar! A terrifying sound wave instantly exploded. Crumble and roar. It was like a massive meteor crashing down from the sky. With enough heat to melt everything in shockwaves spreading wildly, it violently radiated outwards. Wherever the shockwave passed, the air became distorted and burned, and the secret realm seemed to tremble slightly, unable to withstand this force. All the beast tamers and spirit beasts fleeing for their lives, along with the massive rocks and sparse vegetation around them, were all enveloped by this terrifying power. No screams, no struggles, in the face of this world-destroying force, all living beings were equal. After the light faded, within a radius of several kilometers, only a shocking scene remained. At the edge of the light, the previously flat land was violently torn apart, creating bottomless ravines with edges resembling molten glass. The 2 teams of beast tamers from Tianzhu, along with the remaining members of Wang Ruoqing's team, had disappeared without a trace. Only a pool of crimson blood mist and a bloody stench proved that they might have once existed. Crack! The brownish-yellow shield in front of Chen Yi shattered under the impact of this powerful force, turning into specks of starlight that scattered away. Yet, within the shield, Chen Yi and his companions appeared unharmed, their faces filled with an indescribable shock. What kind of monster is this? This is clearly a moving, self-aware, world-ending disaster. If Chen Yi hadn't just cast the shield secret technique, they likely would have turned to ash like those below in an instant. Chen Yi, big brother. Su Taotao was the first to regain her senses, trembling as she grabbed Chen Yi's hand, her voice filled with panic and fear. What should we do now? Should we escape? This monster is probably even stronger than that final trial just now, right? Before Chen Yi could speak, the massive body of the underworld beast slowly turned its head. Its dark red eyes shifted a few times, finally landing on Chen Yi and his companions in the sky. It was as if time froze in that moment. Chen Yi's heart raced, gripping the wind echo stone tightly, ready to use the secret technique to escape at any moment. However, the next scene completely exceeded everyone's expectations. The underworld beast merely cast a faint glance at Chen Yi and his companions high in the sky, then silently turned, walking with heavy steps towards the boundary of the secret realm's heart. It showed no desire to attack Chen Yi and his group. Against the backdrop of the sunset, it almost appeared lonely. Chapter 129, Being a Beast Tamer is very tiring. The girls were left looking at each other, all puzzled. What is happening? Is that monster not planning to attack us? Could it be because it has no means to attack in the air? That shouldn't be possible. Just now, that roar, if it weren't for Chen Yi's brother's defense, we would all be dead. How could it have no means to attack in the air? Then why is it like this? And I feel that monster seems to have intelligence? Mr. Chen Yi, looking at your expression, it seems like you already know everything? As Hua Yueton's voice fell, all the girls' gazes focused on Chen Yi. Curiosity flashed in their beautiful eyes, as if they were eagerly awaiting his answer. Seeing this, Chen Yi sighed deeply and said slowly, I told you before about my ex-girlfriend, Lu Ruyan, right? This monster's situation is exactly the same as Lu Ruyan's, both are beings transformed from spirit beasts. Look at it, it must be a spirit beast transformed from someone in the beast master team of the country of India. The reason it hasn't attacked us, I guess, is because we saved its life during the final trial. As soon as these words were spoken, the faces of the girls showed expressions of disbelief. When they set out to the 5 elements secret realm, they had naturally heard Chen Yi talk about his love history. Lu Ruyan's situation, no matter how far-fetched, could still be explained as having lifted the contract during the final examination, thus leading to the transformation during the exam. However, the spirit beasts from India had come to explore the secret realm with them. How could they possibly come here in the form of lifted contracts? Even if there were a 1 in 10,000 chance that they really came in this state, how could their power after transformation increase so much? Furthermore, after turning into monstrous beasts, how could they choose to leave after just a glance at Chen Yi? However, seeing Chen Yi with such a confident expression, it seemed he was not joking. What on earth is happening in this world? The girls' hearts were filled with confusion. Seeing the atmosphere become a bit strange, Chen Yi clapped his hands, breaking the silence, and said, "Don't worry about these things. Since the thing has no hostility towards us, let's take this opportunity to quickly gather all the resources and head back." The girls all agreed. Although there were still many doubts in their hearts, since Chen Yi said so, there was naturally no reason not to obey. After all, never forget the original intention, they came here to treasure hunt, not to delve into these chaotic matters. Although this was an uncontrollable force, it could also be seen as a good thing that resolved all those who might leak information. After returning, they would tell Luo Qinghe about this matter again, but for now, treasure hunting is the priority. Having a secret realm heart without any other interruptions felt quite nice. Moreover, the most important thing was that the rainbow crystals collected by Wang Ruoqing and the Beast Master team from India seemed to be some distance away from here and hadn't been affected by the recent battle at all. Shouldn't they happily collect them all? Although they wished for those who wanted to harm Chen Yi to die sooner, but treasures are innocent. Before long, a day passed. In the foot of the mountain area, more than 3,200 rainbow crystals were all collected by Chen Yi. Although they didn't know how much this thing was worth, it was definitely a great deal for their own cultivation. Thus, it should barely count as having cleaned out all the good treasures in this secret realm heart. As for that dark giant beast, it was never seen again after that. Clearly such a large creature, yet it completely vanished, which is quite odd. But it doesn't matter, as long as the treasures are in hand. "Mr. Chen Yi, what is this thing? It feels quite magical." At this moment, the sisters Huayuetong and Huashingtong discovered a burning stone next to Wang Ruoqing's burnt body. This stone was roughly the size of a fist, presenting a deep crimson color, covered in a layer of flames. However, it felt completely cool to the touch, almost a bit icy. But if it got close to clothing, it would ignite the fabric, very miraculous. "Let me take a look." As a result, not knowing was one thing, but seeing it was shocking. This thing was actually the treasure Chen Yi had been searching for when he entered the fire region. Blazing Spirit Stone, 8 stars. Activates the fire attribute base of the 5 elements formation, needs to be used in conjunction with other fire attribute heavenly and earthly treasures. What is this? Is it a good thing? Huayuetong and Huashington looked at Chen Yi with eager expressions, asking. Chen Yi smiled slightly. Extend both hands and gently stroke the heads of the two little girls. Due to the dissipation of spiritual power, their strength was limited, and their speed in digging the rainbow crystals was a bit too slow. So Chen Yi specially arranged for them to explore corpses, hoping they could find something good. Unexpectedly, they actually found a treasure this time, and almost missed it. This Wang Ruoqing is indeed not simple, he could even get the Blazing Bell Spirit Stone. Maybe, the identity of Wang Shirawa's grandson is really quite intriguing. Well done, this is the Bell Spirit Stone. Really? That's great. At that moment, Huashingtong suddenly became a bit shy, her cheeks blushing, and she said, Mr. Chen Yi, since we've found this treasure, can we ask for a little reward? Chen Yi smiled and replied cheerfully, no problem. You two can ask for any reward, as long as I can provide it. Hearing Chen Yi's words, Huayuetong's face also flushed, and she said softly, Mr. Chen Yi, the reward we want is, can you spend some time with us when we take a break? Although we still can't contract with you now, doing that can't increase our affinity. But, we genuinely want to be with you from the bottom of our hearts, absolutely no exaggeration. So, can we take a bit of your time tonight? We want to leave some traces that belong to you, Mr. Chen Yi. Upon hearing this, Chen Yi raised his eyebrows slightly, feeling a hint of surprise inside. These two girls have become so proactive? His gaze swept across their system interface. Huayuetong's affection level reached 75 points, and Huashingtong's affection level reached 80 points. With their current affection levels, it's completely normal to have such thoughts. After pondering for a moment, Chen Yi nodded and agreed, no problem. But it's just this once after that, let's talk again when we sign a contract. After all, you both know, being a beast master is quite exhausting. Chapter 130, Back to Square One. As soon as these words came out, Huayuetong and Huashingtong immediately broke into joyful smiles, excitedly clapping their hands in celebration. Thank you, Mr. Chen Yi. We can only repay you with our bodies in this lifetime. Hearing that these two sisters were playing sneaky games, Lin Mengxue, who was digging nearby, couldn't help but curl her lips slightly. Clearly, they hadn't even signed a contract yet, doing that would just expend energy, and nothing would happen. Seriously. It would be better to leave some energy for Chen Yi, to increase the affinity for the four of them. After a moment's thought, she quickly flashed over and interjected, "Brother Chen Yi, have we finished digging all the rainbow crystals here? Are we leaving?" "Indeed, it's about time to leave." Chen Yi stood up, just in time to let you see my abilities. Brother Chen Yi's abilities? What special abilities do you have? Hua Yuetong and Hua Xingtong asked curiously. You'll find out soon. Shuer, go call over Shireen, Ju, and Tao Tao. Okay. Before long, the group of 7 was gathered together. Chen Yi casually took out a white wind fruit emitting a faint fragrance and silently thought, "System, help me activate the wind element's teleportation ability." Ding! Consumed 5 enhancement points, activation successful. In an instant, a powerful airflow surged around Chen Yi, tightly enveloping everyone. The girls were stunned by this sudden scene. What is this? I'll explain once we're out. Everyone hold on tight. Hearing that, the girls did not dare to slack off and tightly held each other's hands, forming a close circle with Chen Yi. Then go, let's go. Chen Yi shouted, while a previous scene of finding the Shifling Bell Spirit Stone in the mountain gorge flashed across his mind. He took a deep breath, focused his mind, and prepared to initiate the long-distance teleportation. The reason for choosing this place as the teleportation point. There are 3 reasons. First, the function of the wind attribute spiritual treasure can only teleport to familiar locations, not to empty spaces. Second, the girls have gathered a lot of spiritual energy imprints in their bodies, and having seized so many resources and treasures, they need to find a familiar place for energy guidance. Third, since 3 teams have already left, nearly 2 days have passed, and it is estimated that the matter of the heart of the secret realm has already spread here. It is likely that many people are already waiting for the volcanic cave to open. If we go out directly, we would probably get caught up in a lot of troubles. Traveling from the fire area to the southern water area, it is also easy to meet others and get into trouble. So considering everything, choosing the previously visited wind area as the teleportation point is undoubtedly the wisest choice. If things go well, the girls' favorability might increase again. Thinking about this, Chen Yi couldn't help but smile slightly. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Countless breezes, like cotton candy wrapped around a cotton candy machine, gradually wrapped around the girls. They intertwined, forming a huge wind membrane that wrapped Chen Yi and the others tightly within. In the next second, everyone felt the same weightlessness as when they entered the secret realm. The scenery outside the wind membrane began to change rapidly. From the original fire red, gradually turning to cyan, and then to gray-brown. In less than 3 seconds, everyone found that the scenery outside the wind membrane seemed to have become incredibly familiar. Even that slightly familiar bloody scent came rushing at them. It was the mountain stream where they had previously discovered the wind-calming Bell Spirit Stone. No way? Am I dreaming? Did we just arrive outside? Brother Chen Yi, you actually know spatial secret techniques? What else can't you do? I'm now doubting whether it's us who awakened the Spirit Beast bloodline, or it's you, Brother Chen Yi, who awakened the Spirit Beast bloodline. The girls all looked at Chen Yi with admiring eyes, making his lips involuntarily curl up. However, what made him feel regretful was that he did not hear any sound indicating an increase in favorability. That was quite frustrating. But thinking about it seems reasonable. Chen Yi had already showcased too many unique abilities, perhaps the girls had begun to see him as an omnipotent existence, so their favorability did not change much with his new skills. Thinking about this, he shook his head helplessly, secretly deciding to stick to his original strategy, to take it step by step. This place smells too bloody, let's change to another location. Before Chen Yi's words fell, suddenly, a slight sound came from behind. He turned around alertly, his gaze sharp as he focused on the source of the sound. Who is it? A young man appeared, accompanied by 2 girls, one tall and one short. The young man stood tall, exuding an air of confidence, like an elite offspring from a prestigious family with good education, emanating a righteous demeanor. The tall girl was graceful and elegant, with a slightly aged but still charming appearance, radiating a majestic aura, a level 5, 10-segment A-grade spirit beast. The short girl was lively and cute, dressed in a JK-style outfit, very much resembling a version of Su Tao Tao, with no spirit beast system interface, presumably an ordinary person who had yet to awaken her bloodline. The appearance of these 3 gave a warm feeling, like an ordinary family of 3 going on a trip. It did not convey the slightest hint of hostility. However, on the other hand, the contracted spirit beast girl had already reached a height of level 5, 10 segments. Logic would suggest that the strength of her beast master should not be too far off either. But why is there only one spirit beast here? Moreover, next to this spirit beast's physique value and spiritual power value, there is actually a word up. Could it be the innate ability of a beast master? At least in Chen Yi's memory, her strength seems to surpass that of Yanzhou, who used a power amplification card, a beast-taming whip, and Su Taodao's power gift. Who are you? Chen Yi asked again, her voice filled with a hint of doubt and wariness. The young man glanced at Chen Yi and the group, then slowly took out his phone from his pocket.
After repeatedly comparing, he gradually explained, I am Chu Xiuhua, a special envoy from the Beast Master Association of Tianhai City. This is my wife Morongyu, and she is my daughter Chu Feiyu. We received a report that there has been a treasure-snatching incident here involving a beast master from the kingdom of Tianzhu, so we specially came to investigate. The informant provided a photo, and after comparing, it seems you several killed the beast master and spirit beasts from the kingdom of Tianzhu, right? Chapter 131 Brother Bison. At this moment, the air seemed to freeze, and the atmosphere suddenly became dead silent. Chen Yi almost spat out a mouthful of old blood. What the hell, the few spirit beast girls I saved actually reported to the Beast Master Association. Aren't they afraid of trouble? But just then, Chu Xiuhua suddenly burst into hearty laughter. Don't be nervous, we are not here to arrest you or to create trouble. The informant mentioned that Galhan seems to be an experienced robber, and many people have surely died at his hands. Now that you happen to get rid of him, it's a great thing for both our Tianhai Beast Master Association and for the Dragon Kingdom Beast Masters exploring the Five Elements secret realm. For such a contributor, how could we possibly bring you trouble? Upon hearing this, Chen Yi and the group also breathed a sigh of relief. Chen Yi smiled wryly and shook her head, secretly relieved, so that's what it is. Damn it, having done something guilty, suddenly encountering a special envoy like a police officer really makes one a bit panicky. Self-defense may not be held accountable, but it will waste a lot of time. What a hassle. I thought you were here to arrest me. Not at all, besides, in a dangerous place like this secret realm, these things happen every day. Beast masters who go to explore the secret realm all understand this, even if we want to manage it, we simply can't handle it, so we just turn a blind eye. Chu Xiuhua explained cheerfully, we are here just to deal with the scene. Otherwise, if those people from Tianzhu find out about the situation here, they might start making a fuss again. I see. Chen Yi sighed and said apologetically, I'm sorry to trouble you with my matters. It's a small matter. Anyway, it won't waste much time, it's just that the smell of blood will take time to dissipate naturally. Chu Xiuhua waved his hand nonchalantly, then suddenly showed a curious expression, but speaking of which, you seem to be only a third-tier beast master, right? The informant said that Galhan is a fifth-tier beast master, how did you win? Well. Chen Yi hesitated for a moment, then lowered her voice and said, inherited secret techniques. Alright, since you don't want to say, I won't force you. But, man, the girls are so beautiful, can you handle it at night? A mischievous smile appeared on Chu Xiuhua's face as he teased Chen Yi. The two began to chat casually, gradually shifting the conversation from battle to other topics. It has to be said, Chu Xiuhua truly was the cheerful young man he appeared to be, making one feel quite fond of him. In a world without beast masters, he would definitely be a trustworthy big brother. On the other side, Morongyu and Chu Feiyu also approached the younger girls, continually apologizing. Sorry, Xiao He is like that, taking up a bit of your time. My dad just loves to chat with people every day, please forgive us, sisters. Chu Feiyu chuckled lightly, however, sisters, you are all so beautiful, can your beast masters keep up? My dad gets up every morning and has to support his waist. Xiao Yu. Before she finished speaking, Morongyu gently tapped Chu Feiyu's head and interrupted, don't say these things. I'm just speaking the truth. There are other people here. It's nothing, anyway, everyone is a spirit beast, what's wrong with chatting? Listening to the mother-daughter bickering, the younger girls couldn't help but smile. What a lively pair. But they learned quite a bit from their playful exchange. Chu Xiuhua awakened the Beast Master talent, which is a B-level talent, single-minded. No matter how high the rank, one can only contract one spirit beast in a lifetime, but they can permanently boost that contracted spirit beast's power and greatly enhance the effects of affinity training. Moreover, a beast master with this talent, even without contracting a spirit beast, can upgrade by devouring monster cores and having others guide the energy. If both parents' child is a girl who is at least 18 years old, she can also gain part of her mother's combat power, allowing her to familiarize herself with her strength before awakening her bloodline. It can be said that it is a very overpowered enhancement-type talent. The only drawback is that one can only contract one spirit beast, even if it dies, one cannot contract another. So, it led to this family of three coming to the Five Elements secret realm, looking like they were on a picnic. Many contracted spirit beasts desire to partner with such a beast master, but sadly, they are too rare. Chu Xiuhua turned down many invitations from A-level and above spirit beasts and ultimately chose Morongyu, his childhood sweetheart, which is like a pair of lovers finally coming together, not being deceived by power. One can only say, they truly are a heavenly couple. Su Taodao asked, so, Xiaoyu, you are 18 now, but you haven't awakened your bloodline yet? Chu Feiyu blinked her lively big eyes and softly said, yes. I just celebrated my 18th birthday last week, and I didn't expect to have the chance to explore the secret realm today, so exciting. She seemed to completely treat the younger girls as friends, saying whatever came to mind without reservation. Though this kind of personality is great, one still needs to be cautious outside. By the way, sisters, can I ask about something?
Is your Chen Yi, well, lasting at night?
Upon hearing this, the younger girls couldn't help but sigh, the feelings of helplessness clearly showing on their faces, and all unsaid words hung in the air.
Still the same saying.
Chen Yi is fine in every way, strong, with many aces up his sleeve, handsome, and has far-reaching plans. The only weakness seems to be that his stamina isn't great, which really worries them.
Upon seeing this, Zhu Feiyu couldn't help but chuckle softly.
Indeed, one must choose a contracted target who has a single-minded talent. Otherwise, with so many contracted girls, one beast master simply can't take care of them all. And by coincidence, she just happens to know one, who is also her childhood sweetheart. He awakened this talent half a month ago and was immediately surrounded by a group of charming girls. Zhu Feiyu's mind conjured the image of that tall and handsome figure. Even when an S-level bloodline spirit beast issued an invitation, he remained unmoved. That phrase, Xiaoyu, I only want you, let's form a contract after you awaken your bloodline, echoed like heavenly music in her ears, becoming almost a nightly dream material for her. In this world where a spirit beast and beast master are in a many-to-one relationship, for a girl to be solely cherished by one man is an incredible luxury. And this luck. The future will come into her hands. It's simply wonderful. I'm already an adult, why hasn't my bloodline awakened yet? I really want to awaken my bloodline quickly. Brother by song, wait for me. Brother by song, who belongs only to me, Just thinking about the future after awakening her bloodline, Zhu Feiyu's cheeks involuntarily turned red. Mainly because Brother by song is too excellent and perfect, making it hard not to daydream.
Chapter 132, The Flower Sisters Get What They Wish For.
And so, Chen Yi and his group chatted with Zhu Xiaohe and his wife for a while.
Speaking of which,
Zhu Xiaohe casually asked as if making small talk, where are you going next?
Are you heading to the fire region? You seem to be collecting clock spirit stones?
Chen Yi shook his head and explained, I've already collected the clock spirit stones from the wind and fire regions. Next, we plan to rest here for a while, then head back to the center point and go to the light region to collect clock spirit stones.
I see, alright.
Zhu Xiaohe slightly bowed to Chen Yi, his face full of gratitude, thank you again for helping the people. I represent the Beast Master Association of Tianhai City to thank you.
It's nothing.
As long as there are no troubles, I can deal with one of those kinds of people as I find them. Chen Yi waved his hand casually, suddenly remembering something, by the way, that Gallahan has accomplices, like the one selling maps outside, I wonder if he has run away. Hearing this, Zhu Xiaohe's expression instantly turned serious.
The person selling maps seemed very honest and simple, yet was involved in such shady business? Truly, you can know a person's face but not their heart. I understand.
Zhu Xiaohe saluted sharply, I've basically finished taking care of things here.
So, Brother Chen Yi, I wish you a smooth journey. If you have time, let's drink together in Tianhai City. Sounds good.
Chen Yi watched Zhu Xiaohe and his group walk farther away, feeling a wave of emotion rise in his heart. He sighed softly, supported his waist, shook his head, and murmured, I still need to quickly treat Hua Yutong and Hua Xingtong's illnesses.
My robust body needs to come quickly.
Just as he thought of the sisters Hua Yutong and Hua Xingtong, they approached, their faces glowing with shy crimson.
Chen Yi, can we take a break now? About what was just said.
Chen Yi looked at the two girls, a ripple of emotions rising in his heart. He gently tapped the girls' heads and smiled, we haven't even started yet, and you're already thinking about these things. I still prefer the way you two looked full of pride at the beginning. But I need to help Tao Tao refine the spirit energy in her body first, she hasn't eaten anything all day. You can eat some monster crystal cores to fill your stomach first, and I'll refine it with you later.
Okay.
Time flew by quickly, and before long, night had fallen. Everything was silent, only the moonlight sprinkled upon the earth. Chen Yi took Hua Yutong and Hua Xingtong into a cave, setting up a protective barrier outside the cave. Naturally, Hua Yutong and Hua Xingtong were overjoyed that Chen Yi was willing to spend the whole night accompanying them, even feeling a touch of pride. After all, the sisters had waited a long time for this day. As for what aspects Chen Yi liked about them, whether it was their figures, looks, or bloodlines,
did it matter?
Aren't they all parts of themselves?
Ding. Hua Yutong's favorability plus 5 points. Current favorability, 80 points. Ding. Hua Xingtong's favorability plus 2 points. Current favorability, 82 points. Meanwhile, in an underground research institute in Eagle Country,
a display for the potion marked as number 77 suddenly darkened without warning. Soon after, a line of red text appeared in English. Source energy crystal has lost connection, the injection target may have died or moved beyond the detectable range. Upon seeing this message, a group of black-clad individuals instantly rushed over.
Surprise expressions quickly appeared on their faces. Number 77 potion? This seems to be from Dragon Country, right? There was no prior report of its usage? I checked, it is the demonization potion code managed by Lord Linyu, and the target is the Wang family of Hanbei. Quick, pull up the records and see how the Wang family is doing? Report, no abnormalities have been found with the Wang family, they might have been activated externally. Damn it, number 77 potion is the spinal fluid of the abyssal giant beast, it's a powerful magical beast. How can we not collect experimental data? This is a huge loss. First, contact Lord Linyu, we must inform him about this matter immediately. Soon, far away in the Lin family's fourth beast master residence in Dragon Country, Linyu, who was nurturing spirit beast affinity, received a communication message from Eagle Country. He stopped his actions, propped his chin with one hand, furrowed his brow, and fell into deep thought. Did that brat Wang Ruoqing use the potion? Linyu murmured, I remember he seems to have gone to the Five Elements secret realm recently, could it be that he encountered some danger and had to use it? The spirit beast girl beneath him also slowly sat up, looking at Linyu with a puzzled expression. Is it about Wang Ruoqing? That guy Chen Yi also went to the Five Elements secret realm recently, could there be some connection? Linyu sighed and shook his head, not clear. Queen's orders were to avoid contact with Chen Yi as much as possible to prevent leaving a bad impression, so we don't know what's happening in the secret realm. However, news from the Luo family came in at the same time. Chen Yi knows that the dark food insect is actually Lu Ruyan. So it's highly likely that this missing potion in Wang Ruoqing's hands is related to him. Upon hearing this, the spirit beast girl's brows furrowed tightly. If even the demonized spirit beasts could see through to who he really is, then the danger level of this Chen Yi far exceeds imagination. Even more dangerous than Luo Qinghe. What should we do? Didn't we say we want to win him over in the future? Now, suddenly having him encounter these matters one after another, won't he misunderstand our intentions? Linyu fell silent for a moment and slowly spoke, perhaps, this is not entirely a bad thing. Do you remember the news we found out earlier? That Chen Yi, he will participate in the upcoming Beast Master competition. Letting him know about the existence of the demonization potion in advance might be beneficial for our future negotiations. When the Beast Master competition officially begins, I will certainly have a clever plan to help him see the true nature of this world. It's a pity that the layout regarding the Wang family in Hanbei will probably need to be replanned. The spirit beast girl quietly listened to Lin Yu's analysis without expressing too much opinion. When he finished speaking, she suddenly pounced on Lin Yu like a hungry tiger. Alright, since there's nothing wrong, let's continue. You are really impatient. But, I like it. Before her words fell, the figures of both people intertwined. The room was instantly filled with an ambiguous atmosphere, a pink scene replaying. Chapter 133, Overwhelming Force. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. Chen Yi's extreme pressure on his waist finally yielded rich rewards. With the enhancement of various rare treasures of heaven and earth, except for Hua Yuetong and Washington, the ranks of all the other girls saw a significant rise. After all, what was used were high-energy spirit power crystals comparable to Beast King cores, and the upgrade speed was astonishingly fast. Yanzhou successfully broke through to the 4th rank, 2nd stage, while Chen Yi, Lin Mingxue, Luo Shirin, and Su Taotao all broke through to the 4th rank, 1st stage, significantly enhancing their strength. At the same time, during the affection cultivation for Su Taotao last night, in Chen Yi's mind, the system's notification suddenly rang out. Ding! The affinity with Su Taotao has reached 60 points, satisfying the tier requirement of the 4th stage. Congratulations on the contract. Spirit Beast Su Taotao successfully learning a new skill: Devour the World. Can devour natural spiritual power, and the spiritual power imprint that can be stored in its body has greatly increased. This move is simply incredible. Originally, Chen Yi was still hesitating whether to train a few more days to raise the girls' levels to the same standard before exploring the light area. Obsessive-compulsive disorder is like this, there's no way out. However, unexpectedly, Taotao actually comprehended such a magical skill. If she could devour natural spiritual power, doesn't that mean she could devour even the wind element storms in the light area? In that case, perhaps there would be no need to take a detour, just directly cross the junction of the two regions and enter the light area. Moreover, practicing while walking could not only help Su Taotao refine the spiritual power but also share it with the other girls, an absolute win-win. Thinking of this, Chen Yi made a decisive decision to set off immediately towards the light area. However, when he saw the scene before him, everyone was stunned on the spot. The scene in front of him could probably be described as an apocalypse. The space, like torn ragged cloth, fissured countless dark, ferocious cracks. Violent spatial turbulence spewed out from the cracks, carrying a terrifying force capable of grinding steel into dust, transforming into a chaotic storm that swept the heavens and earth. Wherever the storm passed, the mountain shadows vanished silently, as if wiped away by an invisible giant hand, disappearing into the void. The light was distorted beyond recognition, the entire area fell into chaos. Even the earth could not withstand the erosion of this force, plowed open deep chasms that seemed bottomless, producing an ear-piercing, teeth-grinding shriek. It was a forbidden place capable of completely tearing apart any living being, even this secret realm. Chen Yi and the girls witnessed all this, gasping in shock. No wonder the map marked it as absolutely impossible to cross from the wind area to the light area, it was simply a death trap. However, Chen Yi soon noticed a strange phenomenon. This spatial storm did not seem to suck people in like a tornado. In other words, as long as they did not touch the thing, it seemed there was no danger. So, he suddenly had an idea and turned to Su Taotao, saying, "Taotao, try the skill you learned last night and see if you can swallow this storm." Eh? Me? Su Taotao looked confused, pointing at herself. "Brother Chen Yi, are you sure? You want me to devour this thing?" Chen Yi smiled, encouragingly patted Su Taotao's shoulder. "Yes. Give it a try, you might have unexpected gains." He was actually quite puzzled himself. These new skills were comprehended by the girls themselves, didn't they know what the effects of the new skills were? That was truly strange. Hearing Chen Yi's words, Su Taotao hesitated for a moment but eventually decided to trust his judgment. She took a deep breath and stepped forward. The small figure seemed incredibly insignificant in front of the vast spatial storm. However, on her delicate face, there was no trace of fear. Every decision made by Chen Yi was well considered, and she was willing to trust him unconditionally. "Who?" She did not shout but simply breathed out softly, then took a deep breath. Like a ripple on a calm lake, it instantly triggered a storm that shook the heavens and the earth. In an instant, centered around her, the natural spiritual energy within a radius of hundreds of meters seemed to be stirred by an invisible giant hand, frantically gathering towards her, forming a huge, inward collapsing vacuum vortex. Even the rampaging spatial storm seemed to be drawn by this terrifying suction. The rushing speed all suddenly came to a halt. Immediately, Su Taotao slowly opened her cherry-like small mouth. A black hole vortex, as if it could swallow light and vision, abruptly formed in front of her small mouth. It sucked in mountains and rivers. Buzz. Accompanied by a wave of spatial fluctuation and a loud bang. A terrifying suction powerful enough to swallow the heavens and the earth erupted from that black hole. The furious spatial storm before her, the chaotic turbulence that could tear everything apart, was actually pulled away from its original path by this terrifying suction. They were grabbed by an invisible giant hand, unable to break free, only able to wail as they were dragged towards the tiny black hole. Sizzle. Crackle. Boom. That world-destroying spatial storm had now become food for the black hole in Su Taotao's mouth. The scale of the storm shrank rapidly at an astonishing speed, from a massive scale that blocked out the sun, to a violent force sweeping through the valley, and finally to just a few ripples. In the end, even the last trace of spatial ripples was completely swallowed by that deep black hole. Between heaven and earth, it seemed as if the pause button had been pressed, falling into a deadly silence. The wind stopped, the screams disappeared, and even the tremors of the earth ceased. Su Taotao slowly closed her mouth, and the all-consuming black hole disappeared as well. Her tiny body wobbled slightly, her throat gurgling lightly, as if savoring that magnificent and vast power. A pure and extreme spiritual power surged violently within her petite body. "Who's so delicious?" Su Taotao let out a long sigh, two unusual flushes appearing on her rosy cheeks. "I did it, Brother Chen Yi. I succeeded. He. However, everyone, including Chen Yi, was stunned. They opened their eyes wide, their mouths agape, as if a chicken egg could fit inside. This is a bit off. Chen Yi originally thought that the ability to swallow mountains and rivers could only devour a small area, like making a small hole in a piece of paper. But now, Su Taotao had actually swallowed the storm barrier in front of her. No way, do we need to show off like this? Is this the power of a glutton? This is a bit outrageous, isn't it? Chapter 134 Perfect Cultivation Resource. The other girls were first taken aback, showing a hint of surprise in their eyes. But soon, it was replaced by shyness, as they cast shy glances toward Chen Yi. They also wanted such power, their eyes unabashedly expressed this thought. Unfortunately, Chen Yi was also stunned for a moment. "What's wrong, Brother Chen Yi?" Su Taotao shook her cute little hand, blinking her sparkling big eyes, curiously asking. "It's nothing." Chen Yi gently stroked Su Taotao's silky hair. "Well done. Look, didn't you succeed? Why are you so insecure?" "Well, sorry. Su Taotao scratched her head a bit embarrassed, mumbling, "Mainly, I didn't expect this move to be so powerful, that it would even swallow such an apocalyptic scene." Okay, let's not talk about this now." Chen Yi placed his hand on Su Taotao's forehead, asking with concern, "How do you feel? Did you swallow such a large space? Is the spiritual power a bit too much?" Upon hearing this, Su Taotao closed her eyes, calming her mind, carefully sensing the situation of spiritual power imprint within her body. She was surprised to find that since learning to swallow mountains and rivers, her body seemed to have undergone a wonderful change. The storage space for spiritual power within her body had actually expanded several times.
Even when facing such a strong storm and spatial turbulence, she only felt about half full. Eating one more piece was completely not a problem. As if to respond to Su Taotao's thoughts, the storms and spatial turbulence still existing in other areas. At this moment, it was as if the broken point had been sensed, and an endless stream began to gather here. In just a few short seconds, the originally empty area returned to its former state. However, seeing this scene, Chen Yi's eyes lit up, as if he had discovered a new land. This is simply an unlimited refill buffet. And it's the highest grade one. If he had known that Su Taotao's 60 points of affinity could grasp such a skill, he should have spent more time and energy on her from the very beginning. Feeling that with this move, he could save a lot of cultivation resources. But thinking too much now is futile. Since Su Taotao can infinitely devour this storm and transform it into her own spiritual power imprint, the more, the better. Anyway, it will probably take several days to return to the exit and then enter the light area. Using this few days to cultivate, devour this spatial storm, and then enter the light area, wouldn't that be wonderful? Taotao, keep swallowing, and stop when you're full. Okay. Su Taotao obediently nodded, then activated her ability to swallow mountains and rivers again. That terrifying suction power erupted once more, and the surrounding spatial storm was once again drawn toward her like a whirlwind by an invisible force. In the blink of an eye, this area of spatial storm had been devoured almost completely. Everyone, continue cultivating. Yutong, Xingtong, please take care of watch duty. Once we are contracted, I will help you with your ranks and affinity. All right. The sisters responded one after another, then returned to their positions to continue cultivating. Meanwhile, Chen Yi used energy guidance to evenly distribute the spiritual power to the Spirit Beast sisters through Su Taotao's ability. Every thread of spiritual power flowed like a gentle stream into the bodies of the sisters. It must be said that the spiritual power from the storm and spatial turbulence was incredibly rich. Plus, Su Taotao's storage space for spiritual power was enormous, estimating that refining it once would take at least a whole day. Name, Chen Yi. Talent, SSS-level talent infinite contract, SSS-level talent energy guidance, SSS-level talent spirit beast awakening. Level, stage 4, segment 1. Physique, 78. Spiritual power, 65. Normal adult male average, 10. Contract spirit beasts, Ice Dragon Lin Mengxue, Azure Phoenix Luo Shireen, Glutton Su Taotao, Nine-tailed Fox Yanzhou. Skills, Monster Insight, Appraisal Technique, Wind Blade Slash. Enhancement points, 120 points. Chen Yi looked at his current system interface, secretly calculating in his heart. Leaving about 60 points for various crisis situations should be enough. When the time comes to form a contract with Hua Yutong and Hua Xingtong, he would have plenty of enhancement points coming in. There was no need to save them now. Thinking of this, Chen Yi immediately shouted to the system, enhance my spiritual power by 50 points and my physique by 10 points. Ding! Enhancement successful. Current spiritual power, 115 points. Ding! Enhancement successful. Current physique, 88 points. Boom! A powerful breath instantly swept through. It was visibly felt that the speed of energy guidance increased several times. Not only that, but Chen Yi also felt that the world before his eyes became clearer. He closed his eyes and could even sense that his pores were slightly trembling, as if they also possessed the ability to perceive the surrounding vibes. This wonderful feeling made his mind incredibly clear, as if everything had become transparent. The frantic flow of spiritual power coursed through his fingers like a rushing river, and Chen Yi's body became part of this river, able to clearly sense every moment of contact between his skin and spiritual power. This feeling was incredibly smooth, as if they had already merged into one. Chen Yi was stunned. He had never thought that after breaking through 100 points of spiritual power, such astonishing changes would occur. Is this what they call a qualitative change brought about by quantitative change? He couldn't help but start to imagine what the world looked like in the eyes of the girls. It turned out to be this way, filled with endless mystery and excitement. At that moment, as Chen Yi was in shock, the girls also opened their eyes, their gazes filled with curiosity and doubt. Brother Chen Yi, what is going on? It seems that the spiritual energy within us has been activated? What just happened? Chen Yi's mouth slightly lifted, revealing a confident smile. He patiently explained, this spatial storm's spiritual energy is very violent. I used a little trick to turn it into my own power. This way, our energy refining speed will be greatly accelerated. What do you all think? Satisfied? Isn't that great? This will save a lot of time, you all can refine energy in peace. Alright. Watching the aura of Chen Yi and his group continuously rise. Hua Yutong and Hua Xingtong's beautiful eyes were also filled with brilliant colors. They were looking more and more forward to the day when they could activate the 5 elements array, heal the flared spiritual energy, and form a bond with Chen Yi. Chapter 135, Entering the Light Region.
Strange, have you all noticed anything unusual? A beast master in the storm area, with a puzzled expression, turned to ask his teammates, I feel like the hurricane barrier in this wind area has become much thinner? You feel it too? I thought it was just my illusion. Me too. Just now, I accidentally got caught by that gust of wind, but it seems to have caused no harm. Last time I came here, getting caught would have meant losing a limb. Could it be the big shots heading to the fire region caused this disturbance? That's possible. I saw quite a few big shots above level 8, they probably really have that capability. Sigh, even if we know where the heart of the secret realm is, it has nothing to do with us, it's so frustrating. A beast master sighed helplessly, showing a dejected expression. The members of this beast master team quickly dismissed their doubts. After all, this was a major event in discovering the heart of the secret realm. The beast master associations from Tianzhu and Longhua would naturally send many high-level beast masters to explore. There would surely be some extraordinary big shots among them, easily breaking through an enchanted mechanism where the beast levels averaged around 3 to 4. No need to make too much fuss about it. Of course, it wasn't just this beast master squad. Most others who witnessed this scene, including those high-level beast masters, also believed this was the work of other big shots, raising no suspicions at all. Even a week later, the storm barrier in the wind area was consumed down to a mere layer of paper, and no one noticed that it was all caused by Chen Yi and his group. And because of this opportunity, Chen Yi and his group made significant progress. Except for the unable to cultivate Huayuatong and Huaxingtong, everyone, including Chen Yi himself, had broken through to level 4, 5 segments, a real blessing for obsessive compulsives. It must be said that for an SSS-level bloodline spiritual beast to upgrade, the required spiritual energy is indeed unimaginably huge. The spiritual energy from the storms and spatial turbulence that Su Taotao devoured amounted to at least what was contained in hundreds of thousands of 4th-level magical beasts. With bloodline activation and stable supply of spiritual energy, Su Taotao returned to a normal girl's appetite. Based on the fact that the 4 of them eat magical beast cores 3 times a day, consuming 1,000 a day, it would take at least 100 days to refine such a massive amount of spiritual energy. However, astonishingly, under the premise of wasting absolutely no spiritual energy, such a huge amount only increased by just a little bit, this was simply outrageous. Chen Yi couldn't help but sigh, those SSS-level bloodline spiritual beasts need to cultivate to the 4th or 5th level through normal means. The resources consumed are simply unimaginable and terrifying. No wonder beast masters make money so quickly, it seems they spend money just as fast. Chen Yi sighed and muttered to himself in his heart. Su Taotao tilted her head and asked cluelessly, Chen Yi, what's wrong? Why are you sighing again? Chen Yi slapped his cheek, trying to shake off those irrelevant thoughts. Alright. We've wasted almost a week, it's time to head to the light area. Let's get ready. Soon, Chen Yi and his group set off again, heading towards the light area. Since the energy of the storm area was mostly devoured by Su Taotao. Originally, the rocky corridors suspended in the air, forming pathways from the wind, all came crashing down. And in both the light and wind areas, there was a huge canyon crack that looked bottomless. Of course, for Chen Yi and his group, this was not a difficult task. Without the presence of the strong winds, couldn't they just fly over? Chen Yi, please, trust me this once, ride me. Luo Shirin said with righteous words, I guarantee, nothing will go wrong this time. Hearing this, Chen Yi's gaze slowly swept over the other girls. He saw them either turning their heads away or looking down, all showing a hint of embarrassment. Earlier, Su Taotao, Yanzhou, and the Hua sisters were curious about Luo Shirin's flying ability and boldly rode on her back once. How to describe that feeling? Perhaps saying it felt like being in a washing machine wouldn't be an exaggeration. Chen Yi shrugged helplessly and said, I actually want to ride, but it seems they prefer to sit on Schwer's back. I think it's best to save energy right now, and let Schwer transform should be enough. As soon as he said this, Luo Shirin felt like crying without tears. Wasn't she flying steadily? Why was nobody riding her? Lin Mengxue came forward and patted her shoulder, comforting her, if you stop rolling around randomly, you're actually quite good. If you go and get a flying license, maybe, possibly, likely, we can let you try again. Hearing this, Luo Shirin felt even more wronged, mumbling to herself, how could it be like this? The girls also started to defend themselves. Unfortunately, the disdainful expressions on their faces were impossible to hide. All words turned into one question, have you ever seen a commercial airline pilot flying like a fighter pilot? After a round of teasing, everyone chose to ride Lin Mengxue, heading towards the light area. As soon as they entered the light area, a strong visual impact hit them. The world before their eyes seemed to be flooded with a pure, intense light. The sky seemed to be covered by enormous searchlights, casting down blazing white light that almost blinded them. The ground, rock walls, and even the tiny dust particles in the air reflected dazzling glows, weaving into a vast ocean of bright light. There were no shadows, no layers, everything was swallowed up by this overly bright brightness. Staring for too long made their eyes feel painful and dizzy. However, compared to the previous wind area and fire area, this was actually a very mild environmental threat. No wonder they say the light area is the simplest region among the 5-element formation. Without comparison, there's no harm. Wow, so dazzling. Su Taotao couldn't help but shield her forehead with her hand, squinting her eyes. This light seems to contain a purifying force, but the interference to vision is too strong. Luo Shirin used her wind power to form a thin barrier in front of her, trying to filter out the strong light, but the effect was quite limited. But fortunately, this light doesn't seem harmful. Lin Mengshua's cold aura spread, and small ice crystals formed and floated in front of her, as if she were wearing sunglasses. This feels a little more comfortable. So uncomfortable. If we stay in this place for too long, our eyes will probably go blind. Hua Yuetong and Hua Xingtong also felt uneasy, struggling to adapt to this extreme light environment. Chapter 136, Radiant Bell Crystal. Yanzhou took out 2 pairs of sunglasses from his spatial ring, handing them to Hua Yuetong and Hua Xingtong. Then he turned to Chen Yi and softly asked, "Brother Chen Yi, how's it going over there? Any new discoveries?" Unlike the sisters, Chen Yi's expression remained calm like water. The system interface clearly floated in his line of sight, completely unaffected by the intense external light. The treasure-seeking eye unfolded. On the light screen, the glowing dots representing treasures and the red crosses indicating traps stood out even clearer against the pure white background. With a thought, Chen Yi switched the light screen of the treasure-seeking eye to map mode. Instantly, everything within a 10-kilometer radius was laid out before him, with all the treasure locations clearly displayed in his eyes. Much more useful than a treasure compass by 1,000 times. However, the only frustrating part was, why were all the treasures in this area of light not of the light attribute? Even the spiritual treasures growing in the light layer of the secret realm were of other attributes. Even if light attribute spiritual treasures were rare, they shouldn't be this scarce, right? Maybe it's because visibility is blocked here, and various resources haven't been dug out yet. Chen Yi's gaze locked onto several high-value targets marked by the system. Schwer, just follow my instructions from now on. Okay. I understand. About 2 kilometers to the front left, there's a piece of luminous cloud. Going up will trigger strong light burns and purifying damage, remember to avoid it. Lin Mengxua nodded slightly, flapping her wings, carefully maneuvering around as Chen Yi instructed. Sure enough, at the target location, she discovered an extremely strange ball of light. Just looking at it gave a sense of foreboding. You wouldn't find out unless you approached it. If you bumped into it, who knows what would happen. Do you see that tall mountain on the right? There's a snow crystal flower on the peak. That's a rare treasure. However, the surrounding clouds will focus the light into high-energy beams, sweeping randomly. Do not look directly at it, go around it from the side. Whoosh! As soon as Chen Yi's words fell, a blinding beam shot unexpectedly from that prism, instantly sweeping over the spot where Lin Mengxue had just flown. It instantly scorched a hard rock until it was blackened and smoking, as if it had been roasted by fierce flames. Lin Mengxue was startled, her dragon body shaking. Chen Yi looked speechless and sighed helplessly. "I told you not to look, sigh." Lin Mengxue mumbled, "Well, since you said that, I definitely can't help but look. Brother Chen Yi, your experience is too amazing." Su Taotao looked at Chen Yi with starry eyes, her face full of admiration as she said, "So, if we can't look at it, we can still find it's a trap?" Chen Yi smiled and did not explain. After all, even if he wanted to explain, he wouldn't be able to. Soon, the snow crystal flower was successfully obtained, and they continued deeper into the territory of light. On the way, they also collected many good treasures. Chen Yi naturally accepted all of them without refusal. Finally, after half a day of continuous exploration, the information bar of the treasure-seeking eye finally displayed a line that instantly delighted Chen Yi. Radiant Bell Crystal, 8 stars. Activates the light attribute array base of the 5 elements array, needs to be used in conjunction with other light attribute spiritual treasures. Got it! Chen Yi shouted excitedly. "Schwer, keep flying straight ahead, you should be able to see a huge stone tablet. In front, there's a flower petal that looks like starlight, that's the bell crystal." Upon hearing it was a clue for the radiant bell crystal, Lin Mengxue instantly felt joy and eagerly flew towards the direction Chen Yi pointed. At the moment of closeness, a system interface suddenly appeared in front of Chen Yi. Monster, Divine Light Lizard. Difficulty, 8 stars, Beast King. Level, 4th stage, 8th segment. Attributes, Light, Sound. Skills, Radiant Concealment, Sonic Boom, Light Blade Assault, Tail Severance for Survival. Description: a monster composed of pure light attribute spiritual power, extremely fast, adept at using strong light environments to conceal and launch ambushes. As soon as he noticed the system interface, Chen Yi clearly saw the outline of a lizard, almost merged with the light, lurking in the shadows beside the stone tablet. Although the shadows in this area were extremely thin, they still existed, as if they were the natural cover of that lizard. Be careful. There's an invisible beast king near that stone tablet, 4th stage 8th segment. An invisible beast king?
Lin Mengshue's eyes narrowed, and the corners of her mouth slightly lifted, revealing a trace of a confident smile. Perfect, let me handle it. A fourth-stage beast king, in my ice domain, I want to see where it can hide.
She took a deep breath and lightly blew.
In an instant, a powerful cold air suddenly erupted around her.
Breath of ice. Crack, crack, crack.
Accompanied by a series of crisp sounds, the ground instantly crystallized into thick frost, quickly spreading out.
Tiny ice crystals floated in the air, shimmering with faint light, like countless brilliant stars.
Not only did it block the escape route of the Divine Light Lizard, but it also reflected the nearly perfect outline of the Divine Light Lizard like countless tiny mirrors. Yanjua's gaze was sharp, his hands quick, immediately shooting out a foxfire, accurately hitting the position reflected by the ice crystals. In an instant, the Divine Light Lizard was forced out of its invisible state, smoke rising from its body as it rolled in pain. Looking closely, it was a half-meter-long lizard, almost transparent all over. If one did not observe closely, it would be difficult to detect its existence.
No wonder it's the sixth among the old six.
Wind blade. Luo Shirin called out softly, and a sharp wind blade whistled out, directly piercing the Divine Light Lizard. The wind blade collided with the lizard's body, producing a dull sound, and the lizard's body was instantly torn in half, blood splattering everywhere. In just 5 seconds, she successfully killed a beast king 3 segments higher than herself.
Truly terrifying. Of course, as a beast king, its corpse could not be easily overlooked.
Su Taodao jumped out, landing steadily on the stone tablet, beginning to absorb the residual power of the Divine Light Lizard's body. From discovering the Divine Light Lizard, to killing it, to retrieving the body, this series of actions flowed seamlessly, everything arranged perfectly. Leaving no trace behind, as if nothing ever happened.
This flower is actually the Bell Spirit Stone? Really can't tell. No wonder it's been said that very few people can activate the 5 elements array. Who could recognize it?
Ju. Chen Yi helplessly tapped Yanjua's head, speechless, and said, I remember before you set off, you swore that you were well prepared to collect Bell Spirit Stones in the 5 Elements secret realm, yet you can't even identify what this thing looks like?
Well.
Yanju playfully stuck out her tongue, her eyes rolling, hey? Seeing this, Chen Yi rolled his eyes in helplessness, annoyedly saying, you're a ghost, I almost believed your nonsense.
I'm sorry. Next time when we rest, I promise to let you enjoy more, don't be angry. Who is enjoying anyway? No wonder you're a fox spirit.
After a bit of banter, Chen Yi led the group to continue moving westward, aiming for the southwestern Earth area. Following the guidance of Chen Yi's treasure-seeking eye, they made plentiful discoveries along the way, unearthing various rare treasures one after another. However, without exception, none of these treasures had the light attribute. This left Chen Yi feeling quite troubled. Originally, he was confident that in the area of light, he could collect a few treasures of earth and sky with light attributes. But now he realized that Yanjiu should have mastered some information about the secret realm of 5 elements. She knew that in the secret realm of 5 elements, it was absolutely impossible to find treasures with light attributes. No wonder she spent lavishly at the auction, determined to acquire the remains of light. After all this time, it turned out that treasures of earth and sky with light attributes were incredibly rare. No wonder the system only required 5 enhancement points to activate treasures with other attributes. Only for activating treasures with light and dark attributes, it required a full 25 points. Not only were the effects powerful, but they were indeed extremely rare.
So, Chen Yi and his group were treasure hunting while flying towards the area of Earth. Time flowed by unknowingly, and over half a day passed in a blink. Guided by the map, Chen Yi and his group finally flew to the border between the area of light and the area of Earth.
Between these two areas, there was no obvious dividing line, neither a storm barrier nor chaotic space currents. However, when they stepped into this border area, they felt a completely different atmosphere. A suffocating heaviness descended like a great mountain, as if they instantly bore a burden of 1,000 pounds. The air became unusually thick, and each breath felt like struggling in a mire, mixed with the dry scent of freshly turned earth and ancient rocks weathered by time, making their throats feel dry and uncomfortable. The light was dim, as if shrouded in a thick haze, forming a stark contrast with the area of light, like 2 entirely different worlds. Above, sunlight was obscured by heavy dust in the air, presenting a depressing yellowish hue. Huge yellowish-brown rock columns shot up from the ground, each towering into the clouds, supporting a lofty dome. However, what was most heart-pounding was the universally strong gravity. As soon as Lin Mengxue flew in, she immediately felt the powerful gravitational pressure, losing her balance instantly and nearly crashing. Fortunately, her flying skills and reflexes were indeed excellent. In that moment of imminent fall, she quickly unleashed her breath of ice, creating a smooth ice slide that significantly slowed her descent, allowing Chen Yi and his group to land safely on the ground. Every step felt like the rocks beneath them were particularly hard. Lifting their legs became an exceptionally arduous task, as if their legs were filled with lead, trudging through the mire with great difficulty. So heavy.
The earth elements here are so dense that they have formed a substantial gravitational field?
Spirit power consumption seems to have increased a lot. It feels much harder than in the central area.
It's so heavy and stuffy, so uncomfortable.
The girls all complained, showing expressions of pain on their faces.
However, they soon discovered a strange phenomenon. Hua Yuetong and Hua Xingtong seemed completely unaffected.
Logically speaking, they had not awakened their bloodline, and with their weak physical fitness, they shouldn't be able to remain so stable in such a gravitational environment, right?
Are you two okay? Chen Yi stepped forward to inquire.
We're fine. It feels completely fine, even very relaxed.
At first, we thought you guys were putting on some skit.
Really?
Chen Yi thought for a while and quickly understood the situation.
Hua Yuetong and Hua Xingtong were most likely unaffected because their spirit power was dispersing, preventing them from resonating with the power of the rules in the area of Earth, thus generating no pressure. Simply put, in this area, the stronger the spirit power of a person, the greater the gravitational pressure they would experience.
Thinking of this, Chen Yi couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief.
Fortunately, the two of them did not have to endure this weight, or the consequences would be unimaginable.
Brother Chen Yi, I'm sorry, I can't fly anymore.
Lin Mengxue looked guilty. Clearly, you have given me so many resources, yet I still can't play a role. Hearing this, Chen Yi merely raised his hand and gently tapped her forehead.
This girl, why is she thinking so wildly again?
Chen Yi thought he knew Lin Mengxue had always been a bit self-conscious about her abilities, always worried she would become a burden to the team.
What are you thinking? This area probably isn't meant for flying, we just need to explore on foot.
Mum. Chen Yi activated the treasure-seeking eye, and the dim yellow dust and distorted gravity fields had no effect on him at all. Surprisingly, here, just like in the wind area, there were no traces of spiritual treasures within several kilometers, but there were many traps. Gravity amplification, the gravity that exists in this area will increase with its spiritual power. Meteor fall, entering this area will trigger meteors falling from the sky, causing devastating damage. Quicksand pit, entering this area will trigger a quicksand trap, the ground's gravity will increase, turning into quicksand territory. Rock puppets, entering this area will trigger a monster mechanism, summoning between 10 to 24th level rock puppet monsters.
Chen Yi frowned slightly.
The types of these traps were not much different from the situation in the heart of the secret realm. Based on the red areas left by these traps on the system interface, why does it feel like there's a bit of a pattern? If these trap areas are connected like red lines, why does it seem like a miniature version of a maze map?
Could it be that this is a big maze?
The map indicates that the Earth area is the most dangerous, with the most uncertain terrain and frequent traps, so it's best to avoid this place for adventure.
Is it because of the existence of these traps?
Others can't see these traps at all, and once a trap is triggered, they wouldn't care about mapping the terrain. So, they wouldn't discover that these trap areas make up the walls of a giant maze.
Navigating a maze when you have a map isn't that easy, right?
No wonder there's such a strong gravitational field.
If one could fly, wouldn't they be able to cross this maze in no time? Thinking of this, Chen Yi couldn't help but grin. Although they could only walk, these were not problems at all. Just consider it a walk. Chapter 138, Trap Triggered. Next, remember to definitely follow me.
This is a gravity maze made up of traps, flying is impossible. I estimate that as long as we reach the end of the maze, we should be able to find traces related to the clock spirit stone.
Chen Yi explained in a calm tone. Gravity maze?
Yanzhou's face changed slightly. Then, how do we get through?
Chen Yi smiled slightly, confidently saying, that's why I said just follow me.
Remember where I step, don't touch any places that look strange, especially if the ground has special patterns or the rock walls have suspicious holes. The girls swallowed hard and nodded in agreement. For the next while, Chen Yi carefully led the girls through the traps. The girls' hearts raced with anxiety, fearful of triggering any lethal traps, not daring to make a sound, simply following Chen Yi silently. The whole process was exceptionally quiet. The calm atmosphere made one question if there were truly traps here. If it weren't for Chen Yi saying there were traps, they might have once doubted whether they were being tricked. After a long while, just as they passed through a relatively safe area.
Booming!
A sudden heavy sound came from not far ahead, accompanied by terrified screams. It turned out to be a team of Tenju Beast Masters. Most of the spirit beasts in this team were around level 4, 10 segments, with a few just over level 5, clearly stronger than the Galahan team they had encountered before. From their messy appearance, it seemed they had arrived here earlier than Chen Yi's group, but accidentally triggered a trap. Suddenly, a huge rock pillar moved without warning, blocking the passageway ahead in an instant. Immediately after, another part of the ground collapsed without any warning, revealing rolling quicksand below. A Tenju team member couldn't evade in time and half of his body was instantly swallowed by the quicksand, letting out a heart-wrenching scream.
His contract spirit beast was frantic, desperately trying to pull him out but was tightly ensnared by the quicksand, unable to break free.
Finally, other members of the team struggled mightily to drag him out, covered in sticky sand, looking utterly disheveled.
Damn! This pillar can move. When will we ever get out?
Damn it, when I get out, I'll definitely take that little bastard down.
Stop shouting, watch out above.
Before a spirit beast girl could finish her sentence, a rock pillar, shaking violently, suddenly crashed down a large number of boulders. Although these boulders weren't huge, under the strong pull of gravity, they fell with lightning speed, making them extremely formidable. A spirit beast girl, caught off guard, was grazed by a boulder on her shoulder, immediately letting out a horrific scream, her bones shattered and blood splattering, collapsing to the ground. Her scream seemed to act as a fuse, quickly igniting the surrounding fear, rapidly spreading around and triggering various traps. Falling rocks pounded down like rain, quicksand continuously surged, and the gravity traps were terrifyingly unpredictable.
Heart-rending screams and desperate shouts echoed between the rock pillars.
In stark contrast to the silent and efficient progress of Chen Yi's group.
Someone triggered a trap. So there really are traps here. Thankfully we have brother Chen Yi. About 200 meters away, they are heading towards. It seems like a dead end is moving? Brother Chen Yi, what should we do now?
Hearing this, Chen Yi just smiled calmly.
No problem.
I just took a look, seems like they triggered a trap that changed the terrain. I feel we can take a much shorter route.
Really, is it like that?
Yes.
Follow me.
Saying this, Chen Yi unhesitatingly changed direction from where they were just heading straight, turning left instead.
The path was smooth and unimpeded, as easy as walking on flat ground.
What traps?
Sorry, they don't exist.
The Tenju Beast Master team suffering under the traps could only stare in disbelief.
What's up with those guys from the Dragon Kingdom? I don't know.
Do they not know there are traps here, going so recklessly?
No, I feel like they seem to know the right way. Didn't we also pass where he just walked?
Just a few meters away.
Something's off, very off.
They really seem to know where the traps are. The Tenju Beast Masters collectively gasped in shock. They had previously heard that the Earth area was filled with traps, a dangerous place. Like the Wind area, very few Beast Masters were willing to explore here. The only reason they came here was that there was a person outside selling maps, swearing that he had exclusive secrets, a detailed trap map of the Earth area. With this map, one could enter the Earth area and reach the deepest part, obtaining treasures beyond imagination. This tempting offer left them spellbound. So without hesitation, they handed over almost all their treasures to exchange for this so-called map. But when they arrived in the land of Earth, they realized they had been tricked. This map was as fake as it could be. Not only were the marked locations of the traps completely wrong, but it even lured them to the trap locations on purpose, wanting to trap them here. Now, they had been stuck in this place for over 2 months. Although the captain, born of noble lineage, had a spatial ring that stored a lot of food and water resources. But in these long 2 months, it had almost been used up. If they continued to be trapped like this, the consequences would be unimaginable. At this moment, they saw a team that seemed to know the correct map, igniting a glimmer of hope in their hearts. A few Beast Master girls were anxious, completely ignoring all the traps in their way, rushing straight towards Chen Yi and his group as if they were their last lifeline. Naturally, they triggered a variety of traps along the way. This friend from Dragon Country, please wait.
Damn it. Chen Yi was dumbfounded. If you want to die, don't bring me with you.
However, those triggered traps would not stop just because Chen Yi said a few words. In an instant, a beast trap was triggered, summoning a large number of black rock guardians around them.
These were 4th order, 5th stage beasts. Though they moved slowly, their bodies were enormous, tough-skinned, and incredibly strong.
Especially when they appeared in groups, the destruction they caused was unimaginable, almost like a calamity descending upon the world. The best choice when encountering them was to escape from this place. However, this area was filled with traps. They couldn't even fly away. Where could they run to? Damn it, you're bringing me trouble. I have to squeeze something out of them later.
Chapter 139, Could it be the god of wealth has descended?
Thinking of this, Chen Yi immediately shouted to the girls, "Everyone, listen to my command, prepare for battle. Yutong and Xingtong, you two do the same as before, stay behind me and protect yourselves. There's a rock ahead 10 meters to the left, it's a bit darker in color. Cross that, but the gravity will double again, so watch out. In front to the right, about 30 meters away, there's a rock pillar with 3 horizontal marks, within 10 meters around it, there are beast traps, don't go there. 20 meters back, there are subtle cracks, it's a quicksand pit. Be careful not to retreat too deep during the battle, and don't get too close, gravity will pull you down. And the most crucial part is the ground beneath those black rock guardians. Getting close will greatly increase the gravity, and you could easily be immobilized. Just deal with them from a distance."
"Good."
The girls responded in unison. They strictly followed Chen Yi's instructions and quickly engaged in combat, unleashing various long-range attack skills.
Although the Black Rock Guardians had extremely strong defense, it was still completely insufficient against the girls. After just a few moves, the Black Rock Guardians were instantly defeated, turning into scattered rocks on the ground. This scene left the members of the Tianju team stunned. Damn, these Black Rock Guardians would be difficult for contract spirit beasts to take down in a single hit even with concentrated fire. Yet those spirit beasts from the Dragon Country could almost kill them in one strike? Was the gap this large? Or was this trap specifically targeting their Tianju people? Finally, after a few minutes, the area fell completely silent. This Tianju Beast Master team successfully brought a group of injured companions along the path Chen Yi had taken, arriving in front of Chen Yi and his group. The brown-skinned man at the front showed gratitude on his face, quickly walking to Chen Yi and handing him a burlap sack, sincerely saying, "Brother, thank you for your help. These 4th Order Beast Cores are the drops from those Black Rock Guardians just now. Here you go." Chen Yi looked at the burlap bag being handed over, feeling somewhat emotional inside. He thought of those Indians and Longwa people he met before, all greedy for money, willing to do anything for profit. But this brown-skinned man before him, although from the Indian country, was quite sincere, and the Spirit Beast girls all held positive feelings towards him, which lifted Chen Yi's spirits a lot. Aren't these Demon Beast Crystal Cores originally mine? Chen Yi accepted the burlap bag containing the Demon Beast Crystal Cores with a blank expression. Since you know I saved you, shouldn't you show a little gratitude? For example, the treasures you found in this 5 elements secret realm? Upon hearing this, everyone in the Beastmaster team revealed embarrassed expressions. They had been tricked into this place, they had no treasures on them at all. However, this Longwa person was their only lifeline. They had to seize this opportunity no matter what. "Brother, I am Rajiv Joshi of the Joshi family, Kshatriya level, here is my business card, take a look. We were deceived by thieves and mistakenly entered here, and now we've completely lost our way and have no idea how to leave. I just saw you passing by here, looking like nothing's wrong, you should know how to avoid this trap, right? I guarantee with my family's reputation that if you can take me out of the Earth area, I will definitely thank you." Rajiv Joshi patted his chest, sincerely promising. Chen Yi took the business card and glanced at it briefly. Kshatriyas from the Indian country are basically in the second tier of this country, comparable to a family background like Yanjiu's, considered part of the wealthy class. However, Chen Yi knew in his heart that this was just an empty promise. At such a critical moment of life and death, who would easily believe such a promise? "I'm not one for credit." Chen Yi deliberately feigned impatience. "Because of you guys, my sister almost got hurt, understand? We also wasted a lot of time fighting. You must at least put forward some medicinal costs and mental distress fees, right? Otherwise, it's completely negotiable." The expressions of all the Indian team members changed as they cast their eyes onto the pile of shattered rocks. It was the corpses of the dozens of Black Rock Guards that Chen Yi had just slaughtered. Instantly, 3 words floated in their minds: "You are lying." This was not almost injured, it was clearly one-sided slaughter. This was not a waste of time fighting, it was simply a one-sided massacre. However, looking at Chen Yi's impatient expression, they understood that if they did not pay some price, they would probably really not be able to move this Longwa person. Thinking of this, Rajiv gritted his teeth. He trembled as he slowly took off a ring from his index finger and handed it to Chen Yi. "This is a space ring with a storage space of 80 cubic meters, as my deposit. I just mentioned that we've been trapped here for a long time, we haven't collected many resources, and even our food and water have been almost consumed. There are a few things I brought from home, meant to activate the 5 elements array, I wonder if they can serve as a down payment?" Chen Yi took the ring, showing a somewhat speechless expression. After all this, it turned out to be a broke team? Just a few spirit treasures, how could they compare to the time he wasted? It's not like they were giving him the space ring or anything. However, when he opened the space ring and took a look at the treasures inside, he nearly blurted out a beautiful national essence. Apart from some basic demon beast crystal cores, there were only 3 items worth mentioning inside. And those 3 items, coincidentally, were all light attribute spirit treasures. One of them was even the spirit bone that Chen Yi had seen before. This was equivalent to 3 complete purification opportunities just appearing out of nowhere. During this time, Chen Yi had been desperately pondering how to obtain a light attribute spiritual treasure from the heavens and earth to use as the foundation for the 5 elements array. Unexpectedly, this long-desired treasure just showed up before him. He felt a surge of joy in his heart, almost unable to suppress his laughter. Oh my god! Could these guys be treasure gods? They actually brought such a gift, how embarrassing! Chen Yi forcibly suppressed the corners of his mouth that were about to rise and softly said, "Since you are so sincere, I will accept it." Hearing Chen Yi's words, the members of the Heavenly Master Beast Control Team were relieved, all exhaling deeply. Although the light attribute spiritual treasure was extremely rare, it was already incredibly fortunate to save their lives. Chapter 140, Earth Bell Spirit Stone. Rajiv rubbed his hands together, a flattering smile on his face. "Thanks to this brother. Since you have accepted these treasures?
Chen Yi waved his hand, interrupting Rajiv's flattery, and said, "It's still a long way to the exit. I don't want to waste too much time. I plan to go see what the reward is at the end point first, then bring you guys out of here. Is that okay?" "But..." Rajiv glanced around at the environment, feeling a bit anxious. "Is that okay?" Chen Yi repeated his question. "No problem, no problem. Of course, there's no problem." Rajiv hurriedly agreed, "As long as you can take us out." Chen Yi nodded and turned to lead the girls forward. Before leaving, he reminded them, "Make sure to pay attention to the path I took. If any traps are triggered, don't blame me. Also, keep a distance of more than 10 meters behind me, don't get too close." The beast control team nodded like garlic, their eyes filled with awe and obedience. No kidding, if they shook their heads at this time, they really might be left here. Thus, the two groups temporarily formed an alliance and headed deep into the Earth region together. At first, they took every step hesitantly, as if exploring a minefield. After walking several hundred meters and finding nothing, they finally breathed a slight sigh of relief. After all this, the so-called Earth region was indeed extremely dangerous and life-threatening, but that was only for those who didn't know the way. If they knew where the traps and exits were and how to navigate, it could be said that it was no different from taking a walk. Perhaps the only bit of pressure was from the increased gravity. This was simply outrageous. 2 against the heavens. Boss, this guy from the Dragon Kingdom is not simple. Yeah. I've never seen anyone take out a map. He doesn't seem like someone who memorized it but genuinely knows where the traps are. I feel the same way, it's like he has a radar in his brain. Isn't that obvious? Raju said with a speechless expression, "Someone who can contract such powerful beasts can't be an ordinary person." Everyone shut up and put away your crooked thoughts, we can't provoke that guy. We didn't say anything crooked, we were just discussing a bit. No discussions. Such a person must be top tier in the Dragon Kingdom, he's not someone we can covet. Got it. Of course, even as they said this, Rajiv's heart was filled with doubts. Who exactly was this man from the Dragon Kingdom? Clearly, he didn't seem like a descendant of a powerful family, so why did he know the map here? As they delved deeper into the Earth region, the gravity grew increasingly stronger, as if an invisible hand was constantly pushing down on them. Every step felt heavy, and breathing became more difficult. Fortunately, the girls had good physical fitness. Completely hold on. Just like that, 3 days passed. Finally, they arrived at the core of the gravity labyrinth, that huge spiral pattern area. The air here seemed to solidify into a substance, and even the hard rock ground showed a texture of extreme compression. At the center of the spiral, on a stone altar, hovered a fist-sized, irregularly shaped, soft-glowing earth-colored crystal. Earth Essence Crystal, 8 stars. Activates the Earth Attribute Array base of the 5 Elements Array, requires pairing with other Earth Attribute treasures to use. Got it. Chen Yi breathed a heavy sigh of relief. Sure enough, the Earth Attribute Essence Crystal is the reward of the labyrinth. Fortunately, I guessed right. Now, only the last Water Attribute Essence Crystal is left. From the remaining map information of the treasure-seeking eye, there seem to be several altars like the one in front, and each should have an Earth Essence Crystal on top. Looking at this, the Earth Essence Crystal is definitely the most valuable. Chen Yi has gained quite a bit of resources through the secret realm, so there's no need to go to other altars to collect and sell those Essence Crystals. Activating the 5 Elements Array to help Hua Yuetong and Hua Xingtong sisters lift their illnesses is the most important thing right now. Brother. Rajiv cautiously approached and asked, "Since you have gotten the treasure, can we?" Boom boom boom. Before the words fell, the altar that just floated the Earth Essence Crystal suddenly trembled. Accompanied by this tremor, the entire spiral pattern area began to shake slightly. The Earth Essence Crystal on the altar suddenly began to flicker with dazzling light, the light growing stronger, even overshadowing everything around. At the same time, a powerful energy wave surged out from the altar, spreading around. Wherever it passed, the rock ground cracked and formed huge fissures. 2 dazzling lights slowly appeared above the altar. They were 2 teleportation gates. The left teleportation gate shone with bright golden light, and a rich light attribute aura flowed continuously from the gate like a warm torrent. The right teleportation gate presented a deep water blue color, and a fresh sea smell wafted towards them, as if they could even hear the sound of waves crashing. If I'm not mistaken, these 2 teleportation gates should lead to the light zone and the water zone, respectively. That's quite considerate. I thought we'd have to go back the same way and walk for 3 more days to get out. Chen Yi's mouth slightly curved up, pointing at these 2 teleportation gates with his chin, returning the spatial ring to Rajiv, the leader of the Beast Master team. Here. You guys can choose where to go. I'll take this spatial ring back, and the subsequent treasures depend on fate. I'll gladly take those 3 light attribute treasures. Hearing this, everyone in Rajiv's Beast Master team breathed a sigh of relief, exhaling together. Their faces showed expressions of survival, secretly relieved that they could finally leave this strange place. Thank you, brother.
Thanks for your help, handsome. Phew, finally survived. I thought I was going to die here. The long-awaited energy of other attributes slowly spilled out from the teleportation gate, and Rajiv's group all brightened up, their faces beaming with uncontrollable excitement. Without much hesitation, they all rushed towards the teleportation gate to the water zone. It seemed nothing unusual happened. The treasure-seeking eye didn't detect any trap information, everything appeared so normal. Seeing this, a big stone in Chen Yi's heart finally settled. After all, in such a place, no one was scouting ahead. It's indeed hard to feel at ease. Brother Chen Yi, should we go in now? Of course. Do you all want to explore under this heavy gravity? No. Then that's settled. Chen Yi smiled and was the first to step into the portal leading to the water region. Let's go, it's time to head to the water region. Seeing this, the girls followed without hesitation. Chapter 141, Water Region. With the familiar light screen, Chen Yi and the group finally arrived at the water region. When their vision cleared, everyone was stunned by the sight in front of them. They saw an endless ocean stretching before them, with no end in sight. The area they were in was a small island, like a grain of sand in the vast sea. Although the map mentioned that the water region was an ocean, the grandeur of the scene still exceeded everyone's expectations. Far off in the distance, countless islands dotted this vast ocean like stars, incredibly spectacular. However, what puzzled them was that the team of beast tamers led by Rajiv was nowhere to be found. Did they get transported to a different area? Thud. At that moment, Lin Mengxue tried to take off but suddenly bumped into an invisible wall, making a dull sound. Ouch, what's going on? Are you okay? I'm fine, just didn't pay attention and bumped my head, it hurts a bit. As long as you're fine. Don't make any rash moves. Let me see what's going on. Chen Yi took out the map to check the situation of the water region. The map had detailed records about the water region. The place where Lin Mengxue just bumped her head was actually the key special mechanism in the water region, the water barrier. Every island was covered by a layer of water barrier with varying strength, and only by breaking the water barrier could they explore the islands. Moreover, every 3 days, the water barrier on the islands would regenerate. If they stayed on the island during this time, they would have to break the barrier again. To make matters worse, breaking the barrier from the inside was much harder than from the outside. Therefore, the smartest way was to change islands roughly every 2.5 days, to avoid being trapped inside and eventually starving. Additionally, the tide was also one of the main core mechanisms of the water region. When night fell in the 5 elements secret realm, the seawater would gradually rise, submerging some low-lying islands. And when morning came, the tide would gradually recede, revealing the roads that connected the various islands, serving as a safe passage specially laid out for explorers. At this time, aquatic magical beasts seemed to follow some kind of pattern and would not easily attack. However, outside the time from morning to noon, to reach other islands, they would have to rely on transportation tools like folding boats to cross the rivers, which undoubtedly increased the risk of encountering aquatic magical beasts. Therefore, for those beast tamer teams that had the powerful ability to break the barriers, sufficient resources, and didn't mind time consumption, the water region was like a holiday resort, almost without much danger. Because of this, the beast tamer teams gathering here to treasure hunt might be much more than those in the other 4 regions. So it turns out to be the water barrier? Transformed into a human, Lin Mengxue covered her head, pouting in grievance. Is it really that hard? Calling it a diamond barrier would be more fitting. This can't be helped, after all, we were directly transported to the island. Chen Yi gently stroked Lin Mengxue's reddened head and comforted her, but this is still much better than falling into the sea. Lin Mengxue pouted and muttered, if I had known, I should have checked the map of the water region first before coming. At this moment, Luo Shirin interjected, I just took a look, and the water barrier seems to want to break from the inside, perhaps requiring the force used during the battle with the phoenix puppet to shatter it. Chen Yi heard this but only smiled faintly, then picked up Su Taotao, who was practically starving with hunger. Water barrier, it's always the same, it's made of spiritual energy, right? Isn't this just the thing my Taotao loves to eat? Why make it so complicated? Yeah. This small barrier, I feel like I could eat it in one bite, why make it so complicated? Su Taotao excitedly waved her small hands, seemingly unable to wait to taste this barrier delicacy. Hearing this, Luo Shirin twitched her lips, almost forgetting about this. Right. To Su Taotao, these barriers were just food, so why be afraid of them? Chen Yi nodded and suggested, it's night, and it's high tide now. With this barrier, it seems like the seawater from the outside can't flow in. How about we explore the island first? Of course. But before that, let's rest a bit. I'm exhausted. Yeah, let's rest first. Before Chen Yi could finish his sentence, he saw 4 girls approaching him. Their faces were all slightly red, each of them linking their arms with his. Their intentions were clearly obvious. It seemed that, except for Chen Yi and brother Yaozi, the others could have a good rest. Time quickly passed to the next day. The island was very quiet, with no magical beasts appearing, and no other traps in sight. Therefore, the girls decided to leave Huayuatong and Washington to stay at the camp and watch over the still sleeping Chen Yi, while they went off to explore the resources on the island by themselves. The good news was that this island seemed to have never been scavenged by others, so the resources were quite abundant. The bad news, however, was that most of these resources were pretty ordinary, worth only a few dozen bucks per pound, with nothing particularly special. The only thing worth paying attention to was that, in a cave, they found a pile of human and spirit beast skeletons. These skeletons seemed to be quite old, at least they had been dead for a few years. From the scene, it was likely that they had come here for some reason, couldn't break the barrier, and were eventually trapped here to starve to death. As for being scared, that was naturally impossible. These skeletons were just a bunch of bones that couldn't move, far less terrifying than the cursed evil corpses they had encountered earlier. Around the skeletons, there were some mineral-like celestial spiritual treasures scattered about, which they probably collected while alive. However, to make sure this wasn't a trap, they still needed Chen Yi to help them verify it. Besides that, there was one more thing that worried them. Rajiv and the others didn't seem to have gone ahead to explore. There was no trace of them anywhere on the island. It looked like they must have been teleported to another island. Skeletons? I'll go take a look. As soon as Chen Yi woke up, he heard this news. The treasure I didn't detect any traps. But just to be cautious, it was better for him to personally check it out. After taking a bath, brushing his teeth, and having a meal, after a series of steps, he finally arrived at the cave where the skeletons were discovered. He thought it would just be some ordinary beast master and spirit beast skeletons, nothing special, nothing to look at. Until he saw the system interface for these skeletons. To be precise, it was for one particular bone in the pile of skeletons. Chen Yi was stunned. Chapter 142, again, meeting Chu Xiuhe. Divine Beast Bone, 13 stars. Using powerful forces to temper it can improve physical strength. It was actually an item that could enhance physical strength? Most of the celestial spiritual treasures in this world are used for cultivation, and a small number are used to improve talent and understanding, making combat techniques and skills easier. Such divine objects that can directly enhance physical and spiritual values are extremely rare. Almost everyone only knows that such things might exist in the world. But almost no one has ever seen the real item. Who would have thought they really exist? And with such a high rarity score. As for what powerful force is needed to activate it, isn't it just the 5 elements array? This is not difficult at all. But the key question is, why would a bunch of human skeletons hide such a divine object? Divine beast bones, just from the name, it feels like it might be something left behind after a spiritual beast with divine bloodlines, just like the girls who possess ancient divine beast bloodlines, dies. But if that's the case, why is there only one? Could it be that these people accidentally discovered it and brought it out as a family heirloom, then starved to death trapped here? This is outrageous. But it doesn't matter, since there is a treasure right in front of me, and the system interface shows no traps. I'll just accept it gladly. I was worrying about how to enhance physical values to teach these girls who only think about increasing affinity a good lesson. Not bad, all good things. There are no traps nearby, you all can feel free to touch the corpses. Tao Tao, you can go ahead and swallow that water barrier. After a quick rest, let's leave here. Okay. The girls all responded in agreement. Chen Yi picked up the divine beast bone and placed it in his space ring. Whether I can handle these girls in the future depends entirely on this thing. After finishing searching the corpses, Chen Yi arrived outside the cave. Su Tao Tao had successfully stored the water crystal in her belly and let out a satisfied burp, her face beaming with a happy smile. It was indeed just like candy, one gulp and it was done. It has to be a glutton. Soon, Chen Yi and the others mounted Lin Mengshui and flew leisurely toward the island cluster. There were no special points in the water area, so they could only wander around and hope for luck. If someone else had found them, they would just buy them or exchange them with resources. Anyway, now that I have money, talking feels much more confident. Not long after, they arrived at a giant island much larger than the one they had stayed on before. Upon closer inspection, they spotted 3 familiar figures. It was indeed the Chu Xiachen family. In addition, there were many members from other Beast Master teams gathered around, standing in groups, discussing on a cargo ship they didn't know where it came from. It seemed they were all at a loss when it came to the water barrier of this island. Brother, this island's water barrier is so solid, the treasures hidden within must be unimaginable. My wife shattered dozens of island barriers on the way, but against this water barrier, not even a ripple was caused, the gap in strength is too great. I estimate that one would need to unleash power above level 7 to shatter this barrier. Chu Xiachan analyzed with an authoritative expression. The ability to strengthen a single target is highly significant. His wife, Moron Yu, has an extraordinary spiritual beast bloodline, with astonishing single-target destructive power.
But even so, under the strengthening of this ability, it still couldn't make the slightest impact, showing just how tough this barrier is. No. This barrier is quite special, it's not certain that a higher level can break it. A Dragon Country Beast Master, looking like a chivalrous hero with a long sword on his back, interjected, recently, because of the heart of the secret realm, many high-level Beast Masters have come. One of them was a level 7 expert who passed through here, yet their contracted Spirit Beast's full-powered strike still caused no damage. But just not long ago, a level 3, 10-section spiritual beast girl. But can only slightly shake this barrier. I estimate that this barrier is likely not fixed in how much it can withstand, but adjusts dynamically according to the attacker's level. As long as the skills are strong enough, and the power at the same level is strong enough, perhaps even a second-level Spirit Beast could shatter it. As soon as these words were spoken, many around nodded in agreement. They had actually sensed this rule vaguely, but just hadn't said anything. Chu Xiaoa scratched his head and let out a long sigh. Now the question arises. If even a focused enhancement effect cannot allow an A-level bloodline Spirit Beast to shake the barrier, who else could do it? At that moment, a bone-chilling cold swept in, and everyone turned to look. It turned out to be a giant ice dragon soaring in the sky? Chu Xiaoha was slightly shocked, looking at the scene before him in disbelief. Brother Chen Yi, is that you? This ice dragon is actually your contracted Spirit Beast? He knew Chen Yi should be pretty strong, but he didn't expect he could even contract a Spirit Beast of at least S-level or higher. Chen Yi jumped down from behind Lin Mengxue, smiling as he approached Chu Xiaoha, teasing, Uncle Chu, what are you doing here? Didn't you say you were going back to report? Well. Chu Xiaoha's mouth twitched a few times, as if he wanted to explain something, but didn't know where to start. However, at this time, his little cotton-padded jacket, Chu Feiyu, was too excited to care about that. She ran excitedly towards Lin Mengxue and the others, shouting as she ran, Sister Mengxue, Sister Shireen, Sister Taodao, Sister Jiuh, and also Sister Yuetong and Sister Xingtong, we meet again. It's little Feiyu. We meet again. You're still as lively as ever. By the way, how did you guys come to the water area? Chu Feiyu chuckled and proudly said, Hee, my dad applied for a month-long business trip, and it hasn't even been half a month. It's too wasteful to go back early. I heard the environment in the water area is nice, so he brought us here for vacation. I see. Paid vacation, how enjoyable. But it really is nice here, very suitable for a holiday. Having seen all kinds of complex environments, it's indeed rare to see such a scene. The girls all echoed, very satisfied with the scene before them. Isn't that right? Otherwise, why would my dad apply for a month's business trip? Isn't it just to take a good rest for a few days? Chu Feiyu innocently tugged at Moronyu's sleeve. You're right, mommy. Hearing this, Moronyu twitched her mouth, feeling a mix of laughter and tears. Is this something that can be casually shared with others? It seems necessary to educate this little cotton-padded jacket properly when they get home. Not everything should be shared. Chapter 143. One gulp. Listening to the girls' conversation. Chen Yi's mouth curled up, revealing a hint of a playful smile, and he lightly teased, who would have thought, Uncle Chu, you would actually do something like this? Chu Xiaoha sighed helplessly, a touch of sorrow in his tone. Sigh, I often get urgent calls back to work during my vacations. Now that things are finally settled early, I just want to have a good break. Is that too much to ask? Of course not. Chen Yi replied half-jokingly, the money earned from work is what you deserve, but only the money made while slacking off is truly yours. Am I right? Chu Xiaoha waved his hand, seemingly not wanting to hear more of such teasing. After all, as a public servant, enjoying paid leave in such a situation is indeed a bit inappropriate. Let's not worry about that for now. Brother Chen Yi, you came at just the right time. Chu Xiaoha's gaze suddenly turned warm. You must have already understood the rules of the water area, right? This island in front looks like it has never been explored. I bet the resources on it are richer than you can imagine. However, with my and Yuer's strength, no one can shake this barrier. Its strength is simply unimaginable. Brother Chen Yi, your strength is remarkable. Perhaps you can shatter this barrier. However, as he spoke halfway, he suddenly froze. The whole person seemed a bit dazed. If he remembered correctly, more than 10 days ago, Chen Yi's aura seemed to only be around the 3rd stage, 10th rank. But now, Chen Yi's aura has actually reached the 4th stage, 5th rank. Moreover, it's not just Chen Yi, his contracted spirit beasts also all emit a powerful aura of 4th stage, 5th rank. What on earth is going on? One must know, for a 4th stage prideful beast master in Spirit Beast, even with ample resources, breaking through a rank in a month is not guaranteed. Yet Chen Yi has achieved such a tremendous breakthrough in just a few short days. This is just too incredible. Could it be that he used some secret treasure to hide his true level from the start? His real level must actually be 6th stage or above, otherwise, it's hard to explain why he is exploring here with 6 contracted spirit beasts. That's why he can easily defeat Galahan. But the problem is, Chen Yi looks like just a college student, right?
A college student is a 6th stage beast master, is it really this outlandish? Stop thinking, it's simply impossible to shatter this. You newcomers might not know, this thing has existed since the birth of the 5 Elements secret realm, and no one has ever been able to shatter it. 10 years ago, our SSS tier beast master Arjun from Tianju brought along our only SSS tier spirit beast, Angela, to challenge this barrier but failed. You guys from the Dragon Nation, thinking you can shatter this barrier? Dream on. Before Chen Yi could reply, a sharp mocking laughter came from behind. Everyone turned around to see a Tianju man with an arrogant demeanor looking at them with disdain. He had been soaking in the water area for nearly a decade, and besides scavenging some resources, his only pleasure was watching those clueless fools come to challenge this giant island. He especially enjoyed seeing those self-proclaimed geniuses, full of confidence, come to challenge only to fail miserably. This huge contrast was simply exhilarating to him. Why is that ridiculous uncle here again? Zhu Feiyu said with a face full of disdain. What's wrong, Xiaoyu? What about that uncle? Chen Yi asked curiously, do you know him? Zhu Feiyu scoffed and explained, this Tianju guy is just a blowhard, I think his name is Ajai. When we came to the water area a week ago, he mocked our trio, saying we had no right to explore, it was infuriating. I see. Chen Yi smirked slightly. Although he couldn't understand what this kind of person's mentality was, since they were offering their face for him to hit, how could he miss this opportunity? Don't worry, your brother Chen Yi will teach you how to be a person. Let me give it a try. As soon as he said this, the corners of Ajai's mouth involuntarily rose. Another ignorant kid. Now, he's putting on such airs, when he can't break the barrier, he'll be embarrassed on a grand scale. After all, he'd seen this happen countless times before. I'm counting on you, brother Chen Yi. Zhu Feiyu blew him a kiss, if you can break this barrier, I will give you a good reward. Really? Then I must look forward to it. Chen Yi turned and patted Su Taotao on the shoulder. Taotao, it's your turn, let these people see your strength. Alright, brother Chen Yi. Su Taotao did not hesitate and walked to the front of the boat. Who is that girl, so small, has her bloodline awakened? Don't be fooled by her young age, this girl definitely has a noble bloodline. My Lin possesses the ability to sense danger and instinctively felt it. Should we make a bet? Can that little girl shatter? Well, never mind, maybe just create a ripple. Come. I'll bet a thunderstone that she's just here for laughs. I'll bet a water moonflower that she's here to be cute. I'll bet she can't do it. Everyone's betting she can't shake the barrier, how are we supposed to play this? A group of onlookers, beast masters, whispered to each other, wearing rather casual expressions. For them, this was purely for amusement, something trivial. Watching the adorable little girl struggle felt quite nice, right? However, in the next second, everyone's eyes nearly popped out. They saw Su Taotao take a deep breath, a small black hole gradually forming at her mouth. It exuded a heart-pounding aura. Then, in the next second, an incredibly terrifying suction force erupted from the black hole, sweeping through the sky like a hurricane. The barrier encasing the giant island began to shake violently at that moment. It looked like a fragile soap bubble, continuously twisting and deforming under the black hole's gravity. After a few seconds, the barrier finally couldn't withstand that immense force and shattered with a loud bang. The instant the barrier broke, it transformed into countless brilliant threads of energy, flowing into the black hole, becoming Su Taotao's own energy. The water barrier that had blocked everyone vanished from sight before their eyes. Without using any divine artifacts or relying on treasures, Su Taotao effortlessly shattered it with her own power. At this moment, everyone present fell into a collective state of shock. They gaped in disbelief, mouths wide open as if they could fit an egg inside. Ajai couldn't help but rub his eyes, doubting whether he was seeing things correctly. Could a spirit beast really shatter the water barrier with its own strength, without any enhancements, so casually? Chapter 144, No Worries About Being Stolen. Wow, what kind of ability is this? How could this happen? I borrowed the enhancement effect from the flame leaf to boost my fire attribute attack power and gathered all my spirit strength for a full strike, and I could only create a little ripple. This little girl shattered it in one go? What bloodline does this spirit beast have? Why is it so amazing? Wow, is Sister Taotao really this powerful? Zhu Feiyu murmured, her face filled with shock. She had once heard her parents say that Chen Yi and his contracted spirit beasts might be extraordinary. After all, to defeat an opponent like Garahan, who constantly walks the edge of life and death, relying solely on luck was almost impossible. Yet, the scene unfolding before her eyes caused her shock to reach its peak. Brother Chen Yi, it's done. Su Taotao proudly puffed up her flat chest, as if declaring her achievements to the whole world. This was something only she could do, something her other sisters couldn't accomplish, which made her heart swell with hidden joy. Now her status in Chen Yi's heart would surely rise, right? Chen Yi gently picked up Su Taotao and kissed her rosy cheek, whispering, well done.
Let's go, it's time to search for treasure. Okay. As soon as Chen Yi's words fell, the others woke up as if from a dream. They exchanged glances and inwardly cursed their own sluggishness. Damn it, since the barrier was shattered, that meant it was time to search for treasure, right? Why waste time here complaining and chattering? Roar, roar, roar. Various flying spirit beasts instantly transformed into gigantic spirit beast forms. They spread their wings, soaring high, carrying everyone swiftly towards the island. People die for wealth, and birds die for food. Now the barrier of the island has been shattered, the greed in everyone's hearts has been thoroughly ignited. The water barrier here is much stronger than the barriers of other islands, there must be some special treasure hidden within. As for the barrier being shattered by Chen Yi, so what? Who says that whoever breaks the barrier owns all the resources on the island? Even if they're unhappy in their hearts, they can only swallow it. Although Chen Yi is strong enough to break the barrier, he is all alone, how can he compete with so many people? If he were a 6th or 7th tier Beastmaster, maybe he would make people trepidatious. But he is only a 4th tier Beastmaster, what is there to fear? Seeing this, Xu Shao couldn't help but frown, reminding him, Brother Chen Yi, you are too careless. Since you have this ability, you should wait until no one is around to break it, now you have to fight with others for it. Don't worry, I could never be that foolish. Chen Yi explained slowly, since I dare to shatter the barrier in front of so many people, I naturally do not worry about them snatching the treasures. Not worried? What do you mean by that? Just follow me, and you'll know soon. Chen Yi smiled mysteriously, then took the girls riding on Lin Mengxue, flying towards the central area of the island. Seeing this, Xu Shao did not ask more questions. He let Morongyu transform into the Moonlight Spirit Butterfly Beast form, closely following behind Chen Yi. After a moment, they reached the sky above the island. However, the sight before them astonished Xu Shao greatly. Before their eyes, a group of sticky-looking monsters, resembling deep blue slimes, surged from all directions the moment those beast masters touched the heavenly and earthly treasures. They crazily attacked the resource-gathering beast masters without a moment's pause. Upon closer inspection, it became apparent that these monsters were not true magical beasts, but a simple guardian mechanism. Their strength was not very strong, at most they could unleash skills like water blades, which would hardly cause lethal damage to trained beast masters and spirit beasts. However, what was troublesome was that no matter how they attacked, these monsters could not be completely eliminated. After being killed, they would immediately regenerate and continue their attacks, becoming quite a bother. Worse, as the number of heavenly and earthly treasures harvested by the beast masters increased, the number of these monsters would also grow. Their attack power and angles of attack were just like the water barrier, seemingly able to perceive the strength of their opponents, adjusting their own attack strength accordingly. It was as if they tailored their attacks based on their targets. What on earth are these slimes? It seems like they are the guardians of the heavenly and earthly treasures. I just tried throwing the white jade grass I collected, and they stopped chasing. Damn, if we can't loot resources when we get on the island, then why bother coming at all? Each time we collect a heavenly and earthly treasure, 3 slimes are summoned, it seems to want us to be less greedy and only choose the treasures we need? Damn it! This is such a trap. The heart of the secret realm is taken by those big shots, and now finally we discover a treasure island without big shots, only to find such rules, it's too much. Stop talking nonsense, let's hurry to seek treasure. Now it's all about who can find the best treasures first. The group of treasure seekers instantly realized the special rules of this island and began to select wisely. Originally, those water spirit grasses growing on the ground, which sold for hundreds of Dragon Kingdom coins, were one of the raw materials used to make restorative spirit potions, definitely counted among the sought-after treasures by treasure seekers. However, at this moment, everyone turned a blind eye to it, simply skipping over. It was as if these water spirit grasses were just ordinary wild grass by the roadside. For just a few $1,000s, being endlessly hunted by those slimes was simply not worth it. Xu Shaoyi, Mu Rongyu, and Xu Feiyu all stared at Chen Yi with faces full of doubt. Their eyes seemed to be curious, how do you know that picking the treasures of heaven and earth would attract those slimes? Seeing this, Chen Yi just smiled slightly, appearing calm and unhurried. With the treasure-seeking eye, no trap could escape his sight. Long before approaching this island, information about various mechanisms and traps had already presented itself before him, clear and visible, with no omissions. So I told you. I don't need to worry about others snatching the treasure. But if that's the case, those precious treasures will still be taken by others, right? Xu Feiyu questioned with a heart full of doubts. After all, it's not like just picking those treasures of heaven and earth would lead to immediate death from traps. Hearing this, the smile on Chen Yi's face became even brighter. He gently rubbed the little head of Su Tao Tao beside him and continued to explain patiently, if they all think like this, just avoiding those slimes, they might never get the treasures in their lifetime. What does this mean? Xu Feiyu tilted her head, trying to think hard. Does it mean that to obtain good treasures, one must kill those slimes? That's roughly it. Let them be for a while, and when the timing is right, they will naturally retreat.
While saying this, Chen Yi took out a delicate portable tent and a barbecue grill from his space ring. Aren't you here for a vacation? The scenery here is nice, and it's a rare opportunity. Would you like to have a barbecue together? Chapter 145 Barbecue by the Sea. To be honest, Chen Yi himself was not sure why he naturally had a good impression of these public servants who acted fairly. Maybe it was because during this time, he had seen too much deceit and recognized the complexity and cruelty of this world. In this society filled with conflicts of interest, people often go to any lengths to achieve their goals. Those who can uphold justice and maintain fairness are particularly precious. For such rare people who can treat others with sincerity and keep their integrity throughout life, Chen Yi really would develop a lot of fondness. Barbecue? After exchanging glances, Zhu Xiaohe and the other side, a hint of guilt flashing in their eyes. They actually told a little lie. A vacation was just an excuse. In fact, their purpose for coming here was still to scavenge rare treasures of heaven and earth to pave the way for their daughter's future. After all, the contract object that Chu Feiyu had booked, Bai Song, possessed a talent skill that was single-minded. He was in high demand in the spirit beast circles. It was basically like throwing a handsome man into the matchmaking market. There were even rumors that S-grade spirit beasts actively applied to form contracts, indicating a bright future ahead. The reason Chu Feiyu could book someone like Bai Song was partly because they had been childhood sweethearts, having some emotional foundation with each other. And partly because Chu Xiaohe's maternal family, the Mu Rong family, and the Bai family were once branches of the same Beast-Tamer family, now separated but still had commercial dealings. With these two reasons, they still had to go out treasure hunting, but the critical point was that Chu Feiyu had not awakened her bloodline yet. According to genetics, the spirit beast bloodline that Chu Feiyu could awaken in the future should be between D-grade and S-grade, most likely A-grade or B-grade bloodline. In that case, compared to those S-grade spirit beasts, she would be quite inferior. Without paying some cost, her daughter would certainly be looked down upon by Bai Song in the future. Chu Xiuhe's wife, Morongyu, is the same way. Even though she has an A-grade bloodline and looks sweet. But to be worthy of such a focused talent as single-minded, they would have to invest heavily. Just because they are childhood friends, it doesn't mean they can be treated equally. Sending resources, sending lavish gifts, opening paths, and offering status, anyway, the Morong family will definitely support with all their might. But the problem is, as a public servant, Zhu Xiuhe has many connections but also many limitations. He can hardly go out hunting or exploring treasures like ordinary beastmasters. But to be fair, the salary is indeed quite high, with a substantial amount of resources dispersed every month. As long as he doesn't make any principled mistakes, this is a lifelong iron rice bowl, absolutely allowing for a wealthy life. However, if he wants to cultivate talented offspring, and even wants to connect with a beastmaster who has a talent like single-minded, this money seems quite tight. Even considering the Morong family's wealth, it still isn't quite enough. No matter what, he must first find some extra income to make it work. Sure, no problem. Barbecue. Chu Feiyu cheerfully agreed. Little does she know how cruel this world can be. She only remembers that she had a great relationship with Bai Song, and they promised to form a contract in the future. Bai Song even refused all contract requests from S-grade bloodline girls for her. How could she know that such deep relationships hide behind this? Then let's go. I see there's a small creek over there, let's have barbecue there. Okay. Seeing their daughter agree so readily, Zhu Xiuhe and Morongyu both sighed. This treasure hunting trip might have to be put on hold for now. Soon, they arrived by a stream. The environment here is beautiful, full of floral scents, and not far away, there is a beach and a sea view. It's simply a perfect vacation spot. Of course, if it weren't for those Beastmaster teams, crazily searching for treasures and being chased by slimes, shouting and screaming, it would be even more perfect. Ha! Brother Chen Yi, do you want to do the barbecue yourself? Lin Mingxue asked, a bit puzzled. Among the contract girls, only Yanzhou had no cooking skills, the others all had some culinary skills to varying degrees. Especially Su Taodao, who used to be a food broadcaster and was always starving, her cooking skills reached the level of a 5-star hotel chef. In this case, it was indeed surprising that Chen Yi took the initiative to take on the barbecue task. Yeah. Just help me a bit, and today I will let you try my cooking. Okay, sounds good. In the spatial ring, there was a fridge where he collected edible monsters and wild vegetables during the journey, plus various semi-finished products and seasonings purchased before entering the 5-element secret realm. It was absolutely enough to hold a luxurious barbecue feast. Lin Mingxue, Luo Shirin, Su Taodao, Huai Weitong, and Hua Xingtong all helped string skewers and prepare ingredients. The only one without cooking skills, Yanzhou, assisted by using her fox fire for the barbecue. The scene looked very lively and harmonious, filled with laughter and joy. Any man who saw this scene would probably feel envious, right? In fact, there were indeed beastmasters passing by who came to strike up a conversation.
However, when they saw Chen Yi, who broke through the water barrier, setting up a barbecue stand, their interest immediately dissipated by half. They dared to ignore Chen Yi, who came to treasure hunt, but that didn't mean they dared to flirt with Chen Yi's girls. What if that little girl's ability wasn't just to consume the water barrier, but directly gulp them all down? That would be quite funny. What puzzled them, however, was, why would Chen Yi be so kind? He opened the barrier, and let them treasure hunt while I enjoy my barbecue? Beside her, Chu Feiyu quietly watched this harmonious scene, appearing calm on the surface but feeling a complex emotion inside. She could sense that these girls' gazes were full of love and admiration for Chen Yi, a genuine affection for the senior, willing to follow him and experience storms together. In this world, being a talented beast master surrounded by a group of beautiful girls was completely normal. In fact, one could say that this is the most correct rule in this world. However, due to her parents' relationship with Bai Song since childhood, she held a belief in the ideal of being with one person for life. Seeing such a scene surrounded by beautiful girls still brought a tinge of conflict. Chu Xiaoyi seemed to notice Chu Feiyu's change, patting her shoulder, trying to comfort her in a different way. Xiaoyu, don't think too much. That girl named Lin Mengshui is from the Dragon Clan, with an S-level or above bloodline. We estimate that Chen Yi's talent and the bloodline level of the other girls will definitely not be below S-level. Right now, focus on nourishing yourself, getting familiar with the battle process, and preparing for the upcoming bloodline awakening. Once you contract with Bai Song, perhaps you can also unleash battle power just like them. Chapter 146, The Special Rules of the Island. Hearing this, Chu Feiyu vigorously shook her head, trying to throw out all those chaotic thoughts from her mind. What on earth was she thinking? Bai Song had once solemnly promised her that no matter what bloodline she awakened in the future, he would establish a contract with her. But why was there envy showing in her gaze towards Chen Yi? She was truly a fickle heart. So fragrant. This flavor, could it be that brother Chen Yi's barbecue is this good? It really doesn't look like it. No wonder he volunteered. Alright, enough talk, let's eat. Chen Yi smiled as he handed out skewers of barbecue to everyone. In fact, there was a reason why Chen Yi's barbecue skills were so exceptional. He had followed his parents working at a barbecue stand since he was little, accumulating rich experience. And during the 2.5 years after crossing into this world, he had lived alone for a long time. To satisfy his taste buds, he constantly honed his barbecue skills. Plus, his ex-girlfriend Lu Ruyan had a particular fondness for barbecue, which drove him to study it even more diligently. All these factors combined made Chen Yi's barbecue skills reach an astonishing level, wanting to show off his culinary talents. Of course, another important reason was that he wanted to see if cooking delicious food could trigger some buffs to increase favorability. The fact proved that his idea was correct. Indeed, to win the girls' hearts, one must show charm that surpasses other men in all aspects. And cooking skills, without a doubt, was an excellent breakthrough. The barbecue melted in your mouth, fragrant and delicious, with just the right smoky flavor, absolutely surpassing the level of professional barbecue shops. The girls ate with stars in their eyes. So good. So delicious. Brother Chen Yi, teach me next time how to have skills like this. I want to learn too. After having this barbecue, I can't look at my own cooking anymore. Ding. Lin Mengshui's favorability plus 1 point. Current favorability, 93 points. Ding. Luo Shiyin's favorability plus 1 point. Current favorability, 94 points. Ding. Yan Jiuh's favorability plus 3 points. Current favorability, 88 points. Ding. Hua Yutan's favorability plus 2 points. Current favorability, 82 points. Ding. Hua Xingtan's favorability plus 2 points. Current favorability, 84 points. Ding. Su Taotao's favorability plus 1 point. Current favorability, 95 points. Ding. Congratulations. Su Taotao's favorability reached 95 points. Reward, strengthening points plus 50 points. Current strengthening points, 110 points. One must say, this wave was simply a great profit. Although matters of the heart can't be forced, when there's a chance to increase affection, one mustn't miss it. This is related to the main factor of whether he can quickly become stronger. However, trying to increase affection with food is almost impossible now. On one hand, Chen Yi can only grill, and on the other hand, once the novelty wears off, it's hard to make a strong impact. Chen Yi smiled and said softly, I'll teach you guys when I have time, don't worry. Okay. Chu Feiyu took a small bite and immediately broke into a satisfied smile. Big brother Chen Yi, with your skills, if you opened a shop, I feel you'd be rich in no time. Open what shop? It's better to earn money as a beast master. Selling barbecued food for a month, can I afford a Beast King crystal core? That makes sense. After the delicious meal and a few rounds of drinks,
Before long, the barbecue was devoured completely. Everyone burped contentedly, seeming to want more. Brother Chen Yi. Chu Xiaoyi walked over and asked, I just saw many beast masters leaving, is what you said true, that they will back down? Chen Yi smiled and explained, yes. After hours of searching, they didn't find a good treasure, and had to constantly guard against being chased by that slime. Anyone normal would have a hard time staying here. But the time isn't ripe yet, it's not my time to act. I see. Chu Xiaoyi sighed and then spoke a bit bitterly, Brother Chen Yi, to be honest, we came not just for a vacation, but actually to search for treasure. Since you know how to find the secret treasure on this island, we won't disturb you. Thanks for the hospitality, we plan to go to other islands to test our luck, so we'll say goodbye here. Hearing this, Chen Yi didn't say much. He slightly nodded, showing understanding. After all, he only specially entertained them because Chu Xiaoyi helped deal with the aftermath of killing Galahan. Though there's some affection, they are ultimately outsiders. There's no need to forcefully keep them. Then please be careful. We'll head out now. Chu Feiyu seemed a bit reluctant, eh? You're leaving already? I wanted to stay a bit longer. Morongyu gently tapped her head and said with a smile, this is for your own good, let's go. Chu Feiyu puffed her cheeks, got it, I know. At the moment of leaving, she didn't forget to turn back and wave at Chen Yi, looking very youthful and lively. That girl is so cute. Indeed, she's sweet-tongued, but I wonder what kind of bloodline she'll awaken. Brother Chen Yi probably won't look at her. Her father has a B-grade bloodline, and her mother has an A-grade bloodline, even at most, she'll awaken an S-grade bloodline, and it's hard to progress further. Ha? There's such a pattern? I thought the awakened bloodline level was random. This is top-secret information, not something that can be made public. Only people from merchant families and beast master families would know this. Alright, let's not talk about that anymore. Chen Yi clapped his hands, interrupting the girls' discussion. Next, it's time for our treasure hunting journey. As soon as he said this, the girls' eyes instantly became focused. They all sat up straight, looking at Chen Yi with anticipation. They were very curious about what he meant when he said that others couldn't find rare treasures. Chen Yi didn't hold back and immediately gave the orders. Peach, I need to rely on you next. The others can go nearby to look for the whereabouts of the heavenly and earthly treasures, anything is fine. Then gather them, let those slime monsters summon them here, and let Peach swallow them. The rules on this island are quite similar to the final trial, you just need to thoroughly kill a certain number of slimes to summon a large slime, and after killing it, you can obtain the treasures inside. Chapter 147, The Way to Summon the Guardians. Is it really this simple? The girls exchanged glances, their faces filled with astonishment. They thought it would require something earth-shattering. However, the reality was so simple that it left them a bit incredulous. By the way, wasn't that slime said to be indestructible? If they could only rely on Su Taotao swallowing to eliminate it, didn't that mean no one else would ever reach that ultimate treasure? Chen Yi seemed to sense the girls' doubts and explained, that slime is not indestructible, it's easier to think of them as magical beasts with the property of a phoenix. Every time we kill them, it drains a lot of their spiritual energy, when their energy is exhausted, they will no longer revive. But doing that is just too troublesome, it would be easier to let Taotao swallow them in one bite. As soon as he said this, the girls immediately understood. So that's how it is. Because slimes aren't magical beasts, a normal person would usually give up after realizing they couldn't kill it after a few attempts. Only those pushed to their limits, with no other options, would recklessly kill a slime to ultimately obtain the treasure. One must admit, the design of this 5-element secret realm is truly creative, every area has such complicated rules. Do we also need to collect the treasures? That slime seems unavoidable for us, huh? Don't worry, that thing adjusts its approach. You two have no combat abilities, and the slimes summoned by you are basically like old cars, very slow, and won't catch up to you. So that's it. Hua Yuetong and Hua Xingtong sighed in relief, feeling an enormous weight lift off their chests. If that's the case, then it's not a problem. Helping Chen Yi was undoubtedly the best thing to do. Alright, let's get started. Okay. The girls responded in unison and then quickly scattered to search for and collect the heavenly treasures. In no time, they came rushing back with hundreds of slimes. Seeing this, Su Taotao took a deep breath and summoned a small black hole again. Boom! The moment the black hole appeared, the surrounding spiritual energy seemed to be stirred up by an invisible force, shaking violently. The space also seemed unable to bear this tremendous energy and began to twist and warp. At that moment, those slimes appeared to gain a sense of awareness, realizing something was wrong and wanting to escape. However, the black hole's gravity had already tightly pulled them in, as if countless needles were inserted into their bodies, madly draining the spiritual energy within them. Then, an astonishing scene unfolded. The physical forms of those slimes were rapidly shrinking, like dried-up husks drained of moisture. Finally, they burst like water-filled balloons under extreme pressure, deep blue liquid scattering like raindrops across the ground, then quickly evaporating, vanishing without a trace. In an instant, over 100 slimes were killed in a flash. We did it! Su Taotao shouted with excitement. Well done! Can we eat more? Yeah. The spiritual energy contained in these slimes isn't high. I feel I could eat another 2,000 to 3,000 to be full. Alright, keep going. So, one wave after another of slimes were continuously devoured. In the blink of an eye, Su Taotao had consumed 2,500 slimes, feeling about 80% full. Just then, a sudden change occurred. The originally clear sky was unexpectedly shrouded in dark clouds. Lightning and thunder ripped through the sky, and heavy rain poured down like waterfalls. The surrounding sea tides were rising at an alarming rate, as if about to drown the entire island. What's happening? It's actually raining in the water zone? I've explored this place for 5 years, and it's my first time encountering something like this. No way. It's not raining in the area of water, but it's raining on our island. Damn it, what terrible luck. Not only did I not find any good treasures, but now it's pouring rain. If I had known, I wouldn't have come. It's such a waste of time. The various beast tamer teams began to complain, looking utterly speechless. Having wasted so much time, not only did they not get any treasures, but they were also soaked. It was truly unfortunate. Sometimes, things that seem precious may not truly have value. With this time, if they had searched an ordinary small island, they might have already gained a lot. Let's go. It's been hours. If there are any good treasures, others must have taken them already. I just observed, these slimes seem like they won't chase us off the island. Let's grab some resources before we leave. As long as we don't return to this island, it'll be fine. What a waste. I'm so frustrated. At least it's better than losing our lives. These slimes may be a nuisance, but they're not strong. After deep consideration, the beast tamers made a decisive decision: leave this island and explore other islands. Though this island was large, after hearing the news of the barrier breaking, countless people rushed in, and likely every corner had already been turned upside down. On average, the resources each person could claim might not even be 1/10 of that of an ordinary island. If they still hadn't found any valuable treasures, it was likely that others had already gotten to them first. Staying here would just be a waste. Of course, before they left, they were sure not to return empty-handed. They would bring back some local specialties. Thus, a large number of beast tamers were seen either riding flying spirit beasts or on boats, leaving the island. Perhaps there were a few unwilling people staying behind, but their numbers must be minimal. At this moment, in the area where Chen Yi was located, suddenly, the nearby stream seemed to be pulled by a mysterious force, suddenly forming a huge water vortex that soared into the air. In the center of the water vortex, a giant made entirely of water elements, 5 meters tall and 3 meters wide, slowly emerged. It was, indeed, the guardian of a high-level treasure, as introduced in the system interface. Kill it. No mercy. Okay. The girls responded without hesitation and immediately launched a joint attack on the water giant. In an instant, all kinds of brilliantly colorful skills rained down on the water giant, creating an extraordinarily spectacular scene. It was unclear whether they were too strong or if the creature was too weak. The girls didn't even have the chance to see its attacks clearly. In just a few seconds, it was bombarded into pieces, like scraps scattered on the ground, melting into water. Among the debris, a deep blue crystal caught particular attention. Water Firefly Stone, 12 stars. A mysterious crystal. After a spirit beast with water attribute skills devours and refines it, it can upgrade its skills. The more refined in one go, the better the upgrade effect. Chapter 148 Water Firefly Stone. It's the Water Firefly Stone. This thing is worth a lot. We're rich, we're rich. I didn't expect it to be such a good thing. Don't say too much, Taotao. There should still be a lot of power remaining on the body of that water giant. After you devour it, I'll help guide the spirit power. Okay. The girls had long understood each other and sat down beside Su Taotao, taking out monster crystal cores to swallow, beginning to cultivate. Just then, a team from the Dragon Kingdom sensed the powerful battle waves and rushed over. Strange, I clearly felt that someone was fighting here, but why is there no one? Could it be that it's already over? That seems unlikely. The previous battle wave was so strong, it was clearly a battle of equals. It shouldn't have ended so quickly. Young master, the treasure compass has reacted. The direction pointed is towards that group of people by the creek. Upon hearing this, a remarkably handsome man, seemingly just in his early 20s but possessing a 4th-level aura of 10 segments, furrowed his brow. He was Lei Han, the eldest son of the Lei family, the #1 beast master family in Jiang City. Hearing that the heart of the secret realm and the 5 elements secret realm was open, he came specially to explore.
However, he did not expect this news to spread so widely that the powerful families from Tianhai City and nearby cities came, making it impossible for a small 4th-level beast master like him to participate. But returning empty-handed was also not a good thing, so he thought he might try his luck in the water region. By coincidence, he encountered the scene of Su Taotao devouring the giant island. There was no way he could mistake the appearance of Su Taotao and Chen Yi.
It's them? Could it be that the treasure has already been taken? Captain, do we need to use the shaping mirror to see what happened? After pondering for a while, Lei Han nodded. Yeah, let's use it.
The shaping mirror, like the treasure compass, is a special type of heavenly spirit treasure, and it is also a treasure of time. Once used, it can rewind time like a movie, allowing one to see what happened in that area 5 minutes ago. Of course, using such a divine object must come at a cost. It requires consuming a certain amount of heavenly spirit treasures or beast crystals to operate. But now it was clearly the moment to use it. The team members quickly took out their beast crystals and handed them to Lei Han. As dozens of beast crystals were tossed into that mirror, like a watery surface, a brilliant light suddenly erupted, displaying everything that happened here 5 minutes ago. As a result, not only was he surprised by what he saw. A slime, this kind of thing could actually be slain? This change in the world was actually caused by Chen Yi and his group? What's more important is that after killing that water giant, they actually obtained a divine object like the water firefly stone. This object's market price is over 30 million, and if they met the Gongsun family, Li family, and Yun family along the coast, the price might even skyrocket to over 50 million. Moreover, it's valuable but rare, having money and connections might not even be enough to get one. Such a precious treasure was so easily taken? Suddenly, a trace of greedy light flashed in Lei Han's eyes. However, he was not only moved by money. After all, he was the eldest son from a big family, and his desire for money was not so strong. He wouldn't offend someone who could easily break such boundaries just for a bit of money. The real reason he wanted the water firefly stone was that he felt he was about to break through to the 5th level. In recent months, the Yun family had a famous prodigy beast master, Yun Jiao, who not only had stunning beauty but also awakened an S-class bloodline, a mermaid, possessing both top appearance and strength, and could play some strange games. Half a year ago, at a social banquet, Lei Han accidentally saw Yun Jiao. At that moment, his gaze could not move away from her, and it could truly be said to be love at first sight. However, Lei Han's own talent was also S-class, and in the face of another S-class beast from a prestigious family, he might not have the advantage in contracts. Faced with numerous suitors, he could only rely on gifts to try to get closer to Yun Jiao. But other prodigy beast masters also had the same idea, making it difficult for him to stand out in terms of gifting. But he really liked Yun Jiao. He didn't want to let go, yet he couldn't produce any good treasures, feeling very conflicted. Now, the appearance of this water firefly stone seemed to bring him a glimmer of hope. This thing has an irresistible attraction for water attribute spirit beasts. This is absolutely no less than a Beast King crystal core of the water attribute above level 10, definitely the best gift. If I can give this water firefly stone to Yun Jiao, maybe it can really impress her and make her see me in a new light. Thinking of this, Lei Han could no longer contain his inner excitement and immediately led everyone towards Chen Yi's direction. Hua Yutong and Hua Xingtong saw someone approaching and quickly stepped forward to block the way. What do you want? Two beautiful ladies, I am Lei Han from the Lei family of Jian City. I would like to have a chat with your contract master. Is that convenient? It's not convenient. Can't you see they are training? That's fine, we can wait here, should be no problem, right? No approach allowed. Don't worry, I'm here to do business, not to fight. Saying this, Lei Han led everyone to set up a tent under a large tree hundreds of meters away from Chen Yi and his group. They were ready to wait for Chen Yi to finish training. It looked like a display of sincerity. At this time, Chen Yi was fully focused on his training, completely unaware of everything that had just happened. Time passed second by second, night gradually fell, and the stars twinkled in the sky. Finally, Chen Yi successfully guided all the spiritual power imprinting within Su Taotao. Hua Yutong and Hua Xingtong had been waiting nearby. Seeing that Chen Yi had finished training, they hurried over to report everything that happened at noon in detail. Lei Han? Luo Shirin murmured, how could a young master from such a powerful family come to such a dangerous place to seek treasure? Chen Yi raised an eyebrow, looking at Luo Shirin with some surprise, and asked, do you know someone named Lei Han? Luo Shirin nodded, showing no signs of hiding, and explained, yes. But it's only me knowing him. He should be 24 this year, relying on his talent and family resources. He has reached about level 4, stage 10, and will probably break through to level 5 soon. He is the most outstanding prodigy to make it onto the ranking in the last 100 years of Dragon Country, and also someone that us beast masters families pay special attention to. I heard that he seems to have been pursuing the prodigy Yun Jiao from the Yun family in Moda recently. It's likely he came here to negotiate because he saw you get the water firefly stone. Chapter 149, Bargaining Chip. Hearing this, Chen Yi also nodded thoughtfully. In his contract sisters, none of them had a spirit beast with water attribute skills yet. This water firefly stone was indeed something he could only sell, and using it himself wouldn't have much meaning but could be fine for trading. But since Lei Han wanted this thing so badly, he would have to make him pay a hefty price. In fact, just as Chen Yi had anticipated. As time passed second by second, Lei Han and his group's patience was gradually wearing thin. However, considering that Chen Yi might come from a powerful family and had a weird personality, if disturbed and he refused to sell the water firefly stone, it would be troublesome. Therefore, they all dared not easily approach and disturb him. Now it was good, clearly they had finished training and still needed to eat first. Did that pair of twin beauties not inform him of their business? Or, even if they knew, did they still want to eat first? Thinking of this, Lei Han could no longer restrain himself. Suddenly standing up, he led everyone straight towards Chen Yi's group, who were setting up their barbecue grill. Of course, despite being unhappy in his heart. But before getting the water firefly stone, Lei Han still had to put on a flattering demeanor. He quickly walked up to Chen Yi and deeply bowed, saying, "This esteemed gentleman, I am Lei Han of the Hua City Lei family, here is my family crest, please take a look. I just happened to pass by here and saw you kill a water giant, it seems you obtained a water firefly stone, right? This item is of great use to me, I hope you are willing to part with it. Resell this item to me, and I will reward you handsomely." Having said that, he took off the space ring from his hand and respectfully handed it to Chen Yi. The intention was clear, he wanted to use this space ring to trade for water fire stone. Seeing this scene, Chen Yi and his group were also stunned. This bet was way too high, right? The space ring, according to Luo Shirin, even with connections, its value exceeded 100 million. If the internal space was larger, or if it was made using some special heavenly treasure, its price would go even higher. The highest price for a water fire stone was only about 50 million. This guy was directly offering over 100 million? This is quite a show. Looking at Lei Han's serious and determined expression, Chen Yi thought for a moment and nodded, "Deal. But I want to add an extra condition." Lei Han frowned slightly, "Extra condition? What is it?" "I heard that the price of the water area's illusion water clock spirit stone is only a few million, right?" Chen Yi took out the water fire stone from the space ring, one space ring plus one illusion water clock spirit stone, "Then this thing is yours. How about it?" Upon hearing this, a flicker of displeasure instantly crossed Lei Han's eyes. Isn't this just raising the price on the spot? However, for the water fire stone, he had to swallow his anger. "No problem. I hope you keep your word. Of course, I will be here for some time. Whenever you find the clock spirit stone, come to exchange." Watching Lei Han and his group leave, the girls looked at Chen Yi with admiration. According to Luo Shirin, this Lei Han was definitely the type of spoiled rich kid. Unexpectedly, he was completely submissive? He even went to help collect water attribute clock spirit stones? This really had a feeling of bloodline suppression. Chen Yi's mouth slightly raised, revealing a proud smile. Just a moment ago while cultivating, he was still troubled about whether to collect the resources on this island first or to search for the whereabouts of the water attribute clock spirit stone. After all, there were many people in the water area, and searching for the clock spirit stone would be quite the hassle. Most islands might have been completely looted, and without certain connections and cash support, it would surely be difficult. If this place was discovered later by others and all the good treasures were snatched away, it would be a huge loss. Now, it was great, free labor came knocking at the door, why not take advantage? Originally, he thought that as long as Lei Han could offer a water attribute clock spirit stone, he was willing to take some losses. But seeing Lei Han's generosity, not adding more chips would be disrespectful to his attitude. While rummaging for island resources, having someone help find the water attribute clock spirit stone, how wonderful. He turned around, looking at the girls who seemed to already know his thoughts, and smiled calmly. "Okay, let's continue the barbecue. Tonight, I'll treat you all to grilled oysters." Time flew by, and a week passed. Chen Yi still overestimated the abilities of these beast masters. No one could figure out this island's special strategy. Even by the second night, no one was seen on the island anymore. After all, once the barrier was repaired, they might not even be able to leave. They all picked a few spirit herbs and ran, not wanting to come back to this ghostly place at all. Well, fine, the next time would be almost entirely Chen Yi's solo show. Sleeping until noon, after lunch he started to devour slimes, then killed the guardian boss, helped Su Taodao guide energy. After dinner, he cultivated the girls, enjoyed music, arranged flowers and jewels. This was how he simply spent every day. By this special arrangement, everyone's level was all raised by 2 tiers. Arrived at the 4th level, 7th segment. The only regret is that their affection seems to be welded shut, not moving an inch. One afternoon, the girls had just defeated the guardian. Suddenly, Su Taodao remembered something. "Brother Chen Yi, I just thought of something. That Lei Han, didn't he say he would help us find the Bell Spirit Stone? I want to ask, how will he contact us after he finds it?"
Chen Yi scratched his head and said, well, didn't I tell him I'm here? Mid-sentence, he suddenly realized a problem. This island is blocked by a barrier, and they can't break the barrier. How can he come in? There's no signal for cell phones in the secret realm, and even if there were, they hadn't exchanged contact information. He almost assumed that anyone could come and go freely here. Thinking of this, Chen Yi also twitched his mouth and sighed. Then, he put on an expression as if he could see through everything, saying, well, actually, I had predicted this. He should bring the Bell Spirit Stone tonight. Before that, let me help you guide the energy. Su Taodao's eyes lit up and she said, is that so? As expected of brother Chen Yi, you can even predict this. Moa. As she spoke, she tiptoed and gently kissed Chen Yi on the lips. I go, you little girl, your courage is so big now? You dare to kiss me forcefully. Not okay. I want to kiss you back. Mum. Ah. Brother Chen Yi, you're stealing kisses again. We want to. Chapter 150, The Last Bell Spirit Stone. Time quickly arrived at night, quiet and serene. With a sudden breath from Su Taodao, the barrier seemed to be torn apart by an invisible force, and it collapsed from the inside, revealing the bright moon hanging in the night sky. Under that bright moonlight, several flying spirit beasts were rapidly carrying a group of people toward this place. Lei Han and his team widened their eyes, watching the scene of the barrier shattering, filled with shock. Just a moment ago, he was still thinking about how Chen Yi was trapped on the island and couldn't escape. However, they arrived, and the barrier was easily shattered, and it was from the inside. Damn, what kind of bloodline spirit beast is that little girl? How is she so powerful? Also, did Chen Yi install something on me to keep track of my movements? The girls were also stunned by the sight before them. They originally thought Chen Yi was just joking, but didn't expect he could actually grasp Lei Han's movements. This sense of having everything under control made them feel deep admiration for Chen Yi. Feeling the girls' admiring gazes, Chen Yi's mouth twitched slightly. He was also quite surprised, not expecting a casual remark to actually come true. This luck seemed to be used in a rather inexplicable place. But it doesn't matter. Since you all think this way, then let's just boldly admit it. After Lei Han and his group landed on the island, without any unnecessary words, they got straight to the point. The Bell Spirit Stone you wanted is in this space ring. Are you satisfied now? Chen Yi took the space ring and carefully scanned the contents inside. Illusory Water Bell Spirit Stone, 8 stars. Activates the water attribute base for the 5-element formation, requires combination with other water attribute heavenly spirit treasures. This is a piece of soft, QQ-like item that looks like a block of devil yam, showing a unique water blue color, neither ice nor ice, crystal clear, like a dazzling gem. If it weren't for the system interface prompt, Chen Yi could hardly believe this was actually the Bell Spirit Stone. Good, it's exactly what I wanted. A flash of joy appeared in Chen Yi's eyes as he decisively took out the water fire stone and threw it to Lei Han. Deal. Lei Han took the water fire stone, feeling the soft water elemental power inside, and a sense of satisfaction welled up in his heart. It felt like all the efforts he put in were worth it. The corners of his mouth couldn't help but lift. Although the value of this spirit stone was only a few million, due to his overly anxious behavior, he was brutally taken advantage of by others and ended up spending a full 30 million to acquire it. Moreover, with the space ring, the total cost of this water glow stone exceeded 130 million, which was truly the worst loss. However, Lei Han quickly let it go. It's all small money. The water glow stone is so rare that acquiring it is already a profit. If he could use this water glow stone to win Yun Jiao's heart, let alone 130 million, even 1,300 million would have to be spent. After all, in his heart, Yun Jiao was the most important. Let's go. There's nothing else worth exploring in this 5 elements secret realm. Young master, the task that the master assigned. Isn't this water glow stone enough? Lei Han interrupted him with a displeased face. If I can win Yun Jiao, that is the big deal. Let's go. What the young master said is right. The followers all nodded in agreement, not daring to say more. Watching Lei Han and his group hurriedly leave this place, Chen Yi waved his hand and said, rest well tonight. Tomorrow we need to return to the center to activate the 5 elements array. Yuton, Xington, are you two ready? We are just waiting to form a contract with you, Mr. Chen Yi. Mr. Chen Yi? Don't be so formal. Then, hubby? Yutong playfully blinked. Or, husband? Xingtong joined in cheering. Damn. You two are playing with fire. The next day, Chen Yi finally woke up around 2 in the afternoon. He slowly opened his eyes, feeling that not a single bone in his body belonged to him. Last night's battle really left him exhausted, feeling like he could drop dead after just a few more days of play. This fire played a bit too intensely. Chen Yi muttered to himself, unable to help but sigh. However, he quickly perked up. Because this trip to the 5 elements secret realm was finally reaching its last stage. A little indulgence is fine. And once he obtained the skills of being strong and healthy, none of this would be a problem. Let's go, it's time to return to the central area. At the same time, just as Chen Yi was returning to the central area of the Five Elements secret realm with the girls, the heart of the secret realm, located in the core area of the fire zone, finally opened again. It was still the familiar illusion entrance of the lava lake. The only difference was the Beast Master team waiting outside, all-powerful existences of level 7 or 8, and even a few level 9 big shots were unmistakably present. Their gazes were filled with greed and desire, clearly planning to contend for the ownership of the heart of the secret realm. Damn, it finally opened. I've been waiting for almost a month, I thought it was fake news. Dragon Country people, what do you mean? Didn't we agree that after the heart of the secret realm opens, each team enters separately? Are you just rushing in all together? Humph. Don't think we don't know what tricks you are playing. If we hadn't prepared for this in advance, that sentence might be ours to say. The treasures of the heart of the secret realm are for the capable. Damn. Everyone, hurry in, don't let these Dragon Country people get ahead. In an instant, everyone in the cave surged madly towards the entrance of the lava lake. Everyone was just rushing forward, hardly paying any attention to who was beside them. And in this chaos, there happened to be a team consisting of only one beast master and 3 spiritual beasts. They entered the heart of the secret realm unnoticed, like ghosts. As soon as they entered the heart of the secret realm, they immediately cast a secret technique and concealed their forms. Nobody detected their presence at all. I can feel it. There's indeed the aura of corrupted spiritual beasts. It seems the number 77 potion was indeed used here. What is Lin Yu doing? He actually chose a reckless person as the target, causing us to come over and clean up the mess. Don't say so much. The energy index of the heart of the secret realm reaches 70,000 points, and it's estimated that all resources will be completely regrown next month. At that time, the high-ranking officials from the Dragon Kingdom will definitely intervene and we must handle that mess. Yes. As soon as the words fell, the 4 of them scattered and rushed towards the foot of the mountain. Chapter 151, 5 Elements Source I. Normally, when the heart of the secret realm is discovered for the first time, various major powers will send advance teams to explore it. The main task of these people is to preliminarily understand the rules, energy index, and resource status within the heart of the secret realm. After completing the first exploration of the heart of the secret realm, the major powers will assess the potential benefits based on the information brought back by the advance team. The real takeover and development work usually begins only when the second entry into the heart of the secret realm takes place. After the second entry, the major powers will fully take over this resource area and divide it into different territories. In this way, the heart of the secret realm becomes a continuous resource point, providing various spiritual treasures to the major powers. There are thousands of numbers for the magical potions. Among them, the first 100 potions are relatively special, designed specifically for special objectives, possibly related to the international situation. The potion number used by Lu Ruyan, which is outside of 1000, is just an ordinary experimental subject, whose impact on the overall situation is minimal, and there's no need to worry about the cleanup work. However, the first 100 magical potions are completely different. These potions contain a special positioning energy crystal that will not be easily destroyed even under the force of the 10th level. Once this positioning energy crystal is discovered by the high-ranking officials of the Dragon Kingdom, especially the 7 dragon generals, the consequences will be unimaginable. It must be completely hidden, and it must not be allowed to be discovered. I found it. Lucky, found it so quickly. Wait. This energy crystal has been assimilated by the heart of the secret realm, and there is a force of rules blocking us, we can't take it out. What's going on? Why is this happening? I suspect that there may have been a large-scale teleportation event in this heart of the secret realm, causing the energy crystal to connect with the realm's energy during the teleportation process and thus be assimilated. Should we say it's good luck or bad luck? How could this happen? Not good, those beast tamers are exploring quickly, it won't be long before they arrive here. And the body of that experimental subject seems not to be completely destroyed, we might still find some clues. Damn it! The beast tamer man's nails dug fiercely into his palm. What the heck is Lin Yu doing? Let's not talk so much for now, what should we do? The energy crystal that has already assimilated with the heart of the secret realm will definitely cause a commotion if we try to take it out, and at that time it will definitely be noticed. Damn it! Just causing me trouble. Shall we just destroy the secret realm to take no chances? Although losing one secret realm indeed has a huge impact on us, it's better than this thing being discovered by others. Hearing this, the beast tamer man fell into a dilemma. Losing one secret realm means he will lose an important stronghold in the future, which will undoubtedly have a huge impact on his plans and may even change the direction of the entire situation. However, if the energy crystal falls into the hands of the 7 dragon generals, Now the 7 dragons should still be unaware of the matter regarding the demonizing potion, so we can still use the spiritual potion from the Eagle Kingdom as cover. Once it is discovered, the plan will undoubtedly be delayed, or even completely lost. After a fierce internal struggle, the Beast Master Man finally made up his mind, let's do it. Anyway, this incident is not our fault, the higher-up should not blame us. Okay. The 3 Spirit Beast girls responded in unison, each taking out a blood-red crystal from their space rings. In fact, the secret realm can be destroyed. As long as enough energy is released to annihilate the entire secret realm space, it can be completely destroyed. But if one tampers with the heart of the secret realm, the situation will be different. All one has to do is destroy the heart of the secret realm, and the entire secret realm will collapse instantly. It is like killing a person, whether piercing the heart or destroying the entire body, both can achieve the same effect. Action begins. Listen carefully, we must not be discovered by anyone. Yes. Finally gathered 5 element clock spirit stones. On the back of the Frost Dragon, Su Taotao hummed a song with excitement, causing others to involuntarily close their eyes and enjoy. 5 elements clock spirits, the origin gathers. In the future, the 2 of us will no longer be useless. Hua Yuetong and Washington's beautiful eyes sparkled, as if they could already see their future. Yanjiu lazily flicked his foxtail, the corners of his mouth slightly raised, teasingly said, Brother Chen Yi, I am waiting to be refined into something more perfect. Of course. Everyone benefits, don't worry. Chen Yi smiled, his gaze landing on the distant white platform. Look, we are almost there. According to the map and system prompts, the activation point of the 5 elements array is located in the central area of the secret realm, on a platform called the 5 elements source eye. Of course, there are not just one of these platforms, but 5, and they constantly move over time. Any of them can activate the 5 elements array and refine the physical body. Originally thought it would take some time to find, but did not expect it to come so quickly. It really is. It is the 5 elements source eye. Hurry, hurry, Sister Schwer, fly over there. Got it, I can see it. Along the way, they could see many Beast Master teams also exploring in the secret realm. Some teams returned with full loads, their faces beaming with joyful smiles, while others looked miserable, seemingly having gone through a tough battle. But Chen Yi's group had a clear goal, with no time to care about others, they only wanted to reach the 5 elements source eye as quickly as possible. Before long, everyone successfully arrived at their destination. The location of this 5 elements source eye is very special, it is situated in the center of a relatively flat open area. Unlike the other 5 major areas, there is no distinct 5-color feature here, only a huge round platform. The diameter of the platform is nearly 100 meters, looking very spectacular. The surface of the platform is engraved with many complex runes, seemingly containing some profound power. At the 5 corners of the platform, there are slightly recessed array eyes, emitting weak but constant spatial fluctuations. It looks like the places where the clock spirit stone should be placed. The area around the platform is empty, with not a single figure in sight. For Chen Yi, this environment is simply a natural advantage. Just afraid that someone might come to seize or interfere with his 5 elements array energy, leading to the healing of Hua Yuetong and Washington. Now it seems that such worries are unnecessary. Chapter 152, Activate the 5 elements array. This is the place. Chen Yi landed, his eyes scanning the platform, confirming the location. He quickly took out the pre-prepared array materials from his space ring, 5 types of attribute clock spirit stones and corresponding attribute activation materials. Schwer, you go to the north and set up the wind attribute clock spirit stones. Shireen, southeast. Water attribute spirit stone. 9H, southwest, earth attribute spirit stone. Peach, northeast, fire attribute spirit stone. Yutong, Xingtong, you two need the highest energy impact, just stay in the middle. Finally, in the northwest, I will arrange the light attribute spirit stone. Good. The instructions were clear and precise, and the girls immediately sprang into action. As the 5 spirit stones were inserted into the formation at each corner, a powerful energy wave instantly swept over. Fire red, water blue, earth yellow, emerald green, and pure white light soared into the sky, intertwining together to form a brilliant and colorful beam. Now is the time. Place the heaven and earth treasures, Chen Yi quickly arranged. Yes. The prepared girls immediately placed the treasures in their hands on the energy nodes above their respective spirit stones. Buzz. The moment the 5 spirit stones returned to position, the entire 5 elements source eye platform shook violently. The 5 beams of light became even more dazzling and brilliant, shooting towards the clouds. They converged, collided, and fused in the air above the center of the platform, emitting rumbling sounds. Countless tiny streams of 5 element energy crazily swirled along the engraved runes on the ground, illuminating the entire platform. Inside the formation, the space seemed to be peeled away, forming an independent small world. The wild and pure power of the 5 elements, under the constraints of the formation, became like a gentle stream, beginning to refine the bodies of everyone in the formation. Ah! Yeah. What pure power! The people in the formation let out low murmurs, some were relaxed, some were suppressed. This power was so pure that it completely ignored the body's defenses, directly impacting the body, meridians, blood, and even deep into the soul. Lin Mengshua's chilling aura was nourished by the pure water power, and her dragon scales became more crystal clear, radiating an extreme chill. Luo Shireen felt the understanding of wind and sound as if it was a great enlightenment, her azure wings becoming more solid. Yan Zhua's fox fire, under the infusion of the refined fire power, became an even brighter white core, and her 9 fox tails burned wildly, seeming to be completely under her control. Su Taodao seemed like an endless pit, greedily absorbing the mixed but pure energy, her inner devouring black hole slowly rotating, her breath steadily rising. And the most critical was the sisters, Hua Yuetong and Hua Xingtong, who were near the formation eye. They closed their eyes tightly, sitting cross-legged on the ground, radiating a soft glow. The gentle yet life-containing 5-element original power flowed into their bodies from top to bottom like a gentle stream. Hua Yuetong let out a muffled groan, her body shaking violently, cold sweat dripping from her forehead. She could clearly feel that the obstacles entangled deep in their spiritual power meridians were beginning to melt away like ice and snow under the impact of this power fused with the 5 elements of vitality, but the melting process was accompanied by a bone-chilling pain, truly unbearable. Hua Xingtong's face was even paler than paper, drained of blood, cold sweat instantly soaking her clothes. Her teeth were tightly clenched, her lips bitten deeply, almost fainting. Hold on. This is the 5-element energy impacting the obstacles in your spiritual power, your only chance, Chen Yi hurriedly encouraged. I know. I will hold on. At this moment, the 5-element energy was like the most precise scalpel, accurately peeling away the stubborn darkness in their bloodlines. At the same time, it was like the most gentle repairing liquid, restoring the damaged meridians with vigorous life. The surfaces of the two sisters began to alternate with 5 colors of light, shining brightly. Though their breaths were chaotic, they emanated an unprecedented pure vitality. It seemed that the sisters' bodies had adapted to this power. Chen Yi was not idle either, quickly taking out the divine beast bone to begin the refining. Instantly, a powerful force slammed into his whole body. Muscles tight, veins bulging, as if they were about to be torn apart by this force. Though painful, he could clearly feel that the forging of his body was steadily progressing through this suffering. As time passed, the brilliance of the array grew ever more intense, illuminating the entire space. The breaths of everyone in the array were visibly refining, their bodies gradually emanating a powerful aura. In the system interface, it was evident that almost every couple of minutes, everyone's physical and spiritual values would increase a little. Though he didn't know how long the 5 elements array could last, it was certain to bring significant improvements. Thus, everyone began to enjoy this feeling of pain and pleasure coexisting. However, at this crucial moment, an unexpected change occurred. Boom, boom, boom. A loud explosion erupted in the skies above. The entire 5 elements secret realm seemed to be tightly grasped by an invisible giant hand, then shook violently. The earth trembled and the mountains swayed. The ocean of energy surged. Heaven collapsed and earth cracked. If the spatial turbulence at the junction of the light attribute and wind attribute areas were like a slightly rushing stream, then the spatial turbulence before them now was like a waterfall that cascades down 3,000 feet. Its terrifying level would even make a Tier 10 master tremble with fear. The entire secret realm seemed to be collapsing at an astonishing speed, as if it would turn to nothing in the next moment. What's happening? What occurred? The secret realm is collapsing? How could it happen so suddenly? In the array, Chen Yi and his group were suddenly awakened by this unexpected change. The refining process was forcibly interrupted, their chi and blood surging, faces filled with horror. What the hell? How did activating a 5 elements array cause the secret realm to collapse? What was even more desperate was a powerful, irresistible spatial repulsion force that instantaneously covered every corner of the secret realm. Countless white pillars of teleportation light shot up like bamboo shoots after a spring rain in various regions of the secret realm. No! My divine flower is about to be picked. Teleportation? Why now? Help! I don't want to die. What on earth is happening? Cries of surprise, screams of pain, and curses rose and fell, plunging the entire secret realm into chaos. Those covered by the pillars of light, no matter whether they were willing or not, their bodies began to become blurred and transparent, and in an instant, they disappeared without a trace. All were forcibly teleported out of the collapsing secret realm. As if they had never existed. Chapter 153, Twin Fairies. On Chen Yi's side, they too were firmly locked by several dazzling pillars of teleportation light. However, just a second later, these pillars were mercilessly scattered by the 5 elements energy. How could it be so coincidental? The teleportation light of the secret realm was just dispelled like this? Damn it, we can't make it to the exit in time. Brother Chen Yi, do you have any way? Seeing this scene, Chen Yi's heart sank to the bottom. The refining of the 5 elements array had only just reached the halfway point. How could such a thing suddenly occur? He had indeed learned about secret realm collapses at the Zhongcheng Beastmaster Academy. Secret realms could disappear for various reasons, and powerful repulsion forces would forcibly expel all living beings inside. If one's strength was strong enough, one might be able to withstand this force's teleportation. But the result of that would only be one being trapped in the secret realm, annihilated together with it. Chen Yi naturally had methods to leave the secret realm, but the current situation had him caught in a dilemma. Especially regarding Hua Yuetong and Hua Xingtong, they were in the most critical fusion stage to eliminate their stubborn ailments. If forced to interrupt now, not only would all previous efforts be wasted, but the violent, uncontrolled 5 elements energy backlash and the undissolved stubborn ailments could instantly take the sisters' lives. What the hell is going on? At that moment, the notification sound of the system echoed in his mind. Ding! Detected that the secret realm the host is in the collapse phase and will be completely destroyed in 708 seconds. It is recommended that the host use the wind elemental heavenly treasure to escape, to avoid being destroyed along with the secret realm. What? 708 seconds? Chen Yi's heart trembled, and he instantly flashed to the side of the sisters Hua Yuetong and Hua Xingtong to check on the situation. The knowledge he had downloaded about the collapse of spiritual power kicked in again. He quickly deduced their current condition. Yuetong needs to continue the impact for about 600 seconds to heal the collapse of her spiritual power. Xingtong has a bit more trouble, needing about 680 seconds. Isn't the time too tight? However, in that fleeting moment, Chen Yi made a quick decision. After all, these are the girls whose favorability has reached over 80 points, time to take a gamble. He decisively formulated the next course of action. You all come here. Upon hearing the words, the girls did not dare to delay for a moment, quickly coming to Chen Yi's side, their faces filled with worry. Chen Yi took out a wind attribute heavenly treasure, the wind stone, without any hesitation. He took a deep breath and shouted loudly to the system in his heart, "System, I want to activate the teleportation power of the wind element." Ding! Consumed 5 enhancement points, activation successful. Instantly, an overwhelming force of wind elemental power surged out, tightly wrapping around the girls. Seeing this, the girls immediately understood Chen Yi's intention. He was going to use this teleportation power to proactively send the 4 of them out before the secret realm collapsed. And he chose to stay, facing the impending danger alone to complete the refining for the Hua sisters. No! Brother Chen Yi. If we leave together. It's too dangerous. The secret realm might collapse at any moment. Brother Chen Yi. No, don't, Brother Chen Yi. Don't worry, I will be fine. Chen Yi said firmly, waving his hand, "Get out." As Chen Yi's voice fell, a blue light instantly burst forth, wrapping the 4 tightly. No matter how they struggled, they could not break free from the bindings of this light. In the next second, a powerful teleportation force of wind elements suddenly surged forth, forcibly sending them out of the soon-to-be-destroyed 5-element secret realm. On the continuously collapsing 5-element Sourcei platform, only Chen Yi remained, along with the 2 sisters Hua Yuetong and Hua Xingtong enduring the powerful energy impact. Yuetong. Xingtong. Listen to me. Right now, it's just the 3 of us here. I will help guide your energy shortly. As long as you don't faint, there's hope. Believe in yourselves. Believe in me. We must succeed. Seeing Chen Yi staying behind to help them with the refining despite the danger, the sisters' eyes instantly became misty, their hearts filled with gratitude and guilt. They knew they were just broken beings, while Chen Yi was a talented genius with a promising future, yet he was still willing to face this life and death test with them. How could they ever repay this kindness? Ding! Hua Yuetong's favorability plus 3 points. Current favorability, 85 points. Ding! Hua Xingtong's favorability plus 3 points. Current favorability, 87 points. Sister! Chen Yi is doing this for us. Don't say that, Xingtong. We can't let him down. We can't faint even if we die. I know, I won't give up. That's good, hold on. The sisters gritted their teeth tightly, enduring the excruciating pain that seemed to tear their souls apart, casting aside all distractions, wholeheartedly feeling this pure 5-element energy. With their cooperation, Chen Yi could feel that they were getting closer to the time of complete transformation. The energy guidance felt much easier now. It's definitely feasible. Then, let's continue to increase the force. Boom. Minutes later, with a thunderous bang, that stubborn barrier of spiritual power finally let out its last lament. In the torrent of the 5-element energy, they gradually melted away. And just at the moment when the shackles of spiritual power vanished, Hua Yuetong and Hua Xingtong's bodies simultaneously erupted with an unprecedented pure light. The spiritual power circuits that were once blocked inside them, at this moment, seemed to be injected with a pure spring, instantly becoming incredibly smooth.
That warm and vibrant spiritual power flowed through their meridians, bringing an indescribable sense of comfort.
Immediately after, an unprecedented powerful aura rose from the sisters. In the next second, behind Huayuatong, a pair of wings as thin as cicada's wings burst forth with a loud boom. The holy light suddenly exploded, directly dyeing the chaotic sky pure white. The bloodline of the White Knight Fairy, symbolizing the ancient beast bloodline of sacred power, finally awakened successfully within Huayuatong. Just seconds later, behind Huashingtong, similarly shaped but as dark as the night, black wings also burst forth with a loud boom. These black wings exuded a terrifyingly evil aura, condensing into a black beam of light that shot straight to the sky. The black sky mingled with the white sky created by Huayuatong, presenting a magnificent scene as if the chaos of the universe was opening up. The bloodline of the Dark Knight Fairy, symbolizing the ancient beast bloodline of fallen power, also awakened successfully within Huashingtong. The twin fairies, the rulers of light and darkness, roared into existence. Chapter 154, The Destruction of the Five-Element Secret Realm. Is this my bloodline? An SSS-level bloodline. So powerful, it's really so powerful. Crack. Before the sisters could fully comprehend the power within them, the platform of the five-element source suddenly seemed to be torn apart by a giant hand, emitting a heart-wrenching cracking sound. The crystal pillars supporting the platform also could not bear the incredible force and were snapped in half. The destruction of the secret realm had reached its final moment. The space turbulence was like a tangible blade, mercilessly cutting everything apart. Hold on to me. Chen Yi unhesitatingly pulled the two fairies into his embrace. Of course, even if Chen Yi hadn't said this, or even told them to stay away, they absolutely wouldn't let go. The sisters tightly hugged Chen Yi's waist, burying their heads deep in his strong chest, feeling the reassuring words. They closed their eyes, with only one thought in their hearts, to give themselves completely to Chen Yi without reservation. Chen Yi took out a wind spirit stone again. System, activate the teleportation power of the wind element. Ding. Consumed 5 enhancement points, activation successful. Boom. A powerful force of wind elements suddenly erupted. Centered around Chen Yi, it formed a giant wind mass, tightly wrapping them within. Behind them, the secret realm completely collapsed, turning into a chaotic void, quickly disappearing under the push of the wind force. The wind mass surrounded Chen Yi, he held the Hua sisters and instantly vanished from the spot. A strong sense of spatial tearing and dizziness overwhelmed him, with endless darkness and swirling colors before his eyes. The five-element secret realm returned to the void forever. Not knowing how long it passed, maybe 1 second, maybe 1 year. The feeling of solid ground came, the piercing sunlight shone upon his eyelids, and the chatter of people and the noisy wind rushed into his ears. Chen Yi staggered a step, his body trembling slightly as he tried to steady himself. He gasped for breath, his face pale as paper, beads of sweat covering his forehead. Though he wasn't injured, it truly scared him to death. But he still immediately looked down at the sisters in his arms. Huayuatong and Huashingtong also slowly lifted their heads, sunlight bathing their faces. Their faces still bore a hint of paleness, but radiated a healthy and rosy glow, appearing exceptionally stunning and beautiful. They, unexpectedly, survived. With the identity of an SSS-level bloodline spirit beast, he miraculously survived. Mr. Chen Yi. Huayuatong choked up, tightly hugging Chen Yi's arm, her body trembling slightly with excitement. Wu, thank you. Thank you. Huashingtong cried like a child, tears pouring out, burying her face deep in Chen Yi's chest, instantly soaking his shirt. Chen Yi looked at the two sisters crying uncontrollably, filled with heartache. He gently patted their trembling shoulders, softly comforting, "It's okay, it's all in the past, it's okay." At that moment, 4 pleasant voices could be heard from a distance. Brother Chen Yi. Chen Yi Gu. Lin Mengxue, Luo Shirin, Yanzhou, and Su Taotao were running towards them from a chaotic crowd of beastmasters who had also been teleported out. Their faces were filled with fear, relief, and enormous joy of having regained what was lost. In an instant, the 4 girls pounced on Chen Yi, along with Huayuatong and Huashingtong, knocking him to the ground. Ouch, 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 are you trying to kill me? This is great. You're all okay. Well, never mind, this isn't so bad after all. Chen Yi smiled helplessly, lying flat on the ground, letting the girls check his body carefully to see if he was hurt. Not far away, the collapse of the five-element secret realm triggered a massive energy fluctuation, the huge entrance turning into a distorted light shadow and a chaotic energy storm. Ultimately, just like a television shutting down, the light shadow and energy storm completely vanished, leaving thousands of people on the empty ground at the entrance, staring at each other in confusion. They truly could not understand what had just happened. The five-element secret realm just collapsed like that? What exactly happened? It just suddenly turned this way? The energy fluctuation radiated from the heart of the secret realm. Did something happen inside the heart of the secret realm? I don't know. When we were exploring inside the heart of the secret realm, we were suddenly enveloped by a red light, and when we came to, we were outside. Damn it! I finally found the end of the Earth region and then got teleported out. Various voices of discussion arose, but there was still a feeling of survival in their words. Regardless, being able to survive was already the greatest luck. As for those heavens and earth treasures, one could only say it was a matter of fate. Who would have guessed that just when everyone discovered the heart of the secret realm, thinking they could occupy a continuously generating resource point, the secret realm would suddenly collapse? This was truly unexpected. On the other side, the girls finally regained their senses and all fixed their eyes on Huayuatong and Huashingtong, to be precise, on the pair of black and white transparent wings behind them. This is successfully awakened? What bloodline do these wings belong to? This is the first time I've seen transparent wings. Could they be fly wings? Not at all. We are fairies, these are fairy wings. Huayuatong and Huashingtong pouted, murmuring with a look of disbelief. What fly wings? That's just too rude. Alright. This is not the time to talk about these things. Chen Yi scanned the crowd around him. Let's head back to the city first. With so many people returning together, hotel rooms are going to fill up in an instant. We might end up camping outside. Yes, that's true. After a short rest, the girls immediately rushed Chen Yi towards Tianhai City. The collapse of the Five Elements secret realm would inevitably attract many inspectors. If there were no hotel rooms, their joy would be gone. Of course, this was only part of the reason. More importantly, Chen Yi harbored doubts about the cause behind the collapse of the secret realm. If the incident with the heart of the secret realm had not occurred, Chen Yi might have thought it was just an accident. However, combined with the situation of the Spirit Beast girl being injected with the spinal fluid of magical beasts and transforming into a magical beast, it is clear that hidden secrets lie within. No matter what, he must report this matter to Luo Qinghe as soon as possible. Besides that, there is another important reason. He wants to contract with the sisters Huayuatong and Huashingtong quickly. He has long desired the skill of being strong and sturdy. Although based on their favorability, they definitely would not run away. He still wants to contract with them at the first moment. A man's possessiveness can be so strange sometimes. Chapter 155, when it comes to contracts, one must take the initiative. Chen Yi, don't scare me. Li Yang was almost on the brink of collapse after hearing about the collapse of the Five Elements secret realm. It was not easy to find a master who could assist him in obtaining a good ranking in the beast controlling competition, and now he encountered this? However, seeing Chen Yi and the others return safely, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. Chen Yi shrugged and casually said, "How could anything happen to me? It's just that the off-road vehicle might be gone. That's small stuff, as long as you are fine." Li Yang quickly took out his phone to book a hotel, saying, "I've already booked the hotel rooms. What are the plans next? Let me ask, that beast controlling competition, when does it take place? Hold on, let me check. This year's beast controlling competition is on October 1st, which is in 20 days. 20 days. Chen Yi scratched his head, letting out a helpless sigh. He had originally thought he had nearly 3 months to prepare slowly. Unexpectedly, a trip to the secret realm took over 2 months. It truly was a bit speechless. He had thought he could cultivate and reach around the 5th tier before participating in the competition. Alright, I got it. Let's rest here in Tianhai City for now. Please help me arrange the competition matters. Also, give me a detailed process of the competition so that I can see what the specific situation is later." Upon hearing this, Li Yang excitedly nodded, "No problem. Logistics, just leave it to me." However, the next second, when he sensed the aura emanating from Chen Yi and the girls, he felt a little dazed. They were all at least above the 4th tier, 5th segment? Li Yang could not help but widen his eyes, filled with shock. If he remembered correctly, the average level of Chen Yi and his team was only around the 2nd tier when they encountered the magical beast attack on that flying boat, right? And when setting off for the Five Elements secret realm, they were just over the 3rd tier, right? Yet, in just 2 months, their strength had reached the 4th tier? How on earth did they achieve this? You must know that for a Beastmaster in Spirit Beast, achieving a level up from the 3rd to the 4th tier in 2 years with endless resources is already an extraordinary accomplishment. Yet, Chen Yi had jumped from the 3rd tier to above the middle of the 4th tier in just 2 months. This was simply astounding. The time flow in the secret realm is the same as in the real world. How on earth did he cultivate? At this thought, an indescribable surge of excitement suddenly welled up within Li Yang. No matter what method Chen Yi used to cultivate, that astonishing speed of leveling up was undeniable. The beast controlling competition only allows those under 25 years old to participate. Setting aside talent and bloodline levels, older people must have cultivated longer, their average tier must be higher, and their chances of winning must be greater. Most of those in the top 100 or even top 10 Beastmasters are strong beings above the 4th tier. The top 3 would almost need to reach around the 5th level to have a chance. Originally, Li Yang's expectation for Chen Yi was merely to enter the national top 1000, which would have already been a great help to his career. But who could have imagined that Chen Yi's breakthrough speed would be so fast? It feels like he might even be able to challenge the top 100 or even the top 10. This is simply encountering a super big shot. On the other side, after Chen Yi brought the girls back to the hotel, the first thing he did was rush into the bathroom, eager to enjoy that delightful bathing time. The bathroom in the luxurious suite was just so big, otherwise, it would be impossible to fit 7 people in. This also led to the fact that taking a shower took more than 2 hours. It really couldn't be helped. After the shower, Lin Mengxue, Luo Shirin, Su Taotao, and Yan Zhu also very tactfully went to the small bedroom to rest. Maybe last night's battle was too exhausting, or maybe they had just been too worried about Chen Yi. As soon as they lay down on the bed, they immediately fell asleep. In the large living room, only Chen Yi, Hua Yuetong, and Hua Xingtong remained. The air was filled with a faint ambiguous atmosphere, like a thin veil, gently covering them. Ding ding ding. At that moment, the phones of the sisters rang at the same time. A memo popped up on the screen, clearly displaying the 6 words contract, contract, contract. Originally, they had planned to dress up carefully and choose a suitable time to make the contract. But unexpectedly, because the shower took too much time, they were in a rush. But since it had come to this, there was no need to back out. Chen Yi cleared his throat twice to break the awkward silence. His gaze fell on the 2 sisters, and he gently said, "Come on. There's no need to be so reserved about something as important as a contract." "Hubby. My husband." Hua Yuetong and Hua Xingtong spoke in unison, their voices tinged with a hint of shyness and anticipation. Their hands were tightly held together, and after taking a deep breath, they walked up to Chen Yi. They directly threw themselves into Chen Yi's open arms, feeling warm inside. The 3 of them felt each other's warmth, and no one spoke for a long time. In the end, it was Chen Yi who broke the silence. "Do you 2 have any dreams for the future?" When these words came out, the sisters were slightly stunned, a hint of surprise flashing in their eyes. "Dreams? We're about to achieve them right now. Successfully awakening our bloodline, and making a contract with someone like you, hubby, is the dream we've had all along." Chen Yi looked at them both, gently tapped their heads, and smiled. "What are you thinking? This dream is about to come true. I'm talking about the future." Hearing this, the sisters immediately reacted, and the redness on their cheeks spread like the evening glow, becoming more apparent. "Yeah. This dream is about to come true, it's time to set a new goal for ourselves. Then, let's reach the peak of the world together with you, hubby. And also, I want that Black Demon City to be destroyed." Chen Yi smiled and gently replied, "Of course, that's no problem. This small matter, I promise you, will definitely be achieved in the future." "Thank you, hubby. Moi tonight, we'll show you our strength." Saying this, they immediately put it into action. "Hey, wait. What are you 2 planning to do? Am I not allowed to keep my dignity?" Chen Yi had a helpless expression. These girls, why do they always want to take the initiative? For something like the contract, he should be the one to take the initiative. We got a bit too excited just now, we're sorry. Hubby, please punish us, these 2 mischievous little demons. Damn. Chapter 156, The 7 Dragon Generals Meeting. Ding. Hua Yuetong's favorability plus 2 points. Current favorability, 87 points. Ding. Hua Xingtong's favorability plus 3 points. Current favorability, 90 points. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully establishing a contract with the Spirit Beast Hua Yuetong. The target's favorability has exceeded 80 points, congratulations to the host for successfully capturing the heart of the Spirit Beast girl. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 35 enhancement points. Congratulations to the host for mastering the beast control skill, strong and sturdy. Ding. Congratulations to Hua Yuetong for reaching 85 points in favorability. Reward, plus 40 enhancement points. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully establishing a contract with the Spirit Beast Hua Xingtong. The target's favorability has exceeded 80 points, congratulations to the host for successfully capturing the heart of the Spirit Beast girl. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 35 enhancement points. Congratulations to the host for mastering the beast control skill, Surge of Spirit Power. Ding. Congratulations to Hua Xingtong for reaching 85 points in favorability. Reward, plus 40 enhancement points. Ding. Congratulations to Hua Xingtong for reaching 90 points in favorability. Reward, plus 50 enhancement points. A series of system prompts echoed in Chen Yi's mind. However, at this moment, Chen Yi had no time to pay attention to these, his gaze was tightly locked on the 2 mischievous little fairies in front of him. These 2 little fairies were charming and lovely, like fairies descending to earth, but their naughty antics made people both love them and hate them. Chen Yi couldn't help but think of the ancient sayings about enchanting beauties and monsters, secretly sighing in his heart, indeed, they are fairies.
What Chen Yi cared about the most was still the strong and sturdy skill. Since mastering this skill, he felt as if he had undergone a transformation, his waist no longer ached, his legs no longer hurt, and his spirits were high. Last night's battle, for him now, was simply effortless, like swatting a little mosquito. Chen Yi felt secretly proud, thinking that tomorrow night, he must let Lin Mengxue and the others see his current might. If they still dared to say he was incapable, he would allocate all the remaining 300 enhancement points to his physique. Then let's see who still says he can't subdue these little girls. Meanwhile, at the Luo family in the magic capital, the atmosphere was exceptionally tense. After receiving Chen Yi's report about the collapse of the heart of the secret realm and the five elements secret realm, Luo Qinghe did not hesitate at all. He immediately organized the other 6 dragon generals for an urgent meeting. The youngest dragon general, an 11th tier, 10th stage beast master from the Xianyuan family of Kunlun City, Xianyuan Wu, furrowed his brow tightly. Wang Ruochen? Wang Old Senior, isn't this your daughter's? Before he could finish, Wang Shihao's face darkened dramatically. He slammed his hand on the table, interrupting Xianyuan Wu's words. Don't mention her. I have severed all ties with her. But Xianyuan Wu wanted to say something more, but he swallowed his words. Alright, now is not the time to discuss this. Luo Qinghe quickly interjected. The occurrence of this event is enough to prove that my previous suspicions were correct. The demonic abyss sect has truly returned once again. Moreover, this time the scale of their layout is far greater than we imagined. Wang Shihao clicked his tongue hard, looking very grim. Damn. These bastards don't want to use Ruoqing to harm us Wang family, do they? The 12th tier, 2nd stage beast master from the Qi family of Huacheng, Qi Kai, furrowed his brows and analyzed. I think this matter definitely won't be that simple. I remember there was also a sudden appearance of magical beasts in Hanbei before, right? Plus, someone in Jiangcheng was also seen being demonized before. There must be some connection. Maybe there are spies infiltrated in all our families. As soon as this was said, the atmosphere in the room instantly froze. In fact, everyone was aware that there might be spies within their families. They just did not want to bring it to the forefront. The internal strife and power struggles within families had already left people exhausted. If spies were added to the mix, the consequences would be unimaginable. However, if it really was the case, finding them would be another matter. Any action taken would certainly alert the enemy. The troubles that would arise then. Absolutely not more, not less. However, allowing a spy to misbehave within the family like this, it's likely that situations similar to Wang Ruoqing and Lu Ruyan will happen again. Especially in a large family like theirs, with numerous forces intertwined, there are at least 1,000 branch families and collateral lines besides the main lineage, where pulling one hair can move the entire body. Furthermore, once they start looking for the spy, news is bound to spread. The families of the 7 dragon generals have been eroded by the Demon Abyss sect, which will undoubtedly cause unnecessary panic in the Dragon Kingdom. It's simply a dilemma. Silence loomed over the entire conference room like a heavy dark cloud. After a long while, Lin Qingyang, a beast master from the Lin family of Yi City and a 13th stage first segment, broke the silence. The common point of these incidents is that there is that newcomer named Chen Yi, right? But looking at the situation, it seems they don't want to kill Chen Yi. Instead, they want to convey some kind of message to him, like trying to win him over. As soon as Lin Qingyang finished speaking, the expressions of the 6 big shots in attendance became grave in an instant. The Demon Abyss sect has always been known for its bloodthirst, its cruelty surpassing imagination, utterly like demons that kill without blinking. Although Chen Yi is powerful and has unparalleled talent, he has not yet fully grown. Considering the style of the Demon Abyss sect, they would certainly not let go of any informed person. There are only 2 possibilities in this situation. First, Chen Yi is one of the Demon Abyss sect. However, this has already been personally judged by Luo Qinghe, so it can be completely ruled out. Second, the Demon Abyss sect has developed a strong interest in Chen Yi. They might want to test him through some trial to see if he can pass. If Chen Yi meets their requirements, whether by coercion or temptation, or even kidnapping, they will eventually make contact with Chen Yi. 20 years ago, even one of the 7 dragon generals, Nangong Wenqiu, was successfully brainwashed by the Demon Abyss sect, becoming a sharp blade in their hands. From this, we can see how terrifying their brainwashing methods are. It is possible that Chen Yi is the next target of the Demon Abyss sect. Lin Qingyang paused for a moment and continued. Qinghe, you said earlier that Chen Yi will participate in the Beast Master competition in 20 days, right? Yes. What's the connection? Lin Qingyang's expression froze again, saying seriously, everything comes in threes. I suspect that the Demon Abyss sect is very likely to determine Chen Yi's value in this Beast Master competition, and then make contact with him. If that's the case, why don't we play along and send guards to secretly protect him? Once we find any suspicious persons approaching him trying to take him away, we will immediately capture them. In this way, we might trace back to gather intelligence on the Demon Abyss sect. Coincidentally, our Lin family also has a new generation preparing to participate in the Beast Master competition, so having guards accompany them for protection is only natural. As long as we reasonably allocate our resources and assign some to protect Chen Yi, it should not be a big problem.
What does everyone think about this plan? Chapter 157, Meeting Chu Feiyu again.
Time flew by, and it was already noon the next day.
Ding-a-ling-ding.
A crisp bell suddenly rang, waking Chen Yi, who was immersed in the gentle embrace of sleep. Rubbing his sleepy eyes, Chen Yi groggily opened his eyes, struggling to pull out the hand trapped beneath a blanket of white. He fumbled to pick up his phone. He glanced at the incoming call reminder and then pressed the answer button.
What's up, Li Yang? You called so early? Is this still early?
Li Yang, on the other end of the line, felt speechless. It's almost 9. I was worried you played too hard last night, and that's why I specifically called you at noon. Chen Yi listened to Li Yang's chatter while pushing aside the lovely figure pressing against him, heading to the bathroom to tidy up his hair in front of the mirror.
So, what's the matter?
It's like this, I've organized the process for the Beast Master competition for you. You can actually head to Yanjing now to get familiar with the situation there.
Is that so?
Okay, I just happen to not want to stay here anymore, so I'd appreciate it if you could handle the ticket purchases. The scene from last night when he established a contract with the Hua sisters kept flashing in Chen Yi's mind. With the boost from their strong bodies, it felt absolutely exhilarating. However, due to the collapse of the Five Elements secret realm, people, including reporters and internet celebrities wanting to ride the wave, all swarmed into Tianhai City, hoping to cash in on the traffic. Moreover, this hotel is right by the main road, and the soundproofing is really poor. In the middle of the night, the noise outside rose and fell, making it impossible for Chen Yi to sleep, greatly reducing his experience. If he had a choice, Chen Yi definitely would not want to stay in Tianhai City any longer.
Alright. The afternoon flight ticket, no problem, right?
No problem, let's go with that. After Chen Yi hung up the phone, his gaze landed on his reflection in the mirror. He examined his own face carefully, he looked energetic, his eyes clear, and his lips couldn't help but curve upwards. He had to admit, the strong body skill was really impressive. Making a bold push before the collapse of the Five Elements secret realm was truly a blood profit. Although the refinement of the true dragon bone had only reached halfway due to the premature collapse of the Five Elements secret realm. But, this has still improved his physical attributes considerably. With the dual powerful skills of strong body and raging spiritual power, plus breaking through to Tier 4, Stage 7, Chen Yi's attributes skyrocketed like a rocket.
Chen Yi checked his system interface. Name, Chen Yi. Talent, SSS-level talent infinite contract, SSS-level talent energy guidance, SSS-level talent spiritual beast awakening.
Level, Tier 4, Stage 7.
Physique, 120, up. Spiritual power, 156, up. Normal adult male average, 10.
Contracted spiritual beasts, Ice Dragon Lin Mengxue, Qinghuan Luo Shirin, Taodaisu Taodao, Nine-tailed Fox Yanjiu, White Knight Fairy Huaiwutong, Dark Knight Fairy Huashingtong. Skills, Monster Insight, Appraisal, Windblade Slash, Strong Body, Raging Spiritual Power.
Strengthening points, 300 points.
Not bad, these attributes are just perfect. I feel like even if I deal with all 6 of them at the same time, it wouldn't be a big problem.
Chen Yi secretly rejoiced in his heart.
His gaze then swept over the girl's information, discovering that the highest physique was Lin Mengshue's, reaching an astonishing 208 points. Excluding Huaiwutong and Huashington, who were only Tier 2, Stage 10, the lowest was Su Taodao, with only 118 points.
This means, without considering Su Taodao's life-devouring skill, Chen Yi's personal combat power was already sufficient to rival SSS-level bloodline spiritual beasts of the same rank.
If he added all 300 strengthening points to himself,
Chen Yi could hardly imagine how powerful he would become.
Though it is usually best for beast masters not to engage in battle personally. But, every night, they have to face the battlefield themselves.
Let's do a little strengthening.
System, strengthen my physique and spiritual power by 50 points each.
Ding. Strengthening successful. Current physique value, 180 points. Ding. Strengthening successful. Current spiritual power value, 216 points.
The skills of strong body and raging spiritual power not only provided a fixed increase of 20% in physique and spiritual power, but the attributes boosted by the strengthening points were also amplified, simply perfect. Chen Yi felt his body full of strength, as if he had become an invincible existence. He looked out at the night sky and smirked, tonight, these little girls are going to see just how powerful I can be. His lips curled slightly upwards. A faint smile of pride appeared. As if he could already see the scene of the girls begging for mercy in front of him. Tonight will be an unforgettable battle. And he will become the protagonist of this battle. At that moment, Huaiwutong and Huashington also slowly awakened. They rubbed their sleepy eyes, yawned, and wearing only thin underwear, not caring at all about Chen Yi's gaze, lazily made their way to the bathroom.
Good morning, hubby. Good morning, my lord, how did you feel last night? Hearing this, Chen Yi smiled faintly. These two girls called him that last night. I have to say, those affectionate titles stirred a strong impulse in his heart, doubling his firepower in an instant. The impact was truly incredible. It's already noon, not morning, but thanks to you two, I slept really well last night. That's good. We should thank you, my lord. If it weren't for you, we wouldn't know where we'd be living our hard days. Chen Yi wrapped his arms around the waists of the two sisters, feeling their soft bodies, and laughed. Alright, let's save the thanks for real actions tonight. Let's shower and eat together, and we'll head to Yinjing this afternoon. Okay. After showering and having lunch, it was already 2:30 p.m. Chen Yi and the group arrived at the waiting hall of Tianhai City. Li Yang had been waiting there for a long time. He had bought tickets for the aerial boat, scheduled for a flight at 4 p.m., lasting 18 hours. He thought it would be as calm as the last time he came to Tianhai City, with nothing happening. But as soon as they entered the luxurious private room, they saw three familiar figures. It was the family of Chu Zaihe again? No way, this is too coincidental, right? The moment Chen Yi noticed the three of them, they also turned to face him. Their faces showed surprise like waves surging in. Brother Chen Yi? It's actually you. How come you are here? Chu Feiyu's reaction was the most intense. She leaped from her seat and excitedly rushed toward Chen Yi and the others. Lin Mingxue slightly bent down and said softly, I missed you, so I came. Really? Chu Feiyu's face blossomed with a sweet smile. I was worried about how to pass this long flight, but with brother Chen Yi and the sisters with me, it won't feel so boring. Chapter 158, Truly Curious. Seeing this, Chen Yi couldn't help but be slightly taken aback, then revealed a helpless smile. Uncle Chu, Aunt Moron, little you, what a coincidence. He was also puzzled. There are dozens of flights from Tianhai City to various places every day, and Chu Zaihe is still a public servant in Tianhai City. Is this coincidence a fate arrangement or is someone manipulating it behind the scenes? Brother Chen Yi, and all the beautiful ladies, it seems we really are fated. Chu Zaihe's astonishment was quickly replaced by enthusiasm, beckoning, come, quickly sit over here. Morongyu also smiled gracefully, saying softly, didn't expect to see you so soon again. Young friend Chen Yi, are you preparing to return? Yes, the Five Elements secret realm has collapsed, and it makes no sense to stay here any longer. Chen Yi nodded slightly and sat down slowly with the sisters. Since it was a long-distance flight, the design of the luxurious private room was unique. It was no longer the layout of 6 separate booths but a spacious large bar. Even with a few more of them, it wouldn't feel crowded at all. There were also independent lounges set up around, allowing people to build rapport or train, making it an upgraded version of the luxurious private room. Chu Feiyu didn't have that many thoughts, her gaze was always tightly locked on Chen Yi. The little girl chattered around Chen Yi, asking questions non-stop. Brother Chen Yi, you are actually from Yanjing? Then you must know young master Bai Song from the Bai family, right? I've heard he is quite powerful. Will you participate in this Beast Master competition? How did you level up so quickly? No, we are going to Yanjing to participate in the Beast Master competition. Bai Song. I haven't heard of him. The way to level up is our secret, I can't say. Lin Mingxue, Luo Shirin, and Su Taodao smiled and answered a few questions for Chen Yi. Yan Zhou lazily leaned against the window, teasingly said, Little Feiyu, do you only see your brother Chen Yi? Are we all just air? Chu Feiyu then shyly stuck out her tongue, her little face flushed. Sister Zhou is good, Sister Shirin, Sister Taodao, Sister Mingxue, and Sister Yuetong Xingtong are all good. I'm just curious. This close contact allowed Chu Feiyu to feel more vividly the powerful force within Chen Yi. It seemed much stronger than last time. She simply couldn't suppress her inner curiosity, wanting to know how Chen Yi cultivated. The little girl's thoughts began to stir. As a child of a beast master with a single-minded talent, she had seen many outstanding young talents like stars in the sky. However, someone mysterious and special like Chen Yi was the first one. Especially after separating from Chen Yi's group, her parents praised Chen Yi's talent and the strength of the spiritual beast girls, which further deepened her curiosity about him. Brother Chen Yi. Chu Feiyu couldn't help but move a little closer, blinking her big eyes, and curiously asked, Are you really a beast master? But I feel, you seem to be a little stronger than Sister Shirin and the others? As soon as these words came out, the private room suddenly fell silent, as if time had frozen in this moment. Luo Shirin, Lin Mingxue, and the others who knew the truth exchanged knowing looks and faint smiles. Chu Xiaohan and Lu Mengli's eyes flashed with light, glancing at each other, both seeing surprise and seriousness in the other's eyes. They both thought it was their illusion, feeling that Chen Yi's power aura seemed to be completely on par with a 5th-level spiritual beast. Chen Yi raised an eyebrow slightly and casually said, Of course, I am really a beast master. As for how strong I am, it's mainly because they work hard, I'm just luckier.
He gently ruffled Su Taodao's hair beside him, trying to shift the topic. However, this vague answer only fueled Chu Feiyu's curiosity even more. Luck? Could luck bring so many powerful and beautiful spiritual beasts into a contract? Could luck make the spiritual beast girl so devoted? Could luck make even her feel unfathomable? Unbelievable. There must be a secret. Chu Feiyu's beautiful phoenix eyes sparkled with growing interest. This is a big secret. I will start by asking him more questions. Chu Feiyu made up her mind, her smile grew brighter. She simply sat down in the empty seat next to Chen Yi and launched a new round of why questions. This left Chen Yi both amused and exasperated. The girls, seeing this situation, said nothing more, quietly returning to their separate private room, gossiping about Chen Yi's secrets. Their hearts were also filled with curiosity. After last night, Chen Yi's own strength seemed to have become even stronger. Although they didn't want to discuss Chen Yi too much, that damned curiosity continuously impacted their minds. What kind of secret does Chen Yi hide that makes him so different, really makes people curious? Zhu Xiaohan looked at his daughter, who obviously had developed immense interest in Chen Yi. A faint furrow appeared on her brow. The reason their family went to Yanjing actually had complex reasons. First, they experienced a major event, the collapse of the secret realm, and narrowly escaped with their lives. As compensation, they were given some time off to relax and unwind. Second, Bai Song was in Yanjing, and Chu Feiyu kept insisting on seeing him again. Chu Xiaoyi, feeling helpless, had no choice but to agree to take her to Yanjing. After all, how could a father not understand his daughter's feelings? A girl's affection for a man often begins with curiosity. Chu Xiaoyi couldn't help but worry, what if Bai Song didn't reject Chu Feiyu, and she ended up running off with Chen Yi? That would be embarrassing. It seemed that because of the Five Elements secret realm, many airships were coming in, resulting in a large number at the landing pad. To quickly clear space, each airship was relatively less crowded. But it must be said, this was better. They directly booked a luxurious private room. Time passed unknowingly. In the blink of an eye, 2.5 hours had gone by. Chu Feiyu finally seemed tired, stopping her curious interrogation of Chen Yi and grabbing her phone instead, quickly tapping on the screen. It looked like she was chatting happily with someone. Brother Bai Song definitely doesn't know I'm secretly going to Yanjing. I'll give him a little surprise. I really look forward to the moment he sees me appear, that surprised expression. The corners of Chu Feiyu's mouth curved into a crescent shape, her eyes filled with anticipation and sweetness. Missing someone might just be like this, right? Chapter 159, Arrival in Yanjing. On the other side, as Chen Yi returned to the private room, he was surrounded by the girls. Brother Chen Yi, after chatting for so long, shouldn't you take a rest? Yeah. A tiring journey, just chatting can really wear a person out. The beds here are big, all of us can fit. Honey, you're not going to back down from this challenge, are you? Seeing the shy expressions on the girls' faces, Chen Yi couldn't help but feel a hint of helplessness. These people, really hard to figure out, was it for closeness or just for enjoyment? It's too absurd. But, I like it. Chen Yi's mouth slightly curled up, revealing a wicked smile, as he firmly locked the door of the private room. Come on. Do you think I'm afraid of you? Let's consider it post-meal exercise. Just when Chen Yi was in a fierce struggle with the girls, Xu Xiaohe and Mu Rongyu found Li Yang, who had entered with Chen Yi. You are from the Beastmaster Association of Hanchang? Li Yang was taken aback for a moment, seemingly not expecting the other party to know him. He looked down at his clothes, which had the emblem of the Hanchang Beastmaster Association, and then finally realized. Yes, I am. Is there something I can help you with? Can we discuss about Chen Yi? Of course, if you're not willing, just pretend I didn't say anything. Time flew by like a white horse passing a crevice, and soon it was the next morning. The journey was calm, with nothing happening along the way. However, the girls were stunned, staring at the Chen Yi before them. Was this the same Chen Yi who complained of fatigue after just 2 or 3 hours? He had battled for 6 hours straight, yet there was not a hint of exhaustion on his face, not even a hint of ragged breathing. If it weren't for his hungry stomach needing to cultivate, he could probably keep fighting. What was even more shocking was that while helping the 6 of them channel energy, Chen Yi's speed was actually faster than when he had guided 4 people before. In just 3 hours, he guided a total of 400 mana cores worth of spiritual power for the 6 of them. After finishing, he even had the energy to continue fighting for another 7 or 8 hours. Was this really Chen Yi? Chen Yi, little brother. To be honest with you, sister, you didn't take drugs, did you? Yan Zhou asked with a worried face, what if the side effects prevent you from using it later? What should we do? Luo Shirin also nodded in agreement, saying, yeah. Don't just show off for a moment of glory. Upon hearing this, Chen Yi's mouth slightly curled up, revealing a calm smile. What?
Don't you want your man to be a bit more powerful? Lin Mengxue quickly explained, it's not that we don't want that.
Of course, we want brother Chen Yi to be stronger, but this is too unusual.
It's okay, just think of me as a man with a cheat, no need to worry about my issues. Chen Yi's gaze turned towards the window, we're almost to Yanjing.
Go wash up and change clothes, look at what you all look like now.
If we go out later, how will Xiao Yu see you?
As soon as he said this, the girls finally realized their current situation, it was very bad. With messy hair and wrinkled clothes, they looked just like they had just finished a party, which, in fact, they really had. In these moments, appearance is still very important. Fortunately, the luxurious box had all the facilities needed, and the girls quickly sprang into action. They rushed into the bathroom, turned on the shower, letting the warm water wash over their bodies, feeling their fatigue slowly fade away. Then, they changed into clean clothes and walked out of the bathroom, looking refreshed.
Meanwhile, the loudspeaker in the luxurious box announced.
Dear passengers, the airship has arrived at the station Yanjing. Please carry your belongings and disembark in an orderly manner, do not crowd.
Revival number airship flight, we welcome you to ride next time, goodbye.
So punctual.
Phew, we made it. Almost didn't make it.
The girls all sighed in relief, the tension in their hearts dissipating. Looking at the bustling night market gradually approaching, the girls' beautiful eyes sparkled with stars. In this era, while coming to such a city isn't a difficult task, being able to come here as an SSS-level bloodline, a contestant in the Beastmaster competition, with Chen Yi's contracted Spirit Beast, such identities make it a monumental event. In the future, Chen Yi is destined to reach the peak, becoming the focus of everyone's attention. And this Beastmaster competition is just the first step.
Brother Chen Yi. Zhu Feiyu excitedly waved her hand, is this your first time in Yanjing? Do you need a guide? A guide?
Chen Yi glanced at Li Yang, who was busy scrolling through his phone, seemingly booking hotels and arranging itineraries, unable to suppress a sense of helplessness.
Dude, are you here for logistics or for sightseeing? How could such an important event as the Beastmaster competition not have the itinerary arranged a day in advance? It really leaves one speechless. Chen Yi turned to look at Zhu Feiyu, asking, Little Yu, do you want to be our guide? Zhu Feiyu puffed out her chest, answering confidently, yes.
Although my dad is working in a small border town in Tianhai City now, we're actually locals of Yanjing, being a guide is totally within my means.
Chen Yi slightly nodded, saying, alright then, let's trouble you to lead the way. Leave it to me.
Upon hearing this, Li Yang showed a hint of a wry smile.
He felt quite wronged inside. Because he had actually prepared everything in advance.
From the booked hotels to the following itinerary arrangements, to the rules after the Beastmaster competition started, he had covered everything. As a logistics personnel, he believed he had already fulfilled his responsibilities. However, just half a day ago, at midnight today, the entry review for Yanjing suddenly became exceptionally strict. Not only was it necessary to provide various documents to check into hotels, but there was also a strict review process. All previous reservations were cancelled, leaving him busy until now, trying to contact various parties since early morning but still unable to resolve the issue.
However, the strict entry review in Yanjing. Perhaps it is because the Beastmaster tournament is about to come. Chen Yi and his group are strong, and since it is still early, it should be fine to follow Zhu Feiyu to wander around first. Then brother Chen Yi, you all go and wander around first. I will prepare the following arrangements for you. Chen Yi waved his hand, then I'll trouble you. After saying that, he turned and followed Zhu Feiyu towards the exit platform. Zhu Xiaohe and Mu Rongyu did not follow. Both of them are over 40 years old, fully aware that young people have their own world and ideas, and there is no need to disturb the children's feelings. They just hope that Zhu Feiyu won't really run away with Chen Yi in the end. Chapter 160, Luo Yuqing. Wow. At this moment, a wave of amazing cheers suddenly erupted from the nearby exit platform. Amidst that noise, a luxurious airship slowly descended to the ground. As the cabin door of the airship gradually opened, a stunning figure appeared in front of people's eyes, instantly capturing everyone's attention. She appeared graceful and light-footed, each step exuding a unique charm. Her long hair fell like a waterfall over her shoulders, lightly brushing against her fair skin, like willow branches swaying in the breeze. Her face was beautiful, skin as white as snow, delicate as silk, and a pair of bright, sparkling big eyes that made one feel like they could drown in them at first glance. Her lips were adorned with a light lipstick, which looked both noble and elegant, yet kind and gentle. Without a doubt, she was an absolute beauty. By her side were several burly bodyguards dressed in black. It was obvious that this woman was of extraordinary status, either rich or noble. That is Luo Yuqing, the head of the Luo family from Magic City. My heavens! Is she also here to participate in the Beastmaster tournament? It seems so. There are rumors that the Luo family is recently seeking a marriage alliance with the Long family from Yanjing.
I estimate her beast master should be Lang Wuhan, the young master of the Lang family.
I have heard of Luo Yuqing, but who on earth is this Lang Wuhan you mentioned? I have never heard of him. Are you even from Yanjing? How can you not know Lang Wuhan? The Lang family was originally just a small group, not famous. But 2 months ago, young Master Lang Wuhan unexpectedly awakened an SS-level talent, the Eye of Death Magic, which allows him and his contracted partner to observe any life weaknesses. It is far more powerful than talents that directly strengthen abilities, making the Lang family instantly famous. Countless uncontracted high-level spirit beast girls have sent invitations, taking off completely. And among these people, there is Luo Yuqing. Wow! There is actually such a thing? I'm so envious. I also want to awaken an SS-level talent. You don't necessarily need an SS-level talent. Have you heard of young Master Bai Song from the Bai family in Yanjing? His awakened talent is a B-level talent, one mind and one heart. Still, he also received numerous invitations from proud daughters of heaven, but I heard he rejected them all. I don't know who he will eventually choose. Sigh, such things are really up to fate, envy doesn't help. A crowd of bystanders were whispering, discussing amongst themselves. Their eyes revealed undisguised envy. Luo Yuqing not only has the powerful backing of the Luo family, but she is also extraordinarily beautiful and delicate. For anyone who can contract with such a woman, it would undoubtedly be an extremely lucky event. People couldn't help but imagine, if they could have such a contracted spirit beast, what an extraordinary peak of life it would be. It's just a pity that reality is always cruel. Such matters can only be imagined. Chen Yi stood in the crowd, also attracted by the discussions around him. His gaze unconsciously followed the crowd's line of sight, landing on Luo Yuqing. Name, Luo Yuqing. Contract Master, Lang Wuhan. Bloodline, SS-level Griffin. Level, 4th stage 10th rank. Physique, 115. Spirit power, 135. Attributes, wind, fire, earth. Skills, Wind Blade, Storm Slash, Death Storm, Claw Strike, Shadow Burst, Earth Split, Shadow Ball. Affinity, minus 15 points. Familiarity, 5 points. Evaluation, Ancient Bloodline Griffin, Master of Storm Power, whether in close combat ability or long-distance explosive ability, both are excellent, and each attribute is very balanced, considered to be a very powerful Spirit Beast bloodline. This skill list is just too long, right? Only 5 points of familiarity, could it be all learned just by devouring Beast King crystal cores? Chen Yi shook his head helplessly, secretly sighing in his heart. The Luo family truly lives up to its reputation. A spirit beast girl with only 5 points of familiarity has as many as 43 skills. Many of these skills are high-star level skills, likely requiring the devouring of 5, 6, or even 7, 8 grade Beast King crystal cores to learn powerful moves. And Luo Shireen, also a girl from the Luo family, is an absolute mainline. However, due to initially awakening an F-level bloodline, she didn't enjoy the treatment she deserved at all. Compared to Luo Yuqing, their treatment is simply worlds apart. But what's up with this beauty? I haven't even seen her, why is her familiarity a negative number? What a strange situation. Chen Yi glanced at Luo Shireen, whose expression had completely darkened, and sighed heavily. He recalled what Luo Shireen had said before she wanted to return to the main family, right? She just needed an opportunity. And now, perhaps this opportunity is right in front of her. The Beastmaster competition is broadcasted nationwide, and Luo Yuqing is also participating in this match. Chen Yi silently made up his mind to let all of Long Country know, who is stronger, Luo Shireen or Luo Yuqing. Just as he was deep in thought. Suddenly, the crowd around them erupted once again in passionate cheers. He looked toward the sound and saw another luxurious flying airship slowly descending from the sky, landing on the platform. A hatch slowly opened, and a woman with flowing water-blue wavy long hair stepped out. Her figure was graceful, her temperament gentle, her movements elegant as if she were a fairy walking out of a painting. She wore a water-blue wavy dress that looked like a thin veil, accentuating her graceful figure even more. Her face was delicate and charming, every detail exuding an enchanting charm. It was a beauty that couldn't be described in words, as if the moment she appeared, she became the center of the entire world. So beautiful. Beautiful to the point of suffocation. Even Luo Yuqing seems to fall slightly short in terms of beauty. Could it be the young lady of the Yin City Yun family, Yun Jiao? It's her. I've only heard people say that once you see Yun Jiao, it's hard to look at other women. I always thought it was just boasting, but unexpectedly, it's true. I even think it underestimates her looks. I'm so envious, to be this beautiful and have a strong bloodline, how are we supposed to live? She is indeed beautiful, but if I had to choose, I would still pick Luo Yuqing. In this world, strength is still the most important factor. Brother, do I need to wake you up with a splash of urine? You're going to choose? I advise you to look in the mirror first and see what you are. It hurts so much. Just thinking about such a beauty potentially contracting with other men makes my heart ache. Chen Yi listened to the discussions around him. Curiosity bubbled up in his heart as he slowly turned his gaze back to the Yun Jiao everyone was talking about. He secretly muttered to himself, his little sister is already so beautiful. It really is hard to imagine what women more stunning than Lin Mengxue would look like. However, when he took a look, he was completely stunned. Of course, it wasn't because she was so beautiful that shocked him. No, she is indeed very beautiful. But what truly shocked Chen Yi was the system interface that appeared on Yun Jiao. Chapter 161 Yan Jing by Family. Name, Yun Jiao. Contract Master, None. Bloodline, S-Class Mermaid. Hidden Bloodline, SSS-Class Azure Sea Dragonfish. Level, 3rd Stage 1. Physique, 65. Spiritual Power, 60. Attributes, Water, Sound. Skills, Tsunami, Illusion Mist Body, Enchanting Song, Water Flow Explosion, Sound Blast, Aquatic Technique. Favorability, 0 points. Affinity, not started cultivating. Evaluation, since childhood, immersed in a space rich with water elements, yet due to a lack of proper energy guidance, the activation of bloodline power is incomplete. The ancient fierce beast Azure Sea Dragonfish, the overlord of the deep sea, can easily change the skies and reshape the earth with just a thought, skilled at using the power of water and sound to defeat enemies. Ding! Detected SSS class hidden bloodline spirit beast. The system has successfully recorded the information of this spirit beast. If the host successfully contracts it and raises the favorability to over 80 points, the following rewards will be obtained. Reward 1, 70 enhancement points. Reward 2, Beast Control Skill, Beginner Martial Art. After the host possesses this skill, they will have the proficiency of all weapons in the world for 2.5 years. Reward 3, SSS Class Talent, Power Feedback. When the host cultivates affinity to teach the contracted spirit beast new skills, the host can also master this move. Reward 4, Item Intermediate Enhancement Card X3. Whoa! 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 It's actually another SSS class bloodline. The system task was activated. And the rewards are just too rich, right? Especially that SSS class talent, Power Feedback, it's simply a super bug. With this talent, Chen Yi's strength will probably take a qualitative leap. Currently, Chen Yi has very few combat skills. Only a wind blade slash, and barely counts as half of a sturdy physique. Although relying on this skill, he already possesses considerable combat power. But it always feels like such a skill combination is rather monotonous, as if he can only rely on one move to conquer the world. It really feels a bit strange. Now it's good, by cultivating affinity, he can learn the skills of the spirit beast. This is kind of impressive. A humanoid giant, simply perfect. However, just as Chen Yi was immersed in joy, suddenly, he felt a bone-chilling cold instantly rush over. He turned his head like a puppet, blankly. Behind him, 6 pairs of eyes were staring hard at him, their expressions seemingly filled with grievances and dissatisfaction. Brother Chen Yi. Little brother Chen Yi. Honey, you have us now, yet you still stare at other beautiful women? Aren't we enough for you to look at? Hearing this, Chen Yi also twitched his lips and hurriedly apologized. I'm sorry, I was wrong. As punishment, let's fight until dawn tonight. That's more like it. Little brother Chen Yi, you only need to look at us, no need to look at other women. Exactly. Aren't we enough for you to see? To all the beautiful ladies, can I have a moment to defend myself? Chen Yi was not actually looking at Yun Jiao's figure or appearance. Mainly, he didn't expect that the system's favorability would be activated like this, and the rewards were just too incredible. System, I'm just casually asking, if I fail to conquer a spirit beast like this after activating the system task, there shouldn't be any punishment, right? No. It is the host's freedom to pursue whoever they like, the system has no right to interfere. This system will only provide a reference for information. What the host wants to do depends entirely on the host's personal will. Hearing the system's answer, Chen Yi let out a sigh of relief. That's good. After all, the girl in the bowl still needs his care. As for the girl in the pot, although Chen Yi really wanted to contract a beauty like Yun Jiao, it's still up to fate. There's no need to rush this kind of thing. With the arrival of Luo Yuqing and Yun Jiao, it seemed to ignite some kind of signal light. In the following period, all kinds of talents took their private flying boats, landing in Yanjing. The scene was truly a spectacle, each moment more shocking and grand than the last. The roaring cheers surged like mountains and tsunamis, rising higher and higher. Anyone unaware would think this was an all-star meet and greet. People like Luo Yuqing and Yun Jiao, who came from prominent families, naturally had spirit beasts capable of using spatial skills within their clans. However, there was no need to use such abilities in this situation at all. After all, with such a powerful family background, they preferred to take this opportunity to show off. Who knows, they might even attract some investors or support from collateral branches of their families. This had become a customary expectation in their elite circles. Using spatial transportation, who would know you had arrived? Yet, all this had nothing to do with Chen Yi. Under Chu Feiyu's guidance, he managed to familiarize himself with several major facilities in the downtown area of Yinjing City. I have to say, a big city is indeed a big city. Just the waiting hall of the Beast Master Association was more than 2.5 times larger than the entire Beast Master Association in Jiangcheng. The entire Beast Master Association combined was almost like an urban village, extremely absurd. Time flew by, and soon it was evening. Chu Feiyu led Chen Yi and the group to a magnificent villa. In front stood 2 giant stone lions, majestic and elegant, clearly belonging to a wealthy family. Beside them was a plaque inscribed with the 4 big characters, Yinjing by family. It looked like it should belong to a certain Beast Master family. Since he had already informed Li Yang in advance, this was the final destination for their tour. So he had already rented a car, which was waiting at the gate for quite some time. Brother Chen Yi, Sister Lin Mingxue, Sister Luo Shirin, Sister Su Taodao, Sister Yanju, Sister Hui Wutong, Sister Huashington, thank you all for spending the day with me. I had so much fun. To be honest, I and the young master by Song of the Bai family are childhood sweethearts. After awakening my bloodline in the future, I will establish a contract with him to become his contracted spirit beast. So I wanted to ask, since we have this chance, should we get to know each other now? In the future, maybe we can help each other out. Hearing this, Chen Yi couldn't help but laugh out loud. He instantly understood Chu Feiyu's intentions. This little girl is really adorable. The contract hasn't even been established, and she's already trying to expand her connections for that by Song. After all, based on Chen Yi's current displayed strength, his future is absolutely limitless. Establishing a Beast Master family named Chen would be nearly an accomplished fact if Chen Yi has that idea. With the acquaintance now, the future is guaranteed to be a network of relationships. Chapter 162, The Rules of the Beast Master Competition. However, Chen Yi's gaze fell on the rows of luxury cars in the Bai family's courtyard and the continuous stream of gifts being unloaded from the cars, giving him the impression that some major power was visiting. As someone without power or status, he felt it wouldn't be appropriate to go there now. Next time. Today is indeed too late, and it seems a bit inappropriate to suddenly disturb others like this. Well, okay. Then we'll see each other next time. Chu Feiyu understood that her request was indeed a bit excessive. After all, disturbing them this late really wasn't suitable. Therefore, she didn't press further but accepted the result with understanding. Waving goodbye to Chen Yi and the group, Chu Feiyu stood in place, watching them drive away. As the car gradually disappeared into the night, she slowly turned around. At this moment, Chu Feiyu felt exceedingly excited, unable to suppress the smile on her face. Because she knew. The moment I had been waiting for had finally arrived. It had been a full 6 months since I last saw Brother Bai Song. And today, I could finally see him again. Thinking of this, Chu Feiyu's steps became light, bouncing and leaping into the Bai family courtyard. On the other side. In the car, Chen Yi and his team received the well-organized information about the Beast Master competition from Li Yang and began to read it carefully. The Beast Master competition, as the biggest event for the younger generation of Long Country, is divided into 3 stages: the preliminary round, the qualifying round, and the finals. After signing up, each participant receives an identity point card. Within 7 days from the start of the competition, using this point card, they can go to the Beast Master Association's simulation battle rooms, randomly match with other Beast Masters, and start battling. These simulation battle rooms are all set with various barriers. Sustaining a fatal injury will automatically heal and teleport you out. You won't die because of the duel, allowing you to fight boldly and confidently. Winning a match earns 1 point, losing a match deducts 1 point, and a draw does not affect points. There is no limit on the number of battles. As long as you have enough determination, you can fight unlimited rounds within the 7 days. When rankings are determined at midnight on the 7th day, those who enter the top 1,000 can advance to the qualifying round. The subsequent qualifying round is a directed confrontation. The initial ranking is based on the results of the preliminary round, and points will no longer be used to keep rank. These 1,000 Beast Masters will be grouped into teams of 100 for a round-robin challenge. At this stage, each Beast Master needs to face the other 99 Beast Masters in their group, and after all matches, the number of wins will be calculated. If the number of wins is the same, the relationship of wins and losses will be compared, with the winner gaining a higher ranking. Finally, each of the 10 groups will determine the top 10 Beast Masters by the number of wins, entering the final battle stage, the free-for-all. In this stage, participants will be transferred to a valley similarly set with teleportation barriers, where some virtual AI beasts will continuously respawn. In this free-for-all, eliminating virtual AI beasts earns points, and eliminating opponents also earns points. The final ranking is determined based on the points, declaring the true victory.
The process of the Beast Master competition seems simple, but it harbors many hidden rules. For instance, in the preliminary and qualifying rounds, participants can buy points or farm points, team up to fight in the free-for-all, ambush or backstab others while they battle virtual beasts. These rules are not prohibited, play as wild as you want. This undoubtedly gives participants more strategies and choices, making the competition more complex and interesting. But ultimately, it still depends on one's own strength. Without strength, even if you buy your way to first place, you will only earn a bad name. If you have strength, even if eliminated early due to various factors, some may pay attention to you, even taking you as an outsider of a prominent family is not impossible. Because of this, many beast masters and spirit beasts without backgrounds want to use this platform to showcase themselves. Who knows, the opportunity to change one's life might be right in front of them. Thus, it formed a scene where hundreds of thousands of young beast masters and spirit beasts across the country participate together. Feels easy, huh? Isn't the first place a piece of cake? Chen Yi smirked and said. Based on his observations, the current girl's physical fitness and spirit power have basically reached the level of ordinary spirit beasts of the 5th rank in 5th grade. If Su Taotao absorbs and gifts a bit more power, that would definitely be the power of the 6th rank. Plus, Chen Yi has now contracted 6 spirit beasts, and he can fully act as a 6th rank beast master. What kind of existence is a 6th tier beast master? At least in the records of Long Country, over 5,000 years, only 3 people have reached the 6th tier before the age of 25, and all of them were formed by gathering all the rare resources of the world into one person. With such strength, are we afraid of not being able to beat those little brats who haven't even reached the 5th tier? What are you thinking? Brother Chen Yi, you're completely wrong to think that way. Luo Shirin analyzed, the abilities of spirit beasts are diverse, and so are the talents of beast masters. If you show off too much, it's easy for other sharp-tongued people to see you as a thorn in their side. You might easily become the target of concentrated attacks. If you encounter unknown abilities, it could be troublesome. Chen Yi smiled, I only said that because I believe in your strength, and I will definitely not do anything flashy, so don't worry. Hearing this, Luo Shirin sighed in relief, that's good, just don't be too rash. At that moment, Chen Yi suddenly remembered something and turned to Su Taotao. Wait, Taotao, I remember you're a streamer, right? If you join the battle, aren't you afraid of being recognized by your fans? Su Taotao covered her mouth and chuckled softly, saying, it's fine. Besides, I plan to use this Beast Master contest as a springboard to formally bid farewell to my past. Brother Chen Yi, I hope you can support me. Is that so? Chen Yi nodded, I will always be your support. Go ahead and do what you want without worry. Thank you, Brother Chen Yi, beep. On another note. At this moment, it had been an hour since Chen Yi left the Bai family mansion. An hour ago, Zhu Feiyu had joyfully run into the Bai family mansion, her face filled with excited smiles. Yet just an hour later, she walked out as if her soul had been taken away, lost and despondent. Following her were the couple Chu Xiaohua and Morongyu. The 3 of them silently walked on the bustling street at night, surrounded by noise that sharply contrasted with their sorrow. Finally, Zhu Feiyu could no longer suppress her inner pain, and threw herself into Chu Xiaohua's arms, crying bitterly. How could this be possible? Brother Bai Song actually went back on his word? Why is this happening? Could it be because I played with Brother Chen Yi all day today, and someone reported me? But I was just being a guide. Nothing happened with Brother Chen Yi, why would Brother Bai Song act so decisively? Chapter 163, Stood Up. Looking at the howling Chu Feiyu, Zhu Xiaohua and Morongyu felt a deep sigh in their hearts. They had no idea how to comfort her. Chu Feiyu did not know the truth behind the situation. The reason Bai Song rejected her so decisively this time was not because she was a guide for Chen Yi. The reason was due to today's visitor to the Bai family, the Yun family from Yin City. The young lady of the Yun family, Yun Zhiyao, came to Yanjing not to spectate the Beastmaster contest, but to make Bai Song her own. Yun Zhiyao was a woman with a strong possessiveness and highly competitive spirit. She would never allow herself to fall behind others, nor could she share a man with other spirit beasts. So after careful consideration, she ultimately chose Bai Song with his unique talent as her contracted partner. She hoped to gain the amplification of his unique talent through their contract, greatly enhancing her own strength and solidifying her position as the next head of the Yun family. Thus, there was the visit to the Bai family mansion tonight. As for the reason Bai Song had previously refused contracts with other S-grade spirit beasts, it was simple, they just weren't good-looking. He was extremely particular about appearances, holding high standards for looks. Even those female stars with scores above 8 in attractiveness couldn't catch his eye. Those A-grade and S-grade spirit beasts applying for contracts were, to be honest, quite hard to look at. One after another, just. The estimated appearance score is only about 7 points, having strength but not being good-looking is useless. The reason he spoke those words about the reservation contract to Chu Feiyu was mainly because she was very beautiful, with both parents having decent bloodline levels, and there was also the childhood friend status on top of that.
Of course, if Chu Feiyu eventually awakened a C or D level bloodline, he would undoubtedly abandon her without hesitation. His talent was singularly focused, unable to form a contract with multiple spirit beasts. Therefore, for the only contracted spirit beast, naturally, there was a requirement for both strength and beauty. Both are indispensable. Today's visitor, Yun Zhiyao, exceeded Bai Song's expectations in both strength and beauty. Not to mention that the Yun family behind Yun Zhiyao was dozens of times larger than Bai Song's family. Being able to establish a marriage relationship with such a family was undoubtedly all benefit and no harm for Bai Song. Any wise person would choose to contract with them, and Bai Song was no exception. However, just as they were discussing how to establish the contract, Chu Feiyu suddenly ran in. This made Yun Zhiyao instantly feel displeased. She shot a fierce glare at Bai Song, then slammed the door and walked into the room with an extraordinarily decisive attitude. The meaning expressed was self-evident. And Bai Song, in order to show Yun Zhiyao his determination, naturally had to speak more resolutely, leaving Chu Feiyu no room for negotiation. In fact, deep down, Bai Song very much desired to have both Chu Feiyu and Yun Zhiyao. After all, what man could refuse to have a group of beautiful women surrounding him? Yun Zhiyao fought alongside him as a contracted spirit beast, while Chu Feiyu quietly supported him behind the scenes as a warm-bed concubine. Such a life was simply perfect. Unfortunately, with what happened today, this beautiful idea might be impossible to achieve. Chu Feiyu could never forgive him. Chu Xiaohui watched all of this, feeling sympathy for Chu Feiyu in his heart. He tightly hugged Chu Feiyu, softly comforting her. "Little you, just give up. You just saw it too, the people in the hall are all from the Yun family in Yen City. We can't compete. And to be honest, you probably won't awaken an S-level bloodline. I'm sorry, it's all our fault." Mu Rongyu also stepped forward to gently stroke Chu Feiyu's back, softly comforting her. "It's okay, Bai Song is good, but you deserve better. We are originally climbing high, so encountering such a situation is unavoidable." Woo woo woo. Chu Feiyu could no longer suppress the pain in her heart and began to cry loudly. She had been looking forward to meeting brother Bai Song, but who could have anticipated this kind of thing? The promised brother Bai Song gave her was almost everything to her. From heaven to hell, it really only takes an instant. Time passed second by second, and Chu Feiyu's cries gradually ceased. An hour later, she finally slowly lifted her head, wiped her tears from the corners of her eyes, and the sparkle of her former liveliness reignited in her gaze. "Mom, Dad, I'm sorry for worrying you. Little you, are you okay?" "I'm fine now. Mom and Dad, you were right, my relationship with brother Bai Song was originally one of climbing high. Maybe from the moment he awakened his talent, we were destined to be unable to return to our past relationship." Chu Feiyu's voice was still a bit choked. "After saying goodbye to brother Chen Yi tomorrow, let's go back to Tianhai City." Upon hearing these resolute words, Chu Xiaohui and Mu Rongyu exchanged glances and shook their heads helplessly. In this cruel world, feelings seemed to be the most insignificant things. They could only silently pray, hoping Chu Feiyu would soon emerge from this abyss of sadness. "Little you, didn't you say you wanted to eat at the Conveyor Sushi restaurant before? Let's go eat there now. You can eat as much as you want." I want to eat the golden butterfly sushi." On the other side, inside the Bai family estate. As soon as Chu Feiyu and the others left, Yun Zhiyao walked out of her room. She crossed her arms, looking cold, as if she was still unhappy inside. Bai Song's expression was also quite displeased, but upon seeing Yun Zhiyao come out, he instantly made a complete 180-degree turn. He quickly approached her, wearing a flattering smile, and began to explain the situation. He looked just like a submissive dog. "Zhiyao, I'm really sorry to let you see this. That little girl is Chu Feiyu, who grew up with me. We are childhood friends, innocent and untainted. She has always had a special feeling for me, chasing after me since we were young, wanting to establish a contract. But you know, contracts are not something to joke about, so I could only verbally agree to her, saying that in the future, if I awakened a talent and bloodline close to hers, we would contract. I just didn't expect to awaken such a talent. Zhiyao, you can understand my dilemma. If I had another talent, I would definitely choose to wait for her. That girl probably doesn't realize what the talent of one heart and one mind truly represents, which is why tonight's incident happened. But this is also good. Better to experience short pain than long suffering. Completely rejecting her this time may not be a bad thing for her." Chapter 164, Bloodline Awakening. Bai Song's words revealed a sense of helplessness, as if he had no choice but to make such a decision. However, Yun Zhiyao said nothing and simply looked at the man before her with a cold gaze. She was not someone who could be easily fooled. As soon as Chu Feiyu entered the hall, she had already sent someone to investigate the girl's background. Chu Feiyu's father was also a beast tamer with the talent of one heart and one mind. Who would believe that Chu Feiyu didn't know what one heart and one mind meant? Bai Song's nonsense immediately reduced her good impression of him significantly. "I understand now, let's leave it at that." Yun Zhiyao's voice was icy, without a hint of emotion. Upon hearing this, Bai Song let out a sigh of relief. After all, the misunderstanding was finally cleared up, which could be considered a good result. Thank you, my dear wife, for your understanding. Now, about the contract. Don't call me that. Yun Zhiyao interrupted him, you should go sign up for the Beast-Tamer competition. Before the match starts, I will contract with you. We'll discuss the specific time later. Well, okay. Bai Song felt a pang of regret deep inside. Initially, they were discussing the contract, and there was over a 90% chance he would enjoy the company of such a stunning beauty as Yun Zhiyao tonight. Instead, Zhu Feiyu had come to disrupt things, making the atmosphere so unpleasant. What bad luck! However, from the current situation, the outcome could still be considered good. Yun Zhiyao seemed to be just disturbed by this matter, which was why she didn't want to talk about the contract anymore. Forget it, let's just rest up for a few days. Bai Song shook his head helplessly, secretly comforting himself. The next day at noon, Zhu Feiyu invited Chen Yi and the others to a luxurious restaurant for a gathering. This was both to repay the kindness of the last time they had grilled barbecue in the Five Elements secret realm and to say a simple goodbye. Little you, you're leaving so soon? There are still 2.5 weeks until the competition starts, isn't that too early? I want to play for a few more days. The girls all showed unwilling expressions. Zhu Feiyu could only smile bitterly and softly said, there seems to be an urgent matter back in Tianhai City. My dad has to return to handle it, so I have to go back. Chen Yi, young Master Luo, and Yanjiu exchanged glances. Suddenly sensed something was wrong. Yesterday, Zhu Feiyu had bounced into the Bai family's courtyard to meet that so-called brother Bai Song. But today, she wore a gloomy expression, as if she had lost her usual vitality. Could something unpleasant have happened? Could it be that she was stood up? At that moment, Zhu Feiyu suddenly looked at Chen Yi, her tone somewhat pleading as she said, Brother Chen Yi, can you accompany me to the Beast Master Association to play a few simulated battles? Simulated battles? Chen Yi was a bit confused. I can, but your bloodline hasn't awakened, can you even participate? I can. I inherited part of my mother's strength, my combat power is fine. It's just that I can't enter the simulated battle room alone. Alright. If you want to go, I'll accompany you to have some fun. It's just that today I also want to take a rest for a while. Chen Yi readily agreed. He couldn't help but recall the fierce battles he had with the girls last night. After their earlier fierce fight on the airship, he had originally thought their combat power was not that impressive, but it turned out they had held back because they were worried about getting hurt. Now that they knew their true strength, they had gone all out last night. Even though he had the advantage of being strong and healthy, it still felt a bit overwhelming. They even managed to break the bed in the hotel, costing him several thousand. That was just ridiculous. However, as soon as he finished speaking, the girls shot him resentful glances. With so many girls in his family, how could he go and accompany other girls? They were initially looking forward to going out together to shop and train. Forget it. We'll go shopping ourselves. Exactly. Stinky man, so bad. Don't say that, Brother Chen Yi kept us company all night last night. Just don't mess around. Xiao you better not be taken away by this guy. How could that be? It's just a simple few simulated battles. Did you see Weibo? The Bai family from Yanjing has officially announced a marriage alliance with the Yun family from Yancheng. No way? Really? I remember the Bai family from Yanjing is only ranked 50, right? How could they have anything to do with the Yun family? Dude, did you forget? The young master of the Bai family is Bai Song. The one with the devoted talent awakened. So it's him. No wonder there's a sudden connection with a big family like the Yun family. Turns out that Yun Zhiyao came to Yanjing yesterday just to establish a contract with Bai Song? It should be. Although devoted is only a B-level talent, for some of the young ladies from big families, it's definitely not any less than S-level or even SS-level talents. From the perspective of family status, the Bai family is undoubtedly reaching for the Yun family. But considering their abilities, it should be a match. So jealous. Yun Zhiyao is so beautiful, I can't believe she ended up with that Bai Song kid. Shoo, keep your voice down. The Bai family is about to rise, be careful talking about it or you might get investigated. As Chen Yi and Zhu Feiyu just stepped into the Beast Master Association, they heard a chorus of gossip from onlookers. What is going on? That beautiful girl is already taken? Well, at least there won't be any punishment for not doing the system task. Chen Yi sighed softly, feeling a hint of disappointment surge in his heart. To be honest, he actually didn't want to miss any of the Spirit Beast girls with SSS-level bloodlines. He just didn't expect that someone would grab her so quickly, it was truly somewhat regrettable. His gaze involuntarily landed on Zhu Feiyu, who appeared very glum, her eyes revealing unmistakable sadness. Wait. Those people were talking about Bai Song, right? Isn't he? Chu Feiyu's.
Chen Yi immediately understood everything and silently sighed. Wow, she really got dumped.
If it were Yun Jiao, Chu Feiyu, with her identity, status, and beauty.
In front of her, he was indeed slightly inferior.
Moreover, Chu Feiyu had not yet awakened her bloodline.
In this world, contracts rarely prioritize feelings, most still value interests and power. It seemed reasonable for Bai Song to choose Yun Jiao and abandon Chu Feiyu. However, at that moment, something unexpected happened. Chu Feiyu's palm suddenly began to heat up rapidly, as if a blazing flame was burning inside. The air around her also became restless, swirling continuously.
A system interface emerged on her body. Chapter 165, Phoenix. Name, Chu Feiyu. Contract Master, None. Bloodline, F-level Flame Sparrow. Hidden Bloodline, SS-level Phoenix. Level, First Stage, Second Tier. Physique, 45, up. Spirit Power, 44, up. Attributes, Fire, Wind. Skill, Spark. Favorability, plus 45 points. Affinity, not started yet.
Evaluation. Having never been exposed to any treasures associated with fire attributes since childhood, the Phoenix bloodline could not be activated, hence was completely hidden. The ancient divine beast Phoenix, master of the Phoenix flame, reborn from fire, immortal and undying.
Ding. SS-level hidden beast bloodline detected. The system has successfully recorded this beast's information. If the host successfully contracts it and raises the favorability to above 80 points, the following rewards will be given. Reward 130 enhancement points. Reward 2, Item Intermediate Strength Amplification Card X3. Reward 3, Item Phoenix Feather.
Using it can revive others, only if the body still exists.
Wow.
Chen Yi was completely stunned, his eyes wide, mouth open enough to fit an egg.
He never expected that Chu Feiyu would awaken at this moment. And she was a girl with an SS-level hidden bloodline.
The system task was also activated. At this moment, Chu Feiyu clearly sensed the unusualness of her body, a complex emotion of both joy and loneliness surged in her heart.
Am I about to awaken my bloodline? But why now? If only it had awakened last night. However, her expression quickly became determined.
Even if she awakened an S-level bloodline, it could not compare with Yun Jiao of the Yun family. Bai Song would still not choose her. The outcome was destined to remain unchanged.
Brother Chen Yi, it seems I have awakened my bloodline. This warm feeling should be from the fire attribute Spirit Beast bloodline.
Chu Feiyu raised her head, suppressing the pain in her heart, and said,
Really? That's great. The testing room has no one waiting, shall we go check the bloodline level? No need, let's keep some mystery, let's first go to the simulation battle room.
Hearing this, Chen Yi nodded, probably understanding Chu Feiyu's feelings at this moment. It was like when he used to play certain card draw games, always wanting to hide the rewards before checking.
Though the result wouldn't change, that sense of anticipation was essential.
Then let's go, just right, there's no one in line here.
Chen Yi smiled and then walked with Chu Feiyu toward the simulation battle room.
The aura of Chu Feiyu's awakening seemed to attract the attention of others nearby. People around cast curious glances, whispering to each other.
Is that little girl just awakened? It should be, I can feel the aura of awakening. Awakening in the Beast Master Association, could this be an auspicious sign?
That shouldn't be possible, I feel her fire attribute aura is very weak, she probably doesn't have a high bloodline level.
Everyone debated, but soon forgot about it.
In Longhua, thousands of people awaken bloodlines every day, and this was just a coincidence in the Beast Master Association.
If it wasn't a bloodline above S level, it ultimately wouldn't be remembered by anyone.
The simulation battle room in the Beijing Beast Master Association is very numerous, so there isn't a situation like in Jiang City where people have to queue.
After paying the entrance fee, Chen Yi and Chu Feiyu quickly arrived in the room.
I'm sorry, brother Chen Yi, for making a fool of myself. Chu Feiyu said with a sorrowful face, her eyes still glistening with a few crystal tears that slipped down her fair cheeks. Upon hearing this, Chen Yi gently rubbed Chu Feiyu's head and softly said, "What's so funny about this? Besides, I think a mere one-hearted talent like that is not even worthy of your gift."
Chu Feiyu's beautiful eyes trembled, instantly taken aback. What do you mean? You possess an SS-level bloodline, how can Bai Song, with his mere B-level bloodline, have the right to dismiss you? Chen Yi said calmly, if anyone should be dismissed, it should be you dismissing him. Upon hearing this, Chu Feiyu was even more confused.
Her expression became somewhat dazed, but soon a brilliant smile blossomed on her face.
Brother Chen Yi, thank you for comforting me. You probably don't know, based on my parents' bloodline, my highest level is S, how could it possibly be SS? But thanks to you, I feel much better. Chen Yi smiled and continued, how would you know if you don't try?
As he spoke, he quietly used his power to awaken her spirit beast while still gently touching her head with his right hand.
In an instant, a strong and warm force surged into her body. A shadow of a phoenix slowly emerged behind her. What is this? What have you done to me? Go and try your strength. We'll talk about the rest afterward. Seriously, making it all so mysterious. Chu Feiyu muttered, pouting in discontent. But she still followed Chen Yi's instructions and shifted into her spirit beast form. Clang, clang. Accompanied by a crisp call of a phoenix, it reverberated through the sky. A phoenix, shining with golden feathers and burning with fierce flames, appeared before Chen Yi's eyes. Chu Feiyu's eyes widened, looking at her body in disbelief. Her hands trembled uncontrollably, a wave of indescribable excitement surging within her. No, could it be? This is my bloodline? Chen Yi looked at Chu Feiyu's shocked expression, his lips slightly curled up, revealing a proud smile. If not you, could it be my bloodline? Then, without hesitation, he summoned a Tier 3 monster, Black Ape, calling it to challenge. After deep consideration, Chen Yi decided to win her over. After all, the affection had already been raised so high, and he had decent relationships with other girls as well. He activated the system task, there was no reason not to secure her. However, Chu Feiyu's situation was different from the others, she didn't seem suited to the enticing methods of Lin Mengxue and Yanzhou, which relied on power. So, Chen Yi decided to directly grant Chu Feiyu strength, giving her enough confidence. With an impressive affection level of 45 points, he sent a contract invitation to Chu Feiyu, it should not be a problem. Chu Feiyu's mind went blank, completely stunned by the sight before her. She had never imagined her bloodline would be so powerful, that it was the legendary Phoenix. This was a clearly documented, genuine SS-level bloodline. It was said that every time a phoenix emerged, it would form a contract with the contemporary SSS-level beast master, achieving monumental feats together, standing proudly at the pinnacle of the world. And this dreamlike fortune had truly descended upon her? No way? This isn't a dream, is it? Roar! Accompanied by a deafening roar, the black ape appeared on the grassland battlefield. Its huge and powerful body, with bulging muscles, exuded an overwhelming pressure. Without any hesitation, it charged straight at Chen Yi. Although Chu Feiyu only had a Tier 1, second stage strength, her one-hearted talent allowed part of Morongyu's power to transfer to her, giving her nearly the combatability of an ordinary Tier 3 spirit beast. Plus, with the enhancement of the Phoenix bloodline, Chu Feiyu's attributes have also risen to an extremely terrifying height. Name, Chu Feiyu. Level, first stage, second rank. Physique, 92, up. Spiritual power, 100, up. Attributes, fire, wind, phoenix. Skill, Phoenix Fire. Brother Chen Yi, be careful. Chu Feiyu shouted anxiously. It seemed that because it was her first time mastering such powerful strength, she was still not very familiar with it and was unable to fully control her power for a moment. In an instant, a burst of scorching phoenix fire erupted from the tips of her wings, rushing towards the black ape monster. Wherever it passed, the air was scorched, twisted, and deformed. That terrifying high temperature instantly swallowed the black ape monster. With a piercing scream, the black ape monster was burned to ashes. Even the ground was blasted out into a giant deep pit. Chen Yi stood not far away and was immediately shocked. He secretly rejoiced that his current strength was nearly on par with these girls. Otherwise, this terrifying phoenix fire and shockwave would likely have left him paralyzed. Ah! Brother Chen Yi, are you okay? Seeing this, Chu Feiyu quickly transformed back into human form and flew down to Chen Yi's side to check on him. I'm sorry, I didn't control my strength well. Chen Yi smiled and waved his hand, using wind blade slash to blow away the surrounding smoke and dust. What could happen to me? But are you okay? I'm fine. That's good. Now you know that Baisong isn't even worthy of helping you put on your shoes. Ding. Luo Shirin's favorability plus 10 points. Current favorability, 55 points. Seeing Chen Yi safe and sound, with a calm expression, Chu Feiyu suddenly felt a surge of complicated emotions. She remembered last night Baisong's expression and tone of disdain, then looked at Chen Yi's caring words and instantly understood what real feelings were. Truly, without comparison, there is no harm. Chu Feiyu's eyes gradually became moist, tears swirling in her eyes. She knew that she had finally found a person worthy of her heart. Clearly, Baisong's awakened talent was called single-mindedness, but when it came to the girl with whom he had once sworn an oath, he was so resolute. Chen Yi, even though he was surrounded by 6 spiritual beast girls, she could fully feel their admiration and affection for him. Her bloodline had not yet awakened. But a talent like Chen Yi was willing to sacrifice his time that could be spent with his own sisters to accompany her in the simulation battle just because they had met once. The difference was clear, this Baisong really wasn't a good person. Brother Chen Yi, I. Chu Feiyu's voice carried a hint of choking, her eyes flashing with complicated emotions. Alright, let's not talk about this. Chen Yi interrupted, you still haven't grasped this power, using it recklessly could hurt someone.
There are still dozens of minutes left, so familiarize yourself with your strength.
I understand.
Chu Feiyu nodded, her beautiful eyes regaining confidence and liveliness. At the same time, a thought that she had never dared to imagine suddenly arose in her heart. Since Bai Song no longer wanted her, she didn't want to reconcile with such a heartless person anymore. Previously, she thought that she absolutely did not deserve a genius like brother Chen Yi. But now, with her SS-level bloodline, she should be qualified to stand by Chen Yi's side, right? In the following hour, Chu Feiyu joyfully displayed her strength. Ordinary third-tier magical beasts couldn't withstand her power at all. As the battle went on, Chu Feiyu's confidence grew stronger. She even forgot about Bai Song. In combat with a fourth-tier first-rank magical beast, Chu Feiyu displayed astonishing strength. Using her flying ability, she cleverly avoided the beast's attacks and dealt heavy blows in return. Although she was only at the first stage, second rank, with the enhancement of the single-minded state, she inherited a lot of power from her mother, Morong Yu.
Still not falling behind. Simply outrageous.
So, how was the fight?
It was amazing. I've never felt this good before.
That's great, let's go to the awakening room to do a bloodline. Before Chen Yi could finish, he saw Chu Feiyu suddenly turn around, looking at him with eager eyes.
Brother Chen Yi, what do you think of my bloodline?
Very strong.
Definitely a very powerful bloodline.
Then,
Chu Feiyu fidgeted, then, Brother Chen Yi, when you have a contract slot in the future, can you leave one for me?
As soon as she said this, Chen Yi's heart jolted. Goodness, he still had several tricks up his sleeve, and this girl already mentioned the contract so quickly? Is this what they mean by saying that a girl is easiest to approach right after a breakup? This is too outrageous.
Oh, so you're saying you want to form a contract with me?
Yes.
That scum Bai Song, I want him to know that what he abandoned was an SS-level bloodline spirit beast.
I want him to regret it for a lifetime. Hearing this, Chen Yi's lips curled slightly upward. He thought to himself that although the process had simplified a lot, the result hadn't changed. It just meant that in the future, he would have to bear a greater burden in terms of his kidney. However, to help Chu Feiyu get rid of Bai Song's shadow, all of this is worth it.
As for the contract slot, I have one right now.
Chen Yi shifted the topic, but didn't you say you wanted to go back to Tianhai City?
Do you want to think it over first, or do you want a contract now?
Chu Feiyu was taken aback, looking at Chen Yi in disbelief. You still have a contract slot?
Yes.
My talent increases the number of contract slots, but it does come at a cost.
However, if you want to form a contract with me, I would be more than happy.
Really?
Then let's form a contract right now.
Chu Feiyu said decisively. Of course, part of the reason Chu Feiyu made this decision was to take revenge on Bai Song, who once swore deep vows but then abandoned her. But more of the reason was that she truly felt very happy being with Chen Yi and his group. Since the filter of her feelings for Bai Song disappeared, Chu Feiyu suddenly realized that he didn't seem to be as excellent as she had imagined, and even had quite a few faults. Quick-tempered, stubborn, self-righteous, forgetting loyalty when tempted by beauty. Perhaps even his only advantage, looks, wasn't as good as brother Chen Yi's. In comparison, it was simply worlds apart, with no comparability at all. It could even be said that comparing Chen Yi and Bai Song was an insult to Chen Yi.
Chapter 167, Sisterhood.
Chu Feiyu has deeply understood a truth now. Before Bai Song awakened his one-minded talent, his parents actually did not approve of her forming a contract with Bai Song.
As the saying goes, those involved are confused, while bystanders see clearly.
From their parents' perspective, they could see Bai Song's true nature more clearly. If their daughter were to form a contract with him, she would likely not have a good future. However, just because Bai Song awakened the one-minded talent, all the shortcomings of his character were completely overlooked. The reason a person cannot forget another is not rooted in true friendship. Under the influence of various filters, one feels that later appearances cannot compare to the person in their heart. This is the so-called beauty in the eye of the beholder. When encountering truly excellent people, one may feel deep down that they cannot match up with them, holding on to that initial emotion. However, once that filter dissolves and one encounters potentially compatible excellent individuals, you will suddenly realize that the former person is so unremarkable. It's just crazy to like someone like that. Of course, perhaps there are people in this world who are even more outstanding than the one in front of you, and you might even match with them. But the question is, can you ever meet them? Even if you do meet them, will they choose you? So, it's particularly important to seize the opportunity in front of you. Otherwise, you will truly regret it. And Chen Yi is undoubtedly that person in front of you. After leaving the simulation battle room, outside it was still crowded, a sea of people. Even because it was no longer lunchtime, there were even more people than before. Identifying bloodlines is not an essential step.
Since Chen Yi has claimed to possess an SS-level bloodline, there's no need to overdo it. At this moment, the most urgent task is to quickly check into a hotel room and get things done. Brother Chen Yi, actually I want to apologize to you, I lied. My father didn't transfer jobs, he is still on vacation. I just said that because I didn't want to stay here anymore. Chen Yi waved his hand, seemingly having anticipated this. It's okay, these are small matters. If I were you, I might say the same. As long as you're not angry, Brother Chen Yi. Chen Yi thought for a moment and ultimately decided to send a message to the girls. He quietly muttered to himself that if he didn't do this, it felt like he was cheating, which was really strange. Sure enough, as expected. When the girls saw this message, they instantly exploded with questions. Brother Chen Yi, tell us the address right now. If you dare to cheat, we will definitely make sure you can't get out of bed tonight. What sweet talk did you use to deceive little you? She hasn't even awakened her bloodline. Hubby, although I don't mind you contracting a new spirit beast, but you need to have some self-control, okay? It's only been a few days. Chen Yi looked at the endless stream of messages popping up on his phone screen and couldn't help but chuckle twice. This wasn't something he could control. But in order to sleep well tonight and avoid not being able to get out of bed, Chen Yi still decided to narrate the whole story in detail, trying to clarify every detail. Not long after, the girls hurried to Chen Yi's location, the Yinjing Beast Master Association's contract hotel. Seeing the two of them well-dressed, with no signs of disarray in their hair and the bathroom showing no signs of use, the girls let out a huge sigh of relief. Are you two committing adultery? Really, didn't I say I would wait for you to come before making plans? Sorry, sisters, because of my matter, you can't continue shopping. Chu Feiyu sat obediently on the edge of the bed, lowering her head, looking a bit timid. Seeing Chu Feiyu looking so pitiful along with the incriminating evidence Chen Yi just submitted, the girls couldn't help but feel warmth in their hearts and flocked to Chu Feiyu's side. Little you are so unfortunate. That Bai Song is simply scum, completely disregarding the agreement. Exactly. It's better not to have such scum. Moreover, to break such an important promise, who knows what worse things he will do in the future. If you're not sure, don't make a vow. It's really hateful to have delayed our little you for so many years. What? Chu Feiyu swallowed and finally squeezed out a sentence. Sisters, I'm sorry. I want to establish a contract with Brother Chen Yi. I want to become his contracted spirit beast. Please give me a chance. I promise I won't disappoint your expectations. What's there to apologize for? Exactly. You didn't think we would scold you, right? If we are to scold, it should be scolding Brother Chen Yi, that heartless big carrot. You are in no wrong. Although I really want to monopolize Brother Chen Yi. But I also know he belongs to everyone. As long as you truly want to form a contract with Brother Chen Yi and are willing to help him, we warmly welcome you. Listening to the girl's words, Chu Feiyu couldn't help but feel a surge of surprise in her heart. She originally thought these spirit beast girls would mercilessly grip her and question why she was trying to seduce Chen Yi. After all, in her imagination, she was already prepared to be called a vixen. Even so, Chu Feiyu had no intention of giving up on Chen Yi. Because she firmly believed that meeting Chen Yi and awakening her bloodline on the very next day after being dumped was not a coincidence, but surely the guidance of the heavens. First, it allowed her to see Bai Song's true colors, then awakened her bloodline, and Chen Yi had contract slots. All of this cannot be explained by coincidence. Being questioned and scolded by Chen Yi's contracted spirit beasts might just be the trial given by the heavens. As long as she could get through this test, she would undoubtedly welcome a brand new life. However, the reality was beyond her expectations. Unexpectedly, at the first moment, Chen Yi's contracted spirit beasts were actually more concerned about her well-being rather than scolding her. Chu Feiyu's eyes instantly grew moist, with tears swirling in her eyes. She understood well that under a high-level beast master, many contracted spirit beasts often acted out of jealousy and competition over resource distribution. They might even form small groups to push someone out. This was precisely why she initially thought it would be more reliable to find a beast master like Bai Song who had a single-minded talent. Because this way, she wouldn't have to worry about jealousy, nor get involved in those power struggles. However, at this moment, with Chen Yi, she actually felt an extremely rare sisterhood. This feeling warmed her heart and made her even more convinced that her choice was not wrong. Chen Yi was undoubtedly the noble person in her life, the man who rescued her from Bai Song's swamp. Thank you. I, Chu Feiyu, swear to the heavens that I will never betray Brother Chen Yi and will always belong to him. Chapter 168, Contracting Chu Feiyu. In the hotel room. The laughter and joy of the girls rose and fell. However, in this happy atmosphere, Chen Yi seemed somewhat out of place. Every time he tried to interject, he was shot a fierce glare by the girls. That gaze seemed to say, "This is not your business right now. Just wait for the night." Even Su Tao Tao, who had the highest affection for him, was no exception. Chen Yi could only helplessly smile bitterly, secretly lamenting. Saving each spirit beast girl who might end up depressed due to bloodline issues was his mission. No wonder it is said that heroes are often misunderstood. Now it seems that this is indeed the case. However, as long as the harem is harmonious and stable, that's the best outcome. Before long, the girls' topics gradually ran dry. They all stood up, preparing to leave the hotel, giving the rest of the time to Chen Yi and Chu Feiyu. Brother Chen Yi, thank you for accepting my contract request. Chu Feiyu gently leaned against Chen Yi's shoulder, whispering softly. Why are you saying this? Didn't Shui'er just say the same to you? In our place, there's no need to say apologies or thank you. Chen Yi replied with a speechless expression, if you keep talking like this, I might have to use physical means to make you shut up. Hearing this, Chu Feiyu's little face instantly flushed bright red. A few seconds later, she mustered her courage to speak, I'm just saying. You come let me shut up. However, before she could finish her sentence, Chen Yi's lips pressed directly against hers. Chu Feiyu's eyes widened slightly, showing a look of surprise, but it was quickly replaced by a sweet smile. Her hands unconsciously climbed up around Chen Yi's neck, tightly embracing him. Little girl, are you playing with fire? Humph. I am a fire attribute spirit beast, if I don't play with fire, should I play with water? Oh, you actually dare to retort, take this. Let me teach you the skills of the water attribute. Let me change my posture. Ding. Chu Feiyu's affection level plus 15 points. Current affection level, 70 points. Half a day later, in a luxurious private room. What exactly is going on here? Little you can't have been deceived, right? What SS-level bloodline, that can't be possible. Chu Xiaohua and Moronyu looked stunned, their eyes fixed tightly on their precious daughter as they asked. After coming to their senses, they immediately thought of 3 words: their precious daughter has been deceived. It was completely like a situation where, after a breakup, a blonde guy took advantage of the opportunity and even returned with an ultrasound report. Chu Feiyu looked at her parents' reactions and said firmly, Dad, Mom, I'm telling the truth. I really am an SS-level Phoenix bloodline. As she spoke, she did not hesitate to enter her armed form. In an instant, Chu Feiyu's body underwent an astonishing transformation. Her long hair flowed like molten gold and blazing fire, dancing like flames. Her exquisite eyebrows and eyes looked like a painting, a pair of crimson golden vertical pupils burning with indestructible divine fire, radiating a noble and dignified aura. Her skin glowed like warm jade, with a faint golden divine pattern in the shape of a phoenix appearing between her brows. She emanated a scorching aura and warm fragrance, like a reborn sun, radiant and dazzling, making it hard to gaze directly at her. Chu Xiaohua and Moronyu were stunned by Chu Feiyu's transformed appearance, their mouths agape, unable to say a word. That vibrant power was definitely the power of the Phoenix attribute, there was simply no way it could be fake. At that moment, they noticed Chen Yi leaning against the doorframe, and like he had grabbed a lifeline, hurriedly approached him to ask. Brother Chen Yi, what exactly is going on? We hope you can tell us the truth, so we can feel at ease. Hearing this, Chen Yi smiled slightly and explained, my talent ability can enhance the bloodline level of spirit beast girls. Little Yu was originally supposed to be an A-level bloodline, but I saw that her qualifications were good, so I directly upgraded her to SS level. Chu Feiyu nodded in agreement and said, yes. If it weren't for Brother Chen Yi's ability, I might just be an ordinary firebird, not the phoenix I am now. The two had already slightly discussed a way to fool Chu Xiaohua and Moronyu during their contract. If they directly revealed the truth, it might trigger excessive worry and opposition from their parents. The simplest method was to attribute all the credit to Chen Yi. In this way, not only could Chen Yi answer questions when asked, avoiding any flaws, but it could also emphasize Chen Yi's importance. Now that the ship had sailed, plus the fact that Chu Feiyu had relied on Chen Yi's power to achieve SS level, Chu Xiaohua and Moronyu had no reason to refuse this contract. And it was indeed the case. After hearing Chen Yi's explanation, the couple momentarily felt as if their heads were stuffed with glue, unable to process it. Until Chu Feiyu waved her hand in front of their eyes, they finally came to their senses as if waking from a dream. So, you're saying little you can only have this kind of bloodline by following you? Chu Xiaohua asked with a puzzled expression. That can be said. But if you have such an ability, why did you choose little you? If it were another S-level bloodline spirit beast, wouldn't your talent ability allow them to directly ascend to SSS level? Chu Xiaohua's eyes were a bit dazed, truly unable to understand why Chen Yi would make such a choice. It was very normal for him to have such doubts. After all, Chu Feiyu and Chen Yi had only met a few times. Although Chu Xiaohua had helped Chen Yi solve the troubles in the 5 Elements secret realm, they still were strangers at the end of the day. In this world, no one is unaware of the importance of bloodline rank. Chen Yi's talent is simply 1,000 times more powerful than being single-minded. If he were to express his abilities, let alone Yunji Yao, who had tangled with Bai Song, even Luo Yuqing might actively seek a contract. What reason could such a person possibly have to value Chu Feiyu? Chen Yi smiled as if he had anticipated this. He continued to explain, as I just said, my talent can improve the bloodline rank of others.
So for me, as long as I invest enough resources, I can help the Spirit Beast girls achieve transformation and upgrade. Training a huge internet celebrity is training, training a girl from an ordinary family is also training, even training an abandoned baby is training. So if I have to choose, I would definitely pick a Spirit Beast girl with a good background, good personality, and good looks, right? As he spoke, he gently reached out and rubbed the little head of Chu Feiyu. This action was full of intimacy and pampering, the meaning behind it was evident. Chu Feiyu's little face turned slightly red at that moment, and a wave of sweetness surged in her heart. Chapter 169, Yun Jiyao's Little Thoughts. Upon hearing this, Chu Xiaoha and Moronyu exchanged glances, their faces showing a bittersweet smile, their laughter mixed with helplessness and emotion. This reason was simply too unexpected, leaving them stunned. They had never thought that without looking at strength or family background, just because Chu Feiyu had a lively personality and coincidentally knew Chen Yi, she could connect with such an extraordinary genius. Isn't that outrageous? Sigh. In the end, 1,000 words converged into this heavy sigh. Chu Xiaoha and Moronyu looked at Chu Feiyu and found that she seemed to have emerged from the painful feeling of being abandoned by Baisong. As long as their daughter could be happy and joyful, they would be satisfied. After calming down, Chu Xiaoha and Moronyu both deeply bowed, their eyes filled with sincerity and earnestness. Brother Chen Yi, I entrust my daughter to you from now on. If there is anything we can help with, just let us know, we will do our utmost to assist. Chen Yi felt a large stone finally fall from his heart upon hearing this, secretly letting out a sigh of relief. This way, it could be considered a smooth pass, and it wasn't bad. Thus, he thought for a moment and made his request, there is something I need. I hope you can use your connections to help me gather information on the whereabouts of the light and dark attribute celestial treasures. I really need these 2 items, just locating them will do, money is not an issue. Also, regarding my talent ability, please keep it quiet. Understood. Chu Xiaoha and Moronyu agreed without hesitation. They understood Chen Yi's importance and also knew Chu Feiyu's feelings for him. Not to mention helping find these celestial treasures, even if it meant going out to buy them directly, they would do it without any hesitation. As long as it could allow Chu Feiyu to live a good life, they were willing to give everything. Chu Feiyu quietly stood by, her gaze always fixed on Chen Yi. The corners of her mouth slightly uplifted, her beautiful eyes reflecting endless admiration. She had finally found the man worth giving everything for. At this moment, in the courtyard of the Bai family estate, Yun Jiyao was quietly seated on the ground of the stone pavilion, while the butler Li Xifeng was focusing intently on guiding her energy. As time passed, Yun Jiyao slowly opened her water-blue eyes. She frowned slightly and looked at the butler, saying, "Old Li, your skills seem to have regressed. I feel like I've wasted a lot of spiritual energy." The butler responded apologetically, "I'm sorry." The young lady said, "As one gets older, their abilities are not what they used to be." Yun Jiyao slightly nodded, "All right. You have worked hard all these years. After some time, I will go find Baisong to train, and then you can return to the family to rest." Upon hearing this, Butler Li did not show much excitement, instead revealing a hesitant expression. After a moment's hesitation, he finally mustered the courage to say, "Young lady, I believe you should think twice about establishing a contract with Baisong. This man's past." Before he could finish speaking, a shadow suddenly appeared in front of them. The shadow knelt on one knee, reporting to Yun Jiyao and the butler, "Report. Young lady, Mr. Li, the person we were tracking, Chu Feiyu, awakened her bloodline today and entered a contract hotel with another man. She should have completed the contract." As soon as these words were spoken, Yun Jiyao's brows furrowed sharply. She had sent people to follow Chu Feiyu to see what kind of person she was and also to investigate whether Baisong would send someone to contact Chu Feiyu. Although she was confident in herself and didn't think she would lose to Chu Feiyu, it made her somewhat uncomfortable knowing her man was always thinking about his childhood sweetheart. I thought she was someone impressive, but it turns out to be this? Dumped the next day and found a nameless man to make a contract? Truly a loose woman. Should we continue to pay attention to this woman? No need. Yun Jiyao shook her head. "You all should gather information on the young elites participating in the Beast Master competition this year. As long as I can get into the top 10, my position as head of the family will basically be secured. Your benefits will definitely not be less." Understood. The shadow responded respectfully and then instantly disappeared from sight. As if it had never appeared at all. Yun Jiyao's gaze was fixed on the direction where the shadow vanished, her eyes flashing with an unprecedented seriousness. This year's Beast Master competition was indeed extraordinary. Many prideful Beast Masters chose to participate this year, and the competition would undoubtedly be fierce. Luo Yuqing from the Luo family in Mo City, Wang Yulong from the Hanbei Wang family, Lin Xiao from the Yi City Lin family, Qi Liang Meng from the Hualong Qi family, and Gao Wenyu from the Yanjing Gao family, these were all famous prodigies renowned across the world. Each of them was SS level, with extraordinary strength. As contemporaries, they had met a few times in childhood, and their competitive spirit had long been deeply rooted.
Who would willingly fall behind? However, she had only awakened an S-level bloodline, which was indeed a bit embarrassing. To avoid being left behind, she would have to work hard in selecting her beast master partners. With focused efforts, her personal combat power would definitely not lose to an ordinary SS-level bloodline spirit beast. The top 10 could be said to be within reach. Mr. Li, I know Bai Song has many character flaws, but I have no choice. Please do not bring this up again. I understand, young lady.
Li Shuifeng replied, no longer saying anything else.
He just needed to manage Yun Jiyao's logistics well.
Time passed like a white horse flashing past, gone in an instant. On the morning of the second day, Chen Yi deeply felt what it was like to be unable to get out of bed. He secretly cried out in anguish. Damn it, his physical condition that was equivalent to 18 times that of a normal person, plus double the stamina recovery effect, actually could not withstand the combined attacks of the ladies.
This was simply outrageous.
He couldn't help but sigh. It seemed he had contracted a group of incredible women. Every night they demanded to cultivate their affinity. If it were another beast master, they would probably have died from exhaustion. But it was exactly because of this that Lin Mengshui and Luo Shirin had gained tremendous growth.
Ding!
Lin Mengshui's affinity has reached 140 points, meeting the requirements for stage 4 and 5. Congratulations on her successfully learning a new skill, Dragon Roar. Gather spiritual power and roar, delivering devastating blows to a wide range of enemies.
Ding!
Luo Shirin's affinity has reached 120 points, meeting the requirements for the 4th level, 5th segment.
Congratulations to the contracted spirit beast Luo Shirin for successfully learning a new skill, Eye of the Storm.
Gather spiritual power to create an Eye of Wind, pulling surrounding enemies into the Eye of the Storm.
Both are large area output skills, adding 2 more techniques for clearing minor enemies. Really good, really good.
Meanwhile, sisters Huayuetong and Huashingtong, with careful help from Chen Yi and Su Taodao, also broke through to the 3rd level, 5th segment, and comprehended new skills. Their strength has seen a tremendous boost compared to before.
Chapter 170, Rivalry of Sequences. Name, Huayuetong. Contract Master, Chen Yi. Bloodline, SSS-level White Knight Fairy.
Level, 3rd level, 5th segment.
Physique, 79. Spiritual Power, 162. Attributes, Light, Wood, Holy.
Skills, Radiant Sword, Blessing Light, Tangling Minds.
Affinity, plus 88 points. Favorable Impression, 15 points.
Evaluation, White Knight Fairy, mastering the power of light, able to provide strong combat enhancement to friendly units.
Name, Huashingtong. Contract Master, Chen Yi. Bloodline, SSS-level Dark Knight Fairy.
Level, 3rd level, 5th segment.
Physique, 75. Spiritual Power, 168.
Attributes, Dark, Magic, Shadow.
Skills, Dark Moon, Shadow Ball, Whisper of Darkness. Affinity, plus 90 points. Favorable Impression, 15 points.
Evaluation, Dark Knight Fairy, mastering the power of darkness, able to impose great suppression on enemy units. From the panel and skill information, there's no doubt that they are purely magic-focused professions. The spiritual power of 3rd level, 5th segment can nearly compare to balanced competitors like Yanjiu and Luo Shirin of 4th level, 8th segment. And their physique is also quite good, reaching at least the normal level for spirit beasts of the same stage.
They truly are impressive.
Of course, the most eye-catching is currently Chu Feiyu, who has just broken through to the 2nd level, 3rd segment.
Name, Chu Feiyu. Contract Master, Chen Yi. Bloodline, SS-level Phoenix. Level, 2nd level, 3rd segment. Physique, 120, up. Spiritual Power, 125, up.
Attributes, Fire, Wind, Phoenix.
Skills, Phoenix Flame, Healing Flame. Affinity, plus 75 points. Favorable Impression, 5 points.
Evaluation, Ancient Divine Beast Phoenix, mastering Phoenix Flame, reborn in fire, immortal and indestructible. Due to the effect of focus strengthening, Chu Feiyu's attributes have now surpassed Su Taodao's panel attributes. To be clear, Su Taodao is an ancient fierce beast of 4th level, 8th segment, Taodai. Yet even so, she is still outmatched by Chu Feiyu. It's simply astonishing. However, this gap will gradually narrow as levels increase. After all, the attribute value boost from focus strengthening is fixed. Unless Mu Ronyue's level further increases, the enhanced attributes will always remain the same. And the growth rate difference between SSS-level bloodlines and SS-level bloodlines will eventually be eliminated. Looking ahead, the future appears bright. The only uncertainty is who the spirit essence should be used on. Currently, the girls' races seem very strong, completely unnecessary to switch races. If it goes unused, it would waste such a divine object. But if used, who should it go to?
This has made Chen Yi somewhat conflicted. How about giving it to Chu Feiyu, letting her advance to SSS-level bloodline? After all, they are both phoenixes. Chen Yi and the group fought for a day and night, so they naturally need to rest well. After leaving the hotel, Chen Yi brought the girls to the Beast-Tamer Association. In the Yanjing Beast-Tamer Association, there is a special event called the Rivalry of Sequences, which helps everyone become familiar with and understand the selection process of the Beast-Tamer competition. The reason the Yanjing Beast-Tamer Association has so many simulation battle rooms, as large as a village, is not only for future Beast-Tamer competitions but also for the Rivalry of Sequences. Beast Tamers can register a username in the simulation battle room and then match up to fight other Beast Tamers. The battle rules are identical to the first stage C selection of the Beast Tamer competition. The ranking is determined by the ladder points. The only difference is that the Beastmaster competition is completely random matching. The top player could even be matched with a newcomer participating for the first time. The sequence competition, on the other hand, matches based on ladder points, which is somewhat similar to the peak match and casual match in some mobile games. Of course, just like the Beastmaster competition, it is only open to people under 25 years old, and you can only participate if you come to the Yanjing area. People from other cities don't even have the qualification to participate. Since he finally arrived in Yanjing, how could he not experience it? With a heart full of expectation, Chen Yi walked into the simulation battle room. He clicked on the operation screen and selected the option for the sequence competition. In the next second, a feeling of weightlessness, just like entering a secret realm, suddenly came over him. Chen Yi and the girls closed their eyes, waiting for the teleportation to begin. With a flash of light, Chen Yi was the first to regain consciousness, and a cold AI-synthesized voice appeared in his mind. "Dear Beastmaster, hello. It is detected that this is your first time participating in the sequence competition. Please set your identity. No more than 8 characters. This is really interesting." Chen Yi murmured softly, "Then let's call it Yi Chen." He really was not good at naming, completely unsure of what to call it. Before crossing over, his gaming name in various games was always Yi Chen, which was just his name transliterated backwards. Some classmates even called him that, and over time, he got used to it. He might as well stick with that name. Identity set successfully. As the prompt sounded, the world in front of Chen Yi was immediately enveloped in pure white. He blinked, adjusted to the light, and found that the girls had also arrived here. They were curiously looking around, their eyes sparkling with excitement. At the same time, on Chen Yi's left side, a UI interface that looked like it came from a sci-fi movie appeared. There were 3 options: view personal information, view leaderboard, and start matching. Chen Yi was quite curious and clicked on the personal information option. Name, Yi Chen. Ladder points, 1000. Wins, 0. Total matches, 0. Sequence ranking, none. You can view the sequence ranking after completing 1 match. Wow, isn't this just a peak match? I hope there isn't some national server, provincial standard or village standard involved? How nostalgic. After all, I was once a small national standard player. With such questions, Chen Yi opened the leaderboard. First place, Lang Wuhan, ladder points, 3,800. Second place, Shui family young master Shui Yongkai, ladder points, 3,739. Third place, Mumu Yuxiao, ladder points, 3,722. 100th place, Kai family Kunkan, ladder points, 3,301. Next page, last page. Each page displayed 100 Beastmasters information. He noticed that most of these online names clearly revealed their true identities. The first place, Lang Wuhan, Chen Yi definitely had heard of, even the online name was the real name. Luo Shirin's nemesis, Luo Yuqing, came all the way to Yanjing just to contract with this person. Not to mention anything else, the gap between Lang Wuhan and the second place is quite large, and his strength is indeed not to be underestimated. As for the second place, based on the online name, Chen Yi guessed it was probably the young master of the Shui family, Shui Yongkai, an SS-level Beastmaster. As for the third place, it should be someone named Lin Xiao, but other aspects are temporarily unclear. Chapter 171: The Peak Match of the Beastmaster World. Looking at these easily understandable online names, Chen Yi also felt quite strange. Isn't it said that online names are meant to hide one's identity? Why do these people deliberately expose themselves? Luo Shirin seemed to notice Chen Yi's confusion, chuckled lightly, and explained, "The sequence competition does not have ranking rewards, its only purpose is to allow everyone to see." To show off his strength. Chen Yi propped his chin with one hand, and thoughtfully said, "I see, actually, it's equivalent to an advertisement space, right?" Luo Shirin nodded, "Exactly. Otherwise, why would so many people be thinking about climbing a leaderboard with no rewards? Moreover, this leaderboard can also be seen on the official website of the Yanjing Beastmaster Association. You don't necessarily have to come to Yanjing.
Just think about it, a high-level bloodline spirit beast awakening accidentally in a small city, with no suitable candidates around, the first thing it would do is think about finding some powerful beast masters online, right?
And this is a very good screening list.
When those outstanding beast masters can't find suitable candidates, they can put up easily recognizable usernames to connect with high-level bloodline girls from all over the country, to see if they can make some contracts. Of course, part of the reason is that these people indeed enjoy comparing themselves to each other. With this ranking, it also gives those competitive people a chance to improve themselves.
I see. Chen Yi nodded slightly, as if he understood the reasons behind it all. But for Chen Yi, this was all irrelevant.
His purpose for participating in the sequence battle was simple, just to play around and train the girls' combat abilities.
Advertising or whatever was all meaningless.
After all, for him, the visible bloodline level meant nothing at all. He still had to rely on himself to discover those girls whose bloodlines were hidden.
Without any hesitation, Chen Yi immediately chose the option to start matching. Searching for opponents with similar strength to you. Match successful.
To his surprise, as soon as Chen Yi clicked match, a prompt for successful matching immediately came through. In the next second, a powerful force of teleportation surged.
Chen Yi and his team found themselves in a vast, unbounded grassland.
The girls were not far behind them, appearing to be separated by a transparent barrier. They could see what was happening on the grassland and could communicate normally, but they couldn't come out. Meanwhile, about 100 meters ahead, a human silhouette appeared. This silhouette radiated a mercury-like glow all over, resembling a Mercury Man from a sci-fi movie, making it impossible to discern its true appearance.
You have 30 seconds to prepare. Please choose your spirit beast for battle. Only one spirit beast can be chosen for battle at a time. Successfully defeating the opponent's beast master will count as victory.
You can switch fighting spirit beasts at any time during the battle, but there will be a 3-second vacuum time, so please take note.
Hearing this, Chen Yi understood the rules of this sequence battle.
In essence, it was quite similar to a Pokemon game, where contracted spirit beasts engage in one-on-one battles. However, one couldn't see who the opponent was, and the victory could also be achieved by directly defeating the opponent's beast master, in addition to defeating all their spirit beasts. Such a rule undoubtedly increased the variables and excitement of the battle. At the same time, since one couldn't see the opponent's appearance or username, it also helped avoid scenarios of family pressure or score manipulation. If that's the case, beast masters with combat talents would certainly thrive in this setting. The girls naturally heard these prompts and eagerly volunteered.
Chen Yi brother, I'll go first.
Me too, I want to help Chen Yi brother secure the first victory.
Chen Yi brother, let me do what I want to test the results of my training during this time.
Seeing the exceptionally enthusiastic girls, Chen Yi waved his hand. You all wait a moment, let the newcomer try first. You'll have the chance to show yourselves later.
Xiao Yu, you take the first battle, is that okay? No problem. I want to see my power now.
As Chu Feiyu's voice fell, she was instantly transported outside the barrier, standing next to Chen Yi. On the other side, that Mercury person also chose their contract spirit beast, but it was still a Mercury person, barely recognizable as female from their figure. This was completely nonsense.
Battle start. With the AI prompt sounding, that Mercury spirit beast instantly transformed into its spirit beast form.
What appeared before everyone was unexpectedly a spirit beast that looked like a flying eagle. Without the slightest hesitation, the flying eagle spirit beast swooped down like a silver lightning bolt, charging directly towards Chu Feiyu. At the same time, that Mercury beast master quickly extended their right hand, making a pistol gesture.
A spirit power arrow condensed in their hand, shooting towards Chen Yi. Attacking on both fronts, offering Chen Yi no chance to resist. Wow, this person looks like an experienced hand. So what if they are experienced? They are definitely not my opponent.
Chu Feiyu, however, was indifferent, haughtily snorting. Then, she quickly switched to spirit beast form. A wave of scorching air suddenly swept from her body, completely shattering the spirit power arrow on the spot, turning it into countless shards of spirit power dissipating in the air. If one could see the Mercury Man's expression at this moment, they would surely see an utterly astonished face.
What is this thing? Clang clang. Chu Feiyu let out a long cry.
The flames on her wings suddenly gathered and took shape, forming a deep red flame that soared forward with overwhelming force.
Phoenix Flame.
The flying eagle spirit beast couldn't evade in time and was instantly enveloped by the deep red flame, burning it to ashes. And that flame showed no sign of slowing. After consuming that flying eagle spirit beast, it charged straight towards the Mercury person. The Mercury person did not expect Chu Feiyu to be so powerful, hurriedly casting a defensive skill, a layer of spirit power shield instantly appearing before him, trying to stop the flame's assault. At the same time, he planned to let his next contract spirit beast join the battle. However, this level of shield could not withstand Chu Feiyu's flames at all. In less than a second. Crack! A crisp sound rang out. The deep red flame instantly devoured the Mercury person, engulfing him in an endless sea of fire.
Successfully defeated the opponent. I'm going to flirt with beauties.
Battle ended. Congratulations on your victory.
Sky ladder points plus 20. Current sky ladder points, 1020. Current ranking, 359,985.
Continue matchmaking, exit the sequence battle.
Chapter 172 Rapidly Rising Ranking. Wow, there are actually so many people?
Looking at the UI interface before him, Chen Yi's eyes widened in shock. Setting aside those with lower scores than him, just among those with higher sky ladder scores than him, there are nearly 360,000 people.
The sequence battle is an event prepared for the Beastmaster competition.
Generally speaking, only Beastmasters of level 3 and above will participate. In Long Country, Beastmasters above level 3 account for about 1% of the total population.
Adding the age limit of under 25, it might be less than 1 in 10,000. Moreover, the sequence battle is only held in Yanjing, not nationwide.
To gather at least 360,000 people, the attraction of this event is evident.
Brother Chen Yi, how do you think I performed?
Zhu Feiyu looked at Chen Yi with anticipation on her face. Her sparkling big eyes seemed to be waiting for Chen Yi's praise. Chen Yi smiled slightly, reached out to gently pat Zhu Feiyu's head, and said softly, "Very impressive.
The opponent's strength should be around level 3, stage 3, and you were still able to defeat them in an instant. You live up to your name." Upon hearing this, Zhu Feiyu laughed happily.
He, brother Chen Yi said I'm awesome, he. Seeing this scene, the other girls pouted, feeling a bit disgruntled. What the heck, they can also casually defeat opponents, but this time it just happens to be Zhu Feiyu in battle. They all want to receive Chen Yi's praise and a pat on the head. At this moment, all the girls have only this one thought in their hearts.
Without any intention to rest, Chen Yi directly chose to continue matching for battle.
The girls' strength was still too overwhelming, almost crushing their enemies to victory. They simply couldn't stop. As the ladder points increased, the score earned from winning also became less and less. But this could not hinder Chen Yi's progress in gaining points. In the blink of an eye, the ladder points had already exceeded 2,000. Just as Chen Yi was frantically scoring points. In the waiting hall of the Beastmaster Association, a name flashed across the screen like a shooting star. Congratulations to Yi Chen for successfully defeating the Prince of Yicheng, entering the top 10,000.
What the heck, has someone else entered the top 10,000? Is this also a newcomer? How many have there been today?
The Beastmaster competition is about to begin. It seems those geniuses from big forces are starting to push for ranks. Alas, I feel my rank of 9,527 is no longer safe. I estimate that in a while, when there's only a week left until the Beastmaster competition begins, the competition will be the fiercest.
I'm going to push for ranks too. As long as I enter the top 10,000, I'm going to confess my love to my goddess.
A group of Beastmasters were discussing animatedly. About an hour later, Bai Song and Yun Jiao arrived together at the Beastmaster Association, wanting to confirm their bloodline levels. After all, contracting is a lifelong matter, and if someone falsifies information, they could end up scammed and lose everything. Therefore, it is really necessary to do a complete qualification test at the Beastmaster Association before contracting. It's quite similar to a marriage check before crossing over.
Are there so many people in the bloodline testing room?
Bai Song clicked his tongue inwardly, but soon revealed a flattering expression. "Jiao, I'll send someone to clear the room immediately."
No need.
Let's just wait in the lobby, it won't waste much time. Yun Jiao rejected, the forces in Yanjing are so complex, if we kick a rock, it won't be a good thing. After all, she happened to encounter this kind of thing last year when she came to watch the competition. A wealthy family from another place ran into the Zheng family, which was ranked 37th in Yanjing, causing the conflict to escalate, and the wealthy family's business plummeted since then. It can be said that they regretted it deeply, and kneeling to apologize was useless. In this kind of area, it's better not to stir up trouble if possible.
Alright, I'll listen to you.
Bai Song found a spot to sit down, then waved to Yun Jiao, "Come over here." Seeing these two walking together, many Beastmasters instantly felt like the sky had fallen. Their eyes filled with envy and jealousy.
Damn! Yun Jiao was indeed taken away by Bai Song.
Sigh, this could be considered a match of talent and beauty. I'm so envious.
So annoying. What use is my A-level talent? It's better to just give me someone devoted.
Looking at them like this, they should be here for the qualification test. They probably will contract tonight, and tomorrow there will be another big shot rapidly climbing the rank.
About an hour later, another dazzling golden light appeared, topping the large screen.
At the same time, a passionate voice broadcast echoed throughout the space. Congratulations to Yi Chen for successfully defeating the leading figure in Male God 55, entering the top 1,000.
Damn! He just entered the top 1,000? I remember this Yi Chen seemed to have just entered the top 10,000 an hour ago, right? Now, 1 hour later, he's already in the top 1000? Excluding matching and preparation time, does that mean he defeats his enemies every time? That's not right. To be in the top 1000, the ladder points should be at least over 2,500 points, right? There are so many people matched to him now? Bro, you don't know.
There are virtual magic beasts, so naturally there are virtual beastmasters and virtual spiritual beasts. If matchmaking lasts more than a minute without anyone, it will lead to a battle with a virtual beastmaster, whose strength is about 130% of the average strength of all beastmasters and spirit beasts in that rank. If you are a local of this rank, you can cancel and rematch after 50 seconds, otherwise, it is hard to win against the virtual beastmaster, and the top players will ignore you. I didn't expect there to be virtual beastmasters and virtual spirit beasts. If this could be put to use in battles against magical beasts, how great that would be. That said, since the high-ranking bureau can determine if someone is a virtual beastmaster based on the matchmaking time, can't they exploit it? For example, letting a strong partner kill AI in a low-ranking bureau to boost the ladder points, then gift those points to themselves? No way. Anyone can only match the same opponent once within a year, there's no possibility of point farming. This Chen relies on his own strength to kill virtual beast masters to farm points. I see. It seems this guy might have no problem entering the top 500. Many people were discussing, all with looks of awe on their faces. After all, being able to rush into the top 1000 in such a short time must not be underestimated. For those top players, most of them had already reached their desired rankings long ago. Unless someone pushes them down or they encounter a great opportunity for significant strength growth. Otherwise, very few would continue to push for higher ranks. After all, with that time, it's better to build bonds with the girls. Chapter 173, Light Skills on Water. It seemed that the broadcast director in the waiting hall sensed that the discussion among the crowd had shifted. The big screen director understood and quickly divided the screen, switching the view to the leaderboard of the sequence battle. Everyone's attention was immediately drawn to it, staring at the constantly changing rankings on the screen. You could see a person named Chen rapidly rising with astonishing speed. Every 2 minutes, his rank would rise by 1, as if challenging everyone's limits of perception. Even Yun Jiao couldn't help but glance over, a hint of surprise flashing in her eyes. Ranked 800? That should mean his strength is at least in the mid-4th stage. No, it seems this guy is relying on fighting virtual beast masters to boost his ranking. Combined with this speed, he should have strength around the 7th or 8th segment of the 4th stage. Strange, which 4th stage top talents haven't fought the leaderboard? I should remember all of them. Bai Song chimed in cheerfully, maybe like us, he just prepared to establish a contract recently. But he definitely isn't as strong as Jiao. Yun Jiao nodded and remained silent. She quietly looked at Chen's name on the big screen, her brows slightly furrowing. A feeling she couldn't quite articulate surged within her. This Chen seemed far from ordinary. Time passed second by second. Before long, Chen Yi and his group reached rank 501. Only one step away from the top 500. At this moment, they were waiting for matchmaking. Speaking of which, brother Chen Yi, we've always been curious about your own combat power, just how strong are you? Yeah. How did that move that killed the phoenix puppet come about? Oh? Brother Chen Yi's combat power is strong too? Of course. Xiaoyu, you might not know, but brother Chen Yi at that time killed a monster we couldn't defeat, he's too strong. Really? That's amazing. Brother Chen Yi, I want to see you fight with a spirit beast. The girls were chattering, all looking at Chen Yi with eager eyes. In response, Chen Yi shrugged and said, since you all want to see my battle footage. Then in the next battle, I will show a little skill. Hee brother Chen Yi is really nice. Match successful. As soon as this AI prompt sound echoed, the scenery in front of Chen Yi and his group instantly changed, and they were all teleported to the edge of a tranquil lakeside. There was still a Mercury person ahead. However, from the subtle movements of the body, it seemed like a real person. If it were a virtual beast master, they would only stand still like wooden puppets with no movements at all before the battle began. Since the score was at 2000, Chen Yi had only matched with virtual beast masters, who had no desire to fight at all. Now, he finally encountered a real person. On the other side, the Mercury person, upon seeing the opponent, had the same thought. Having just gone through 3 battles, all against virtual people with no challenges, left him feeling bored. Finally, he could meet a real opponent and let off some steam. He was Gao Wenyu, the eldest young master of the Gao family, the 8th beast master family in Yen City, a 4th level, 10th tier beast master. His awaken talent was SS-level talent, Tyrant. This greatly enhanced his combat power and allowed him to master some basic spirit beast skills. Not only that, but the contracted spirit beasts under his command also saw a significant increase in strength once the battle began. However, this talent also came with a small flaw, which was a fierce temper, making it easy to lose control. Gao Wenyu had not been particularly focused on ranking. After all, his information channels were spread across the country, allowing him to know the bloodline awakening list of various cities at the first opportunity, not needing to rely on advertising to attract other spirit beasts. Therefore, apart from initially breaking into the top 500, he had not moved after that. The reason he came to fight now was due to a spirit beast girl he recently contracted, Qilianming, the second miss of the Qiqing family. She also possessed an SS-level bloodline, the Heart Lotus Qilin. As a spirit beast girl from a big family, she naturally wanted to prove herself through the competition of rankings. Unable to refuse Qilianmeng's request, Gao Wenyu had no choice but to try to challenge the rankings. However, he hadn't expected to encounter all AI beast masters, which made him quite speechless. Leonor, this battle is against a real person, so let that spirit beast be yours. Finally a real person, I hope I can have some fun. Qilianmeng cheerfully teleported out. At the same time, Chen Yi made a decision to let Su Taodao join the battle. She wanted to completely sever ties with the past in this battle of spirit beasts. And those AI beast masters could not allow Su Taodao's strength to be fully unleashed, nor could they test her true combat power. Now that she had finally encountered a real person, she had to train her ability to fight spirit beasts. Battle start. Qilianmeng instantly switched to armed form and charged towards Su Taodao. At the same time, Gao Wenyu also stepped out forcefully, lunging at Chen Yi from the side. Flying through the air, stepping on the waves. The river water at the riverbank seemed to be as solid as ground beneath his feet. Was that light skill water floating? What the heck? Is this fake? Chen Yi was directly stunned. His current physical value had already exceeded 180 points, but he still couldn't perform that light skill water float. Yet this guy in front of him did it effortlessly? Could he be some hidden big shot? Thinking this, Chen Yi broke out in a layer of fine sweat. He had just been showing off in front of the girls, saying he would reveal some skill, but now he felt a bit guilty. If he failed to show off later, wouldn't that cause his favorability to drop significantly? Just then, Gao Wenyu had already reached Chen Yi's side, lightning flickering in his hand, carrying a sharp momentum. Lightning fist. Damn, I have to show off whether I want to or not. To avoid losing the girl's favor. Chen Yi gritted his teeth and steeled himself to move forward. He dared not hold back in the slightest, all his strength gathered at that moment, and he threw a punch with all his might. At the same time, his body leaned back slightly, ready to withdraw, planning to create distance first. However, the next second, something utterly unexpected happened. The moment the Mercury Man's thunder fist collided with Chen Yi's fist, it flew back at an even faster speed, like a cannonball. It crashed heavily into the barrier not far away, producing a dull, thunderous sound. What the hell? Chen Yi was completely stunned. He originally thought this guy who could walk on water was a tough character, but he couldn't even withstand one of his punches? Could it be that this guy's special skill is that so-called walking on water? Is this not just a paper tiger? Chapter 174, The True Form of the Glutton. The girls watching this scene also displayed excited expressions. As if they were seeing their idol. Xiao Yu, did you see that? This is the strength of brother Chen Yi. I saw it. That guy can walk on water, obviously strong. But I didn't expect him to take even one punch from brother Chen Yi. Of course. You don't look at who we chose for our man. So amazing. Now I truly believe that brother Chen Yi is stronger than us. On the other side, Gao Wenyu was completely dumbfounded. What the hell is this? What just happened? Why did I get sent flying by one punch? This guy is also a combat-type beast master? And his enhancement of personal combat power is even higher than mine. A chill suddenly surged in Gao Wenyu's heart. Damn it, I wanted to show off with Qilianmeng, but unexpectedly got outplayed. If I lose and Qilianmeng gets eliminated, I'm afraid I'll have to kneel on the washboard again at night. Damn it, I can only escape first. I'll have Leonor deal with him later. Gao Wenyu cursed inwardly, that guy hasn't made a move, I don't know how fast he is. But the next second, when Gao Wenyu's gaze shifted to Qilianmeng, who was battling Su Taodao, his eyes nearly popped out. At this moment, Qilianmeng was being firmly suppressed by Su Taodao, having no chance to fight back. A woman standing 1.75 meters tall was being pressed down and beaten by a girl just over 1.50 meters. This scene was incredibly bizarre. What on earth is going on? At that moment, Su Taodao suddenly threw a punch, sending Qilianmeng flying. Qilianmeng's body crashed like a cannonball into the barrier Gao Wenyu had just struck, slowly sliding down from it. Her eyes were filled with disbelief, unable to accept how she could lose so miserably. Leonor, what on earth is going on? How could you not defeat her? Gao Wenyu asked anxiously. This girl is very strange, she absorbs my power to strengthen herself. Qilianmeng gritted her teeth and said hatefully, at first, I could slightly suppress her, but gradually I was completely no match for her. So bizarre?
Yeah, she's definitely not an ordinary person. A glimmer of determination flashed in Qi Lianming's eyes. Use that move, I don't want to lose. Gao Wenyu pondered for a moment and nodded. All right. He took a deep breath, placing his hand on Qi Lianming's shoulder, beginning to cast the second effect of Tyrant, Berserk. As Gao Wenyu cast his spell, a powerful energy surged into Qi Lianming's body in an instant. Qi Lianming's body began to tremble violently, her eyes slowly turning crimson, and her originally beautiful face became horrifyingly fierce. Her body continued to swell, and in the blink of an eye, she exceeded 30 meters. At this moment, Qi Lianming had completely lost her sanity. Her heart had only one thought: fight. Is this the Qilin? It's so huge. Next to her, Chen Yi couldn't help but exclaim at the sight. The size of this Qilin was even bigger than Lin Mengshue's original form. At this moment, Su Taotao tugged at Chen Yi's hand, her voice as soft as a whisper. Brother Chen Yi, I actually have a true form too, but it might be a bit scary. When I change, you won't abandon me at night, right? Hearing this, Chen Yi's lips curled slightly, revealing a doting smile. He gently tapped Su Taotao's head and laughed. What are you thinking? You are my little treasure, how could I ever abandon you? Besides, I can see what your kind is, would I be afraid? Okay. I understand. With Chen Yi's assurance, Su Taotao's eyes became unusually firm, silently encouraging herself. She took a deep breath and then tightly closed her eyes, her entire aura beginning to fluctuate violently. In an instant, a pitch-black mist swiftly enveloped Su Taotao. That originally petite body, under the wrap of the mist, began to expand rapidly. As her body continued to grow, Su Taotao's form underwent an astonishing transformation. Her body gradually became as enormous as a mountain, with a sheep's body and a human face, covered in a hard layer of bronze scales. Under her armpits, two black whirlpools swirled like deep black holes, exuding a chilling aura. What was most terrifying was the giant mouth split down to the roots of her ears. Fangs like jagged blades, incredibly sharp, glimmered with a cold light. In her throat, a pitch-black vortex that devoured light spun rapidly, as if it could swallow everything. Tiger teeth and human claws, the cold light was piercing, as if it could tear apart the void. Roar! When all these changes were completed, Su Taotao let out a roar that sounded like a baby's cry in the rumble of the heavens. The ancient fierce beast Taotai officially manifested at this moment. Seeing this scene, Gao Wenyu and the Spirit Beast girls inside the barrier were all stunned into silence. Their eyes were wide with disbelief, their faces filled with shock. At this moment, they had only one thought: what on earth is this thing? Monster, monster. What the heck is this monster? Help, help. Gao Wenyu's legs trembled uncontrollably, a warm liquid flowing down his pants. Things like Godzilla probably couldn't compare. What kind of spirit beast bloodline is this? Why does such a holy object exist in this world? Even Qi Lianming, who had lost almost all reason, was stunned for a long time after seeing this scene. The bloodline suppression from the ancient fierce beast made her body tremble involuntarily. That instinctive fear kept crashing against her mental defenses. You can't win, absolutely can't win. This thought echoed continuously in her mind. Run, must run. However, just as this thought arose, the Taotai suddenly opened its massive mouth, and the two black holes beneath its armpits erupted violently, releasing endless dark power. The black holes surged like a black flood, sweeping over with frightening speed, completely shrouding the entire world. All points of light vanished utterly in this wave of darkness. All matter seemed to return to nothingness in this horror-filled darkness. In that instant, an AI prompt sound echoed. Successfully defeated opponent, Gao family young master. Battle ended, congratulations on your victory. Ladder points plus 11. Current ladder points, 2,675. Current ranking, 491. Continue matching, exit sequence struggle. Chapter 175, entering the top 100. At the moment this prompt lit up. The large screen in the waiting hall also lit up, displaying a prompt and voice announcement. Congratulations to Chen for successfully defeating the young master of the Gao family and entering the top 500. At this moment, the entire place fell silent. Everyone's gaze was focused on the big screen, their faces filled with disbelief. Like being cast under a spell, they stood frozen, staring blankly at the news report. Their brains took a long time to process what had just happened. Their scalps tingled, and they felt completely stunned. It wasn't the fact that Chen entered the top 500 that shocked them. It was the realization of who Chen had just defeated, Gao Wenyu, the young master of the Gao family. He was a stunning genius, someone who had contracted with the eldest daughter of the Qi family, Qi Lianming. A strong contender for the top 10 in this Beastmaster competition. How could such a person be defeated? The young master of the Gao family? Is that Gao Wenyu? He actually lost? Who exactly is this Chen? He could even defeat Gao Wenyu? Unbelievable. Aren't you all missing something? Did you not notice that only 2 minutes have passed since Chen's last ranking change? In other words, if we exclude the waiting and matchmaking time, Gao Wenyu might not have even lasted a minute before losing. As soon as these words were spoken, the crowd erupted. Everyone woke up from their daze, astonished with their mouths agape. Damn, Gao Wenyu is an SS-level beast master, ranked at the 4th level, 10th tier. And his contracted spirit beast, Qi Lianming, is the precious granddaughter of the 7 dragon kings. Since childhood, they had consumed various rare treasures of heaven and earth to hone their bodies, their potential and strength, absolutely top tier among the 4th level, 10th tier. And now, they were being told that such a genius had lost in just 1 minute? How is that even possible? This sudden news hit everyone like a heavy blow to the heart. Even Yun Zhiyao could no longer sit still. If there really was such an incredible beast master, she would have to reconsider her choices. She may only have an S-level bloodline, but her beauty, prestigious family background, and top-notch culinary skills were huge advantages. Moreover, she had already worked hard to cultivate to the 4th level, 10th tier, just a step away from the 5th level, saving a lot of training time. Among the S-level bloodline spirit beast girls, she definitely ranked among the very best. However, the current situation was rather unusual. Spirit beasts awakening above SS-level bloodlines were becoming increasingly rare, while the number of beastmasters above SS level was increasing year by year. Logically, with her conditions, she should be able to align herself with such powerful beings. It's our turn. Bai Song quietly reminded, his voice revealing his envy. This Chen must be an SS-level beastmaster without a doubt. Sigh, truly enviable. However, this time, Yun Zhiyao unusually shook her head and said firmly, wait. I want to see who this Chen really is. Let's wait here at the entrance, he will definitely see us when he comes out of the simulation battle room. Bai Song sighed lightly upon hearing this. To be honest, he also yearned to witness Chen's brilliance. After all, someone with such strength surely had limitless potential. If he could seize this opportunity to befriend him, it would undoubtedly be a great boost for his future development. But due to the reason for their presence, he could only bury this expectation deep in his heart. Just right, since Yun Zhiyao had that intention too, they could wait here. At that moment, the door to simulation battle room number 007 suddenly burst open. Gao Wenyu and his 4 contracted spirit beast girls rushed out, their expressions frantic, each face was written with panic as if they had just experienced a nightmare. Damn, that scared me to death. What the heck was that? A monster. Definitely a monster. Damn. At that moment, the crowd noticed Gao Wenyu and quickly gathered around, asking eagerly what had happened. However, Gao Wenyu still seemed as if he had lost his soul, ignoring the questions from those around him. Qi Lianding, after regaining a bit of composure, panted while murmuring to herself, I can only say, that is definitely a monster. Even Lang Wuwen could never defeat that monster. Why does such a terrifying thing exist in this world? At this moment, Chen Yi had no intention of resting and chose to continue matching. After all, he didn't feel tired at all. What was there to rest for? Brother Chen Yi, I didn't scare you, right? Su Taotao asked tremblingly. Her voice carried a hint of unease, as she felt that her true form was indeed too terrifying. Chen Yi smiled gently and replied, as an enemy, I would surely be scared. But you are my woman, so why should I be afraid? Are you going to betray me? Impossible, I could never betray Brother Chen Yi. Not even if I die. Then that's settled, stop saying such things. Of course, it wasn't just Chen Yi, the girls didn't feel scared either. In fact, their gazes revealed a hint of envy, all looking at Su Taotao. Especially Yanzhou, she always felt that her true form lacked a bit of majesty. The fluffy white nine-tailed fox looked more like a cute pet rather than a fearsome existence. If only she could have a powerful and imposing true form like Tao Tai, that would be great. She could scare others to death. The battles that followed became exceptionally easy, basically all virtual beast tamers. Chen Yi and his team passed through as if in an empty area, facing no hindrance at all. Finally, after an hour, the big screen in the waiting hall once again popped up a report about Chen Yi. Congratulations, Chen successfully defeated an opponent with an 11-match winning streak and entered the top 100. This is the top 100. Damn, that's amazing. How many times have you said that? Miss Chi has called it a monster, how can it not be amazing? Is there any big shot in the top 100 who can match now? Maybe they can encounter him. What are you thinking? Even if you could match him, what's the use? You can't see who the opponent is in the sequence competition, just to get beaten up for nothing. It's better to wait for him to come out. 94th place already, damn, still a one-hit kill? How far can he go? Could it be that he wants to surpass Lang Wuwen's first place in a single day? Impossible, absolutely impossible. The average strength in Lang Wuwen's tier is around mid-tier level 5, and if it's an AI beast master, their combat power is even close to level 6. Tell me, which beast master under 25 has level 6 combat strength? Are you kidding me? Outside, beast masters and spirit beasts were gathering more and more. From 1 to 10, from 10 to 100, in the blink of an eye, the place was packed, with hundreds of people standing. They all wanted to see what kind of extraordinary person this Chen was. If possible, building a connection with such a genius could definitely be a good thing. Chapter 176, First Meeting. At this moment, Chen Yi matched for another 10 times, killing his way to 80th place. Starting from 3,300 points, winning a match would only add 6 to 7 points, and the gap in scores between ranks was quite large. Sometimes even winning 3 matches in a row didn't guarantee a rank increase. Chen Yi looked at the time, it was already lunchtime. Even though they had been one-hit kills all the way, after a morning of battles, they still felt a bit tired. Moreover, the girls were all feeling hungry, their stomachs beginning to grumble. At this moment, Chen Yi lacked nothing but cultivation resources. His spatial ring was filled with monster crystals and various heavenly treasures. Once the fullness of these treasures was digested, it would be time for the next round of cultivation. Now, Lin Mingxue, Luo Shirin, Su Taodao, and Yanzhou's levels. They all reached the 4th rank in 8th segment. However, Chen Yi himself was only at the 4th rank in 7th segment. In the end, this was because Chen Yi's spiritual power had increased. Although this meant that he could refine heavenly treasures much faster, it also came with the problem of slower upgrade speed. After all, beast masters cultivated by refining and guiding the excess spiritual power of their beast companions, absorbing far less spiritual power than directly swallowing heavenly treasures in crystal cores. Thus, Chen Yi knew that to level up quickly in the future, he would need to help his companions with energy guidance. Now that he had a rare opportunity, he must not miss it. Rank 80, not bad. Let's call it a day. We will compete for the remaining ranks next time. Looking at his rank, Chen Yi suggested, let's go home. Okay. The girls agreed one after another. Finally, they could train again. Chen Yi and his group exited the competition area and opened the door to the simulation battle room. However, the moment they stepped out, they were startled by what they saw. What the hell? What is going on? Is there an event happening here? Why are there so many people? Chen Yi widened his eyes in shock, staring at the massive crowd that had already spilled into the aisle. If Chen Yi remembered correctly, when he arrived, there had been at least 2/3 of the waiting hall empty. But now, not only were all the seats taken, there were even many people standing. What the heck? At that moment, a beast master who had just finished his match approached with a proud look on his face, explaining, "Dude, how long have you been in there? You don't know what big event has happened?" Big event? Chen Yi frowned slightly, confused as he asked, "What happened? Is there a fire? What fire? Can that be called a big event?" That beast master looked speechless and said, "I came an hour ago and heard that someone outstanding emerged from the sequence match. I wanted to match and see if I could get paired with him. Unexpectedly, I won 5 times in a row. I've been stuck at 2,000 points for ages, now I've finally broken through." An outstanding person? Chen Yi and the girls exchanged glances. The first thought that came to mind was that expert who could walk on water. After all, it was already quite impressive for a beast master to achieve such a level using just their physical body. Chen Yi and the girls couldn't even do that in their human form. But this so-called outstanding person seems a bit weak, right? Not to mention that the beast master himself couldn't take even one of his moves, that Qilin's spiritual beast couldn't even handle Su Taodao, who was a team support. It feels like the level of beast masters in Longwa still has a lot of room for improvement. Finally broke through 2,100 points, hee. That beast master excitedly waved his arms, pulling his 4 companions into his embrace. "Ladies, you did great today, I'll treat you to a big dinner tonight." Okay. Watching the group of beast masters skip happily toward the waiting hall, Chen Yi's group looked at each other helplessly and shrugged. Being invincible is so lonely. When Chen Yi and his group arrived at the waiting hall, a crowd immediately surrounded them. What the hell, did this guy contract 7 companions? It must be a talent that increases the contract limit. Such talent is really the least useful under the one-on-one rules of sequence battles. His rank is pretty high, most are 4th rank, with 3 around 2 or 3 ranks, they should be the latest contracts. It shouldn't be him, move aside. After looking Chen Yi and his group up and down, they quickly made way. Gao Wenyu and Qi Lianning emphasized that the Chen who defeated him must be above 5th rank. Only 5th rank and above could so effortlessly defeat him. The leading beast master is at level 4, stage 7. Although it is quite high, it is still not enough to look at. Chen Yi and his companions were stunned by this scene. What are they doing? Why does it feel like they are checking for terrorists? However, at this moment, a voice of shock suddenly came from the crowd. "Xiao Yu? How did you end up here?" The one who came was Bai Song. I have to say, he was indeed somewhat handsome, his aura very stable, and his attire extremely appropriate. No wonder he could make Chu Feiyu fall head over heels in the past. At this moment, Bai Song had bypassed the crowd and reached the front, staring with a blank expression at Chu Feiyu, who was close to Chen Yi. Though he now wanted Chu Feiyu to change her mind, it was unlikely that this would happen. But seeing his childhood sweetheart being so sweet with another man still made him feel a bit uncomfortable. Especially since he still harbored some thoughts of taking Chu Feiyu as a concubine. The moment Chu Feiyu saw Bai Song, her previously lively expression darkened instantly. Is there a problem with my contracted beast master descending the rankings? Chu Feiyu coldly responded. The person who drove her out of Bai's estate 3 nights ago is you, and now you speak so affectionately, what do you want? Of course, Chu Feiyu didn't say these words out loud. After all, they were once childhood sweethearts, and matters between men and women cannot always be explained in a few words, there's no need to make it too awkward. But when Bai Song heard these words, it was like being struck by lightning, he felt as if the sky had collapsed. His childhood sweetheart was so intimate with another man, and they even had a contract. This. Xiao Yu, that's not it, I heard you were returning to Tianhai City, so I wanted to ask you what the situation is there. Bai Song's face was full of anxiety as he reached out to hold Chu Feiyu's hand. However, before his hand could touch Chu Feiyu, a strong hand grabbed him. Get lost. Chen Yi said impatiently, show some respect, understand? Chapter 177, Chen Yi's Small Goal. As soon as these words were spoken, the entire place fell silent. Everyone stared at Chen Yi, their faces full of disbelief. You have to know, Bai Song is about to contract with the daughter of the Yun family, Yun Jiao. His status has changed dramatically. He is no longer that young master from a small family ranked outside the top 100. And Chen Yi actually dared to speak to Bai Song like that in front of so many people? Bro, you are awesome. Are you Xiao Yu's beast master? Bai Song's face darkened to an extreme, say it again if you dare. See if I don't take you down. Originally, Bai Song was already very irritated that Yun Jiao hadn't agreed to the contract. Now, despite his good tone, he received such an attitude. And this guy was the one who took away Chu Feiyu. A person can only endure so much. A traitor to love, even telling you to get lost is giving you respect. Be smart and get far away. Can't you see I'm leaving now? Chen Yi retorted without backing down. The reason why he harbored such deep hostility towards Bai Song. On one hand, he wanted to take revenge for Chu Feiyu. Chu Feiyu had waited for this Bai Song for over a decade, only to be cruelly abandoned. He had to seek justice for her. Maybe this way he could gain some favor from Chu Feiyu. On the other hand, Chen Yi was indeed very displeased with this person. In public, to call another person's contracted spirit beast so affectionately. If one didn't know, they might think it was a form of betrayal. What made Chen Yi even angrier was that such an excellent spirit beast seed like Yun Jiao was actually taken by this guy Bai Song. This was simply a waste and a huge loss. Now this guy had bumped into the wrong person, and... How can I not vent properly? You damn. Bai Song's face turned bright red, veins bulging on his forehead, and his fingers slightly whitened from exertion. His eyes widened in anger, staring fiercely at Chen Yi, looking as if he was about to burst into a fight. With his single-minded talent and the resources of his family, he had also cultivated to the 4th rank, 10th stage, and his personal combat power was quite impressive. He wasn't afraid of Chen Yi and the spirit beast girls beside him at all. Stop. At that moment, Yun Jiao suddenly jumped out from the crowd, blocking Bai Song. Don't cause trouble. Xiao, how can I hold back? This guy is... Did you not tell me that you ended your relationship with that Chu Feiyu? What, do you want to rekindle the old flame? It's not like that, Jiao, let me explain. After all, she is my childhood friend, I have to greet her when I see her, right? Enough. Don't you know? In public, openly calling someone else's contracted spirit beast by its nickname is pure provocation. Even if you win against him, do you think public opinion will be on your side? As soon as these words were spoken, Bai Song's body trembled slightly, calming down a bit. Indeed, the Spirit Beast Master Association has a clear regulation. Flirting with another Spirit Beast Master's contracted Spirit Beast and causing disputes makes the flirter fully responsible. Causing trouble in the wild can be brushed off without concrete evidence. But right now, they were in the Spirit Beast Master Association, where there were surveillance and recording devices everywhere. He had started flirting with Chu Feiyu first and even showed signs of touching her. Once a fight broke out, whether in terms of public opinion or rules, it would not be on his side. Alright. Don't explain so much to me. Yun Jiao turned around, looking at Chen Yi, his face showing a hint of apology. Sorry, this time it's our issue, we'll leave right away. After saying that, he pulled Bai Song and turned to leave. However, the moment Chen Yi saw Yun Jiao's system information, he felt as if he was frozen in place, dumbfounded. Didn't expect that this girl hadn't established a contract with Bai Song yet? That's great. Maybe I can try to woo her a bit.
If I succeed, that's a big win. If I fail, it's no big deal. If I could successfully contract Yun Yao, making her dumped by Song, that would let him taste the bitterness of being dumped. Perhaps for Chu Feiyu, that would truly be a moment of pride. However, at that moment, Chen Yi suddenly realized a problem. Wait. Isn't the reason why Chu Feiyu was dumped because of this girl? This feeling seems a bit bad. What if I manage to contract her and Chu Feiyu then holds a grudge against me? Thinking of this, Chen Yi's brows tightened, and his heart began to get tangled. It's not that he was fickle or that he was attracted to Yun Jiao's looks or anything, maybe. It was just that the system rewards Yun Jiao possessed were too tempting. Initially, he had prepared himself mentally, thinking that since Yun Jiao was already contracted by someone else and the system task had failed, that would be it. But now that he learned Yun Jiao had not yet contracted, and the system task still existed, suddenly, he felt a bit of a desire to restart his strategy plan. Sigh, forget it. Let's go back and eat. If there's a chance, then I'll give it a try. If not, then so be it. Still, I ought to take care of the girls in my bowl first. At this moment, Chen Yi had set a small goal for himself. Wait a minute. A spirit beast girl among the crowd suddenly shouted, I seem to have seen you. Are you not the one who achieved the fastest clearing record in the Jiang City Spirit Beast Master Assessment? As soon as this was said, everyone's eyes fell back on Chen Yi. Some even took out their phones, quickly scrolling to find the news from that time. When they saw the photo in the news, a collective gasp filled the air. He is really that Chen Yi, the one who set the fastest record for passing the Beast-Tamer assessment. How is this possible? 4 months ago, Chen Yi seemed to be only first tier, right? And now, just 4 months later, he's fourth tier? It looks like he must be a genius from some big force, having consumed various treasures of heaven and earth since childhood. After awakening his talent, he could break through to fourth tier in one go. His contracted spirit beast probably underwent energy refinement even before awakening, which is why it's leveling up so fast. My goodness! What kind of force dares to play like this? Aren't they afraid of losing everything? Generally speaking, consuming various treasures of heaven and earth to enhance one's qualifications before awakening a bloodline or talent is indeed a method to improve both beast tamers and spirit beast strength. Doing so can lay a much deeper foundation and allow for faster upgrades and stronger talent after awakening. Moreover, this method has been scientifically proven, though its effects are significantly reduced compared to using treasures after awakening. However, the problem lies in the fact that a family descended from a beast tamer power often has numerous members, possibly hundreds or even thousands. Even the main lineage might have several individuals. If both parents are S rank, their offspring's levels may fluctuate between C rank and SSS rank. It's like a gamble, betting on one descendant. What if they end up awakening a C rank talent? Should they continue to cultivate them or give up? And those who didn't make a bet might awaken an SS rank bloodline, which brings overwhelming uncertainty that is truly torturous. Only families with incredibly deep foundations can afford to cultivate several or even dozens of individuals at once, later selecting the best talents from among them. This Chen Yi undoubtedly belongs to that category. Chapter 178, Yi Chen's Identity. Now everyone understood why Chen Yi dared to openly provoke the Bai family. It turns out that the force behind him might be far stronger than the Yin family. This was simply outrageous. As soon as this thought crossed his mind, a flicker of caution filled Bai Song's eyes. Damn it, if this person really is Chen Yi, and his background is as they discussed, the consequences would be unimaginable. Bai Song couldn't help feeling a chill, with a bead of sweat forming on his forehead. Chen Yi hadn't expected that his previous matters would be dug up. He was suddenly at a loss for words. He had intended to keep a lower profile, but it seemed his strength wouldn't allow him to do so. Let's go, we should eat some barbecue to fill our stomachs after working all day. Alright. After Chen Yi and his group left, everyone suddenly remembered their main purpose. Their goal was to find the one who defeated Gao Wenyu, not to waste time on Chen Yi. Just then, someone seemed to think of something. Do you think that Chen Yi might be Yi Chen? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. While tiers can be stacked through a lot of treasures, how can one accumulate spirit beast affinity so quickly? Even if Chen Yi trains 24 hours a day, it's impossible. Indeed, his quick upgrades might only indicate he is building a solid foundation after consuming countless treasures since he was young, but from first tier to now, it's only been 4 months, his actual combat experience must be pitifully low. How could he defeat Gao Wenyu? Practical experience is far more important than tiers. Let's keep searching. It seems we have a thrilling competition to watch in the Beast Tamer contest. This Chen Yi might also be a dark horse vying for the top 100. As everyone discussed, they quickly dispersed to continue searching for the whereabouts of the esteemed Yi Chen. Yun Jiao, however, stayed behind, feeling somewhat reluctant. She couldn't shake the feeling that this Chen Yi seemed to be Yi Chen. After all, this online name reads just like his name reversed.
Some people really do have such names. But the problem is, Chen Yi is a 4th-tier beast master. According to common sense, he can at most contract 4 beasts. However, he has actually contracted 7 spirit beasts. And they are not just pre-contracts, but truly contracted 7 beings. This is enough to prove that Chen Yi's talent has the effect of increasing contract quotas. Such a talent for increasing contract quotas may offer an advantage in team battles through sheer numbers. But in one-on-one fights, it is almost useless. How could he defeat Gao Wenyu in the ranking duel? Moreover, upon realizing that the person in front of him is Chen Yi, Yun Jiao suddenly recalled a piece of gossip she had heard from her attendants. It is said that the eldest daughter of the Luo family, Luo Shirin, awakened an F-level bloodline and was unremarkable on stage, which is why the branch line's Luo Yuqing inherited the position of family head. But after that, it seems that Luo Shirin formed a contract with Chen Yi, and during the end-of-term assessment at the Beast Master Academy, she shone brightly, crushing many A-level and S-level Beast Master combinations. If this gossip is true, a spirit beast with an F-level bloodline can unleash such powerful strength. I'm afraid Chen Yi's talent is no less than wholehearted dedication. And it possesses the multi-effect of an SSS-level talent. On the other side, Bai Song's face was as dark as if water could drip from it. He never expected that in the end, he would kick an iron plate. Damn it! This is really frustrating. He felt that after today, he would probably become the laughingstock of all of Yanjing. No, I must quickly form a contract with Yun Jiao to turn this reputation around. Jiao, there are no lines in the testing room, let's go right now. Before Bai Song could finish speaking, Yun Jiao directly interrupted him. I'm not in the mood today, let's do it next time. But Bai Song wanted to say something more, but was given a cold glare by Yun Jiao, swallowing the words back. Looking at Yun Jiao's determined back, Bai Song's face became even more unsightly, as if he had eaten 10 pounds of excrement. Damn it, what is this bitch doing? Why not contract sooner, finish everything up, then adapt to the new powers and welcome the upcoming Beast Master competition? Why drag it out? The more Bai Song thought about it, the more he felt something was off. Suddenly, a thought flashed through his mind. Could it be that Jiao has taken a liking to Chen Yi? No. That's unlikely. Yun Jiao has such strong possessiveness, she must want to be the leading one, absolutely impossible to play second fiddle. Damn, truly, today's luck is bad, encountering such a situation. Bai Song silently lamented in his heart. After thinking for a long while, he ultimately blamed himself for kicking the iron plate, causing Yun Jiao to lose face and making her have to apologize personally, which is why she was in a bad mood. It must be said, this is indeed his problem. Looks like he would have to spend some money later. At this moment, the waiting hall of the Beast Master Association was crowded, all looking for Yi-chan's whereabouts. However, surprisingly, after a careful search, no suspicious individuals were found. This is truly strange. Everyone went to inquire at the Beast Master Association, hoping to access information about the challenger. But without exception, they were all refused. Even when members from some prominent families came to apply pressure, it did not change the situation. It seemed that there was a more powerful force backing this and had no intention of revealing any information. Do you think this Yi-chan could be a super strong AI developed by the Beast Master Association? After all, AI Beast Master technology has matured so much now, it doesn't seem too hard to create one and give it an identity, right? I think so too. The Eagle country is doing biochemical experiments. Our Dragon Nation certainly will not fall behind, specializing in AI technology, and maybe right now we are training AI? Indeed, otherwise it really cannot explain why so many of us are stuck here, yet haven't found any suspicious individuals. Probably only AI Beastmasters could explain this. Alas, what a pity. I thought I could see this big shot's face. If it's AI, then forget it. A group of Beastmasters and Spirit Beasts left the Beastmaster Association, lost and forlorn. They waited an entire day, yet came up empty-handed. It truly made one speechless. On the other side, after receiving a report from her attendants, Yun Jiao's doubts deepened even further. She began to suspect more and more that Chen Yi might actually be Yi Chen. Send a command down, begin a full investigation into this person Chen Yi. Yun Jiao gave her order with a serious tone, within 3 days, I want to see all of this person's information. Yes. The attendants took their orders and began to investigate Chen Yi's information from every possible angle. Chapter 179, Yun Jiao's Thoughts. Yun Jiao did not return to the Bai family that night, but went directly to the luxury hotel suite she had reserved earlier. She dismissed those around her, standing alone in front of the huge floor-to-ceiling window, overlooking the brilliant lights of Yanjing, shaking her head helplessly. The people sent to investigate Chen Yi had already set off, but the wait for results filled her with an unusual sense of anxiety. The young man surrounded by several extraordinary girls was like a fog, always keeping her from seeing through him. Could it really be him, Yi Chen? Yun Jiao muttered to herself, her fingertips unconsciously gliding across the glass. If it truly is him, then he must be hiding too deeply, right? Such power, yet nameless, and even Bai Song dared to provoke him. But if it's not him, then how should she explain the spirit beast girls clustered around him? Their gazes toward Chen Yi were filled with reliance and trust, definitely not like hers and Bai Song's, merely a simple transaction. She couldn't help but indulge in flights of imagination. If each and truly were Chen Yi, how powerful would she become if that kind of ability were granted to her? Could the partner she had always sought be so close at hand? But just as that thought arose, she forced it back down. No, she cannot conclude based solely on speculation. Bai Song, although his character is unpleasing, his talent and level are certainly real. He is currently the choice that best meets her family's expectations. Just as she was feeling restless, the voice of a servant came from outside. Miss, young Master Bai Song is here. Yun Jiyao frowned slightly, adjusted her expression, and returned to her cold demeanor. Let him in. Bai Song entered, his face showing a hint of unnatural apology and flattery. Jiyao, good evening. I'm here to apologize for what happened at the entrance earlier. It was my impulsiveness that almost put you in a difficult position. It's nothing, the matter has passed, and I don't mind. Seeing her reaction was indifferent, Bai Song hurriedly took out a delicate crystal box from his pocket. As he opened the box, lying inside was a necklace, the pendant a soft blue gemstone radiating a gentle glow, with pure water element energy waves visibly ebbing on the surface. Then, looking like he was proposing, Bai Song knelt on one knee and presented the crystal box. Jiyao, I know a mere apology isn't enough. This is a holy water spirit stone I just specially bought at a high price from the black market and had a master crafted into a necklace. Wearing it will significantly enhance your water attribute skills, better than the shining water spirit stone you currently have. A small gift, not much, I hope you can accept it and forgive me for my earlier lapse. Bai Song said confidently. Clearly thinking this gift was valuable enough to impress anyone. Yun Jiyao's gaze swept over the holy water spirit stone. It truly was a rare treasure. Valuable. If it were before, she would have politely accepted it and happily praised Bai Song for having good taste. But at this moment, all she could think of was that mysterious Yi Chen. Seeing Bai Song's attitude of trying to make up with a gift, which subtly hinted at "look how much I value you," only made her sigh endlessly. To be honest, she didn't like this kind of submissive man. But thinking of her family's expectations and her own hesitation, she finally stretched out her hand and took the box. It's too much trouble, I'll accept the gift, and let's not mention this again. She didn't put it on right away but casually placed the box on the coffee table beside her. This subtle action made Bai Song's expression darken for a moment, but he quickly returned to normal. As long as you can forgive me, Jio. Bai Song, can you give me a few more days? She drew a line for herself in her heart. If the investigation proves that Chen Yi is not Yi Chen, or that he has no special abilities, then she would go ahead with her original plan and form a contract with Bai Song for an arranged marriage. This would be her last gamble. Betting that Chen Yi was just her overthinking. Upon hearing this, although Bai Song felt a bit disappointed by Yun Jio's attitude. But hearing that she was willing to consider a final answer made him happy, and he quickly said, okay. Jio, I will definitely not disappoint you. In the Beast Master competition, I will secure a good ranking to prove that I am worthy of being your Beast Master. Please do your best. The two exchanged a few polite words, and then Bai Song left, feeling accomplished. In his eyes, Yun Jio accepting the gift was a sign of her softening attitude. Yun Jio didn't think much about it. After taking a warm bath to cozy up, drinking a cup of honey grapefruit to soothe her throat, she put on a loose bathrobe and jumped into bed, drifting into sleep. Meanwhile, not long after Bai Song left, a luxurious airship landed at the landing pad under the night sky of Yanjing. The young master of the Lei family, who had once met Chen Yi, Lei Han, arrived in Yanjing with his water firefly stone. According to the original plan, he should have arrived here 3 days ago. However, due to the collapse of the secret realm, his father was very worried about him and insisted on a complete examination for 2 whole days and nights. Only after ensuring nothing was wrong did he finally agree to let him leave. As soon as he got off the airship, a confident swagger appeared in Lei Han's demeanor. He firmly believed that with the water firefly stone in hand, Yun Jio would surely become his prized possession. After walking out of the landing pad, he eagerly began to inquire about Yun Jio's residence. However, just when he found out which hotel Yun Jio was staying at and was about to see her, he heard a piece of news from a friend that almost made him spit blood. Yun Jio was likely to form a contract with Bai family's Bai Song. What? Bai Song, that gigolo? He is even qualified? Lei Han's anger instantly ignited, and a faint electric arc flickered on his forehead. A mere B-level talent little chicken, what qualifications does he have to contract with Jio? Damn, one-hearted must have been overly praised. The 3 Spirit Beast sisters following him also flashed a hint of displeasure in their beautiful eyes upon hearing this news. Normally, when Spirit Beast sisters heard that their Beast Master wanted to contract a new Spirit Beast, their reaction was mostly dissatisfaction.
After all, this meant that the resources and affection they would enjoy in the future would be partially shared with someone else, which was hard for anyone to accept. This is also why one-hearted talent is so popular. But Yun Jiao was different. The wealth of the Yun family is even greater than that of the Lei family. How could a first daughter from such a family background form a contract with Lei Han and not see her resources dramatically increase? If Lei Han becomes stronger, then they would naturally benefit as well. She could not wait for Lei Han and Yun Jiao to establish a contract. But who would have thought that an unexpected visitor, Bai Song, would intercept it? Chapter 180, Chickens Pecking at Each Other. Yesterday there was an issue at home, so I couldn't update. I will continue to keep updating afterwards. The foundation of the Lei family is much deeper than that of the Bai family, so naturally, they would not be intimidated by the Bai family like others. In his eyes, Bai Song was just a minor character with an awakened B-level talent, not worthy of being compared with Yun Jiao. Although Lei Han showed excellent performance in individual strengthening, in actual combat, not many enemies would foolishly engage in one-on-one combat with you. As the saying goes, 2 fists cannot beat 4 hands. The number difference of high-level spirit beasts can completely make up for the lack of individual strength. If Yun Jiao had established a contract with other beast masters with SS or even SSS-level talents, he might still comfort himself, thinking that it was his lack of ability. However, it is unbelievable. Yun Jiao actually chose to form a contract with Bai Song, whom he looked down upon. How could he possibly bear this? Furious, Lei Han couldn't be bothered to take any roundabout routes and just made a direct phone call. When the call connected, Bai Song seemed to be in a good mood, just having received a gift from Yun Jiao. Even when he saw it was Lei Han calling, he did not hang up the phone immediately. What do you want? Bai Song. I heard you were going to contract with Yun Jiao. Let me tell you, Yun Jiao is not someone you can covet. If you're a man, come out. I want to challenge you to a duel. Bai Song was confused by this sudden scolding and challenge, and his expression instantly darkened. He was already feeling frustrated due to Chen Yi and Yun Jiao's attitude, and now a clown was shouting at him and challenging him out of nowhere? What the hell was going on? Lei Han? What are you even? How dare you shout at me? Want to challenge me? Fine. I accept. You set the time and place. Let's see how I teach you a lesson, you ignorant little brat. Although his talent did not enhance his combat power but was purely supportive, Lei Han's talent could boost personal combat power in some aspects. But his level was indeed much higher than Lei Han's. In his view, defeating a Lei Han, who was lower in level and only knew how to charge recklessly, would not be a big problem, even without talent enhancement. Of course, the fundamental reason he accepted the challenge was that he wanted to prove his strength to Yun Jiao and all those paying attention to the matter. Good. Refreshing. 3 o'clock tomorrow afternoon, the 3rd public arena in Yanjing. Whoever doesn't come is a grandson. Wait to be knocked down. This sudden challenge quickly spread throughout the Beast Master community in Yanjing. The confrontation between the young master of the Bai family and the son of the Lei family was only to compete for the favor of the Yun family's young lady. Such a plot involving top families and geniuses fighting for jealousy is always the most popular gossip among people. For a time, many Beast Master families in Yanjing were eagerly awaiting the battle the next afternoon. And what was Chen Yi doing on the other side of the storm? He was enjoying a rare cultivation time in a luxurious suite on the top floor of the hotel. Well, in the literal sense of the word cultivation. Not only the affinity but also the cultivation in energy guidance. Thus, Chen Yi worked hard all night and only finished everyone's training progress when the sky was just bright, then he was so tired he fell asleep immediately. And he slept straight until the next evening. That's right. When Bai Song and Lei Han were battling to shake the heavens in the afternoon, he was sound asleep. When he woke up from hunger and rubbed his eyes to walk out of the bedroom, he found the girls were gathered together, enjoying the exciting replay of that battle on the hotel projection screen. Or rather accurately, the replay of the chickens pecking at each other. Chattering away. Seeing Chen Yi wake up, the girls all gathered around. Su Taodao bounced over, holding a macaron. Brother Chen Yi, look. This afternoon got really lively. That Bai Song and another guy named Lei Han fought. Chen Yi yawned and directly accepted Su Taodao's food play, glancing at the screen. On the screen, Bai Song and Lei Han were indeed fighting fiercely. Regular people might not even be able to see their movements clearly. But if you looked at it from a level above 4, it was filled with flaws, and the rhythm was slow. Overall, it was just bad. Oh, is it over? Who won? Chen Yi asked with little interest. Bai Song won, but it was a tough victory. In the end, they almost fell together. Lin Mingxua gently explained, her tone showing no waves. TSK, a bunch of amateurs pecking at each other. Chen Yi watched the replay, where Lei Han was exhausted and unconscious, while Bai Song was also out of breath, struggling to stand, and couldn't help but yawn again. They really fought sloppily. Why are there so many spectators?
Luo Shirin also took a bite of a macaron and explained, I heard it was over the contract rights for Yun Jiao, so that's how the fight started.
Is that so? Then after seeing this, Yun Jiao must have been completely disappointed in both of them, right? Chen Yi stretched lazily, murmuring indifferently. After all, Yun Jiao's attribute panel was still very high.
In her eyes, Bai Song and Lei Han's movements were really no different from juvenile games.
What would a woman think when she saw two men fighting over her, engaging in such childish games?
Thinking of this, Chen Yi also picked up his phone, ready to check what recipes the girls had left today. Just then, the doorbell of the hotel suite rang. The closest to the door, Yanjiu, went to open it and found a woman in a suit standing outside. On her chest was a large Yun family logo. She looked like someone from the Yun family. Mr. Chen Yi, my young lady invites you to the charity auction dinner at Liuli Palace tonight, and she'd like to chat a bit.
I wonder if you are interested? The attendant said respectfully while handing over an invitation. Before Chen Yi could speak, Luo Shirin's eyes brightened, and she quickly said, an auction?
Brother Chen Yi, the materials we got in the secret realm that we won't be using are just waiting for a proper channel to cash out.
This top charity auction is the best choice. Of course, this is definitely legit, not like that black market. Upon hearing this, Chen Yi thought it made sense.
The system is powerful, but it doesn't give cash directly. To support such a big family, if he didn't prepare several hundred million, it felt insufficient. Previously, he gained a lot from the secret realm, and he wasn't even interested in those low-level materials anymore. It was just right to sell them.
But the only doubt was, Chen Yi had only met Yun Jia once. Why would she specifically send an invitation? Could it be to make amends for Bai Song?
After all, in a certain sense, she should also be considered Bai Song's woman. Apologizing for him was quite normal.
Chen Yi thought for a moment and took the invitation. All right, tell Miss Yun that we will be there on time. Thank you, young Master Chen, for your gracious acceptance. The attendant bowed and left.
The girls became excited upon hearing they would attend the dinner. Even Hua Yuetong and Hua Xingtong showed extraordinary excitement, as if they had completely forgotten about what happened at the black market.
A charity dinner, right? Do we have to wear dresses? I want to wear that blue one. Sister, shall we wear that matching outfit? Brother Chen Yi, did you prepare a beautiful little dress for me?
Chen Yi watched the girls instantly fall into a frenzy over choosing dresses and smiled helplessly. Fine, fine, fine.
Dress nicely.
But before that, prepare some food for me, I'm starving. We had lunch at the hotel restaurant.
This hotel has great food. Really? I want to try it too.
So, Chen Yi led a group of stunningly beautiful girls, marching towards the hotel restaurant, instantly attracting countless envious and jealous gazes. If looks could kill, Chen Yi would probably have died hundreds of times.
However, among those gazes, there seemed to be a hint of analytical eyes. Why is that?
What Chen Yi didn't know was that the news of his acceptance of Bai Song's challenge had been unilaterally announced by Bai Song while he was sleeping, and it had climbed back up the trending list in Yanjing.
Breaking! Bai Song challenges mysterious youth Chen Yi. Duel to take place tomorrow night. Suspected escalation of a love rival battle. Bai Song vs Chen Yi. Both fighting for Yun Jirao? In-depth analysis of Chen Yi. Perhaps a powerful beast master with multiple abilities.
Various clickbait headlines flooded the news, pushing Chen Yi's popularity even higher than the recently concluded Bai Lei battle. All of this, Chen Yi, who was happily indulging in his meal, was still unaware of. When he finished eating and slowly returned to his suite, preparing to change clothes for the evening banquet, he learned from the girls playing on their phones that he had suddenly added an appointment for tomorrow.
This completely left Chen Yi confused. What is this? When did I accept Bai Song's challenge? Time moves slightly forward. After the Bai Lei battle, the crowd outside the third public arena in Yanjing had not completely dispersed. Bai Song was catching his breath, trying hard to calm the turbulent energy and spirit within him, barely able to walk steadily. Though he won in a messy way, victory ultimately belonged to him. He wiped away a bit of blood from the corner of his mouth, forcing a self-satisfied smile on his face, searching for Yun Jirao among the audience. Soon, he spotted Yun Jirao standing in the shade of a nearby tree. However, Yun Jirao did not seem to pay attention to him, who had just won, but was slightly bowing her head, focused on the screen of her phone, her fingers sliding continuously. Seeing this scene, a strange anxiety surged in Bai Song's heart. He defeated Lei Han. Shouldn't Yun Jirao, as his prospective contract spirit beast, congratulate him immediately? At the very least, her gaze should be on him, right? Unable to hold back, he forced his slightly unsteady steps and pretended to casually walk to Yun Jirao's side. Jirao, see, I told you I wouldn't let you down. Bai Song said with a proud expression, that kind of weakling like Lei Han is simply insignificant. Yun Jirao seemed to be awakened by his voice. She lifted her eyes, gave him a faint glance, and calmly said, congratulations. After speaking, her gaze unintentionally fell back on the phone screen. Her brows slightly furrowed, as if she was deeply studying something. This almost dismissive attitude felt like a bucket of cold water poured over Bai Song's head.
He won the match, and this is all he got?
He instinctively leaned in closer to see what could be more important than the recent duel. With his height advantage and decent dynamic vision, he quickly caught a glimpse of the content on the screen. It was the search engine interface of Baidu, and the search bar clearly displayed two words, Chen Yi. Below were several related information links.
Boom.
In an instant, Bai Song felt the turbulent energy that had just calmed down surging wildly again.
More fierce than when he faced Lei Han's attacks. Jealousy, anger, and humiliation instantly drowned him. It was Chen Yi again.
That pretty boy surrounded by a bunch of vase-like girls, looking utterly useless.
Yunji Rao actually searched for that guy's information right after he won the match? Could it be that she has a crush on him?
Winning the feeling of expansion brought by Lei Han was, at this moment, catalyzed by jealousy into extreme anger. He suddenly took a step back, no longer looking at Yunji Yao. Instead, he faced the crowd around him who were still discussing the recent match, especially one reporter with a camera, and shouted loudly, Chen Yi. I know you are definitely paying attention to what's happening here.
Don't hide like a coward. Today's warm-up is over, tomorrow. Right here tomorrow evening.
I, Bai Song, officially challenge you to a duel.
If you're a man, come out and fight me.
I want everyone to know who deserves to stand beside Yunji Yao. This sudden declaration of war made the crowd, which was originally dispersing, erupt once more.
Wow. The young master of the Bai family is challenging Chen Yi? I don't understand, who is Chen Yi? Is there a Chen family among the top 100 beast masters of Yinjing?
Just search online for Chen Yi's name and you'll find out.
It seems like there will be a good show to watch tomorrow. Is this about Miss Yun again? The rivalry and jealousy have escalated.
Hurry, hurry.
This will get a lot of views. Let's make a video.
Everyone quickly picked up their phones, and the news of Bai Song challenging Chen Yi spread at lightning speed. Listening to the crowd's exclamations and discussions, seeing the astonished and admiring expressions on people's faces, Bai Song's vanity and sense of revenge were temporarily satisfied. The confidence from defeating Lei Han made him feel as if he could already see the scene of stepping Chen Yi underfoot tomorrow. At that time, let's see if Yunji Yao will still care for that pretty boy.
Bai Song.
Yunji Yao finally put away her phone, a layer of frost covering her stunning face. What are you doing? It was clear that she felt extremely displeased with Bai Song's behavior of sneaking a look at her phone and using her name to promote this duel without permission. But Bai Song was on a high and couldn't care less about her words. He merely snorted coldly, casting a look at Yunji Yao that said, I'll prove it to you, and left with an inexplicable air of a victor surrounded by his contract Spirit Beast and followers. Yunji Yao watched his departing back, her brows tightly furrowed. Although this matter was unilaterally announced by Bai Song, it ultimately stemmed from her constant searching for information about Chen Yi, which inexplicably made Chen Yi a target and got him into trouble.
That was never her intention.
After pondering for a moment, she instructed her attendants, go find out where Chen Yi lives.
In my name, send him an invitation to tonight's Lioli Palace charity banquet. Although I feel like he might not need it.
After all, things had come to this, and if she spoke out to clarify that it was Bai Song's nonsense, it would not be good for either her or Chen Yi.
Public opinion's backlash wouldn't care who initiated it. It would be better to go with the flow.
By apologizing in person tonight, she could also see this mysterious man.
Chapter 182, The Banquet at Lioli Palace. However, just then,
another attendant in charge of intelligence suddenly flashed to her side and whispered a report. Miss, the background of Mr. Chen Yi that you asked us to investigate urgently has results, but it's very strange.
Speak.
We used a lot of channels, but the information we can find is extremely scarce.
He seems to have appeared out of thin air.
There are no records of parents or relatives, and his early education records are blank. He only appeared in Jiang City around 2 years and 8 months ago, with nearly zero activity beforehand.
It's as if someone intentionally erased everything, or he simply is not.
In this information-rich era, completely erasing a person's past is nearly impossible. Unless it involves very high-level powers, or there's something fundamentally wrong with this person.
Boom. This news directly shook Yunji Yao's mind. A mysterious background. No activity trace.
Adding to that, the girls around him who suddenly awakened powerful bloodlines and unimaginable holy-level speed. At this moment, all clues seem to connect, pointing to one reasonable explanation: Chen Yi's background is definitely not simple. It is even possible that it is a family more powerful than the Luo family. But for some reason, they cannot come to the forefront and can only secretly manipulate the world's flow. Only such a family can directly erase a person's activity trace. This kind of family, she really dared not imagine.
Yun Jiyu took a deep breath, striving to keep herself calm. No need to investigate further.
She looked at the attendant again, commanding, tonight's banquet invitation must be delivered to him.
I must see him tonight. Yes.
In the evening, Chen Yi and his group prepared to set off for Lioli Palace. As the girls changed into their evening gowns and came out one by one. Even though Chen Yi was used to their beauty, he couldn't help but be dazzled at this moment. Lin Mingxue wore an ice-blue floor-length gown, making her skin appear snow-like, cool as a moon palace fairy. Luo Shirin chose a blue-green gradient dress, like the wings of a green phoenix, elegant and noble, highlighting her enchanting figure.
Su Taodao wore a cute pink and white puff dress, excitedly twirling around. Brother Chen Yi, do I look good?
Yan Zhou was the boldest, dressed in a wine-red deep V-back fishtail dress, outlining her devilish curves beautifully, alluring eyes seemingly asking Chen Yi, Brother Chen Yi, does sister look good in this outfit? Should I wear this to play with you tonight? Hua Yuetong and Hua Xingtong, the twin sisters, wore black and white short dresses, one pure like an angel, the other enchanting like a fairy, both hugging Chen Yi's arms from left to right, in unison saying, Husband, we are more beautiful? Zhu Feiyu wore a golden strapless dress, her cheeks slightly flushed, as if feeling this was too bold. Chen Yi felt surrounded by a crowd of charming beauties and overwhelming allure, his breath slightly stalled. He cleared his throat twice, pretending to be calm, you all look good, all look good. Let's go, I feel we are almost late. He himself changed into a well-tailored black suit and left the hotel with the girls. When they arrived at Lioli Palace by special car, the commotion caused was imaginable. In front of Lioli Palace, luxury cars gathered, and the air was filled with the fragrance of beautiful clothing. But when Chen Yi got out of the car with his 8 uniquely styled female companions, all eyes were instantly drawn to them.
Oh my gosh.
Who are those girls?
What kind of luck does that guy in the middle have, to have so many stunning companions? Are you stupid? That person is Chen Yi. So he is Chen Yi? My goodness.
He is way more handsome in person than in photos. Gasps of awe, whispers of resentment, and envious murmuring arose one after another. At that moment, an even bigger commotion came from the entrance.
Yun Jiyu arrived.
She was wearing a custom-made sky-blue gown adorned with stars, flowing and twinkling with her steps. Her beauty was already at the top level, and with a bit of makeup now, she looked breathlessly stunning. The ethereal quality brought by her mermaid bloodline complemented her beauty even more, instantly becoming the absolute focus of the entire venue, attracting all gasps and gazes.
It's Miss Yun Jiyu.
So beautiful.
Ah. I'm dead.
Killed by her beauty.
By the way, why didn't I see Bai Song come with her? Don't mention that pretty boy, isn't it better to focus on admiring Miss Yun Jiyu?
Yun Jiyu seemed already accustomed to such attention. She remained calm, her gaze indifferent as she swept through the crowd, finally landing on the equally eye-catching Chen Yi and his group. Seeing the group of girls around Chen Yi, all competing to be the best, made her eyes slightly flicker. Immediately, she revealed a faint smile and nodded gently toward Chen Yi and the others.
Chen Yi also nodded in response and didn't say much.
Entering the banquet hall, the auction had not yet begun, it was time for the social dance. Chen Yi knew nothing about social dancing and had no interest in learning. So, he found a corner sofa to sit on, holding a glass of juice, leisurely watching the crowd on the dance floor. Some girls went for snacks, while others talked quietly in groups, seeming to be quite skilled in such situations. As for the men trying to approach them, that was naturally non-existent. Chen Yi was now considered a celebrity in Yanjing, with no need to flirt with beauties, as that would only endanger himself or his family, which would be quite laughable. Just as the dance was reaching its climax, a somewhat disheveled but fierce-looking figure found Chen Yi. It was Lei Han, who had been defeated by Bai Song that afternoon and had once met Chen Yi. He still had bandages wrapped around his head, his face was somewhat pale, but the fire of anger in his eyes was undiminished.
Chen Yi. Lei Han plopped down opposite Chen Yi, gritting his teeth. Did you see the contest this afternoon? That damn Bai Song, relying on his higher rank, bah. I won't accept it. Chen Yi raised an eyebrow. So? Help me out. Lei Han said fiercely, you're going to duel that thing tomorrow, right? As long as you can make Bai Song look bad, I'm willing to pay any price. Chen Yi looked at Lei Han's appearance and then thought of the boring contest earlier and the upcoming auction.
Suddenly, a spark of inspiration flashed, revealing a playful smile.
Help you?
Sure. Chen Yi said lazily, however, you shouldn't need me to take action, you should be able to make him embarrass himself, and also make him bleed heavily.
Lei Han's eyes brightened. How do I do that? Tell me. Chen Yi beckoned with his finger, and Lei Han leaned in immediately. Listening to Chen Yi's whispers, Lei Han's expression changed from confusion to surprise, and finally to joy and suppressed laughter. Brilliant! So brilliant! Brother Chen, you are truly a genius. No, you are the devil. Ha ha ha.
Lei Han excitedly patted his thigh, let's do it.
Don't worry, it's all on me. Our Lei family will cover the costs. I bet Bai Song will be badly hurt this time. Chapter 183, Sulking. This plan is something only you can carry out, so go for it. A certain little beauty from my family and I are really looking forward to seeing the expression on Baisong's face when he bleeds heavily. Of course. I naturally hope to take revenge for my own grudges. Chen Yi and Lei Han exchanged smiles, filled with a sense of calculation. If this plan could be successfully executed, it would definitely deal a heavy blow to Baisong. By then, Baisong would probably have his bones stripped away. As for the cost of failure for the Lei family, it was just a mere 5 million service fee, hardly worth mentioning. The reason Chen Yi was willing to help Lei Han was mainly because he had assisted in finding the water spirit stone. If not for this, Chen Yi didn't even know if he could collect the foundation of the 5 elements array before the collapse of the 5 elements secret realm. Moreover, Chen Yi originally wanted to find an opportunity to make Chu Feiyu relieve her anger and teach this Baisong a good lesson. Now that a free helper had come to him, he naturally had to make good use of this opportunity. The girl saw Chen Yi's expression filled with a sly smile and immediately gathered around, chattering and gossiping. Did brother Chen Yi come up with another scheme to mess with someone? Looking at him, it must be. Ha ha. Brother Chen Yi is really dark-hearted. But I like this kind of Chen Yi. What's going on? What is brother Chen Yi planning to do? Chu Feiyu squished into the group of girls, looking curious. It seems a bit hard to keep up with the thoughts of other girls. You'll know soon. And I feel that brother Chen Yi is doing this for you. The charity auction quickly began. Most of the items up for bidding were antiques, art pieces, or more common treasures of heaven and earth, and the bidding was rather lukewarm. The rarest items were the defective pieces that Chen Yi brought back from the 5 elements secret realm. No wonder everyone likes to bid in the black market. A charity auction, in the end, is just those wealthy families presenting useless trinkets together for some fun. Who would foolishly bring out real treasures for auction? Unless they really can't afford anything else, usually they wait for a fated person who urgently needs the item and wants to pay a high price. At that time, not only can they get a price much higher than the market value, but they can also gain a favor. The few secret realm materials and high-level spirit cores that Chen Yi entrusted for auction were gradually sold, and indeed, they fetched prices above market value, making him feel quite pleased. Finally, the auction entered the second half, and several final items were presented. When a soft, shimmering crystal stone was brought up by the hostess, many recognized it. It's actually water fire stone? The quality is good. It feels like it's been a long time since I've seen this item in an auction. Needless to say, this is a divine object that can directly elevate water-based skills by 1 level. For those water attribute spirit beasts, it's almost the best cultivation treasure. Who would be foolish enough to sell it? No matter what, since this thing is presented, it will be tough to buy it without spending a fortune. Yeah. This thing is also a magic tool for flirting. Which water attribute spirit beast won't be captivated by it? People were bustling with discussions. The host smiled and introduced, next up, this item you can all see is the water fire stone. It contains pure water energy, which is quite beneficial for the cultivation of water attribute spirit beasts. As soon as he spoke, even Yun Zhiyao, who had been calm, sat up slightly. She looked very interested in this item. Baisong sat in the back row, and although he was angry this afternoon about Yun Zhiyao secretly investigating Chen Yi, he calmed down and felt he might have overreacted. Others were only searching online for information about Chen Yi, not chatting with him. Could it be that if your girlfriend searched for some male celebrity online, you would think she's going to run off with him? Clearly, that's impossible. He realized he had indeed been too reactive. This bad temper really needed fixing. This item before him was a supreme treasure for water attribute spirit beasts. Baisong recalled the indifferent reaction of Yun Zhiyao to the gift he gave her last night, and his mind began to race. Although Yun Zhiyao's family should have plenty of money, if I can win this item for her, it should earn me another chance to apologize, right? After all, spending a large sum on a treasure you bought yourself, and someone else spending a large sum and giving it to you, are completely different concepts. The more Baisong thought about it, the more he felt it was a good idea. Many people wanted to bid on the water fire stone, and in the blink of an eye, the bidding went from 30 million to 80 million. It was a considerable markup, indeed. But Baisong would not miss this opportunity. However, just when he was about to raise his paddle to bid, Lei Han in the back suddenly raised his paddle and shouted, 100 million. Baisong was taken aback, turned around to see it was Lei Han, and his anger flared up again. This guy seemed to not even have a contracted water attribute spirit beast. His motives for wanting to win this item were obvious. Damn it, clearly lost to him already, and now he still wanted to use this to pursue Yun Zhiyao? He immediately raised his paddle, 120 million. Lei Han was unyielding, 150 million. 200 million. 250 million. The price soared, quickly breaking through 500 million. Other bidders had long since stopped, looking at these two young masters with speechless faces. Is it really necessary? Something worth around 50 million, and you are bidding it up to 500 million? Could it be that you're just angry about losing badly in the afternoon? This charity auction is not an ordinary auction. Those who can come here are either rich or noble, each person either a leader in their industry or a young master of a prominent family. If you think you can casually bid, and then say you don't have enough money when the price exceeds your ability, that would be a big mistake. Not being able to afford it is not just a matter of paying a little breach of contract fee. Once you ruin the mood of these nobles, after the auction ends, major companies and beast masters' families will definitely keep their distance from you, even sabotaging your business and making things difficult for you everywhere. As a result, it could severely damage your career, or worst case, lead to your complete collapse. This is undoubtedly a huge taboo. 3 years ago, there was a Beastmaster family ranked in the 30s in Yanjing, in a very successful period. However, a single auction turned their fate upside down. At that time, the eldest son of the family quarreled with a genius from another family. To save face, he bid without hesitation, regardless of how high the other party was willing to bid, firmly refusing to let the treasure fall into the other's hands. At first, everything went smoothly, but the genius seemed determined to have a particular treasure and bid all the way to 10 times the market price before finally giving up. And that spoiled young man who was bidding recklessly, having spent too much money earlier, could no longer afford to buy the item. He could only choose to pay the breach of contract fee and let the item go back up for auction. As a result, less than a week after the auction ended, his family business suffered serious blows, with troubles and crises coming one after another. Within just a month, this once glorious family completely collapsed, ultimately being expelled from Yanjing's Beastmaster families. This can be considered the most serious consequence. Chapter 184, Set Up. In this fierce bidding, who would take a step back first? Enduring for a moment brings calmness, taking a step back leads to a broader space. At this moment, Bai Song felt something was wrong. This broken stone was worth at most 50 million, and now it had already doubled. But seeing Lei Han's determined look and seeing Yun Ji Yao next to him seemingly focused on the bidding, very eager to have the water glow stone, his vanity and competitive spirit were thoroughly ignited. 600 million. 650 million. 700 million. The whole room fell into a dead silence, leaving only the two of them bidding crazily. Everyone was dumbfounded, including the auctioneer, who was also momentarily stunned. This price had completely exceeded the item's worth and had turned into a pure contest of pride and financial strength. Bai Song was sweating, the price was so high it hurt him. But the arrow was already on the bowstring, he had to shoot. If he backed down now, wouldn't he be humiliated in front of Yun Ji Yao and everyone else by Lei Han? 800 million. Bai Song almost shouted it out. Hearing this, Lei Han paused for a moment, seeming to hesitate. Seeing this, Bai Song revealed a smug sneer, "Is this all you've got? The Lei family is just this." Just as the auctioneer was about to drop the hammer, Lei Han suddenly shouted, 1 billion. Boom. This time, the whole place exploded. 1 billion for a piece of water glowstone? Are you crazy? Upon hearing this, Bai Song's mind buzzed, blood rushing to his head. 1 billion. This was nearly 1/3 of the Bai family's total assets. And it was for a piece of water glowstone? He looked at Lei Han, but found that Lei Han was no longer looking at him. Instead, he bypassed him and fixed his gaze on the more forward Yun Ji Yao. A look of absolute determination on his face. That bastard, damn it. He dares to covet my woman. Bai Song's anger surged, raising his placard suddenly, 1,100 million. Wow. At this moment, the entire venue was in an uproar. This is outrageous. 1 billion can still be topped up? Is this going to break the record? However, just then, Lei Han suddenly took his gaze away from Yun Ji Yao and flashed a grin. He shrugged towards Bai Song, raised his hands, and said, "Young Master Bai is indeed rich and powerful. I admire you. Just let you have this treasure." His tone was incredibly relaxed, dripping with obvious mockery. In an instant, Bai Song felt as if struck by lightning, frozen in place. He doesn't want it anymore? 1,100 million once. 1,100 million twice. 1,100 million 3 times. The auctioneer's hammer fell, deal. Congratulations to young Master Bai for winning this water firestone at the price of 1,100 million. This time, what echoed in the venue was not applause but an uncontainable murmur of disbelief. 1,100 million, to buy this? Does the Bai family have that much money? Clearly, he was tricked by Lei Han. Now he's going to lose big. Bai Song's face turned pale, his whole body frozen with cold sweat soaking his back. It was only then that he suddenly woke up to what he had done. 1,100 million. For a piece of water firestone? If his father found out about this, he would definitely skin him alive. He turned abruptly to look at Lei Han, only to find the other sneering silently at him with his lips saying, "Fool."
Then he heard the discussions around him. I just checked the files, this water firestone was provided by Chen Yi.
Chen Yi?
Young Master Bai seems to have declared war on him this afternoon. I heard it's because of Yun Jiao.
Ha ha. So this means young Master Bai spent a whole 1,100,000,000, over 20 times the price, to buy something from a rival? And he wants to give it to Yun Jiao?
What if Yun Jiao signs a contract with Chen Yi afterward?
What a talent. What kind of fool is this?
The words of the crowd cut into Bai Song's heart like the sharpest knives. His vision darkened, almost fainting on the spot.
What a great humiliation.
This is truly a great humiliation.
Damn it, he actually let that bastard Chen Yi earn so much? Not only did he steal his Chu Feiyu, but this time he also robbed him of 1,100,000,000?
However, at this moment, he could never reveal the truth of his financial situation. Once he speaks, the Bai family would become a target of ridicule. At that point, the losses suffered would far exceed this 1,100,000,000.
It seems I can only borrow money. Despite the current tension between the Bai family and the Yun family due to their contractual relationship.
Ultimately, Bai Song bought this treasure just to give it to Yun Jiao. Tomorrow, he will approach the Yun family to negotiate, requesting an interest-free loan of a few hundred million. It shouldn't be a big deal.
But then again, maybe that isn't entirely a bad thing. It is often said that one would go to great lengths for their beloved. Spending lavishly and disregarding everything to buy the treasure she desires should prove his sincere feelings, right?
Women often appreciate such romantic and generous gestures. Perhaps this time he could win Yun Jiao's heart.
No, better wait.
Wait until tomorrow when he triumphantly steps on that dog Chen Yi, displaying his formidable self. Then he will talk to Yun Jiao, maybe it will work even better.
Chen Yi, you bastard. Lei Han, you little brat.
How dare you team up to mock me? I will not rest until I take revenge. Bai Song's eyes were bloodshot, his fists clenched tightly, fingernails digging deep into his flesh. In tomorrow's duel, he must make Chen Yi pay a painful price.
Absolutely. The charity auction came to an unceremonious end.
Yun Jiao stood in the distance, her gaze fixed on Chen Yi. At this moment, he was talking to Lei Han. A calm expression appeared on her face, making it look like both of them were in a very good mood. Following closely, her gaze fell on the seemingly still somewhat mad Bai Song. In an instant, all the mysteries were unraveled in her heart. Without a doubt, this was a carefully planned trap.
It's a trap set up by Chen Yi and Lei Han working together.
They deliberately raised the price on the water firefly stone, using words to provoke the hot-tempered Bai Song, forcing him to buy this thing at a sky-high price. Even if the plan fails, it was just transferring money from one hand to the other, hardly worth mentioning. It's not like they couldn't afford it. At most, they would lose a 5 million fee. Yun Jia shook her head, sighed, and did not feel as moved as Bai Song imagined. On the contrary, her impression of Bai Song plummeted. So foolish, impulsive, and quick to anger, falling so easily into the trap set by their opponents was truly hard to bear. Thinking about what it would be like to sign a contract with him, the future simply looked dark.
In contrast, Yun Jiao's curiosity and fondness for Chen Yi rose sharply.
From the current situation, it was obvious that Chen Yi was the mastermind of this plan. The success rate of this scheme was minuscule, anyone with a bit of intelligence wouldn't be fooled. But Chen Yi was able to cleverly stage this wonderful play according to Bai Song's character traits.
This man is truly interesting. Chapter 185, One Punch Kill. Brother Chen Yi, you're so bad. Exactly. How can you scam others' money like this? Why not scam a bit more? No way to scam more.
Look at Bai Song like that, he must be short on cash, better to collect while he's ahead.
Fortunately, little sister, you didn't end up with this scumbag. Not only is he bad-tempered, but he also doesn't think well. Following him would definitely bring losses.
On the way back, the girls chattered about what had just happened. Bai Song, this young master who awakened the talent of being single-minded against heaven, at this moment, in their eyes, was like a stray dog on the roadside. Chu Feiyu just smiled faintly, not interrupting. After all, her feelings for Bai Song had long surpassed ordinary unrequited love, it was a deep affection. After all, he had been her crush for over 10 years, and with a very gentle heart, seeing Bai Song in such a miserable state, she couldn't help but feel a little sorry. However, whenever she thought of that night when Bai Song rejected her with such decisive words, a trace of nameless anger would surge in her heart. Chu Feiyu thought that if you had taken a fancy to Yun Jiao, or were under family pressure to contract with Yun Jiao, she actually wouldn't blame you. In this strength-respected world, without strength, even beauty and good relations are useless. But why did you have to say it so decisively? Couldn't you discuss it nicely, say a few comforting words when she was about to break down, and part on good terms? Why make a scene to this extent? All this can only be said to be self-inflicted. By the way, brother Chen Yi. Chu Feiyu suddenly interjected, for tomorrow's duel, can we not kill Bai Song? The duels in this world are no joke, they are life and death battles with real knives and guns. Unlike the training rooms in the Beastmaster Association, where there is a protective barrier, allowing for some playful jabs. Although it is prohibited to kill the opponent, and must stop at a certain point. But who can guarantee that accidents won't happen? Moreover, with Chen Yi's strength, facing Bai Song would be like an instant kill. Hearing Chu Feiyu's request, Chen Yi smiled, reached out, and rubbed her little head, comforting her, "Don't worry. I'm not that bloodthirsty and killing person, teaching him a lesson is enough." "Really? Thank you, brother Chen Yi, moi. Ah. Little you could just chat, how come you stole a kiss?" He. Chu Feiyu mischievously smiled. It seemed as if she had no regrets for her actions. Chen Yi saw this and immediately picked her up, pretending to be angry as he said, "You little girl, do you know that kissing me forcefully comes with a price? You better clean up tonight, and wait for my punishment." Chu Feiyu, upon hearing Chen Yi's words, not only showed no fear but revealed an expectant smile, playfully saying, I really look forward to brother Chen Yi's punishment." The other girls nearby shook their heads repeatedly at this scene. They also wanted to kiss Chen Yi. Unexpectedly, they were once again robbed of the chance. Could it be that Chu Feiyu's innocent appearance was just an act? In fact, did she understand men better than anyone else? Was she actually more experienced than anyone? The next evening, at the third public arena. This time, the number of spectators was several times greater than when Bai Song faced Lei Han yesterday. The entire arena was packed tightly, everyone was eagerly anticipating the showdown between Bai Song and Chen Yi. The trending topic about this event occupied half of the top 10 spots, it was simply ridiculous. Bai Song stared intensely at the entrance, his eyes full of bloodshot, with a maniacal look on his face as if he hadn't slept all night. Chen Yi, still accompanied by his contract girls, strolled in slowly, yawning, in stark contrast to the tense atmosphere. "Chen Yi. You finally came." Bai Song's voice was hoarse. "Today, I will make you pay for what you've done." Chen Yi dug in his ear. "Stop with the nonsense, let's finish this quickly, I'm in a hurry to have dinner." "You bastard." Bai Song was furious, teeth grinding, he never expected Chen Yi to be so relaxed. How much did he look down on others? But that was fine. The more relaxed Chen Yi was, the greater Bai Song's odds of victory. After the referee briefly announced the rules, the match began. Bai Song let out a roar and charged directly at Chen Yi. At the same time, he quickly pulled out a long spear covered in runes from his storage ring. Chen Yi was slightly stunned. "In battles between beast masters, we can use weapons? I never said you couldn't use weapons in this challenge." Bai Song sneered. "Chen Yi, prepare to die." This spear was a spirit weapon he had secretly taken from his family's treasury. Each attack on an enemy was equivalent to being hit by a 5th-tier spirit beast attack, easily tearing apart Chen Yi's 4th-tier body. Seeing this, the audience erupted in an uproar. Using a weapon? How shameless. What happened to the beast master's sparring? Is he really going to kill him? Yun Jiao's face changed, clearly not expecting Bai Song to be so shameless. Lei Han cursed loudly. How could he resort to such underhanded tactics? But the girls showed no concern at all. Sometimes, their attacks on Chen Yi couldn't even have any effect. How could a minor character hurt him with a weapon? Faced with the sharp spearhead rushing at him, Chen Yi merely yawned. "Fine, what does it matter if you have a weapon?" Just as the spear was about to reach him, Chen Yi moved. He did not dodge but simply raised his right hand, striking the spearhead with his fist. Clang! A piercing sound echoed throughout the arena. In everyone's incredulous gaze, that extraordinary spirit spear began to shatter, starting from the spearhead, piece by piece. Like glass, it suddenly exploded. Amidst flying fragments, Chen Yi swiftly advanced, casually picking up the largest piece of spearhead debris. In the next second, the cold metal tip was already pressed against Bai Song's throat. The entire process was incredibly fast, in less than a second. At this moment, the arena fell silent. Bai Song's sneer completely froze, replaced by boundless fear and shock. He hadn't even seen what happened, he only felt an irresistible immense force, the weapon shattered, and the breath of death enveloped him. He could clearly feel the slight pain and coldness of the skin on his throat being pierced. Is that all? Do you want more surprises? Bai Song's legs went weak, almost collapsing to the ground, the fear of death overpowering everything. How could this Chen Yi be so strong? He trembled and begged for mercy incoherently. Spare my life. Chen Yi, no, young Master Chen. I was wrong. It was my fault for not seeing your worth. Please, spare me. I am willing to compensate you for all your losses, just please spare my life. The crowd below was dumbfounded. One punch could shatter the spirit gun? Instant kill? What kind of monster is this Chen Yi? Chapter 186, Fainted from Rage. Chen Yi smiled slightly and asked, any compensation? Are you sure? Bai Song nodded vigorously, yes.
As long as it's something I can give, I will compensate for anything.
Halfway through, he suddenly realized he seemed to have said the wrong thing.
Damn it, this Chen Yi wouldn't want. The smile on Chen Yi's face widened. All right then.
I have always believed in repaying kindness with kindness, and I won't kill people easily. Since you said so, I will definitely let you off the hook. He maintained the position of the gun tip pressed against Bai Song's neck, grinning as he said, I remember you seem to have spent a fortune to obtain a nice treasure last night, right?
If you bring that thing to honor me, I might consider sparing your life. No, that's mine.
Oh?
You look like you don't want to give it, huh? Sorry, but I am someone who always repays enmity with enmity.
Bai Song was almost in tears. Looking at the gun tip slowly approaching his neck, he had no doubt that Chen Yi would kill him. And it was he who first took advantage of a loophole in the rules to bring a weapon. Being killed in return was just what he deserved.
What? You look like you don't want to hand it over?
I'll give it, is that okay? Bai Song gritted his teeth and finally took out the water firefly stone, which he had spent 11 billion to acquire, from the spatial ring and handed it to Chen Yi.
Now, that's better.
Chen Yi received the water firefly stone without even looking at it and turned around to directly hand it to Yun Jiao, who was seated at the very front of the viewing platform, saying, Miss Yun Jiao, you have a water attribute spirit beast, right?
I don't have a water attribute spirit beast under my command, so this thing is of no use to me, just take it.
Wow. This caused the whole place to explode.
Damn. A stone bought for 11 billion, just handed over like that? And it's given to Yun Jiao? Bai Song's pre-agreed partner? Killing him in a heartless way. This is killing him in a heartless way. Look at Bai Song's face. It's green. Completely green.
Now when I look at Bai Song, it feels like green light is popping out of his head. Everyone's gaze swept back and forth between Chen Yi, Yun Jiao, and Bai Song, their eyes filled with shock, amusement, and sympathy. This scene was even more exciting than the most dramatic TV series. Yun Jiao was also completely stunned. She looked at the water firefly stone handed to her, then at Chen Yi, who seemed indifferent as if he had just handed over an ordinary stone, and then at Bai Song, whose face was pale and trembling, her heartbeat involuntarily quickened. Chen Yi had actually taken something from Bai Song and casually gifted it to her? What was this? A strange feeling surged in her heart. She instinctively took the water firefly stone, a faint blush appearing on her beautiful cheeks. She didn't refuse. Instead, she whispered, thank you. Seeing Yun Jiao actually accept the item that Chen Yi had bought, showing a shy expression. Bai Song felt a surge of reverse blood rushing to his head, his mind going blank, and finally, his eyes rolled back, fainting and crashing to the ground. The others looked on, also feeling emotional. It seemed that today's Beast Master Forum was definitely going to have a good show. Yun Jiao looked at the unconscious Bai Song, shook her head, and sighed deeply. He instructed the attendant beside him, take him back to rest. As for Chen Yi, he had already left with the girls, turning around and diving into the big hotel next door. It seemed really like he said at the beginning. He was hungry, let's end this earlier. That night, Bai Song woke up in the hotel room. Recalling everything that happened during the day, especially the moment when Yun Jiao accepted Chen's gift. He was filled with shame and anger, wishing he could find a crack in the ground to hide in. This really, damn it, completely rubbed his dignity into the dirt. He felt that from now on, he would be the laughingstock of all of Yanjing. Just then, Yun Jiao pushed the door and walked in. Looking at Bai Song's pale face on the bed, she calmly said, Bai Song, you're awake, let's talk. Upon hearing this, Bai Song felt a sense of foreboding rise in his heart. After observing and considering for some time, I believe we are not suitable to establish a contract. Yun Jiao spoke in a calm tone, so, about the contract, it's cancelled. I wish you the best in finding a more suitable partner. After saying this, she turned directly and left, without a trace of reluctance. It was as if she came here just to say this one sentence, to cut off all of Bai Song's wild thoughts. No Jiao. Don't. Bai Song felt as if he was struck by lightning, struggling to get out of bed to stop her. But due to anger and urgency, he couldn't catch his breath, and once again he blacked out from the rage. In contrast to the dead atmosphere in Bai Song's bedroom. In the luxurious private room of the Century Hotel. Standing outside the door, faint sounds of laughter from Chu Feiyu and the other girls could be heard, clearly celebrating on Chen Yi's side. Chu Feiyu felt proud, her love and dependence on Chen Yi deepening. She didn't expect Chen Yi's move to be this ruthless, directly bringing Bai Song to complete social death. At the same time, Bai Song was able to experience how she felt that night. The next night, Bai Song woke up again. The immense feeling of failure, humiliation, and despair from losing the contract with Yun Jiao completely consumed him. He felt like he had completely collapsed, becoming a huge joke. The attendant was not by his side, presumably called by his father to handle matters with the Yun family. At this moment, Bai Song felt as if he were the only lonely person in the entire world, as if the whole world had abandoned him. He looked lost, leaving the room and the Bai family like a walking corpse. Wanting to catch some fresh air in the night wind, but unknowingly walked to a secluded area on the outskirts of the city. Just when he felt utterly hopeless, a shadow clad in a black robe, exuding a cold aura, appeared before him. TSK TSK TSK. How pitiful. The young master of the Bai family, actually driven to this point by a little brat. Who are you? Bai Song took a step back warily. I am someone who can help you. The figure in the black robe chuckled softly. Do you want revenge? Do you want the power to easily crush and slaughter Chen Yi? Do you want to take back everything you lost, making all who look down on you regret it? Upon hearing this, Bai Song's eyes instantly turned red, breathing heavily. The rage in his heart surged again, completely disregarding the suspicious figure in front of him, and he roared, yes. Of course I want to. I want to kill Chen Yi every moment. Very good. The black-robed figure extended a hand. Join our demonic abyss sect, then you can have everything you desire. We will find you a spiritual beast partner with a high bloodline, whose power far exceeds your imagination. As for the cost, it is just your loyalty. How about that? Chapter 187, Bai Song's Opportunity. As night faded, the morning light began to shine. In a rundown thatched house on the outskirts of Yanjing, Bai Song slowly opened his eyes, feeling the new power surging within him, a feeling of unprecedented strength filling his limbs. This power, though carrying a tinge of chilling evil, yet so real and unfeigned, far surpassing any skills he had painfully cultivated in the past. He clenched his fist tightly, the joints cracking crisply, as a faint black-red energy flickered at his fingertips, scorching the air into a slight distortion. Ha 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 ha. I have power now. Chen Yi, you dog. Lei Han, you dog. And you, Yun Ji Yao, you wicked woman. You didn't expect it, did you? In my direst moment, I found a chance like this, ha. The joy was almost overwhelming to his reason. He suddenly leapt out of bed, his gaze burning as he looked at the woman standing by the window, her black robe still unable to conceal her enchanting curves, and he embraced her from behind. This woman was named Qilian, a spirit beast of SS-rank bloodline, currently at level 5 segments. Just now, they had completed the contract and officially formed an alliance. Qilian's bloodline seemed extremely special. After making a contract with a Beastmaster, she could even grant power back to the Beastmaster. In just one night, Bai Song broke through to level 5 segments, and mastered the power of Qilian's fire. It could be said that Bai Song now had combat power that was not at all weaker than that of an S-rank spirit beast of the same level. He was fully confident that he could smash Chen Yi into the ground. Even Yun Ji Yao would no longer be his opponent. The Beastmaster's body sanctified, and such a powerful bloodline spirit beast serving him. Who else can compare? As for why Bai Song formed a contract with such a powerful spirit beast, everything started from last night. When Bai Song heard that the person in black before him was from the Magic Abyss sect, he was nearly scared out of his wits. Damn it, the Magic Abyss sect? Isn't that the world's strongest anti-beast master alliance? How did they end up here? You, what do you want from me? The man in black had a deadpan expression, still just calmly saying, didn't we say it? As long as you can join the Magic Abyss sect, we can grant you the power to take revenge on everyone. But, your choice has changed. Either join us, or die here. Upon hearing this, Bai Song didn't say a word, and turned to run. Damn it, getting involved with the Magic Abyss sect is a sin that could wipe out 9 clans. However, as soon as he turned around, he found that shadows had already enveloped him, making it impossible to escape. You. Alright, you have 1 minute to think. If you remain silent. As the man in black spoke halfway, a murderous intent suddenly erupted from his body. A pressure of power not less than level 10 made Bai Song almost wet his pants. Yes, in the literal sense of frightening him to that extent. And no. Don't kill me. I'm willing to join the Magic Abyss sect, please don't kill me. You will be grateful for your choice in the future. Just as the black-robed man's voice fell, the surrounding shadows began to recede and coalesce into a new figure in black robes. It was a woman wearing a large black robe, but the robe did not fully conceal her breathtaking figure. The hood of her robe slightly lowered, covering most of her face, revealing only a pair of fiery red lips, like they were stained with blood, curving into a smirk full of playfulness and danger. She was tall, almost matching Bai Song's height, her figure curvy and enchanting, with the hem of the robe parting to reveal a pair of shapely legs adorned with dark red patterns. It gave off an eerie feeling, like encountering a ghostly woman. Who are you? Bai Song cautiously took a step back, his spirit energy instinctively stirring within him. But he couldn't feel any pure aura of a spirit beast, instead, it was a heart-stopping sense of oppression and evil. The woman chuckled softly, slowly lifting her head, the shadow of the hood faded, revealing her complete appearance. Her skin was a cold white, as if never touched by sunlight, forming a stark contrast with her vibrant red lips. Her features were extraordinarily beautiful, with an aggressive and enchanting sense. The eyebrows are sharp, the tails of the eyes slightly raised, and a pair of pupils are unexpectedly a strange deep red vertical slit, with faint dark red demonic patterns around the eyes, adding an extra hint of mystery and danger. The red long hair cascades down like a waterfall from the hood, with a few strands hanging by the cheeks. She slowly raises her hand, extending her jade finger, and gently taps on Bai Song's already pale lips in fright.
I am the one who can help you.
She steps forward, seeing your pain, your longing for power.
Makes me feel the same. Help me? How will you help? Do you want revenge? Do you want the power to easily crush and slaughter that Chen Yi? Do you want to reclaim your lost dignity and make everyone who looks down on you and betrays you tremble in regret at your feet?
Yes.
Of course, I want to. I think about it every moment.
Very well. The woman extends her palm, and a strange symbol surrounded by a black-red evil aura slowly emerges. Join us, make a contract with me.
You will get everything you desire, we will provide you with unimaginable power and support.
The aura emitted by the symbol instinctively made Bai Song feel fear and rejection. Yet the vast energy contained within it and the woman's enchanting beauty in front of him made Bai Song stir with countless desires.
What is the price? What is the price? The last shred of reason left in Bai Song made him ask in a trembling voice. The woman's red lips curved into a larger arc, teasingly, didn't I mention it before? The price? Just a bit of your loyalty. Will you continue to be a despised dog of the beaten path or become a powerful being who controls life and death? The choice is yours.
As soon as these words came out, Bai Song's reason was on the verge of collapse. His gaze constantly shifted between the woman's stunning face and voluptuous figure, finally landing on the symbol.
Yun Jiao's indifference, Chen Yi's contempt, Zhu Feiyu's sneer. All images eventually turned into a beast-like low roar. All right. I agree. Give me power. Smart choice.
The woman's smile deepened. Remember, my name is Qi Lian, and I will be your contract spirit beast from now on. As soon as her voice fell, the strange black-red symbol suddenly shot out. Before Bai Song could react, it directly imprinted on his forehead.
Ugh.
A sharp pain instantly surged. As if a heated iron branding tool had been pressed deep into his soul. Countless fragments of memories filled with violence, killing, and a desire for destruction, as well as a torrent of energy rushed into his mind in meridians. His body convulsed violently, dark red patterns emerging on the surface of his skin, and the white part of his eyes was quickly swallowed by darkness, his pupils turning into burning vertical slits like Qi Lian. A scorching power wildly expanded within him. At this moment, Qi Lian waved her jade hand, and a shadow appeared, instantly teleporting her and Bai Song to a thatched cottage on the outskirts of Yinjing. Ignoring Bai Song, who was writhing in pain, she shed her black robe and pounced. Using her physical body to assist Bai Song in completing the energy guidance of the symbol and performing the contract ceremony. Finally, at dawn, she completed the transformation of Bai Song's body and
the Spirit Beast Contract. Chapter 188, Bai Song rises. Miss Qi Lian, let's go.
Bai Song came back to his senses, grabbing Qi Lian's cool, delicate wrist. Let's go to the sequence conflict now.
I want everyone who laughed at me and looked down on me to see clearly.
I, Bai Song, have returned.
And I am 100 times stronger than they all imagine.
Upon hearing this, Qi Lian, the woman with the bloodline of the infernal fire python, arched her red lips in a mocking curve in the shadows, with her back to Bai Song. Only such a hot-headed fool is easy to use. She said nothing more, allowing this idiot, clouded by power and hatred, to pull her outwards. Her task was to catalyze this chess piece, making it stir up the storm and attract attention as much as possible. Thus, she aimed to create opportunities for herself and the organization behind her, the Demon Abyss sect, to get closer to the truly noteworthy target, Chen Yi. The sequence competition was currently drawing significant attention from the Dragon Kingdom and should be a very good choice.
Ha! Isn't that young Master Bai? The one who was killed in an instant by Chen Yi the day before yesterday afternoon. Brother, you're wrong. It was actually that he got killed by Chen Yi, and even his contracted spirit beast girl was taken away. Shoo, keep it down. If he hears you, you're done for. What's there to be afraid of? The Bai family is no longer supported by the Yin family, they are simply not worth mentioning. But what I care about is, who is that woman beside young Master Bai? Dressed all in black, you can't see her face. Is it really necessary to dress like that? I heard young Master Bai is obsessed with looks, he probably doesn't look so good only of bloodline quality. That's why he's hiding her so carefully, right? Brother, you're mistaken. That woman in the black robe has a fantastic figure. From what I see, it's impossible for an ugly woman to maintain such a good figure. Anyway, no matter what, our young Master Bai is completely finished, huh?
The crowd murmured, and it could almost be said that they were openly mocking him. Bai Song also suppressed his inner anger, ignoring everyone around him, and pulled Xi Lian directly into a training room, beginning the sequence competition. Of course, he would never use a fake name. He wanted to announce to everyone that he had returned. Identity setting successful. Without a moment's hesitation, Bai Song directly clicked the matching option. For a period of time that followed, every major sequence competition access point in Yanjing recorded an almost frenzied battle record. This suddenly emerging prodigy now charged up the rankings with a crushing advantage. At this moment, he had completely abandoned all the tactics he had learned, simply and brutally unleashing the violent power transmitted from Xi Lian through the contract. Opponent's defense? One punch shattered. Exquisite skills? Overwhelmed by brute force. No one could stop him. 1 match, 2 matches, 10 matches, 50 matches, 100 matches, his win rate maintained at 100%. The speed of his ranking improvement was almost identical to that of Yi Chen at that time. When the first rays of sunlight completely illuminated Yanjing in the morning, countless beast masters, used to routinely checking the sequence competition leaderboard, were stunned by a name that had abruptly burst into the top 100, Bai Song. However, this was not the end. Bai Song broke through enemies, even easily taking out Zhao Yu, ranked 37th. Singing high, he shot directly to 8th place. If it weren't for fighting against these virtual AIs nearly comparable to level 6 phase 1, draining too much stamina and concentration, he could have kept going. At this moment, the entire Yanjing was shocked. Everyone was completely stunned. Bai Song's counterattack? Zhao Yu was taken out in an instant. Could it be a setup? Shot into the top 10 overnight. Is it a miracle or something else? Young Master Bai, who still dares to call in useless. Such topics instantly exploded on the internet trending. Just yesterday, internet users mocking Bai Song as cuckold hero, 11 billion's victim, and if you're bad, practice more, were now collectively silenced, their faces red and swollen, wishing they could disappear on the spot. Meanwhile, those single spirit beast girls who admire the strong were crazily flooding Bai Song's newly opened public account, leaving various comments and private messages. It was like a large-scale idol chase scene. More popular than the recently trending young star Kai Cohen. Standing before the floor-to-ceiling window of his hotel suite, Bai Song looked at his dazzling new ranking on the personal terminal screen, as well as the almost overwhelming awe and admiration online. His immense vanity was satisfied like never before. He also specially contacted several influential media outlets to hold a small online press conference. In front of the camera, he wore a custom white suit, his hair neatly styled, and a confident smile that looked down on everything. The only thing worth noting was that, deep in his eyes, there remained a trace of exhaustion from indulgence, and it seemed he had spent a lot of time nurturing his affinity with the red snake. He faced the camera, his voice passionate and inspiring. The humiliation of the day before yesterday is the whetstone for my rebirth, Bai Song. Today, I am no longer the person I once was. To that clown who relied on women and luck to rise, listen carefully. Clean up your necks and wait. I, Bai Song, have reserved the champion's trophy for this beast battle. I am the true child of destiny in this era. His arrogant and tyrannical remarks once again stirred up a huge uproar. Supporters believe this is the confidence of a strong man, while opponents accuse him of being a small-minded person who has achieved his goals. The online bickering intensified. In another luxurious suite, Yun Jia watched Bai Song's triumphant demeanor through the light curtain, the last ripple in her ice-blue eyes finally returning to complete tranquility. Only cold disappointment remained. She not only had no regret about her decision to terminate the contract, but she was even more grateful that it all happened after her complete break with Bai Song. With such a temperament, restless and irritable, arrogant because of power, even if he possessed great strength, it would ultimately be a fleeting vision, perhaps leading to even greater disasters. Her thoughts had long drifted to that mysterious man, Chen Yi. She began to ponder how to naturally approach him, how to phrase her words so that she could express her wishes without seeming abrupt. She even began to replay every look, every word, every action since meeting Chen Yi to see if there had been any missteps. The charity gala that day was also interrupted by Bai Song's high-priced auction, breaking her plan. As a result, she hadn't been able to talk with Chen Yi properly. The afternoon before yesterday, after receiving the water firefly stone sent by Chen Yi, she couldn't even arrange a time to meet him alone. In short, she had missed a lot of opportunities. During this time, she must find a good opportunity to talk. Chen Yi might truly be someone she cannot afford to miss. Chapter 189, The Reminder from Luo Qinghe. That night, in a luxurious private room. Confirming that Bai Song was completely immersed in endless vanity and had no time to care, the red snake transformed into a shadow and arrived at the adjacent room, setting up a soundproof barrier, her fingertips glowing with twisting black runes. Her expression was cold, and she whispered to the runes in a voice vastly different from her previous delicate demeanor. The white chess piece has successfully activated and has initially gained social attention and influence. The demonic contract has been deeply implanted, with reverse erosion progressing smoothly and with high controllability. Information related to the target, Chen Yi, has been indirectly obtained through his social circle and public intelligence, confirming the presence of multiple high-value spirit beast units around him with exceptionally pure bloodlines, suspected to possess unknown special training or awakening abilities. Requesting next steps: should we accelerate contact with the target, or prioritize obtaining samples from the units around him? A vague wave of thought came from the other end of the runes. Maintain the status quo, observation first. Use the chess pieces to create maximum chaos, attracting everyone's attention, and do not expose unnecessarily. Evaluate the value as higher than elimination. Understood. Cutting off communication, the red snake also revealed a playful smile. Destruction and chaos are her sustenance, and playing with a fool like Baisong brought her some pleasure. But the tasks of the organization are always the top priority. At this moment, Baisong's mentality was expanding at an astonishing rate. He even began to scan those spirit beast girls with SS-level bloodlines who often appeared in news headlines with a discerning eye. Qi Lianmen, Luo Yuqing, Lin Yuting, even the SS-level bloodline girls from the Qilong family. Now he seems just so. As for Qi Lian, although she is very beautiful and quite proactive, there's always this strange feeling about her. If possible, it would be better to change to someone else in the future. However, just as Baisong was lost in the illusion of pleasure brought by power, a sudden ringtone pierced through his thoughts from his phone. It was the person in charge of the family's finances calling. Young Master Baisong. It's bad news. A serious incident has occurred. Previously, you mortgaged the family property to borrow 800 million cash for that water luminescent stone. The bank has now sent an urgent payment notice. They require us to repay the huge principal and interest of the first phase immediately within 3 days, otherwise, they will freeze all the mortgaged assets of the Bai family and declare subsequent loan defaults, raising the interest rate to the highest level. Now, the family's cash flow chain has completely broken. This is taking half our lives away. As soon as these words were spoken, Baisong almost dropped his phone. He was so immersed in his newly acquired power that he had almost forgotten about this. It's all Chen Yi's fault. And that troublemaker Lei Han. These two damn bastards set him up. Puff. In a fit of rage, Baisong suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. His vision blackened, and a loud ringing filled his ears. Boundless hatred and madness filled his eyes. Chen Yi. Lei Han. I, Baisong, swear here. If I don't crush your bodies into pieces and scatter your ashes, I will not be a human. On the other side. In the presidential suite on the top floor of the hotel where Chen Yi was, it was a scene of leisure. Chen Yi was enjoying a new-style dessert late-night snack made by Su Taodao, while the light curtain in front of him automatically played news about Baisong's overnight comeback. He raised his eyebrows in interest and muttered in surprise, "Wow? Is this really possible? Could it be this kid has awakened some system? Brother Chen Yi, why do you think Baisong has suddenly become stronger?" Xu Feiyu asked in confusion at this moment, feeling that Baisong seemed to have encountered something extraordinary. Chen Yi smiled and rubbed Xu Feiyu's little head. "It doesn't matter. No matter how powerful he gets, he can't be more powerful than your brother Chen Yi. In his view, even if a clown changes its skin, its core is still a clown." He was more interested in watching the drama with an amused mindset. At this moment, the doorbell of the suite was gently pressed. Lin Mengxue stood up to open the door, only to find that it was actually Luo Changyi. "Grandpa Luo? Why did you come personally? Please, come in." Lin Mengxue was a bit surprised and quickly welcomed him in. Luo Shirin, seeing her grandfather, was also quite surprised. "Grandpa? What's going on? Why didn't you call before coming?" Luo Changyi cheerfully entered the room, his gaze sweeping over Chen Yi and the girls around him. Especially pausing for a moment on the noticeably stronger Luo Shirin, with a look of satisfaction in his eyes. "Chen Yi, I came today because I have something on my mind, so I came to inform you in person." "Please speak, Grandpa Luo." Chen Yi restrained his casual demeanor. "It is about that Bai family kid, Baisong." As soon as these words were spoken, the atmosphere in the room abruptly became heavy. Anyone with eyes could tell that Baisong must have some kind of problem. But no one could say what exactly it was. "What do you mean? You should know my strength, right? That kid Baisong has been tainted with some black aura." At that moment, the room fell silent. Except for Xu Feiyu, everyone's expression became serious. Black aura, doesn't that mean Baisong has come into contact with the cult of the abyss? No wonder he could suddenly become so strong. It seems Baisong's fortune isn't just ordinary deep. "Thank you, Grandpa Luo, for coming to remind me. I will pay more attention." "Hi Yao. Here. Did you call for me, husband?" Suddenly, a person appeared from the shadow of Luo Changyi, almost startling everyone except for Lin Mengxue and Luo Shirin. Shui Haiyao, rank 11, 10th segment, can also lurk in the shadows and be on standby at any time. As a guardian, she is absolutely the most suitable candidate.
You should continue to take care of Chen Yi and the others. I understand. Shui Haiyao slightly performed a kneeling salute. Brother Chen Yi, please take care of me from now on. Chen Yi scratched his head, feeling it unnecessary to go this far. But seeing Luo Qing's tone, this matter should have been decided long ago, saying more would be of no use. It's me who should say that. Sister Haiyao, I'm counting on you. Luo Qing had then advised on some precautions regarding the Beast Master competition and got up to leave. Chu Feiyu, after understanding the situation, glanced at the smug face of Bai Song on the light screen. Her feelings were complicated and difficult to express. There was a sense of sighing, a sense of bewilderment, but absolutely no regret. Only a deep sense of gratitude that she met Chen Yi in the Five Elements secret realm and even formed a contract with him. She quietly moved to Chen Yi's side, stretched out her small hand, and gently tugged on the corner of his clothes, seeming a bit nervous. Chen Yi felt her movement, turned his head, smiled at her, and naturally rubbed her soft hair. It seems that this time the Beast Master competition in Yanjing will not be too peaceful. Chapter 190, Yichen is back in action. Time quietly passed. Only 3 days remained before the highly anticipated Beast Master competition officially opened. Genius and prominent figures from all corners of Longwei gathered in Yanjing. All major hotels were already full, and powerful young Beast Masters and remarkable Spirit Beast girls could be seen everywhere on the streets. The air was filled with a sense of excitement and tension, like a storm about to hit. It truly was a golden age rarely seen in a century. On this day, Li Yang entered his suite, holding a stack of newly collected materials about the various contestants. When he put down the materials, he accidentally overheard Chen Yi laughing and chatting with a few girls about the matching mechanism of the sequence competition and the strength of AI opponents, casually mentioning the term Chen. Li Yang was struck like a thunderbolt, suddenly freezing in place. He widened his eyes, looking at Chen Yi in disbelief, stuttering as he blurted out, Chen Xiao, what you just said, are you that Chen? Chen Yi glanced at him and casually nodded, yeah, so what? Is it strange? Li Yang gasped, then suddenly slapped his forehead, his face flushed with excitement. I said. I should have thought of it. Who else could be so outrageously strong? Instantly crushing AI. Dominating the rankings. So that's it. Everything explains now. At this point, he was completely excited. With the strength displayed by Yichen, it would be no surprise if he ranked not just in the top 100 but possibly in the top 10 or even the top 3. Is this the rhythm of taking off? I really found a big shot. Just at this moment, Chen Yi's phone rang, and the caller ID was from Luo Qinghe, who had just left not long ago. I didn't disturb you, did I? No, what's wrong, Grandpa Luo? I just got news that Bai Song has gone to match up for the sequence competition again. Are you interested in taking a look? Who knows, you might get lucky and match with him to personally test his strength. Upon hearing this, Chen Yi frowned slightly and fell into thought. Although he was somewhat confident in Bai Song's strength, he still hoped to verify it with his own eyes. If there was a chance to battle with Bai Song, that would naturally be the best. Moreover, after 2.5 weeks of hard work, the girls' strengths had significantly improved, and they had all learned some new skills that sounded incredibly impressive just by description. Chen Yi, Lin Mingxue, Luo Shirin, Su Taodao, and Yan Jiu all successfully broke through to rank 4, 10th segment, and were only one step away from rank 5, 1st segment. With their current real combat power, absolutely beyond the ordinary 6th-tier spirit beasts. Hua Yuetong and Hua Xingtong, the two sisters, were also unwilling to show weakness, and both broke through to the 4th-tier 1st stage. As support characters, they also possessed combat power comparable to that of an ordinary 4th-tier 10th stage spirit beast. They were undeniably impressive. Chu Feiyu, although only at the 3rd-tier 8th stage, with her single-minded enhancement effect, could still unleash combat power around the 5th tier, and with the healing effect of the Phoenix attribute, she could be considered a real big boss. With such a combination, they were eager to find a suitable test dummy to test where their current limits lay. The suddenly rising Bai Song was the perfect test dummy. Alright, since we're just hanging around anyway. Chen Yi cheerfully agreed, turning to the sisters, let's have a good match tonight. Okay. The sisters were filled with fighting spirit, seemingly in sync with Chen Yi's thoughts. Having grown stronger, how could they not find someone tough to test their own strength? Chen Yi, with a relaxed and playful attitude, marched grandly with the girls towards the Beast-Tamer Association in Yanjing. He was ready to thoroughly test Bai Song's strength. However, things in the world often turn out this coincidentally. Just as Chen Yi and his group arrived at the Beast-Tamer Association and casually found a training room to start matching in the Beast-Tamer competition, Bai Song and Qi Lian happened to walk out from the side VIP passage and entered the waiting hall. The reason was none other than this. Even if Qi Lian was strong and the single-minded enhancement effect was incredible, facing an AI Beast-Tamer and AI Spirit Beasts whose strength was nearly reaching 6th tier, it was impossible for him to easily defeat them like clearing ordinary minions.
Moreover, having now entered the top 10 ranks, the AI beast tamers in this range not only had AI spirit beasts but also possessed strong combat abilities themselves. Even Bai Song, with a strength comparable to this near 6th tier AI beast tamer, would seem like a rookie, easily knocked down. This resulted in Qi Lian having to fight 2 against 1, while also protecting Bai Song, greatly increasing his energy consumption. Thus, after less than 10 matches, they exited the match. 3rd place? What a pity. If I win 2 more matches, I could be 2nd. If I win another 10 matches, 1st place will be mine. But it's not a big deal, these rank battles are just small tricks. The upcoming Beast Tamer competition is the key. In front of the display screen in the hall, Bai Song helplessly shrugged his shoulders and said with a pretentious look. As if to him, 1st place was merely at his fingertips. Look! It's the Bai family young master. Wow, he's already at the 5th tier? Breaking through to the 5th tier before the age of 25, how can I, at only 3rd tier and 3rd stage, hold my head high? If one had a normal brain, they wouldn't compare themselves to talents from major powers, right? But recently many people have indeed broken through to the 5th tier, it's like they agreed upon it. Indeed. Lang Wuhan and Luo Yuqing, Gao Wenyu and Qilianming, they've all broken through to the 5th tier 1st stage too. I've decided. I'm going to write a Beast Tamer novel when I get back. Starting off being dumped, then rising to the top, achieving greatness. I really want to live that dream. The crowd buzzed with discussion, their eyes filled with envy, nearly overflowing. Envy, jealousy, admiration, complexity. Various gazes fell upon Bai Song, making him feel immensely satisfied. This was the life he was meant to have. Not the previous moments of being humiliated by Chen Yi, schemed against by Lei Han, and cruelly abandoned by Yun Xiao. Thinking of this, Bai Song's eyes flickered with fierce light. His fists clenched tightly, the killing intent within him surged wildly. He scared away a little beauty who had intended to ask for his contact information from behind him. Chen Yi the dog thief. Lei Han, you little brat. And Yun Xiao and Chu Feiyu. You 2 loose women. One day, I will crush you all into dust, to avenge today's grudge. Just wait. At that moment, at the top of the waiting hall's light screen, an ID that had been silent for days, yet always overlooked, suddenly lit up without warning. Congratulations to Chen for successfully defeating the Invincible and winning 25 times, entering the 78th position. Chapter 191 Break the historical record. Only 2 minutes later, this notice refreshed again. Congratulations to Chen for successfully defeating the brave and decisive 66, entering the 77th position. However, this was only the beginning. Congratulations to Chen for successfully defeating the kneeling and losing 45, entering the 76th position. Congratulations to Chen. Average notifications came every 2 minutes, showing Chen defeating AI Beast Masters. This is how the sequence battle works, all battles involving the top 100 will be announced. Even if sometimes 2 minutes passed without any news, one could still see on the top 100 leaderboard that Chen's score had changed. But the score increase was not enough to change his ranking. At this moment, the entire venue erupted. Look! Up top. It's Chen. Wow! The master is back. My gosh! What speed is this? It's more than double yesterday's pace of Bai Song charging the leaderboard. It takes more than a minute to match with an AI Beast Master, and after matching, there's almost 30 seconds of preparation time. Subtracting other reaction times, does this mean Chen defeated such a level of AI Beast Master with just one move? This is outrageous. This is incredible. Chen is probably even more amazing than Bai Song now. Shouts and screams instantly ignited the entire hall. Everyone was drawn like magnets, frantically surging towards the bottom of the light screen. They looked up, eyes wide open, staring intently at that legendary ID, watching his rank rise at a suffocating speed. News about Chen returning to the scene and starting to climb the rankings spread like wings, instantly reaching the entire Beastmaster community in Yanjing. More and more people rushed from all directions, wanting to witness this mythical scene with their own eyes. Onlookers, reporters from major media, spies sent by various powerful families to gather intelligence, a huge crowd quickly packed the first floor hall of the branch, making it impossible to get through. Even the second and third floor's circular corridors were filled with people, creating an extremely lively scene. Yun Jiao naturally received the news immediately, interrupting a meeting with family vassals and rushing over as quickly as possible. Not only that, but several true prodigies currently ranking high on the leaderboard were also startled by this commotion, all appearing in the VIP viewing room of the Beastmaster Association, wanting to see who this Chen really was. Even Bai Song, who had already reached the 3rd position, hadn't sparked such intense discussion. After all, no one knew whether this Chen was an AI or a real person. Such mystery naturally piqued many people's curiosity. If it is indeed an AI, can this technology be applied to actual combat? If not an AI, then who is this Chen exactly?
Naturally, this conversation quickly overshadowed the once impressive Baisong.
Baisong heard people around him passionately discussing this Chen.
He scoffed inwardly, feeling somewhat disdainful. His Qilian was also fast at ranking up, right? What's so surprising about that?
However, staying to see who this Chen really was, indeed felt like a big deal.
Is this really something a human can do? Too exaggerated. I feel like even I don't play that fast. Will the officials really not come out to explain? Could this be a super AI developed internally? Release what stimulates our consumption, right? Even if it's AI, this is ridiculously strong. How terrifying must this algorithm model be?
Everyone discussed animatedly, various speculations arose again, swearing to dig out Chen's true identity this time.
Even if it is really AI, they must find out which laboratory produced it.
On the ranking screen, Chen's points continued to rise at a terrifying speed, showing no signs of stopping. Congratulations to Chen for defeating the human machine and earning 98 points, entering the 10th place.
In an instant as the announcement refreshed, all the onlookers were stunned, speechless and dumbfounded. This is already the 10th place? From 81st to 10th place, it only took an hour and a half? The speed of killing hasn't slowed down at all. Why do I feel he still has some spare energy? I've been very restrained these days, how can I see such an absurd scene? So terrifying.
Finally, under countless gazes, Chen Yi's points once again changed, surpassing the 9th place.
However, did you think this was the end? Sorry, it's not.
8th place, 7th place, 6th place, 5th place, 4th place. Even Baisong, who had just entered the top 3, was easily surpassed. Finally, after a total of 10 consecutive victories, Chen's points finally stabilized, surpassing the name that had always been at the top, Lung Wuhan. The first place had changed.
This time, the entire venue erupted again. Chen at the top, these 4 trending search terms skyrocketed to the top with explosive speed. A bright red explosion word quickly followed. However, what shocked everyone again was that Chen did not stop. He continued to refresh his highest score by defeating AI Beast Masters. 3850 points, 3900 points, 3950 points, 4000 points. Each time the number jumped, it tugged at everyone's heartstrings. Finally, that dizzying number slowly fixed at a number that plunged the entire hall into silence. 4300 points. A full 500 points higher than the second place, Lang Wuhan, who had 3900 points. The entire hall was silent, only the sound of heavy and incredulous breaths filled the air. 4300 points.
According to the association's published AI strength simulation calculation formula, this must be around level 6, rank 5. Considering Chen defeated it in just 3 minutes, he must at least have the combat power of level 6, rank 7 or 8.
Level 6, rank 7 or 8. My god, many of the elders and beast master families don't seem to have such strength. This Chen, under 25, has already achieved it? This. Is this a person or an awakened AI? If this is a real person, I feel like being born in the same era as him makes me feel like a useless extra. What the hell is this guy's situation? Does he want to keep fighting? At this moment,
everyone in the Beast Master Association was dumbfounded, and the Beast Masters of Yanjing were also shocked, unable to close their mouths. Even those watching Chen's ranking in some live broadcast rooms fell into collective shock. They even began to doubt whether they were dreaming. How could such an unbelievable thing happen? A young man under 25 actually has such powerful combat strength, and this is just a conservative estimate. Even in Beast Master online literature, they wouldn't dare to write like this, right? Chapter 192, The Boss Arranged by Heaven. At this moment, Baisong had completely shut his mouth, unable to say a word. Just from Chen's speed on the leaderboard, his strength was definitely stronger than Baisong's. Baisong secretly cried in his heart. He had just pretended to be cool, and in a moment, he was ruthlessly slapped in the face by another person. Could it be that this Chen was specifically set up to humiliate him as an AI? At this time, in the training room, Chen Yi left the matchmaking with a gloomy face. He moved his wrist. He kept mumbling, "What the heck is all this junk? I have played so many matches, how come I haven't matched with that guy Baisong even once? Didn't his rank already make it into the top 10? How could I not match him? This is just ridiculous. And I wasted a few intermediate enhancement cards. I'm really fed up." In order to quickly match with Baisong and reduce the waiting time for battles, Chen Yi put in a lot of effort. When the girls couldn't quickly defeat the AI Beast Masters, he directly used intermediate enhancement cards on them. These enhancement cards work similarly to ordinary enhancement cards, boosting the combat power of the Spirit Beast girls for a short time, but they can only be used on Spirit Beasts from Tier 4 to Tier 10. Plus, with Su Taodao being able to fight first, absorbing the opponent's strength, then switching to other girls to continue fighting, Chen Yi also used the Beast Tamer's whip to further enhance their strength. With this back and forth, they could fight at a strength of Tier 4 in 10 segments and defeat those Tier 6 mid-level AI Beast Masters. Otherwise, with their own strength, they would never be able to take on Tier 6 mid-level Spirit Beasts. The gap in levels is just too huge. However, what's even more frustrating is that after so many matches, they still have not seen Baisong's figure. Could it be that when he heard Chen was also preparing to push for the rankings, he was so scared that he fled? Afraid of losing and being embarrassed? This is just too ridiculous. In stark contrast to Chen Yi's speechless expression, the girls' reactions were completely different. They all showed faces filled with excitement. Lin Mengxue, Luo Shirin, and Yanjiu, as the main fighting forces, really enjoyed this battle today. Su Taotao was also very happy, feeling that the energy particles released by the high-level AI Beast Masters and AI Spirit Beasts were simply a delicious treat. And Hua Yuetong, Washington, and Chu Feiyu, the three slightly weaker girls, although unable to participate directly due to their own lack of strength, watched eagerly from the side, feeling equally excited. Watching their sisters wield such overwhelming power, it was as if they had already put themselves in the middle of it, indulging in the thrill of this fierce battle. Could it be that they might become as strong in the future? At this moment, they completely forgot the real purpose of coming to challenge the ranking competition tonight. They were fully immersed in this spectacular battle. Seeing this, Chen Yi let out a helpless sigh. Sigh, never mind, it doesn't matter that I didn't match with Baisong. As long as they are happy, that's what counts. Ladies, you all worked hard tonight. When we get back, I'll grill some barbecue for you, eat as much as you want. Yay! We're not tired. But Chen Yi bro, you should be tired too, remember to reward us later. Don't worry, I will. In the lobby of the Beastmaster Association. The indicator light in one of the training rooms changed from green to dim, and the door slowly slid open with a slight hissing sound. Chen Yi stretched, yawning, and walked out slowly. The girls followed closely behind, happily ordering food from Chen Yi. However, as soon as they stepped outside, they were stunned by the sight of a dense crowd, with every gap in the passage packed to the brim. Chen Yi couldn't help but exclaim, "What the heck? What's going on? Is the association giving away free magic beast cores today or having a limited resource capsule lottery?" Everyone was also astonished to see Chen Yi emerge from the training room. How is it him? This recent star of gossip, rumored to be involved with Yun Jiyu and Baisong's deadly rival? When Baisong saw him, he immediately furrowed his brows. An extremely bad premonition suddenly seized his heart. He stepped forward, pushed through the crowd, and angrily questioned, "Chen Yi? How did you come out of here? What were you doing inside just now?" Seeing Baisong, Chen Yi was also stunned for a moment. Damn it, wasn't this guy here? Why had he never been matched with him? Hearing this, everyone turned their curious eyes toward Chen Yi. One of them, who had previously participated in the sequence battle and happened to see Chen Yi come out of the training room twice, looked back and forth between the now stationary leaderboard and Chen Yi. It seemed like he suddenly thought of something extremely terrifying and unbelievable. Wait. Does anyone know what Chen Yi's username is in the sequence battle? I suddenly have a bold guess. Do you think Chen Yi could be Yi Chen? After all, they sound the same, just reversed. Plus, both times after Yi Chen's ranking stopped, he came out directly. It can't be this coincidental, right? As soon as this was said, it was like pouring a bucket of ice water into a boiling oil pot. Everyone's heart sank, and they all gasped. In fact, someone had speculated long ago whether Chen Yi could be Yi Chen, but Chen Yi had never responded directly. Besides, Chen Yi is only 21 years old. In just 4 months, he broke through to the 4th level. That was already enough to amaze everyone. Now you're saying, not only is his breakthrough speed fast, but his contracted Spirit Beast sister's strength is also close to the 7th level? What the hell are you joking about? As Chen Yi listened to the discussions, he roughly understood what was happening. All this time, the mysterious expert rumored in the Beast-Tamer Association turned out to be himself? He thought it was that master who walked lightly on water. So these people were looking for him? Suddenly, Chen Yi revealed a playful smile. He walked up to Baisong and smiled, "What's wrong? Why can't I be here? Can't my sister and I have a few cups of tea in the training room? You rascal!" Baisong looked furious, with veins popping out on his forehead. He always felt that he was truly constrained by Chen Yi's bloodline. Regardless of whether Chen Yi was Yi Chen or not. Since this guy appeared, Chu Feiyu had been taken away by him, he was publicly slapped in the face, his family's business had fallen because of the auction incident, and even Yun Jiao, who was originally within reach, had severed ties with him. Could this dog be the first small boss arranged for me by heaven? As long as I overcome him and completely slay him, I can soar to the sky? This is insane. How can a small boss start by screwing me over? I'm really fed up. Chapter 193, Chen Yi is Yi Chen.
Chen Yi smiled and patted Bai Song's shoulder, softly saying, I heard you owe several hundred million, right? Remember to pay it back soon, or else, what if I spend that money and the bank comes to chase me for it? You? Bai Song almost blacked out again and fainted. This scoundrel set him up, and now he even dared to say it to his face? What do you mean? Last time, out of consideration for Xiaoyu and Miss Yun Jiao, I let you go, but you not only don't show gratitude but also talk like this? Truly the ungrateful wolf. As soon as this was said, around them, there was a wave of "oh-at." Indeed, in the previous confrontation in the sports hall, although there were no strict rules against using weapons, but it was already agreed upon to be a battle between beast tamers, and then you pulled out a weapon? As a result, in less than a second, you were killed and had to beg others to let you go. Now, well, you slightly gain some opportunity, and you start barking at the one who once spared you. The farmer and the snake, indeed, is a timeless saying in the world. You damn. At this moment, Bai Song felt an endless rage surging wildly in his heart. If it weren't for the many people here, making a rash move could cause a lot of trouble, he would have already stepped forward and killed Chen Yi. Just as the atmosphere was becoming increasingly oppressive, the crowd in the waiting hall suddenly parted to the sides, creating a path. A middle-aged man, dressed in the high uniform of the Beastmaster Association headquarters, with a steady and strong presence, came walking over, flanked by two high-ranking association officials. It seemed someone recognized him and gasped in surprise. That's Lord Feng Xiao, the vice president of the Beastmaster Association headquarters. Why is he here? What the hell? What happened? Why would the president come here? Could it be that he sensed a possible conflict and came to stop it? I see Chen Yi and Bai Song seem ready to fight. Is there really a need for the president to personally intervene? Couldn't he just send a few guards? The crowd buzzed with discussions, seemingly completely unaware of why Feng Xiao was here. Feng Xiao also paid no attention to the commotion around him. His gaze swept across the crowd, finally landing on Chen Yi. With a gentle yet commanding smile on his face, he walked over and softly said, Mr. Chen Yi, congratulations. I am Feng Xiao, the vice president of the Beastmaster Association headquarters. On behalf of the Beastmaster Association, it is my great honor to inform you. Congratulations on successfully breaking through 4,300 ladder points in the sequence struggle just now. You have shattered our association's historical record of 4,288 points since the open sequence struggle battle system began. To commend your historic achievement, the headquarters has decided to award you a special commemorative medal of the sequence pinnacle, which I will personally present to you, in hopes that you can create further brilliance on your future path as a Beastmaster. Silence. A deathly silence. Everyone's gaze focused on Chen Yi like a spotlight, stunned and speechless. The president's personal acknowledgement. Breaking the historical record. Official award. Now, there is no doubt, this is set in stone. Chen Yi is indeed Chen. Feng Xiao, ignoring the shock of those around him, continued, this sequence pinnacle medal is an officially certified medal by our Beastmaster Association. It is not just a simple decoration. With this item, you can unconditionally purchase resources from the resource repository in any Beastmaster Association across Dragon Country. At the same time, you can use this item to issue level 1 bounty orders, calling on Beastmasters to help you find the materials you need. Of course, our Beastmaster Association can also help subsidize part of the cost, many benefits, and you can consult our sales staff later. In addition, we have specially prepared a rare resource gift package provided by the headquarters for you, as recognition of your strength and talent. As soon as these words came out, everyone in the room was completely dumbfounded. Each one had their mouths agape, but could not produce a sound. Resources that could be freely purchased from the Beastmaster Association? This, my goodness, is a privilege many prominent Beastmaster families do not even have. Every country basically builds a resource repository for storing special heavenly treasures, aimed at ensuring that one day, when a person with SSS-level talent or bloodline awakens domestically, they receive the highest level of treatment. Ordinary people can absolutely not obtain these resources. Even the young talents born from the 7 dragon general families must go through layers of approval to access the treasures in this resource repository, and must pay 10 times the usual transaction price to purchase them. After all, some heavenly treasures might only exist in single digits worldwide. Using one means losing one might not know when they would find another. An SS level bloodline and talent are indeed powerful, but no matter how impressive, they can't compare to an SSS level. In such a global situation, the number of SSS level powerhouses in a country truly represents the nation's strength, and they are certainly not to be neglected. Not only because of their tactical value, but also because the existence of SSS level individuals can significantly improve the bloodline and talent of future generations. To put it bluntly, these people are like prized horses, and all resources must naturally be directed toward them. Now, the Beastmaster Association has granted this privilege to Chen Yi. Doesn't this mean they view him as an SSS level bloodline for training? Even novels wouldn't dare to write this, right? What the hell, breaking from 1st to 4th rank in 4 months, and even allowing 4th rank spirit beasts to have combat power above 6th rank? What kind of talent is this? Could it be that there's an SSR level of talent above SSS level? Have you played too many card games? SSR level talent, but it's basically certain now that Chen Yi is Chen. What do you mean basically certain? The president has personally acknowledged it, can it still be called basically certain? I actually breathed the same air as the great Chen. I can't take it, my heart can't handle it. At this moment, Bai Song's face also turned as pale as paper, devoid of any color. He waved his arms and shouted, impossible. Absolutely impossible. How could he be Chen? This must be false. There has to be a mistake. He must have gotten incredibly lucky and appeared at that moment. Or the association has made an error. His body trembled slightly, unable to accept this reality. If Chen Yi is indeed that Chen, then his previous provocative declarations and the power he just gained, wouldn't they have always looked laughable in the eyes of the other? Chapter 194, The Beast Master Association's Rewards. Beside her, Xi Lian was also momentarily stunned. They naturally had undercover agents in the Beast Master Association, but the information about Chen was very special. Several big shots had specifically emphasized to keep Chen's identity confidential. So the undercover agents had always been cautious. At first, she guessed that it might be a newly awakened SSS-level Beast Master needing secret training, and that participating in the sequence competition was just for honing skills, which is why they didn't plan to reveal their identity. However, she never imagined that this person would actually be Chen Yi. From this perspective, Chen Yi's secret is far more substantial than she had believed. Chen Yi was also somewhat at a loss due to the sudden official recognition and public awards, awkwardly scratching his head. However, when he heard about the rare resources package and the rights to procure various treasures, his eyes lit up. Though the system is powerful, it cannot acquire light and dark attribute treasures, especially those rare ones. The only frustrating part is that according to Vice President Fang Xiao, it seems these rewards aren't given freely, but rather need to be bought at a high price, just with an additional channel. Thinking of this, Chen Yi calmly said, "There are such good things? I'm really thankful to President Fang and the association for their favor. May I ask when I can claim these rewards?" Seeing Chen Yi's attitude, Fang Xiao nodded inwardly, believing this young man possessed remarkable character, smiling and saying, "The metal and resources are prepared, you can accompany my assistant to the headquarters office to claim them at any time." "Great. Let's go get them now. Follow me." In this moment, time seemed to freeze completely. The vice president personally congratulated him, and the genius youth accepted calmly. This scene was spread across the entire internet in an instant through countless cameras. Chen Yi is Chen. Beast Master competition champion locked in early? Historical records of sequence competition broken. A series of trending searches once again soared to the top of the rankings. At this moment, although it was already deep into the night, the excitement online was no less than during the day. Yung Jiao stood quietly in the crowd, her gaze fixed on Chen Yi, who was surrounded by the admiring eyes of others and personally congratulated by Vice President Fang Xiao. Despite being in the midst of the noise, he remained calm and even hinted at a touch of laziness. The icy heart of Yun Jiao, at this moment, also stirred with ripples of emotion. A faint blush quietly appeared on her fair and beautiful cheeks, causing her heartbeat to involuntarily quicken. She had never imagined that Chen Yi was even more outstanding and powerful than she had envisioned. At this moment, she was utterly convinced that Chen Yi was the man she had been desperately searching for. The hesitation and probing she had before now seemed utterly foolish. No matter what, she had to seize this opportunity. She must establish a contract with Chen Yi. However, just then, a small wave of sadness suddenly surged in her heart. She only had an S-level bloodline, and perhaps her only advantage was her family background and beauty. Would Chen Yi even notice her? This night, major forums and social media completely erupted. All previous speculations and analysis posts about Chen were dug up, with the comments section filled with worship of the great master. However, in stark contrast to the excitement of the onlookers, the atmosphere in several VIP rooms of the Beast Master Association was unusually heavy. Lang Wuhan silently chewed on a cigar, saying little, his eyes scanning through news about Chen Yi, his expression growing increasingly serious. Luo Yuqing tightly clenched her fists, her face filled with disbelief, unable to imagine that this Chen Yi was so extraordinary. Gao Wenyu and Shi Liantong could not help but sigh, revealing bitter smiles. They never expected to encounter such a powerful opponent. The young talents from all over the country were currently thrown into confusion by the sudden emergence of this dark horse named Chen Yi. First Bai Song, then Chen Yi, this year's situation was truly beyond comprehension. Where did so many unheard of young talents suddenly come from? Could it be that everyone knew about that incident? In fact, this year's Beast Master competition, besides being able to obtain various rare resources based on rankings just like in previous years, had another crucial factor. That was the list of personnel to explore Antarctica.
10 years ago, a small meteorite fell from a dimensional rift and eventually landed on this remote land of Antarctica. The environment in Antarctica is extremely harsh, the magical beasts there devour each other, and no beast masters come to eliminate them, with the average level almost reaching level 8, all of which are beast king tier existences. There are even dozens of demon emperors lurking within, which is why this place has been dubbed the den of all demons by various countries. Exploration of Antarctica has long progressed slowly and faced numerous challenges. However, according to investigations by various national instruments, that small meteorite that fell 10 years ago contained extremely special spatial energy, which was likely intertwined with the emergence of magical beasts.
It may even relate to whether the dimensional rift can be closed.
Because of this, even knowing that Antarctica is filled with endless dangers, various countries continue to send exploration teams to conduct surveys in Antarctica. They hope to bring back some samples of the meteorite and uncover the hidden secrets within. After more than 9 years of hard work, the adventure teams from various countries finally united and successfully opened a safe area leading to the meteorite's landing site. They also cleared magical beasts within a radius of hundreds of kilometers. The safety of the area has been ensured.
However, the following situation left everyone stunned.
This meteorite, after falling, left almost no debris behind.
After 3 full months of careful investigation, no trace of meteorite fragments has been found.
The only sign was the powerful spiritual power fluctuation caused by the meteorite's fall, ripping space and forming an entrance to a secret realm. Anyone with a discerning eye could see that this secret realm must be hiding countless unknown secrets inside. However, the problem is that this secret realm seems to be restricted by a special rule, allowing only beast tamers below the 6th rank and their spirit beasts to enter. Once exceeding the 6th rank, they would be forcibly expelled by the rule of the secret realm and could not enter at all. Of course, if a person's strength is strong enough, reaching above the 10th rank, they might be able to force their way into the secret realm. However, the consequence of doing so could very likely lead to the collapse of the secret realm, causing all secrets to fade into nothingness and disappear without a trace.
This is undoubtedly a very tricky problem.
Chapter 195, The True Purpose of the Beast-Tamer Competition. Because of this, everyone had to temporarily set aside the exploration of the secret realm, waiting for a better opportunity.
This delay lasted for a full half a year.
However, recently, the high-level officials of various countries have finally made up their minds to send the younger generation from each nation inside to see if they can discover secrets about magical beasts. Although the internal environment of the secret realm has been slightly explored by others, it is extremely dangerous, and the level of danger is far beyond any secret realm of the same level in the world. If any young genius were to fall, it could cause tremendous losses. But still, as the saying goes, without risk, there is no gain. If they can truly find the secrets of the magical beasts inside the secret realm and close the dimensional space, that would be the true end of the matter. Moreover, there is one more thing: the pure spiritual power contained in this secret realm is almost equivalent to being in an ocean made of magical beast cores. Just taking a breath could be like swallowing the spiritual power of several magical beast cores without feeling full.
As long as the beast tamer's stamina is sufficient, they can guide energy without limits.
The speed of leveling up would likely far exceed that of those young geniuses using various treasures of heaven and earth. In the secret realm, even breaking through to the 7th rank wouldn't lead to expulsion. Describing it as a land of opportunity would not be an exaggeration. It could be said that both danger and opportunity coexist. In the Dragon Kingdom, the standard for selecting exploration team members is determined by the ranking in the Beast Tamer competition. That is to say, only those who perform excellently and rank high in the competition are qualified to become members of the exploration team. Such a high selection difficulty and danger naturally come with very generous rewards.
The Dragon Kingdom has preliminarily drafted a reward plan. Anyone who successfully returns will be awarded based on SSS-level bloodlines and talents, with unlimited resources provided. If you have your eyes on any spirit beast beauties or treasures, the Dragon Kingdom will do its best to help you get them. This can be called the highest level of treatment. Currently, this matter has not yet been made public, only a few major families know about it. Lo Qingha also indirectly urged Chen Yi to participate in the Beast Tamer competition to test the waters and see if he could fight for a spot. Of course, whether to go or not still depends on personal willingness. At least, after learning this matter, young talents like Long Wumen, Luo Yuqing, Gao Wenyu, Qi Lianwen, and Lin Xiao all expressed their intention to explore the Antarctic secret realm. Not only for the training resources, but also to verify their own growth. Unexpectedly, 2 strong new competitors suddenly appeared. Will I not even secure a spot?
After receiving the reward, Chen Yi finally squeezed out of the Beast Master Association under the watchful eyes of numerous girls and the still enthusiastic crowd, ready to head home. However, as soon as he arrived at the hotel, he found Yun Jia waiting for him at the entrance. She took a deep breath, quickened her pace to Chen Yi's side, and her voice was softer than usual.
"Mr. Chen Yi, can we talk for a moment?"
Chen Yi looked at the system interface above her head, and the favorability had actually skyrocketed to 60 points. This favorability level has increased so quickly?
Chen Yi stroked his chin, calculating in his heart.
With the SSS-level bloodline of the Blue Sea Dragon, along with top-notch looks and figure, and an excellent temperament, it reached the favorability standard. It seems like the unexpected can indeed bear fruit.
Not to mention, after winning over Yun Jiao, the rewards would be incredibly rich.
However, team harmony is very important, so I need to ask the elders for their opinions first. Especially Chu Feiyu, after all, there might still be some small misunderstandings between them because of Baisong.
Thinking of this, Chen Yi didn't immediately agree, just smiled and maintained a friendly attitude. Alright, Miss Yun, what do you want to talk about? But it's quite late now, why don't we wait until tomorrow? The other girls naturally sensed Chen Yi's thoughts and Yun Jiao's intentions, exchanging knowing glances.
It seems that Chen Yi is looking to add new sisters for them again.
But won't this be a bit too much? A bit too eager?
However, they thought this way, but the system showed that their favorability had not decreased.
From their gazes, one could even read a strange sense of pride in our beast master is indeed loved by everyone? Alright.
Yun Jiao suppressed her excitement. I will personally come to visit tomorrow.
Chen Yi nodded slightly. Then I will look forward to the matter you want to discuss.
After saying this, he put his arms around the waists of Huaiyue Tong and Huaxing Tong on either side and walked into the hotel. Yun Jiao looked at Chen Yi's disappearing back, her heart increasingly excited.
It seems that Chen Yi really has the intention of contracting her?
Just wondering if it will be a contract now, or if she will become a spiritual beast under a pre-contract.
That night, after guiding Chu Feiyu's energy separately and cultivating their affinity, Chen Yi decided to be straightforward, directly telling her his thoughts. Feiyu, regarding Yun Jiao, she came to me today and seems to have the intention of a contract. What do you think? I would like to hear your opinion. Upon hearing this, Chu Feiyu turned around.
She looked at Chen Yi, her gaze gentle and cloudless, and gently snuggled into his arms. I have no objections, the past is in the past. As long as there is always a place for me in Chen Yi's heart, no matter what decision you make, I will support you.
Moreover,
I trust your judgment and believe you can handle everything well. Chen Yi felt warmth in his heart and held her tightly.
Indeed, harmony in the harem is the true way.
It seems it's time to have a good talk with that mermaid lady about the future.
The next day, the sun was just right. Chen Yi arrived at an elegant tea house as agreed, intending to discuss the follow-up to last night's matter with Yun Jiao.
This private room was by the window, antique and fragrant with incense. Yun Jiao wore a simple and elegant sky blue dress today, losing some of her usual coldness but gaining some softness, looking like an ancient beauty. Combined with the surrounding environment, it felt as if immersed in a picturesque ancient tea house, making the immersive experience quite strong. At this moment, Yun Jiao was skillfully brewing tea, her movements flowing like a gentle stream, pleasing to the eye.
It was clear she must have practiced this.
Seeing this, Chen Yi said nothing and directly took a seat across from Yun Jiao.
However, just as he sat down and had not yet had a taste of the fragrant tea brewed by the beauty herself,
he heard a commotion from outside the door, somewhat noisy, among which a familiar voice was both arrogant and familiar.
Boss, bring me your best tea and the most exquisite snacks. Can't you see I'm here to entertain esteemed guests?
Chen Yi and Yun Jiao exchanged a glance, both seeing a hint of speechlessness in each other's eyes.
That voice, isn't it by Baisong? Chapter 196, Assessment Period. Sure enough, moments later,
the curtain to the private room was roughly lifted. Baisong strolled in, arms around two elegantly dressed women, whose charm was overshadowed by Yun Jiao's grace. It seemed he came to the tea house to show off and flirt. Baisong quickly spotted Chen Yi and Yun Jiao sitting by the window.
Enemies meeting, especially glaring.
His smug smile froze instantly, twisted into a distorted rage, fists tightly clenched.
That scoundrel Chen Yi. That shameless woman Yun Jiao. How could they be having tea alone here?
Chen Yi merely cast a casual glance his way, as if he were just an insignificant fly.
He picked up his teacup, blew lightly on it, sipped elegantly, completely indifferent to Baisong. Chen Yi.
Baisong spat out the two words through gritted teeth.
That relaxed demeanor fueled his anger more than any insult.
Yet, just as he was about to explode, he suddenly recalled that Qi Lian stayed back at the Bai family mansion today under the guise of consolidating her power, leaving him free to flirt. Without Qi Lian by his side, remembering how Chen Yi had smashed his spear with one punch last time, a chill immediately quenched his impulse. The words of anger he had prepared were violently swallowed back, leaving his face beet red.
He glared fiercely at Chen Yi, finally managing to drop a few harmless insults. Humph. What bad luck, running into annoying flies everywhere. You two continue. I shall not accompany you.
With that, he turned away, dragging along his two bewildered companions, looking particularly awkward and ridiculous. Yun Jiao watched Baisong leave, her beautiful eyes filled with contempt that almost turned tangible.
Anger and incompetence, throwing threats in retreat, utterly lacking dignity and responsibility. In contrast, Chen Yi remained calm and at ease throughout, his composure and confidence as if everything was within his grasp. The comparison between the two was stark and revealing. No, it wasn't right. Comparing Chen Yi to Bai Song was an insult to Chen Yi. At this moment, after Bai Song left, Chen Yi's brow slightly furrowed. He gently traced the edge of his teacup, lost in thought. Now that I think about it, it's a bit strange. Bai Song's contracted spirit beast, it seems I've never really seen it closely. Even in the association, it seemed to deliberately stay back in the crowd, almost like it was avoiding me. But now was not the time to dig deep into this matter. He turned to Yin Zhiyao, temporarily setting aside his doubts, and flashed her a smile, naturally wrapping his arm around her slender, soft waist. Let's go, don't let outsiders ruin the mood, let's go inside and chat. Feeling Chen Yi's sudden move, Yin Zhiyao froze slightly, clearly not expecting him to be so bold. But soon, she relaxed, even leaning a bit closer to Chen Yi, her cheeks faintly flushed, with no thoughts of resistance. This scene caught the attention of other guests in the teahouse, instantly attracting countless envious and jealous glances and whispered discussions. Hiss, isn't that the daughter of the Yun family, Yin Zhiyao? She's actually so close to that Chen Yi? Looks like in the end, between Bai Song and Chen Yi, it's Chen Yi who wins out. Oh no, my goddess seems to really be taken. But if it's Chen Yi, it seems like a good match? After all, he is Chen. Chen Yi and Yun Zhiyao ignored the murmurs and directly entered the reserved private room. Yun Zhiyao took a deep breath, deciding to be straightforward. She poured tea again for Chen Yi, her eyes clear as she looked at him. Chen Yi. Today, I asked you out to formally make a request. I hope to establish a contract with you. Our Yun family can offer you resources and support that are not inferior to any other family. I wonder what you think. Chen Yi quietly listened to Yun Zhiyao's request while sipping his tea. Unexpectedly, in the end, he successfully got Yun Zhiyao to warm up to him. Unintentionally sowing willows, willows become shades. Truly a principle of the world. However, Chen Yi did not immediately agree to Yun Zhiyao's request. He lightly tapped his fingers on the table and after a while he replied, Miss Yun, I can see your sincerity and conditions, they are very attractive. However, a contract is not a simple transaction, it requires deep trust from both parties. Not long ago, you were still the pre-contracted spirit beast of Bai Song, and this matter is known to all. I do not doubt your sincerity, but for the harmony of the team and the stability of the future, I believe we need a probation period. Of course, in the system interface, Yun Zhiyao's favorability had already reached 60 points. This already indicated her genuine heart. No one can hide from the system's exploration. The reason he said this was that Chen Yi had thought deeply about it last night. Yun Zhiyao's character was obviously strong, she came from a noble background and had always been comfortably served by attendants. Now that she needed his help, her personality had to become more restrained. But after the real contract, it was hard to say that there wouldn't be conflicts with other girls due to differences in background, habits, or cultivation. Currently, among the contracted spirit beasts, there were a school beauty, a fallen young lady, an internet influencer, a charming mature woman, twin fairies, and a phoenix childhood friend, all varied in identity. They could live harmoniously now because they had gone through much and shared deep feelings. Now, suddenly adding a top young lady, he needed to temper her character first to help her truly integrate into the group. After all, when bringing in a new girl, the feelings of the treasures already in the bowl must also be considered, right? Yun Zhiyao was slightly taken aback to hear that there needed to be a probation period to contract with Chen Yi. With her identity and bloodline, it was the first time she had heard of such a requirement. But on second thought, Chen Yi was not an ordinary person, and his team was indeed extraordinary, having some threshold was normal. Moreover, having the pre-contracted identity meant that in a certain sense, she had already achieved her initial goal. At least she had gained the qualification to stay by Chen Yi's side. To show her sincerity, Yun Zhiyao suppressed a hint of subtle disappointment and nodded brightly. Okay, I accept the probation. I will prove to you that my choice is sincere, and I am worthy of your trust. Chen Yi slightly nodded, raised his cup, and drank it all. It's still early, why don't we talk about our matters? For example, what kind of dowry will you provide after the contract? Upon hearing this, Yun Zhiyao couldn't help but laugh. Sometimes, she really couldn't understand which family Chen Yi came from. In this situation, he actually started talking about dowries first? Shouldn't they first discuss hobbies and interests, similar to arranging a blind date? Besides, under normal circumstances, when a boy wants to contract a girl, shouldn't they discuss the betrothal gifts first? You're different, turning around to talk about dowries first. One could only say, he truly is an extraordinary talent. His thinking is really unconventional. However, it was precisely because of this that she liked Chen Yi, wasn't it? Chapter 197, The Beast Control Competition begins. In the afternoon, a more sensational event happened online. Yun Zhiyao also unequivocally expressed the Yun family's attitude and her determination.
More than a dozen limited edition luxury sports cars, emblazoned with the Yun family's emblem, formed an extremely spectacular convoy, grandly driving into the entrance of the hotel where Chen Yi was staying. The trunk of each sports car was opened, filled with various magical beast crystal cores, heavenly treasures, rare metals, and the Yun family's specialty cultivation resources. The quantity and quality of these resources far exceed what was originally planned for by Song by several times. The steward of the Yun family respectfully presented the resource list to Chen Yi, indicating that this was Miss Yun Jiyao's pre-contract investment and also the Yun family's investment in Mr. Chen Yi. If the two parties successfully contracted in the future, Yun Jiyao would secure her position as the family head and would receive additional resource support. It can be said that this is truly a display of wealth. If Luo Shirin hadn't been neglected by her family due to bloodline reasons, perhaps the scene would have been even more spectacular. This moment was captured on video by onlookers and instantly exploded online. Yun family's sky-high investment in Chen Yi. Dozens of luxury cars delivering resources. Is this the face of Chen? Bai Song has become a thing of the past. Netizens turned green with envy, but they also felt it was only natural. Wow! So many resources. Enough for me to cultivate for 10 lifetimes. Of course. Have you seen who Chen Yi is? The #1 person in the history of the sequence competition. A record-breaking existence. This investment from the Yun family is a guaranteed profit. Bai Song is crying in the bathroom. What a gap between ex and current partners. Ah. Chen Yi, my idol, look at me. I want to have your babies. Due to the commotion of luxury cars delivering gifts, Yun Jiyao officially joined Chen Yi's team and was referred to as the rich sister by all the girls. Luo Shirin felt unwilling. She vowed that when she regained the position of family head in the Luo family, she would definitely send resources 10 times more than Yun Jiyao. In the evening, Chen Yi began to guide the girls in energy cultivation. Yun Jiyao was no exception. Though it was a pre-contract, guiding one more person's energy didn't cost much, so she joined in as well. When Yun Jiyao witnessed for the first time how Chen Yi cultivated the girls, she was completely astonished. There were no complicated rituals, no long guidance. Chen Yi simply pulled out a few high-level magical beast crystal cores and distributed them to Lin Mengxue, Luo Shirin, and others. They didn't hesitate to swallow them down, just like eating jelly beans. Then, with both hands gently pressing, an indescribably soft power enveloped them all. As the violent spiritual power flowed into their bodies, it instantly transformed into an incredibly gentle force, almost completely absorbed and converted, without a trace wasted. The entire process was smooth and easy, as if they were having a meal or drinking water. Yun Jiyao's worldview was completely refreshed. If she hadn't seen the other girls also swallow the crystal cores directly, she would have thought Chen Yi was pulling a prank on her. Directly swallowing, leading multiple people simultaneously, zero waste, how is this possible? She finally understood why Chen Yi and these girls around him could increase their strength so quickly. Damn, with such energy guidance ability, how could the improvement speed not be fast? The stronger the bloodline, the more resources are needed and the harder it is to level up. But after Chen Yi's operation, it not only compensated for the surge in spiritual power demand caused by a strong bloodline, but also surpassed the cultivation speed of F-level bloodline spiritual beasts? Is this the cultivation path of a peerless monster? This completely goes against the common sense of the beast-taming world. However, this was just the beginning. By nightfall, an even more astonishing scene unfolded. After filling their stomachs, it was naturally time for rapport cultivation. Chen Yi single-handedly faced 7 people, yet he showed no signs of falling behind. Light and shadow intertwined, energy roared. Frost, azure wind, devouring, fox fire, light and darkness intertwined with healing power. Yun Jiyao seemed to see the exquisite flow of energy dancing around Chen Yi and his team. This is ridiculously amazing. She thought that after joining Chen Yi's team, they would have to take turns, but unexpectedly, they could all join in at once. Yun Jiyao was filled with excitement and also completely determined. No matter how difficult this assessment period is, she must pass. This man's potential is far, far beyond imagination. Really, so many people at once? This is so embarrassing. On the other side, Shilian took advantage of Bai Song going out to flirt and secretly reported Bai Song's recent situation and that Chen Yi is actually Yi Chen, and that suspected high-level guards are lurking in the shadows back to the upper levels of the Demon Abyss sect. After a brief contemplation and risk assessment, the sect's higher-ups issued an order to temporarily give up direct contact with Chen Yi. Currently, the strength and attention that Chen Yi has shown are too high, taking action forcibly is likely to expose the sect's existence. The Demon Abyss sect still needs some time to consolidate before fully emerging, now is not the time. As for the new plan, it is to fully support and use Bai Song as a pawn, allowing him to create chaos in the Beast Master competition and attract fire from all sides. The specific situation will be discussed when the competition begins. 3 days passed in calmness. With Chen Yi's nearly cheating training methods, Lin Mingxue and Luo Shirin successfully broke through, stepping into the threshold of the 5th stage. Their strength surged again, attracting envy, congratulations, and the determination to catch up from other girls. Finally, the much-anticipated Beast Master competition officially began. The opening ceremony was grand and unprecedented, almost broadcast nationwide, even attracting attention from several Beast Master organizations abroad. The first phase of the preliminary competition, similar to the sequence struggle, was conducted through random matching battles in the special training rooms provided by the Beast Master Association. The only difference is that this is no longer a virtual image, real appearances and identity information are fully disclosed. Moreover, every battle would be live-streamed, completely satisfying the curiosity of those bystanders eating melon seeds. Early in the morning, Chen Yi took the girls to the Beast Master Association, planning to secure a stable score early so that they could enjoy a good holiday with the remaining time. The first match quickly began. Chen Yi's opponent was a genius from the 22nd Beast Master family in Yanjing, named Lu Feng. 4th stage, 10th segment, S-class talent, possessing 4 contract spirit beasts above grade A, strong strength, and quite handsome, he was somewhat famous locally and had hopes of firmly entering the top 100. However, when Lu Feng was teleported to the battle arena, seeing the lazy-looking, handsome young man on the opposite side surrounded by several stunning girls, his face turned pale with shock. Chen Yi? Chen? No way. Is my luck this bad? His legs felt a bit weak. He recalled the terror of being dominated by those monstrous AIs in the sequence struggle, and the fact that Chen Yi swiftly killed the AIs. The system's broadcast had just shouted start. Lu Feng unhesitatingly raised both hands and shouted, "I admit defeat." He exited at light speed, without any hesitation. Chapter 198, Matched with Bison. The bullet screen for this live match exploded the moment they saw this. He gave up just like that? Bro, where's your spirit? Giving up directly in a match of the same level? Is this for show? You've disgraced the Lu family. However, everything that happened next silenced all the critics. The second match, third match, fourth match, up to the 30th match. All the contestants matched with Chen Yi, regardless of their family background or level, reacted in an astonishingly consistent manner. The moment they saw their opponent was Chen Yi, their faces changed dramatically, and without hesitation, they admitted defeat at light speed. Their actions were clean and quick, as if rehearsed countless times. The bullet screen changed from initial ridicule to confusion, then to understanding. Something seems off? Another one admitting defeat. Wait, is Chen Yi carrying a plague? Why is everyone admitting defeat directly? Brothers. I think I understand, if I were matched with Chen, I might give up even faster than them. Upstairs +1, wouldn't it be better to save strength for the next match? Do I really have to go up and be taken out instantly, wasting my stamina? Until Chen Yi achieved his 30th victory, he matched with a young master from the Shi City Yi family, Yi Qianfan. This person had a relatively humble and pragmatic personality. He believed his strength was quite good and could not help but feel curious, wanting to see for himself just how strong Chen Yi truly was, so he did not choose to admit defeat. Mr. Chen Yi, please give me your guidance. Yi Qianfan summoned his strongest contract spirit beast to the arena, preparing for battle. Chen Yi nodded and didn't even move. Lin Mingxue stepped forward, her red lips parted slightly, and a chilling breath of ice swept across half the arena in an instant. Yi Qianfan and his spirit beast didn't even have time to react, instantly frozen into a giant ice sculpture. Then, the system referee declared them unable to fight and transported them out. Instant kill. Once again, it was an instant kill. The barrage fell completely silent, then erupted once more. I understand now, I completely understand. It's not that there's no backbone, it's that there's truly no way to fight. This gap is indeed too vast. Conserving stamina is definitely a wise choice. After all, the Beastmaster competition's battles are not like the sequence battle, which only involves fighting with virtual bodies. Instead, after receiving a fatal injury, you are directly transported to the outside world, and the stamina consumed is very real. With such a huge gap in strength, it's better to admit defeat and fight someone else. From now on, no one questioned those who admitted defeat. Chen Yi's winning streak held no suspense. 2.5 hours later, his record was set at 99 consecutive victories. His points reached 99, placing him at the top. This was far ahead of the second place, Lang Wuwen's 37 points. Watching the live stream in the hotel through the light screen, Yun Jiao felt her heart surge, blood boiling. After all, she had not yet contracted with Chen Yi and, according to the association's rules, she could not compete. But even so, she still fantasized about contracting with Chen Yi and charging into battle together. It was simply so cool. The overwhelming sense of power that Chen Yi displayed made her captivated. Her heart grew increasingly eager, and she had begun to secretly think about whether she should use some unconventional methods, like sneaking into Chen Yi's room at night, to get things moving along faster. Beside her, Shui Haiyao, sent by Luo Qinghe to protect Chen Yi during the competition, saw the eager look on the young lady of the Yun family and shook her head repeatedly, secretly clicking her tongue. As a woman who also possessed both exceptional talent and beauty, Shui Haiyao naturally held herself high. But compared to Yun Jiao's family background and looks, she felt a little inferior. However, she didn't expect that such a well-conditioned Yun Jiao, in front of Chen Yi, only had the option to actively request a contract and even thought about using seduction on Chen Yi. This Chen Yi is truly absurd, absurd to the point of knocking on the door of absurdity. Chen Yi looked at his record of 99 consecutive wins, and as a man with a bit of obsessive-compulsive disorder, he felt it was almost complete yet not quite there. 99 and 100 sound completely different. Just one more match to make it an even number, then we'll see how things go. He mumbled, clicking the button to continue matching. Then, the system interface flickered, and the match results came out. When he saw the opponent's information, the entire official live stream's barrage exploded. The traffic surged in an instant. Chen Yi's 100th opponent was none other than Bai Song. What the hell? Is this a destined showdown? The opponent of the 100th match is actually Bai Song. This is really a narrow road for enemies. A true man showdown. All kinds of barrages flooded the screen in an instant. Everyone was excited. The grievances and entanglements between these two had been trending several times. Bai Song had just surged to second place in the sequence battle yesterday, breaking 4,000 ladder points and gaining momentum. And Chen Yi had even broken the historical record of Yichen. Both were exceptionally talented figures who could quickly climb the leaderboard. This duel's expectations were simply sky-high. Bai Song couldn't possibly admit defeat, could he? A white light flashed, and both sides were transported to the battlefield at opposite ends. Bai Song saw Chen Yi opposite him, and was momentarily stunned, but then a look of extreme excitement and fierce battle intent appeared on his face. Ha ha ha. Chen Yi. Fortune has truly favored me. I never expected to encounter you so soon. Just perfect, right here, in front of the entire nation, I will utterly crush you underfoot. A chance to clear my humiliation. He was unbelievably confident. So what if the ranking in the sequence was not as good as Chen Yi's? That was only a score for AI battles. In a real one-on-one fight, he was now completely confident in beating Chen Yi. As long as he let Qi Lian restrain Chen Yi's contracted spirit beasts, with his current powerful strength, he would definitely be able to tear Chen Yi apart himself. He still stubbornly believed that in the arena last time, even with weapons he faced a crushing defeat from Chen Yi. It must have been because Chen Yi used some kind of exceptionally hidden treasure, which made him suffer. But without evidence, he couldn't say much. And now, the battlefield for the Beast Master competition is absolutely fair, prohibiting all external forces. With his current physical form, how could he not win against a mere Chen Yi? However, in the face of Bai Song's aggressive approach, Chen Yi's attention was not on him at all. His gaze immediately fell on the woman in a black robe next to Bai Song, whose figure was alluring. High energy reaction detected, please pay attention to balance combat power, host. Monster, Infernal Fire Python. Difficulty, 15 stars, Demon Emperor. Level, Stage 5 Segment 5. Attributes, Fire, Dark, Earth, Wood, Poison, Sound. Skills, Death Poison Fog, Flame Fangs, Cracking, Binding, Death Spiral, Darkness Breath, Explosive Flame Bullet. Description, a magic python that masters endless infernal fire, the terrifying infernal flames can even burn away space. Contract object, Bai Song. Notes, the magic contract is a special ability possessed by some Demon Emperor level monsters, which can reverse contract human beast masters, take their vitality, corrode their will, and turn them into puppets. Chapter 199, Demon Emperor. The information that popped up on the system interface made Chen Yi's pupils shrink sharply. Monsters? Demon Emperor level? This kid Bai Song actually formed a contract with a Demon Emperor level monster? No, that's a monster, not a spirit beast. What the hell is going on here? Monsters can form contracts too? And how did the monster appear in human form in human society? It looks like it has extremely high intelligence. Without the system, one would not be able to tell if this thing is human or monster. Chen Yi's brain was nearly crashing. Based on his understanding of this world, an Emperor-level monster is basically the kind of colossal creature that one could only see in a special effects movie. It is not something that has changed its race. But the current system interface was indeed happening right before his eyes. What the hell is this? System, can I ask what exactly is going on here? This concerns the origin of monsters, and the information is vast. The host can spend 5,000 enhancement points to obtain all information. Damn. Are you kidding me? 5,000 enhancement points, where am I supposed to get that? Chen Yi was directly speechless. Isn't this just a scam? If it was 500 enhancement points, it might still be possible.
But 5,000 enhancement points, where am I supposed to get that?
The system seemed to sense Chen Yi's emotions and continued to explain. If the host can obtain the magic energy treasure, he can spend 500 enhancement points to master all information. The host is encouraged to contract more spirit beast girls and strive to conquer their hearts.
Chen Yi rolled his eyes. Magic energy treasure, it sounds like a thing that is not easy to obtain. But whatever, stage 5 segment 5, even if it's a demon emperor, it shouldn't be that strong.
On the opposite side, Xi Lian, at the moment Chen Yi's gaze swept over, also frowned and felt extremely uncomfortable. She felt that Chen Yi's eyes seemed to see through all illusions, making her feel that all her secrets were laid bare.
An inexplicable sense of crisis lingered in the heart. Xi Lian, prepare for battle. Bai Song excitedly commanded. Shut up. Xi Lian suddenly interrupted him harshly, his tone extremely irritated, but his gaze was fixed firmly on Chen Yi.
Bai Song was stunned by the shout, and the atmosphere instantly became incredibly awkward.
This contracted spirit beast, why does it seem even more domineering than the Beastmaster? At that moment, behind Chen Yi, within the battle preparation barrier, Chu Feiyu looked at the arrogant Bai Song and the strange woman in the black robe, biting her lip, and stepped forward. Brothery, can I take this match?
I want to. She wanted to cut off the last thread of her past with Bai Song with her own hands. But before she finished speaking, a small hand pulled her back.
Su Tao Tao stepped forward, her small face showing unprecedented seriousness and determination. Feiyu's sister, let me take this match. My situation, Brother Chen Yi knows. I want to make a real break with my past self. Brother Chen Yi, please let me fight in this battle.
This is the perfect stage. Once, Su Tao Tao was a famous female streamer, specializing in food broadcasts, with a side job as in commentator. But due to an accidental magical incident, she had to stop her broadcast, and countless speculations flooded her comment section and private messages. And now, she would once again stand in front of everyone as Chen Yi's contracted spirit beast. She wanted to tell everyone who cared for her and questioned her that she, Su Tao Tao, was doing just fine. Not only fine, but also stronger, becoming the partner of the strongest genius. This battle was her battle for vindication.
Goodbye to the past, and welcome to a new life.
Chen Yi looked at the burning flame in Su Tao Tao's eyes and instantly understood her intentions. He turned to Chu Feiyu, gently patted her little head. Your strength isn't quite enough right now. Wait for a while, when you grow up, I'll let you have a complete understanding with Bai Song. Upon hearing this, Chu Feiyu obediently nodded, showing no displeasure.
I'll listen to Brother Chen Yi.
Chen Yi nodded and pulled Su Tao Tao out.
Tao Tao, this match is up to you. Go ahead with confidence. Tell everyone that you are incredibly powerful now.
Su Tao Tao nodded vigorously, her small nose slightly twitching with excitement. She took a deep breath and stepped out of the energy light curtain of the battle preparation barrier. The light burst forth, and her armed form materialized. In an instant, a soft dark purple glow surged from her body. A uniquely designed battle dress, resembling cotton candy, perfectly fit her petite frame and covered her completely. The cloud blue skirt displayed a constantly flowing energy form, as if countless tiny black holes were devouring the surrounding energy particles, causing the light around to dim slightly. Her signature twin ponytails automatically tied up, transforming into tentacle-like energy tendrils, quite peculiar. The most eye-catching was the weapon she gathered in her hand, a big silver spoon. Rather than a weapon, it was more like the embodiment of some rule power, representing the essence of the concept of devouring. The extreme cuteness and the extreme fierceness perfectly fused at this moment. Beneath the adorable face that made one want to pinch, the devouring power that shook the soul spread unabashedly. Meanwhile, the official live streaming room that was originally filled with comments about Chen, Bai Song, faithful duel was suddenly disrupted by a few unexpected comments. Wait. That little girl who just walked out, where are my glasses? She looks like a food streamer I follow.
Food streamer?
Dude, you're in the wrong channel, this is a Beastmaster competition.
No way?
Wait. Zoom in. That face. That height. Those twin ponytails. It's Tao Tao. It's Su Tao Tao.
Su Tao Tao?
That top-tier food streamer? I remember she could eat a lot, but she still looked like a loli. She must be throwing up.
Hasn't she been off the air for a long time?
Oh my gosh. I sit here every day watching her gnawing on legs bigger than her small head. How did such a delightful streamer suddenly appear in the Beastmaster contest? Regardless of whether she is Su Tao Tao or not, her armed form is so cute. At this moment, the chat in the live stream, after a brief pause, instantly fell into unprecedented madness. Who would have thought that Su Tao Tao, who had been off the air for 4 months, would actually appear here? Appearing on this stage that represents the highest level of the new generation of Long Country? Many fans actually believed that Su Tao Tao might be suffering from long-term vomiting, which ruined her body, so she had to stop streaming.
How did she suddenly transform and appear in the Beastmaster contest? And she is even Chen Yi's contracted spirit beast. This change of scene is way too fast. Chapter 200, Su Taotao vs. Red Scale. Famous food streamer Su Taotao appears in the Beastmaster contest. My food streamer is actually a hidden big shot. Su Taotao vs. Baisong? Can she win? Topics like these spread across the live streaming platform and social media like wildfire. Countless passers-by who were originally uninterested in the Beastmaster contest, as well as Su Taotao's massive fanbase, flooded into the official live stream room at this moment. Ah! It's really Taotao. Mom, I'm crying. Her new battle outfit is just too cute. So sweet yet fierce. Ozzle. This contrast in cuteness. Arm form holding a big spoon. So cute it's unfair, yet also looks powerful. Who said our Taotao only knows how to eat? Step forward. This is clearly a battle force that exceeds the charts, okay? Can someone tell me this isn't real? Just yesterday I was re-watching her video of finishing an entire wild boar leg in 10 minutes, and today she's standing on the national competition stage? Taotao. You are the best. Charge. The chat room was completely drowned in mentions of Taotao and various exclamation marks and emojis. The excitement instantly overshadowed the fated duel topic between Baisong and Chen Yi. Everyone is discussing this amazing girl who has descended from the sky, yet is so sweet and cute. In the battlefield, Red Scale's fiery red vertical pupils narrowed slightly. Chen Yi did not immediately attack or question her as she expected, he only glanced at her thoughtfully and then turned his attention away, easing the slight unease in her heart from being seen through. Perhaps it was just an illusion. How could a human possibly see through the disguise of the Demon Emperor? Red Scale suppressed her doubts, letting out a cold snort, and took a step forward. The wide black robe moved without wind, a wave of scorching and destructive magic energy spread out, clashing against Su Taotao's devouring power, making the air in the venue heavy and oppressive. In the face-off, the invisible auras collided, both waiting for the announcement to start the match. Although Baisong had been publicly reprimanded by Red Scale just now, he felt a bit embarrassed. But seeing the one who walked out of the boundary was unexpectedly the seemingly harmless Su Taotao, and not the stronger spirit beasts like Lin Mengxue or Luo Shirin, his confidence surged again. Though he didn't know what kind of bloodline Su Taotao had. But looking at her cute appearance, the little girl who didn't even reach his shoulder, how strong could she possibly be? She must be just a vase, pretty but useless. The scales of victory had already tilted towards him. He could almost see himself stepping on the corpses of Chen Yi and Su Taotao, enjoying the cheers of the crowd. The battle begins. The announcement sounded like a starting gun, instantly igniting the flames of battle. Su Taotao took the initiative. Her small feet stomped fiercely on the ground as she shouted, "Shadow binding." In an instant, several tendrils made of shadows burst from the ground beneath Red Scale, skillfully wrapping around her ankles and calves, trying to restrict her movements. At the same time, she gripped the massive spoon tightly and swung it forward with all her might. Life Devour. A dark energy beam, seemingly capable of absorbing all colors, shot straight toward Qilian's face. But Qilian's reaction was beyond imagination. Her body seemed to have no spine, making an unusual twist that an ordinary person could never achieve, easily breaking free from the shadow tentacle's grasp. Faced with the heart-pounding devouring wave, she parted her red lips and shouted, "Hellfire Shield!" A diamond-shaped shield, burning with strange black and red flames, instantly formed before her. The dark energy beam violently crashed into the shield, producing a corrosive sound that made one's teeth ache. She absorbed a lot of the red serpent's power. But after this power entered her body, it did not transform into pure hunger force to strengthen herself as usual. Instead, it felt like drops of scalding poisonous oil, continuously eroding and polluting her meridians and spiritual energy. Making her spiritual energy sluggish and uncomfortable, and leaving her chest heavy. Her strength didn't increase, it decreased. What's happening? Su Taotao's little face turned slightly pale, beads of sweat forming on her forehead. Her movements inevitably slowed down. Chen Yi had clearly said that the hunger force should devour everything and convert it for her use. Why was it ineffective against this woman's power, but instead felt like swallowing poison? Chen Yi could never lie to her. But what exactly was going on? As the Demon Emperor, Qilian possessed rich combat experience and keenly seized Su Taotao's momentary flaw. A crimson light flashed in her eyes, and her offensive became even more fierce. Infernal Fire Whip. With a flick of her wrist, Qilian summoned a black-red infernal fire whip that appeared from thin air. Striking at an extremely tricky angle to bypass Su Taotao's spoon guard, mercilessly whipping toward her side. Crack! A crisp sound of the strike echoed. Su Taotao couldn't dodge in time and was brutally hit on the waist by the whip's tip. The armored battle skirt was even burned with a charred mark, a wave of scorching energy began to violently invade her body. Ouch! Su Taotao cried out in pain, feeling a fiery sting at the wound.
What was even scarier was that the invading energy rampaged through her meridians, causing wild destruction, making her blood surge and her spiritual energy nearly come to a halt. She staggered, stepping back repeatedly, clearly in a disadvantageous position.
Tao Tao. Are you okay? Damn, what the hell is that black-robed woman's ability?
Inside the barrier, her friends cried out in alarm, their faces filled with worry.
The comments section in the live stream became tense instantly. Tao Tao is hurt. Sure enough, she still can't win?
After all, her opponent managed to kill the second-ranked. Tao Tao might have been brought up by others.
No, wait. Look closely. Tao Tao is just at a disadvantage, but she is still holding on.
For a female streamer to last this long against such a monster is already incredible.
Go, Tao Tao. Hold on.
Bai Song noticed this scene and his heart settled, the last bit of worry vanishing. He hadn't made a move before, mainly fearing that he would get slapped in the face by Chen Yi again, which would be unbearable. But now, Xi Lian could suppress Chen Yi's contracted Spirit Beast, which proved he was overly worried. If the contracted Spirit Beast was not as good as Xi Lian, what did that say? It wouldn't be surprising if the first place in the series conflict was achieved through some cheating method. Thinking of this, the twisted arrogant smile on Bai Song's face grew even stronger. It was time for him to take action personally, to thoroughly end this farce, and crush Chen Yi beneath his feet.
Chen Yi. Do you see it? Your woman is about to be finished. Next, it's your turn.
I'll make you kneel on the ground, watching her being torn apart. Bai Song laughed maniacally, the strange energy within him erupting explosively.
Black-red flame-like energy surged out from his body, enveloping him in its embrace, radiating a chilling pressure. It aggressively lunged toward Chen Yi.
The ground they passed even melted and cracked from the energy he released. The rules of the Beast Master competition's preliminaries only required defeating the opponent's Beast Master to win.
But he didn't want to end things so quickly.
He wanted to slowly humiliate Chen Yi in front of the national audience, to trample all his dignity and pride into the mud, only then could he vent his anger.
Die for me. Explosive Demon Flame Ball.
In Bai Song's right palm, he had unknowingly gathered a dark red fireball that was continually expanding. With a swing of his arm, he abruptly hurled the ominous fireball toward Chen Yi. The air was distorted and blurred wherever the fireball passed.
At this moment, Chen Yi's attention was mostly on Su Taotao and Xi Lian's battle. The analysis result just reported by the system made him frown. System, why is Taotao experiencing this situation? Can't Taotai swallow the power of the Demon Emperor? Not at all. Taotai can swallow everything in the world, there's nothing that it cannot devour.
But the energy within the target's body carries strong characteristics of spiritual pollution, soul burning, and energy erosion.
Su Taotao has indeed swallowed the target's energy and gained a certain power increase.
However, this power increase is less than the destruction caused by that energy to the physical body, so the power decreased. Once Su Taotao's level and spiritual power increase, the boost in power will exceed the destructive force of this energy, allowing her to easily suppress it.
I see. Chen Yi nodded, no wonder Taotao is at a disadvantage. In fact, this is like the DOT damage in hot healing in some online games. As long as the continuous damage is less than the continuous healing, the health line will always rise. The opposite is also true. But right now, Su Taotao is in a situation where hot healing is lower than DOT damage. The more she devours Xi Lian's power, the lower her own strength will be. I must say, for Su Taotao, if she cannot swallow the opponent's power, it will indeed be very tricky. At this moment, Bai Song's fireball had already flown in front of Chen Yi. However, facing Bai Song's explosive magic flame bomb that could easily blow a 4th-level Beast Master to smithereens, Chen Yi merely glanced at it casually, his eyes showing little fluctuation. It was as if he was watching a soap bubble float by. With a slight sidestep, he dodged it. Bai Song's power indeed grew very quickly and had even caused a qualitative change due to quantitative changes, with spiritual power stacked very high. But, after watching for a while, it still seemed superficial, unstable, chaotic, and filled with grandeur while the actual energy cohesion was terribly lacking. It was probably only recently that he randomly gained power and had not completely grasped it yet. The pressure he gave was even less than the previous guy who played on water. Humph. Playing tricks.
Bai Song saw Chen Yi casually evade his attack, a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. However, that was just a feint attack, it didn't matter. He gathered flames with both hands and suddenly slammed them against the ground.
Flame Demon Cage. Boom. Boom. Boom.
Several black-red fire columns shot up from the ground around Chen Yi, instantly intertwining to form a huge flaming cage, trapping him in the center.
Countless fire chains also climbed out from the ground, trying to bind Chen Yi. Chapter 202 Chen Yi vs Bai Song. However, just as the flames were about to completely close in and engulf Chen Yi, he moved.
There was no earth-shattering momentum explosion, no complicated skill preparation.
He simply slowly raised his right hand, pointed like a sword, directed the spiritual power to his fingertip, and casually swiped forward. Wind blade slash. Whoosh. A nearly transparent light blue wind blade was instantly slashed out, accurately striking the energy node of the flame demon cage. That seemingly indestructible fire cage trembled violently, as if a heated blade had sliced through butter, instantly collapsing and disintegrating. It turned into countless sparks flying in the air, scattering about. No, impossible. What the hell is this? Baisong's crazed smile instantly froze on his face, his eyeballs almost popping out of their sockets. His proud control skill, the flame demon cage filled with supreme power, was just so easily broken by the other party's casual swipe? However, this astonishing scene was not over yet. That light blue wind blade, after cutting through the cage, did not lose any momentum. It actually spun violently in the air. In an instant, the surrounding scattered flame energy was drawn together. The wind and the dying fire merged in a way that was hard to understand, and in the blink of an eye, they condensed into a palm-sized flame hand. The speed of this flame hand was incredibly fast, and before Baisong could react at all, it directly gave him a resounding slap. Smack! A crisp slap sound, transmitted through the on-site audio equipment, reached the ears of every viewer in the livestream. Baisong was sent spinning to the side by this slap, rotating like a top for a full 2.5 turns before being flung away. A bright red handprint immediately appeared on his face, visible to the naked eye at such speed. The corner of his mouth split open, seeping a trickle of blood. The damage was not high, but the humiliation was extremely strong. He was completely stunned by this sudden attack, his ears ringing, and his mind blank. The barrage of comments in the live stream suddenly froze for a moment, as if everyone were unable to process what had just happened. Then, in the next second, countless question marks and bursts of laughter flooded the entire screen. Ha 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 ha. Slap, slap? He just gave himself a big smack with his own fire? Ha ha, I laughed so hard my neighbor called the police. Chen Yi's move is too slick. It's a heart-killing strike. Baisong, who am I? Where am I? What just happened? My mom hasn't slapped me like that. Screenshot. Screenshot. We have a meme. Take my spiral continuous slap. Ha ha ha. Baisong shook his head in a daze. The fiery pain on his face instantly burned away the last shred of his rationality. The extreme humiliation crashed everything down. He trembled with rage, pointing at Chen Yi and angrily shouting, Chen Yi, are you sneaking up on me? You can't play fair. You despicable and shameless little man. He seemed to have completely forgotten that it was he who had attacked first. Hearing this, Chen Yi leisurely dug in his ear and softly blew, practice more if you're weak, if you can't win, you can't win. No need to make excuses for being useless, understand? Useless. These two words pierced into Baisong's most fragile heart like a sharp knife. After being defeated by Chen Yi last time, similar words condemned him to his last straw. And this time, they were spoken by Chen Yi himself? Ah. I want you dead. I must have you dead. Baisong was completely insane, with only pure madness and killing intent left in his eyes. The black-red spiritual energy on him surged violently, even distorting the air. He no longer cared about any consequences, raising both hands high to the sky, roaring, with my blood, I will burn everything. Fiery flames burn the heavens. Boom. Instantly, the world changed color. The light in the entire competition area suddenly dimmed. A black-red energy ball, exuding a destructive aura that sent shivers down the soul, violently condensed above his head, growing enormous in the blink of an eye. Its surface rolled like molten lava, emanating such high temperatures that the air within hundreds of meters began to distort violently. The surrounding barrier groaned under the immense pressure, starting to vibrate violently, even developing slight cracks. The image in the livestream shook wildly due to this earth-shattering energy fluctuation, colors distorted. Some knowledgeable beast tamers jumped out of their seats in fright upon witnessing this scene in the livestream. Fiery flames burn the heavens? This is impossible. Isn't this one of the forbidden techniques of fire attribute spiritual beasts? It can only be performed by fire-type spiritual beasts that have reached at least the 6th rank, and there are very few that can use it. How could a human beast tamer possibly pull it off? It's over. The energy level of this move definitely reaches above the 6th rank. Chen Yi is in trouble. Damn, how is Baisong so abnormal? Chen Yi felt the ominous power contained in the energy ball, and his brow finally furrowed slightly. If this strike could be successfully unleashed, it would indeed pose a threat to his current physical body. Something is definitely wrong. This is not a power that Baisong can control by himself. Is it the Chilean who temporarily lent it to him through a contract? Has he planted such a one-time forbidden power? Could it be that this kid also stumbled upon some kind of system cheat? Or is it possible that there really exists something in this world that allows a person to completely undergo a transformation? Like, the beast spirit used by beast masters?
Chen Yi paused in his analysis, but he couldn't figure it out.
Simply put, he wouldn't analyze anymore.
This competition has a live broadcast, surely Senior Luo Qinghe could see it. His talent ability could certainly reveal how Baisong's energy came to be.
Turn to ashes completely for me.
Baisong roared, and black-red blood began to seep from his 7 orifices, clearly indicating that maintaining this move was a huge burden for him. He pushed the terrifyingly powerful destructive energy ball forward with the might to crush everything, charging fiercely towards Chen Yi. Wherever the energy ball passed, the barrier space seemed to show signs of collapsing. The ground was plowed into a deep lava trench by the energy dissipating from that energy ball. However, in the face of this move, Chen Yi remained calm and unhurried. He even had the mood to glance at Su Taotao on the other side. Although she had gained a moment of respite, without the ability to devour, losing was only a matter of time. After all, this was Su Taotao's first time facing the public and her fans, and losing would be too embarrassing. In a flash of thought, Chen Yi also purchased a mid-level power enhancement card from the system. System, spend 15 enhancement points to buy a mid-level power enhancement card, and use it directly for Taotao. Ding! Consumed 15 enhancement points, exchange successful. As soon as the system's voice fell. Just as Su Taotao was preparing to withstand Qilian's snake claw, she suddenly felt a powerful force, both familiar and warm, erupting from the deepest part of her soul. This force was extraordinarily overbearing, instantly flushing all of the karmic fire energy within her clean. The devouring power, which had been somewhat exhausted and stagnant, surged with unprecedented vitality like a long-awaited rain after a drought. Not only did it instantly restore her to peak condition, but it also soared higher, breaking through a small bottleneck, becoming stronger than ever before.
It's brother Chen Yi. He helped me again. Tonight.
I must repay him well. I learned a new move with Sister Jiu last night, brother Chen Yi will definitely like it.
Ding. Su Taotao's favorability increased by 2 points. Current favorability, 97 points.
At this moment, facing the blazing energy ball that had already rushed in front of her,
Chen Yi remained completely still. System, enhance my physique by 100 points. Ding. Enhancement successful. Current physique, 296 points. In an instant, a vast warm flow surged through Chen Yi's limbs and bones.
Every cell emitted joyful moans. Muscle density, bone strength, meridian toughness, all received a leap-forward improvement. At this moment, the fierce fireball in Chen Yi's eyes was moving as slowly as a snail. With a sudden step, he vanished from his original spot. It was not space movement, but pure speed.
The next second,
under the gaze of countless astonished eyes, Chen Yi suddenly appeared beside Baisong, who was unable to move due to exerting all his spiritual power to maintain the blazing energy ball, leaving him with numerous openings. Baisong had not even reacted, his face still wearing a frenzied smile, completely unaware that Chen Yi had come to his side. Chen Yi didn't use any flashy skills, he simply lifted his right leg. A plain and unadorned low kick slammed hard into Baisong's unprotected lower regions.
Puff!
Baisong's crazy roar abruptly stopped, replaced by a heart-wrenching wail. He was hit head-on by a supersonic bullet, and he flew backward violently.
Boom! Accompanied by a deafening bang.
Baisong crashed heavily into the edge of the arena dozens of meters away. The huge impact even caused the wall, engraved with protective runes, to explode, creating a massive humanoid crater. His head was embedded directly into the shattered alloy floor, his limbs twisted and convulsed in an unnatural posture, making him look utterly miserable and tragic.
However, this was not the end. Chen Yi's figure teleported again, instantly appearing at the edge of the smoking pit.
He raised his right foot and stepped on Baisong, still twitching back.
Crack!
The sound of a rib breaking echoed.
Aga!
Baisong let out another painful groan, as the tiny bit of struggling strength he had gathered was crushed back down by Chen Yi's pure physical power, unable to move. It felt like a mountain was pressing down, making it extremely difficult to even breathe.
The second place in the sequence struggle, Baisong, who had just performed forbidden techniques, was now actually being pressed to the ground?
This. The entire competition arena, the entire live broadcast room, suddenly fell into a dead silence. The originally frantically scrolling barrage in the live broadcast room showed nearly 10 seconds of blankness. Everyone who witnessed this scene, whether ordinary spectators, major media reporters, other competitors, or high-ranking officials from various factions, all experienced a mental crash, staring dumbfounded, completely shocked.
This is too absurd. Too outrageous. Why could the Beast Master's own combat power be so incredibly strong?
I was actually the second place in the sequence struggle, and he even unleashed a powerful move from a fire attribute Spirit Beast.
Yet, he was just rubbed into the ground? Even Chen Yi seemed like he wasn't even trying seriously. This is too exaggerated, right? Win 1? Did this just win? No, what the hell was that? Teleport?
Not teleportation, it's just that the physical strength is too strong, so when moving, it presents this nearly teleport-like posture.
Awesome. So awesome.
I heard that Chen Yi's talent seems to increase the contract quota, but I didn't expect his individual strength to be so strong.
How did he cultivate like this? Damn, why do I feel like Chen Yi is even stronger than his contracted spirit beasts? Could it be that the first place in the sequence struggle is all because Chen Yi fought his way up, and not relying on his spirit beasts? The viewers in the live broadcast room couldn't help but exclaim in astonishment.
One by one was so shocked that their scalps were numb, their blood boiling. The girls looked at Chen Yi with increasingly bright eyes.
They knew Chen Yi was strong, but how could he be this strong? Ding! Hua Yutan's favorability plus 3 points. Current favorability, 90 points. Ding!
Congratulations, Hua Yutan's favorability has reached 90 points.
Reward, strengthen points plus 50 points. Ding! Hua Xingtan's favorability plus 2 points. Current favorability, 92 points. Ding! Lin Mengshua's favorability plus 1 point. Current favorability, 94 points. Ding! Luo Shiyin's favorability plus 2 points. Current favorability, 96 points. Ding!
Congratulations, Luo Shiyin's favorability has reached 95 points.
Reward, strengthen points plus 70 points. Ding! Yan Jiuh's favorability plus 3 points. Current favorability, 91 points. Ding! Congratulations, Yan Jiuh's favorability has reached 90 points. Reward, strengthen points plus 50 points. Ding! Chu Feiyu's favorability plus 10 points. Current favorability, 85 points. Ding!
Chu Feiyu's favorability has reached 80 points. Congratulations to the host for successfully capturing the heart of the Spirit Beast girl.
Congratulations, host, you have gained 30 strengthen points. Congratulations, host, you have obtained the item Intermediate Strength Amplification Card X3. Congratulations, host, you have obtained the item Phoenix Feather. Ding! Congratulations, Chu Feiyu's favorability has reached 85 points. Reward, strengthen points plus 30 points.
A series of system prompts exploded in Chen Yi's mind. Chen Yi never expected that he only added a bit of physique to ensure the odds of winning, and
after showing off a bit, the favorability ratings have unexpectedly skyrocketed.
Moreover, what was even more surprising was that the favorability of Yun Zhiyao, such a rich young lady, had actually surged to 80 points.
Ding! Yun Zhiyao's favorability plus 20 points. Current favorability, 80 points.
If I can contract her now, that would surely be a feast of rewards. It can only be said that if you don't intentionally care about these things, the favorability is not easy to improve.
The saying unintentionally planting willows can lead to shade is becoming more and more meaningful. Let's contract Yun Zhiyao when we get back.
Chen Yi's mouth curled up slightly, his thoughts completely not on the duel.
Chapter 204, The Gap Between First and Second.
At this moment, on the other side of the battlefield. After being strengthened by Chen Yi's intermediate enhancement card, the sense of erosion caused by the devouring of the power of the Inferno was instantly washed clean within Su Tao Tao's body. In its place was an unprecedented feeling of fullness. Every cell was cheering and exuding an even more terrifying power of devour. She even felt that the black-robed woman in front of her was no longer some poison that was hard to swallow, but rather, a sumptuous feast. Qilian also keenly sensed Su Tao Tao's change. The devouring power that once rejected or even countered her strength now became smooth and effortless, even carrying a higher level of suppressive force. A hint of surprise flashed in her eyes, but then those fiery red lips unexpectedly curled into a smile, as if she had already obtained what she desired.
Sure enough.
Chen Yi's momentary disappearance and the subtle fluctuations in space were no coincidence.
He must have used some unknown secret technique to enhance his contract Spirit Beast across space. This ability, indeed, matches the prophecy of the Queen. The outcome of the competition was meaningless to her. But being able to probe Chen Yi's trump card, a method to instantly enhance the Spirit Beast's power remotely, was definitely a great deal. However, curiosity still drove her to test how far the enhanced Su Tao Tao's limits really were. Interesting, let me see what level of power you can achieve now. Qilian let out a light laugh, no longer holding back. The power of the Inferno erupted completely within her. Boom! The black-red demonic flame surged higher, several times more violent than before, making her look like a fire witch. Inferno Red Lotus, bloom. In an instant, a crimson lotus formed entirely of inferno blooms suddenly beneath her feet. Each petal contained a terrifying high temperature that could burn everything, slicing through the air, crushing towards Su Tao Tao. At the same time, her figure divided, instantly creating 3 clones that launched attacks at Su Tao Tao from different directions. Su Tao Tao, however, showed no fear at all, her little face even carrying a hint of excited flush. She slammed her huge spoon weapon onto the ground. Life devour. In an instant, an even larger dark force field expanded around her. Within the force field, it was as if countless invisible giant mouths were frantically chewing. The inferno red lotus that was crushing down was, upon entering the force field, visibly disintegrated and devoured, transforming into pure energy flowing into Su Taotao's body. The three clone phantoms were easily crushed by the force field like bubbles. Qilian's real body was impacted. She let out a muffled groan and stepped back half a step, her surprise growing stronger. Su Taotao, taking advantage of her power, proactively attacked while wielding her big spoon. Here you go. Shadow burst. She combined the inferno power she had just devoured with her own strength, swinging through the motion of the spoon, unleashing a black-red energy beam that was even more powerful than Qilian's original attack. Qilian hurriedly dodged, her previous composed demeanor completely vanished. Both sides once again clashed in battle, but the tide of attack and defense had already reversed. Boom! Bang! Hiss! The thunderous sounds of clashes echoed endlessly. However, this time, Su Taotao completely took the upper hand. Every attack she unleashed was filled with terrifying devouring power. Not only was defense difficult, but a large portion of strength would be devoured as well. After just a dozen exchanges, Su Taotao's strength had completely overwhelmed Qilian. Winning was merely a matter of time. At this moment, the audience in the live broadcast room finally snapped back to reality after being shocked by Chen Yi stepping on Beishong. They shifted their attention to another battlefield, only to see an even more astonishing scene. What the hell? What happened? Weren't they just injured? How did she suddenly start dominating the fight? This surge in combat power is absurd. What did Chen Yi do to her? I feel like Taotao is getting stronger with every hit, while Qilian is getting weaker. And she can devour the opponent's power? I don't understand, but I'm completely shocked. Taotao is invincible. Finally, after barely enduring 5 or 6 more moves, Qilian was completely exhausted. In a moment of being unable to dodge, she was heavily struck on the chest by Su Taotao's powerful scoop. Put! She spat out a mouthful of fresh blood, her body flew backward, and gradually became transparent in the air, eventually disappearing completely, teleported off the battlefield. Taotao is awesome. She won. Taotao won. So strong. Truly too strong. Fans of Su Taotao in the live room cheered in excitement. And at the foot of Chen Yi, Beishong, who had just barely regained a bit of consciousness from the dizziness, caught a glimpse of the last scene of Qilian being killed and teleported away. He was completely numb. His mind was blank. He couldn't fight Chen Yi and was being stomped on like a dead dog. How could Qilian not even compete with the person who looked most like a vase beside Chen Yi? What did the people from the Abyss sect say to him before? Join us, and you will gain unimaginable power, easily crushing Chen Yi and avenging yourself. What a load of crap revenge. What nonsense about hatred. He now joined this anti-human, anti-social terror organization. Once his identity was exposed, it would lead to an irretrievable end, with nowhere to bury his body. He had completely gambled everything. And the result? He was still being rubbed against the ground by Chen Yi and his people? Not even able to put up a decent resistance. The enormous psychological gap, extreme humiliation, and fear and despair for the future instantly consumed him. Why is this happening? Why, since that scoundrel Chen Yi appeared, have I not encountered a single good thing? Why? Put. In a fit of rage, Beishong spewed out a large mouthful of blood. Darkness clouded his vision. This time, he truly fainted, losing consciousness. In the elimination round, besides being killed and teleported away, knocking the opponent out was also a means of winning. Just as Beishong fell unconscious, the announcement echoed through the entire live broadcast room. Successfully defeated opponent Beishong. Battle ended. Congratulations, you have won. Points +1. Current points, 100 points. Current ranking, 1. Would you like to continue matching for battle? After a moment of silence, the entire live room erupted. We won. We really won. My God. 100 consecutive victories. While 100 consecutive victories aren't rare in the Beastmaster Clash, completing it in just 2.5 hours is simply unheard of. Is this the gap between first and second? It's too exaggerated. Not even on the same level. I now announce, the first place in this Beastmaster Clash is no longer in question. It is Chen Yi. Chen is awesome. Princess Taotao is awesome. Chapter 205, the man the queen has set her eyes on. Seeing that he had already achieved 100 consecutive victories, Chen Yi got tired of waiting. He withdrew his foot and chose to exit the match. However, as soon as he exited the passage, they were surrounded by countless excited fans, admirers, and media reporters, leaving no gaps. The screams, questions, and flashes almost drown everything out. Chen Yi. Look here. Master Chen, please give me an autograph. Chen Yi, do you want to have a love that talks about nothing but the body, without emotions or money? Tao Tao. Mommy loves you.
Chen Yi looked at this scene and felt quite helpless, finally understanding why those stars like to wear masks and baseball caps when they go out.
Dealing with these people is indeed very troublesome.
It wasn't until half an hour later that Chen Yi and his group finally squeezed out a path and boarded the special car arranged by the Beast Master Association to leave. When they returned to the hotel, everyone breathed a sigh of relief, feeling even more exhausted than after a fierce battle.
Without a doubt, what just happened was trending hot again. Chen Yi's Beast Master battle first day, 100 wins in a row. Famous female streamer Su Taotao is actually Chen Yi's contracted spirit beast. Chen Yi vs Bai Song, a fateful battle. Topics like these once again swept the hot search rankings.
Countless netizens voluntarily formed support groups for Chen Yi, each on fan clubs and Taotao cheering teams, expressing their unwavering support for Chen Yi.
Of course, there were also voices of doubt. Trending every day, isn't it annoying? Could it be that this is all deliberate hype? On the other side,
Gao Wenyu and Qi Lianning, after finishing their competition, heard about Chen Yi crushing Bai Song and immediately went to check the live broadcast replay. When they saw Su Taotao defeating Qi Lian, Gao Wenyu's expression changed, and he said to Qi Lianning with great certainty, "It's her.
The one who killed me in an instant during the sequence battle."
Although she didn't summon her true form this time, that feeling of devouring everything is absolutely unmistakable. Qi Lianning nodded, agreeing. Who would have thought that the true form of that monster would be such a harmless little girl?
The two quickly shared this discovery on their personal Weibo. Once this statement was made, the entire internet was once again in an uproar. What? Su Taotao also defeated Gao Wenyu? Gao Wenyu is also a top 10 expert. How could he be taken down so quickly? What kind of monsters are Chen Yi's contracted spirit beasts? Each one stronger than the last. Taotao is too strong, haha. Su Taotao's fans were overjoyed, feeling that their idol was truly a treasure among treasures. However, because of this event, many so-called private detectives were born on the internet, crazily digging into Chen Yi's background, trying to ride a wave of popularity. The results, of course, yielded nothing. He originally had no background. If you could find something out, then that would be impressive, right? However, this did not dampen the curiosity of netizens. Instead, it added even more mystery to Chen Yi, making people certain of his extraordinary nature. Various speculations grew increasingly numerous, no longer satisfied with the previous hidden family background. Some even claimed that Chen Yi came from a family of saviors. How absurd! At this moment, in a secret stronghold in Yanjing, a group of people dressed in black robes sat around a round table, the atmosphere horrifyingly oppressive. Everyone had a grim expression, as if water could drip from their faces. If Luo Qinghao were here, he would definitely notice that these people all emanated a faint black aura. Without exception, they were all members of the Demon Abyss sect. On the projection screen, the scene of Chen Yi knocking Bai Song unconscious and Su Taotao defeating Qi Lian was playing back. Underestimated him. I didn't expect his strength to be this formidable. A hoarse voice sounded, filled with deep unwillingness. Their original plan was to let that fool Bai Song gain power, become the center of attention, and attract most of the attention and vigilance, thus allowing them to approach their true target, Chen Yi, more easily. After all, according to intelligence, the security forces guarding Chen Yi were extremely tight, both openly and secretly. In addition to the lurking Shui Haiyao, there were also several experts from different forces taking turns on duty, making it almost impossible to find an opportunity for direct contact. The abilities and potential shown by Chen Yi perfectly meet the requirements of the Queen. But how to break through the heavy protection to invite him over has become a question. A cadre-level leader glanced at Qi Lian beside him and asked in a deep voice, "Qi Lian, during the competition, did Chen Yi notice anything? Or show special attention to you?" Qi Lian shook her head, "No. At first, he seemed a bit curious about my strength, but he did not investigate further. He should not have seen through my essence." She hid the moment's heartbeat feeling. After all, this could very well be her personal judgment mistake, and there was no need to report it. The leader pondered for a moment, frowning and saying, "In that case, Qi Lian, next time, you personally try to contact Chen Yi in the real world and see if there is anything unusual. A being like Qi Lian is the result of the Abyss cult's efforts over decades, successfully developed with the Queen's power. The energy from the virtual barrier within them can effectively resist or even distort the probes of Luo Qinghao and other investigative abilities. They have basically confirmed that Chen Yi probably also possesses similar, or even stronger, probing abilities. This contact is meant to test whether he can see through the disguise of beings like Qi Lian. The competition in the sequence battle will see some changes in energy fluctuations. It's very likely that there will be situations where things can be investigated in the real world, but not in the competition arena. No matter what, this must be confirmed, as it will help in planning ahead. Qi Lian slightly nodded, understood. After speaking, she left the conference room.
The leader's gaze swept across the conference room, finally landing on a shadow in the corner. There, another alluring scarlet lip was faintly visible, curving slightly, exuding an aura that was no less sinister than that of Qilian.
If he can't see through.
The leader's voice carried a hint of cold amusement. Then, Rose, I will have to trouble you.
Everyone present revealed a wicked smile of understanding upon hearing this.
The beauty scheme has always been one of the simplest yet most effective methods throughout history. And judging from the beautiful women surrounding Chen Yi, as well as his competition with Bai Song for Yun Jiao, it is clear that beautiful women hold a strong attraction for him.
With Rose's beauty and talent, Chen Yi will definitely take notice. The next topic was the assessment of Chen Yi's strength.
After lengthy discussions and analysis of recordings, everyone temporarily defined Chen Yi's overall strength as around 5th tier 10th stage. The strength of the contracted spirit beast should be slightly higher, but it won't exceed 6th tier 1st stage. However, after being enhanced by Chen Yi, it might explode with terrifying combat power of mid to high 6th tier for a short time. Not having broken through the 5th tier yet possesses strength comparable to the 6th tier.
One can only say that he truly deserves to be the one chosen by the Queen. Chapter 206, Contracting Yun Jiao.
Chen Yi had just returned to the hotel suite. Yun Jiao, who had been waiting for a long time, rushed up, bumping into him with a ball-like hug, tightly wrapping her arms around Chen Yi's. She tilted her face up, her beautiful eyes nearly bursting with love heart bubbles, her voice soft and sticky. Brother Yi, you are so amazing.
I saw it all. That kick was so cool.
As she spoke, she subtly rubbed against Chen Yi's arm, her various hints nearly unmasked. Chen Yi felt the amazing elasticity and heat coming from his arm and smiled helplessly. Sometimes, it's really not that I want to contract too many spirit beast girls. But unfortunately, they are all too proactive. Who can withstand this? On the other side. After Su Taotao returned to her room, she logged into her long-dormant streaming account and posted a photo of herself with Chen Yi taken in the hotel earlier. Both of them embraced like a couple, though from their height it looked more like an older brother with a younger sister.
Thank you all for your continuous support.
The road of the streamer, the food lover Tao Tao, officially ends today. From now on, Tao Tao will follow the most important person and reach the peak of Beastmaster.
Love you all.
At the end of the post, 3 big heart emojis were added, almost identical to an official announcement. Fans who saw the scene immediately left messages expressing their blessings and reluctance. But there were also some boyfriend fans who exploded emotionally, not expecting the goddess to be taken away by someone else in the end. Su Taotao looked at the whales and, with a quick thought, secretly switched to a secondary account, leaving a message in the comments of her main account. Taotao is a good girl, Chen Yi, you better treat her well.
Otherwise, we fans will never agree.
As soon as this comment was posted, it was instantly drowned by an overwhelming wave of blessings and discussions. After refreshing, it had reached dozens of pages, and no one paid attention. Su Taotao sighed deeply, and her little face drooped. Why did it feel like even God was against her? Even being a water army for her own benefit was so hard. That evening, under the extremely proactive, even impatient, offensive of Yun Jiao, Chen Yi also reluctantly established a formal contract with her. Moonlight poured through the floor-to-ceiling windows and illuminated Yun Jiao's snow-white skin in the luxurious suite. She actively straddled Chen Yi, her long hair flowing like a waterfall, her eyes full of dazedness and pride. Breathing heavily, she said, finally, got you. From now on, I am yours. You must take responsibility to the end. Her movements were awkward but passionate and bold, completely unlike a pampered young lady. She looked more like a child who had longed for and finally obtained her beloved toy. Chen Yi, seeing this, smiled lightly. Is that so? Then we'll see how you perform. Yun Jiao smiled sweetly. Don't worry. I'll make you satisfied. Ding. Yun Jiao's affection level +3. Current affection level, 83 points. Ding. Yun Jiao's affection level reached 80 points. Congratulations to the host for successfully capturing the heart of the Spirit Beast girl. Congratulations to the host for gaining 70 enhancement points. Congratulations to the host for mastering Beastmaster skill basic martial arts. Congratulations to the host for obtaining SSS-level talent power feedback. Congratulations to the host for obtaining item intermediate amplification card X3. So satisfying. Ha ha. Chen Yi's inner smile grew wildly. Not only was it because of the huge rewards, but also because Yun Jiao's service was incredibly satisfying. It was hard to believe that she had never undergone any affinity cultivation or contract before. This wave could be said to have directly taken off. Let her enjoy this solo tonight. The next morning, Yun Jiao woke up first, feeling the contract connection with Chen Yi in her body, and couldn't help but smile in happiness and satisfaction. She got out of bed lightly, seeing Chen Yi still asleep beside her, showing a gentle expression. After giving him a soft kiss on the lips, she quietly left the bedroom. She went to the living room and found that Lin Mengxue, Luo Shirin, and others had already woken up and were preparing breakfast. When they saw Yun Jiao come out, they exchanged a smile, with no awkwardness.
Lin Mingxue handed her a cup of hot milk. Awake? How do you feel?
Yun Jiao took the milk, her cheeks slightly flushed. I've never felt this good.
Chen Yi is really amazing.
She naturally joined in, helping set the table, fry eggs, and toast bread. Her movements were slightly awkward, but her attitude was very serious.
The girls chatted quietly while working, the atmosphere warm and harmonious, full of joy. By the time Chen Yi woke up naturally, it was already noon.
He yawned as he walked out of the bedroom and saw the table full of a hearty breakfast, or rather lunch, along with a group of smiling girls.
He couldn't help but sigh inwardly. The harmony in the harem is really good.
He sat down and casually opened his personal terminal, glancing at the Beastmaster competition's qualifying scoreboard.
After a day and night of fierce battle, the rankings have changed drastically.
Many familiar names now have scores in the 70s and 80s, and even a few big bosses have surpassed his 100 points.
Chen Yi just smiled, not caring at all.
The preliminary rounds allow unlimited challenges and point trading. Whether those people can grind or have money is their business. He didn't want to waste time on such meaningless score grinding. Cultivating the girls and improving hard skills were the true path. Based on past experience, about 50 points can basically secure a stable entry into the second stage. If his 100 points still couldn't get him in, then it would be better not to play in this competition. It would truly be a waste of time. Yun Jiao enthusiastically leaned over, picking up a piece of carefully sliced salmon steak, wanting to feed it to Chen Yi in a playful manner.
Chen Yi, ah.
Seeing this, Chen Yi quickly declined. Ahem, I'll do it myself. It's not that he didn't like it, he mainly understood this group of girls too well. Once he started, Lin Mengxue, Luo Shirin, and Su Tao Tao would probably come over carrying a whole roasted leg of lamb. He only had one mouth, he simply couldn't handle their antics like this. However, seeing Yun Jiao quickly put down her young lady demeanor, Chen Yi felt quite gratified.
Harmony in the harem is the true path.
While eating lunch, Chen Yi recalled the text message he sent to Luo Chengyi before bed last night. Grandpa Luo, do you think Bai Song's contracted spirit beast, Qilian, has any issues?
It wasn't until noon today that Luo Chengyi replied. The content was very concise.
This girl has a pure and normal aura, her bloodline is registered as an A-level spirit beast, the blazing fire python, with complete records and nothing unusual. In fact, I find Bai Song himself even more suspect due to his sudden change in character.
Chapter 207, Another Demon Emperor appears.
The fact that it took so long for him to reply clearly showed that Luo Chengyi took Chen Yi's reminder very seriously.
He might even have used all his connections to repeatedly verify before reaching this conclusion.
In other words, in everyone's perception and the official records, Qilian was just a bloodline mutated, somewhat special but completely legal spirit beast, a perfect human female image with no flaws at all.
This left Chen Yi in deep turmoil.
The system would never make a mistake. Qilian was definitely a demon emperor level beast.
But why couldn't even Grandpa Luo find out? Had the demon abyss sex disguise technology reached such a high level? Or was there an insider who tampered with the records? How should he bring this up? Could he directly say that he had a special ability to see that Qilian was a demon emperor? Then why was he the only one who saw it? Moreover, the idea of a demon emperor disguising as a human and blending into human society was simply unheard of.
In the end, after careful consideration, Chen Yi decided to speak the truth about this matter.
He couldn't allow such a demon emperor to lurk in Yanjing like this.
He sent another message to Luo Chengyi, the content even more direct and shocking. Grandpa Luo, I have a feeling that Qilian might be a beast, and a demon emperor at that.
After sending the message, it took only 3 seconds. Chen Yi's phone started vibrating wildly.
It was a voice call from Luo Chengyi, his tone very serious and urgent. Kid, right now, have Shuai Haiyao take you to base number 7, just tell her, and she will understand.
Chen Yi's heart jolted, knowing that the situation was serious.
He briefly told the girls that he had something to do and asked them to keep themselves occupied. Shuai Haiyao also appeared instantly, nodded, and a force of space enveloped Chen Yi, making him disappear from the suite in an instant. The girls watched the scene, feeling a bit curious.
What could be so urgent that he wouldn't even take them along? But that's fine.
Today, Chen Yi is not here, so it's a good time to have a women's meeting. There are some things that are hard to say when Chen Yi is around, but now there's finally a chance.
For example, the priority of Chen Yi's nightly attacks.
The number 7 stronghold is located in a very secret safe house on the outskirts of Yanjing, which looks like an extremely dilapidated farmhouse from the outside. However, underground, there is a secret room for discussing highly classified information.
Chen Yi was directly teleported to the secret room by Shuai Haiyao. In the room, besides the extremely serious-looking Luo Qinghe, there were actually 3 other people. 2 of them Chen Yi had seen in the news. They were 2 of the 7 dragons generals, famed in Long Country. Wang Shiho of the Wang family was a middle-aged man, tall and imposing, dressed in military uniform.
Lin Xingyang of the Lin family appeared more cultured, wearing gold-rimmed glasses, but his eyes were sharp, and his aura was deep. Both looked to be in their 50s, at their prime, and their abilities were unfathomable. And the last one was an old man dressed in a simple grey long robe, leaning on a sandalwood cane. His hair was snowy white, his face lined with wrinkles, but his eyes were clear and bright, without a hint of muddiness, quietly observing Chen Yi. Chen Yi was not too surprised by the appearance of the two seven dragon generals, but this old man. Luo Qinghe took the initiative to introduce, his tone carrying some respect. Chen Yi, this is Elder Yunnihan from the Yun family, who is already 107 years old. Although he is not among the seven dragons generals, the previous elder Zhao Yuchuan was his direct disciple. In terms of generation, knowledge, and contribution to Dragon Country, we all respect him as a teacher. This matter is of great importance, and I specifically invited Elder Yun to discuss it together. Upon hearing this, Chen Yi was deeply respectful and quickly bowed. Junior Chen Yi, greetings to you, Elder Yun. Yunnihan smiled and nodded, his gaze lingering on Chen Yi, more and more pleased. Not bad, full of energy, with a strong foundation like an abyss. It is her fortune that that girl Xiao follows you, and also the luck for our Yun family. Hearing this, Chen Yi was slightly taken aback. It turns out the Yun family Luo Qinghe mentioned is Yun Jiao's Yun family. At 21, you can break through to the 4th stage, looks like you're about to break through to the 5th stage, really amazing. My grandson, I told him clearly, just ask for whatever resources he needs, as long as he can level up quickly. I didn't expect he still loses himself, every day just thinking about girls. Sigh. I really hope my grandson can learn from you. Wang Shiho and Lin Xingyang also spoke up, expressing their admiration and curiosity towards Chen Yi, making him feel a little shy. Shui Haiyao continued to hide in the shadows, protecting Chen Yi at all times. After some exchanges, the atmosphere in the secret room became serious again. Luo Qinghe said solemnly, Chen Yi, about the information you provided before. Grandpa Luo, it's like this, regarding Qilian. Just as Chen Yi took a deep breath and prepared to lay everything about Qilian on the table, the space in the secret room suddenly vibrated. A young and beautiful figure suddenly appeared. It was a female spirit beast dressed in Lin family attire, and she looked to be no more than 30 years old. Her face was anxious, unable to properly greet the people present. She urgently said to Lin Xingyang, head of the family. It's not good. The Lin family has a big problem. Several elders tried to contact you but failed, especially sent me to report. We need you to return immediately and make a decision. Lin Xingyang's brows instantly furrowed, a trace of extremely subtle killing intent flashed in his eyes. But he quickly regained his elegant and calm demeanor. He glanced at Luo Qinghe, Wang Shiho, and Yunnihan, finding that all three had serious expressions looking at him. For this young woman to be so anxious, it clearly wasn't a trivial matter. Lin Xingyang pondered for a second, and said to the spirit beast girl, I understand. You go back first and stabilize the situation. I will go back soon. What Qin Xiaoyu wants to say is probably extremely important. I'll listen first, perhaps I can learn something from it. With a complete focus on the big picture, showing no excessive emotion even when the family is in trouble. It can be said that this is a completely positive image, the kind that should be called a hero. This scene was all seen by Chen Yi. But what he cared about was not what had happened to the Lin family. Rather, it was the female spirit beast that had come to deliver the message before him, surprisingly identical to Qilian, also the incarnation of the Demon Emperor. Detected high energy response, please consider combat power carefully. Demon Beast, Eye of Death. Difficulty, 18 stars, Demon Emperor. Level, 10 stage 8 phase. Attributes, light, dark, space, chaos. Skills, phase shift, water flow burst, earthquake, gaze of the eye, direct death eye, dark breath. Introduction, born from countless cycles of death, the Demon Emperor masters chaotic power, capable of using skills of all attributes. Demon species contract target, Lin Xingyang. Chapter 208, the Lin family has problems. Another Demon Emperor. And in the secret chamber where the highest combat power of the Dragon Country is gathered. Right under the eyes of Luo Qinghe, Wang Shihao, and Yunnihan. They didn't notice at all? Combining this with the strange behavior of Lin Xingyang, who, despite major events happening at home, chose to stay and listen to a small person like me, and the fact that the contract master of the Demon Emperor is Lin Xingyang. Chen Yi's heart began to sound alarm bells. This Lin Xingyang is definitely suspicious. He might even be someone in the know or a high-level member of the Demon Abyss sect. His staying here is to confirm just how much Chen Yi has figured out. He wants to know whether Qilian has exposed anything. Thinking of this, a layer of cold sweat suddenly broke out on Chen Yi's back. He immediately changed his mind. He absolutely cannot reveal the truth in front of Lin Xingyang. So, under Luo Qinghe's expectant gaze, Chen Yi showed hesitation and said, actually, it's not particularly certain. It's just that during yesterday's match, I sensed a very peculiar aura from that Qilian. It's very subtle but also very unique, different from all the spirit beasts I've encountered before.
But I can't say exactly what it is, it might just be some rare mutated bloodline? So I wanted to ask Elder Luo and all the seniors if you've seen a similar situation. What kind of person is Luo Qinghe? Upon hearing this, and seeing the subtle changes in Chen Yi's expression, he immediately understood there's likely a traitor in this secret chamber. Chen Yi is temporarily changing his words. He was greatly shaken inside, but his face remained calm. Yunihan and Wang Shihao were slightly taken aback. Wang Shihao spoke, a peculiar aura? The mutated bloodlines of spirit beasts are all kinds of strange, having a special aura is normal, based solely on this, it doesn't seem like a big deal. He felt a bit speechless, thinking Luo Qinghe was making a big deal out of nothing. There was really no need for such a fuss. However, Yunihan squinted, as if she also sensed something. Lin Xingyang seemed a bit anxious, pressing further, peculiar aura? What exactly does it feel like? Cold? Brutal? Or, besides that, has Qin Xiaoyu sensed similar auras elsewhere recently? It seemed that because of the major events happening in the Lin family, he was somewhat flustered. To ask so directly. Seeing this scene, Chen Yi sneered coldly in his heart. From the looks of it, Lin Xingyang definitely has a major problem. The specific purpose is almost exactly as he initially guessed. Thinking of this, Chen Yi also shook his head, seriously saying, no, the aura from Qilian is very unique. Just this once, it's possible that I'm overthinking it. Hearing Chen Yi's answer, the anxious feeling in Lin Xingyang's eyes seemed to ease a little, pondering, if it's just a peculiar aura, it really is hard to judge. The types of mutated bloodlines are numerous. Unexpected anomalies recorded are also normal. Perhaps it is just that Bai Song's heart is not pure, causing his contracted spirit beast's power to appear a bit strange. It must be said, he is indeed an old fox. Being able to so naturally bring the topic back to Bai Song, trying to downplay the attention on Qi Lian. If it weren't for Chen Yi having the system, I would absolutely not doubt that Lin Xingyang has a problem. At this moment, the spirit beast that came to deliver the message anxiously urged again, Master, this matter really cannot be delayed. The elders are about to lose control. Upon hearing this, Lin Xingyang let out an extremely troubled sigh. He looked genuinely anxious, unable to stay here any longer. But it's no big deal. It has already been confirmed that Chen Yi cannot see through the true form of Qi Lian. Now his contracted magic beast, Zhang Yuting, is also here. Chen Yi has shown no abnormality, which sufficiently indicates that he should not be able to see through the magic emperor. As for the specific reason being the level difference or because Qi Lian has not fully undergone the spirit hidden ritual, allowing Chen Yi to discover something, let the higher-ups consider that. I must quickly return to handle family matters. Thinking of this, he also clasped his fists towards Luo Qinghe and the others, Old Luo, Old Yun, Brother Shihao, I truly apologize. An urgent matter has arisen at home, and I must return immediately to handle it. The information provided by Qin Xiaoyu is also very important. I will make sure to have my subordinates pay more attention to the movements of Qilian and Bai Song. If anything unusual occurs, I will immediately report to headquarters. He appeared to be putting public affairs first. Luo Qinghe calmly nodded, family matters are important. Xingyang, you go handle it first, we will follow up on this side. Wang Shihao also spoke, if there is anything you need help with, just let me know. Yunihan merely nodded slightly, not saying much. Lin Xingyang apologized again, then hurriedly left through the teleportation array in the secret room with the contracted magic emperor. The atmosphere in the secret room suddenly became a bit silent. Wang Shihao looked at Luo Qinghe, Old Luo, what do you think about this matter? Luo Qinghe waved his hand, his gaze deep, since Chen Yi has sensed something abnormal, it is worth being cautious no matter what. Shihao, you utilize your military information network to secretly strengthen the surveillance on Bai Song and those around him, especially that Qi Lian. Do not alert the snake. Old Yun, you have seen much. Please check the ancient records of the Yun family to see if there are reports of similar strange auras. Wang Shihao and Yunihan both nodded in agreement. They could all see that Luo Qinghe took Chen Yi's feelings very seriously. There must be deeper reasons behind this, but since Luo Qinghe would not say, they also did not ask further. After discussing some details, this brief secret meeting came to an end. Wang Shihao and Yunihan left one after another. Before Yunihan left, she specially looked at Chen Yi again, smiling kindly, little one, come back to the old residence of the Yun family with Ji Yao sometime. I still have some good things that might help you young people. Chen Yi hurriedly thanked her, absolutely, thank you, Elder Yun. Once everyone had left, only Luo Qinghe, Chen Yi, and Shui Haiyao lurking in the shadows remained in the secret room. Luo Qinghe's expression instantly became incredibly serious. He set up several soundproof barriers and confirmed that no one around could eavesdrop before solemnly asking, Kid, can we talk now? What exactly is going on? Did you suddenly change your words because you discovered something? Chen Yi no longer concealed anything and fully told Luo Qinghe about his system detection results. Qi Lian is a magic emperor level magic beast, the fiery demon python,
and that the spirit beast from the Lin family is similarly a magic emperor-level magic beast, the mirror demon. He also shared his deduction Lin Qingyang is likely problematic, possibly a high-ranking member of the demon abyss sect. He remained to confirm the information. Even though Luo Qinghe had experienced many storms, he was shocked into silence for a long time upon hearing this news. His expression turned extremely ugly. Chapter 209, Night Market. A demon king-level beast, perfectly disguised as a human, even my talent skills couldn't detect the slightest bit. Lin Qingyang he. Luo Qinghe muttered to himself, the cleansing from 20 years ago, was that not enough? It actually infiltrated to the level of the 7 dragon generals? Although he doubted the authenticity of Chen Yi's words. Combining this with the strange events that had happened recently, he felt that such things seemed quite reasonable. Shui Haiyao, hidden in the shadows, was also inexplicably shocked. Damn it, it was one thing to be an undercover agent. Now, it's said that the undercover is actually the Demon King? And no one noticed at all? When did the beast, the Abyss cult, develop to such a degree? Luo Qinghe took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down, and said seriously, your on-the-spot response just now was very good. This matter must not be made public for the time being, the fewer people who know, the better. I will secretly initiate the highest level of investigation, but the target is not Qi Lian, but Lin Qingyang. Before we have solid evidence, moving against a 7-dragon general will rock the entire structure, the resulting turmoil will be catastrophic. You don't have to worry about this, just do your own job. Chen Yi nodded, I understand. He naturally also understood that the most urgent task was to improve his own strength. Otherwise, even if he knew the truth, he had no power to change it. Although because of the system's existence, Chen Yi and the girls advanced remarkably fast. Facing such a vast power that had been established for decades, along with top-level experts, it was still not enough. Luo Qinghe patted Chen Yi on the shoulder heavily, kid, you've done a great job this time. Don't worry, this old man isn't dead yet. This old bone can still shield you young ones from the storm. Haiyao. Yes. Your task remains unchanged, you must protect Chen Yi and his contracted spirit beast. From now on, your authority is raised to the highest level, allowing you to directly use some of the secret resources under my name. In case of an emergency, you can act first and report later. Yes. Thank you for your trust, husband. When Chen Yi returned to the hotel, it was already evening. The girls were also enjoying a rare moment of leisure without Chen Yi around. Lin Mingxue and Luo Shirin played several games of chess on the outdoor balcony, betting on who would be the main attacker during the chaotic battle at night. Yuan Jiuhua lazily snuggled on the sofa, reading a fashion magazine, pondering how to dress to attract more of Chen Yi's attention, her 9 foxtails swaying comfortably. The twin sisters, Yu Tong and Hua Xingtong, huddled together, whispering about the new light and shadow cosmetics they had bought, occasionally erupting into clear laughter. Chu Feiyu quietly polished her phoenix feathers, very fond of her phoenix bloodline. Su Taodao held a large bucket of popcorn, munching away while watching a movie, enjoying herself immensely. Yun Jiao, as a new member, quickly blended into this atmosphere, discussing an ancient text with Yuan Jiuhua. When they saw Chen Yi return, they all put down their activities and gathered around him, chattering cheerfully. Seeing this warm scene, Chen Yi smiled, indicating that everything was fine, just a discussion about the follow-up contests. At the same time, he made a firm decision in his heart, he must protect everything well. To relax his tense nerves, Chen Yi decided to take the girls to Yanjing's famous night market food street to stroll, eat some night snacks, and unwind. Naturally, this was met with unanimous approval from the girls. The night food street was bustling with people, filled with the smell of smoke and fire. All kinds of aromas mixed together, stirring up appetites. Su Taodao, as a food blogger, was also excitedly weaving through the stalls at the night market. The eyes were gleaming. Chen Yi and the other girls followed behind her, looking at her greedy expression, and couldn't help but smile. For some reason, it always felt like the street stalls in the night market were much tastier than the food in star-rated restaurants. Was it an illusion? Just like that, everyone walked and ate, filled with laughter and joy, temporarily tossing aside the schemes and tricks. However, just as they passed a large outdoor stall, a sudden loud argument and smashing noises erupted nearby. Damn it! Giving me face but being shameless. It's your fortune that I take a liking to you. You dare to reject me? Do you really think you're something? A loud and arrogant male voice shouted. Then came a crisp sound of a slap, followed by the crashing sound of tables and chairs being knocked over. Chen Yi and the others turned to look, only to see the outdoor stall in chaos. A fat, showily dressed man with a lewd demeanor was yelling at a girl who had fallen into the broken dishes and shattered bowls. The girl wore a gothic dark dress, her long black hair in disarray, a clear handprint on her face, with blood at the corner of her mouth. But her eyes, like obsidian, were full of stubbornness and anger, glaring fiercely at the fat man. Many bystanders were furious and wanted to step forward but were glared back by several fierce-looking bodyguards beside the fat man. A level 3 or 4 beast master against ordinary first or second tier commoners was definitely a crushing defeat. The owner of the outdoor stall was almost in tears by the side. What the hell had happened? Clearly, it was a budget stall. Why was there a young master from a noble family causing trouble? Chen Yi scanned the crowd and unexpectedly saw a familiar face, Lei Han. This guy was also here to enjoy skewers and watch the fun? Lei Han spotted Chen Yi and immediately came over enthusiastically to greet him. Gu. What a coincidence. You're here for a late-night snack too? Now, he regarded Chen Yi as his solid leg to lean on, his attitude very respectful. What's going on? Chen Yi pointed in that direction. What happened here? Lei Han frowned, lowered his voice, and quickly explained, that fat pig is from the Han family, called Han Pang Pang, a side branch member. He awakened a sea-level talent and looks like a real eyesore. He isn't favored in the family. But at least he shares the Han surname, and the family gives him hundreds of thousands in pocket money every month to come out and try his luck, hoping he can hook up with a woman of a decent bloodline and looks to improve the genes of the next generation. And that girl is the daughter of a small company owner. Her family is well off, but it can't compare to a beast master family. She probably is naive and doesn't know the people from the Han family. When she rejected Han Pangpong's advances and even insulted him a little, it turned out like this. From what I see, this kind of thing almost happens every day, so it's nothing to be surprised about. Chen Yi barely listened to the latter part of Lei Han's introduction. Because in his system vision, the dark-skinned beauty who fell to the ground and looked pitiful was clearly topped with a striking system interface. What a coincidence, another demon emperor. Chapter 210, Rose Spirit. High energy reaction detected. Please host, pay attention to balance combat power. Beast, Rose Spirit. Difficulty, 16 stars, Demon Emperor. Level, Stage 7, Segment 1. Attributes, Earth, Darkness, Wood, Poison, Holy Spirit. Skills, Thorned Heart, Fragrant Charm, Life Drain, Mimicry, Wood Spirit Blessing, Symbiotic Sensing. Description: an ancient rose that absorbed a large amount of spiritual energy and beast blood, possessing a far superior sensibility and basic shapeshifting abilities compared to other plant beasts, and can use its fragrant aura to charm others. Beast contract target, none. Another demon emperor? Wait, isn't this Yanjing? The capital of Dragon Country, one of the most prosperous cities in the world. But in just 2 days, 3 demon kings who could perfectly disguise themselves as humans appeared one after another. This could no longer be described as coincidence. At that moment, the fat man Han seemed to feel it was not enough to vent his anger. He stepped forward and pointed at the beautiful woman, cursing, "Bitch. I'll give you one last chance. Either obediently come with me and serve me well, or starting tomorrow, your family's broken company can just wait for bankruptcy." The beautiful woman's friends were already pale with fear, retreating one after another. One even tried to step forward to cling to Han's arm to please him but was impatiently shoved away by Han. "Get lost. I want her today." However, the dark beauty did not yield at all and instead cursed even louder. "Bah. Dead fat pig. Dream on. I would rather die than be with scum like you." Hearing this, Han was completely provoked. His fat body rushed forward violently, delivering a kick to the woman's abdomen. With great force, the kick sent her flying backward with a scream of awe. By coincidence, she fell in the direction where Chen Yi was, spitting out a mouthful of blood, and then softly collapsed at Chen Yi's feet, reaching out to grab his trouser leg. She lifted her exquisite little face, tears brimming in her eyes. When she saw it was Chen Yi, her eyes instantly burst with intense surprise, and she weakly pleaded, Chen Yi, please, save me." Seeing this scene, Chen Yi almost rolled his eyes internally. Isn't this too deliberate? Such exaggerated acting. Next, should we expect a classic scene of a hero saving a beauty, then the beautiful woman having to repay the debt with her body? Can this cliché get any more old-fashioned? The corner of Chen Yi's mouth slightly lifted, deciding to play along and see what they were up to. He wanted to see what tricks these people were planning, perhaps he could find more clues by following the threads. With that thought, his face also showed a look of righteous indignation as he took a step forward, waved his hand at the fat man Han, and said in a calm tone, "Alright, are you done making a scene? Take your people and get lost." Han clearly recognized Chen Yi, and a trace of fear flashed across his face. But he quickly puffed up his neck and shouted fiercely, Chen Yi. Don't think you're powerful and can meddle. This girl offended me, Han Fat. This is our personal matter. Now it's a society governed by law. Are you going to dare kill me in public? His arrogant demeanor intensified, and his acting was slightly better than that of the beauty. It really is a script. They want to escalate the conflict and force me to act. Chen Yi sneered coldly inwardly, knowing full well he wasn't going to just follow along the script. He signaled to Lei Han beside him with his eyes, indicating to take care of the matter and see the reaction of the beauty. Lei Han originally had no desire to get involved in this mess, fearing it would lead to trouble.
But since Brother Chen personally instructed him, he had to step in. Who knows, he might even earn a small favor. Suddenly, Lei Han stood up, directly blocking Han Fat's way, revealing the badge representing the Lei family identity, Han Fat. What the hell are you doing? Open your eyes and see who this is. How dare you act wild here? It's so noisy, do you know that? If it were usual, even with 10 times the courage, Han Fat wouldn't dare to be so arrogant in front of the direct descendants of the Lei family. But at this moment, his eyes were red, breathing heavily, and he actually roared back at Lei Han, Lei Han. Don't meddle. This bitch dared to humiliate me. I must teach her a lesson today. No one can stop me. His frenzied appearance was clearly very abnormal. It didn't seem like acting, instead, he looked like he was being manipulated by something. Lei Han was also stunned for a moment, feeling that Han Fat today was acting like he had taken crazy pills, completely unlike the usual bully who feared the strong and bullied the weak. But when has young Master Lei ever been afraid of anything? Especially not in front of Chen Yi. You think I've given you face? Lei Han stepped forward and grabbed Han Pongpong's collar. Now, immediately, apologize to this young lady, and get your lackeys to roll away. Otherwise, I don't mind teaching this useless son of yours a lesson on behalf of old Master Han. As his voice fell, several of Lei Han's contracted spirit beasts also stepped forward, all of them above the 4th rank. The powerful aura seemed to slightly disperse some of the wild chaos in Han Pongpong's mind. A trace of fear flashed across his face as he looked at Lei Han, then glanced at the dark beauty behind him, his eyes a bit confused, but that inexplicable anger and possessiveness remained strong. At that moment, the dark beauty who had fallen to the ground flashed a hint of extremely subtle green light in her eyes. Just as Han Pangpang was about to back down, his body suddenly stiffened, and the struggle in his eyes was instantly replaced by deeper madness. He violently broke free from Lei Han's grip and unleashed a power far beyond usual, yelling, "You wish? She is mine. No one can take her away." As he spoke, he swung his large fist and smashed it toward Lei Han. "Young master! Are you crazy?" Han Pangpong's subordinates exclaimed in shock, rushing forward to try to grab him. Attacking the Lei family is a grave mistake. This might really lead to the downfall of the Han family with just a single word. Lei Han was also provoked by this sudden attack. He easily dodged the weak punch and countered with a slap crackling with electric light. Smack! Are you trying to rebel? This slap made Han Pangpang shiver, and the madness in his eyes instantly faded, replaced by a bewildered expression. He covered his face, looking at the furious Lei Han, then glanced at the chaos around and the pointing bystanders. His mind instantly cleared, finally realizing what foolish thing he had done. Lei Xiao. He was so scared his legs grew weak, speaking incoherently. Lei Han snorted coldly, pointed at his nose, and shouted, "Useless. Why don't you hurry up and get out? If I see you going crazy again, I will hit you every time I see you. Also, if you dare to retaliate against this young lady's family afterward, my Lei family will make sure your Han family suffers." Chapter 211, How could it be according to your wishes? Han Pangpang felt as if he had received a reprieve, and dared not stay any longer. He scurried away with his subordinates, sliding through the crowd, not daring to look back. The surrounding onlookers cheered and praised Lei Han for his righteous action. However, the dark beauty who had fallen to the ground struggled to rise, not even looking at Lei Han, as if the one who had just resolved the crisis wasn't him at all. She walked straight to Chen Yi, tears still in her eyes, and pitifully thanked him. "Mr. Chen Yi, thank you so much. If it weren't for you, I really wouldn't know what to do today." Seeing this scene, Chen Yi silently sneered, more certain of his suspicions. Sure enough, the target is clear, it's me. And that outburst from Han Pangpang is definitely related to her. It must be that alluring charm skill at work? Knowing the cause and effect, how could Chen Yi go along with her wishes? He decisively pulled Lei Han over and patted his shoulder, saying to the beauty, "You're thanking the wrong person. The one who really helped you with your troubles just now is my brother here, young Master Lei Han. If you want to treat someone to a meal, you should thank him properly." At this moment, Lei Han also closely examined the dark beauty, discovering that although her complexion was pale, her features were exquisite, and her figure, wrapped in a gothic dress, was curvaceous, a stunning beauty. With some proper dressing up, she would definitely be at the same level as Yun Jiao. Seeing that Chen Yi seemed truly uninterested in this beauty, Lei Han immediately smiled widely and leaned forward, showing a mouthful of white teeth. "Haha, beautiful lady, there's no need to be shy. Helping when seeing injustice is what we beast masters should do. My name is Lei Han, Lei from Lightning. I know a great place for food nearby, the environment is good, the taste is exceptional, I guarantee you will like it." The beautiful lady looked at Lei Han suddenly appearing in front of her, a hint of slight impatience flashing deep in her eyes. This damn rich playboy. He has ruined my plans time and again. My target is Chen Yi.
But she had to maintain her image of being pitiful and scared on the surface, forcing a smile at Lei Han. "Oh, it turns out to be young Master Lei, thank you for your help. It's just, I'm still very scared. Mr. Chen Yi's presence makes me feel more at ease. I wonder." She wanted to continue steering the conversation back to Chen Yi. But Lei Han was straightforward and completely missed the insinuation. He waved his hand. "Hey! What is there to be afraid of? If that fatso dares to come again, I'll break his legs. Let's go eat to calm down. Ego, want to join us? It's on me." Chen Yi smiled and shook his head. "You guys go ahead, I really have too many people here." As he spoke, he pointed at the group of girls behind him whose gazes had started to soften. "No way, just signed a contract with Yun Jiao last night and now ran into a stunning beauty? Is my luck with women really this good?" Clearly, the girls without a system did not see this as a script at all. Or rather, if Chen Yi had not known in advance that this beauty was a magic empress, he couldn't be sure if he would have seen through it. Seeing this, the dark beauty knew that it was probably difficult to achieve her goal today. However, she quickly returned to her feeble demeanor and gently nodded at Lei Han. Then I will trouble young Master Lei." So, under Lei Han's enthusiastic invitation, the beauty transformed from the magic empress looked back at Chen Yi 3 times as she was half pushed and half invited away by Lei Han. It gave the impression that she had already taken a liking to Chen Yi. Watching their figures grow more distant, the smile on Chen Yi's face slowly faded. He stared at the gradually blurring silhouette, his mind racing to piece together the events that had occurred with Lin Xingyang at the dual Fury God earlier. In almost an instant, he comprehended the whole story. The Lin family encountered such a major change, yet Lin Xingyang had to wait a few more minutes, insisting that Chen Yi clarify things. The reason behind this was probably just as he had guessed at first. Most likely, he wanted to take this opportunity to confirm whether Chen Yi could indeed see through these magic empresses' avatars. The woman who came to deliver the message was also a magic empress avatar, yet Chen Yi showed no unusual reaction. Combining this with Chen Yi's previous remarks, which did not clearly indicate he could recognize the true form of the magic empress, Lin Xingyang hurriedly reported the situation to the higher-ups. Thus, the appearance of this third magic empress avatar was highly likely a final test, or could even be said to be a final method. What do they intend to achieve by getting close to me through such a hero saving the beauty act? Could it be that their goal is to control me? System, can I resist that fragrant charm with my constitution? Or, can I sense it before being affected? Cannot resist. The fragrant charm skill is quite special, it is the core power of the rose spirit. It is estimated that 1,200 points of constitution are needed to successfully resist this move. However, after being controlled, the host can consume 10 enhancement points to clear the control effect, and the opponent will not be aware. Hearing this, Chen Yi's eyes instantly brightened. So, isn't this like playing undercover? You think you have controlled me, but you actually haven't, and instead, you can lead me astray. How impressive. At that moment, the system sent another prompt. The host can spend 500 enhancement points to convert the demon contract into a normal spirit beast contract, and unlock the affinity training and favorability interface. Through the conversion of the demon contract, the host can have perfect control over its life. By conquering the demon emperor, the host can also receive favorability rewards. What the hell? System, are you kidding me? Chen Yi was completely stunned. Demon contract converted into spirit beast contract? And there's a favorability interface? Does that mean he has to do that kind of thing with the demon emperor? Even though those demon emperors have human forms and are quite beautiful, but she is still a demon emperor. She is a demon beast, a beast. Chen Yi silently cried out in despair. He is not a person from India, he does not have that kind of special preference. However, the system fell silent at that moment, as if waiting for Chen Yi to make a choice. Chen Yi helplessly scratched his head, his heart full of despair. Isn't it good to contract a beautiful human lady? Why go do such things? He turned around, cleared those chaotic thoughts, and said to the girls, "Let's go, the excitement is over, we should go eat. Later we need to strengthen some safety education." He was implying something, and the girls understood and nodded in agreement. Then they followed Chen Yi to a nearby food stall, took their seats, and started having a late-night snack. Chapter 212, almost forgot the main business. The next noon. Chen Yi's mind was still hazy, replaying last night's battle, when his phone rang. It was a call from Lei Han. Big brother Chen Yi. Lei Han whimpered like he had a hangover. Wah, I got dumped. What happened, did that little beauty dump you? Chen Yi yawned, pressed the speakerphone, as if he had expected this. After all, she was a demon emperor, and the target was Chen Yi. It would be a miracle if Lei Han could pursue her successfully. As Chen Yi listened, he walked to the dining area. The other girls saw this and gradually gathered around, curiously listening in. That beauty is named Black Rose, from the He family holdings. Just like her name, she loves the dark gothic style, dressed in a black dress,
looks just like a real black rose from a distance. But she's only 18 years and 6 months old, hasn't awakened her bloodline yet. Her personality, to be honest, apart from the fact that she drove Fatty Han crazy, she's actually not bad. After finishing the meal, she even took the initiative to suggest splitting the bill, no intention of freeloading or making me the fool. But when I showed her kindness, like taking her home, she refused very decisively, leaving no room, and didn't imply that I should buy her anything. You should have seen her attitude, it was so businesslike that I started doubting myself. No wonder Fatty Han would lose his temper. Being ruthlessly rejected by a girl whose family background is far below mine, in such a disdainful manner, any young master with a bit of status would feel humiliated. Of course, I'm more mature now, I wouldn't let it bother me. Hearing this, Chen Yi nodded slightly, deep in thought. These identities must have been scrutinized, and probably there wouldn't be any clues in an investigation. What he couldn't understand was, what exactly was Black Rose's purpose in approaching him? She didn't seem to be planning to assassinate him? What else did you talk about? What did we talk about? Just casually chatted about interests and hobbies, listening to music and reading comics, but basically, I was doing all the talking, she only chimed in occasionally, never mentioned you at all. It felt like she was just going through the motions, had a normal meal, and then sent me away. As Lei Han spoke, his tone grew more and more depressed. It may be a bit difficult, after all, others can choose to rise. But for a family background not as good as his sister's, to deal with him with such disdain is really a bit heartbreaking. Chen Yi took a bite of the donut that Su Taotao had fed him, quietly listening, yet in his heart, he did not completely believe this statement. Of course, it's not that Chen Yi didn't trust Lei Han's character. Mainly, it's that Black Rose, or rather, the Demon Emperor Rose spirit, has the ability to manipulate hearts and influence emotions. No one can guarantee whether Lei Han was subtly influenced during their interactions, or even whether his memory of this period is completely real. The methods of the Demon Abyss sect are truly hard to guard against. In fact, the Black Rose did not use deep control over Lei Han. Her fragrant allure can silently affect the minds of others, almost leaving no trace. But the biggest drawback is, those being controlled will retain complete memories. If she forcibly controlled Lei Han to extract core information about Chen Yi, with Chen Yi's sharpness, it would certainly alert him. As for killing Lei Han, that is the act of a foolish person. It would only make Chen Yi completely vigilant, completely contrary to the Demon Abyss sect's initial goal of winning over Chen Yi. Chen Yi also understood this, which is why he let Lei Han deal with the Black Rose first last night. Previously, the Black Rose controlled Han Panpan, but only magnified his inner desires and irritability, not fully controlling his mind, so Han Panpan only thought he was momentarily impulsive and didn't realize anything strange. As for directly controlling Chen Yi's contracted spirit beast, the risk is even greater. A small misstep would expose their existence, which would be meaningless. The core goal of the Demon Abyss sect is the person Chen Yi. They hope Chen Yi can recognize their philosophy and become one of them, rather than kill or create animosity. Therefore, they would never make any overly radical moves at this stage. After hanging up the phone, Chen Yi still cautiously scanned the system status interface of the sisters around him with his thoughts. Confirming that everyone's information interface was normal and showed no signs of being controlled, he felt slightly relieved. He clapped his hands and announced the start of a new day's training schedule, warning all the sisters, recently, Yanjing is not peaceful, try not to act alone. Even when you go out, at least in groups of 3, to look out for each other, just in case. Okay. The sisters nodded one after another, their expressions becoming more serious. At this moment, Yun Jiao still couldn't help but walk over to Chen Yi, her stunning face carrying a hint of doubt as she softly asked, Chen Yi, I seem to not feel much stronger after the contract? Her initial intention for the contract, besides her growing affection and curiosity towards Chen Yi, was to gain more powerful strength. Chen Yi can indeed guide energy quickly and help them grow stronger. But, it doesn't seem like she transformed from a humble F-level bloodline to an SSS-level bloodline in one leap like Luo Shirin. At first, Yun Jia thought that maybe she hadn't fulfilled some condition, so Chen Yi didn't give her a boost. But now it seems that Chen Yi didn't have the idea of strengthening her at all? Chen Yi, who was drinking the juice Su Taotao handed him, almost choked upon hearing this and slapped his forehead. During this time, he had been busy improving the sisters' levels and nurturing their affinity, almost forgetting to perform the most important bloodline awakening for Yun Jiao. Up until now, Yun Jiao is still an S-level mermaid. It's my oversight. Chen Yi put down the cup and smiled, strength doesn't come from thin air, it needs a key. I happen to have time today, I'll take you to a place to help you activate your power. Okay, thank you, Chen Yi. Not long after, Chen Yi led a group of eager sisters along with Yun Jiao to a remote lakeside on the outskirts of Yanjing. This place is abundant in spiritual energy, the environment is serene, and the air is fresh. If it weren't for the magical beasts lurking around, it would definitely be an ideal vacation spot. Chen Yi commanded the girls to easily clear out the magical beasts within a 10-kilometer radius, clearing the area to ensure they wouldn't be disturbed. Alright, Ji Yao, transform and go into the water. I should transform and go into the water?
Yun Zhiyao was puzzled, but she did as instructed. Suddenly, a gentle, water-blue glow shimmered around her, and her figure slowly submerged into the clear lake water.
Chapter 213, Azure Sea Dragon Mermaid.
A flash of light passed, and the lake rippled, revealing a lively and adorable little mermaid before everyone. At this moment, Yun Zhiyao had not fully awakened the dragon mermaid bloodline. Her lower body was a water-blue fishtail, gently swimming in the water, very lively. Her upper body had skin as white as jade, shining with a lustrous glow under the sunlight, and her water-blue long hair fell over her shoulders, adorned with shell accessories on her chest, making one unable to help but indulge in wild fantasies. Scattered among her hair were a few naturally formed pearl adornments, adding a touch of ocean charm. Her beauty was already breathtaking, and at this moment in the water, she radiated an innocent aura, pure yet enticing. No wonder so many people wanted to make a contract with Yun Zhiyao. In this form TSK, if one is not moved, one might as well question their capabilities in that aspect.
Chen Yi, do I need to do anything? Yun Zhiyao asked curiously.
Just feel the changes in your power.
Chen Yi stood by the shore, his eyes narrowing as he directly activated his innate skill, Spirit Beast Awakening. Boom! A tremendous force suddenly exploded from Chen Yi's body, soaring into the sky.
The sky instantly became turbulent, and the calm lake surface was bubbling with countless bubbles. Yun Zhiyao felt an explosion of power beginning to surge from within her. A majestic dragon's might mixed with the aura of the deep sea spread out. It made all the girls by the shore feel a wave of heartache and reverence. Yun Zhiyao was momentarily dumbfounded, her red lips slightly parted, her ice blue eyes wide open, filled with disbelief.
This Chen Yi's enhancement ability? It's so amazing.
This feeling, it's like being reborn, changing into a different race. As if the past 10 years were lived in vain. She felt the deepest part of her bloodline being completely awakened, along with a leap in her life level, leaving her in a daze, her mind blank.
The whole process lasted about half a minute, and the extraordinary phenomenon in the heavens and earth slowly dispersed. Yun Zhiyao's SSS-level bloodline, the Azure Sea Dragon Mermaid, was perfectly activated.
Looking at this, it seems that if the original bloodline level of the Spirit Beast Girl is stronger, the energy fluctuations produced during awakening will be more intense.
But why? Her appearance hasn't changed much. Perhaps she needs to transform into the Spirit Beast form to see changes? Chen Yi smiled and said to the still-dazed Yun Zhiyao, how do you feel?
This is just the power contained in your SSS-level bloodline, I merely helped guide it out.
Is that so? Thank you, Chen Yi.
Yun Zhiyao could hardly believe those words, only thinking Chen Yi was being modest and completely not wanting to take credit. Thinking of this, her admiration and affection for Chen Yi soared to another level, her beautiful eyes sparkling almost to the point of overflowing.
My contract master is truly amazing. Possessing such unpredictable abilities and yet so low-key.
Unlike Bai Song, whose singular talent can be blown up to the heavens, making it seem like an SSS-level talent.
Ding! Yun Zhiyao's favorability plus 3 points. Ding! Congratulations, Yun Zhiyao's favorability has reached 85 points. Reward, enhancement points plus 50 points. Current enhancement points, 580 points.
The other girls felt the pure dragon mermaid's might and, seeing Yun Zhiyao's breathtaking beauty and extraordinary aura, instantly gave rise to some feelings of comparison and competitiveness.
The crowd clamored to battle with Yun Zhiyao.
They claimed it was to help Yun Zhiyao familiarize herself with her new power, but in reality, they wanted to show off in front of Chen Yi, to prove that they were not inferior. Yun Zhiyao naturally accepted with delight, she was eager to try this new power. Thus, this lakeside instantly turned into a training arena.
Ice dragons roared, blue phoenixes sang, foxfire blazed across the sky, light and darkness intertwined, devouring beasts swallowed everything, phoenixes burned the heavens, dragon mermaids rode the tides.
Various powerful skills showcased one after another, causing the surface of the lake to explode, waves soaring, bright lights shooting everywhere, and thunderous booms ringing out. It was truly spectacular. Chen Yi found a comfortable patch of grass to sit down, taking out a pack of special cranberry cookies made by Su Taotao from his space ring. As he savored the cookies, he leisurely watched the battle. At the same time, he secretly pondered. Now that he had contracted with Yun Zhiyao, the system rewarded him with a new SSS-grade talent, Power Resonance. He only needed to cultivate the affinity with the Spirit Beast sisters and learn new skills in this way, so he himself could master this move, truly a freebie. Then the question arose, who should he focus on cultivating affinity with next? Each sister's skills were unique and seemed quite practical.
Lin Mengshue's next skill, Absolute Zero Control, was extremely powerful. Luo Shirin's Blue Phoenix Healing was invincible in support. Su Taotao's Devouring Black Hole had full functionality. Yan Zhou's Foxfire Illusion was unpredictable.
Hua Yuetong and Hua Xingtong's Lightened Shadow Escapes greatly increased mobility.
Chu Feiyu's Phoenix Rebirth could turn the tide in critical moments. Jiao's Dragon Mermaid Tidal Wave had a formidable AoE clearing capability. He was truly faced with a dilemma. Perhaps it would be wise to first learn the most useful and versatile ones. The competitions among the sisters lasted an entire day. Some beasts, noticing the commotion, gathered around and were turned to dust by shockwaves without even seeing anything. How ridiculous! It wasn't until night fell, with stars twinkling, that they finally stopped, unwilling to part. Yun Jiao, having just acquired her power, was not yet skilled enough in its use, and naturally lost more than she won. But she was not discouraged at all. Instead, she felt even more excited and satisfied. This was just her awakening. Facing a wheel of battles, she could occasionally win a few rounds by taking advantage of the terrain. Once she fully mastered this power in the future, what a force to reckon with she would be. No wonder people say girls should choose spirit beast masters with enhancement talents. This kind of power was truly refreshing, wasn't it? What? You say single-mindedness? Sorry, even if Chen Yi is distracted, he is still the most handsome. On the way back, Yun Jiao and the other sisters excitedly discussed the details of the earlier battles, drawing on experiences and doing post-battle reviews to become stronger faster. At the same time, their gazes toward Chen Yi were filled with unbreakable affection and gratitude. All of this is thanks to Chen Yi. And, having so many sisters becoming strong together, battling together, and occasionally competing for attention, seems pretty nice? Tonight, I'll join the melee too, just to have a taste. With Chen Yi's physical ability, adding one more person shouldn't be a problem, right? Ah, how embarrassing. Perhaps Yun Jiao herself did not expect. Half a month ago, she only wanted to monopolize the Spirit Beast Master alone. Chapter 214, the second stage ends. A week passed quickly. Chen Yi and the sisters stayed cooped up in the hotel every day, cultivating their affinity. All appeared calm and peaceful. Black Rose and White Song seemed to have vanished from the face of the earth, with no signs of activity, and it was unknown what they were scheming in the dark. The first phase of the Spirit Beast competition, the preliminary round, officially concluded, and Chen Yi successfully qualified with a score of 100. After a week of immersion and intense training, Chen Yi successfully learned several new skills from the girls. Among them, the Fire Cloud Sword that he sneakily learned from Chu Feiyu was particularly practical. Not only can it summon a cloud of fire to unleash dense flame slashes, with a wide range and high damage, but it can also condense into a fire cloud sword in his hand for battle. Feeling that a man's romance still lies in a sword. When the final group list was announced, it stirred quite a stir. To avoid encountering monstrous players like Chen Yi and Lang Wuhan in the preliminary rounds, many contestants chose to card points, strategically controlling their scores between 60 to 70 points, or desperately pushing above 150 points. Chen Yi's score of 100 was neither high nor low, just enough to land him in Group 7, which was in the range of 601 to 700. Once the news broke, the other players in Group 7 wailed in the forums and chat groups. Hellish Group 7. Each end descends into Group 7. Nightmare for the card point gang. Actually, it doesn't matter, everyone gets slapped, which means no one gets slapped. Various topics instantly flooded the screen, and those who didn't know would think Chen Yi was some kind of evil spirit. After all, everyone understood that only the top 10 from each group could advance to the third round of chaotic battles. The average strength of Group 7, based on past situations, was about around the 4th level 1 to 2 stages, which was originally considered a safe zone. Now, with Chen Yi as the super boss, along with several other skilled players who also chose to card points, the difficulty of advancing surged geometrically. Many contestants, who had initially hoped to scrape through in Group 7, lost their composure completely. The upcoming loop challenge was still not a big deal for Chen Yi. The battle rules were similar to the preliminary selections, only the opponents became the fixed 99 players within the group. Chen Yi's matches had no suspense at all, as all his opponents instantly conceded at lightning speed, saving time and energy to compete in other rounds, causing Chen Yi's match record to be virtually speedrunning. After finishing, he shifted his attention more towards Bai Song in Group 10 and Luo Yuqing and Lang Wuhan in Group 1. Through the livestream, he noticed that Luo Yuqing and Lang Wuhan seemed to have received great fortunes or intensive training from their families, with levels skyrocketing to 5th Tier 3 segment. In contrast, Chen Yi had labored for 7 days, and with various resource accumulation and system support, he had only reached 5th Tier 2 segment. This upgrade speed made Chen Yi feel a hint of surprise and pressure. It must be said that the foundation of large families is truly formidable. So strong. Luo Yuqing's bloodline griffin is so cool. If only I could contract a griffin. Bro, it's still daytime. Dream about it at night. I previously watched Chen Yi's battle with Bai Song, and it was awesome. I wonder if we can see Luo Yuqing and Chen Yi's contracted spirit beasts fight in the chaotic stage. It feels like it would definitely be thrilling. The bullet comments praised Luo Yuqing's exceptional talent, and Lang Wuhan's strength was unfathomable. Some even cheered to see a showdown between Luo Yuqing and Chen Yi's contracted spirit beast, Luo Shirin. Beside them, Luo Shirin, watching the livestream, felt a burning fighting spirit ignite in her eyes, tightly clenching her small hands. Luo Yuqing. Just wait, in the chaotic battle, I will definitely defeat you and rightfully take back everything that belongs to me. As for Bai Song, his matches were exceptionally steady, winning one after another. Most of his opponents chose to concede, showing little change in style or approach in battle. But this made Chen Yi feel even more baffled. After all, Bai Song seemed to be the type of spoiled rich kid, right? How could he suddenly become so quiet after being defeated? Has this guy changed his character? Was he subdued? Or has he been further transformed by the demon seed contract of Qi Lian, making him more brooding? He privately contacted Luo Qinghe for inquiries and got the reply that Bai Song had recently been reclusive, very rarely showing up. That makes it even more suspicious. If the original Bai Song could even be called Bai Song, free gift. Now, he is indeed exceptionally calm, which is quite frightening. Forget it, it's actually better if there are no disturbances. Chen Yi silently muttered to himself. Time flew by, and another 7 days passed. The second stage round-robin ended, and each group had a winner advancing to the final chaos. This week, under the abnormal aid of Su Taodao's appetite for spiritual energy, the main character group leveled up collectively once again. The final levels are as follows. Chen Yi managed to break through to the 5th stage 3rd level by absorbing those scattered spiritual powers. Lin Mingxue, Luo Shirin, and Su Taodao all reached the impressive 5th stage 4th level. As for Yan Jiuh, she notably broke through to the 5th stage 5th level due to the vast amount of fire element spiritual treasures sent by the Yun family, accumulating strength for a rapid breakthrough. Hua Yuetong and Hua Xingtong, the pair of twin sisters, also advanced successfully to the 5th stage 2nd level. Chu Feiyu and Yun Jiao, although slightly lagging behind, also successfully entered the threshold of the 5th stage 1st level. Catching up with the other sisters would just be a matter of time. The Yun family, upon learning that Yun Jiao had quickly broken through to the 5th stage, was overjoyed. Without hesitation, they sent a huge amount of training resources, spiritual jewelry, and even a villa located in Yanjing. Seeing this, Yan Jiuh couldn't help but sigh. Being a young lady myself, why is there such a huge gap between us? Su Taodao and Lin Mingxue also marveled quietly, deeply feeling the grandeur of top-tier noble families. Luo Shirin quietly watched all this, her determination to reclaim the Luo family and pour all resources into Chen Yi strengthened even more. She even fantasized about the time when she could domineeringly say to Chen Yi, you will be taken care of by me from now on, you are not allowed to look for other girls. Of course, that was purely just a thought. After all, which powerful beast master doesn't have a group of admirers around them? Thus, another day of the rest period passed. The highly anticipated 3rd stage, the chaos, finally arrived. The competition would officially start at 12 noon sharp. Each contestant received a special communication token before entering, which could not only be used for distress signals, positioning, checking scores and maps, but also for purchasing various supplies in a virtual store, and even setting up temporary defense points. Basically, all the additional functions needed for survival in the wild could be realized here, which is very advanced. Of course, the currency used for purchasing supplies here is not cash but rather points. Killing AI monsters would yield varying amounts of points based on their levels, while defeating other beast masters would grant all of the opponent's points. Rankings would be determined after 3 days based on points. How to use these points would be a test for the beast master squads. Chapter 215, Truly Persistent. This morning, after receiving the token, Chen Yi brought the girls to the top spiritual chef breakfast shop in Yanjing, Baiwei Zhai, which Li Yang booked through considerable connections half a month in advance. The environment here is elegant and luxurious, modest yet incredibly expensive, with food made from high-level ingredients, and the cooking techniques are extremely meticulous. Eating here would definitely be memorable for a long time. It's a place many wealthy and powerful beast masters indulge in before important actions or competitions. Furthermore, because the operator behind it is the Jiang family, the second beast master family in Yanjing, no one would dare to act rudely, and one can only queue in accordance with regulations, making it quite hard to get a seat. This time, Li Yang truly deserves a big thumbs up. However, just after everyone sat down at the reserved spot guided by the waiter for a short while, a familiar figure approached with graceful footsteps. Mr. Chen Yi? What a coincidence! I never expected to meet you here. The Black Rose was still dressed in a delicate Gothic Lolita outfit. With a bright smile, she greeted, I haven't had a chance to thank you properly for what happened last time. Do you mind sharing a table? Of course, it's my treat. As she spoke, her gaze swept across the table of stunning beauties beside Chen Yi, a flicker of something subtle passing through her eyes, but her smile remained perfect. Chen Yi watched her flawless performance, chuckling to himself a few times inwardly. Truly persistent. This encounter seems too deliberate, right? However, as Chen Yi chuckled, his mind was also filled with doubts. To be honest, up until now, Chen Yi had not felt any direct malice from the Abyss sect towards him personally. Many times when he was alone or seemingly vulnerable, the other party clearly had the chance to strike but did nothing at all. Including the previous incidents with Lu Ruyan and Wang Ruochuan, if further investigated, it could actually be found that it was more about the individual's own obsession and actions, with no solid evidence pointing to direct orders from the Abyss sect. In short, the Abyss sect seemed to have no intention of taking Chen Yi's life or abducting him. This left him very puzzled. Why did the Abyss sect go to such lengths to get close, even exposing a demon emperor like Qi Lian? What was their core purpose? Thinking of this, scenes from days earlier when Luo Qinghe told him about events from 20 years ago floated in his mind. On December 21, 20 years ago, the last generation of the 7 dragon generals of Long Nation, joined by top experts from more than a dozen Asian countries like Su Kingdom, Tianzhu Kingdom, Kimchi Kingdom, Yudong Kingdom, and Hua Kingdom, executed a highly confidential order. They planned a thunderous raid on an important base of the Abyss sect lurking in the northern mountains of Hua Kingdom, aiming to capture its highest leader, who was revered by sect members as the Queen. The initial operation went exceptionally smoothly, almost breaking through the outer defense line. However, at the critical moment of the last assault on the core area, Nangong Wenqiu, a beast tamer from a top family in Long Nation, capable of reaching the 12th rank, 8th stage, and his contracted spirit beast, suddenly betrayed without warning, striking fiercely to kill another 7 dragon general, Li Caihe, who was closest to him. This sudden betrayal left everyone stunned. Luo Qinghe, furious and shocked, questioned sternly, Nangong Wenqiu. What are you doing? However, Nangong Wenqiu's eyes were hollow, his expression emotionless, as if he couldn't hear anything at all. He continued to attack his comrades frantically, essentially launching a surprise attack from both the front and back. The situation collapsed instantly. Luo Qinghe had no choice but to ally with Wang Shiruo's father, Wang Tianxiong, and Qi Lianming's grandfather, Qi Shao, among others, paying a heavy price to barely suppress him, with Wang Tianxiong and Qi Shao responsible for keeping watch. Just as everyone was still in shock, trying to understand why Nangong Wenqiu had betrayed them, he suddenly raised his head, a twisted, eerie smile appearing on his face. The earlier emptiness vanished, replaced by fervor and mockery. A bunch of fools. Did you really think you could catch me? With a sudden burst, he and his spirit beast unleashed their hidden cards, breaking free from their restraints and attacking again. This time, the target was directly aimed at the healing Qi Shao. Because the distance was too close, and the incident was too sudden. Old man Qi Shao and his 3 leading contracted spirit beasts were brutally slaughtered on the spot by Nangong Wenqiu's ruthless methods in an instant. Why? Nangong Wenqiu. What on earth are you doing this for? Luo Qinghe's eyes were about to burst, his heart twisted with pain. At first, he thought Nangong Wenqiu was under control, which was why he hadn't struck deadly blows. But unexpectedly, from the looks of it, that initial, controlled appearance was completely staged. He was likely a wedge inserted by the Abyss sect deep inside their 7 dragon generals. Nangong Wenqiu stood in a pool of blood, a crazed look on her face. Why? Of course, it is to welcome the true future. I, Nangong Wenqiu, have always been loyal only to Her Majesty the Queen. Only the Abyss cult can purify this filthy world. As soon as these words came out, everyone understood that the previous capture was just a disguise. The talents of their coalition were actually the prey caught in a trap. Did you not realize that from the moment you stepped into this land, it was already destined that you could not escape death? Nangong Wenqiu grinned fiercely. Everyone, come out. It's time to put an end to this. As his voice fell, the surrounding space emitted violent waves, and portals of light appeared out of thin air. Countless figures surged out wildly. Among them were beast tamers, spirit beasts, and even various forms of demonic beasts, all of which were above level 10 in strength. What was even more shocking was that these humans and demonic beasts, who should have been mortal enemies, were now merging their auras, organized like a well-trained coalition. And at the very center of these enemies, surrounded like a moon by stars, was a woman dressed in a luxurious purple gown, her face veiled in light silk. Her figure was graceful, her aura exceptionally cold, carrying an indifference that seemed to overlook all beings. The powerful ones around her bowed and saluted, respectfully calling her Your Majesty the Queen. It was obvious that she was the target of this coalition. Her gaze swept over the stunned coalition members, and she lightly parted her red lips, uttering a line that left everyone completely bewildered. You have fought until now. Have you ever thought of the simplest question? Why do spirit beast women, after losing the suppression of their contracted beast tamers, gradually turn into bloodthirsty demonic beasts? At that moment, with battle about to erupt and life and death at stake, who would think about such a seemingly irrelevant question? All members of the coalition believed this was merely a tactic to disturb their hearts, so naturally, no one responded, only preparing for battle with all their might. Then, an extremely fierce battle broke out. Chapter 216, The Tragic Victory of 20 Years Ago. Over 10,000 enemies above level 10 surrounded fewer than 500 elite members of the coalition. In terms of high-end combat power, the coalition barely held on due to Zhao Shanhe and Wang Tianxiong, along with several Tier 13 beings under their command. However, the numerical gap was simply too large, the defense line was continuously compressed, and casualties were heavy.
Seeing the situation was dire, the coalition decided to capture the leader first, planning to take down that queen before anything else. But Nangong Wenqiu and her contracted spirit beasts were like the hardest shield, tightly blocking the way, not allowing anyone to reach her. Longtime fighting partners became enemies, and all combat habits were grasped by the opponent, making it extremely difficult to cope. They simply could not break through. In the end, the strongest among the 7 dragon generals, the beast tamer Zhao Shanhe, who was at level 13, tier 3, saw defeat was inevitable and resolutely chose to burn all his life source and soul power, planning to break the situation with this. His contracted spirit beasts also followed without hesitation, heading to their deaths together. They unleashed nearly 14-tier terrifying power, temporarily tearing apart the enemy's encirclement. The Abyss Cult saw the situation was not in their favor and planned to retreat, waiting for Zhao Shanhe's spirit energy to burn out before avoiding his brilliance. However, how could the coalition let them have their way? Another tier 13, tier 1 powerhouse, Wang Tianxiang, Wang Shuruo's father, heroically stood up as well, burning everything together with his contracted spirit beasts, casting forbidden secret techniques to bind heaven and earth, forcibly locking this space. They stopped the enemy's escape, creating an opportunity for Zhao Shanhe's eruption. Next, it was the brilliant final moments of 2 old men burning their lives. The power unleashed from burning everything at tier 13 had already touched the legendary threshold of tier 14. It was an absolute crushing of the low-tier existence. The battle became extremely fierce and tragic. This earth-shattering war lasted for 3 whole days and nights. Even some absurd guesses sprouted in his mind. Could it be that these intelligent beings, who can perfectly disguise themselves as humans, are actually the high-level spirit beasts that died in battle 20 years ago or chose euthanasia? One could even say that they are those high-level spirit beasts reincarnated after death. But due to certain reasons, have they lost all memory? And because their reincarnation touched upon some world rules or taboos, their original existence was forgotten? After all, among the euthanasia records, all are low-level spirit beasts, the highest only being 8th rank. There has never been a record of 9th rank or above. In history, there are also very few records of high-level spirit beasts' deaths. Could it be that they were actually forgotten? Moreover, that so-called queen seemed to have said some inexplicable things. Is it that only spirit beasts reaching 9th rank or even above, possessing enough vast spiritual power, can complete such a strange reincarnation after death? If that's true, then the black rose before my eyes, the rose spirit, was she once also a human before becoming the demon emperor? A spirit beast that has awakened its bloodline? This thought startled Chen Yi himself. He shook his head vigorously, trying to brush off these baseless guesses. After all, this is just too unimaginable. Chapter 217, Seamlessly Disguised. Thinking of this, Chen Yi looked at the black rose in front of him, smiling brightly, and his gaze became somewhat complicated. With less pure vigilance, there was a bit more exploration. Furthermore, considering that the Demon Abyss sect has not directly harmed him to this day, and with his current system protection, he isn't afraid of being controlled. He can also instantaneously use the Earth and Sky Spirit treasure to teleport away. Chen Yi decided to take a little risk. Then, let's see what she really wants to do. So, Chen Yi waved his hand, a nonchalant smile on his face. Okay, since it's all a buffet, it doesn't matter where I sit, just sit anywhere. Really? Thank you, Chen Yi. The black rose was instantly overjoyed, and as she turned towards the nearby empty seat, the corners of her mouth could hardly suppress a cute curve of successful scheming. At the same time, she secretly chuckled in her heart. Sure enough, the last time was an act. Men, seeing beautiful women take the initiative to approach, how could they really remain indifferent? The girls around Chen Yi exchanged knowing glances, all letting out long sighs. It seemed unnecessary to speak, they could understand each other's thoughts. Sigh, this beautiful woman has tried every means to avoid him for half a month. Who would have thought she'd end up in Chen Yi's grasp? Looks like the sisterhood is about to expand. It's okay, as long as my husband remembers us. Chen Yi and his group quickly settled at a large table spacious enough to accommodate everyone with the black rose. A table full of stunning beauties, each with distinctive styles, some cool, some elegant, some alluring, some cute, some lively, instantly became the most dazzling sight in the 100-flavor restaurant, attracting the attention of all diners present. But alas, Chen Yi's aura was too strong, and his reputation too great. No one dared to come up and chat, they could only discuss from a distance, whispering about which girl was the most beautiful. While eating, Chen Yi also pretended to casually observe the black rose from time to time. He found that her dining etiquette was graceful, her conversation polite. Occasionally, she could even chat a bit about anime with the neighboring Su Taodao. It looked as if she was really just an ordinary human genius beauty. This disguise was truly seamless. No wonder even old Master Luo couldn't detect anything unusual. Thus, the breakfast atmosphere became very harmonious for a time. However, just as the meal was nearing its end, an unexpected change occurred. The flower roll that the black rose was holding suddenly fell to the ground. She suddenly clutched her chest, her delicate brows furrowing, her stunning little face revealing an extremely painful expression. Cold sweat instantly trickled down her smooth forehead, and her breathing became hurried.
What's wrong with you? Sitting beside her, Su Taotao was the first to notice, exclaiming.
Everyone turned to look, instantly shocked, as if they understood what was happening. Especially Chu Feiyu, who was far too familiar with this scene. Because just over a month ago, she had experienced nearly the exact same thing. This was a violent reaction before the bloodline was about to awaken. Chen Yi stared at this scene, completely puzzled.
Aren't you the demon emperor? How can you still awaken your bloodline? Isn't this a bit over the top? No, this is an act.
She probably wants to replicate Chu Feiyu's script, performing a live awakening in front of me, then unleashing powerful strength, before naturally making a contract request. The information work of the Demon Abyss sect is indeed thorough, they even grasped this kind of detail. But soon, the corners of Chen Yi's mouth involuntarily curled up into a smile. The intelligence work was well done, but they always failed to grasp the core key point. When it came to contracts, Chen Yi never viewed it as mere strength, it was all about system-certified affinity and hidden bloodlines. Of course, the people in the Demon Abyss sect would never investigate this. How could anyone know that a system existed which is completely unreasonable?
Since you want to act, I'll play along with you. With this in mind, Chen Yi hurriedly stood up and went to support the Black Rose. Miss Black Rose? Are you okay? Is there somewhere you feel uncomfortable? And just then,
the Black Rose seemed unable to control the sudden burst of power within her. An energy wave equivalent to the full force of a third-tier beast tamer suddenly erupted from her body.
Boom! Clatter!
Nearby tables and chairs were immediately overturned by this power, dishes scattered everywhere. Several unfortunate diners who were too close were knocked backward, sitting down on the ground in surprise. However, Chen Yi, standing so close, felt as though his feet had rooted into the ground, remaining completely still, not even his clothes were ruffled. Only a hint of amusement flashed in his eyes.
This guy is really acting well.
And those diners who were knocked over and the restaurant manager who rushed in, showed no sign of complaint.
Instead, after their initial shock, they revealed expressions of excitement and anticipation. Awakening of the Spirit Beast bloodline. And to have such an amazing energy burst right after awakening? How terrifying must this potential be? They were probably about to witness the birth of an extraordinary genius. Struggling against intense pain, the Black Rose said in broken words, I'm fine, just suddenly feel a sharp pain in my chest, so hot, perhaps it's about to awaken. I need to go to the Beast-Tamer Association for a bloodline check. As she spoke, she secretly activated her fragrant enticement, casting her gaze toward two passionate young men nearby who looked very principled. She prepared to lead them to come over and help, acting as witnesses. However, to her surprise, this time Chen Yi took the initiative to speak. Awakening is a big deal, we can't delay. Since there are more than 2 hours until the competition begins, I'll go with you to the association. Upon hearing this, the Black Rose's heart suddenly jolted. It seemed she completely hadn't anticipated this turn of events. This isn't right.
According to the plan, he should focus on the competition, politely refuse, then I would let those two enchanted guys escort me there, and have an insider at the association issue a fake SS-level bloodline test report.
Why isn't he playing by the rules? There's a chaotic battle starting in 2.5 hours, how can he still have time to accompany me for an appraisal? With the plan disrupted, the Black Rose instantly felt a bit flustered. She forced herself to calm down, quickly shaking her head. No need. Mr. Chen Yi, you still have to participate in such an important competition, how can you waste time for me? She gave a glance to those two passionate youths who also planned to come help. Seeing this, Chen Yi couldn't help but chuckle softly inside. He was just speaking to test the waters, wanting to see how she would react. He didn't expect to be right on the mark. Sure enough. This guy wants to divert me, and then have an insider from the Beastmaster Association tamper with the results, allowing these two witnesses to make a big fuss and create the illusion of an SS-level genius emerging? Quite the familiar scheme. Chapter 218, an even more chaotic situation.
Thinking of this, Chen Yi followed up on Black Rose's words. He no longer insisted, waved his hand, and said flatly, okay then, you all be careful, we'll continue eating. After saying that, he actually sat back down and continued to enjoy his unfinished breakfast, as if the previous conversation was just polite banter. Black Rose was extremely speechless upon hearing this. She thought that Chen Yi had finally come to his senses, but didn't expect him to still have such an expression. She felt extremely aggrieved, but the show had to go on, so she could only reluctantly leave the 100 Flavor restaurant accompanied by the two enthusiastic youths. Sure enough, about half an hour later. Inside the Beastmaster Association, explosive news emerged and quickly set the internet ablaze through official channels and social media.
Breaking! An SS-level bloodline spirit beast appears in Yanjing. Newly awakened bloodline identified as Rose Flower Dragon. Original form an Eastern dragon entwined with a Black Rose. Unlimited potential.
Below was an accompanying photo of Black Rose's delicate yet slightly weak and excited profile, along with a somewhat pixelated but clearly visible SS-grade testing report. In an instant, nearly all top 10 trending topics were strongly dominated by this news. Throughout the entire Dragon Kingdom, whether Beastmasters or ordinary people, everyone fell into shock and frenzy. SS level? It's still Dragon type. Oh my god. Another unparalleled genius is born. A Black Eastern Dragon? Its original form is so cool and beautiful. Our Dragon Kingdom is going to gain another future top powerhouse. Lei Han, who had been waiting for the match to start. When he saw this news, he nearly spat out a mouthful of old blood onto the projection screen. Ah! If I had known her bloodline potential was this terrifying, that night I would have chased her down even if it meant spending everything. An SS-level Dragon type contracted Spirit Beast. A step to the top. I suffered a huge loss. A massive loss. In an instant, nearly all the notable Beastmaster families, major forces, and even the military and research institutes sent representatives, bringing generous offers, rushing towards the Beastmaster Association. They extended extremely generous contract invitations to Black Rose, and the situation nearly spiraled out of control. However, in the face of such crazy adoration that could make any rookie Spirit Beast dizzy, Black Rose, however, remained exceptionally devoted. She issued a statement through the association's official channel, making her stance clear. Thank you all for your kindness. But I, Black Rose, only wish to form a contract with Mr. Chen Yi in this life. If he refuses, I would rather remain uncontracted for life. As soon as these words were spoken, the entire internet erupted again. Wails echoed everywhere. Why is it again Chen Yi? Bossy Chen. Please, take her. Don't waste such a treasure. Did Chen Yi save the galaxy in his past life? Yun Jiao, Su Taodao, and now an SS-level dragon girl. Is he leaving us any way to live? So envious. Why are all the Spirit Beast girls that Chen Yi contracts both beautiful and strong? I can only contract a tank and got my ribs broken last night. However, just when the heated discussion reached its peak, an even more heavyweight figure made a statement. One of the only two Beastmasters in the Dragon Kingdom with SSS-level talent, Gu Fan, who has been training in the western region of the Dragon Kingdom, officially released a notice through military channels. I am Gu Fan, and I will return to Yanjing in 3 days. I sincerely invite Miss Black Rose to meet. I hope to see her then. There was no aggressive recruitment. Only the appreciation and invitation of the strong, but the weight is heavy as Mount Tai. The whole internet was in a frenzy. Gu Fan versus Chen Yi. A century of rivalry. The strongest rival appears. Daughter of Destiny? Two SSS-level Beast Masters competing for the SS-level Dragon Girl. What is Chen Yi's talent level? Various topics swept across all platforms at an explosive speed. Chen Yi and Black Rose learned about the news through different channels almost simultaneously. This time, their reactions were surprisingly consistent. They both rolled their eyes, feeling speechless inside. What is this guy doing here to join the fun? The current situation was already quite complicated. And you, a 35-year-old uncle, came here to stir the pot? No one even called for you, right? But the chaotic battle was about to begin. Both of them were temporarily too busy to pay attention to the sudden SSS-level Beastmaster. Black Rose needed to maintain her persona, dealing with various forces in the early stages. While Chen Yi had to focus on the upcoming match, everything would wait to be discussed 3 days later. Time quickly arrived at 11 a.m. All qualified Beastmasters and their contracted Spirit Beasts started to gather in the designated huge square. The air was filled with tension, excitement, and the mixed sense of various Spirit Beasts. Many participants had already clustered together in groups of 3 to 5, whispering strategies, clearly planning to team up in the early chaotic fight to clear out the loners or weaker competitors to secure their rankings. Chen Yi saw Gao Wenyu, Lang Wuan, and Lin Xiao forming a team. These three were top experts from Group 1 and Group 2, normally having the strength to compete for the top 10 alone. Now joining forces, the purpose was obvious, most likely targeting Chen Yi. Chen Yi also noticed Luo Yuqing following Long Wuhan. Her gaze cut through the crowd, colliding fiercely with Luo Shirin beside Chen Yi, invisible sparks flying, a thick smell of gunpowder spreading out. These former sisters, now rivals, had their grievances destined to be settled in this chaotic battle. As for Chen Yi, of course, he had no intention of teaming up with anyone. He alone was the strongest army. However, to his slight surprise, Bai Song also chose to go solo. Strangely, when Bai Song passed by him with Qi Lian nearby, he actually didn't glance sideways, his face showing no signs of expression, as if he didn't recognize Chen Yi at all. And beside him, Qi Lian only cast a faint glance at Chen Yi with her lava-like vertical eyes, slightly nodding. That was a greeting, and nothing more. What is this all about? Chen Yi was a bit thrown off by this unusual calmness. Could it be that he was truly beaten into submission?
Or has he changed character? Or is this the calm before the storm? At that moment, an exaggerated commotion erupted at the edge of the square. The Yun family's cheering squad raised a huge banner. On it was written Yun's Pearl, Yun Jiao, go for it. The Chen team will definitely win. Hundreds of Yun family's young members dressed in uniform shouted in unison, their voices booming, accompanied by drums. Seeing this, the embarrassed Yun Jiao, who was surrounded in the middle, dug her toes into the ground, wishing she could find a crack in the earth to hide, continuously throwing apologetic glances at Chen Yi and the others. This is too much, right? Chapter 219, The Chaos Begins. Time quickly reached noon at exactly 12 p.m. Dong. Accompanied by the loud ringing of a bell echoing over the square, a spatial portal abruptly opened. The final chaotic battle officially begins. Participants began to step into the portal, their figures disappearing within. Chen Yi, along with the girls, also stepped into it with the crowd. After a brief sensation of weightlessness and spatial distortion, a refreshing scent of grass and trees and rich spiritual energy rushed towards them. They were randomly teleported to a deep, ancient forest, where towering trees surrounded them, and the sounds of chirping birds and roaring beasts could be faintly heard. Except for their own group, they could not see any other participants for the time being. Sure enough, there is no safe zone. Chen Yi surveyed the environment. The rules of this chaotic battle were closer to real wilderness survival, where all supplies needed to be exchanged for points in the token shop. It was nothing like the previous final assessment in Jiangcheng, which had a safe zone and instructors for protection. On the first night, to avoid sleeping in the forest and being bitten by mosquitoes, they must accumulate enough points to buy a tent or a container house. Huh? Why is there an anti-air zone here? Me too, I can't fly. My sister and I can fly, but we can only fly low. Lin Mengxue and Luo Shirin wanted to soar high, only to find an invisible force suppressing the sky, preventing them from flying above the treetops. Hua Yuetong and Hua Xingtong, being fairies, could fly, but with their small size, they could not carry anyone else. Clearly, this was to limit contestants with flying spiritual beasts from easily locating and escaping. Having flying spiritual beasts in this assessment truly felt like a dimensional attack. Gij, where do we go? Lin Mengxue whispered, while the other sisters automatically gathered around, vigilantly observing their surroundings. It was almost an instinctive reaction. The sisters quickly adjusted their formation, with Lin Mengxue, Luo Shirin, Yanjiu, and Yun Jiao forming a diamond shape in the front. Su Taodao, Chu Feiyu, Hua Yuetong, and Hua Xingtong similarly stood in a diamond shape to guard the back. They firmly protected Chen Yi at the center. Chen Yi looked at them, tense yet in perfect harmony, feeling both warmth and amusement in his heart. Actually, with my current physical strength and danger perception, I'm the one most suitable to be the tank. But he didn't want to dampen the sisters' protective instincts and enthusiasm, so he let them be. Let's just choose a direction and explore as we go, we'll clear out whatever we encounter. Okay. Not long after, a rustling sound came from the bushes ahead, and a poisonous vine tree monster composed of energy elements emerged, waving its vines filled with thorns and venom. There was no need for Chen Yi to issue orders, the sisters who had been eager to perform, attacked almost simultaneously. Ice Explosion, Wind Blade, Foxfire, Black Hole, Holy Light, Shadow, Phoenix Flame, Water Cannon, 8 differently colored attacks instantly overwhelmed the tree monster. Boom! The tree monster didn't even have time to scream before it transformed into pure energy and dispersed, leaving only a glimmer behind, which was absorbed by Chen Yi's token. Points +5. TSK, it really can't take a hit. So boring, why is there only one? Bring on a group, that way we can determine the winner. The sisters had just complained when, in the next second, a jaw-dropping scene unfolded. The once still towering trees around them seemed to awaken at the same time, emitting a series of creaking sounds, and their roots came out of the ground like feet. Hundreds of tree monsters revealed their true forms, and unexpectedly, all turned to flee. It looked as if they had encountered some plague. In an instant, the ground shook, wood chips flew, and the scene resembled a small wave of magical beasts. Chen Yi was also stunned for a moment at this sight. Because the system couldn't view the AI monster system interface, and the AI monsters didn't emit any spiritual energy, it made him think that this was truly a tropical rainforest. The sisters were also momentarily stunned, but excitement quickly appeared in their eyes. This was a moving points treasure trove. It was also the best opportunity to prove their strength. Sisters! Go for it! Whoever kills the most, will have Gij accompany them for an extra hour tonight. Yanjiu shouted, and all the girls instantly surged forward as if filled with energy, shouting fiercely as they rushed out. The AI tree monster, seeing this scene, almost collapsed directly. If it could talk, it would definitely ask, "Are you the monsters or are we the monsters?" The battle had no suspense at all. In less than 2.5 minutes, all the tree monsters trying to escape were cleared away. The points on Chen Yi's token jumped wildly, finally stopping at 2,405 points. This can be called a fat score. That was fun. That was fun. I killed 64, how about you?
I didn't count, but definitely more than that.
I'm sure I'm first. I gathered monsters by the dozens with my storm eye. It feels like we can't tell who won this way, so why not just call it a tie? Let big brother Chen Yi work overtime for 8 hours. I agree. I think it's fine. Hearing this, Chen Yi immediately rolled his eyes. Don't include me in your agreement. Big brother Chen Yi, don't you like us anymore?
Unfortunately, the girl's sweet whispers were too tempting, and in the end, Chen Yi agreed anyway. At this moment, in the monitoring room of the Beast Master competition background, Gao Ming, the vice president of the Beast Master Association, watched as many teams had been forced to withdraw from the competition because they advanced recklessly and were surrounded by sudden waves of beasts, shaking his head repeatedly. Did they forget the outdoor exploration rules that were emphasized repeatedly in class? First, use ranged skills to probe, confirm safety, and then cautiously advance. Who charges headfirst into clearly problematic areas like this? All just for show. Beside him, Zhang Lingcheng, the military commander of Longhua, smiled wryly and pointed to another screen, saying softly, Vice President Gao, look at Chen Yi over there. The methods you taught in class don't seem to apply to him at all. On the screen, Chen Yi's team wasn't exploring at all, they were clearing out monsters in reverse. Wherever large numbers of beasts gathered, they charged right into it. And they directly rushed to the center of the beast horde. Of course, the scene was not of the beasts attacking them, but rather their team attacking hundreds and thousands of beasts. The efficiency was terrifying. In similar situations were the elite team of Lang Wuwen, Gao Wenyu, and Lin Xiao, who also swept through all the beast gathering points with overwhelming force. The high-level officials in the observation room were speechless. If this scene gets broadcasted, it might teach the upcoming students the wrong lessons, right? Who told them to be so awesome? Efficiency is paramount within the rules. Chapter 220, Block the Spring Water. After clearing out several beast strongholds, Chen Yi and his group encountered a rather peculiar AI monster, a particularly large, fierce-looking bear with sharp fangs, but a timid expression, the fierce-toothed giant bear. And this bear, upon seeing Chen Yi and the others, actually did not attack. Instead, it made a personified defensive gesture, squatting down and begging, Hero, spare me. Don't kill me. I'm not tasty. Chen Yi and the others were astonished upon seeing this. AI monsters can actually beg for mercy? And they can talk? This is truly rare. Chen Yi found it amusing and casually teased it, I won't kill you, but can you take us to find other monster strongholds? The girls couldn't help but cover their mouths and giggle, thinking Chen Yi's idea was too naive and cute. How could an AI monster truly lead them? But what happened next nearly dropped everyone's jaws to the ground. The fierce-toothed giant bear tilted its big head, thought for a moment, and actually stood up, carefully, and started leading them in front. While walking, it mumbled, follow me, I know where they gather. The intelligence and realism of this AI are astonishing, everyone thought inwardly. The group followed the fierce-toothed giant bear through the dense forest, twisting and turning for about half an hour until they came upon a ravine area ahead. In the middle region stood a not too big, not too small plain. In the center of the open space, there was an extremely out-of-place building, a giant swirling gate that continually rotated, resembling an old-fashioned hotel revolving door. Above the door, a clear red number was counting down. 99, 98, 97. At the moment the countdown reached 0, the black swirling gate suddenly accelerated its rotation, followed by a group of fierce AI magical beasts emerging from within. These beasts would symbolically glance around, then a faint glow would light up on their bodies, and they would instantly be teleported away. The countdown above would then restart from 100. The fierce-toothed giant bear pointed at the door with a wronged expression, this is the place, we all came from here, one wave comes out every so often. Everyone looked at this scene, glancing at each other, not knowing what to say for a moment. Could this be like some RPG game, a fixed respawn point for AI magical beasts? This is just too bizarre. Until the next wave of magical beasts respawned and teleported away, everyone finally snapped out of their daze. In the next moment, immense joy washed over everyone. Isn't this just a blocked spring of water? Such good luck? If we guard this place, every so often we get a wave of points delivered to us, that's simply unbeatable efficiency. And it probably only needs one spirit beast to defend here. The massive amount of time and manpower saved can be used for training and building affinities, right? Looking at the gradually rising corners of the girls' mouths and their glowing eyes, Chen Yi instinctively touched his lower back and sighed. Looks like I'm going to have to start intense overtime again. Then, the atmosphere suddenly changed. The girls quickly divided tasks, drafted a duty roster, and took turns guarding the black swirling gate, defeating every wave of magical beasts instantly. The rest of the girls pulled Chen Yi and ran to a nearby naturally formed hidden ravine. A wild barbecue party plus training conference unfolded. Tents, hot pots, lounge chairs, barbecue grills, ingredients, everyone placed orders with tokens, just like shopping. Then a few minutes later, a spirit beast capable of using spatial techniques would deliver the purchased supplies, incredibly convenient. For a moment, smoke rose from the ravine, wonderful aromas filled the air, laughter echoed, and spiritual energy waves surged back and forth. The high-level executives watching from behind the scenes were stunned upon seeing this and almost spat out a mouthful of blood. How can this be a test? Cheating. This is cheating. The rules didn't say it was forbidden, right? Others can block the spring, that's their strength, it can't be prohibited. I've never seen such shameless people. At this moment, the flying camera for the audience found Chen Yi's location and began aerial shooting. Upon seeing this, the viewers gasped in awe. Others are desperately fighting for survival, and you're having a barbecue in the wild? Reported. Someone is cheating. Boo-hoo-hoo, so jealous, what a divine day. Brother Chen Yi, do you still need someone to serve tea and water? Looking at the hovering livestream camera, Chen Yi was quite speechless. It's just a barbecue, is it necessary to film this? So uncomfortable. As Chen Yi enjoyed this rare time of leisure during wartime. Some comments from the livestream began to wildly warn after coming over from the Cold Wuhan livestream, but sadly, Chen Yi couldn't see them at all. The Cold Wuhan team is coming this way. About 3 kilometers away. What the heck? Are they going to run into each other? Seed 1 and seeds 3, 4, and 5 are gathering, there's good drama to watch. However, there was no need for comment warnings at all. Luo Shireen suddenly raised her head, looking toward the southeast, and a blue wind surrounded her unwillingly. Because she sensed that familiar yet extremely complex aura. She is here. Luo Shireen whispered, her eyes suddenly igniting with long-suppressed fierce fighting spirit. She leaped out of the ravine directly, standing on the high platform, her gaze firmly locked onto the direction from which the aura was coming. Almost simultaneously, the Cold Wuhan team moving swiftly through the forest came to a halt. Luo Yuqing and the team sensed something, her cold gaze piercing through the trees, precisely landing on Luo Shireen. The two women's eyes clashed across the space, and the air seemed to freeze. Luo Yuqing said something simple to Cold Wuhan and Lin Xiao, then set off alone towards Luo Shireen's direction. The oppressive atmosphere immediately enveloped this area, even the winds seemed to have stopped flowing. The livestream's comments exploded instantly, with many knowledgeable viewers starting to explain the grudges and entanglements between the Luo sisters. Stories about Luo Shireen's rise from F-grade waste bloodline and Luo Yuqing's suppression as a vested interest were dug up, sparking a huge discussion and desire for sides among the audience. How pitiful, Luo Shireen, born into such a good family, yet encounters this. Give me a break. What is there to pity? In this world, being of low bloodline and talent level and facing such things is quite normal, right? Exactly. Luo Shireen is already much better off just being able to eat. But luckily, she met Chen Yi. Who would have thought Chen Yi's talent was so powerful, able to unleash such level of strength even with an F-grade bloodline? Luo Shireen and Luo Yuqing stopped 10 meters apart, staring at each other for a long time. Silent electric sparks filled the air. Chapter 221, The Duel of the Luo Sisters. In the end, it was Luo Shireen who was the first to question, Yuqing, you have become the family head, why do you still target me everywhere? Aren't we, sisters? Upon hearing this, Luo Yuqing's eyes showed a moment of complexity, but quickly regained their cold indifference. She did not explain much, merely replied, there is no reason. In the Luo family, I am not as free as you might imagine, many times, I am merely a more glamorous piece on the chessboard. Cold Wuhan and Lin Xiao stood quietly on the side, showing no intention to intervene. Chen Yi also leaped out of the ravine with the other girls, standing not far behind Luo Shireen, indicating that this was their duel, and he would not intervene. However, Chen Yi took some time to glance at the few contracted spirit beasts following Lin Xiao. After all, Lin Xiao was also from the Lin family, and Lin Qingyang should not be underestimated. Although the system interface showed no abnormal alerts, Chen Yi remained alert. In the clearing, the atmosphere between Luo Yuqing and Luo Shireen had become extremely tense. Almost at the same time, a powerful momentum erupted from both of them. Brilliant evolutionary light enveloped them, and both women transformed into their armed forms. Luo Yuqing wore battle armor in red and gold, with a pair of huge griffin wings unfurling behind her, the feather edges flashing with sharp metallic luster and dancing sparks, holding a long spear enveloped in a storm of flames. Griffin bloodline, master of wind and fire. I must say, it looked quite impressive. Luo Shireen was surrounded by clear flowing wind, a green phoenix feather inserted in her hair, holding a harp bow that could both play music and shoot arrows of wind, giving off an impression of a bard. The crowd had not yet seriously observed the details of the women's armed forms. The battle was already about to explode. The two moved simultaneously. Luo Yuqing flapped her wings, her whole body launched out like a cannonball, the flaming spear in her hand aimed directly at Luo Shireen's face. A wave of scorching air surged.
Luo Shireen saw this, her delicate body gently leaning back, while she pulled the bow and played, shooting out an arrow of wind. Whoosh! Boom! Flames and the wind arrow collided, exploding into a brilliant energy firework. In their first confrontation, neither of them could see much difference in strength. Next, Luo Yuqing's assault continued, her spear dancing, her entire being charging towards Luo Shireen like a burning drill. Seeing this, Luo Shireen suddenly retreated, increasing the rhythm of her playing. An invisible sound wave barrier blocked in front of her, while multiple wind arrows shot towards Luo Yuqing's flight path like a machine gun. The two constantly crossed and collided in the air and on the ground, flames bursting, wind blades howling, sound waves shaking. The speed was getting faster, the moves more fierce. For a moment, they fought to a standstill, the scene extremely wonderful and intense. The live stream audience instantly boiled over. Wow! This battle is so thrilling. Why do I feel like two mages are engaging in a melee fight? So amazing. Is this really just a battle of 5th level spirit beasts? I don't know who will win, both seem to be of equal strength. Maybe Luo Yuqing's personal power is a bit stronger. After all, Chen Yi's talent for enhancement is well known, and although Lang Wuwen's talent ability is also enhancement type, it focuses more on skill enhancement. Now he can fight back and forth with Luo Shireen. Without the Beast Master talent enhancement, Luo Yuqing's chances of winning would definitely be greater. A knowledgeable person confidently analyzed, causing many to nod in agreement. It is indeed the case. If we were to score their current strength, both would undoubtedly get a high score of 100 points. However, on careful analysis, Luo Yuqing's basic score should be 80 points, while Luo Shireen only deserves 60 points. But under Chen Yi's powerful talent enhancement, Luo Shireen achieved a strength of 100 points, which made their battle hard to distinguish. One can imagine that without the Beast Master's boost, Luo Yuqing's stable strength of 80 points would definitely exceed Luo Shireen's 60 points. However, the reality is quite different. Luo Yuqing's true strength was only 80 points, while Luo Shireen was a complete 100 points, untouched by any enhancement. No embellishment. Among the talents Chen Yi has, none were used to boost the combat power of the Spirit Beast girls. The awakening of Spirit Beasts only triggered their potential bloodline power, not real strength enhancement. In other words, Luo Yuqing was barely able to match Luo Shireen only because of the talent enhancement advantage. With this comparison, who is stronger and who is weaker hardly needs more words. But at that moment, a sudden change occurred. Just when Luo Yuqing and Luo Shireen were at a stalemate, both searching for each other's weaknesses in an instant. Not far away, a cold, sinister, yet extremely powerful aura appeared without warning. A figure slowly walked out from the shadows of the forest. It was actually Bai Song? Qiuan did not seem to be following him? His face wore a strangely different smile than usual, his gaze swept over the two people in the duel and the spectators from both sides, finally landing on Chen Yi. Chen Yi, I have found you. Behind the scenes, many high-ranking officials watching the scene narrowed their eyes slightly, their faces showing shock. They seemed to be quite surprised by Bai Song's sudden appearance here and the strange aura around him. Isn't that Bai Song? How did he end up like this? So strange, he looks as if something has possessed him. This guy used to be a hot topic in Yanjing, but since he was knocked down by Chen Yi in the first phase last time, there has been no news about him. I thought he had become more reserved, but I never expected it to turn into this. What are they trying to do? They don't look like they came to watch a fight? Just as the crowd was talking among themselves. Snap. A crisp sound suddenly rang out, like thunder in a storm, as if the television had lost power due to lightning. The entire monitor screen instantly went dark, the once clear image vanished without a trace, leaving everything in front of them pitch black. The bright lights in the room continued to flicker, indicating that this was not a malfunction caused by a power outage. Everyone exchanged glances, their faces showing anxiety and confusion. What happened? Did the connection line break? Or is it something else? Oh no! It seems that not only our communication is cut off, but the live broadcast facing the common people has also stopped.